This is a world overrun by monsters, and humanity has developed spiritual power and a system of contracts to address this. When a woman reaches adulthood, she awakens her spirit beast bloodline, transforming into a spirit beast to fight against demonic beasts, but the power will gradually erode her body. Men can awaken the power of beast taming, form contracts with women, prevent corruption, and enhance their combat abilities. At this moment, at the gate of Jiangqing Beast Taming Academy, Chen-Yi, let's break up. Lu Rian looked at him with a firm gaze. Chen-Yi was stunned. Why? He didn't understand at all why Lu Rian would suddenly break up with him. He had been in this world for 2.5 years. He had almost starved to death on the streets when Lu Rian's 10 yuan saved his life. To repay her, he insisted on bringing her breakfast every day and helping her take out the trash. These small acts of kindness, coupled with the man's handsome appearance, led Lu Rian to suggest that they try dating. Unexpectedly, the breakup came so suddenly. Lu Rian said, "I've been chosen by a B-rank beast tamer, and we completed the contract last night. Thank you for all your hard work over the years, but I'm afraid he'll misunderstand." With that, she turned and ran towards the man who looked like a rich second-generation heir. Chen-Yi's face turned deathly pale instantly. Completing the contract meant that Lu Rian now belonged to someone else. Chen-Yi, however, only awakened an E-level talent, the art of longevity, which could only slow down the aging of spirit beasts. His talent level, ranging from F to SSS, was only at the beginner level. He originally thought that his relationship with Lu Rian, who had an E-level bloodline, would continue smoothly, but her looks and figure attracted the attention of a B-level beast tamer. He wondered why a B-level beast tamer would take a liking to Lu Rian, who had clearly awakened an E-level spirit beast bloodline. The surrounding students pointed and whispered, "I heard that Lu Rian completed a contract with a B-level beast tamer last night. He hadn't made a contract for over a year, and he was taken down by someone else in one night." Chen-Yi silently left the academy and headed towards the Beast Tamer Association's training room. He took a queue number, sat down, and sighed dejectedly. Just then, an AI-like voice rang in my mind. Ding! Spirit Beast Training System activated. Chen-Yi was stunned. A system? A perk for transmigrators. A pale blue system window appeared. Name: Chen-Yi. Talent: E-level health preservation technique. Constitution 9, Spiritual Power 5, no contracted spirit beast, no skills, 0 enhancement points. He pinched himself, instantly overjoyed. System notification: activate gift pack. Obtain SSS-level talent, infinite contract, energy guidance, spirit beast awakening, and master spirit beast insight. Unlimited contracts mean that the number of spirit beasts is unlimited. A first-tier player might be able to contract with 100 spirit beasts. Are you number 66? It's your turn, a woman urged him, and he then remembered that he had reserved a training room. The training room can simulate AI-controlled battles, and even without a contract, you can customize your spirit beast for training. Chen-Yi stood up, his gaze falling on the girl before him, Lin Mingxue. The system interface displays, Lin Mingxue, no contract, Bloodline F-level White Lizard, Hidden Bloodline SSS-level Frost Dragon, Constitution 3, Spirit Power 8, Ice Attribute Skill Ice Wind. SSS Hidden Bloodline, Frost Dragon Bloodline. Chen-Yi was utterly shocked. There are only 3 SSS-level Bloodline Spirit Beasts in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and now they are standing in front of him. Lin Mingxue felt a surge of disgust as she felt Chen-Yi's gaze. She was used to being looked at, but she had never encountered such an unabashed stare. What's so interesting about it? Lin Mingxue said coldly. Chen-Yi waved the number plate in his hand. Beautiful lady, how about we team up for a simulation battle? Lin Mingxue frowned, her disgust deepening. No need, find someone else. She turned and sat back down, her face grim. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, some teasing Chen-Yi for daring to flirt with the school beauty, and some even mentioning his relationship with Ru Yan. Chen-Yi sat down next to Lin Mingxue and said in a low voice, F-level Bloodline White Lizard, am I right? This made Lin Mingxue glare at him fiercely. You've been following me? Lin Mingxue said angrily. Chen-Yi smiled. Lin, the school beauty, you don't want others to know about your spirit beast form, do you? Come with me. Lin Mingxue remained silent, suppressing her anger as she followed. Chen-Yi already knew about her situation, but had never met her in person. Inside the training room, she sat down coldly. Tell me, what are your conditions? Do you want to sleep with me? Chen-Yi handed her the control switch. Let's try summoning a magical beast first. Lin Mingxue looked wary. No need. Just tell me, What do you want me to do to shut up? Chun-Yi smiled faintly. All right, choose a monster. Half a minute later, she selected the Earthworm monster, level 1, difficulty 1. Ice element is strong against Earth element, making it very easy to deal with. System notification. The monster will appear in 60 seconds. A holographic projection filled the training room, presenting a wilderness scene. Lin Mingxue crossed her arms and asked coldly, "What am I supposed to do? Enter spirit beast form?" Chun-Yi smiled and took her hand. "Don't be nervous. Try the new power." A warm power surged through Lin Mingxue's body, turning her black hair white as snow, and silver dragon horns slowly grew from her head. White scales spread from her hands to her shoulders, and wings and a tail appeared on her back. At this moment, Lin Mingxue was like a true dragon maiden, exuding an imposing aura, surrounded by a cold wind. Lin Mingxue felt a surge of power within her and was completely stunned. What was happening? Ding! Lin Mingxue's favorability increased by 40 points. Name: Lin Mingxue, armed form. Contract Master, None, Bloodline, SSS rank Frost Dragon, Temporary Awakening. Level: Tier 1, Stage 2. Constitution, 7, Spiritual Power, 12, Attribute. Ice, Dragon, Skill, Ice Breath, Affection, minus 30 points. Chun-Yi nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't expected Bloodline Awakening to be so easy. However, Lin Mingxue's level was too low. She would need to work harder to control this power. All right, stop being surprised. The monster is about to be summoned. Go test your power. Chun-Yi urged. Ding. Lin Mingxue, favorability plus 50 points. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lin Mingxue nodded excitedly. She took her first step, but lost her balance and fell heavily. Ouch, she cried, gritting her teeth as she got up. You still want to fight in your armed form? You're only at Tier 1, Stage 2. Chun-Yi laughed. Lin Mingxue blushed with shame, but quickly adjusted her mindset and transformed into her spirit beast form. Amidst flashing lights, the enormous silhouette of a Western dragon appeared. The next moment, the light vanished, and Lin Mingxue transformed into a pure white, flying dragon. Name: Lin Mingxue, spirit beast form. Constitution, 56, spiritual power, 48. She ran to the water's edge and gazed at her reflection. Dragon horns, snow-white wings, and strong claws. It was completely different from the lizard she had seen before. Is this really me? She murmured in disbelief. What are you waiting for? The monster has already been summoned. Chun-Yi urged. Lin Mingxue turned to face the earthworm monster she had just summoned. It was enormous, covered in wet mud. She took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. Ice breath. A biting wind swept through the area instantly, covering the wilderness in frost. The earthworm monster was frozen into an ice sculpture in the cold air, then shattered into countless pieces. Congratulations on successfully defeating the earthworm monster. Would you like to continue the challenge? Lin Mingxue snatched the control switch and chose to continue the challenge. This time, she challenged a Tier 1, Stage 5 magical beast. Chun-Yi observed quietly as she crushed the enormous, sharp-toothed hound with a single stomp. So even a Tier 1, Stage 5 magical beast is this weak? She laughed. She realized how amazing it felt to have power. She could easily crush them with a single kick. Moreover, she can fly. Those wings are no longer just for show. She can take flight with just a gentle flap, feeling the howling wind and the breath of freedom. An hour later, the training ended. Lin Mingxue deactivated her spirit beast form, revealing a satisfied smile. Ding. Lin Mingxue, affection plus 30. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Chun-Yi smiled and handed her a towel. Absolutely fantastic. She'd never felt so good before. Lin Mingxue completely let her guard down around Chun-Yi. However, suddenly, she felt as if the power within her body had been drained away, vanishing without a trace in an instant. What happened? Why did my power disappear? Lin Mingxue asked anxiously. Chun-Yi smiled and said, Don't be nervous. The power you just experienced was yours, so don't worry. It just needs some guidance to activate. He paused for a moment, then continued. I can awaken the hidden power within you. Are you willing to form a contract with me? Upon hearing the word contract, Lin Mingxue blushed slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. I'm willing. Chun-Yi, please let me become your contracted spirit beast. All right, in that case, please guide me from now on, Schwer. Chun-Yi smiled. Lin Mingxue smiled as well. Please guide me from now on. Ding. Lin Mingxue, favorability plus 15. Lin Mingxue, arm in arm with Chun-Yi, walked out of the training room with a sweet smile on her face. The surrounding students were stunned, speechless. Was this Lin Mingxue, the Ice Queen who had rejected hundreds of beast tamers? Coincidentally, Lu Ruyan's roommate, Zhao Xiaomei, was also present. She knew that Chun-Yi often brought breakfast to Lu Ruyan, so she was familiar with him. Seeing this, she was stunned and stepped forward to ask, Chun-Yi, what are you doing? Chun-Yi stopped, turned around and glanced at her, then said with a smile, just picking up girls. As he spoke, he casually put his right arm around Lin Mingxue's slender waist. The surrounding students nearly popped their eyes out. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Zhao Xiaomei was also stunned. How could Chun-Yi have gotten together with Lin Mingxue? Does Rian know about this? If she knows, it's none of my business. How dare you cheat on her? Zhao Xiaomei asked in surprise. Chun-Yi scoffed. Good pigs don't block the way, I have things to do. With that, he left with Lin Mingxue. Zhao Xiaomei was furious and hurriedly dialed Lu Ruyan's number. Ruyan, do you know Chun-Yi? Speaking of which, Schwer, where do you live? Sky International Community. I didn't realize you were such a wealthy woman. Do you have anyone in your family? No, my relatives died in the battle to wipe out the demon cave 3 years ago. I'm all alone now. Chun-Yi looked guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't know about this. Lin Mingxue chuckled lightly. It's all right, I didn't care a long time ago. If he's dead, he's dead. Although she spoke casually, a hint of loneliness could not be hidden in her eyes, clearly indicating that her family was not simple. Seeing this, Chun-Yi quickly changed the subject. I live in the slums of East Street Park. The environment there is not very good, so it is not suitable as a contract location. I'm sorry. Lin Mingxue was stunned for a moment, then smiled. From now on, my home is your home. Don't live in that kind of place anymore. The two entered Lin Mingxue's home, Sky International Residential Complex. This complex is a well-known upscale neighborhood in Jiangxing, with spacious houses and a beautiful environment. Stepping into Lin Mingxue's home, a refreshing scent of ink and books wafts towards you. This is my home. Lin Mingxue said somewhat embarrassedly. Brother Chun-Yi, you haven't taken a shower in a long time, have you? Chun-Yi smiled wryly. I'm just a homeless man. How could I have the chance to take a shower? Lin Mingxue took out slippers and placed them beside Chun-Yi's feet. These slippers might be a little small. Please make do with them for now. I'll go buy you new ones later. Go take a shower. I'll go cook. Chun-Yi changed into slippers and went into the bathroom. He was really restless while taking off his clothes. He couldn't afford to run out of energy while waiting for the contract. He looked around the bathroom. Now he was actually sharing a room with the school beauty, who was also a wealthy young woman. It made him realize how unpredictable life can be. After showering and having dinner, Lin Mingxue emerged from the bathroom, her clothes still damp. She wore loose pajamas that accentuated her alluring curves. The atmosphere in the living room became ambiguous. Lin Mingxue walked over and sat down next to Chun-Yi. Brother Chun-Yi, my room is over there. Do you want to get a contract? Looking at her shy expression, Chun-Yi picked her up and asked, do you want to come? Lin Mingxue blushed and whispered, yes. Seeing her reaction, Chun-Yi didn't say anything more, picked up Lin Mingxue and carried her into her room, then closed the door. A few moments later, a sweet, charming voice came from inside the room. Ding! Lin Mingxue's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 70 points. The next day at noon, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Chun-Yi opened his eyes, his mind still somewhat hazy. Last night's events replayed in his mind like a movie, feeling like a dream. Seeing Lin Mingxue's name added to the contracted Spirit Beast section on the system interface filled him with indescribable joy. An SSS-Level Spirit Beast. I actually managed to form a contract with it. That's so awesome. I'll give it my all tonight. 5 minutes was definitely too short. He stopped smiling, gently moved her away, got dressed, and tiptoed into the living room. Jiangxing Daily. The final exams for the Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy will be held in 6 days, with renowned streamer Su Taotao serving as the commentator. A truly luxurious hosting lineup. Dragon Kingdom News. The exploration of the Sichuanshu secret realm is 70% complete and is expected to be finished in 3 months. Beastmasters of Tier 3 and above and their spirit beasts can participate. International News. The United Kingdom has developed a special potion to enhance the talents of beast tamers. The test phase has begun, and data has not yet been released. Before she knew it, it was already 12:30. Lin Mingxue slowly woke up, put on her slippers, and came to the living room. Sorry, Brother Chun-Yi, I got up late. I probably won't have time to cook. It's okay, we can just order takeout. After we finish eating, let's go take the Beast Tamer certification exam. Chun-Yi comforted her with a smile. Lin Mingxue nodded obediently. The two arrived at the Beast Tamer Association at 2 p.m. The registration line stretched for over 100 people, and the atmosphere was very lively. Chun-Yi looked at the bustling crowd. Why are so many people taking the Beast Tamer certificate exam lately? There weren't this many before, were there? Lin Mingxue explained. Only groups holding Beast Tamer certificates can participate in the annual final exams and receive academic credits and resource rewards. So everyone's signing up, and the hotel rooms are fully booked lately. Chun-Yi mused, so that's how it is. There are quite a few perks to it. By the way, Shuer, are you going to take the final exam? He asked. Lin Mingxue smiled slightly. Does Brother Chun-Yi want to take it? I'll do whatever you say. I'm not a student of the Beast Taming Academy. Can I still participate? Sure. As long as one of you is a student of this school, you can participate, but only those at the second rank or below are allowed, Lin Mingxue replied. Chun-Yi nodded. Then participate. It'll earn you some credits. Okay. I also need some daily necessities, Lin Mingxue suggested. Okay, Brother Chun-Yi, buy whatever you want. Don't worry about the price. I'll take care of you, she said playfully. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I, Chun, am determined to live off Lin, the campus belle. Chun-Yi said with a smile. Don't call me that, Lin Mingxue said, a hint of shyness on her face. The two chatted as they walked towards the commercial street. At 5:30 in the evening, they returned to the Beast Tamer Association. As soon as they entered, they encountered Lu Rian. Name: Lu Rian, contract owner, Qin Shoxing, bloodline, E-grade sandworm. Level: Tier 1, Stage 3. Constitution: 4, Spiritual power: 5, Attribute: Earth, Skill, Sand Sweep, Affection, -15 points, Friendliness, 5. Before Chun-Yi could finish looking at Lu Rian's system interface, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind him. You're Chun-Yi? Chun-Yi turned around and saw the rich second-generation heir who had thrown himself at Lu Rian yesterday. The man was wearing a gray suit, sunglasses, and a cigar in his mouth. It's me. What do you need? Chun-Yi asked. The rich second-generation patted Chun-Yi's shoulder lightly. I'm Qin Shoxing. Rian is very smooth. Chun-Yi was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, What did you say? I am Qin Shoxing of the Qin Group. What? You haven't heard of me. Chun-Yi laughed out loud. What were your parents thinking with this name? What are you laughing at? Qin Shoxing looked at him with displeasure. I remembered something happy. Chun-Yi replied casually. Looking at the number plate in your hand, you're number 114, right? Time to go take the test. TCH, what a poor wretch. Qin Shoxing clicked his tongue in disdain and prepared to go to Lu Rian's side. But the next second, Qin Shoxing's gaze swept over Lin Mingxue, and he froze. Isn't this the Lin Mingxue I've always wanted to pursue? He had given Lin Mingxue many gifts, but she had never reciprocated. And today, she's with Chun-Yi? Could it be that they've already? Qin Shoxing felt a pang of unease. Lu Rian quickly came over. Shoxing, don't worry about them. Go and get tested. She glared at Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue, feeling as if she had been dumped. Qin Shoxing glanced at Lin Mingxue. He felt like a clown that Chun-Yi could be with Lin Mingxue. The assessment began soon. Similar to the training room, the assessment method involved challenging AI monsters to evaluate the combat strength of the Beastmaster and their spirit beast. Passing the first 3 stages will earn you a Beast Tamer certificate, and you'll also receive resource rewards for each stage you complete. As a B-rank Beast Tamer, at Tier 2, Stage 10, Qin Shoxing's spirit beasts don't even need to lift a finger. He gripped his iron spear and charged at the second tier, first stage AI monster. Within 10 moves, the AI monster was defeated. So cool. Combat type talent, that's rare. In recent years, fewer and fewer people have awakened combat type talents. Lin Mingxue gently tugged at Chun-Yi's sleeve. Brother Chun-Yi, that Qin Shoxing once pursued me, but I rejected him. There's nothing between us. Chun-Yi smiled. I know, don't worry. Soon after, Qin Shoxing and Lu Rian emerged from the assessment area, their scores settling at the 3rd level. He didn't need to take any risks. His family background and resources were more than enough. Next, number 115, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue, you will begin your test. The announcement rang out. Many people looked at Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue, their eyes filled with complex emotions. What happened in the training room yesterday has spread. That dumped loser actually managed to hook up with the school beauty, Lin Mingxue? These two participated in the assessment. Could it be that they've already completed their contract? Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue walked hand in hand into the examination room. Useless? You're probably even worse than useless. First stage, Tier 1, Level 2, Flame Hound. The AI monster will appear in 30 seconds. Please prepare for battle. Inferno. The assessment area erupted in an uproar. This is a 5-star difficulty level. How come the first stage is this tough? The audience believed that Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue were absolutely incapable of defeating the Flame Hound. Just then, Lin Mingxue suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Chun-Yi, I want to challenge all 9 levels today." Chun-Yi nodded and said, "Go ahead and tell them you're not a loser." Lin Mingxue took a deep breath, waved her jade hand, and instantly the chilling aura spread, transforming into a snow-white, flying dragon. The dragon's whiskers danced in the air. What is that? A dragon? It's actually a dragon? How could an F-rank spirit beast bloodline be a dragon? Qin Shoxing was filled with disbelief. Meng Shui had hidden her bloodline level? Dragon spirit beasts are at least S-rank or higher. How could Meng Shui possibly have an S-rank or higher bloodline? However, the next second, the infernal hound was summoned, its entire body engulfed in raging flames. As soon as it appeared, it spewed scorching flames and attacked Lin Mingxue. But Lin Mingxue simply blew a breath, and a biting cold wind swept over instantly, freezing the flames of the fiery hound, and its body was also frozen into an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture shattered, and the infernal hound's body turned into countless ice crystals, dissipating into the air. First stage of the assessment complete. Congratulations on successfully passing. Second stage, Tier 1, Stage 3, Grey Wolf. AI monster will appear in 30 seconds. Please prepare for battle. At this moment, the audience in the assessment area fell into a deathly silence. Was Lin Mingxue an F-rank spirit beast? Or a Z-rank? Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the Beast Tamer Academy, Dean Zhao slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, "Holy crap! It's a dragon!" Several teachers were also shocked. Lin Mingxue is registered with an F-level bloodline. How could she be a dragon? That's impossible. Is she lying? Even if they're lying, the testing equipment won't malfunction, will it? They discussed amongst themselves, but they couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. In the corner of the room, an elderly man stared at the screen, his gaze not on Lin Mingxue, but fixed on Chun-Yi. This old man was no ordinary teacher. He possessed an SS-level talent, the source of power, and the ability to sense the flow of spiritual energy. He sensed that the flow of spiritual energy was surging from Chun-Yi towards Lin Mingxue, which indicated that Lin Mingxue's ability to transform into a dragon with her F-level bloodline was inextricably linked to Chun-Yi. The old man walked up to Zhao Yi and asked, "Is this Chun-Yi a student at the academy?" "No, he's not a student at our school," a female teacher replied. "He was close to Lu Rian and used to sign in for her all the time." "Lu Rian? Isn't that the E-level spirit beast from the previous assessment?" "Yes, it seems they've been dating for over a year." The old man frowned, a sense of unease rising in his heart. What was so special about this Chun-Yi? The assessment continued, and the Grey Wolf in the second round was similar to the Blazing Hound. It was easily killed by Lin Mingxue as soon as it was summoned. Immediately afterwards, the Demon Hound of the third level was also defeated in one fell swoop. Every monster in every level fell to her in a single blow, leaving the audience in the assessment area completely astonished. "She's definitely an S-rank spirit beast," they exclaimed. It was unbelievable that Lin Mingxue could defeat a magical beast so easily. Moreover, she was only at the first tier, second stage, and didn't even use any skills. She simply blew a breath and instantly killed these high-level magical beasts. Several Beast Tamer students of rank B or higher stood by, filled with regret. They had previously considered extending an invitation to Lin Mingxue, but had given up after being persuaded by their families and teachers. If we could get her, wouldn't that be like rising to the top in one step? They sighed inwardly. The live stream continued, and the assessment entered its 9th stage. The appearance of the Snow Woman brought the atmosphere to a tense standstill once again. It's actually a Yukiana. 6-star difficulty, Ice Attribute Monster, 9 levels higher. Mengshua's final challenge is a Yukiana with extremely strong ice resistance. If she wins again this time, I'll do a handstand and have diarrhea, Qin Shoxing said through gritted teeth. He originally came to mock Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue, but unexpectedly witnessed their display of power. The other teachers rolled their eyes, as if watching a clown. Every time Lin Mingxue defeated a monster, Qin Shoxing would sneer at her. Inside the assessment space, Lin Mingxue, in her dragon form, yawned widely, partly because she hadn't slept well the night before, and partly because these enemies were simply too weak. Yesterday in the training room, She easily defeated a Tier 1, Stage 10 enemy. If Chun-Yi hadn't run a Tier 1 training room, she would have already challenged a Tier 2 magical beast. Finally, 30 seconds passed, and the AI monster Yukiana was summoned. As soon as Yukiana appeared, snow fell heavily, covering the entire space in white snowflakes. The Snow Maiden conjured a giant ice arrow and sent it flying towards Lin Mingxue. The ice arrow shattered on the scales on Lin Mingxue's chest, leaving a small white dot. This defense is too strong. It's 9 levels lower than the required level, yet it still can't break through. The Snow Maiden has high resistance to ice-type attacks. I wonder if Mingxue has any skills with other attributes. Lin Mingxue lightly flapped her dragon wings, and a strong gust of wind swept in, knocking the Snow Maiden to the ground. She flew into the air, stomped her foot hard, and the Snow Maiden instantly turned into countless ice crystals, scattering on the ground. The 9th test is over. Congratulations on successfully passing this Beastmaster test. The entire room fell silent, then erupted in deafening applause. Too strong, absolutely too strong. Isn't Mingxue of F-rank bloodline? How can she have such power? It must be Chun-Yi's power, or it's an SSS-level talent. Definitely no less than S-level. Qin Shouxing felt somewhat frustrated. Even though he already had Lu Ruyan, he still couldn't understand why Mingxue was with Chun-Yi. Does Lu Ruyan even know Chun-Yi has this kind of talent? If she did, why did she still go looking for a B-level beast tamer? What an idiot. Just then, Qin Shouxing was interrupted by a loud shout. Qin Shouxing, you said before that Chun-Yi and Mingxue could pass the 9 trials, and you did a handstand and had diarrhea. Have you made your promise now? The surrounding students chimed in, their laughter echoing. Qin Shou's face turned ashen with anger. He was on the verge of exploding. Lu Ruyan was furious and embarrassed. She had abandoned Chun-Yi herself, but he had created such an incredible achievement. Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue slowly walked out of the assessment area. The students gathered around, almost all wanting to ask Lin Mingxue how to transform into a dragon. Lin Mingxue whispered to Chun-Yi, "Brother Chun-Yi, what do you want to eat tonight?" Chun-Yi smiled and said, "Swear, I'll eat whatever you make." Just as they finished buying groceries and were about to go home, Lin Mingxue's phone rang. The screen showed a call from Zhao Yi, the head of the teaching department. "Teacher Zhao, I don't have any classes at the end of the semester. Why would she be looking for me?" Lin Mingxue wondered, but still answered the phone. "Teacher Zhao, you wanted to see me?" "Mingxue, are you free now? Go back to school, and remember to bring your boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Lin Mingxue couldn't help but glance at Chun-Yi, her face flushing. "Okay, teacher, we'll be right there." Soon, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue arrived at the dean's office. As soon as the door opened, they saw the head of the teaching department bowing respectfully to an elderly man. "Mr. Luo, they've arrived, so I'll be leaving now." "Mr. Luo?" Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue exchanged bewildered glances, their minds filled with questions. Who was this old man, that the head of the teaching department was being so respectful? Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue exchanged a glance, walked over to the old man, and sat down. The old man continued drinking tea, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. A minute later, Mr. Luo finally spoke. "Chun-Yi, I am about to ask you 3 questions. Please answer them truthfully." Chun-Yi straightened his posture, a slight nervousness creeping into his heart. This old man possessed an extraordinary air. Could he possibly see through the system's secrets? "I will answer truthfully as long as it is something I know," Chun-Yi replied. "So, the first question is, if you and your contracted spirit beast encounter an invincible magical beast, backed by a group of powerless civilians, what would you do?" Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled. "You can discuss it before answering," Mr. Luo added. "I will not hesitate to abandon the civilians and choose to live," Chun-Yi said decisively. "If we can't defeat the enemy, staying here will only increase unnecessary casualties. I will take the spirit beasts to fetch reinforcements, which may save them." Mr. Luo frowned slightly and took a sip of tea. "Oh, can you tell me the reason?" Chun-Yi said firmly. "In this world, survival is the most important thing. If you don't strive to stay alive, how can you talk about victory?" Mr. Luo nodded, indicating his satisfaction. "Good. The second question is, if an S-rank spirit beast were willing to form a contract with you, would you be willing to give up your current contracted spirit beast?" Chun-Yi answered without hesitation, "No." Lin Mingxue's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Although her bloodline was only F grade, Chun-Yi still chose her. Decisive, no hesitation, very good. Mr. Luo nodded in satisfaction. "One last question. Who do you think would win in a battle between humans and magical beasts? Chun-Yi frowned, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, I don't know who will win, but I will try my best to increase our chances of winning. Mr. Luo smiled slightly. An interesting answer. I thought you would say we humans will win. Here's a gift for chatting with me. Mr. Luo took out a blue ring from his pocket and pushed it in front of Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi took the ring and examined it carefully. What is this? Lin Mingxue gasped. Could this be a spatial ring? Mr. Luo nodded. Yes, but this is the basic version. It only has 100 cubic meters of space inside, which is not large. Kid, you're not bad. You have both the temperament and the strength. If you perform exceptionally well in the final exam in 6 days, I'll give you an even bigger gift. After saying that, Mr. Luo stood up and left the room, leaving Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue in shock. Half a minute later, Lin Mingxue excitedly grabbed Chun-Yi's sleeve. Brother Chun-Yi, this is a spatial ring. It can hold things. Chun-Yi was also surprised. A spatial ring? I really didn't expect that even Mr. Luo would give it to me. It's unbelievable. Schwer, do you know him? Is he a teacher at the school? I don't know him. He shouldn't be a teacher at the school. Lin Mingxue shook her head. Chun-Yi pondered for a moment. Never mind that for now. I'm hungry. I'll figure out how to use this ring when we get back. Yes. Lin Mingxue nodded, her face full of excitement. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot of Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy, Mr. Luo got into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, and the butler started the car. How is it, sir? The butler asked. Mr. Luo took a deep drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. Very good. Strength aside, his temperament is excellent. Is there anything special about him? Can Shirin's illness be cured? Mr. Luo's expression instantly turned serious. Shirin's bloodline potential has not been activated. His appearance may awaken the hidden bloodline. As for Shirin's illness, I'm afraid we should start by examining her bloodline. The butler nodded. So what do we do next? Stay here for now. Go back and bring Shirin over so she can meet Chun-Yi. Yes, sir. Chapter 10 Cultivation Methods in the Beast Taming World. The news that Lin Mingxue had passed the Beast Tamer exam quickly spread through various group chats in the Beast Tamer Academy. Senior Mingxue was taken away by the contract, but she still passed the Beast Tamer exam in seconds, breaking the records in Yanjing and Shanghai. Yesterday I witnessed her wreaking havoc at the Beast Tamer Association. She was incredibly strong. But it's strange, how can someone with an F-rank bloodline transform into a dragon? Forget it, Mingxue has already been taken away by the contract anyway, so it seems I can relax and find another wife. Discussions erupted throughout the college, with most male students offering their blessings, as their goddess was finally free from criticism and had a bright future. However, Chun-Yi's criticisms were not uncommon. The girls had different ideas, and they were discussing whether they should go to Chun-Yi to see if they could unleash his potential like Lin Mingxue. Brother Chun-Yi, you don't have any masochistic tendencies, do you? Lin Mingxue couldn't help but ask as she watched Chun-Yi looking at the chat history with a slight smile on his lips. No, how could there be? Chun-Yi asked, puzzled. But I feel a little uncomfortable reading those swear words. Chun-Yi smiled and reached out to pinch Lin Mingxue's cheek. This is a compliment. You see, if I had made a contract with someone like Lu Ruyan, would they still be cursing me? That's true, but I still feel a little strange. If you don't want to watch it, then I won't. Yes, that's for the best. Lin Mingxue smiled, then changed the subject. By the way, do you know how to use the spatial ring now? Chun-Yi nodded and took out his spatial ring. Got it. As long as I inject spiritual power, my consciousness can enter it. The space is quite large. That's good. There are still 5 days until the final exams. Yesterday's reward included some cultivation resources. Why don't you use them for cultivation? Lin Mingxue asked worriedly. Even if you activated my potential, my level is still too low. Chun-Yi slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. Schwer, after lunch we're going back to my house. I have some things to get. We'll do whatever Brother Chun-Yi says. After lunch, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue walked for an hour to reach the park in the northern part of the city. Because of its elevated location, the park was less prone to flooding and had become a haven for homeless people. Arriving at Chun-Yi's residence, a musty smell hit them. It was a dilapidated little wooden hut, the floor creaking and the open-air outhouse reeking. Lin Mingxue's heart ached. Brother Chun-Yi, have you always lived here? Chun-Yi shrugged. It's good enough to have a place to stay. There's no need to be picky. Besides, that's almost a thing of the past. He used to be homeless, but now, although his income is meager, he can at least make a living and avoid starving to death on the streets. Lin Mingxue nodded, vowing that she would never let Chun-Yi return to this kind of life. Chun-Yi rummaged through his luggage and finally found 23 silver-white crystals under a dilapidated floorboard. Lin Mingxue looked at the crystals in surprise and asked, "Where did you get these? How can you have these without a beast tamer certificate? Monster cores are important cultivation resources, and only certified beast tamers can purchase them." Lin Mingxue knew that the purchase of monster cores was strictly limited. Chun-Yi smiled and said, "Would you believe me if I said I found it?" Lin Mingxue pouted. "Go ahead and say it. I'm already your spirit beast." "It really was picked up from a corpse." A corpse? Okay, I won't ask anymore. It doesn't feel like a good thing. "Honey, we got the stuff, let's go home." Chapter 11, Saying Goodbye to the Past. As soon as they stepped out the door, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue found that their neighbors had gathered at their doorstep, all eyes on Lin Mingxue. "Xiao Chun, who is this girl? Is she your girlfriend? She's so pretty. Wait a minute, don't you have a girlfriend named Lu something?" Chun-Yi smiled and explained, "She is my contracted spirit beast, Lin Mingxue." Lin Mingxue bowed respectfully to everyone. "I am Lin Mingxue, Chun-Yi's contracted spirit beast. Thank you all for taking care of my Chun-Yi. How polite she is. She's dressed quite elegantly too. She must be from a wealthy family. Xiao Chun is so lucky to know her." Lin Mingxue felt a warm glow in her heart, realizing that these words were entirely without ulterior motives. Chun-Yi nodded slightly. "Yes, Shuer is so beautiful. How could we possibly misplace our affections? However, I'm here today to say goodbye to everyone, and I probably won't be coming back." Upon hearing this, the neighbors all looked regretful. Although they were reluctant, they understood that the stage for beast tamers was not here. Young people always need to go out and explore. Indeed, how can a beast tamer be bound here? An elderly man with a cane walked up to Chun-Yi and took out 2 silver-white crystals. "Little Chun, you helped me bring medicine when I had a fever before. Take these as a thank you gift." Chun-Yi stared at the crystal core in surprise. Isn't this a second-tier fire attribute Beast King crystal core? Don't you think about how I broke my leg? Old Lin chuckled. "Take it." "Thanks, Lao Lin. This is useful to me." Seeing this, the other neighbors also took out what they could. "Xiao Chun, take this. It's sunflower seed oil I pressed. These are shopping vouchers I earned from my part-time job. I'll buy something I like." "Xiao Chun, you've helped me a lot. You should accept these. These small gifts may not be expensive, but for ordinary people like them, they represent a heartfelt sentiment." Chun-Yi bowed deeply, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, everyone. I will definitely change this world." "Yes, it's good that you have this ambition in your heart. Take care, and come back to visit often." Amidst farewells, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. On the way, Lin Mingxue finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chun-Yi, you just said you wanted to change the world. Is that true?" Chun-Yi smiled faintly. "Do you believe it?" "I believe you," she answered firmly. "All right then, let's go back and cultivate," Chun-Yi said with a smile. Back home, Chun-Yi poured the monster cores from his spatial ring onto the table. There were a total of 53 first-tier monster cores and 36 kilograms of monster meat. The 2 second-tier Beast King crystal cores were not taken out because their fire attribute did not match Lin Mingxue's ice attribute. "Come on, let's eat. You try the monster crystal core first." "Eat?" Lin Mingxue pointed nervously at the crystal core. "Eat it directly? Didn't you say you would trust me unconditionally? Want to give it a try?" Chun-Yi asked with a smile. Lin Mingxue closed her eyes tightly and without hesitation stuffed the crystal core into her mouth. Sure enough, the crystal core was extremely hard, and she couldn't bite it at all. "Keep it in your mouth and don't move," Chun-Yi said softly, activating his SSS-Level talent energy guidance. The crystal core instantly became as soft as cream, turning into liquid with a gentle touch, and pure spiritual energy flowed into Lin Mingxue's body. Lin Mingxue opened her eyes and looked at Chun-Yi in shock. "Brother Chun-Yi, what exactly happened? Didn't I tell you that trusting me is always the right thing to do?" Chun-Yi said with a smile. Lin Mingxue was incredibly excited. "That's amazing. What other powers do you have that I don't know about?" Her face was full of surprise, and her eyes were filled with admiration and fascination as she looked at Chun-Yi. Ding! Lin Mingxue's favorability increased by 10 points. Lin Mingxue's favorability rating has reached 80 points. Congratulations, host, for successfully winning the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 enhancement points. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the beast taming skill, Beast Insight. Chapter 12, The Cultivation Method of Being a Cheater. The system notification sounded, and Chun-Yi was stunned for a moment, not expecting his favorability rating to break through so quickly. He had thought it would take until the battle lasted more than 20 minutes that night to break through, but it happened so suddenly. Looking at the enhancement points on the system interface, Chun-Yi chose to enhance his physique without hesitation. In the past few days, with increased physical activity, his physique value had risen to 10 points, barely reaching the level of a normal adult male. System, add another 10 points to Constitution. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current Constitution value, 20 points. Chun-Yi smiled and said, "All right, stop being so surprised. There are still 52 left. Eat them." Lin Mingxue nodded and, with the help of the energy guidance, quickly swallowed the remaining first-tier magical beast core. In an instant, pure energy surged within her body. The room temperature plummeted, and a chilling aura filled the air. Seeing this, Chun-Yi knew it was time to act. He hugged Lin Mingxue tightly, their foreheads gently touching, and once again channeled his energy. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed around them as if drawn by a force. Every 10 seconds, a thread of spiritual energy merged into Lin Mingxue's body, and every 30 seconds, a tiny thread of spiritual energy quietly merged into Chun-Yi's body. As the spiritual energy continued to merge, the temperature in the living room continued to drop, and a layer of frost gradually formed on the furniture. Lin Mingxue's originally jet-black hair began to turn white from the ends, and small dragon horns gradually grew on the top of her head. Has it entered armed mode? No, this is power manifestation. Holy crap, an SSS-level spirit beast. It can actually manifest its power at the first tier. However, it seems that my spiritual power is still a bit lacking, so I may not be able to fully manifest it. Power manifestation is a special state of a spirit beast, somewhere between its armed form and human form. When the power within a spirit beast becomes too abundant, a portion of it will overflow, granting the human form a certain power boost and appearance change. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Mingxue's body, and her level broke through to the third stage of the first tier. This was just the beginning. As Chun-Yi continued to guide the spiritual energy, her level soared to new heights. First tier, 4th stage. First tier, 5th stage. First tier, 6th stage. Until first tier, 8th stage, the energy of the 53 magical beast crystal cores was finally completely refined. Name, Lin Mingxue, Power Manifestation. Contract holder, Chun-Yi. Bloodline, SSS rank, Frost Dragon. Level, Tier 1, Stage 8. Constitution, 28. Spiritual power, 21. Attribute, Ice Dragon. Skill, Ice Breath. Favorability, plus 80 points. Friendliness, 6. At the same time, the light from Lin Mingxue refining the Demon Beast Crystal Core helped Chun-Yi break through to the 6th level of the first level, increasing his physique value to 25 points and his spiritual power value to 10 points. Is this already the 8th stage of the first rank? How did it happen so fast? Lin Mingxue was surprised to feel the changes in herself. The teacher said that if you grind a monster's crystal core into powder and soak it in water, you'll lose 80% of its spiritual power. Do you think that a monster's crystal core that you can swallow can be fully absorbed without this treatment? Chun-Yi explained. Lin Mingxue nodded. But there's no other way. How can you eat it if it's ground into powder? Even if you force it in, it would take several months to fully absorb the spiritual energy, right? So, I let you swallow it whole. And with my abilities, I guarantee no energy will be wasted. Chun-Yi gently flicked her forehead. Lin Mingxue suddenly realized. So that's how it is. No wonder I was able to break through to the 8th stage of the first rank with just 53 pills. She was shocked by Chun-Yi's ability, which was equivalent to 5 times the effect of a magical beast core. Even more incredible was that Chun-Yi didn't waste any spiritual energy when channeling it. Brother Chun-Yi, you're probably still not full, right? How about another monster leg? No problem, I love eating monster legs. Is it okay to eat it raw? Haha, really? Eat it raw? Just kidding, you can eat it however you like. Anyway, this thing doesn't have a high spiritual energy content. Chun-Yi stood up and gently poked the dragon horns on Lin Mingxue's head. Speaking of which, can I use this as a handrail tonight? It looks quite interesting. Lin Mingxue's face flushed instantly, and she pouted coquettishly. What armrest? Can't you be serious for once? Is that not allowed? All right. Lin Mingxue sighed and decided to tell Chun-Yi about the sacredness of the dragon horn. Chapter 13 Wind and Moon Valley. The next morning, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue went to the Beast Tamer Association to purchase monster cores. As a first-tier beast tamer, Chun-Yi could only purchase 30 first-tier monster cores per week, priced at 100 Dragon Kingdom coins per core. If he wanted to buy more, the price would double, with a maximum of 50 more cores. The black market was an option, but it was more expensive and extremely dangerous. There's no need to buy more. There are still 3 days until the final exams. We can go outside the city to hunt demons and earn some money, Chun-Yi suggested. Lin Mingxue hesitated slightly. Go hunting in the wild? Won't it be dangerous? Due to the dimensional rift, magical beasts descend upon the city daily. While the city is protected by a defensive barrier, making it difficult for low-level beasts to enter, the situation is different in the wild. Wild beasts devour each other to grow stronger, and occasionally, second- or third-tier beasts emerge, posing a certain danger. There are dangers, but the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish, Chun-Yi said with a smile. Besides, you certainly don't want to stay in the city forever, right? Lin Mingxue nodded. Okay, I'll do whatever Brother Chun-Yi says. After deciding on the hunt, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue spent 2 hours purchasing the necessities. With their spatial rings, going out became much easier, as all their belongings could be easily stored. Chun-Yi opened the map and finally decided to head to Fengyue Canyon, located in the southwest of Jiangqing. This place is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only one exit connecting to the supply depot to the west of Jiangqing. It's practically an isolated zone. The army regularly clears out these areas, making it difficult for low-level magical beasts to grow to higher levels, making it an ideal training ground for first-tier beast tamers. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, under bright sunshine, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue arrived at the supply station in the west of Jiangqing. Hundreds of beast tamers and spirit beasts had gathered at the station, all vying for teammates. Brother Chun-Yi, I saw in the comments that you can rent off-road vehicles at the supply station, but it takes at least 4 or 5 hours to get to Fengyue Canyon. Lin Mingxue reminded him. Rent a car. Chun-Yi looked at Lin Mingxue and joked. Do you have a driver's license? Huh? You don't have one? Lin Mingxue asked in surprise. I'm just a homeless man. How can I pay for driving lessons? The atmosphere became a little awkward. The distance from the supply depot to Wind and Moon Canyon is about 45 kilometers, a 4 to 5 hour hike. As a result, some people open car rental shops to profit from the price difference. The problem is, without a driver's license, you can't even rent a car. Just then, Chun-Yi suddenly thought of Lin Mingxue's Dragon Girl form, which was faster than an off-road vehicle. Just as he was about to make a suggestion, he suddenly heard a clear female voice. It's junior sister Mingxue. Looking back, they saw a woman in a beast-taming academy uniform walking towards them with a smile. Hello, may I ask who you are? Lin Mingxue was a little confused. I'm Su Yao, a junior. It's normal that you don't recognize me. The woman smiled. Junior Mingxue, your performance in the Beast Tamer assessment the day before yesterday was really awesome. Lin Mingxue smiled and replied. Thank you for the compliment. Su Yao smiled and then said, since you're going to Fengyue Canyon, our team just rented a car. Would you like to hitch a ride? Lin Mingxue's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. We were just wondering how to get there. Of course it's true. Everyone in our team is from the academy. We're so lucky to be traveling with you. Su Yao said with a smile. Thank you so much. Lin Mingxue said gratefully. Chun-Yi sighed slightly. It seemed that he would have to wait until the next time to have the chance to ride the dragon. Chapter 14 Monster Attack. Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue followed Su Yao to the team's meeting point. The team consisted of 2 men and 2 women, and their spirit beasts were all at the 2nd tier, 4th stage, and B-grade bloodline. Chun-Yi noticed that the system could only see the spirit beast's information and could not view the beast tamer's information, which felt strange. Great Yao Yao. What a coincidence to run into senior Lin Mingxue. Su Yao's beast tamer, Yi Chun, was also quite surprised to see Lin Mingxue. What? You're thinking of hooking up with Mingxue, your junior? How could that be? Yi Chun laughed. Leaving aside Yao Yao, do you agree? Does junior sister Mingxue agree? Chun-Yi rolled his eyes, thinking, the most important thing is, do I agree or not? The other team of beast tamers, Zhang Yuan and Zhou Feifei, greeted each other and couldn't help but ask Lin Mingxue out of curiosity. Junior sister Mingxue, is there something in your hat? I feel like there's energy surging inside the hat. Lin Mingxue smiled and said, let's talk about it after we get in the car. It's not convenient to reveal it today. After getting on the bus, Lin Mingxue's silver-white dragon horns and gradient hair color stunned everyone. Power manifestation? Junior sister Mingxue, you're only at the 1st level, and you've already manifested it. I thought the white at the ends of her hair was dyed, but I didn't expect it to be a manifestation of power. Junior sister Mingxue can even instantly kill a snow maiden. Facing the magical beasts in Fengyue Canyon, she can probably easily defeat even a second-tier magical beast. Hearing the exclamations of her seniors, Lin Mingxue felt a surge of pride. She hadn't heard such praise in a long time since awakening her F-rank bloodline. She took Chenyi's arm and said proudly, "This is all thanks to Brother Chenyi. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today." All four eyes turned to Chun-Yi simultaneously. The two girls looked on with admiration, while the two boys gazed at him with envy and jealousy. Chun-Yi's talent had recently become a hot topic of discussion in the Academy's online group, attracting even more attention than Lin Mingxue's race. Chun-Yi shrugged and explained, "That's Mingxue's own power. I just played a guiding role." These words sounded like a self-deprecating Versailles to the listeners, as everyone knew that it was a fantasy for an F-rank bloodline to possess such power. The atmosphere inside the car eased slightly because of these words, and everyone chatted and laughed as they headed towards Fengyue Canyon. Su Yao enthusiastically explained the situation of Fengyue Canyon. The average level of the monsters was Tier 1, Stage 10, and the difficulty was between 2 and 3 stars, making it suitable for fighting with ice and fire attributes. However, I have some inside information. Su Yao suddenly became serious. There is a cave at the southernmost end of Fengyue Valley. It's a story passed down from the adventurer group. Spiritual herbs grow inside, but it's not within the army's clearing range. If we could find that place, we'd probably become rich overnight. Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue were initially curious when they heard the rumor, but they quickly realized it was like an urban legend, completely unreliable. High-level beast tamers had already flocked there. It was impossible for low-level spirit beasts like them to get a turn. "If we have time, let's go take a look," Chun-Yi said with a smile. "This doesn't sound like a letter at all." Before Su Yao could finish speaking, the car suddenly shook violently. Lin Mingxue quickly grabbed Chun-Yi to prevent him from being hit. "Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? Aren't you watching where you're going?" "No, we've been attacked by monsters." Everyone looked out the window and saw a group of monsters rapidly approaching the car. One of the giant monsters, resembling a withered tree, had green energy balls gathering in its hands. Chun-Yi looked out the window, a hint of calm flashing in his eyes. Warcraft, Withered Wood. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Attributes, Earth Wood. Skills, none. Description, a monster formed from withered wood. It likes to attack lone individuals in packs. Immediately afterwards, another monster appeared. Warcraft, Demonized Deadwood. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level, Tier 2, Stage 3. Attributes, Earth Wood. Skill, Energy Ball. Description, the corrupted withered tree spirit possesses spiritual power in its roots, which can be used to make soup. Chapter 13 Wind and Moon Valley. It's a withered tree spirit. Why are there so many all of them suddenly? Why were the people who passed by before fine? Stop talking nonsense. Prepare for battle. What bad luck. For senior students quickly got off the bus and went into battle mode. Su Yao's spirit beast form was a blazing horse with flames burning on its 4 hooves. Zhou Feifei was a giant bear, 2 meters tall, giving off immense pressure. Lin Mingxue glanced at Chun-Yi, nodded slightly, and transformed into her frost dragon form. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread, blocking out the summer sun, and those around her couldn't help but shiver. Is this Mingxue's spirit beast form? Wow, it's huge and so cool. Wow, he's even more imposing than in the video. The withered tree spirits charged at the off-road vehicle, waving their withered branches and attacking the group. Yi Chun mounted Su Yao's fiery steed, brandishing his silver-white longsword, and charged into the demon horde, like an ancient general weaving through enemy lines. Zhang Yuan, meanwhile, used his support skills to aid Zhou Feifei. The giant bear's claws, blurring with shadows, inflicted secondary damage with each swing. Chun-Yi leaped up and jumped onto Lin Mingxue's back. Lin Mingxue gasped in surprise. You can jump that high? Swear, let's deal with that corrupted dead tree first, but be careful not to damage its roots. Lin Mingxue nodded and swiftly flew towards the demonized withered tree. She easily shattered the energy ball it fired, leaving only a faint wisp of blue smoke. Then, she struck down with her palm, severing the upper half of the demonized withered tree in half, instantly defeating it. Is this okay? Okay, that's fine. Then I'll go help my seniors. Lin Mingxue quickly turned around, her gaze falling on the senior students who were fiercely battling the withered tree demons. Although their levels were higher than the withered tree demons, The difference in numbers was too great, and they would soon be at a disadvantage. She took a deep breath. Ice breath. The first use after breaking through to the 9th stage of the first tier unleashed a torrent of icy blue mist, rapidly engulfing the horde of withered wood demons. The enemies were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and nearly half of the withered wood demons were annihilated. So strong. This is terrifying. If we come into contact with that mist, we'll all turn into ice sculptures. Lin Shen and Zhang Yuan watched this scene in shock. Although their levels were higher than the withered wood demons, it would still take them several moves to defeat them in a one-on-one fight. Lin Mingxue had wiped out more than 10 in one go. The difference in strength was simply too great. The remaining withered tree spirits were locked in combat with the senior students. But Lin Mingxue quickly changed tactics, kicking them one by one. In less than a minute, the remaining enemies were eliminated. Mingxue, you're amazing. Thanks to you. Otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to deal with these things. This wasn't my doing. It was all thanks to Brother Chen. After the battle, the upperclassmen began collecting their spoils. A total of 27 Tier 1 Magical Beast Cores, 1 Tier 2 Magical Beast Core, and 1 kilogram of demonized withered tree roots. Lin Shen finished tallying the items, his eyes shining. Selling these will make a lot of money. Brother Chen, Zhang Yuan and I just discussed it. We will only take the monster cores from the number of monsters killed, and the rest will be left to you and Meng Shui. Chen rolled his eyes. Fine. Anyway, you guys didn't really contribute much. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Shen suddenly noticed the ring on Chen Yi's hand. This is a spatial ring? That's right. Chen Yi replied casually. Everyone gasped instantly. A spatial ring. Chen Yi actually had one. What kind of family could possibly have a spatial ring? Shocked, they couldn't help but laugh at themselves. With such a beautiful spirit beast and powerful abilities, it was no wonder Chen Yi had the support of someone like Lin Mingxue. She was practically a wealthy and legendary figure by his side. After dividing up the spoils, everyone went to the off-road vehicle, only to discover a problem. All 3 tires except the left rear tire were flat. They had spare tires, but not enough. It seems we have no choice but to contact the supply depot and have them send someone over. Chen Yi said helplessly. Chapter 16. Do you want to ride me? Zhang Yuan frowned, looking troubled. This is really a headache. It seems we can't continue. Chen Yi replied. Then let's part ways here. Thank you for bringing me here. We're still 20 kilometers away from Fengyue Canyon. Are you going to walk? Zhang Yuan didn't finish his sentence. Everyone witnessed Chen Yi riding on Lin Mingxue's back. Lin Mingxue is a ready-made mode of transportation, and she can even fly. Well then, we'll do as Brother Chen Yi suggests. After exchanging a few words, Lin Mingxue led Chen Yi away from the place. The 4 watched the silver-white figure disappear into the horizon and couldn't help but sigh. If only we could be as strong as Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue. Speaking of Su Yao, Zhang Yuan awkwardly began. Look, there's no transportation available now, could you? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Shen interrupted him. Impossible. Do you want to die? Lin Shen, how much time will we waste walking there? No. I said no, and that's final. Lin Shen decisively refused, and everyone understood Zhang Yuan's meaning. Su Yao's spirit beast was a fiery horse, and Zhang Yuan actually wanted to ride her contracted spirit beast. Su Yao stood to the side, completely bewildered, not understanding the conversation between the boys at all. Brother Chen Yi, I have a question for you, and you must answer it honestly. What's wrong? Did you want to ride me from the very beginning? Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly as he muttered to himself. Last night, he had indeed touched Lin Mingxue's pair of silver dragon horns, and the sensation was indescribable. Although it's a bit inappropriate to say this, he has ridden in spirit beast form before, so why can't he? However, considering his and Lu Rian's experience, Chen Yi decided to apologize first. Sorry, it's faster this way after all. Seriously, you could have just said you wanted to ride me. Senior Su Yao and Senior Zhou Feifei kept glancing in your direction, and I felt like they had ulterior motives. Chen Yi was taken aback. Wait, is Shuer jealous? Does she not want me to ride in the car with the senior students? Lin Mingxue said coquettishly. I love hearing you say that. A hint of unease flashed in Lin Mingxue's eyes. I want to stand at the top of the world with Brother Chen Yi. Any beast tamer who reaches the top can have a group of beautiful women, but I don't think the 2 of them can do it. Oh, why not? They've made contracts with other beast tamers and abandoned their original beast tamers' spirit beasts. They're so unreliable. Hearing Lin Mingxue's explanation, Chen Yi smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not just anyone. The contract partner I choose will definitely be someone as beautiful and kind as you. Lin Mingshua's cheeks flushed, and she said coquettishly, Humph, you say that so sweetly. Chun-Yi was somewhat puzzled. Since binding with the system, apart from Lin Mingxua, he seemed to have never encountered a spirit beast that could trigger the contract favorability reward. He thought only spirit beasts with hidden bloodlines could trigger this reward, but he had seen 2 spirit beasts with S-rank bloodlines, and they still hadn't triggered it. Just as he was thinking, the system suddenly issued a notification sound. To trigger the favorability acquisition quest rewards, the host needs to meet the following 3 conditions. Firstly, the other party has not been bound by a contract. Secondly, the other party's favorability level at the time of the contract cannot be lower than 0. Thirdly, the opponent possesses a hidden bloodline of SS rank or higher, which has not yet been activated. I see. Chun-Yi nodded, not expecting that he could get the answer by simply asking the system. However, the first condition gave him a headache. The spirit beast had never been contracted before, which was very difficult. F-rank beast tamers might not be willing to form a contract with him, and F-rank bloodline spirit beasts are almost always accepted by higher-rank beast tamers. To find a spirit beast that hasn't been contracted before, Chun-Yi thought he might have to look for one that has just come of age. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxua flew for 5 or 6 minutes and finally arrived at Fengyue Canyon. She encountered a few magical beasts along the way, which she dealt with easily. However, collecting monster materials was troublesome, requiring him to jump off the dragon's back each time to retrieve them. Even though Chun-Yi's physique had reached 25 points, he couldn't withstand such an ordeal. If only these magical beasts could obediently gather together and let Schwer kill them. Chun-Yi muttered to himself, Brother Chun-Yi, something's wrong up ahead. Following Lin Mingshua's gaze, a group of insect-like monsters, about 40 or 50 in number, were converging in one direction. Warcraft, Iron-Skinned Centipede. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Ironclad Defense. Description, possesses an outer shell comparable to steel, offering no other advantages besides defense. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Incident. Is this my dream come true? Chun-Yi exclaimed in surprise, thrilled by the sight before him. Schwer, wipe out all those bugs. Okay. Lin Mingxua nodded and quickly spread her wings and flew towards the group of iron-skinned centipedes. Sensing the chill of the frost dragon, the iron-skinned centipedes turned around, emitting a fierce insect chirping sound, and fearlessly charged towards Lin Mingxua. You guys are real men. Chun-Yi thought to himself. Lin Mingxua took a deep breath and then unleashed her ice breath. The icy air spread rapidly, instantly freezing most of the iron-skinned centipede into an ice sculpture, which shattered into countless ice blocks. The remaining iron-skinned centipedes persisted in their attacks, but without exception, they all became the dead souls beneath Lin Mingshua's feet. You've struck it rich. So many monster cores, enough for you to break through to the 2nd tier. But I'm full now and I can't eat anymore. What are you thinking about? The sun hasn't set yet. Let's collect more crystal cores. After a 3-hour hunt, as the sun set, Lin Mingxua stopped in front of a large tree, crushed 2 magical beasts, and found a natural place to spend the night. Chun-Yi took out a warning stone and set it outside the tree hole, then poured the monster cores onto the table. There were 396 first-tier monster cores and 150 second-tier monster cores. Come on, let's eat. Start with a Tier 1 magical beast core. If you can't finish it, remember to say so. Lin Mingxua picked up the crystal core without hesitation and ate it one bite after another, while Chun-Yi assisted her in refining the spiritual power. Lin Mingshua's eyes flashed with blue light as she swallowed 77 magical beast cores in one go. Phew, I'm full. I never knew you could stuff so much stuff in your little mouth. Lin Mingxua blushed immediately and said coquettishly, Can you not be so dirty-minded? What did I do wrong? Really? Chun-Yi retorted with a laugh. You're the one who's got the wrong idea. Besides, it was you who asked for it last night. All right, stop. Quickly help me refine the spiritual energy. Over the next 3 hours, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Lin Mingxua successfully broke through to the 2nd stage of the 2nd tier, and Chun-Yi also broke through to the 9th stage of the 1st tier. That's strange. Logically speaking, with so many magical beast cores, I should be able to break through to the 4th or 5th stage of the 2nd tier. Why does it feel like even breaking through to the 2nd stage of the 2nd tier is so difficult? Chun-Yi explained. The stronger the bloodline, the more spiritual energy is needed for a breakthrough, and the greater the gap becomes in the later stages. Lin Mingxue suddenly realized. I see. But with Brother Chen Yi's help, it doesn't matter if I consume more spiritual energy. You've had your meal. How about we do some exercise? Chen Yi joked. Lin Mingxue blushed. It's not that. It's just that it's nice to experience this feeling occasionally. Are the warning stones set up? Don't worry, we'll know as soon as there's any noise. But if you make too much noise, things might get complicated. No, it won't. But remember to hold the dragon horns gently. They're very sensitive. The following morning, the two continued their hunt, aiming for even more magical beast cores. After breaking through to the second tier, Lin Mingxue could also gain spiritual power by consuming first-tier magical beast cores. Although her family was wealthy, the need for cores still existed. Chun Yi knew that the stronger the bloodline of a spirit beast, the more spiritual energy it needed to break through. Taking advantage of the time, collecting demon beast cores was a wise move. Half a day later, the two had reaped a rich harvest, with over 500 first-tier magical beast cores and over 200 second-tier magical beast cores. Lin Mingxue successfully broke through to the third stage of the second tier, and Chen Yi also broke through to the first stage of the second tier. Brother Chen Yi, are you staying in the tree hole again tonight, or going home? The final exam is the day after tomorrow. Go back and rest. You've almost wiped out the monsters. It'll be a while before the harvest is finished. Okay. Just as the two were about to leave Fengyue Canyon, a strange noise suddenly came from the distant forest, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Schwer, are you hungry? You're making too much noise. Brother Chen Yi, this is not the time for jokes. As the biting wind blew, Lin Mingxue soared into the air, and Chun Yi immediately became alert. The two looked into the distance, where a stone giant, even larger than Lin Mingxue in her dragon form, was sweeping across the forest, felling trees and shaking the earth wherever it passed. Warcraft, Forest Giant. Difficulty, 8 stars, Beastmaster. Level, Tier 4, Stage 1. Attributes, Earth Wood. Skills, Vine Whip, Trample, Crushing Fist. Description, the stone golem was transformed after consuming a wood attribute magical beast. It possesses immense power and astonishing defense. Chapter 18, The Greatest Threat. How could a 4th-tier magical beast appear in Fengyue Canyon? Aren't there regular monthly cleanups? Where did this thing come from? Stop talking nonsense and run. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have come here. Hang in there. The supply depot has received a distress call, and the Beastmaster Association will be here to rescue us soon. 30 or 40 panicked beast tamers and spirit beasts were fleeing frantically, their desperate cries echoing through the air. The forest giant is recorded in the bestiary. It is slow-moving and slow to react. Its only difficulty is that it has thick skin and tough flesh. However, it was accompanied by a large group of magical beasts, and the number of the monster horde was staggering, probably at least 1,000. Most of these magical beasts are at the second tier, but with such a large number, they can still unleash powerful combat strength. Chun Yi's eyes widened, and he rubbed them. Schwer, am I seeing things? This is a monster tide. Lin Mingxue smiled wryly and said, That's right, Brother Chen Yi. It really is a Warcraft wave. This place is a leveling paradise with millions of 5-star reviews from netizens. So how did we encounter a 4th-tier monster and a monster horde? She felt both surprised and helpless. Chun Yi's lips curled up slightly, and he was secretly delighted. More than 1,000 magical beasts meant more than 1,000 magical beast crystal cores. Moreover, many of them are second-tier magical beasts, which is a huge profit. He quickly scanned the information on the monsters and found that most of them did not have ranged attacks or flight capabilities. To Lin Mingxue, these magical beasts were simply targets. Mingxue, you know what I mean, right? Certainly. Let's go then. Try to finish the battle before sunset. It'll be troublesome to collect materials after dark. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxue spread her dragon wings and flew into the sky. A chill instantly filled the entire forest, and an intense, icy aura swept through. What is that? A dragon? Holy crap, it's a dragon-type magical beast. Are you blind? That's a spirit beast. It's that junior sister Mingxue who passed the beast tamer exam at lightning speed. The students who had escaped saw Lin Mingxue and cried out for help as if they had seen a savior. The other adventurers also looked at her, hoping for her help, and desperately cried for help. Lin Mingxue didn't say much. After flying to a suitable angle, she took a deep breath and instantly released her ice breath. A white mist surged toward the monster horde, instantly freezing dozens of monsters into ice sculptures, which shattered and scattered into countless ice crystals. This is just the beginning. Each of Lin Mingshua's icy breaths was like an ice storm, freezing at least dozens of magical beasts into ice sculptures, which then turned into ice crystals and scattered. The trees were covered in white frost, like a silvery white carpet, and the air was chilling. Upon seeing this, the forest giant immediately launched a counterattack. It swung its stone fist, bringing with it a fierce wind and mud and sand as it attacked Lin Mingxue. The attack power of a fourth-tier magical beast is indeed astonishing. A single punch can be fatal. But Lin Mingxue lightly flapped the dragon's wings, easily avoiding the attack, and quickly took off. The forest giant immediately changed tactics, unleashing a vine attack in an attempt to knock Lin Mingxue down. The vines were too short to reach her, and the other magical beasts had no ranged attack capabilities, so they could only watch helplessly as her icy breath reaped their lives. After several rounds of fighting, Lin Mingxue was only covered in dust and completely unharmed. On the other hand, the monsters lost almost half of their minions. The beast tamers and spirit beasts were stunned by what they saw. He single-handedly fought against thousands of magical beasts and still managed to hold his own. Has junior sister Mingxue gotten stronger again? She didn't seem this strong when she killed the withered tree demon yesterday. She's holding back her power, afraid of accidentally hurting us. This is her true strength. Truly worthy of being called a genius who passed the beast tamer exam at lightning speed. He's amazing. Should we be considered saved? The crisis is not over yet, but with Lin Mingxue here, we can organize a counterattack. Yes, if she can clear out the monster minions, the remaining forest giants won't be a problem. As the number of monsters decreased, Lin Mingshue's ice breath attack gradually weakened, but she still maintained a powerful output. With limited spiritual power, she cannot use skills without restriction, but with proper guidance, the monster minions can still be quickly eliminated. Everyone began to act, concentrating their efforts to lure the remaining monsters so that Lin Mingxue could wipe them out in one fell swoop. Chapter 19 Beast King. Lin Shen shouted, "Everyone, gather together. Don't scatter. Gather those monster minions together. If you want to survive, don't even think about running away. Use that big tree as the meeting point." Upon hearing the command, the beast tamers and their spirit beasts immediately sprang into action, slowing their pace and forming a large circle around the enormous, towering tree. The tree leaned against the rock face, forcing the magical beasts to follow them in their orbit. Despite their sheer number, the monsters had become obstacles in their pursuit. They collided and jostled each other, their speed drastically reduced. Seeing this, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue secretly applauded them. That was a brilliant move. "Swear," Chun-Yi called out. "I know." Lin Mingxue swiftly dodged the forest giant's attack, instantly swooping down to the top of the tree. She took a deep breath, unleashing a torrent of icy breath. More than 200 magical beasts around the tree were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Immediately afterward, the pursuing monsters, unable to break in time, crashed into the ice sculptures, causing a massive stampede. 20 or 30 monsters were trampled to death. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxue unleashed another burst of icy breath, instantly annihilating over 100 monsters. This round of operations wiped out nearly 400 monsters. The remaining 200 or 300, though numerous, are no longer an insurmountable enemy. Moreover, reinforcements will arrive soon. We succeeded. Lin Shun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Don't let your guard down, stay vigilant. Those scattered magical beasts will continue to attack, Lin Shun reminded him. Immediately, using the frozen monster corpses as a barrier, the beast tamers and their spirit beasts formed a defensive line. The monsters, lacking intelligence, were hampered by the complex terrain, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. The beast tamers adopted a strategy of eliminating them one by one, and the situation gradually improved. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxue had been locked in a fierce battle with the forest giant for a long time. Despite her powerful attacks, she was unable to inflict any damage on it, while the forest giant's offensive also failed to hit Lin Mingxue. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. "Brother Chin-Yi, do we really have to defeat it?" Lin Mingxue asked. "Reinforcements will arrive soon. Wouldn't it be better to wait for them to defeat it?" She hesitated. "No way." Chun-Yi smiled slightly. "It's a beast king, a fourth-tier beast king's crystal core, worth thousands of times more than those second-tier magical beast crystal cores." "A fourth-tier beast king?" Lin Mingxue exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that the forest giant in front of her was actually a beast king. The beast king's crystal core not only possesses extremely powerful spiritual energy, but it can also enhance the abilities of spirit beasts and even allow them to learn new skills. The crystal cores of ordinary magical beasts are far inferior in comparison. Yes, it's its Beast King crystal core, Chun-Yi nodded and said. If we defeat it, the 4th tier Beast King crystal core will be ours. But I feel like I can't beat it. Its skin is too thick, Lin Mingxue said with some worry. No problem. Improving your combat power is my responsibility. Just leave it to me. Chun-Yi took out a red card from his pocket with the word up written on it. This card is a power booster card given by the system. It can increase the combat power of spirit beasts for 3 minutes, and is especially suitable for spirit beasts below the 5th rank. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi crushed the card. The fragments transformed into starlight, showering Lin Mingxue with light, and instantly merging with her. Lin Mingxue felt a surge of power coursing through her body, and her physical constitution and spiritual energy began to soar. What is this? Lin Mingxue asked in shock, not expecting Chun-Yi's trump card to be so powerful. Chun-Yi was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that this card could double her basic attributes, far exceeding the power of a 4th tier character. Chapter 20 seems to be out of the question. Chun-Yi hurriedly said, I'll explain later. There's not much time for strengthening. Let's deal with that thing first. Okay. Lin Mingxue nodded and charged toward the forest giant without hesitation. Sensing the change in Lin Mingxue's aura, the forest giant immediately launched a counterattack. It roared and strode towards Lin Mingxue, causing the ground beneath its feet to tremble violently. This time, Lin Mingxue no longer dodged. She directly extended her dragon claws to meet the giant's attack. With a deafening roar, the shockwave reverberated around them, and she managed to block the forest giant's fist, which was as massive as a siege engine. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mingxue opened her dragon mouth and spewed out a stream of icy air, which covered the forest giant's head with frost, causing the temperature in the air to drop sharply. The giant retreated in pain, the stones on his body cracking from the cold, clearly indicating that Lin Mingxue had gained the upper hand. While the beast tamers were engaged in fierce battle with the magical beasts, they were shocked by the battle. Is Lin Mingxue really only at the 1st tier? Even 4th tier magical beasts are no match for her. That's too powerful. I've never seen a 1st tier spirit beast able to injure a 4th tier magical beast. Why does Mingxue's aura feel like that of a 4th tier spirit beast? The battle was drawing to a close. The monsters were fighting on instinct and unable to take advantage of the terrain. The remaining monsters were defeated one by one and no longer posed a threat. At this moment, the beast tamers realized that even the rescue team seemed unnecessary. Lin Mingxue's power was in no way inferior to that of the forest giant, and the battle was almost entirely one-sided. Roar! The forest giant roared angrily and began to stomp the earth. However, for Lin Mingxue and Chun-Yi, this was nothing but a futile struggle. For them, flight rendered almost every stomp of the giants ineffective. Under Lin Mingxue's fierce attack, the forest giant finally fell to the ground, never to rise again. Its vines withered, and the remaining monsters let out mournful cries and scattered in all directions. The 4th tier magical beast, the forest giant, was thus single-handedly killed by Lin Mingxue. The magical beast tide subsequently collapsed. The beast tamers were not relieved, but rather deeply shocked by Lin Mingxue's power. How can a 1st tier spirit beast be so strong? Could this be an SSS-level spirit beast? No matter what, Lin Mingxue is simply too strong. Phew, I survived. I can brag about this experience for years to come. Look, there's a rescue team over there. Seeing the rescue team rapidly approaching, Chun-Yi immediately instructed Lin Mingxue to land and dig out the 4th tier Beast King crystal core from the forest giant's chest. This crystal core is worth about 500 Dragon Kingdom coins for ordinary magical beasts, but the Beast King crystal core can sell for over 100,000. Brother Chun-Yi, can I still use the power that made me stronger? Lin Mingxue asked expectantly. What's wrong? Worried about the final exam? No, I just like the feeling of that burst of power. Chun-Yi shook his head helplessly and tapped Lin Mingxue's head. Girls, don't always think about strength, be reserved. I don't understand. If you're too reserved, Brother Chun-Yi won't be able to be happy. Chun-Yi smiled wryly. You little school beauty, have such a dirty mind. The rescue team arrived at the battlefield quickly. Captain Wang Yu was astonished after hearing the battle report. A 1st tier beast tamer and a 1st tier spirit beast were actually able to kill 2/3 of the magical beasts, and even 4th tier magical beasts were no match for them. How is this possible? Wang Yu frowned and asked, where are they? Everyone pointed to Lin Mingxue and Chun-Yi, who were collecting crystal cores not far away. It's them, Wang Yu stared at them in disbelief. Lin Mingxue? Lin Xian's daughter? Isn't she of F-rank bloodline? Chapter 21 Lin Mingxue, the one being targeted. Wang Yu and Lin Mingxue's father, Lin Xian, were university classmates. After graduation, they often teamed up to hunt monsters and were considered close friends. Although the level difference prevented them from teaming up anymore, they still kept in touch. After Lin Xian passed away 3 years ago, Wang Yu took special care of Lin Mingxue, given her natural beauty and the fact that both her parents possessed S-rank talent bloodlines. If Lin Mingxue could awaken a bloodline of A rank or higher, with 3 years of care and Wang Yu's S-rank talent, forming a contract with her wouldn't be a problem. However, fate often plays tricks. Who could have predicted that Lin Mingxue would awaken an F-rank talent, causing Wang Yu to instantly lose interest? But now, Lin Mingxue is displaying the powerful presence of a dragon-shaped spirit beast, capable of single-handedly defeating a horde of demonic beasts. Even more astonishingly, she has broken through to the second tier, experiencing a leap in strength. Captain, what's wrong? A team member asked. It's alright. Continue cleaning up the battlefield and find out the cause of the monster tide, Wang Yu calmly instructed. Then, Wang Yu walked over to Lin Mingxue and Chen Yi and greeted them with a smile. Mingxue, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Mingxue turned around and saw Wang Yu. She was slightly taken aback. Uncle Wang Yu? Didn't you say you were transferred to the Soul Guard? How come you're back so soon? Wang Yu said with a wry smile. My performance was poor, so I was sent back. Oh, is that so? Lin Mingxue was somewhat surprised. Let's not talk about that. Wang Yu changed the subject and asked, Mingxue, how come your bloodline is suddenly so strong? And why were you able to manifest your power at the second tier? Lin Mingxue naturally didn't hide anything and replied, Actually, I don't know much either, but Brother Chun Yi said that the power in my body is very special, no less than that of an S-level bloodline, which is why I was able to manifest my power ahead of schedule. Wang Yu's heart sank as he listened. Such powerful bloodline strength. If he had known this earlier, wouldn't his entire plan have failed? He had hoped to form a contract with Lin Mingxue, but he never expected her awakened bloodline to be so powerful, only to have it snatched away by another brat. You're living with this kid now? Wang Yu forced a smile as he looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi sensed something was off. A chill ran through him. Wang Yu's emotions seemed a bit off. Lin Mingxue, however, remained innocent and oblivious to the change. She nodded gently. Yes, we've made a pact and are living together now. Uncle Wang Yu, thank you for taking care of me these past 3 years. I will definitely repay you. Upon hearing the word repayment, a flicker of displeasure flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. He cursed inwardly. I only wanted to protect you, but now it seems all my efforts have been in vain. He quickly changed the subject. Congratulations on breaking free from the F-rank's constraints. After cleaning up the battlefield, the monster cores will be yours. Wang Yu remained calm and turned to handle business. Lin Mingxue was somewhat confused, feeling that Wang Yu was acting strangely today. Chen Yi sighed softly. Never mind that for now. Let's go back and cultivate. We have over 500 first-tier magical beast cores. Lin Mingxue nodded. Meanwhile, Wang Yu stood to the side, his anger growing stronger. His contracted spirit beast, Chu Qingze, noticed his emotions and approached. Wang Yu, have you been working on contracting Lin Mingxue for the past 3 years? Wang Yu gritted his teeth angrily and nodded in admission. Yes, I didn't expect that she would awaken a powerful bloodline and be snatched away by that brat Chen Yi. Chu Qingze frowned slightly. Her bloodline is actually stronger than mine. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed sharply, and his expression turned even more grim. Chu Qingze's S-rank bloodline allowed her to sense the aura of powerful individuals, but Lin Mingxue's bloodline was clearly far beyond his expectations. She has an SS-level bloodline? Wang Yu asked. Chu Qingze nodded. Yes, once she grows up, I'm afraid even if we join forces, we will have a hard time resisting her. Wang Yu gritted his teeth. How unlucky that a little brat beat me to it. At this moment, Wang Yu's other spirit beast, Lin Feng, stepped forward and whispered, since her ice dragon is so powerful, why not just snatch it away? Anyway, you're about to break through to the 8th rank. Giving her a spot wouldn't be bad. Chu Qingze echoed. We need to take it slow and investigate the man's background first. Wang Yu was silent for a moment, then finally said, I know her personality. She won't be easily swayed. That guy named Chun Yi probably has a powerful background. He took a deep breath. The most important thing now is to strengthen intelligence and defense. Chapter 22 Such a good thing. Night falls and the city lights come on. Chun Yi and Lin Mingxue, dragging their exhausted bodies, finally returned home. Their fighting spirit had been completely depleted. The two collapsed onto the sofa like punctured balloons, panting heavily. Brother Chini, was there something you wanted to say to me just now? You seemed hesitant to speak. Yes, but don't be angry. Don't worry, I won't get angry even if you call me ugly. Oh well. After a moment, Chun-Yi struggled to sit up from the sofa and began to express his guesses. After hearing this, Lin Mingxue looked puzzled. Really? Uncle Wang Yu has always been very good to me. How could he be that kind of person? It is precisely because he is exceptionally kind to you that he is more likely to have ulterior motives. Chun-Yi explained earnestly. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. You say your parents are scum, so what kind of good people can they associate with? Lin Mingxue paused, seemingly pondering. That makes sense. Indeed, it's hard for me to understand how people like them could make such kind friends. Chun-Yi patted her shoulder. But don't think too much about it. Once you've rested, come and cultivate. No matter what kind of person Wang Yu is, it's always good to be cautious. Lin Mingxue nodded. Okay, I understand. 5 hours later, Lin Mingxue successfully refined 71st tier magical beast crystal cores, breaking through to the 5th stage of the 2nd tier. Chun-Yi also broke through to the 2nd stage of the 2nd tier, greatly increasing his strength. As for the 4th tier Beast King crystal core, the two decided to refine it after the final exam. Brother Chini, are you coming tonight? Of course. We can rest tomorrow. Let's have a blast tonight. You are not allowed to touch the dragon's horns. Swear, I always dreamed of becoming a dragon knight when I was a child. Dragon knight? Your dream is way too far-fetched. Can it be done tonight? Sigh, I just can't do anything with you. Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. News of the events in Fengyue Canyon quickly spread throughout Jiangqing, shocking all the low-level beast tamers. They had originally thought Fengyue Canyon was a good place for beginners to hone their skills, but unexpectedly, a beast tide dominated by 4th-tier magical beasts had broken out. However, the reports of the event were heavily edited. Yesterday, a group of novice beast tamers were attacked by a monster horde during a hunt. Fortunately, the guard team arrived in time and successfully wiped out the monster horde without any casualties. The guards quickly intervened, quelled the incident, offered compensation, and requested that the truth not be revealed. Mr. Chun-Yi, Ms. Lin Mingxue, the guard explained. If the truth is exposed, it may affect the reputation of the guard team, and we will compensate you. Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue believed it to a large extent. After all, giving rewards privately would enhance their reputation and reduce the danger. Don't worry, we're tight-lipped. Thank you for your cooperation. Please contact Captain Wang Yu if you need anything. After the guards left, the two looked at each other and smiled, their lips curving upwards involuntarily. Brother Chini, it's actually a 2nd-tier Ice Attribute Beast King Crystal Core. Swear, you're laughing a bit too much. What's wrong? Do you need me to suppress it? Anyway, I have nothing to do today. Ahem, I just woke up, let me rest for a while. I'll let you hold the dragon horn. Come on, but let's order takeout first. I'm hungry. Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability rating, 83 points. Chapter 23 Undercurrents. That evening, inside a private room at a luxury restaurant in Jiangqing, the lighting was dim and the atmosphere was heavy. Lu Ruyan, do you dare to take responsibility for what you said? Wang Yu stared at the two people in front of him with a serious expression and asked in a heavy tone. Throughout the day, Wang Yu went to great lengths and used a great deal of his connections, all to investigate Chun-Yi's background information. However, the results only confused him more and more as he investigated. This Chun-Yi, on the surface, seems to have no background and is just an orphan from the slums. However, as the investigation deepened, some chilling details were discovered. In this information age, it is absolutely impossible for a person's activity trajectory to be completely concealed. However, Chun-Yi had no activity records for a full 18 years, as if he suddenly appeared in this world after he came of age. You can't exactly say Chun-Yi is a time traveler, can you? Therefore, Wang Yu decided to change his approach and start his investigation with Lu Ruyan, the only person Chun-Yi had ever interacted with, which led to the current situation. But who would have thought that they would hear about how Chun-Yi had almost starved to death, how he had awakened his E-level talent half a year ago, and how he had just formed a contract with Lin Mingxue 5 days ago. This is ridiculous. Breaking through from level 1 to level 2 in just 5 days? Are you kidding me? I swear, everything I've said is true. Lu Ruyan said with a serious expression. that Chun-Yi is really an orphan and a complete loser. Wang Yu scratched his head, somewhat speechless. This is really strange. How exactly did he manage to seduce Lin Mingxue? And how did he give Lin Mingxue that kind of power? At this moment, Qin Shouxing interjected. Brother Wang, I have some uncertain information here. Please don't blame me if the information is wrong. It's alright, go ahead and speak. Brother Wang, you know the Luo family in Shanghai, right? Wang Yu frowned deeply. The Luo family, the #1 beast tamer family in Shanghai. How could I not know them? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Qin Shouxing took out several photos and explained. After the assessment that day, I sent someone to investigate Chen-Yi. I got these photos through connections. Take a look, Brother Wang. Wang Yu took the photo and examined it carefully. Judging from the background of the photo, it appears to be a corridor of the teacher's offices at the Beast Taming Academy, with nothing particularly noteworthy. However, when he flipped through the last few photos, his pupils suddenly contracted. The old man walking out of the office in the photo is none other than Luo Qinghe, the head of the Luo family, and one of the 7 dragon generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Why did the 7 dragons appear at the Beastmaster Academy in Jiangqing? And he even stayed in the room with Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue for 5 minutes? When did this happen? 5 days ago, on the very night their Beastmaster assessment ended. Damn it. If Chun-Yi's background really is the Luo family of Shanghai, then this is going to be troublesome. Wang Yu muttered through gritted teeth, his face growing increasingly gloomy. Although everyone on the school forum was speculating that it was Chun-Yi's talent that allowed Lin Mingxue to gain such great strength. However, Wang Yu knew Lin Mingxue's family background very well and knew that her parents were both S-level beast tamers, so it was impossible for their offspring to have F-level bloodlines. Therefore, the most likely explanation is that Lin Mingxue's true bloodline was hidden for some special reason. It was by chance that Chun-Yi activated Lin Mingxue's bloodline. Given Lin Mingxue's personality, she chose to form a contract with Chun-Yi in order to repay a debt of gratitude. As long as Chun-Yi is killed, Wang Yu can still take over Lin Mingxue, whose bloodline has been activated. However, the key issue now lies in what exactly is the relationship between Chun-Yi and the Luo family of Shanghai? Why would the head of the Luo family, Luo Qinghe, personally receive him? Qin Shouxing looked at Wang Yu, who had a furrowed brow, and then glanced at Lu Ruyan, who seemed like a good-for-nothing. A bold plan gradually emerged in his mind. Without making a sound, he pulled Wang Yu into the bathroom, took out his phone, and quickly typed out 2 sentences. When these 2 sentences were presented to Wang Yu, his brows furrowed even more. Tomorrow is the final exam for the Beast Taming Academy. If you kill Chun-Yi during the final exam and fake it as an accident, wouldn't Lin Mingxue be yours for the taking, Brother Wang? Wang Yu remained silent for a moment, then finally took out his phone and replied with a message. Lin Mingxue is very strong. How will you bypass her and kill Chen-Yi? Upon seeing this, Qin Shouxing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Silently, he took out a syringe filled with dark green liquid from his bag. Have you seen the recent news? I managed to get a vial of the latest psionic enhancement serum developed by the United States. He claimed that injecting the spirit beast would allow it to unleash power exceeding 2 or 3 ranks, and even included a demonstration video, so he probably wasn't lying. Wang Yu took the phone and examined it carefully. In the video, the spirit beast girl became incredibly ferocious after being injected with the potion, easily defeating dozens of magical beasts several times stronger than herself. I initially thought the UK was just creating another marketing gimmick, essentially an advertisement for selling health supplements made from mythical beasts. Did I not expect them to actually do it this time? Are you planning to inject your contracted spirit beast with this stuff, and then kill Chen-Yi? With such a powerful effect, the side effects must be significant, right? Qin Shouxing grinned, and continued typing his reply. Of course. Anyway, I've been playing with Lu Ruyan for a week, and I'm getting a little tired of it. I should be able to break through to the 3rd tier after the assessment, so it's time to find some proper spirit beast contracts and change things up. For a useless person with an E-rank bloodline to gain such immense power before death is a kind of solace. Looking at Qin Shouxing's words, and recalling the monster that Lin Mingxue had killed in Fengyue Canyon yesterday, I realized that. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and hesitated briefly. He naturally wanted to kill Chen-Yi and then take over Lin Mingxue. But the problem is that Chun-Yi might have some connection with the Luo family in Shanghai. If he really kills Chun-Yi and takes over Lin Mingxue, once the matter is exposed, the Luo family of Shanghai can kill him as easily as crushing an ant. Ultimately, however, desire triumphed over reason. As long as we don't get caught, won't everything be fine? Thinking of this, A resolute glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. All right, let's do it this way. But Shoshing, you're helping me like this. Surely you have your own ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Qin Shoshing's smile deepened. He leaned close to Wang Yu's ear and whispered, Brother Wang, don't you have a lot of stock on hand? I remember a month ago, you bought a pair of B-grade bloodline twins in Seoul, right? Our Qin group is a little short on cash lately. Hearing this, Wang Yu finally understood what Qin Shoshing meant. No wonder he was so proactive today. So you just wanted to try something new. With a B-grade bloodline and being twin beauties, such twin spirit beasts are generally worth around 5 million in the eyes of some wealthy people. It's definitely a high-end product. But Lin Mingxue is someone who can defeat a third-tier magical beast when she is only at the first tier. Such a bloodline, coupled with the school beauty's looks, is something that cannot be measured by this small amount of money. Trading sesame seeds for watermelons is an absolute steal. Thinking of this, Wang Yu patted Qin Shoshing on the shoulder and laughed. These are all minor matters. As long as I can get Lin Mingxue, the twins are yours. But you should understand, right? What if things are exposed? Qin Shoshing smiled and said, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Even if it's exposed, I will never reveal anything about Brother Wang. Chapter 24 Luo Shirin. Inside the private room, Lu Rian sat in her seat, her eyes occasionally drifting towards the direction of the restroom, a strange unease rising in her heart. Finally, Qin Shoshing and Wang Yu came out of the restroom, both with unnatural smiles on their faces. However, for some reason, Lu Rian felt a chill creep over her. Like smoke, Qin Shoshing broke the silence first. I'll go with you to the final exam you mentioned before tomorrow. Lu Rian was slightly taken aback, then quickly said, Okay, thank you, Brother Shoshing. Hearing that Qin Shoshing was willing to waste his time accompanying her to the final exam, Lu Rian didn't take it to heart anymore. Having contracted a powerful beast tamer, isn't the point to show off to my sisters? The final exam is a perfect opportunity. Rian, I still have some things to discuss with Brother Wang. You go back to your room and rest first. I'll keep you company tonight. Really? Thank you, Brother Shoshing. All right, go back now. After all, this is your last night. Qin Shoshing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Of course, he didn't say the last sentence. If the spirit enhancement potions from the Eagle Kingdom could truly increase the strength of spirit beasts by 2 or 3 levels without any side effects, they would be priceless. People like them have no chance of getting it. A toy with E-grade bloodline can truly make the most of its remaining value by playing a crucial role at the last moment. There are 2 sides to the story. In the evening, after Chun-Yi helped Lin Mingxue refine the magical beast crystal core, it was already around 10 o'clock. It has to be said that the energy required for upgrades is increasing significantly these days. After consuming 100 Tier 1 magical beast cores, and even with Chun-Yi's energy guiding skill, he still hadn't leveled up. This made Chun-Yi sigh, realizing that the path to upgrading was becoming increasingly difficult. However, there's plenty of time ahead. With Lin Mingxue's strength, breaking through to the 10th rank or higher in the future is no big deal. After a week together, the two were already like an old married couple, and their tacit understanding needed no further explanation. Lin Mingxue grabbed Chun-Yi and, taking advantage of the power she gained from manifesting her strength, quickly stripped him naked and gave him a comfortable hour-long bath. Just as they wanted to return to their room and increase their friendliness. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. Lin Mingxue looked helpless, muttering to herself, I'm about to get down to business, and someone has to bother me this late. Really? As she thought about it, she reluctantly put on her coat and slowly walked towards the door. Chun-Yi was also worried that Wang Yu might be up to something, so he followed closely behind Lin Mingxue. When the door opened, Lin Mingxue and Chun-Yi were both stunned. Standing at the door was a mature and beautiful woman in a light blue dress. She is tall, has a beautiful face, and a graceful demeanor. In particular, her youthful face and large breasts are very eye-catching. Lin Mingxue was completely bewildered, secretly wondering to herself. It's so strange that such a beautiful woman, dressed so scantily, appears at my door late at night. She couldn't help but glance at Chun-Yi, thinking, Chun-Yi already has me. He shouldn't need to order takeout again, right? The mature and beautiful woman smiled slightly upon seeing this, her smile as warm as a spring breeze, instantly making people feel good about her. Could it be that I've disturbed you too? However, Chun-Yi was stunned for a long time, because a system interface appeared on this mature and beautiful woman. Name, Luo Shirin. Contract Master, none. Bloodline, Rank F Singing Bird. Hidden Bloodline. SSS Rank Azure Phoenix. Level Tier 1, Stage 4. Constitution 9. Spiritual Power 11. Attribute Wind. Skill Cyclone. Favorability plus 15 points. Affinity not yet started. Evaluation. Due to severe damage to his vocal cords in childhood, he was completely unable to bear the sonic power of the Azure Phoenix, and was thus completely hidden away. Activating his hidden Azure Phoenix bloodline allows him to sing the Song of Destruction. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded the spirit beast's information. If the host successfully forms a contract with them and raises their affinity level to 80 points or higher, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 1 15 enhancement points. Reward 2 combat skill Wind Blade Slash. Reward 3 item 100-year-old divine bee honey. The system task was successfully activated. SSS level Azure Phoenix bloodline. Holy crap. In the living room, Lin Mingxua poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Luo Shireen, then quietly sat down next to Chen-Yi. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. Late at night, a beautiful stranger appeared in my house, and she didn't seem to be polite at all. It's just so weird, isn't it? To break the awkward silence, Lin Mingxua spoke first, asking, "Excuse me, who are you? What brings you here so late at night?" Luo Shireen smiled and said softly, "I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see you, Chen-Yi." Looking for brother Chen-Yi? Lin Mingxua immediately became wary. Could this really be Chen-Yi's unsatisfied desires leading him to order takeout? Chen-Yi frowned slightly. If it weren't for the fact that her favorability rating was positive, people might have immediately thought an enemy had arrived after hearing this. "Are you looking for me? But before explaining your purpose, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Luo Shireen coughed twice and said in a familiar tone, Sorry, I was too excited and forgot. My name is Luo Shireen, and I come from the Luo family in Shanghai. My grandfather asked me to come find you, because maybe you can activate my power." The Luo family of Shanghai. Lin Mingxua repeated it, an expression of disbelief on her face. "Yes." Luo Shireen pointed to the spatial ring on Chen-Yi's right finger. "That thing was a gift from my grandfather." Wait. Lin Mingxua quickly interrupted. "You said your name is Luo Shireen, and you come from the Luo family. Are you trying to say that your grandfather is Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals?" Luo Shireen nodded. "Yes. Didn't my grandfather introduce himself to you last time?" These words were spoken. Lin Mingxua felt her head buzzing for a moment, as if her worldview had collapsed. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. No wonder the head of the teaching department was so respectful last time. It turns out that old man was one of the 7 dragon generals. Chen-Yi's focus differed from Lin Mingxua's. It was Luo Qinghe who sent Luo Shireen to find him. Could it be that the system's secret has been exposed? After thinking for a moment, Chen-Yi asked in return, "May I ask why your grandfather thinks I can activate your power?" However, Luo Shireen gave an irrelevant answer. She grabbed Chen-Yi's other arm and said expectantly, "None of that matters. I just want to know one thing. Chen-Yi, do you think I have a way to become a dragon like Xiao Mingxua?" Chapter 25. Should we go together? With a stunning face comparable to Lin Mingxua's, and a figure even more alluring than Lin Mingxua's, I have to say, it's a real killer weapon. Even though Chen-Yi has entered the 4th or 5th sage mode today, seeing this scene before me, I couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in my heart. That's incredibly powerful. "What are you doing?" Lin Mingxua rushed forward and forcibly separated Chen-Yi and Luo Shireen. Chen-Yi was her man, yet Luo Shireen made such intimate gestures in front of her. Even if she really is the eldest daughter of the Luo family, we absolutely cannot let her act so recklessly. Luo Shireen shrugged, still maintaining her carefree attitude. "Anyway, we'll definitely be doing something even more exciting later. As the first one, you'd better show a generous attitude." Despite having awakened an F-rank bloodline, she possesses such a cheerful personality. I really don't know whether to say she has a good personality or a bad personality. "No." I said no, and that's final. Since Chen-Yi hasn't said anything yet, you shouldn't interrupt. Seeing that the conversation seemed to be getting out of control, Chen-Yi quickly changed the subject. All right, you two beauties, take a break. Luo Shireen, I'll tell you the truth. I can indeed activate your hidden bloodline power." "Real?" Luo Shireen's eyes lit up instantly, her face full of surprise. As expected, Grandpa's judgment was correct. I really am not an F-level waste. She awakened her F-rank bloodline at the age of 18, and at that moment it felt like the sky had fallen. After 3 years, she had become disheartened and even prepared herself to just wait to die until she was sent for euthanasia. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and she actually met someone who could activate her power. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 25 points. But, suddenly, Chun-Yi changed the subject, saying, "Without a contract, I can only help you temporarily activate your power. To permanently activate it, you must maintain a contractual relationship with me. You should understand what I mean, right?" "No problem," Luo Shirin answered without hesitation. "That's exactly what I came here with. So let's not delay, let's start the contract now." As she spoke, she pulled Chun-Yi up and prepared to choose a room to begin the contract process. "No." Lin Mingxue angrily blocked Luo Shirin's path. "Chun-Yi is mine tonight. Nobody can take him away." Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin also wrapped her arm around Lin Mingxue's slender waist, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Then how about together?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue's face instantly turned bright red. You shameless." "Just kidding." Luo Shirin looked at Chun-Yi with a serious expression. "Chun-Yi, can I experience my awakened power first?" Chun-Yi smiled and nodded. "Okay, but we have to go to the rooftop." "To the rooftop?" Luo Shirin was taken aback. "My spirit beast form is only about the size of a little duck. Do I really need to go there?" Chun-Yi smiled and said, "You'll see when the time comes." "Okay." After Luo Shirin finished speaking, she immediately rushed out of the room. They didn't even want to take the elevator, and just ran towards the rooftop. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 50 points. Watching Luo Shirin's excited figure, Lin Mingxue couldn't help but sigh, as if she were seeing her former self. Having lived for only a month as an F-rank bloodline, he was already contemplating suicide. Luo Shirin, on the other hand, endured 3 whole years in a large family like the Luo family, so the pressure she faced was probably no less than Luo Shirin's. That optimism must have been an act, right? After changing her clothes, Lin Mingxue entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 40th floor, the top floor. Lin Mingxue walked up to Chun-Yi and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chun-Yi, are you going to stay with her tonight?" Chun-Yi gently stroked Lin Mingxue's head and asked, "Do you agree? If you don't agree, then forget it." Lin Mingxue shook her head. "How could I disagree? No one understands better than me the feeling of being found to have F-level bloodline." Upon seeing this, Chun-Yi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This girl is clearly jealous. After spending the past few days together, Chun-Yi could clearly sense that Lin Mingxue was kind-hearted, simple-minded, and had no ill intentions. As mentioned before, she was actually very happy for Chun-Yi to contract with more female spirit beasts. But with each additional female spirit beast, the love she receives is divided among them. How to treat every contracted spirit beast equally is a common problem faced by all beast tamers in this world. After all, they are human beings with feelings. "Don't worry, Schwer, I will never abandon you, not in this lifetime. Even if I only have 10 minutes tonight, I will give you 5 of them." Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue burst out laughing. 5 minutes? No way. It has to be at least 6 minutes. "Okay, I'll try my best to squeeze out a minute for you." Ding! Lin Mingxue's favorability increased by 2 points. Ding! Congratulations. Lin Mingxue's favorability has reached 85 points. Reward, plus 15 enhancement points. Suddenly, several system notification sounds rang in Chun-Yi's mind, almost startling him. Holy crap, there's a reward too. He originally thought that with only one favorability quest that granted 80 points, the subsequent increase in favorability wouldn't be very meaningful. At most, it would only indicate that the spirit beast girl liked him more and more. I didn't expect there would be a reward. Does this mean that when the favorability rating is above 80, a reward is given for every 5 points of favorability gained? Awesome. That's awesome. But this is a bit tricky. Once there are many spirit beast girls, we definitely won't be able to take care of them all. It would be good enough if the favorability rating didn't drop, and it seems a bit difficult to raise it. This is a headache. I guess I need to find some time to go online and learn some time management techniques from those high-level beast tamers. But the most important thing right now is to satisfy Lin Mingxue's 6 minutes. If we put all 15 enhancement points into physique, that should extend the time considerably, right? With that in mind, Chun-Yi no longer hesitated and immediately added all 15 enhancement points to his physique. Ding! Enhancement successful. Current constitution value, 48 points. The system notification tone had just finished. Chun-Yi suddenly felt that his back pain and leg pain had disappeared, as if he could fight Lin Mingxue for another half hour. Not bad, not bad. It seems that Schwerer won't be dissatisfied tonight. Speaking of which, even without talent bonuses, I feel like I could still participate in battle as a combat-type beast tamer with my physical attributes, right? I'll give it a try next time if I have the chance. Chapter 26 Azure Phoenix. Ding dong. With a crisp click, the elevator doors slowly opened, leading to the top floor. At first glance, the moonlight, as clear as water, shone on Luo Shireen, making her appear exceptionally bright in the night. Her light blue dress, like the surface of a lake under the moonlight, reflected a cool glow and exuded an elegant aura, making her look like a fairy. She ran faster than the elevator from the 11th floor, which shows how excited she was. "You've finally arrived." Luo Shireen's silvery voice rang out. "I've been waiting for you for so long." Chun-Yi shrugged and said helplessly, "I'm not going to run away. There's no need to be in such a hurry." "It's urgent, extremely urgent." "All right, since you're in such a hurry, I'll give you the power you want." As he spoke, Chun-Yi stepped forward, grasped Luo Shireen's hand, and activated his spirit beast awakening. Instantly, a warm power, like a babbling brook, flowed continuously from Chun-Yi's palm into Luo Shireen's body, quickly spreading throughout her entire being. Even though she was dressed quite lightly, and the night breeze was very cool, she still felt a very strong sense of heat. On her fair skin, streaks of blue-green runes slowly emerged, forming blue-green feathers. Her body, illuminated by the blue-green runes, gradually grew larger and slowly rose into the air. Clang clang. A clear, crisp cry echoed through the sky. After the light faded, a huge blue bird appeared before us, spreading its wings and taking flight. Its feathers shimmered with a jade-like luster, its long tail feathers flowed like smoke, and the trailing wisps of smoke from its slender tail feathers, along with the wingtips that shimmered with scattered white light under the moonlight, made it look extremely holy. Name, Luo Shireen, Spirit Beast Form. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, SSS Rank Azure Phoenix, Temporary Awakening. Level, Tier 1, Stage 4. Constitution, 34. Spiritual Power, 70. Attributes, Wind, Sound. Skills, Windblade, Song of Destruction. Favorability, plus 40 points. Affinity, not yet started. Upon seeing this, Lin Mingxue lightly waved her jade hand, directly creating an ice wall to serve as a mirror. After awakening, everyone will definitely want to see the changes in their appearance as soon as possible. As someone who's been through it all, she knows this all too well. This is my true appearance. Luo Shireen's gaze was fixed on her own figure inside the ice wall, her face filled with disbelief, and an indescribable excitement welled up in her heart. She's really not useless. Instead, it is the legendary Azure Phoenix that can sing the song of destruction and soar through the heavens. Her era has finally arrived. Alright, I've already checked. It's not good to disturb the other neighbors so late at night. No, let me watch a little longer. Oh well, never mind. Chun-Yi sighed at this. Fortunately, Lin Mingxue's building is the highest floor in the community, and there are no other residents around, so she shouldn't be seen by anyone. Let her enjoy this rare moment. Just then, Lin Mingxue gently tugged at Chun-Yi's sleeve. Her pretty face slightly flushed and said shyly, Brother Chun-Yi, actually I think Sister Shireen's suggestion just now is worth a try. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi was taken aback at first, then seemed to understand something. Could it be that you're talking about that? The next morning at 7:30, Chun-Yi slowly woke up from his sleep. The spirit beast girls were already up, and bursts of laughter and the sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen, as if they were preparing breakfast. After all, the final exams start at 9 o'clock. If I were to eat monster cores to satisfy my hunger, there wouldn't be enough time to guide my spiritual energy. So I ate a normal breakfast. However, judging from the situation, after one night, their relationship seems to have improved quite a bit, and the misunderstanding has been completely resolved. Congratulations. Congratulations. Contracted spirit beasts, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shireen. After glancing at the system panel, Chun-Yi also revealed a silly grin. Both of the female spirit beasts, who possess SSS-level bloodlines, have signed contracts with him. Moreover, they are all top-notch beauties, truly treasures bestowed by heaven. I have to say it's absolutely perfect. After changing his clothes, Chun-Yi had just stepped out of the room when he bumped into Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen, who were carrying steaming hot dishes. Steak, eggs, shumai, fish soup, and sandwiches make for a very hearty breakfast. I guess I got up before 7 a.m. to prepare it. How thoughtful. Brother Chini, you're awake. Brother Chini, you worked hard last night, so make sure you have a good meal this morning. Upon hearing this, Chin Yi's face immediately darkened. So you two know how hard I've worked. Of course, that's what they say. If Chun Yi had to choose whether or not to relive last night's experience, he would definitely choose to do it again without hesitation. After finishing breakfast, tidying up my clothes, and organizing the various supplies needed for the assessment, it was already 8:30. Fortunately, Sky International Community is not far from Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy. I took a taxi and arrived at the college's playground in just 5 minutes. The moment Chun Yi and his two companions stepped onto the playground, almost all eyes turned to them. It's Chun Yi. He really will be taking the final exam with Mingxue. He doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. Could it be that he was trying to build rapport with me last night as well? Is there even a question? She's the most beautiful girl at Lin University. If I were to have a contract with her, I'd start to wonder if I needed to make an appointment with a urologist if I didn't indulge myself. Speaking of which, aren't you focusing on different things? Haven't you noticed that Chun Yi has another beautiful woman by his side? Holy crap, all my attention was on Lin, the campus belle, and I almost didn't notice there was such a beautiful girl here. Who is she? She's just as stunning as Lin. I don't know her, but I have a rumor that Chun Yi has already broken through to the second tier. That beautiful woman might be Chun Yi's second contracted spirit beast. Break through to the second tier? How is that possible? You're telling me, just 6 days ago you were only at the first tier, stage 1, and now you're at the second tier? Are you kidding me? Anyway, after Chun Yi was dumped by Lu Ruyan, he really took off. The students around them whispered and discussed among themselves. The envy in his words seemed almost overflowing. They stared at Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, who were following Chun Yi like two protectors, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Of course, no fool dared to approach or provoke them. After all, Lin Mingxue was a ruthless character who, when she was at the second stage of the first tier, crushed a snow maiden at the 10th stage of the first tier with a single kick. Over the past few days, she must have become even stronger. Why provoke Chun Yi at this time? You probably want to turn into a human pancake, don't you? Seeing this scene, Luo Shirin playfully teased, Brother Chun Yi, you're really popular. Lin Mingxue smiled and chimed in. Brother Chun Yi is a big celebrity, of course he's popular. Chun Yi gave a helpless, bitter laugh. I think they're all talking about you too. Chapter 27 Final Exam. Time flew by, and it was already 8:50. The training ground of the Beast Taming Academy was bustling with activity. The dean, the head of teaching affairs, and high-ranking members of the Beast Tamer Association all arrived at the scene in luxury cars. In the crowd, Chun Yi's gaze inadvertently met that of Luo Shirin's grandfather, Luo Qinghe. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Chun Yi quickly and guiltily looked away, muttering to himself about what happened last night. After all, they had already formed a contract with Luo Shirin, so everyone knew what had happened. I feel a little embarrassed. However, besides Luo Qinghe, Chun Yi also saw a familiar figure, Lu Ruyan. He couldn't help but wonder. Qin Shouxing's family is so rich, what kind of resources can't they buy? Why did he have to come with her to participate in the assessment? Is it for academic credits? When Chun Yi noticed Lu Ruyan also noticed him at the same time and glared at him fiercely. I haven't done anything to wrong her, so why has her favorability rating dropped to -30 points? You go your sunny path, I'll cross my narrow bridge, we won't interact, so what's there to hate? Is it like the old saying goes, that she was jealous because she couldn't stand seeing her former partner doing so well? Just then, a pair of soft hands gently covered Chun Yi's eyes from behind. Brother Chun Yi, don't look. Why are you jealous again? Chun Yi smiled slightly. Alright, I won't look. I'll look at you, okay? That's more like it. Remember to look for me too, little brother Chun Yi. Let's watch together. I can't wait to take a second look. Chun Yi quickly put Lu Ruyan's matter out of his mind and started chatting with the two girls. What followed was a rather dull and tedious opening speech. Principal Yang Yuanxing stood on the stage, spitting everywhere. Unaware that the students taking the final exam below the stage were already yawning and dozing off. Well then, let's begin the assessment. I was so excited when I heard that the assessment was finally about to begin. The students present were instantly energized, each one eager to try their best and full of fighting spirit. Chun Yi was also somewhat dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The final exam only affects academic credits. Getting a good grade just means getting more resources, which is a small reward. Why are all these people so excited, like they've been injected with adrenaline? After saying this, Yang Yuanxing nodded slightly to the young teacher beside him, and then began to distribute teleportation crystals to each student. These teleportation crystals emitted a faint white light, containing subtle spatial energy ripples. This assessment is only to test your current abilities and will not have a significant impact on your future path. Therefore, please be sure to act within your capabilities and don't ruin your future for a little reward. If you encounter an invincible monster, crush the teleportation crystal. This will teleport you directly to the infirmary. Remember, life is the most important thing. One more thing, this assessment will be live-streamed by aerial drones. Although the school encourages you to fight each other to hone your combat skills, everything must be done in moderation. Never treat your classmates' lives as a game. Then I won't waste any more words. I will now open the portal to the trial grounds. Please enter in an orderly manner. As Principal Yang Yuanxing finished speaking, behind him, a spirit beast woman in her 50s slowly walked to the front of the stage. Although time has left some marks on her face, she still exudes a charm that lingers. She stretched out her hand and gently pointed forward, and a beam of light shot out from between her fingers, landing directly on the open ground of the playground. Instantly, light radiated outwards, forming a massive pillar of light. A few seconds later, the beam of light gradually dissipated, and a portal appeared before everyone's eyes. Space-type spirit beasts, as the name suggests, possess the special ability to use space-type skills. Possessing this attribute is extremely rare, 1 in 10,000 among spirit beasts. I really want one. I wonder when I'll be able to encounter a spatial attribute spirit beast. With this in mind, before long, Chun Yi led Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin into the teleportation portal. However, 10 meters behind Chun Yi, Qin Shouxing was staring at his back with a sinister look on his face, a wicked smile on his lips. Chun Yi, if you have someone to blame, blame yourself for making a contract with the wrong person. Be more careful next time. Lu Rian, standing to the side, frowned deeply, her ominous premonition growing stronger. How did Chun Yi break through so quickly? And where did he find such a beautiful spirit beast girl to form a contract with? Damn it, he's clearly a loser. So why has he changed so much after we broke up? But there's no use thinking about it now. She has already established a contractual relationship with Qin Shouxing, and Qin Shouxing comes from a very wealthy family. As an E-level bloodline, she is already quite fortunate to receive such treatment. After this assessment, Qin Shouxing should be able to break through to the 3rd rank. Then I'll be able to train at the Beastmaster Academy in a first-tier city. By then, she can get out of sight of it all, leave Jiangcheng as soon as possible, and start a new life. She gently patted her cheeks, trying to calm herself down. Then, taking Qin Shouxing's hand, they walked into the teleportation array. At the same time, in Douyin livestream room number 10086, a livestream room named Greedy Peach finally started broadcasting. In front of the camera, a cute little girl dressed in pink with pigtails appeared in everyone's sight. In less than half a minute, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream, and the number continued to increase. Tao Tao has finally started streaming. I've been waiting since 8:30. Tao Tao, my goddess. Tao Tao was 5 minutes late, so she has to do an extra 5 hours of broadcasting. The barrage of comments on the screen was overwhelming, demonstrating its immense popularity. Wearing a pair of headsets, Su Tao Tao gently adjusted her voice, revealed a sweet smile, and began to greet the viewers in the live stream. Hello, I'm Su Tao Tao. I was a little late because of some things. Please forgive me, everyone. Today I'm in Jiangcheng, and instead of eating delicious food, we're here to explain the final exam of the Beastmaster Academy. Besides me, there will be 2 other 5th-tier beast tamers serving as commentators. Let's witness the battles of these teenage boys and girls together. By the way, it's said that the Beast Tamer team that recently passed the Beast Tamer exam with a score of 57 seconds will also participate in this final exam. There's a lot to see. Let's witness up close just how strong this prodigy Beast Tamer really is. Chapter 28 Competition among the 3 schools. As soon as Su Tao Tao said this, the viewers in the live stream immediately went wild. Is Tao Tao switching to commentary? Are we eating delicacies every day? Have we bankrupted our family? What are you thinking? Most of the food Tao Tao eats is sponsored by advertisers. How could she possibly go broke? Sigh, I thought I'd get to see Tao Tao eat some weird food today, but I also love watching Tao Tao commentate on the Beastmaster's battles. With a smile, Su Tao Tao explained, Don't worry, everyone. This final exam will last for 3 days, so you'll definitely have to eat during that time. Imagine us enjoying the spectacular sight of beast tamers sweating it out on the battlefield while indulging in the local delicacies from Jiangxing. Wouldn't that be the ultimate pleasure? Her words resonated with many viewers. In fact, even without such an explanation, everyone was willing to stay in the live stream room. After all, Su Taotao is just too cute. Just looking at Su Taotao is enough to make me eat 3 big bowls of rice. Well then, without further ado, the final exams have officially begun. Let's focus our attention on those beast masters who are poised to become the pillars of the world in the future. At the same time, after Chun-Yi and his 2 companions stepped through the teleportation portal, they arrived in a mountain forest environment filled with natural atmosphere. Nestled against mountains and beside water, surrounded by a vast sea of flowers and lush green grass, it is like a paradise on earth. According to previously gathered intelligence, this assessment area is located in a valley north of Jiangxing. Its area is so large that it is 2.5 times larger than Fengyue Canyon, and the inner diameter of the valley is estimated to be 70 or 80 kilometers. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, this area is isolated from the outside world. Around the valley, an isolation barrier was set up, forming an independent domain. This area has a wide range of uses. In addition to final exams, it is also used for live-fire exercises, youth training camps, tourism, and more. It can be said that it is a true model worker area. Is this the testing location? It's so beautiful. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In the field of vision, besides the beautiful scenery that resembles a paradise, there are also rows of temporary tin shacks, neatly arranged. The barriers surrounding the house rippled slightly in the breeze. Around the rest area, several high-level beast tamers and spirit beasts can be seen standing guard, acting as sentinels. Lin Mingxue looked around at the students around her, but a sense of doubt welled up in her heart. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? And the number of people has increased significantly. Were there always this many people in the college? The beast tamers who were going to take the test had all arrived one after another. One of the spirit beast girls, with animal ears, a muscular build, and wild attire, stepped out. She planted the huge golden-backed broadsword in her hand into the ground and looked at the crowd in front of her with a heroic expression. Welcome everyone to this final exam. I am your proctor, Wang Kylie. This year's final exam is slightly different from previous years. In order to stimulate your competitive spirit, it will be jointly organized by Jiangxing Beast Tamer Academy, Linjiang Beast Tamer Academy, and Yiqing Beast Tamer Academy. At the same time, the reward standards have also been significantly increased. The first-place Beast Tamer team will receive a 3rd-tier Beast King Crystal Core, the second-place team will receive a 2nd-tier Beast King Crystal Core, and the 3rd-place team will receive a 1st-tier one, with the attributes of their choice. 3rd to 10th place winners will receive either 100 2nd-tier Monster Cores or 50 3rd-tier Monster Cores. As long as you make it into the top 100, you will receive 30 Tier 2 Monster Cores, and the number of Monster Cores you can purchase will double in the following month. So, everyone, are you all fired up? These words caused an uproar in the audience. This year's rewards are at least 5 times higher than last year's, right? Even Beast King Crystal Cores are being distributed as rewards? A single Tier 2 Monster Core costs 200 Dragon Kingdom coins, so 30 cores would cost 6,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Reselling them would easily net you 10,000 to 20,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Looking around, it seems there are only about 300 pairs of beast tamers from the 3 academies participating in the assessment. Many beast tamer groups are actually just there to participate in the assessment, to get some credits and monster meat, without any intention of competing. Getting into the top 100 seems so easy. Chen-Yi glanced at Wang Kylie's information and was also quite surprised. It's actually Luo Qing has contracted Spirit Beast? What the hell is this? Are they here to interrogate me? Name, Wang Kylie. Contractor, Luo Qingha. Bloodline, SS rank Crimson Flame Golden Tiger. Level, 13th rank, 7th stage. Constitution, 3,460. Spiritual power, 2,880. Attributes, fire, wind, earth, light. Skills, Flame Fong, Blazing Roar, Death Slash, Flame Tornado, Earth Power. Favorability, plus 25 points. Affinity, 540, excellent. Evaluation, proficient in all 4 elements, with exceptional physique, and having mastered almost all the necessary skills. The term invincible is no exaggeration. At this moment, The students were also so excited that they couldn't contain themselves and started discussing it. No wonder I was wondering why they specially invited a commentary team for this year's final exams. Now I know why. I guess a high-ranking leader is coming, which is why they're making such a big deal out of it. But why didn't you say so beforehand? That way I could have made more preparations. Indeed, if I had known I would be competing with students from other colleges, I would definitely have gathered information beforehand. In fact, the school also felt very embarrassed. They had only just received notification of the rule change last night, and there was simply no time to inform the students. They were in a real hurry. After successfully establishing a contract with Chun-Yi, Luo Shireen awakened the bloodline of the SSS-Level Azure Phoenix, proving that she was not a waste. Upon learning this news, Luo Qinghe was overjoyed and did not hesitate to use his authority to facilitate the joint final examination of several Beast Tamer academies near Jiangqing. This will allow Luo Shireen to properly demonstrate her power in front of everyone. Unfortunately, only 3 colleges responded in the end. Other colleges had to give up due to reasons such as the exam time not matching, the lack of space-type spirit beasts, or the fact that summer vacation had already begun. However, being able to compete on the same stage with beast tamers from the other 2 beast tamer academies is already a rare opportunity for Luo Shireen. Slap slap. Wang Kylie clapped her hands, interrupting the students' chatter. Alright, students, I'm going to distribute the rulebooks to you now. The assessment rules have changed for this time, so please read them carefully to avoid any mistakes. The assessment will officially begin after 2 p.m. Before the assessment begins, you can choose your own room. Simply swipe your student card on the recognition machine to bind your room. Each room has a separate isolation barrier, creating a private space just for you where you can do whatever you want. However, I still want to remind everyone that while cultivating affinity is important, you young people should also be careful to exercise restraint. Don't let yourself get too carried away and end up without the stamina to fight monsters. Then dismissed. As Wang Kylie finished speaking, the students immediately scattered and began choosing their preferred rooms. Chapter 29 Changes in the Rules. Where would you 2 most beautiful girls from our school want to stay? Chun-Yi asked casually. After all, he had even lived in slums by the roadside, so he naturally didn't have high requirements for his living environment. But Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen are different. They were all young ladies from wealthy families, so they were naturally very picky about their living environment. Luo Shireen shrugged. I don't care. As long as I can live with brother Chun-Yi, that's fine. With these words spoken, the choice naturally fell to Lin Mingxue. Lin Mingxue frowned slightly, looked around, and carefully observed each room. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon a detached house that was not connected to any other rooms. Let's choose this one. So remote. Why choose this place? Lin Mingxue's face instantly turned bright red, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. She stammered, we made quite a racket last night, and it wouldn't be good if we disturbed others, so I think choosing a detached house would be better. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile appeared on Luo Shireen's face. She gently patted Lin Mingxue's shoulder and teased, Can't you just keep your voice down? Lin Mingxue's face turned even redder. She looked at Luo Shireen speechlessly and said coquettishly, You always surprise me like that. How could I not scream? Alright, let's not talk about that now. Let's go in and take a look before someone else takes it. Chun-Yi quickly stopped him. There were other students from Jiangqing Beast Taming Academy nearby. If someone heard me say something like that, I'd probably get killed by those boys' glares. When the other students from Jiangqing Beast Taming Academy saw that Lin Mingxue had already chosen a room, they couldn't wait to take over the rooms around her. Even if I can't have Lin Mingxue, it's good to be able to get close to her and see her. However, after 2 of the students, Li Yi and Zhao Fong, entered the room, the doorbell suddenly rang. Upon opening the door, they were surprised to find Lu Ruyan and her beast tamer Qin Shoshing. Beside Lu Ruyan was a red-haired girl who seemed indifferent to everything around her. She was probably Qin Shoshing's contracted spirit beast as well. Qin Shoshing cut to the chase. Brother, 100,000. Give me this room. Li Yi was immediately shocked. What? What do you mean? You're going to spend 100,000 to buy this room? Qin Shoshing nodded and slowly took out a bank card from his pocket. Yes, but I also have some requirements. Our room is in the west corner. You don't need to unbind your student card. Just move into my room. For the next 3 days, none of you should go out. Stay in your rooms, and this 100,000 is yours. Li Yi and Zhao Fong exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of doubt. They both participated in the final exam in order to make money. The prize for first place, a Tier 3 Beast King Crystal Core, might not even sell for 100,000. Now all you need to do is give up a room, and you can do whatever you want for 3 days, focusing on building rapport, and you can easily earn 100,000 yuan. Could this be the arrival of the god of wealth? No problem, no problem. Brother Qin, please use this room as you like. Take it. Thank you, Brother Qin. Li Yi and Zhao Fong left the room happily with the bank cards in hand. Qin Shoxing's smile grew increasingly sinister. In 3 days, he will be able to play with those amazing twins. Just thinking about it is exciting. After settling in, Chun Yi and his group began to review the rulebook. This final exam will be conducted over 3 days. The general process is the same as in previous years. The school will capture low-level magical beasts of different attributes and release them here, and implant some specially made scoring orbs into their bodies. Defeating monsters and collecting score orbs by placing them into the scorer in the room will earn you varying amounts of points based on the monster's difficulty level and tier. The final ranking is based on the total score. Solo or team play is fine, and even buying points orbs is allowed. It's all up to the individual. The only difference is that, due to the increase in the number of participants, some new rules have been introduced. Firstly, hunting time is strictly limited to 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. If you do not return to the rest area within this time frame, you will be disqualified. Secondly, between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. every night, each person can bet up to 500 points to duel with other beast tamers under the supervision of the proctor. The winner will receive the points bet by the loser. Thirdly, a level 3, stage 5 or higher magical beast will be randomly dropped as a boss challenge monster every day. Beast masters who successfully kill it will receive generous points rewards. In addition, after the assessment, they will also receive an extra 100 level 3 magical beast cores, which will be equally distributed among the beast masters who participated in the boss challenge. It must be said that the ways to earn points have become more diverse and more challenging. Lin Mingxue excitedly rolled up her sleeves. This time, I'm determined to win first place. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi smiled. Isn't that a given? But before that, Shireen, let's eat. As Chun-Yi spoke, he poured out all the magical beast cores from his spatial ring. As a result, the same situation as Lin Mingxue naturally occurred. Huh? Eat. Luo Shireen pointed at the monster core in surprise. Aren't you going to grind it into powder? Lin Mingxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, patiently explaining. Don't worry, just eat them. Brother Chun-Yi has a way to help us refine these crystal cores. Alright then. Luo Shireen picked up a monster crystal core with some skepticism and put it in her mouth. Chun-Yi then reached out and placed his hand on Luo Shireen's face, beginning to channel energy. In an instant, a sweet and delicious energy flowed into my heart like a clear spring, as sweet as cream, making me feel intoxicated. Luo Shireen's eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed in surprise, so sweet. So delicious. This thing can actually be refined like this. That's for sure. Brother Chun-Yi has many amazing skills. Brother Chun-Yi, shall we continue? Of course we'll continue. You're only at Tier 1, Level 4. Before the assessment starts, let's see if there's any way to get you promoted to Tier 2. Second tier? Are you kidding me? You can break through to the second tier in just a few hours. How will you know if you don't try? Judging from your appetite this morning, you have a much bigger appetite than Mingxue, so it should be fine. By the way, you should try the second tier one. The first tier one might not be enough. So much, and so hard. It seems a bit difficult. It's okay, you'll get used to it soon. You'll definitely eat a lot in the future. Lin Mingxue stood up and took out an apron from her spatial ring. You guys take your time refining it. I'll go prepare lunch. It's still early, and I have a few recipes I want to try out. Chapter 30 Food Streamer Su Taodao. There are 2 sides to the story. At this moment, in the principal's office of Jiangxing Beast Tamer Academy, the principal served tea and water to Luo Qinghe with utmost respect, a fawning smile on his face. Mr. Luo, do you think this arrangement is appropriate? Luo Qinghe nodded slightly. Yes, not bad. Thank you for your help. Of course, of course. The dean felt somewhat relieved and continued. However, Mr. Luo, your granddaughter is only at the 4th stage of the first rank. Almost all the beast tamers participating in the assessment are at least at the 2nd rank. However, before the dean could finish speaking, Luo Qinghe interrupted him directly. Don't worry, just keep an eye on her. My granddaughter is the best in the world. Upon hearing this, the dean stopped interrupting. After Lin Mingxue formed a contract with Chun-Yi, She not only transformed into an existence that even S-level spirit beasts could hardly match, but her level also broke through one after another in a short period of time, reaching the second tier. Now that Luo Shirin has also made a contract with Chen Yi, perhaps she can truly replicate Lin Mingshua's legend. By the way, Mr. Luo, some parents and academy executives from Linjiang and Yiqing also want to come to our viewing hall to watch the game. You have no objection, do you? Luo Qinghe frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "No problem. Come if you want. However, my identity must be kept secret." "Okay, I understand." At this moment, the scene in Su Taotao's live stream changed to a room. Li Kai and Zhao Wanru, two guest commentators, also came here. They greeted the audience with smiles and gave a brief introduction to some basic knowledge about beast taming. After all, many of Su Taotao's viewers are still minors, and their knowledge of beast taming is not yet mature. Having some prior knowledge will make it easier to understand the upcoming final exam. Therefore, such an explanation is very necessary. Su Taotao, right now, all the beast tamers are resting in their rooms. What do you two guests think these beast tamer groups will be doing during this time? Li Kai, having about 5 hours to prepare is a very good choice for building rapport. Zhao Wanru, if the beast tamer is confident in his skills, he can also assist the spirit beast in refining the magic beast core. However, if he does not control the amount of energy guidance well, he may not be able to finish digesting the energy before 2 o'clock, and then he will fall behind. Su Taotao, I see. Thank you so much for your answers, both guests. That concludes our introduction to the basics of beast tamers and spirit beasts. Now, let's move on to the live Q&A session. Viewers can post their questions in the live chat, and our two guests will answer them in 1 minute. Please feel free to unleash your boundless imagination. But please don't ask the streamer about her measurements, okay? As soon as these words were spoken, a dense barrage of comments instantly covered the entire screen. However, there are still quite a few issues that seem to have strayed somewhat from the main topic. What level of bloodline has Tao Tao awakened? Has Tao Tao ever formed a contract with a beast tamer? Could Tao Tao transform into a spirit beast form and show us? It would be so cute. Looking at the screen full of bullet comments, Su Taotao couldn't help but twitch her lips, muttering to herself. Why are all these random questions coming up? Shouldn't they be asking about beast taming? I hope I don't get these kinds of questions. Ultimately, the live stream's lottery system drew one of the most bizarre questions. With Peach's enormous appetite, if she had an unlimited supply of monster cores and meat, along with an energy guide from a spirit beast trainer, wouldn't she be able to break through to the 3rd or 4th tier in just 1 month? This caused the live chat to explode once again. Yes, Su Taotao is a rare breed. She can eat for 3 or 4 hours straight without editing or ending the broadcast. In addition, her perpetually youthful, loli-like figure is what made her so popular so quickly. So for her, there are only 3 labels: a big eater, loli, and cute. Previously, Su Taotao only focused on food broadcasts, and viewers only appreciated her cuteness and various special delicacies. No one thought about her beast taming abilities. However, now that the topic of beast taming has finally been brought up, it's hard not to wonder if this ability can be used for level progression. Su Taotao twitched her lips helplessly, but still tried to maintain a smile, explaining, "No way. Monster cores and monster meat are different from ordinary food. I've tried it before, and I was full after just a few bites." "Is that so? What a pity. I thought I'd see a level 10 peach." The viewers in the live chat didn't have any malicious intent, nor were they being saboteurs. They just suddenly remembered this issue. The live stream room remained a harmonious and lively scene, with various comments and gifs constantly flooding the screen. However, deep down, Su Taotao sighed deeply. Actually, it's not that she doesn't want to answer her fans' questions, but her situation is just too special. Despite her petite appearance, she is actually 21 years old, even older than Luo Shirin by the month. Su Taotao is an orphan who was kicked out of her home when she was about 5 or 6 years old. As for the reason for being abandoned, Su Taotao probably knew it in her heart. She ate too much and was always hungry, and an ordinary family simply could not afford her appetite. Fortunately, she was very cute from a young age. The owner of Qingdao Plaza took a liking to her looks and hired her as a doorman to attract customers and ensure she had 3 meals a day. Of course, this is just the most basic 3 meals, with at most some leftovers from the staff canteen. But these were still far from enough to fill Su Taotao's stomach. As time went by, Su Taotao grew up, becoming increasingly adorable and blossoming into a beautiful young woman. She also sensed that whenever she worked as a doorman, many unfriendly eyes were secretly watching her. She knew that if she continued to stay like this, something bad would happen sooner or later. So she resolutely quit her job as a doorman and turned to the hottest food vlogging industry, which was also the most suitable for her. With her big appetite and cute appearance, she quickly attracted a large number of fans. Her only hope was that she could awaken a powerful bloodline after reaching adulthood, thus transforming into a giant dragon capable of devouring a magical beast in one bite. By then, she should be able to enjoy a hearty meal in the wild, right? However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. Her awakened bloodline is that of an F-rank cloud-swallowing beast, which looks like a ball of cotton candy. Aside from being able to eat, it has absolutely no fighting ability. At this point, she was completely desperate about her future. All she wants to do now is work hard to earn money to buy lots of food to fill her stomach. I hope to experience the feeling of being full before being sent for euthanasia. Unexpectedly, at this moment, some viewers would raise these questions, which stirred up this memory. Sigh, I wish I hadn't come to Jiangsu. Chapter 31 Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Time quickly came to 1:30 p.m. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability, plus 1 point. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability, plus 1 point. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability, plus 1 point. Luo Shirin doesn't seem to be like Lin Mingxue, whose emotions can suddenly erupt. Her emotional changes were gradual, like a gentle stream, gathering little by little. As the energy guidance continued, her favorability towards Chun-Yi gradually increased, eventually reaching 70 points. Boom! A sudden burst of energy spread out. Against this backdrop, her hair, like Lin Mingxue's, gradually turned emerald green at the ends, and a pair of blue ear feathers grew beside her ears, swaying gently, making her look exceptionally cute. In just 4 hours, he broke through from the 4th stage of the 1st rank to the 1st stage of the 2nd rank. He even managed to manifest his power. Are you scared? Chun-Yi himself also broke through to the 2nd stage, 3rd level, and his strength improved slightly. Call. Chun-Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it finished before 2 o'clock. Guiding the energy of a 2nd-tier magical beast core is still tiring. The spiritual energy content in a 2nd-tier magical beast crystal core is about 1.5 times that of a 1st-tier magical beast crystal core. However, the feeling of fullness they provide is almost identical. A person who can consume 50 1st-tier magical beast cores can generally also consume 22nd-tier magical beast cores. Therefore, if you want to quickly improve your strength, consuming higher-level monster cores is undoubtedly the best choice. However, doing so carries extremely high risks and requires a very high level of skill in guiding the energy of the Beastmaster. If one is not careful and misguides the energy, it may cause the spiritual energy to go berserk, or even lead to a regression in spiritual level. That's why very few beast tamers dare to take such a risk. A steady and methodical approach is the only way to go in the long run. But Chun-Yi did it. Not only did it perfectly refine all the spiritual power in the 2nd-tier magical beast crystal core, but it also perfectly guided the energy without any energy waste. This is outrageous. Brother Chun-Yi, I have a question for you. Luo Shirin asked with a serious expression. Did you use cheat codes? Chun-Yi chuckled and casually said, have you ever read any beast taming novels? I'm the protagonist with a system, do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin immediately pouted. Go away, go away. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Only Xiaoshuer'er would believe such an absurd excuse. Alright, Sister Shirin, let's talk about these topics later. Lin Mingxue opened the insulated box, and a steaming aroma wafted out. Brother Chun-Yi, you must be hungry, right? Come and eat. Gurgle. Chun-Yi's stomach promptly let out a protest. He rubbed his stomach and said with a wry smile, I am indeed hungry, but I am also exhausted. Guiding the spiritual power of a 2nd-tier magical beast crystal core is really too physically demanding. It's okay, I'll feed you. I'll give you a shoulder massage later. I'll feed them too. You two, stop stuffing everything into my mouth. How am I supposed to eat such a big piece of meat? Lin Mingxue's face flushed slightly. Shouldn't we be saying this? This is revenge for what happened last night. Luo Shirin nodded in agreement, adding, that's right, Brother Chun-Yi, sometimes you really need to reflect on your actions. Knock knock knock. It was exactly 2 p.m. With the sound of drums, the final exams were officially announced to have begun. Various aerial drones constantly shuttled through the sky, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. Some spirit beasts that had been waiting at the barrier of the rest area were also invigorated upon hearing the drum beats, and immediately transformed into their spirit beast forms. Rideable spirit beasts such as shadow panthers, unicorns, flying tigers, and flaming horses took the lead, carrying their beast masters as they charged into the depths of the forest. They were incredibly fast, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Many beast tamers were filled with envy. I'm so envious. I really want to contract a spirit beast I can ride. You want to die, don't you? Didn't you ride me hard enough last night? Speaking of which, the couple riding the Shadow Panther, aren't they the ace beast tamer duo from Linjiang Academy? An S-rank beast tamer plus an S-rank spirit beast, and now with an A-rank Shadow Panther, they're absolutely awesome. Indeed, their names seem to be Lin Mo and Fu Xuemei, right? And the man and woman riding the unicorn are Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoye, the ace beast tamer duo from Yicheng Academy. It's a pity that our Jiangxing Academy's ace, Kai Xiaoquan, broke through to the 3rd rank a month ago and can't participate in the assessment. Otherwise, his contracted spirit beast, Tai Mei Chicken, would definitely be much more imposing than them. Exactly. With Kai Xiaoquan and Tai Mei Chicken around, they can definitely hold their own. Brothers, have you guys forgotten about our Jiangxing Academy's rising star? Isn't the frost dragon more imposing than those spirit beasts? These words were spoken. All the beast tamers at Jiangxing Academy turned their gazes to Chun Yi, who had just stepped out of the room. Chun Yi looked rather unwell, clearly indicating that he had just done something extremely physically demanding. Immediately, a murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Damn, this is so fake, and they're trying to build rapport in just a few hours? Is it really necessary to rush like this? However, this sigh quickly turned into envy. With Lin Mingxue by her side, there was another stunning beauty whose looks and temperament were in no way inferior to Lin Mingxue's. In such a situation, it would be normal for any man to be unable to resist, right? It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. Come on, I haven't seen Mingxue's spirit beast form up close yet. Frost Dragon, that sounds so imposing. Quick, honey, get your phone ready to take a picture. However, just as Lin Mingxue was about to transform into a spirit beast, Luo Shirin suddenly stopped her. Little Schwer, you should rest for a while. Let me test my strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue's lips curled up slightly, revealing an expression that said, I understand you. Now that they have power, they definitely want to show it off as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Actually, I'd really like to experience what it feels like to ride on someone else's back. Hehe, thanks, Xiaoshuer, but I remember you experienced that last night, right? Except you were riding Chun Yi's little brother. Alright, stop talking about this nonsense. Hurry up and change it. The words had barely left his mouth. A bluish-green halo suddenly rose around Luo Shirin, like a thin mist swirling around her. In the light, her figure rapidly elongated and blurred, and as her arms stretched out, they transformed into a pair of enormous, radiant wings. In an instant, magnificent cyan gold feathers covered its entire body, with long tail feathers trailing behind it like starlight. A clear, melodious cry of a phoenix echoed through the sky. A blue phoenix, a mythical beast with a wingspan of 10 meters, appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 32, So you wanted to start a group fight. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. The beast tamers, who hadn't even set off yet, stared in disbelief at what they were seeing, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in them. The rumors about Lin Mingxue and Chun Yi had already spread throughout the cities surrounding Jiangxing. Everyone knew that Lin Mingxue transformed into an ice dragon, but they were unaware of her specific bloodline level and race name. But the giant blue bird in front of me doesn't look like a mythical beast associated with dragons at all. Wasn't it said that Lin Mingxue's spirit beast form was a dragon? How does this look like a dragon? Brother, you've mistaken me for someone else. That beautiful woman with horns and slightly graying hair is Lin Mingxue. Holy crap, what the hell? Who else could she be but Lin Mingxue? This Chun Yi is really interesting. Wang Kylie rested her chin on her hand and praised softly. It actually allowed the young lady to be reborn and even break through to the 2nd level? That's amazing. Luo Qinghe naturally couldn't limit himself to just watching Luo Shirin's unparalleled charm on the big screen. So he dispatched his contracted spirit beast, King Kelly, to serve as the examiner. On one hand, it was to observe Luo Shirin's battle up close, and on the other hand, it was to protect Luo Shirin. In case of danger, Wang Kylie can provide timely assistance. However, at this moment, it seems that there is no need for this at all. With her abilities, she wouldn't encounter any danger in this assessment area. Young lady, go for it. Go and take back everything that belongs to you. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Mingxue grabbed Chun Yi's hand and leaped onto Luo Shirin's back. Clang clang. A clear, long cry pierced the sky. Luo Shirin spread her azure wings, and with a powerful wave, the strong airflow instantly blew away all the students around her. All that everyone had time to see was a streak of azure light soaring into the sky and hurtling away into the distance at an astonishing speed. Its speed is so fast that even aerial photography drones can hardly match it. It wasn't until Chun Yi and his group disappeared into the distant horizon that everyone snapped out of their daze. Holy crap, that was fast. What kind of spirit beast is that? I don't think I've ever seen it in the encyclopedia. This Chun Yi is outrageous. Could it be that the beast-taming talent he awakened is the talent that allows spirit beasts to change their appearance? Contracting with Mingxue wasn't enough, so I don't know where he contracted with such a powerful and beautiful spirit beast. Sure enough, all the beauties belong to other people, and I'm just destined to be a passerby and complain. It wasn't just the students who took the assessment who were shocked. Also included were all the viewers in Su Taotao's live stream, as well as the various celebrity parents in the viewing hall. Is that your granddaughter? She looks quite strong. A portly middle-aged man struck up a conversation with a broad smile. This person is Lin Yang, the father of Lin Mo, the ace student of Linjiang Academy. Sitting opposite him was Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals. However, he appears here as Luo Shirin's grandfather, and no one else knows his true identity. Upon hearing this praise, Luo Qinghe, like a playful old man, couldn't help but smile. Of course, don't you know whose granddaughter she is? She's definitely going to get first place in the assessment. That's not necessarily true. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a cigar dangling from his mouth exhaled a smoke ring and said arrogantly, "It's just a bigger bird. What's so special about it? First place will definitely be my daughter's." This person is none other than Fang Zhengkai, the father of Fang Xiaoye, the ace of I Ching Academy and an S-level spirit beast. He is one of the high-ranking managers of the I Ching Beast Tamer Association. He is powerful and influential, which has led to his arrogant personality, making him very unpopular in the circle. Upon hearing someone belittle his granddaughter, a hint of displeasure flashed in Luo Qinghe's eyes. "So, you're very confident in your daughter's abilities? Isn't that right?" Fang Zhengkai remained arrogant. "My daughter and her beast tamer are both S-rank. What reason could they possibly have to lose?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yang simply smiled and remained silent. He shook his head inwardly. It seemed that Fang Zhengkai was still speaking without thinking, just like always. Don't people ever investigate someone's identity before talking about them? Chun Yi and Lin Mingxue are unparalleled prodigies who passed the 9-level beast tamer assessment in the fastest time. He even broke through to the 2nd tier within a week. Such talent and strength are beyond Fang Zhengkai's imagination. And how could a spirit beast qualified to sign a contract with Chun Yi be an ordinary creature? Upon hearing this, Ke-looking immediately lost his temper. Just wait and see. When you see the results, you'll know just how strong my granddaughter and her beast tamer really are. TCH, we'll see. My daughter is the invincible one. It seems like there aren't many monsters being released. Why can't I see any areas where monsters are gathering? Luo Shirin, hovering high in the sky, was filled with dissatisfaction and kept muttering to herself. Having finally obtained great power, she was naturally not satisfied with killing lone monsters. Instead, they wanted to kill hordes of monsters. To demonstrate her strength to her grandfather, she even slowed down so that the drone could keep up with her pace. However, reality greatly disappointed her. All we encountered along the way were scattered monsters, which really didn't pique our interest. So you want to find Warcraft players to fight in a group? Chun Yi said somewhat speechlessly. I thought you hadn't found the magical beasts all this time. No, that's not true. Luo Shirin quickly retorted. Since this is my first appearance, I think I should definitely wipe out a large wave of magical beasts to demonstrate my strength. Lin Mingxue nodded in deep agreement. Sister Shirin, I understand how you feel. Chun Yi smiled and said rather helplessly. Shirin, why didn't you say so earlier? Look, do you see that beetle-like magical beast on that little hill over there? Warcraft, Grey-winged beetle. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, Tier 2, Stage 3. Attributes, Earth Wind. Skills, Insect chirping, biting. Description, extremely timid, It will immediately spread its wings and flee when it encounters danger. In cold weather, it will chirp to call its companions to huddle together for warmth. Luo Shirin also saw the beetle and asked with a puzzled look, "Is that a gray-winged beetle? Is there a problem?" Lin Mingxue interjected, "The gray-winged beetle has a habit. Sister Shirin hasn't forgotten, has she?" Habits. Luo Shirin pondered for a moment. Does it refer to the habit of huddling together for warmth in winter? But it's still summer now. Halfway through her sentence, Luo Shirin suddenly realized something and immediately shut her mouth. She suddenly felt like she was a tiny bit stupid. There's no rule that says it has to be winter to describe the cold weather, right? Isn't Lin Mingxue a spirit beast that excels at ice attribute attacks? I never imagined that gaining power would also make me stupid. Chapter 33 Actively Attracting Monsters. Luo Shirin hurriedly called out, "Xiao Shui'er, please take care of me. Leave it to me." As soon as Lin Mingxue finished speaking, she quickly switched to her armed form, with dragon wings and a dragon tail fully manifesting behind her. Over the past 2 days, Lin Mingxue has been secretly and diligently practicing her armed form. After all, the power manifestation has already appeared, so logically speaking, the armed form should also be mastered to a considerable extent. However, the result was that it was usable, but its strength was still inferior to that of the spirit beast form. However, given the current situation, using the armed form is undoubtedly the best option. Lin Mingxue stretched out her right hand, made a V shape in front of her red lips, and gently blew on it. The breath of ice instantly burst forth, freezing the surrounding air from a distance of 100 meters away, forming a bone-chilling cold current that swept towards the gray-winged beetle on the hillside. The beetle was powerless against the impact of the cold wave and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Even the integration sphere buried inside its body shattered into several pieces under this powerful force. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Luo Shirin couldn't help but ask, "Little Shui'er, let me ask you this. In such cold weather, it shouldn't freeze beetles into ice sculptures, right?" Lin Mingxue twitched her lips, deactivated her armor, and explained, I didn't expect it to be so weak. It was gone with just a gentle breath." "Oh, be careful, really. Sorry, but I remember seeing quite a few of these on the way here, so they shouldn't be uncommon. Look, there's one in those bushes over there. You can't afford to mess up this time. Otherwise, I won't be taking you with me tonight for my training session with Chun-Yi." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi's face immediately darkened. "Are you coming again? Based on what happened last night, my back must have been broken." However, he only thought these words in his heart and would never say them out loud. After all, sometimes experiencing pain and pleasure together can be a unique kind of enjoyment. Lin Mingxue's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Don't worry, I'll control my strength." This time, Lin Mingxue still chose to unleash her ice breath with the same force as before. However, the target was not the gray-winged beetle, but the bushes around it. A chilling current suddenly shot out, sweeping through the surrounding bushes at an astonishing speed. Wherever the cold front passed, everything was frozen, and the once vibrant bushes were instantly covered with a thick layer of white frost. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped from over 30 degrees to below -10 degrees, as if we had instantly entered the dead of winter. The gray-winged beetles shivered from the cold, trying to fly away from this frigid region. However, it was too late. Its wings were frozen stiff, and its ability to fly was completely taken away at this moment. Hiss hiss hiss. A burst of intense insect chirping suddenly rang out. A few seconds later, the same sound came from the surrounding forest and bushes. Hiss hiss hiss. The sounds rose and fell, intertwining and deafening. Then, a chilling scene unfolded before my eyes. Within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers in the forest, hundreds of gray-winged beetles kept appearing. They flapped their wings, took off, and blotted out the sky, all rushing towards the direction where Chun-Yi and his group were. Upon seeing this, Luo Shirin was instantly excited. "Here it comes. Finally, my Warcraft wave. Grandpa, you'd better watch closely. This is who I am now. I haven't disgraced the Luo family. I'm not a good-for-nothing. I am Xingluan." The drones following behind Luo Shirin also captured this crazy scene. Everyone in the spectator hall and the viewers in Su Taotao's live stream were stunned when they saw this scene. What are they trying to do? Could it be that they deliberately used the habits of gray-winged beetles to attract large numbers of them to huddle together for warmth? They're insane. They must be insane. There are over 100 of these gray-winged beetles, and the magical beasts they captured this time are at least Tier 2, Stage 1. They're courting death. No. Knock off. That's so easy. I feel like even 2 more wouldn't be a problem. Fighting monsters isn't such a big deal, is it? In the forest, the elite beast tamer team of Iching Beast Taming Academy had just finished eliminating 5 attacking second-tier magical beasts. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be, the hem of his clothes was slightly dirty. An S-rank Beastmaster, plus an S-rank Spirit Beast and an A-rank Spirit Beast, all of which have reached the second tier, 10th stage. If you can't easily defeat these new Warcraft players, you'll be laughed out of the room. As flowers in a greenhouse, they obtain the monster meat and monster cores they need for leveling up through various channels, without ever having to go out of the city to hunt. Combat skills are only developed in the training rooms of the Beastmaster Association. This is also the growth path of the vast majority of children from wealthy families in this world, enjoying a risk-free growth environment. And even after they become successful, they rarely participate in various battles with monsters. Participating in this final exam was at the strong insistence of all 3 sets of parents. After all, it's a rare opportunity to conduct real-world training under low-risk conditions, so we must make the most of it. I thought hunting monsters in the wild would be incredibly difficult. Is that all? Let's go. There seem to be only 5 magical beasts around here. Let's look for a few more. Lan Yuqing dusted off the corner of his clothes and was about to suggest looking for other magical beasts when he suddenly heard a mournful chirping sound. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen gray-winged beetles flew out of the forest and headed in a great procession in the same direction. What's wrong? What happened? That's a gray-winged beetle, a level 2 monster. But the bestiary says that if even one of them gets chilled, they'll huddle together for warmth. Clearly, this is because some idiot attacked the gray-winged beetle with an ice attribute skill, but didn't kill it. Holy crap, what an idiot. How could he play like that? What should we do now? What else can we do but run away? Lan Yuqing hurriedly shouted. If there are only a dozen or so, we can definitely handle them. But if we kill these things and attract all the gray-winged beetles from other areas, then we'll be completely trapped. Brother Lan, Sister Fong, hurry up and get on. I feel like we've become the target. Wang Yingying had already transformed into a unicorn and gestured for the 2 ace duo to ride on it and leave this place as soon as possible. TCH, if I find out which idiot did this stupid thing, I'll be doing him a favor by not slapping him a few times. Lan Yuqing cursed under his breath. Then he and Feng Xiaoya mounted the unicorn and rode off in the opposite direction. They were afraid of provoking this massive swarm of insects. Chapter 34, A mere insect swarm is nothing to worry about. Old man, has your granddaughter gone mad? If your granddaughter wants to die, don't drag my daughter down with her. If anything happens to her, I'm done with you. After seeing the footage taken by the aerial drone, Fang Zhenkai's face instantly turned ashen. He rushed straight at Luo Qinghe and began to curse loudly. Fortunately, Lan Yuqing and his 2 companions were far from where the insect chirping was coming from, and were not affected by the swarm of insects. Otherwise, the outcome might really be uncertain. However, Luo Qinghe remained unusually calm, and even a faint, almost imperceptible sneer appeared on his face. Didn't you just say your daughter was very strong? A mere swarm of insects, and one without the Grey-Winged King at that, was enough to scare her away in a sorry state. I don't see how she's strong at all. You bastard. Fine, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Fang Zhenkai was speechless for a moment. If your granddaughter doesn't run away later, I'll take your surname. Luo Qinghe chuckled a few more times and retorted sarcastically. Take my surname? I think that's just flattering you. You old man, were you a troll when you were young? I'm just telling the truth. Watching Luo Qinghe and Fang Zhenkai argue, and seeing the faint smile on Luo Qinghe's face, the school leaders of Jiangxing College could only manage a wry smile. They simply couldn't understand how Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals, could show such a playful and mischievous side. No wonder he said he wanted to hide his identity. So all you wanted to do was argue with someone? They even seemed to enjoy it? After all, if he had revealed his identity, everyone here would have treated him with utmost respect and would have been eager to fawn over him, and the current situation would certainly not have occurred. Luo Qinghe would probably get tired of listening to flattery all the time, right? Fang Zhenkai sat in his seat, arms crossed, and said with a defiant look, Humph. You old codger, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I want to see how your proud granddaughter will deal with this swarm of insects. Luo Qinghe took out his phone and turned on screen recording mode. Just watch and see what a true strongman is. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words. He stared intently at Luo Shirin's figure in the aerial footage, afraid of missing any detail. Of course, despite his confident words, he was actually quite uneasy inside. A swarm of hundreds of beetles, and these are gray-winged beetles with a very strong sense of teamwork, so it doesn't seem like it would be easy to deal with. Sister Shireen, do you need my help? Lin Mingxue asked. However, Luo Shireen replied without hesitation. No need, just watch me perform. Before she finished speaking, she flew into the sky. Faced with a vast swarm of insects attacking from all directions, like a rapidly shrinking net, Luo Shireen decisively gathered her spiritual power on her wings, forming streams of azure silk. As the swarm of insects drew closer, the blue silk threads grew increasingly dense, resembling a blue mist that enveloped Luo Shireen's wings. When the swarm of insects was still 200 meters away from Chun-Yi and his group, the blue silk threads had already enveloped their wings, forming a blue shadow that looked like a fleeting afterimage. As the insect swarm drew closer, reaching within 100 meters of Chun-Yi and his group, the blue silk threads seemed to come alive, growing rapidly to twice the length of their wingspan, poised to unleash their power. When the swarm of insects was still 50 meters away from Chun-Yi and his group, everyone in the viewing hall and the live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats. Some of the more timid people even closed their eyes, completely unable to imagine what would happen next. Aren't they going to run? Have these guys really gone mad? Lin Mingxue doesn't seem to have any intention of participating in the battle. What exactly are they planning to do? Does he intend to rely on that bluebird to fight alone? I can't watch anymore. It's too scary. Just as the audience was discussing it, the swarm of insects had reached within 20 meters of Chun-Yi and his group, almost within reach. At that critical moment, Luo Shireen moved. She suddenly turned around, flapped her wings, and the blue silk threads instantly condensed into two huge wind blades that spread rapidly forward and backward. The wind howled, and many trees snapped and broke under its fierce force, then were uprooted. Large swirling clouds of dust rose up, like a yellow whirlwind that blotted out the sky. Wherever the wind blades went, the gray-winged beetles flying in the air were cut in half, and green juice splattered everywhere. The monster cores and point orbs inside his body fell to the ground amidst a green mist of blood. With just one move, more than 2/3 of the gray-winged beetles were wiped out. The only damage it suffered was that its blue feathers were a little dirty with dust. Holy crap! What the heck? Am I seeing things? What just happened? A single move could kill 70 or 80 gray-winged beetles. Is this real? Am I sure I'm not watching some kind of beast-taming warriors movie? Could it be that a spirit beast of the 3rd rank or higher has infiltrated this place? Everyone in the spectator hall and the viewers in Su Taotao's live stream were stunned when they saw this scene. Such a terrifying attack range and destructive power are probably beyond the capabilities of many 3rd or 4th tier spirit beasts. Luo Shireen actually started with such a move. Is it really that overpowered? Upon seeing this, Fang Zhengkai spat out all the tea he had just drunk. He looked at Luo Qinghe with a blank expression and stammered, "Old man, may I ask what level your granddaughter's bloodline is?" Of course, Luo Qinghe would not respond. Even he himself was still in a state of extreme confusion. Last night, after Luo Shireen's bloodline awakened, she told him that she could feel that she possessed omnipotent power, and the power within her body was almost about to explode. It was initially thought that Luo Shireen's misjudgment stemmed from her lack of awareness of the difference between her own power and that of truly powerful bloodlines after her bloodline awakened. But now it seems that it was indeed a misjudgment, only a misjudgment of the lower limit. At least in his opinion, with such strength, even a spirit beast with S-rank bloodline wouldn't be worthy of carrying Luo Shireen's shoes. A single move can decide the fate of the world. A single thought can move mountains and seas. This is a power possessed only by SSS-level bloodline spirit beasts. This is absolutely outrageous. This is absolutely insane. However, Luo Qinghe quickly came to his senses, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up high. He glanced at Fang Zhengkai and smiled smugly. Didn't I already tell you? My granddaughter is the best in the world. A mere insect swarm is nothing to worry about. Chapter 35 requires a little learning of flight techniques. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhengkai also displayed a completely unyielding attitude. He straightened up and continued without backing down. I admit, your granddaughter is indeed quite capable, but she used up her ultimate move like that. What are we going to do with the dozens of gray-winged beetles left? If you're suggesting using other spirit beasts to wipe out the remaining insect swarm, then that's all you'll get. A spirit beast that can no longer fight after using its ultimate move is a complete burden on the battlefield. What Fang Zhenkai said was indeed the truth. In actual combat, every attack requires careful consideration. If you can't deliver a fatal blow, recklessly using a high-cost ultimate move could easily turn your initial advantage into a disadvantage. They might even lose all ability to move due to excessive exertion. This will force other friendly spirit beasts or beast tamers to be distracted in the rescue, thus further reducing the overall combat power. Therefore, in actual combat, the most powerful moves are not necessarily those with wide area destructive power. Instead, it's a move that consumes little energy, allows you to steadily and reliably strike and kill enemies, and preserves your own condition. Luo Shirin's fighting style is practically trying to drive herself into a corner. However, is there a possibility? These Windblade attacks are the smallest moves for Luo Shirin. However, just as Fang Zhenkai finished speaking, Luo Shirin suddenly spun up and once again condensed into streams of blue silk. However, the phantom formed by the blue silk this time seemed to be only 1/3 the size of a wing. Call out. With a gentle flap of her wings, a powerful gust of wind swept out, dispersing the sand and dust that had been obscuring her vision. As she flapped her wings, wind blades slashed out, cleaving the two gray-winged beetles in two. The two gray-winged beetles didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were sliced in half by the wind blades. Many gray-winged beetles, seeing their companions dying one after another before their eyes, instantly felt the urge to retreat and began to scatter and flee. However, how could Luo Shirin possibly give them the chance to leave? This time, she compressed the size of the wind blade again, making it only a half-meter-long stream of cyan silk. Compared to before, the length and size of the cyan silk threads have shrunk by a full half. However, this results in extremely high attack efficiency and minimal energy consumption. Almost every 2 seconds, a wind blade would whistle out and cleave the two gray-winged beetles in two. In less than a minute, the gray-winged beetles that had been fleeing in panic were all cut down like wheat being harvested. The chirping of insects throughout the forest also came to an abrupt halt at that moment. All that remained were corpses scattered on the ground. Seeing this, all the audience members were stunned. Fang Zhenkai, in particular, stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs almost popping out. So it turns out that wind blade is just a minor skill? How can he be so strong? Lin Yang was also quite surprised. As the head of the Linjiang Beast Tamer Association, he once taught at the Yanjing Beast Taming University for a period of time and had seen countless S-level bloodline spirit beasts, even more than the number of students at the Linjiang Beast Taming Academy. However, none of these S-rank bloodline spirit beasts possessed such heaven-defying strength. Could it be an SS-level or SSS-level bloodline? Luo Qinghe laughed triumphantly. Ha! Kid, what you just said does make some sense. But now my granddaughter has shown you what to do after using that ultimate move, hasn't she? What else do you have to say? Don't even mention a mere swarm of gray-winged beetles. Even if the gray-winged beetle king came, it would be nothing more than a piece of cake in my granddaughter's eyes. Upon hearing this, everyone in the viewing hall cast envious glances at Luo Qinghe. With such talent, my granddaughter's future is truly bright. It has to be said that Luo Qinghe really got his revenge this time. Luo Shirin is not only not a waste, but also possesses the bloodline of a spirit beast capable of taking on 100 opponents. Perhaps, after some time, we can let her return to her family home. But we can't rush things now. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Luo Shirin landed steadily in the forest and transformed into human form. Chun Yi and Lin Mingxue, who were originally on her back, now looked disheveled. As soon as I landed, I almost tumbled over. Swear, I think I should ride you from now on. I think so too. I'm never riding Sister Shirin again. At first, Luo Shirin transformed into a blue phoenix, and the fluffy texture on her back felt very comfortable. It was fine when we weren't in combat. The flight was very smooth. However, once they entered combat mode, the two immediately realized what fighter pilots usually experience. It feels like my brain is being churned up. I'm so sorry, I didn't consider your feelings. Luo Shirin quickly gave a vague answer. But there's no denying that this battle was incredibly exhilarating. It's like being in the game world of Beastmaster, mowing down enemies with abandon, and the exhilarating feeling is truly intoxicating. However, after killing monsters in the game, the materials and points dropped will directly drop into your inventory. In reality, however, it takes a lot of time and effort to collect them. Let's go collect the scoring balls. After this wave, we should be able to take first place, right? After catching his breath, Chun-Yi immediately suggested, "What if someone comes along and steals our spoils?" Good. Soon, the three of them scattered to collect monster cores and scoring orbs. From the moment the ice attribute attack triggered the gray-winged beetle's chirping sound until the last gray-winged beetle was split in two, the entire process took approximately 2.5 minutes. However, it took Chun-Yi and his group a full half hour to collect all the spoils from the gray-winged beetles. It is extremely rare for collecting loot to take more time and effort than fighting. Brother Chun-Yi, what do you say? Shall we continue? Chun-Yi checked the time. It wasn't even 4 o'clock in the afternoon yet. At this rate, we can wipe out 6 more waves of insect swarms. Let's continue. Getting the Tier 3 Beast King Crystal Core for first place is still pretty good. Good. Luo Shirin nodded, and then transformed into a blue phoenix once more. However, this time, Chun-Yi did not leap onto the back of the Azure Phoenix as before, but instead jumped onto Lin Mingxue, who had transformed into a frost dragon. Seeing this, Luo Shirin couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Looks like I'll have to learn some flying skills. Chapter 36 transformed into a demonic beast. At the same time, deep in the mountains, inside a secluded cave. Shouxing, Ningyan, what did I do wrong? What's in that syringe? Shouxing, don't do anything reckless. Ningyan, please, let me go. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was being held back by Ningyan, her movements completely restricted. Qin Shouxing then took out a syringe containing green solvent and approached Lu Ruyan step by step. Anyone who saw such a scene would be horrified, right? Besides, it's Lu Ruyan, the one in question. However, Qin Shouxing had already made up his mind, and there was no way he could stop it. Now that all preparations are complete, it's time to act. Ruyan, haven't you always felt that you're not good enough for me? This syringe contains an enhancement potion. After you inject it, you will gain power comparable to an S-rank bloodline. If you cooperated properly, we wouldn't have needed to do this. As she watched the bluish-green liquid flowing from the needle tip, Lu Ruyan felt increasingly devastated. This thing might actually give her power, but she didn't dare to think about the consequences. If a miracle drug that grants power upon injection and has no side effects truly existed, why would she need to use it? However, with her first tier 4th stage rank and E-level bloodline physical qualities, how could she possibly be a match for Ning Yin, who has an A-level bloodline and a second tier 10th stage rank? She was completely unable and powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the needle, filled with green liquid, approached his body. No, Brother Shouxing, no. Don't worry, just think of it as a nap. When you wake up, you will gain unparalleled power. Brother Chun-Yi, save me. In her moment of despair, Lu Ruyan seemed to remember the man who had once been so devoted to her. However, in this secluded cave, her cries sounded so weak. The green liquid was injected into Lu Ruyan's body. Instantly, her heart skipped a beat, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from her. The school uniform of the Beast Taming Academy also burst open at that moment. Strange green patterns meandered and emerged all over his body, radiating a chilling green light. Aya! Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the cave. The surrounding spiritual energy continuously flowed into the green patterns, quickly spreading throughout the entire body. Ning Yin then released Lu Ruyan and knelt on the ground, roaring incessantly. Her face was contorted in extreme pain, her eyes wide open, tears and sweat mingling and sliding down her cheeks. Is this all? Why does it seem a little different from what was shown in the video? Ning Yin is one of Wang Yu's products, and his contractual relationship with Qin Shouxing is only temporary. She was here for 2 reasons. First, to ensure the smooth progress of the plan, and second, to ensure that she could completely suppress Lu Ruyan and prevent her from escaping and revealing Qin Shouxing and Wang Yu's plan to the public. If the plan succeeds, Wang Yu will agree to set her free, so she knows the full picture of their plan. But now it seems that the situation is somewhat beyond her expectations. Qin Shouxing nodded in agreement, saying, "That shouldn't be the case. Although this is my friend's connection, I completely trust him. He shouldn't have sold me counterfeit goods." Ning Yin sensed the change in the aura around Lu Ruyan and frowned slightly. Something's wrong. This aura. It seems she's turning into a demon. Demonic transformation? My contract with her is still in effect, right? How could she become a demon? Ning Yin calmly analyzed. Before I was captured by Wang Yu, I was in charge of administering euthanasia drugs at the hospital. Those women who were about to be demonized were brought here, and they were emanating this aura. Upon hearing this, Qin Shouxing gasped. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Lu Ruyan is about to turn into a monster? Roar. The piercing scream suddenly turned into a roar. Lu Ruyan involuntarily transformed into the form of a spirit beast. No, the creature before us is not a spirit beast, but a magical beast. It has the outline of a giant black tiger, but its body is hairless and covered with a black chitinous carapace that resembles the segments of a sandworm. Its thick limbs end in hooks that can dig through rocks and soil. Its tiger-shaped head has a pair of compound eyes, and only one head covered with inward-rotating ring-shaped sharp teeth that open and close silently in the dark. Roar! Those compound eyes, glowing with a scarlet blood-red light, instantly locked onto the two people in front of them. The murderous aura emanating from its entire body was almost suffocating. Although it can't speak right now, but it's clear from its eyes that it still retains memories of its human form. Its heart is filled with hatred, and it vows to tear the two people who turned it into this form to pieces. Ruyan Yu! Roar! Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Ruyan, who had already transformed into a demonic beast. It immediately wriggled its body and quickly approached Qin Shoshing. It opened its ring-shaped sharp teeth, seemingly wanting to tear it to shreds completely. Damn it! Qin Shoshing cursed inwardly and summoned a silver spear from the void. Using all his strength, he firmly jammed the tip of the spear into Lu Ruyan's mouth. Seeing this, Ning Yin immediately transformed into his spirit beast form, the Flame Lion, and quickly circled around to Lu Ruyan's side, biting directly into her shell with his fiery fangs. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Ning Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, seemingly not expecting that his attack would have no effect at all. Ning Yan, what are you doing? Quickly open this thing. I can't hold on much longer. I'm trying to figure something out. Ning Yin gritted his teeth, continuously gathering the flames within his body onto his claws, and launched another attack. However, apart from leaving some scorch marks on Lu Ruyan's carapace, it had no other effect. Ruyan, calm down, Qin Shoshing hadn't finished speaking. With a crisp crack, the silver spear shattered into two pieces under Lu Ruyan's power. Without any weapons to support him, Qin Shoshing was naturally bitten off and swallowed by Lu Ruyan. The crimson mist of blood instantly filled the air, leaving no time for even a scream. If I had to describe the scene in one word, it would be crunchy. After swallowing Qin Shoshing, Lu Ruyan slowly turned around and stared directly at Ning Yin with her blood-stained mouthparts. Those compound eyes were filled with a murderous aura, as if they were looking at their prey. Damn it, why did this happen? This is outrageous. Ning Yin stared in horror at the scene before him, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blazing flames. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, disappearing into the depths of the cave in the blink of an eye. However, how could Lu Ruyan easily let go of her enemy? Roar! It let out a roar and chased after Ning Yin. Boom! As Lu Ruyan pursued, a violent roar echoed from inside the cave. However, the roaring sound lasted only about 10 seconds before it stopped abruptly. The cave returned to silence, and there was no more sound. Is Chapter 37 definitely not targeting me? Hiss hiss hiss. Watching Chun-Yi repeat the same method once again, attracting a large swarm of insects, and then quickly taking care of them. Everyone watching was stunned once again. Damn it. Other people would probably have to walk on thin ice and be extremely cautious when facing a few second-tier magical beasts. But you, on the other hand, act as if you're buying goods here, constantly attracting swarms of insects, killing them, and collecting point orbs and monster cores. Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Wait a minute, have you guys noticed? This Chun-Yi seems to even have a spatial ring. We discovered it a long time ago. Otherwise, where would we put all those point orbs and monster cores after just wiping out an entire insect swarm? It seems that Chun-Yi's identity is not simple. To be able to obtain a spatial ring, his background is definitely not that of an ordinary person. At this moment, Wang Yu, having finished his business, finally arrived at the academy. However, upon hearing the report from his subordinates, he was struck dumb and completely stunned. What did you say? Chun-Yi even made a contract with Luo-Qing, his granddaughter, and he wiped out the insect swarm in an instant. Yes, Luo-Qing is in the viewing hall right now. It's really terrifying. Damn it. Wang Yu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly and cursed inwardly. Originally, he had Ning Yin partner with Qin Shoshing to increase Qin Shoshing's chances of winning. After all, Lin Mingxue had previously defeated even a 4th-tier forest giant, so it would probably be difficult for the enhanced Lu Ruyan to defeat her. Therefore, just in case, Wang Yu added a safety precaution. While Lu Ruyan was holding Lin Mingxue back, Ning Yin was to assassinate Chen Yi. But who would have thought that this scoundrel Chun Yi would actually form a contract with another spirit beast? Moreover, it is a spirit beast that can single-handedly defeat an insect swarm. In that case, it will probably be very difficult to harm Chen Yi again. Of course, Ning Yin had another crucial task, to kill Qin Shouxing after the deed was done. Otherwise, if investigated later, it would be very easy to trace it back to yourself. We must eliminate all destabilizing factors no matter what. But now it seems the gap in strength is simply too large. If Qin Shouxing were to act rashly, alerting the enemy, or even be seen by Luo Qinghe, then he would surely die. Go and inform Ning Yin immediately, and tell her to take care of Qin Shouxing and Lu Ruyin together. Be quick. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Watching his subordinates departing figures, Wang Yu's unease grew stronger. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it. I shouldn't have gotten involved in this hot potato. I didn't even catch the chicken, and I lost the rice instead. Just who is this Chen Yi? Even Luo Qinghe is willing to betroth his granddaughter to him. At this moment, his contracted spirit beast Chu Qingze came over and whispered, Leave Jiangsheng. Even if Qin Shouxing and the others are all dead, as long as the Luo family is determined, it's only a matter of time before they target us. Now that it's confirmed that Chun Yi is related to the Luo family, we shouldn't get involved in this matter anymore. Wang Yu nodded. Of course I know that. I'll go back and make the arrangements right now. You need to transfer all the goods from Jiangxing to Hanqing. There can't be any mistakes. Yes. Could we have Chun Yi withdrawn from the assessment? Yeah. So what if he comes in first place? We'll still pay the prize. If he keeps doing this, someone will die because of them sooner or later. In the viewing hall, a group of parents also petitioned the principal of Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy. The principal looked helplessly at the parents in front of him and chuckled bitterly to himself several times. There is no other reason. Chun Yi doesn't follow the usual path at all. He just targets the gray-winged beetles, causing a swarm of insects every time. Sometimes, due to the insect swarm, some monsters are startled and rush wildly towards the outer areas, causing a small-scale monster swarm. To date, 10 pairs of beast tamer teams have used teleportation crystals to leave the assessment. Among them, 8 pairs of beast tamers were dissuaded from participating because of the insect and monster swarms caused by Chen Yi. This is only the first day. If we wait another 2 days, who knows what other bizarre things Chen Yi might do. Upon hearing this, the principal could only manage a wry smile several times. This is a difficult problem. What's so difficult about it? If it's difficult, then stop letting Chun Yi do that kind of thing. Upon hearing this, the principal glanced at Luo Qinghe. Luo Qinghe nodded silently, understanding that Chun Yi's actions might cause some unnecessary trouble. We have now successfully recorded a wonderful moment of Luo Shireen showing off her skills, which is more than enough. Alright, I'll send out the notification later. Hurry up, stop letting Chun Yi cause any more trouble. Time flew by, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Chun Yi and his group successfully returned to their resting place before the deadline. The only downside was that we didn't encounter any of the so-called Tier 3 boss challenge monsters. They must have been wiped out by beast tamers elsewhere, right? Along the way, they saw many beast tamers and spirit beasts, but most of them were covered in wounds, with bruises all over their bodies, indicating that they had encountered many difficulties during the expedition. Damn it, what bad luck. I actually ran into a small-scale monster horde here, Sai. You ran into one too? I ran into one on the Lust slope to the east. What bad luck. Is it that bad? But since the school didn't intervene, it's probably a deliberate design to simulate a normal monster horde, right? That's terrifying. Yes. Luckily there aren't many of them, and I have several teams of beast tamers with me. Otherwise I would definitely have had to use the teleportation crystal to escape from here. Hearing the students' discussions on the street, Chen Yi and his 2 companions were also stunned for a moment. There's a Warcraft craze even in the assessment area? But why didn't they encounter it? After each nest destroyed with ice breath and the swarm of gray-winged beetles was wiped out, it had to fly several kilometers to continue destroying nests. It's incredibly troublesome. If there's a monster horde, you can completely skip the step of clearing out the nest. Thinking of this, Chen Yi prepared to go forward and ask where the monster tide had occurred. However, at that moment, the announcements in the rest area suddenly came on. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. A new rule will be added temporarily during the next 2 days of assessment. No one is allowed to gather monsters by any means. Violators will be disqualified from the assessment and will be stripped of their assessment rewards. As compensation, The Beast Tamer groups that make it into the top 100 will each receive an additional 10 second-tier magical beast cores. We hope for everyone's support. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi nearly coughed up blood. If you can't gather Warcraft players, how are we supposed to play? Are we supposed to just kill them one by one? What the hell? Are you sure this isn't targeting me? Chapter 38 Dual Letter. I heard this broadcast. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged a glance, as if they had thought of something. Could it be that the Warcraft craze that students are talking about was caused by them? If this is the case, then it is understandable that the school would introduce this rule in order to ensure the safety of the students. Thinking of this, the two women immediately stepped forward and tightly took Chun-Yi's arms. Let's talk about the Warcraft tide tomorrow. It's so late now, let's go back and load the scoring balls in first, and see how many points we have. I also need to prepare dinner for you with Sister Shirin. Yes, I am indeed hungry. Soon, Chun-Yi and his two companions returned to their room. He took out the integrator balls one by one from the spatial ring and put them into the integrator for counting. Instantly, everyone in the top 10 of the rest area dropped one place in the rankings. The 10th place even disappeared from the scene. Points ranking. First place, Chun-Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin. Score, 12,800 points. Second place, Lan Yuqing, Fang Xiaoye, Wang Yingying. Score, 2,440 points. Third place, Lin Mo, Fu Xuemei, Su Ting. Points, 2,200. 10th place, Yang Tao, Zhang Lanlan, Zhu Meng. Score, 1,140 points. This sudden change in rankings stunned all the students in the rest area. Students from the other two schools, in particular, had naturally heard rumors about Chun-Yi. But this score seems even more outrageous than the rumored Chun-Yi score, doesn't it? It's more than 5 times that of the second place. Defeating monsters at Tier 2 Stage 1 to Tier 2 Stage 3 will earn you 10 points. Defeating monsters of Tier 2, Stage 4 to Tier 2, Stage 7 will earn you 15 points. Defeating monsters of Tier 2, Rank 8 to Tier 2, Rank 10 will earn you 20 points. Even if Chun-Yi gets 20 points for each one, he still needs to kill at least 640 of them. Even if Warcraft were to line up to kill Chun-Yi, killing 640 of them would probably leave him exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. How did they manage to get so many points? Could it be that he killed a level 3 challenge boss to get such a high score? It's possible. I just asked a lot of people, and none of them have seen what the boss looks like. This is outrageous. Is this thing really worth that much? I should have gone to find out where the challenge boss is. My wives and I defeated a Tier 3, Stage 5, 4-star difficulty monster in the training room before. I feel like I could beat a challenge boss too. Looks like my top priority tomorrow is finding the boss to challenge. This score is just too high. Lin Mo stared intently at the scores on the leaderboard and sighed helplessly. He recalled the scene from earlier that afternoon when the gray-winged beetles kept flying to one side. Based on this phenomenon, he roughly understood the answer and realized how these high scores were achieved. Honey, we lost this time. Fu Xuemei walked over with a faint smile on her face and teased softly. Lin Mo shrugged and said truthfully, this is normal. We are only S rank, while Chun-Yi may have SSS rank talent. There's no comparison. Anyway, it's just a training exercise. We just need to follow our own pace. That's true. On the other side, as one of the victims of the insect swarm incident, Lan Yuqing was naturally well aware of Chun-Yi's methods of boosting scores. I was instantly furious. However, he didn't dare to go and complain to Chun-Yi. After all, Chun-Yi could even defeat an insect swarm, so torturing him would be like torturing a son. At this moment, Fang Xiaoye, who was standing to the side, offered a different perspective. Brother Lan, let's challenge him during the duel time after 8 o'clock. Challenge him? Are you sure? Just bet a few points as a token gesture, treat it as some fun, and see just how strong he really is. Those skilled in group attacks aren't necessarily good at one-on-one combat, right? Besides, we're just here for training. Losing a few points isn't a big deal, but if we could win. As Fang Xiaoye spoke, she rubbed her right thumb and forefinger together, a sly smile on her face. Seeing this, Lan Yuqing instantly understood Fang Xiaoye's intention. Losing to Chun-Yi is not shameful, but if they could defeat the currently dominant Chun-Yi, their allowance would naturally increase. For these rich kids, if they don't produce any real achievements, their allowance will definitely be reduced to almost nothing. This is also one of their troubles. Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's give it a try. If I can really beat him, I'll definitely slap Chun-Yi twice. After dinner, it was exactly 8 p.m. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin only ate some desserts to fill their stomachs. since they would be eating monster cores later to level up. If I eat too much, I won't be able to cultivate later. Because it was time for the duel, the area outside was exceptionally lively. Hey, first place winner, you finally decided to come out. Wang Kylie looked at Chun-Yi and his two companions with a wicked smile. I thought you would come out exhausted again. Chun-Yi was also taken aback. Instructor Kelly, aren't you going to preside over the duel? What are you doing squatting at my door? Wang Kylie smiled and said, of course I'll preside over the duel. Here, this is your duel letter. Do you accept? Chun-Yi and his two companions exchanged bewildered glances. He already won first place with such an overwhelming advantage, yet someone still dares to challenge him to a duel? Chun-Yi took the duel letter and asked, who initiated this duel? Wang Kylie pointed with her chin to Lan Yuqing and Feng Xiaoya, who were warming up not far away. Look, those are the two of them, second on the leaderboard. Following Wang Kylie's gaze, Chun-Yi's eyes instantly locked onto a woman with colorful wings on her back, holding two colorful daggers in her hands, who looked like a butterfly fairy. A system interface appeared on her body. Name, Feng Xiaoya armed form. Contractor, Lan Yuqing. Bloodline, S-rank swallowtail butterfly. Hidden bloodline, SS rank 7 colored swallowtail butterfly. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10. Constitution, 50. Spiritual power, 77. Attributes, wind, poison, dark. Skills, gale slash, venom fong. Favorability, plus 25 points. Affinity, 196, can learn new skills. Evaluation, a very well-rounded spirit beast. Its strength will be greatly enhanced if it learns the Shadow Step skill. Ding. This target has already formed a contract with another beast tamer. The affinity quest has failed to activate. Please, host, do not become a traitor like Chow Chow. Upon hearing the system notification, Chun-Yi immediately rolled his eyes. Who the hell wants to be a traitor like Chow Chow? Chapter 39 is a good training subject. Wow, she's got a really high level of friendliness. Looks like her beast tamer has trained her quite a bit. But why does this girl also have feelings for me? Although I possess a hidden SS rank bloodline, I have no interest in that. Besides, there are no system missions yet. Chun-Yi glanced at Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's system interfaces and sighed inwardly. Lin Mingxue's affinity score is only 28 points, while Luo Shirin's is a pitiful 6 points. Compared to most female spirit beasts, her level is indeed too low. She doesn't even meet the prerequisites for learning new skills. But there's nothing we can do about it, since we haven't had contracts with either of them for very long. Looks like I'll have to step up my game tonight and try to get them both to learn their new skills sooner. Chun-Yi replied, Instructor Kelly, I accept this duel. Hee, I knew you'd answer. Come with me. As Wang Kylie led Chun-Yi and his group to the center of the rest area. The already lively scene became even more exciting at this moment. The leader in the standings is going to have a showdown with the second place player in the standings. This is going to be incredibly exciting. Li Yi, Wang Fong, what are you two still doing? Mengxue might be about to have a duel. Aren't you going to come and watch? Strange. Why hasn't this guy made a sound all day? Could something have happened to him? What could possibly happen to him? He's just building rapport in the room, right? He's probably getting into the main action now, so he's pretending no one's around. Forget it. Let's not wait for him. The duel is about to begin. Outside Li Yi and Wang Fong's room, several students shook their heads helplessly. They had taken such a good room, and they had even said they wanted to witness Lin Mingxue's battle firsthand. But now they're not coming anymore. It's a speechless death. You're Chun-Yi. Lan Yuqing looked displeased. You're really lucky with your love life. Both of the spirit beasts you've contracted are so beautiful. Chun-Yi rolled his eyes. You're not even sure if it's me, yet you challenge me to a duel? Lan Yuqing snorted coldly and continued. Enough of that. Since you're here, it means you accept my challenge, right? 500 points, 2 against 2, Beastmaster and Spirit Beast, wanna play? Whatever. Chun-Yi turned to Lin Mingxue and said, Shuer, didn't you say you wanted to find an opportunity to practice your armed form? Now is a perfect opportunity. Lin Mingxue nodded slightly. Sure. Thank you, Brother Chun-Yi. Alright. The duel is settled. Wang Kylie announced. All other bystanders, disperse immediately. The duel will begin in 15 seconds. As soon as Wang Kylie finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. Lin Mingxue also switched directly to her armed form, revealing her dragon wings, tail, and scales. Her aura increased by several percentage points, and even the surrounding temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Upon seeing this, the other students went wild. Holy crap, It's the dragon girl, the dragon girl. Those white stockings, those legs, I could admire them for 10 years. Damn, I'm so envious. Lin Mingshua's armed form is so beautiful. Wah, my beloved Lin University's campus Belle. Why did she sign a contract with someone from another school? Wah. In the midst of the students' madness, Lan Yuqing positioned his hands in a bow-drawing posture, gathering spiritual energy that quickly condensed into a longbow radiating azure light. 6 azure blue spiritual energy arrows hovered around him like floating cannons. I have to say that scene was pretty cool. So he's a combat-type beastmaster? No wonder he asked for a 2-on-2 duel. But it's not a big problem. It's a good opportunity for me to test my current abilities. Swear, remember to go easy on her. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Kaili announced the start of the duel. Upon hearing those words, Lin Mingxue shot off towards Feng Xiaoye like an arrow released from a bow. It left almost nothing but a blurry afterimage in the same spot. Holy crap, that fast. Lan Yuqing was startled and quickly took out a spiritual energy arrow, preparing to provide cover for the attack. However, his move completely backfired. Lin Mingshua's attack on Feng Xiaoye was merely a feint. Her real target is Lan Yuqing. Lin Mingxue spread her dragon claws and swung them forcefully toward Feng Xiaoye's neck, seemingly intending to kill him with a single blow. Faced with such a fierce attack, Feng Xiaoye naturally dared not be careless in the slightest and quickly raised his dagger to parry. But at that moment, Lin Mingxue suddenly withdrew her dragon claws, flashed her figure, and bypassed Feng Xiaoye to rush towards Lan Yuqing. In a battle where one side has many enemies, prioritizing the elimination of the weaker enemies to reduce their numerical advantage is definitely the wisest strategy. Damn it, beautiful lady, you have no sportsmanship. Lan Yuqing had just drawn his longbow and hadn't even had time to shoot an arrow when Lin Mingxue rushed in front of him. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Mingshue's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sweet smile, just like a goddess in a dream. However, her attack was merciless and landed squarely on Lan Yuqing. With just one palm strike, Lan Yuqing was sent flying. His body tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It looks like he's passed out. Brother Lan, you're so mean. How could you be so unfair? You want to fight 2 against 1? That's not very fair of you. Now, once no one else is around, it's our battle. Damn it, they're really cunning. Feng Xiaoye gritted her teeth and stared intently at Lin Mingshue's every move. Upon hearing Lin Mingshue's words, Chun-Yi immediately rolled his eyes. Damn it, he's a human being too. He can fight too. Why was he excluded for no apparent reason? Just as Chun-Yi was secretly complaining to himself, the 2 women had already begun their confrontation. Lin Mingxue has a stronger bloodline level, but Feng Xiaoye is of a higher class. Moreover, she is obviously more skilled at manipulating her armed form and has significantly more experience in one-on-one combat. So after several rounds, neither side would give way and neither could gain the upper hand. However, in the very next exchange, Feng Xiaoye suddenly retreated several steps, and a colorful ripple suddenly condensed around the colorful dagger in his hand. Call out. After a sharp, piercing sound, it transformed into a colorful streak of light and stabbed fiercely towards Lin Mingshue's abdomen. This attack was so fast, like a sudden storm, that it caught everyone off guard. Everyone around was shocked by what they saw. Such a fierce attack, coupled with the fact that Feng Xiaoye is using a weapon to attack, means that if he can't dodge it, he will probably be killed in one blow. However, faced with such a fierce attack, Lin Mingxue did not have any intention of dodging, but instead met it head-on. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. All the onlookers saw was Feng Xiaoye being sent flying, dagger and all, and he too fell to the ground, unable to get up. As for Lin Mingxue, who was the one who took the attack, there wasn't even a single scratch on the dragon scales on her wrist. Is this level of defense really that strong? Chapter 40 New Skills. The duel is over. Chun-Yi, Lin Mingxue wins. Upon seeing this, Wang Kaili immediately announced the outcome of the duel. The students around him all wore expressions of disbelief. They knew Lin Mingxue was strong, but they never imagined her strength was so terrifying. Feng Xiaoye is a renowned one-on-one champion at Yicheng Beast Taming Academy, known for his high attack power and speed. However, she couldn't even withstand a few moves from Lin Mingxue. The high score you get indicates that your skills have a wide range, high damage, and the ability to fly, making it easier to find monsters. But who would have thought you'd be so strong in a one-on-one fight? They can even easily defeat opponents who are several ranks higher. Many A-level beast tamer combinations believe that they would be absolutely unable to withstand such a fierce attack after seeing Feng Xiaoya's attack. However, Lin Mingxue easily blocked Feng Xiaoya's attack and defeated him in one blow. Is it really necessary to make it this perfect? Wow, Schwerer is amazing. Luo Shirin stepped forward with a smile. At first I thought you'd have to get injured to win. Lin Mingxue pursed her lips and said softly, I was just lucky. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Lan Yuqing and Feng Xiaoya, who were lying on the ground, completely unconscious and still foaming at the mouth. At that moment, only one thought came to my mind. You're lying. No one expected that Lin Mingxue, who usually seemed so gentle and frail and often skipped even PE class, would be so ruthless. Wang Kaili walked up to Lan Yuqing and Feng Xiaoya and examined their injuries. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly. Excellent. You defeated the enemy with a single blow, but the injury wasn't too serious. He recovered after a night's rest. You really controlled your strength perfectly. Wang Kaili turned to several students and said, You, and you all, come and help carry them to the infirmary. Receive. At this moment, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin walked up to Chun Yi's side. Lin Mingxue blushed shyly and asked softly, Brother Chun Yi, how did I do? Chun Yi nodded. Very good. It wasn't in vain that I gave you my strength. Hearing Chun Yi's praise, Lin Mingxue's cheeks turned even redder. She lowered her head, her voice trailing off. Could we try to build up our rapport a bit more tonight? Normally, this kind of thing is quite common between beast tamers and spirit beasts. Every beast tamer and spirit beast needs to go through this process to enhance the strength of their contracted spirit beast and learn new skills. However, when Lin Mingxue said these words, the situation became somewhat delicate. She is the school beauty of Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy and the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. If looks could kill, Chun Yi would probably have been torn to pieces by now. Damn it, I want to contract a dragon girl too. Wake up, dragons are all of S rank or higher bloodlines. You, with your C rank talent, think you can contract a dragon? Dream on. Although it hurts, I'm content to see how strong Mingxue has become. At this moment, Wang Kaili, who had finished treating the wounded, clapped her hands, interrupting the crowd's discussion. All right, everyone, please disperse. Those who want to duel, continue dueling. Those who don't, go back and cultivate your affinity with others to improve your combat strength. Instead of wasting time being envious here, you should hone your skills and become stronger quickly. Once you're stronger, you can pick any of those beautiful girls with strong bloodlines you want. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to wake from a dream and turn to leave. Find a Beastmaster team that you believe you can defeat and initiate a duel. As for Chun Yi, it's naturally impossible for him to receive any more duel requests. Even the ace of Yicheng Beast Taming Academy was utterly defeated by him. If these newbies went up to fight, wouldn't they just be giving away points and getting beaten up for nothing? However, it seems that being beaten up by Lin Mingxue is a unique experience. Ha ha, your daughter is no good. Ha ha, she can't even beat my granddaughter's sister. Seeing Feng Xiaoya being easily defeated, Luo Qinghe laughed so hard he almost fell over. His hearty laughter echoed in the room, making one wonder if the person in front of them could really be one of the 7 strongest beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. Feng Zhenkai was still somewhat unconvinced. He exhaled a smoke ring, pursed his lips, and said, It's not like I lost to your granddaughter. What's so funny? Anyway, the result is that your daughter was instantly defeated by that girl Mingxue. Is there a problem with that? I don't care. My daughter couldn't beat your granddaughter, so I won't admit it. What's the use of you denying it? So many people saw your granddaughter's humiliating defeat. Damn it. Chun Yi then led the girls back to their room. After all, the purpose of going out at night was to see what this duel was all about. Looking back now, it seems like nothing special. It would have been better to spend more time building rapport. But before that, let's fill Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's stomachs first. As for cultivating affinity, naturally, we cannot favor one over the other. Both girls need to improve their approachability at the same time. Ding! Lin Mingxue's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability rating, 87 points. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 75 points. The morning sun shone on the earth, officially announcing the start of the second day of the assessment. However, Chun Yi's assessment was not over yet. Brother Chun Yi, since we have so many points, there's no need to go out hunting monsters right away today. Yes, I feel it too. I'll be able to learn a new skill soon. Let's keep trying. Listening to the whispers between Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, Chun-Yi sighed helplessly. He was truly filled with regret. It all started with a careless remark I made early last night. Last night, after Lin Mengshue's affinity level increased to 30 points, a new option appeared in the affinity level section, Learn New Skills. Out of curiosity, Chun-Yi tentatively clicked on the option above. Then a system notification sound came through. Ding! Lin Mengshue's affinity has reached 30 points, meeting the rank requirement of Tier 2, Stage 1. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Lin Mingxue for successfully learning the new skill, Dragon's Breath. Instantly, Lin Mengshue's beautiful eyes lit up. Because in their viewpoint, this is what it looks like to acquire new skills after improving one's affinity with others. And it's an incredibly awesome skill. However, unlike Chun-Yi, they cannot see the specific numerical value of affinity like the system can. They only know one thing. For ordinary beast tamers and spirit beasts, it is almost impossible to raise their affinity to a level sufficient to learn new skills within just a few months. Chapter 41 Challenging the Boss. But now things are different. Lin Mingxue followed Chun-Yi Tsai for a week, but she didn't focus on cultivating rapport every day. As a result, she learned a new skill. A spirit beast's strength depends on many factors, and the number of its skills is one of them. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin had just undergone a transformation and upgrade from F-level bloodlines, and naturally, they were extremely eager to become stronger. And it's so addictive, so comfortable. Now, the opportunity to become stronger is right in front of us. They naturally wanted to seize the opportunity and nurture the child as much as possible. Hey, do you two know a proverb? Chun-Yi said speechlessly. There are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are overplowed. I already tried my best last night. An hour is the limit for a young person like me. As he spoke, he rubbed his aching arms and lower back, inwardly groaning. Shouldn't youth be more vigorous? Exactly. Doesn't Brother Chun-Yi want us to become stronger? Besides, you've been resting all night. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's voices were like demonic sounds, constantly eroding Chun-Yi's mental defenses. In the end, Chun-Yi couldn't withstand the test and gritted his teeth to work an extra hour. Looks like I still need to grind more enhancement points to improve my physique, otherwise I'll die of a sudden illness sooner or later. Chun-Yi, his body aching all over, stared at the ceiling and muttered to himself. After Chun-Yi finished eating, he helped the two girls guide the spiritual power of the monster cores. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Mingxue's level remained unchanged, while Luo Shirin and Chun-Yi's levels both increased by 1 stage. Looking at the remaining magical beast cores in his spatial ring, Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh. These are 102nd tier magical beast cores, plus 51st tier magical beast cores. If used on ordinary spirit beasts, it would probably allow them to break through to the 5th or 6th level. However, when applied to them, it only resulted in such a small improvement. Indeed, the path of cultivation is so difficult, and the journey is long and arduous. Seeing Chun-Yi emerge from the room looking utterly dejected, some of the men in the rest area had eyes that turned red with envy. Damn, this person is living such a comfortable life. Take another look at the leaderboard. Lan Yuqing's points remained unchanged. After deducting the 500 points he made in the bet last night, and adding the hunting time this morning, his ranking was directly pushed down to 10th place. Lin Mo, who was originally in 3rd place, has now moved up to 2nd place, with a total of 3,000 points, which is still a fraction of Chun-Yi's score. I feel like 1st place is definitely in the bag. However, just because he secured 1st place doesn't mean Chun-Yi can rest on his laurels. Luo Shirin once said that after the assessment, she could obtain some monster cores from her grandfather. This is a perfectly normal thing. Large families have abundant resources and can obtain a large number of magical beast cores, which they then distribute to the beast tamers and spirit beasts within the family to help them cultivate. However, Chun-Yi and his group's situation was quite special. Ordinary beast tamers cultivate by grinding magical beast cores into powder. Consuming 10 or so monster cores a day is already quite difficult, with the most being around 20. The rest is used to supplement cultivation with monster meat. But what about Chun-Yi and the other two? At the normal pace, it would take about 100 or 200 monster cores per day to meet the needs of cultivation, which Luo Shirin found difficult to talk about. Therefore, cultivation resources will probably still have to be obtained by oneself. We can't slack off at all. Because the school explicitly prohibited it yesterday, gathering monsters in any way is no longer allowed today. Chun-Yi and his group had no choice but to hunt down the monsters one by one, taking it one step at a time. But surprisingly, it doesn't seem to be slow at all. Chun-Yi rode on Lin Mingshua's back, directing her to launch an attack. Thanks to the system's observation capabilities, even magical beasts hidden in bushes or burrowed in the soil cannot escape the system's location and have nowhere to hide. Therefore, Chun-Yi naturally became Lin Mingshua's telescope in terms of high-altitude reconnaissance. Having enjoyed the thrill of slaughter yesterday, Luo Shirin toned down her brilliance today, taking on a menial role and collecting materials from the monsters killed by Lin Mingxua. In a few hours, you can kill 300 or 400 monsters and reap a rich harvest. Just then, Chun-Yi and his group keenly noticed several beast tamers and spirit beasts fleeing in panic in the forest ahead, as if they had encountered some kind of crisis. Upon seeing this, Luo Shirin immediately transformed into human form and came before them to inquire about the situation. "Hey students, what's wrong with you all? You look so disheveled. You're Chun-Yi's contracted spirit beast? That long-legged beauty." "Yes, that's me. So what's wrong with you all?" "There's hope. Beautiful lady, there's a tier 3 ghost face spider ahead. That must be the challenge boss mentioned in the rules. It's terrifying." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin was overjoyed. "I couldn't find a boss to challenge all day yesterday, and it's almost 7 o'clock today, and I still haven't encountered one. I had already given up hope, thinking we would just miss each other again. However, fate is always full of surprises. I never expected to meet him again." She flashed and instantly transformed into a spirit beast, flapping her wings and soaring high to Chun-Yi's side to report the situation. "Challenge the boss. Let's go take a look. What if it's the Beast King? That would be a huge win." The moment he finished speaking, the ghost-face spider that the students had mentioned caught up with him. Warcraft, Ghost-Face Spider. Difficulty, 7 stars. Level, Tier 3, Rank 9. Attributes, Earth, Poison. Skills, Venomous Fang, Night Gaze. Synopsis, a spider monster with a demonic face. Being stared directly into its eyes can drive one insane. Its strongest weapon is also its greatest weakness. Standing 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, its massive body is supported by 8 pillar-like limbs. Every step it takes causes the ground to tremble slightly, just like a truck. The head no longer has the familiar compound eye structure, but is instead covered with dozens of eerie green single eyes. Its mouth has incredibly sharp teeth, capable of splitting trees as easily as cutting paper with scissors. However, despite how terrifying this giant spider monster was, Chun-Yi still felt a strange unease when looking at it. It moves at an extremely fast speed, but it doesn't seem to be chasing its prey. Instead, it seemed as if it had been frightened and was fleeing in panic. Chun-Yi wondered to himself, "Strange, is there a stronger magical beast in this assessment area? Or is it being hunted down by other beast tamers?" However, he didn't think too much about it, and immediately ordered the 2 girls to attack the eyes of the ghost-faced spider. Boom, boom, boom. Under the powerful barrage of fire from the 2 girls, the ghost-faced spider quickly died and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 42. How about working a little overtime? This, a level 3, stage 10 magical beast. Just like that, it's dead? Is this the strength of the spirit beast Chun-Yi contracted? It's too powerful. TSK. No wonder he's the record holder for the fastest beast tamer exam. Truly amazing. Phew, that was terrifying. Thank goodness it was dealt with. Otherwise I felt like we would have been caught sooner or later. That's why I said from the beginning, don't go near that cave. If it weren't for Chun-Yi, we would have had to use the teleportation crystal. I always had a feeling there was something in that cave, but I never expected it to be this thing. You're still talking back? If you talk back again, I'm not going to serve you tonight. At this moment, Chun-Yi and his group also took out the scoring spheres and monster cores and came to the students' side. As soon as I arrived, I heard them talking. A cave? What does that mean? Did this thing come out of a cave? Yes. If you walk 3 or 4 kilometers east from here, you should be able to see the cave. It's under a willow tree, quite well hidden. A bespectacled beast tamer explained. I thought the cave was so well hidden that it might be a treasure trove arranged by the school, but I never expected. The rest is self-explanatory. They went in to search for treasure, but ended up encountering a ghost-faced spider and being chased for several kilometers. Chun-Yi and his group exchanged glances, their lips curving slightly upwards. It seems everyone thinks the same way. If there's a treasure cave, then we definitely have to investigate it. However, today's hunting time is about to end, so let's talk about it tomorrow. It's already evening, So naturally it's time to do what's appropriate for evening. Before long, Chun-Yi and his group returned to the rest area. After putting all the scoring balls in, the score skyrocketed again. Points ranking. First place, Chun-Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin. Score, 21,600 points. Second place, Lin Mo, Fu Xuemei, Su Ting. Score, 6,100 points. Even though they wasted most of the day, the gap in points with the second place team was still widening significantly. Let's keep this momentum going tomorrow and secure the first place prize. After Chun-Yi helped the girls channel the energy of the monster cores, it was already midnight. As if Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue had planned it in advance, they did not launch their attacks at the same time this time. Brother Chun-Yi, I want to learn a skill too. Lin Mingxue, who was standing nearby, also took the opportunity to help, gently patting Luo Shirin's pert buttocks and revealing a wicked smile. Brother Chun-Yi, isn't this voice so beautiful? It must be so enjoyable to listen to it a few more times before bed, right? Seeing this, Chun-Yi coughed twice and said, when did you two come up with this kind of charade? Luo Shirin leaned close to Chun-Yi's ear and blew a breath. Brother Chun-Yi, don't you like it? Its fragrance was like orchids, carrying a faint, alluring scent. But Chun-Yi remained completely unmoved. As the beast tamer of these two little fairies, he felt it was necessary to teach them what true ladylike values were. Stop thinking about all sorts of things all day long and neglecting your duties. Like the third day of the final exams. As dawn broke, Chun-Yi surprisingly got up very early, sitting at the dining table enjoying breakfast by 7:30. Of course, the reason it all came down to was that last night I only had to deal with one spirit beast girl. It was much more relaxing than the night before last. This morning, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin did not choose spirit beast crystal cores for cultivation as usual, but instead chose normal food. On the one hand, consuming too many spirit beast cores can indeed easily lead to a feeling of satiation. On the other hand, even with Chun-Yi's skills, it would take 3 or 4 hours to refine the monster core, which is really too time-consuming. I got information about the cave from other students yesterday evening, and now it's time to go and explore it properly. Just as Chun-Yi was about to get up, Luo Shirin suddenly showed a shy expression. She gently tugged at Chun-Yi's hand and whispered, Little brother Chun-Yi, didn't you say last night that I'd be able to learn the new skill soon? In that case, how about we work a little overtime now? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi also sighed. The system interface shows that Luo Shirin's current affinity is 14 points, and she can learn a new skill when she has 15 points of affinity. It's a pity I was too exhausted last night, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have dragged it out until this morning. Loose lips sink ships. Okay, I'll treat it as post-meal exercise. Thank you, little brother Chun-Yi Mua. Seeing this, Lin Mingxue couldn't help but laugh like an ant. At first, she was worried that Luo Shirin, as a daughter from a prominent family, would be arrogant and find it difficult to establish a good relationship with Chun-Yi. In retrospect, I was overthinking it. The fact that Chun-Yi and Luo Shirin can get along well is undoubtedly the best outcome. Soon, 15 minutes later, a system notification sounded. Ding! Luo Shirin's affinity has reached 15 points, meeting the rank requirement of Tier 2, Stage 1. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Luo Shirin for successfully learning the new skill, Sonic Boom. Feeling her newfound power, Luo Shirin was thrilled and hugged Chun-Yi, showing him off wildly. Thank you, Chun-Yi. I really never imagined I'd be where I am today. Chun-Yi gently stroked Luo Shirin's head, a faint smile on his lips. What are you thinking? Do you think learning a small skill is the end? I promise you, you will definitely stand at the top of the world in the future. Real. Do I look like the kind of person who would lie to you? Wah. Thank you, brother Chun-Yi. You are my benefactor for life. Moved to tears, Luo Shirin threw herself into Chun-Yi's arms, letting her emotions flow freely. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 5 points. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability has reached 80 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations, host. You have gained 15 enhancement points. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the combat skill, Wind Blade Slash. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, 100-Year Divine Bee Elixir. Wow. The favorability rating has already surpassed 80 points. Chun-Yi was secretly surprised. Before he transmigrated, he always thought that those beautiful women were unattainable, and that it would be extremely difficult to get them to take the initiative, or rather, they might not even have the option to take the initiative. Now it seems that it wasn't that the beautiful school Belle wasn't proactive at all. It's not about whether you're worth her taking the initiative. 15 enhancement points. I'll save them for now. My current 50 points in Constitution should be enough to handle the two of them. Just then, Lin Mingxue interjected. Brother Chen-Yi, what about me? Chen-Yi smiled slightly, put his arm around Lin Mingxue's slender waist, and gently pulled her into his arms. I apologize a little, it should be. We will definitely stand at the top of the world. That's more like it. Chapter 43 Lin Mo's Request. After it's over, Chun-Yi and the other two took a nice, relaxing shower and changed their clothes. After leaving the house, it was already 9:30, a full half hour past the hunting time. Surprisingly, many students in the rest area had not yet set off. Look, Chun-Yi has finally decided to get out of bed. Chun-Yi looks so good today. Looks like you didn't mess with my Mingxue last night. I admire your forbearance. Absolutely. If it were me, once I was confirmed as number one, I'd want to stay in my room every day to cultivate a friendly relationship. Huh? Do you think you can do that? You finished in 3 minutes last night. I'm giving you a whole day, and you're going to repay me in 3 minutes. Hearing the students' comments, Chun-Yi was speechless. He wondered why a large crowd would gather around him every time he left the room. It's already 9:30. Don't these people go hunting monsters? They just stand in front of other people's houses all day watching the excitement. Why are they like the old ladies at the village entrance? Just then, Lin Mo suddenly stepped forward and said, Brother Chen-Yi, may I have a word with you in private? Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi also glanced at the two contracted spirit beasts beside Lin Mo. They all have positive feelings towards me, so it seems they don't intend to frame me or anything. But Fu Xueme, something's not right with you. Even though they already have a beastmaster, their affection level has still increased to 50 points, which is equivalent to the affection level between ordinary couples. Damn it. Could it be that Lin Mo's purpose in taking this opportunity to speak was to get him to sign a contract with Fu Xueme? The kidneys can't handle it. Alright, come with me. However, as it turned out, Chun-Yi was overthinking things. After listening to Lin Mo's explanation, Chun-Yi frowned slightly and checked it again. You mean you want to get first place? Yes. The first place prize is yours. I'll collect all the point orbs along the way, and the monster cores are yours too. Chun-Yi looked up at the aerial drone overhead and said helplessly, What's the point? It's being broadcast live the whole time. I killed all the monsters. Even if you picked up the points orbs, no one will recognize you as number one, right? Fu Xueme sighed and interjected. This guy is about to break through to the 3rd rank and wants to contract a more powerful spirit beast, so he wants to get first place to improve his competitiveness. That's how he tricked me into coming here. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo hurriedly explained. How can this be called lying? Xueme, have I been bad to you? Fu Xueme pursed her lips and bluntly retorted. It is very good. But that's the truth, isn't it? My hometown is in Linjiang. If it weren't for that fake report card you got from who knows where. Listening to the two bickering, Chun-Yi probably understood the reason why Lin Mo acted this way. S-rank beast tamers are indeed outstanding. If they just gave a call, female spirit beasts who wanted to form contracts with them would probably line up in a long queue. However, in this world, a beast tamer can form contracts with multiple female spirit beasts, but a female spirit beast can only have one beast tamer. This means that it is almost impossible for a beast tamer to contract a female spirit beast of a higher level than himself, while it is much easier for a female spirit beast to be compatible with a higher level. S-rank female spirit beasts are already extremely rare, so there's plenty of opportunity to choose an SS-rank beast tamer. If an S-rank beast tamer wants to establish a contract with an S-rank spirit beast girl, they must prove themselves to be at the top level among S-rank beasts through various outstanding achievements in order to gain more contract rights. Otherwise, one can only settle for second best and choose an A-rank spirit beast girl. Being ranked first in the final exams of the 3 schools is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to prove one's abilities, even though this achievement is only valid in other cities. Chun-Yi immediately agreed. What benefits will I get? I can't just hand over first place for nothing, can I? After all, he gets the first and second place prizes, plus an extra reward. Why not take advantage of such a good thing? Hearing Chun-Yi agree, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your help, Brother Chen-Yi. Is there anything you'd like to do, Brother Chen-Yi? How about a second tier or higher ice or wind attribute Beast King Crystal Core? The Beast King's Crystal Core. Lin Mo and Feng Xiaoya exchanged a glance, their faces showing reluctance. Given their respective backgrounds, these two families naturally had some of these treasures in stock. However, These crystal cores are all prepared for the future purpose of being able to form contracts with female spirit beasts who are good at ice or wind attributes. It cost a lot of money to get these things back then. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to Chun-Yi? After hesitating for half a minute, Lin Mo finally sighed. Fine. Take it if you want it. Deal. Come with me. There's a place I want to go. Su Ting's Shadow Panther form is a land-based unit, so its movement speed in the mountains and forests is naturally slower than that of Lin Mingxue and Luo Shiring. As for getting them to ride on top, that's absolutely impossible. Along the way, it not only had to help Su Ting hunt monsters on the road, but also collect point orbs, a heavy task. When they finally arrived at the cave that the students had mentioned the day before, it was almost noon. In the viewing hall, Luo Qinghe frowned immediately upon seeing the cave before him. For some reason, he could feel a heart-pounding sensation even through the screen. Is there such a cave in the assessment area? The principal quickly explained. Yes, this cave was left by the exploration team when they were investigating the mineral vein. There's nothing special about it. Luo Qinghe nodded slightly after hearing the principal's words, but the doubts in his heart did not dissipate. Am I just imagining things? At this moment, Fang Zhengkai, who was standing to the side, let out a sneer. Old man, aren't your granddaughter and that Lin Mingxue very strong? They can even kill a level 3, 9 challenge boss with one hit. Why do you look so scared? However, this time Luo Qinghe did not respond to Fang Zhengkai as usual. He silently stood up, turned and walked towards the empty office next door. As soon as he entered the office, he snapped his fingers, and a barrier instantly sealed off the entire room. The next second, the shadow behind him began to shake violently, and a middle-aged woman slowly emerged from the shadow. Honey, is there something you need? Littlin, do you still remember this Demon Abyss cult? The Demon Abyss cult? The middle-aged woman frowned. I remember. What's wrong? Luo Qinghe, abandoning his previous playful demeanor, revealed a cold expression. Right now, summon Qinglian, Fenghua, and Ziyuan, and get all the background information on the students who are taking the final exam. It would be best to collect records of their recent activities and relationships. We need to act quickly. I think some of them might be connected to the Demon Abyss cult. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman nodded and disappeared into the shadows once more. Chapter 44 Black Giant Insect. Luo Qinghe's gaze was fixed on the view outside the window. His lips moved slightly as he muttered softly. Hopefully it's just a trace left by someone who happened to possess dark powers. In the live stream, the black power patterns belonging to the Demon Abyss sect faintly drifted out from the cave. Despite its fragility, it still exists. Either the Demon Abyss cult members were here, or there are some items closely related to the Demon Abyss cult buried here. In any case, this most likely proves that someone who had connections with the Demon Abyss cult came here. That insane organization that worships Warcraft. On the way to the cave, Chun-Yi also inquired about the uses of the 100-year Divine Bee elixir from the system. Essentially, it's an ingredient that contains a lot of spiritual energy. Consuming this entire jar would roughly equal the combined spiritual power of 304th-tier magical beast cores. However, it should be noted that these spiritual treasures containing energy can produce different effects after being activated with enhancement points, depending on the amount of spiritual power they contain and their attributes. The 100-year Divine Bee elixir is a low-level spiritual treasure of the wood attribute. After being activated with 5 enhancement points, it can create a shield that can withstand all attacks below the 6th rank. Of course, this amount is only enough to last for 2 times, and cannot last indefinitely. System, are you saying that as long as I activate this thing, all beast tamers, spirit beasts, and magical beasts below the 6th rank will definitely be unable to harm me, right? That's not the case. Even if a 5th-tier magical beast unleashes an attack power of 6th tier or higher, it still cannot be stopped. Okay, I understand. Chun-Yi roughly understood what the system meant. Basically, it should be able to withstand about 2 attacks of level 6 power. I feel that Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's strengths will not be needed. They can be used as appetizers to cleanse the palate when the time comes. Otherwise, if you cultivate by eating monster cores every day and never get to enjoy any delicious food, that would be quite pitiful. At this moment, Lin Mo looked at the dark cave in front of him, his heart filled with doubt. Are there any magical beasts in here? I don't know, but exploring a cave doesn't take much time anyway, so I'll just take a look. Sigh, alright. But is it too late? The score is only a little over 11,000 points now, and there are only 7 hours left. Can we catch up with your score? Don't worry, there's still time. 10 minutes later, they entered the depths of the cave. I knew there was nothing left. Lin Imo sighed. That challenge boss you killed yesterday probably wandered in here by accident and was discovered by the other students, which is why it chased after them. Ah! Before she could finish speaking, Su Ting suddenly screamed. What's wrong? Lin Imo and Chun Yi asked at the same time. Su Ting was trembling as she pointed to a wall and floor stained with blood. This is human blood. And it's very fresh, probably from the last couple of days. Su Ting's spirit beast bloodline is the A-level shadow war leopard. Although her sense of smell is not as good as that of canine spirit beasts, it is not a problem for her to distinguish the scent of blood. We're used to smelling the blood of monsters all the time. It's become commonplace. But human blood, especially such a large amount of human blood, is rarely seen. Lin Mingshue's gaze sharpened as she spotted a blood-stained white bracelet in the corner. That's no way. What's wrong, Shuer? Chunyi asked. Did you discover anything? That bracelet seems to be a gift Qin Shoshin gave me before, but I felt he had ulterior motives, so I returned it to him. How did it end up here? Qin Shoshin's gift? Wait, could it be? Over the past 2 days, Chunyi felt as if something important had been overlooked. Only now did he finally realize he hadn't seen Qin Shoshin and Lu Ruyan. Qin Shoshin was quite capable in combat, while Lu Ruyan had an extremely boastful personality. Logically speaking, now that they have successfully formed a contract, Lu Ruyan would definitely take Qin Shoshin around to show off, in order to satisfy her vanity. However, the past 2 days have been unusually calm and quiet, with not a single person in sight. And now, a bloodstained bracelet has appeared here again. Could it be that something actually happened to them? Boom! Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from the earth. A strong shaking sensation came over me, as if it were an earthquake. What's going on? Let's get out of here quickly. If it's an earthquake, we'll be buried alive in this cave sooner or later. Chunyi's words were instantly accepted by everyone, and they immediately ran towards the cave exit. The discovery of a large amount of fresh human blood inside the cave must be reported to the school immediately. However, not long after they left the cave, Chun-Yi witnessed a horrifying scene. A gigantic insect-like monster was seen leading a horde of ferocious monsters, chasing after a large group of students. The tall trees were easily knocked down by this insect-shaped monster, as fragile as blades of grass. It was incredibly fast, catching up with the students who were running desperately in the blink of an eye. What is this? Why would something like this appear in a final exam? Help me. Wife, save me. A second-tier, 4th-stage beast tamer let out a piercing cry for help. However, before he could finish speaking, the giant black worm devoured him in one bite, leaving only half of his body lying in a pool of blood. No, husband you. The beast tamer's contracted spirit beast let out a mournful cry, seemingly trying to save him. But the insect-shaped monster showed no mercy, and with another bite, swallowed her and her beast tamer whole. Seeing this horrific scene, the other students who were running away were instantly dumbfounded. This was the first time they had witnessed beast tamers and spirit beasts die tragically before their eyes, and in such a cruel way. Run! Run! Why did this happen? Stop talking nonsense and run. Do you want to die? Damn it! Aren't there drones for aerial photography? Why hasn't the school sent anyone to help yet? The students screamed their hearts out. Among this group of students, there was even a pair of acquaintances, Wan Yuqing, Fang Xiaoya, and Wang Yingying. Chun-Yi was stunned when he saw this. Of course, what stunned him was not seeing someone die right before his eyes. It was actually the system interface of this giant black insect. Name: Lu Ruyan, demonized. Contract master: none. Bloodline: demonic devouring worm. Level: Tier 5, Stage 5. Physical fitness: 366. Spiritual power: 260. Attributes: Earth, Dark. Skills: Sand Sweep, Devour, Dark Space. Favorability: plus 40 points. Friendliness: none. Evaluation: after being injected with spinal fluid extracted from the 7-star demonic beast, the demonic devouring worm, the user entered a demonic state, briefly gaining the power of the demonic devouring worm, and can rapidly increase their strength by devouring humans and demonic beasts. Chapter 45: 5th Order Magical Beast. Holy crap, this thing is actually Lu Ruyan. The contract holder column is empty. So did she eat Qin Shoshin? But what's going on with Lu Ruyan? She's changed into this state, yet her favorability towards me has turned positive, and it's a whopping 40 points. Chun-Yi clicked his tongue inwardly in amazement. Although his feelings for Lu Ruyan had long since faded, but seeing Lu Ruyan in this state still makes one feel sorry for her. The process of a spirit beast becoming demonic is extremely cruel, an indescribable torment. It is precisely for this reason that, out of humanitarian considerations, various countries offer euthanasia to those female spirit beasts who are on the verge of demonization and are beyond saving. However, what was unexpected was this phenomenon of spirit beasts becoming demonic, which is extremely rare even on television, is actually happening here? Judging from Lu Rian's evaluation section, it seems that she was forced to become demonized. What else in this world can forcibly corrupt a spirit beast? Moreover, due to the presence of the dark space, the communication of aerial drones is greatly interfered with, and the outside world may be completely unaware of the situation here. In addition, this move can block all spatial skills, making it impossible to escape using teleportation crystals. Is it a coincidence that he possesses this skill, or was it all planned in advance? Luo Shirin asked with a worried expression, Brother Chen-Yi, what should we do now? This insect seems to be a 5th tier one. We are no match for it at all. Chen-Yi made a quick decision and ordered, we are definitely no match for it. Shirin, fly back to the rest area immediately to find Wang Kaili. This monster doesn't have any ranged attack skills. Lin Mingxue, and I can hold it off for now. Okay, I understand. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Shirin immediately spread her wings and sped towards the rest area. Chen-Yi then took out a power enhancement card from his pocket and strengthened Lin Mingxue. This is the boundary of the assessment area, about 30 kilometers away from the rest area. At full speed, Luo Shirin should be able to complete a round trip in 20 minutes. We should try to stall this thing for as long as possible. Lin Mo, you must escape now. Once the teleportation crystal is usable, flee this place immediately and inform the outside world of what's happening here. I know. Didn't you see I'm running away? Lin Mo longed to win first place. But even in such a life or death situation, he was still able to distinguish between what was important and what was not. If we stay here any longer, we might get swallowed whole by that thing without even realizing it. Schwergo, that thing doesn't have any ranged attack skills. Let's save those students first. Good. Help. Help. Damn it. Just as the pair of beast tamers were about to be caught up by Lu Rian, suddenly, a breath of ice descended from the sky and struck Lu Rian squarely on the back. Although this attack did not cause any real damage. However, this still bought the two students in front precious time to escape. Lu Rian turned around abruptly, and when she saw Chen-Yi's figure, she was stunned. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Mingxue unleashed a dragon's breath attack. The pure white breath exploded above Lu Rian's head, leveling the surrounding forest within a few dozen meters. However, even with her attributes doubled, Lin Mingxue still couldn't inflict much damage on Lu Rian. The class gap is too great. Even if Lin Mingxue is strong and has the power amplification card to help her, it will be difficult for her to achieve anything. Roar. Lu Rian let out a roar. Her body began to writhe violently, like a giant snake, launching a surprise attack at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it leaped dozens of meters high. Fortunately, Lin Mingxue reacted quickly. With a sudden flap of her dragon wings, her body floated 10 meters into the air, narrowly dodging Lu Rian's attack. Holy crap, what the hell is that bug? Can it even fly? Schwer, be careful. Yes, I know. On the other side, the students who saw Chen-Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. But this relaxed atmosphere didn't last long. It's Chen-Yi. I was so scared. I thought I was going to die here. Mengxue is amazing. That insect felt to be at least level 4 or 5, yet she was still able to damage it. Don't think you can relax now, everyone. There's still the monster horde caused by those insects. Lan Yuqing shouted immediately. However, before everyone could catch their breath, the massive horde of monsters surged in, overwhelming everything in its path. Although the students had organized a defensive line, but their efforts seemed so insignificant in the face of such a large difference in numbers. The defense line was breached instantly, and several students tragically perished in the blink of an eye. Watching the monsters brutally tear apart the students' corpses, their internal organs mangled and blood splattered everywhere. The remaining students were instantly terrified. Their faces turned pale, their legs went weak, and some even wet their pants in fear. This is far more bloody than being shoved down in one gulp. Did you see that ditch on the left? Chen-Yi shouted from the air, run that way. Use that place as a base to establish a defensive line. Maybe we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Hearing his shout, everyone looked in the direction Chen-Yi was pointing. The ravine was blocked by towering rock walls on both sides, and behind it were the large trees that Lu Rian had just pushed down, forming a temporary defensive wall. Staying inside, aside from flying monsters that can flank and attack from behind, the rest only need to deal with attacks from the front, greatly reducing the pressure on defense. The school's support should arrive soon. Holding out for a few more minutes shouldn't be a problem at all. The situation was critical, and the students didn't have time to think. They quickly ran into the ditch. Soon, all 30-odd surviving students hid in the ravine. They stood closely together, taking turns guarding the front and resisting the surging tide of monsters. Although the pressure to defend is still immense, it's much better than being attacked from both sides. Fang Xiaoye, in particular, was able to quickly reduce the number of monsters by virtue of her exceptional agility, while other spirit beasts blocked the monster tide. Lan Yuqing's archery also exerted tremendous destructive power from the rear. Almost every arrow killed an enemy, truly demonstrating the strength of an academy's ace. So strong. The other night, I saw them get instantly killed by Mengxue, and I thought they were weaklings. I didn't expect them to be this strong. That's because Mengxue is too strong. Just because someone was defeated by Mengxue in an instant doesn't mean they're weak. Can you guys shut up and come help me right now? Sorry, Brother Lan, we're coming right now. Everyone snapped out of their daze and joined the battle. Chapter 46 Lu Ruyan's Resentment. On the other side, Lin Mingxue was struggling fiercely with Lu Ruyan. For some reason, Chun Yi felt that Lu Ruyan still retained a sliver of rationality and was not completely corrupted by demonic influence. After all, judging from Lu Ruyan's attack methods, they did not resemble those of a mindless magical beast at all, but were closer to human behavior patterns. Lin Mingxue clearly shared the same thought. Brother Chun Yi, what exactly is this thing? Why does it seem like its attack strategy is very similar to that of a human? Chun Yi decided to conceal the truth for the time being and comforted him. I don't know either, but you must be careful. This thing is very hostile towards you. Hold on for a few more minutes, and reinforcements should arrive soon. Okay, I understand. What exactly happened? Why did the drone signal drop? There seems to be something unusual in the vicinity of A13 and A14 areas. The drone loses signal as soon as it enters this area. There doesn't seem to be any extreme weather, so why is this happening? In the viewing hall, a group of parents and faculty members stared intently at the footage of several drones that had stopped operating, their brows furrowed. This has happened a few times before and is not very rare. After all, it's early July, the height of summer, and the relay base station equipment in the mountains is prone to overheating, leading to poor signal and causing the drone footage to be interrupted. No students have yet used the teleportation crystals to report any anomalies in these two areas. So at first, no one paid much attention to it. However, this situation has been going on for about 10 minutes. Especially in areas A13 and A14, there are a large number of students. Looking at the pitch-black live stream, everyone's unease grew stronger. Just then, a message came from the infirmary that someone had been teleported out. Considering that most students who use teleportation crystals are forced to flee after being attacked by monsters and unable to resist, the academy set up the teleportation point in the infirmary, right next to the observation room. Upon hearing this news, everyone rushed forward, eager to find out what was going on. When they saw that the student team that had been teleported out was actually Lin Mo and his two companions, they were all surprised. Lin Yang quickly stepped forward and asked, Mo, what's wrong with you? Why did you come out early? After catching his breath, Lin Mo quickly explained, a 5th-tier magical beast has appeared in the assessment area, and some students have already died. That thing has the ability to restrict spatial teleportation. Teleportation crystals cannot be used within a few kilometers of it. I escaped the spatial blockade thanks to Chen Yi's cover. You guys hurry up and go provide support. I'm afraid if we're too late, Chen Yi won't be able to hold on. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. A Tier 5 magical beast appeared in the assessment area? How is that possible? The assessment area is protected by a barrier, so how could a 5th-tier magical beast possibly infiltrate it? Could it be that the level was misjudged during deployment, and a 5th-tier magical beast was mixed in? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes fell on the leaders of Jiangqing Academy. How exactly did you organize the assessment? This was the only thought in everyone's mind. However, everyone understood that now was not the time to assign blame. Saving lives was the priority. Where did that 5th-tier magical beast appear? Principal Yang Yuanxing quickly took out a regional distribution map, unfolded it in front of Lin Mo, and asked him to identify the areas. When everyone saw that the location Lin Mo was pointing to was A13 and A14, they instantly felt extremely uneasy. There was definitely something wrong here. Stop talking nonsense and save them. The medical team has also arrived, and the situation may be worse than we imagined. Without the slightest hesitation, the principal's contracted spirit beast immediately opened a portal, teleporting everyone into the rest area of the assessment zone. Luo Qinghe made no move. However, Luo Qinghe did not enter with the others. Just now, he received a message from Wang Kaili via her special communicator. She had already set off ahead of time to provide rescue, so it wouldn't make much difference for the Beastmaster to go in himself. Besides praying that Chun Yi and Lin Mingxue are alright, all he could do was eliminate all enemies associated with the Demon Abyss cult. Roar! Lu Ruyan let out a roar, her body shuddered violently, and she slammed her tail hard against the ground, raising a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. Under the cover of the sandstorm, they quickly circled around to Lin Mingxue's blind spot, preparing to launch a deadly sneak attack. This surprise attack was far more destructive and faster than before. Lu Ruyan was clearly using all her skills to try and kill Lin Mingxue in one fell swoop. However, everything she did was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Chun Yi, who possessed the power of the system. Schwerer to the left. Good. Lin Mingxue trusted Chun Yi's judgment without hesitation. Taking advantage of the wind, she flashed away and cleverly dodged the sneak attack. He even seized the moment when Lu Ruyan paused in midair and used Dragon's Breath to hit her head directly. Of course, this attack still failed to cause much substantial damage to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan watched helplessly as Chun Yi easily dodged her attack once again. Her compound eyes widened in shock and disbelief. She knew, of course, that she wouldn't live much longer. Even if no one from the school came, she could not escape her fate of death. After this incident, Lu Ruyan finally realized the truth. It turns out that only Chun Yi truly loved her, but she betrayed his affections. She and Chun Yi often argued, but they always made up quickly and their relationship remained strong. Although her contract with Qin Shoxing was indeed a bit excessive compared to previous things. But given Chun Yi's feelings for her, as long as she explains a little, says a few nice words, takes the initiative, and establishes a contract with Chun Yi again, everything can be restored to normal. However, all of this changed completely because of Lin Mingxue's appearance. Because of Lin Mingxue's seduction, Chun Yi left her and never wanted to get back together with her. She, not Lin Mingxue, was the one who should have transformed into a dragon. It was she, not Lin Mingxue, who should have been fighting alongside Chun Yi to dominate the battlefield. It was Lin Mingxue who should have ended up in this ugly state, not her. Lin Mingxue was like a thief, stealing everything that belonged to her, including her future. Lin Mingxue, like Qin Shoxing and Ning Yan, was the culprit who pushed her into the abyss. Now that she looks like this, Chun Yi definitely wouldn't recognize her. But this is for the best. Even if Chun Yi discovers she is missing afterward, he will assume she has met with misfortune because she just devoured several students. At least that way she wouldn't have to bear the infamy, but would die as a tragic girl. Therefore, she now has only one goal. That means we must kill Lin Mingxue, who took everything from her. Chapter 47: The Power of Being a Cheater. Roar! Lu Ruyan roared again, and a dense aura of darkness suddenly burst forth. The black space technique is not only effective at restricting space-based skills. If one uses all of their spiritual power to unleash this move, they can even completely seal off the space around their opponent, imprisoning their movements. Lu Ruyan had already noticed that the proctor, Wang Kaili, was approaching her at an alarming speed. This move is the last one. Lin Mingxue, you'd better die. Lu Ruyan roared inwardly, but the sound that came out was a deafening roar. Instantly, Lin Mingxue was enveloped by a suffocating black aura, which tightly trapped her within it. No matter how hard Lin Mingxue flapped her dragon wings, she could not break free from this restraint. Brother Chun Yi, this black aura is strange, I can't move. Damn, that's amazing. Chun Yi secretly marveled. It seems it's time to unleash my cheat-like power. Suddenly, he pulled out a bottle that looked like a honey jar from somewhere, took out half a jar of honey, and casually tossed it forward without hesitation. System, I need to activate the defensive effect of the 100-year divine bee elixir. Ding. 5 enhancement points consumed. Activation successful. As the system notification sounded, the thrown-out honeydew did not fall as expected. Instead, it instantly expanded and solidified in midair, transforming into a huge, semi-transparent, gelatinous barrier that radiated a warm, honey-colored glow and exuded a faint sweet fragrance. At this moment, Lu Ruyan finally finished gathering her strength and launched a surprise attack. The ring-shaped teeth emitted a bloody smell and a jet-black light, twisting and deforming, extending the ring-shaped teeth more than 3 times their original length. I'm afraid Lin Mingshua's dragon scales could be torn apart instantly by these sharp teeth. However, when Lu Ruyan bumped into this barrier, but it was as if she had fallen into a trap of viscous syrup. Her originally extremely fierce force was strangely buffered and slowed down, and no matter how she struggled, she could not move forward even an inch. Her pupils contracted sharply again, clearly not expecting that Chun-Yi had such a trump card. Thank you, brother Chun-Yi. There's no need to thank me, just break free now. Good. While Lu Ruyan was imprisoned by the honey shield, Lin Mingxue took a deep breath, mobilized the spiritual power within her body, and concentrated at least half of her power in her mouth, unleashing the dragon's breath to dispel the surrounding black aura. Despite being at a significant disadvantage compared to Lu Ruyan's strength, Lin Mingxue was still at a clear disadvantage. But it also bought her a precious second to escape. Just then, Chun-Yi suddenly said something inexplicable. Ruyan, I'll bring you your favorite mousse cake. He then broke free from the constraints of the black space and completely distanced himself from Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly in the direction Chun-Yi had left, her heart filled with doubt and pain. I've changed like this. Will Chun-Yi still recognize me? At this moment, Lu Ruyan's heart completely collapsed. Qin Shouxing was attracted by her appearance and made a contract with her, but in the end he pushed her into an endless abyss. Now, she is completely unrecognizable, but Chun-Yi can still recognize her. She couldn't help but recall the past, and those beautiful memories flooded her mind like a tide. If she could go back to that day, even if Chun-Yi didn't have such great power, she definitely wouldn't let go again. Unfortunately, time cannot be turned back, and everything is beyond redemption. We can never go back to the past. Chun-Yi, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, Chun-Yi will not hear these words. At the same time, Wang Kaili, transformed into a crimson golden tiger, was rushing toward Chun-Yi at an astonishing speed, leaving only a fiery red afterimage in the air. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy caused her heart to beat faster involuntarily. This is the power of a 6th-tier being? Could it be that others have already arrived? Or, are there other people besides that magical beast? Damn it! Chun-Yi, Lin Mingxue, you two absolutely cannot get hurt. Wang Kaili secretly blamed herself. After such a big incident, I was just leisurely lying on a beach chair sunbathing. It was so irresponsible of me. Behind her, Luo Shireen watched Wang Kaili's figure disappear into the distance, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Despite being the flying-type spirit beast, it couldn't even see a shadow in front of Wang Kaili. This is absolutely outrageous. That's Chun-Yi and Meng Shui. Thankfully, they seem to be alright. Wait a minute. This power, 4th rank. How can a 2nd-rank cultivator unleash 4th-rank power? Wang Kaili breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the scene in the sky. However, she quickly came to her senses. Her gaze shifted and quickly locked onto Lu Ruyan, who was stuck to the honeycomb shield. Is that the thing? It really is a 5th-tier magical beast. The stench of blood is so strong, it seems quite a few people have been killed. What a dereliction of duty. With a hint of guilt, Wang Kaili leaped up like an arrow released from a bow. It didn't use any fancy skills. It just slapped out with a simple, unremarkable claw. The claws, wreathed in flames, seemed capable of tearing apart even space itself. Like cutting through paper, Lu Ruyan's body was cleaved in two without any resistance. The terrifying flames spread rapidly along her body. In the blink of an eye, the body that had been cut in two was completely burned to ashes, leaving not even a trace of smoke behind. Wow, is this the power of a 13th-tier spirit beast? It's incredible. Stop lamenting, brother Chun-Yi. Do we even need to intervene in those monster hordes? Of course, it's just a matter of one breath, and it's worth several hundred monster cores. Good. Before Wang Kaili even landed, Lin Mingxue swooped down onto the student's defensive line. She opened her mouth, and dragon breath gushed forth. Wherever that pure white light passed, hundreds of magical beasts were instantly reduced to ashes before they could even utter a mournful cry, leaving only scorched earth and a pungent, burnt smell. This terrifying scene left the students in the ravine completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, is this Mingshue's true strength? This is outrageous. It's too powerful. I feel even a 4th-tier magical beast might not be able to withstand this attack. So, in any case, do we count as having survived? Fang Xiaoya and Lan Yuqing couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw this scene. So, in the duel the night before last, Lin Mingxue didn't even use 1/10 of her strength against them? Looking back now, they really have to thank Lin Mingxue for sparing their lives so they could survive that duel. Everyone, look over there. Those are our teachers from Linjiang Beast Taming Academy. It's finally here. Wah, I was so scared. But it seems like it's already over, right? The teleportation crystal seems to be working now. Honey, I don't want to stay here for another second. Chapter 48, An Unfulfilled Dream. On the mountaintop outside the boundary of the assessment area, a female spirit beast slowly lowered the binoculars in her hand. The effect seems pretty good. Initially, it was estimated to be only around the 3rd tier, 10th stage. After devouring 2 3rd tier, 10th stage magical beasts, more than 50 2nd tier magical beasts, and more than a dozen 2nd tier spirit beasts, it was able to break through to the 5th tier or higher. Shouldn't this be considered a characteristic of a perfectly formed original magical beast? The man who was leisurely smoking a cigar nearby heard the woman's words and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. If Qin Shoxing were still alive, he would definitely recognize this person as the friend he had entrusted to purchase energy potions in the Eagle Country. Since we're friends, we definitely have to give a big gift. A demonic potion with enhancement effects countless times stronger than the source energy potion. Really? That's pretty good. I thought it would be a defective product, but now it seems that the test results have far exceeded expectations. The only pity is that we were unable to collect mortality data, so we don't know how long the natural lifespan of a spirit beast injected with spinal fluid would be. The spirit beast woman shook her head. It's still in the initial experimental stage. We need to ensure its combat strength before we can consider how long it can live. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it seems that it still retains its original memories after being demonized. This is a ticking time bomb. The man smiled and said, Isn't that simple? Just erase the memory, right? You're really optimistic? The spirit beast woman sighed, then changed the subject. So, who exactly do you think Shin Yi is? Upon hearing this, the man's expression froze instantly, revealing an extremely serious look. I estimate that his talent is roughly equivalent to Her Majesty the Queen's abilities, except that he utilizes the bloodline of spirit beasts, while Her Majesty the Queen utilizes the bloodline of magical beasts. Is that so? Should we capture him? With his abilities, our sect will definitely grow rapidly. The man glanced at the assessment area and shook his head. Using the word grab feels a bit inappropriate. Such a promising talent, he'll surely agree with our sect's beliefs. We'll have to make sure we can bring him over. But we can't rush things now. Luo Qinghe has already noticed our presence. If we act rashly during this period, he could easily find something to use against us. In these extraordinary times, it's best not to provoke this kind of person. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded slightly, expressing her deep agreement. That's indeed the case. The man casually stubbed out the cigar with a tree trunk beside him, then gently twisted it, and the entire cigar instantly disintegrated and vanished into nothingness. All right, the experimental data has been collected. It's time to leave. The man took out a letter and handed it to the spirit beast girl. Take this letter to Chun Yi's house. I think he and the Luo family will definitely be interested. The woman took the envelope and nodded. I understand. After they finished speaking, their figures gradually blurred, eventually turning into a wisp of green smoke and slowly dissipating on the spot. Only a small piece of bark, scorched by a cigar, remains as proof that they once existed. With the arrival of high-level beast tamers and spirit beasts, the attack by the 5th-tier magical beasts has officially come to an end. However, the assessment had to be suspended. In the assessment area that was only for students below the 3rd rank, a 5th-rank magical beast actually appeared. It even resulted in the disappearance and injuries of 17 students, directly putting the college in the spotlight. Moreover, because the final exam was broadcast live by a dedicated person, the news spread across the internet instantly. However, the opinions on this matter are not entirely one-sided condemnation. After all, according to common sense, no matter how careless one is, one should not be unable to distinguish between a 2nd-tier magical beast and a 5th-tier magical beast. However, this also made the origin of that 5th-tier magical beast a mystery, sparking much discussion online. At this moment, in Su Taotao's live stream room, Su Taotao sighed softly, her face full of regret. It's such a pity that something like this happened. Don't cry, Peach. These were all accidents. There's no need to be sad about them. However, to be fair, that Chun Yi is quite something. he managed to hold off that 5th-tier magical beast for so long. Yes, if it weren't for him, even more people would have died. A person like him will definitely become a pillar of society in the future. I have some big news to share with you guys. Did you know that Chun Yi's talent level, as determined by the Beast Tamer Association, is only E rank? And Lin Mingxue is the same, only F rank bloodline. F rank. How is that possible? Even though I didn't see Chun Yi restraining the 5th-tier magical beast, I watched the entire scene of him killing the magical beast a couple of days ago. It felt like even a 3rd-tier spirit beast wouldn't have been that easy to kill. It is indeed F rank. I am a student at Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy. Lin Mingxue is the school beauty. Back then, the news of her awakening F-rank bloodline caused quite a stir. Holy crap, is this for real? That kind of combat power is F-rank. Does that mean my girlfriend awakened a fake B-rank talent? Is it possible that Chun Yi's awakened E-rank talent is specifically designed to work on F-rank spirit beasts, allowing them to gain the power of an S-rank bloodline? What are you thinking? This kind of talent is at least an S-rank talent. Aren't E-rank talents all talents that have nothing to do with combat? I think the problem lies with the test results. Why don't you have them tested again now? A flurry of comments erupted in the live chat, and the topic seemed to have veered off course. But this is for the best. After all, if the atmosphere in the entire live stream is always so oppressive, it does feel a bit strange. Su Taotao looked at the scrolling comments on the screen, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Sometimes I fantasize that a dashing Prince Charming will appear like a hero when she is in trouble, gently take her hand, and tell her that he is not a good-for-nothing. Then taking her around the world to admire the magnificent scenery standing atop the world's highest peaks seems pretty good, doesn't it? However, Su Taotao knew very well that this was just a beautiful dream that could never be realized. She shook her head helplessly, pulling her thoughts back to reality. All right. We've gotten a bit off topic. Now that the final exams for Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy have come to a successful conclusion, it's time for me to return to my old profession. I haven't eaten anything all day. I feel like I'm starving to death. Now let's try the must-try delicacy in Jiangxing, Donghu vinegar fish. Holy crap, Tao Tao is amazing. She actually dared to eat this stuff. Food? I can only say, anyone who dares to eat this is a tough guy. I ate a bite of this stuff the other day, and I felt terrible all day. You guys aren't longtime fans. Tao Tao used to eat spicy seafood sashimi cake, so why would she be afraid of not being able to finish a small Donghu vinegar fish? Chapter 49 Strange Situation. It was 9 p.m. that evening. Inside a 4-compartment hot pot private room at Jiangxing Century Hotel, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen sat close to Chun Yi, while Luo Qinghe and Wang Kaili sat opposite them. The soft light shone on the table, where the 9-compartment hot pot was steaming, the red oil broth bubbling and boiling, and the rich aroma of spices filled the air. Seeing this, anyone would probably drool, right? Kid, what do you think of Shireen? Luo Qinghe broke the silence first and asked. Chun Yi was shocked and almost spat out the drink he had just taken a sip. Damn, is this something a grandfather should be asking? However, Chun Yi quickly came to his senses and said, Shireen's talent is quite remarkable. Seeing this, Wang Kaili suddenly burst out laughing. Ha! That's young people for you. Their first thought is actually that. All right. Let's get back to the main topic. Luo Qinghe coughed twice, interrupting Wang Kaili's laughter. Kid, do you think Shireen can break through to the 10th level or above in the future? Upon hearing this, Chun Yi immediately straightened up and said earnestly, absolutely no problem. Not to mention the 10th level. I'm confident I can even reach the 15th level, which no one has ever reached before. Oh, so confident. Yes. So please rest assured, Lord Luo Qinghe. Chun Yi stood up. I told Shireen and Meng Shui before that I would definitely take them to the top of the world. Great. That's very ambitious. I believe in you. Luo Qinghe nodded with great satisfaction, a gratified smile on his face. Immediately, he took out an ice blue crystal and an emerald green crystal from his pocket and placed them on the table. Chun Yi took the crystal and asked with a puzzled look, what's this? Luo Shireen smiled and explained, these are ice soul stones and wind fairy stones. Soaking them in water made from ground magical beast crystal cores can slightly change the spiritual energy attributes contained within them. Take the wind fairy stone for example. It can slightly tilt the spiritual power attribute of the magical beast crystal powder after it has been soaked in water towards the wind element. As a wind attribute spirit beast, if I can absorb and refine it, the increase in spiritual power will be slightly higher than that of a non-attribute spirit beast. Although the increase is not large, the cumulative effect over time is quite considerable. After listening, Chun-Yi nodded thoughtfully and roughly understood the purpose of this thing. This is like adding a few goji berries to your water, a kind of punk-style health regimen. The only difference is that these goji berries can be used indefinitely. However, it seems that his cultivation method doesn't require this thing at all. Thank you, Luo Qinghe University. Before Chun-Yi could finish speaking, Luo Qinghe interrupted him directly. What should you call me now? Chun-Yi immediately realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself, saying, Grandpa Luo. That's more like it. Luo Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, then picked up a large piece of tripe and put it in Lin Mingshue's bowl. Mengshue, I've learned about your family situation. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa. Lin Mingxue was slightly startled, somewhat unable to believe her ears. Is it really possible? Of course. I'm overjoyed to have such a beautiful granddaughter. Then, Grandpa Luo, don't be so reserved, relax. Grandfather. Good. Remember that. We're all family from now on. No need to be so formal. Luo Qinghe happily picked up several more pieces of beef with his chopsticks and put them into Chun-Yi and Lin Mingshue's bowls. Come on, let's eat. Thank you, Grandpa. Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue said in unison. However, Luo Shirin pouted and complained. Grandpa, where's mine? Pick it for yourself. You're such a grown-up. Do you still expect me to pick food for you? You're being unfair. Grandpa, you're showing favoritism. After several rounds of drinks and several dishes of food, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin were also quite drunk, their faces flushed. She kept babbling incoherently from her cherry-like mouth, and her body swayed as if she might fall over at any moment. Luo Qinghe shook his head helplessly as he looked at the two of them. He then asked Wang Kaili to take care of them and invited Chun-Yi to the balcony outside the corridor for a private conversation. Chun-Yi, I won't ask any more questions about your secrets. I asked you about your ambitions in the office before. The reason I asked you to come here is to ask you something. When you went to the cave in the assessment area, did you notice anything unusual? Looking at Luo Qinghe's serious expression, Chun-Yi knew that he must know something. After pondering for a while, Chun-Yi decided to tell Lu Ruyan about her situation. There's nothing unusual in the cave, but I can sense that fifth-tier magical beast. It might be my ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. Luo Qinghe frowned slightly. Your ex-girlfriend? Is that true? Chun-Yi nodded. To be honest, I can't be 100% sure, but I'm more than 80% confident. The system information panel is definitely not wrong, but we can't be completely sure. Leaving some room for maneuver is the best approach. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghe also rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. The bloodstains inside the cave have been verified and confirmed to be Qin Shouxing's blood. There was also a pool of blood whose identity was unknown, but it was confirmed to be from a spirit beast with an A-level bloodline. It was probably another spirit beast that Qin Shouxing had previously possessed. The only strange thing is that no trace of Lu Ruyan's blood was found. Unexpectedly, it turned into a monster? Could it be because Qin Shouxing died, and there was no beast tamer to restrain her corrosive power, that she turned into a demonic beast? But how could a spirit beast that hadn't even broken through to the second tier become a fifth tier after being demonized? And Lu Ruyan isn't even 20 years old yet. Just as Luo Qinghe was deep in thought, the door to the next private room was slowly pushed open. A little girl dressed entirely in pink emerged from the crowd. She is only a little over 1.5 meters tall and has a double ponytail hairstyle, making her look very lively and cute. But it's still the middle of summer, yet she's wearing a Lolita outfit. Isn't that hot? In stark contrast to her petite figure was the meter-tall suitcase beside her. The suitcase looked somewhat worn, clearly having endured a bumpy journey. A camera was also hanging on the outside of the suitcase, which looked like it belonged to a blogger or similar person. Of course, these surface details are not the most crucial. Most importantly, this little girl actually possesses a hidden SSS-level bloodline. Chapter 50 Chun-Yi's fans. Name, Su Tao Tao. Contract Master, none. Bloodline, F rank, Cloud-Swallowing Beast. Hidden Bloodline, SSS rank, Gluttonous Beast. Level, Tier 1, Stage 2. Constitution, 3. Spiritual Power, 7. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Devour. Favorability, plus 15 points. Affinity, not yet started. Evaluation, due to severe malnutrition caused by a lack of energy intake from a young age, the bloodline of the Tao Dai could not be activated, thus concealing its nature. The ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai, which devoured heaven and earth and ate the sun and moon, was the most domineering spirit beast. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded the spirit beast's information. If the host successfully forms a contract with them and raises their affinity level to 80 points or higher, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, 25 enhancement points. Reward 2, beast taming skill, appraisal. Reward 3, item, spirit beast fruit. Upon seeing this system message, Chun-Yi was stunned for a moment. How come I encountered an SSS-level hidden bloodline that I would normally only encounter once in half a day, while just having a casual meal today? And even system tasks have been activated. This is definitely not to be missed. But then again, I've never even met her, so why does she have feelings for me? Could it be that he's also a student of the Beast Taming Academy, and he watched my battles in his live stream, so he has a bit of a crush on me? No, Su Tao Tao is so cute. All those lolicon otaku at the Beast Taming Academy would absolutely adore her. She couldn't possibly be unknown at school. Chun-Yi shook his head, deciding to stop dwelling on these unimportant matters. Since there's a spirit beast girl who's activated the system quest, we definitely can't miss her. However, with Luo Qinghe standing right next to him, Chun-Yi couldn't help but feel a little troubled. At this point, it seems inappropriate to so openly flirt with other girls, right? Based on the timeline, the contract with Luo Shireen was signed only 4 days ago. It feels a bit strange that he went to pick up other girls in front of someone's grandfather in less than 4 days. Just as Chun-Yi was pondering, Su Taotao suddenly turned around, seemingly preparing to take some photos with a camera and upload them to her blog. As a result, their eyes met unexpectedly. A 15-point favorability rating, in the system's terms, means that after meeting Chun-Yi once, you feel that he has some good qualities and that you feel you can have a little chat with him. Although this level of favorability isn't very high, but at least there's a positive impression, which means they definitely know each other. Su Taotao was slightly startled and subconsciously covered her mouth, exclaiming, "It's you, Chun-Yi from Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi was secretly delighted. Su Taotao took the initiative to strike up the conversation, so you can't say he's a womanizer, right? On the surface, he pretended not to recognize her, nodding slightly in response. "It's me? What's wrong?" Su Taotao's face instantly flushed red, and she quickly said, "Sorry, I was a little flustered because I saw a celebrity. Chun-Yi, I'm a fan of yours. Are you free now? I'd like an autograph." Seeing this, Luo Qinghe patted Chun-Yi on the shoulder and teased, "I didn't expect you to have fans. Well, I won't bother you then. Just remember not to go too far." After saying that, he turned around and went back into the private room, leaving Chun-Yi and Su Taotao alone. To be honest, that was a really great assist. Chun-Yi scratched his head, muttering to himself, "I actually have fans now? And they're even SSS-level hidden bloodlines. What a coincidence. With infinite contracts, even at tier 2, I should be able to contract a third spirit beast girl, right? But I need to play it safe first." Thinking of this, Chun-Yi took a deep breath and wondered if he could first try to get closer to Su Taotao. Chun-Yi knew a certain amount about Lin Mingxue, the school beauty with the beast-taming bloodline, which is why he dared to use the secret of the F-level bloodline to coerce her into entering the training room together and then find an opportunity to let her gain power. Luo Shireen, on the other hand, took the initiative to come to him. She already knew about Chun-Yi's abilities, so the contract process went much more smoothly. However, Su Taotao's situation was completely different. Before tonight, Chun-Yi didn't even know this person. "Hey, do you want power? Make a pact with me." If you said that out loud, you'd definitely be seen as a scoundrel. We need to find a more tactful way. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi nodded and said, "Sure, I'm free right now." "Thank you, please wait a moment." Su Taotao quickly began rummaging through her suitcase, looking for the autograph board. Chun-Yi leaned against the wall and casually asked, as if making small talk, "By the way, how do you know me? I've never been on TV, have I?" Su Taotao had no bad intentions and explained truthfully, "I am a food vlogger who streams on Douyin. I was invited to Jiangxing 3 days ago to commentate on the final exam of your Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy with 2 guest commentators, and I saw you in the live broadcast. Although what happened on the last day was a bit of a shame, your performance was really amazing, so I became a fan of you and your contracted spirit beast. You were so cool. I was just talking about you in the live stream this afternoon, and then I saw you after the stream ended tonight. Maybe this is fate." After saying that, she skipped over to Chun-Yi, holding an autograph board and a marker, her eyes full of anticipation. Chun-Yi took the autograph board and signed his very immature name on it. "I have to say, it's a bit ugly." I might need to find some time to practice my handwriting in the future. It really is fate. I never thought I could have fans, let alone become a well-known blogger. Su Taotao happily accepted the autographed board. Speaking of which, where are your two contracted spirit beast sisters? Aren't they with you? I still want their autographs. Chun-Yi gestured with his chin toward the private room next to him and smiled helplessly. One of them has gloriously collapsed on the sofa, while the other has chosen the floor as a strategic location. The heavy responsibility of cleaning up the battlefield may fall on my shoulders later. Haha, that must have been really tough. However, the conversation was only halfway through. Su Taotao's expression suddenly changed. She bent over, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, a look of pain on her face. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to be stirring, as if something extraordinary had happened. Seeing this, Chen-Yi quickly stepped forward to help Su Taotao up and asked, "What's wrong with you? I don't have any money for you to extort." Su Taotao did not respond to Chen-Yi. Instead, he stared at the floor with a look of resentment, his body trembling, and murmured softly, "How could this be? It's only been 3 years. Why has it started already?" Chapter 51 Demonization. At this moment, Chen-Yi also noticed. On Su Taotao's information panel, an additional message appeared. Demonization countdown. 360 hours, 44 minutes, and 37 seconds. And the numbers kept changing, as if announcing Su Taotao's fate. This is demonization. How could this girl have become a demon so quickly? Su Taotao looks like a little girl. If it weren't for the existence of the system interface, Chen-Yi would have thought she was only 14 or 15 years old. In addition, her adorable appearance, coupled with the fact that she has not yet formed a contract with anyone, naturally leads people to believe that she has only recently awakened. Who could have guessed that she had actually been awakened for almost 4 years? It's even on the verge of being corrupted and demonized by the power. However, Su Taotao quickly returned to normal. She took a few deep breaths, and her complexion improved slightly. "I'm sorry, I'm a little anemic. Thank you for helping me." Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were a little moist. Even without the help of a system, any normal person could tell that she was hiding something. Once the spirit beast girls begin to be corrupted, it means that their bodies have been assimilated by the power of corruption, an irreversible process. Even if you form a contract with a beast tamer now, you cannot stop the demonization process. It can only delay the demonization process for a period of time at most. It's like having your arm severed. If you seek medical attention in time, it might be possible to reattach it. But if the severed arm is already roasted over a fire, sizzling and dripping with oil, then trying to reattach it is simply a pipe dream. Of course, there are ways to salvage the situation. Human technology has made tremendous progress, and special drugs can be used to slow down the process of demonization. Stabilizers are one such example. With just one injection, the spirit beast girl can temporarily escape the torment of demonization for 3 months. But the price? 500,000 per injection, and the side effects are also very strong. Just like chemotherapy for cancer patients, it can lead to hair loss, physical weakness, difficulty in movement, skin ulceration, and so on, making it very difficult to return to the previous state. Chun-Yi had also heard of several kinds of spiritual treasures that seemed to be able to restore spirit beasts that were beginning to turn into demons to normal. But these things are basically things you can only come across by chance. Even if you have money, you might not be able to get them. Therefore, for spirit beasts, the onset of demonic transformation is almost tantamount to a death sentence. What Su Taotao couldn't understand was, in this world, even if a human awakens their spirit beast bloodline at the age of 18, they can generally maintain this until around the age of 35 before they begin to turn into a demon. But why did she start turning into a demon at such a young age, before she was even 22? Why is the world treating her so unfairly? She had originally hoped that after becoming famous, she might be noticed by a wealthy man and live a life where she could eat her fill every day. Unexpectedly, the day of reckoning came so quickly. Fighting back her tears, Su Taotao turned around and bowed deeply to Chun-Yi, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Thank you for the autograph. I have something to do now. See you next time." After saying that, she picked up her suitcase without looking back and ran into the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, tears were clearly visible streaming down her cheeks. Chun-Yi watched Su Taotao's departing figure and shook his head helplessly. He was naturally aware of the rules governing the demonic transformation of spirit beasts in this world. For spirit beasts that have already begun to turn into demons, the best outcome is probably euthanasia, as there is hardly any chance of saving them. Sigh. Am I lucky or unlucky? I finally met a spirit beast girl with SSS-level bloodline, but I just missed out. If we had met a day earlier and established a contract before he turned to demonic possession, there would still have been hope. What a pity. Back in the private room, Luo Qinghe had left some time earlier, leaving Wang Kaili alone to take care of the two drunk spirit beast girls. Wang Kaili seemed to have learned about Chun Yi's encounter with fans from Luo Qinghe. When she saw Chun Yi walk in with a somewhat depressed expression, she asked curiously, Why do you look so strange? Did you run into some haters? Chun Yi shook his head. No, it's just that I feel sorry for that girl. Upon hearing this, Wang Kaili did not ask any further questions. He hoisted the drunken Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue onto his shoulders and comforted them, saying, There are many pitiful people, so you must strive to become stronger, strong enough to have the power to change the world. Right now, you are not qualified to sympathize with other people's plight. Chun Yi nodded. Of course I know that. It must be said that the Luo family is indeed exceptionally wealthy. Although it was only 3 kilometers away from Lin Mingxue's home, they still arranged for a luxury car to pick her up. The vehicle's luxurious exterior and spacious interior make one marvel at its sheer prestige. Back home, Chun Yi carried the two of them to bed. He sat down on the sofa and briefly looked up Su Taodao's information. And they actually found her live stream room on Douyin. However, just 5 minutes ago, she posted an update saying that she needed to take a break for a while. In just 5 minutes, it garnered tens of thousands of comments and thousands of shares, proving it's quite the internet celebrity. It seems she's also aware of her physical condition. What a pity, such a beautiful woman, turned to demonic possession like this. Sigh. Alright, let's leave it at that. It's rare that I can go to bed early tonight, so I'll have a good rest today. However, when Chun Yi stood up to take a shower, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the mailbox behind a door. I don't know when, but there's a white envelope there now. A question arose in Chun Yi's mind. An envelope? How come I didn't notice it just now? Could it be a letter from Schwer? Filled with curiosity, he opened the envelope. The envelope contained a black market banquet invitation, with the words High-Grade Bloodline Spirit Beast Auction prominently displayed in artistic lettering. Chun Yi frowned slightly as he looked at the large characters on the invitation. In this world, trafficking in spirit beasts is absolutely illegal, and the punishment is the highest level, no different from murder. But now, the flyers for auctioning spirit beasts are being sent to my home so blatantly. It's really outrageous. Moreover, the venue for this invitation was not Jiangqing, but Hanqing. This is even more outrageous. Can an invitation letter from Seoul still be sent to Gangchong? However, these things had nothing to do with Chun Yi. His current strength is simply insufficient to manage these matters. However, after thinking for a few seconds, he still picked up his phone and sent the matter to Luo Qinghe to see what he thought. After doing all this, Chun Yi went to the bathroom to take a shower and then slept soundly. Sometimes, without the company of two beautiful women, I feel a bit lost. Chapter 52 Luo Qinghe's Visit. At the same time, the presidential suite at the Century Hotel in Jiangqing. What was the result? Were there any clues about the Demon Abyss cult? Luo Qinghe looked at the 3 middle-aged women in front of him and asked. Based on communication records, we discovered that Qin Shouxing had contacted suspicious individuals. This is surveillance footage from the Jiangqing Hotel 4 nights ago. Qin Shouxing had contact with Wang Yu, the captain of the Jiangqing security team, but what they talked about is currently unknown. Wang Yu himself left Jiangqing 2 days ago in the afternoon, and no one knows where he went. This is the transaction history of his linked bank card, which shows a large portion of unexplained income. We dug deeper based on this clue and found that he has close ties with the underground black market group in Seoul. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghe frowned deeply. Based on the information provided by Chun Yi, it is highly likely that Qin Shouxing is problematic. However, he never expected that even Wang Yu, the captain of Jiangqing's guard team, would be involved. 2 days ago, was that the first day of the assessment? Did they find out I was at Jiangqing Beast Taming Academy, so they fled immediately? Or has something unexpected happened that requires us to leave Jiangqing immediately? The more Luo Qinghe thought about it, the more confused he became. It's hard to imagine that such a clumsy method would be the work of the Demon Abyss sect. It seems more like the actions of an amateur. However, he personally went to explore that cave in the afternoon and confirmed that the black residual power belonged to the Demon Abyss sect. What exactly went wrong? Is there something wrong with the Qin group behind Qin Shouxing? No, at least not from the data on paper. Looking at the cash flow, there are no unclear income or expenditure situations either. I had the family's finance staff analyze it, and they didn't find anything wrong either. It's just a normal company. That's strange. Could it be that I've overlooked some detail? Instantly, the room fell into a deathly silence. Just then, a crisp ding broke the silence in the room. Luo Qinghe's phone received a message from Chen Yi. He glanced at it and asked, "Is the underground black market related to Wang you called Black Ghost City?" "Yes. This organization mainly makes a living by selling spirit beasts and operating underground spirit beast arenas. They are notorious and well-known in the Seoul area." Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghe frowned slightly and fell into deep thought once again. Chen Yi suddenly received this flyer at this time, and something seemed a little strange about it. "All right, you all go back and rest first. The investigation team will handle the rest." "Master, are you not planning to return to your ancestral home?" "I don't plan to go back yet. If I'm going to go back, I'll take Shireen with me." "Okay, we understand." As soon as the words were spoken, the three middle-aged women vanished without a trace. Luo Qinghe picked up the photo sent by Chen Yi, and after careful consideration, he made up his mind. "Since we don't have any other clues right now, let's go check this place first." The next morning, in his dazed state, Chen Yi felt that the blood circulation in his hands was a bit poor. He tried to move his arm, but found it was pinned down. Several minutes later, my eyes finally overcame sleepiness and slowly opened. Chen Yi then realized that Luo Shireen and Lin Mingxue had used his hands as pillows. They both pouted and looked at him, appearing sullen. "Brother Chen Yi, how dare you leave us all to sleep alone last night?" "Brother Chen Yi, do you know that time is money? You've wasted an entire night. What is your punishment?" Chen Yi quickly retorted. "You two are both drunk. How can you blame me? Are you even a man?" "Exactly. We're all drunk. Don't you think you can take advantage of us?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately rolled his eyes. Aren't these two girls a little bit amazing? Is it to increase friendliness? Or is it simply to do that kind of thing? Okay, I'll work overtime tonight, alright? "No. What we lost last night, we have to make up for now." "Exactly. Let's just treat it as a little morning exercise." "What kind of morning exercise is this?" 2 hours later, Chen Yi finally got to eat breakfast. After helping Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen guide the energy of the monster crystal core, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It has to be said, a beast tamer's day really goes by fast. It feels like I haven't done anything and most of the day has passed, which is quite frustrating. No wonder high-level beast tamers are rarely seen. As the number of contracted spirit beast girls gradually increases, it will probably take 20 hours a day to train them. Where will there be any free time to go shopping? Of course, Chen Yi had this feeling. The main reason is that the spirit beast girls have consumed too many magical beast cores, so the amount of energy that needs to be refined is naturally much greater. Normally, beast tamers cultivate by grinding, and it usually takes about half an hour to guide all the spiritual energy. However, Chen Yi allowed them to directly consume the magical beast cores, which would hardly cause any waste of spiritual energy. Moreover, because they consume a large quantity at a time, the spiritual power they accumulate is at least dozens of times that of other spirit beasts. With the help of SSS-level talent, being able to complete the spiritual energy guidance in 10 times the time of an ordinary beast tamer is already extremely efficient. Of course, the result of doing so is that they have a spiritual power accumulation speed that is dozens of times faster than ordinary spirit beasts. Even if the spiritual power required for leveling up increases significantly due to the powerful bloodline, the leveling speed can still be maintained at more than 10 times. It has both advantages and disadvantages. After Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, and Luo Shireen finished showering and changing their clothes, they found that Luo Qinghe was already sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but cough twice, his face displaying an expression of "don't look at what you shouldn't see." "Young man, you need to learn moderation. Cultivating a friendly demeanor is important, but is it really necessary to do this while taking a shower?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen's faces instantly turned bright red, and they quickly released Chen Yi's arms. Lin Mingxue hurriedly returned to the kitchen to make tea. Luo Shireen, like a startled fawn, quickly sat down on the opposite side of Luo Qinghe, picked up a blue feather from somewhere, and began to concentrate on counting the number of branches on it. They were clearly feeling guilty. Chen Yi sighed helplessly, then walked over and sat down next to Luo Qinghe. "Good afternoon, Mr. Luo. What kind of address is that?" "Never mind. Let's do it this afternoon." Luo Qinghe got straight to the point. "I came here for no other reason than to ask if you are free a week from now." Chapter 53. How to use enhancement points. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi subconsciously took out his phone and began checking the calendar. It took him a second to realize that he probably didn't need to go back to work at the mall anymore. I used to have to buy all kinds of food and daily necessities during promotional periods every day, but now I don't need to anymore. Time flies. Such a huge change has happened in just 1 week. Chun-Yi sighed inwardly and replied, "We shouldn't have anything urgent to do during this period, so we should have some free time." Luo Qinghun nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the invitation on the coffee table. "All right, go to Seoul in a week. Attend the banquet in Black Ghost City. Hey, shall we go?" Chun-Yi was somewhat surprised. This kind of dinner party doesn't seem like something a law-abiding citizen would attend. "May I ask for the reason?" Luo Qinghun did not hide anything and directly revealed all the intelligence he had collected last night. Lin Mingxue was stunned after hearing this. As expected, Chun-Yi's guess was right. This one you really did have a big problem. So, Wang Yu took care of me for 3 years after my parents died. Also that he could sell me as a commodity after I awakened my superior bloodline? That's possible, but I'm more inclined to believe that he wanted to form a contract with you. But he gave up the idea after he saw that you had awakened an F-level bloodline. Like this. Lin Mingxue's forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat, and she felt a wave of fear. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Fortunately, he had awakened an F-rank bloodline, and his true bloodline level was hidden. Otherwise, she really couldn't imagine what kind of fate she would face now. Luo Shirin calmly summarized the information and said, "So, Grandpa, you suspect that this Black Ghost City is related to the Demon Abyss sect, which is why you asked us to use this invitation to go there and find out." Luo Qinghun took out 3 white crystals from his spatial ring and placed them on the table, saying in a low voice, "Yes. Although it might be a trap, I still don't want to miss this clue. The Demon Abyss cult must be eradicated, otherwise no one can predict whether the tragedy of 20 years ago will be repeated. These 3 crystals are communication stones. You only need to inject spiritual power into them, and I will immediately know your current situation and provide timely support. How about it? Want to take a gamble? This experience might be a good learning experience for you." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi and his 2 companions exchanged glances. There's no need to say more. Such a rare opportunity for experience is one that should not be missed. Moreover, the other party had already sent the envelope to their home, which clearly indicated that they had investigated Chun-Yi and his group. This destabilizing factor must be eliminated first. At this moment, Luo Shirin interjected, "But Grandpa, since it's a black market, shouldn't you offer something?" Luo Qinghun smiled slightly and took out a bank card from his pocket. "There is 1 million in this card. It's my personal savings. Consider it my activity fund for you. If you come across any treasures you like during the investigation, just buy them." Luo Shirin hurriedly took the bank card and smiled sweetly. "That's more like it." Immediately afterwards, Luo Qinghun took out more than a dozen second and 3rd-tier Beast King crystal cores from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. 2 of the 2nd-tier Ice Attribute Beast King crystal cores were given to you by Lin Mo's father and Feng Xiaoye's father as a thank you for saving their lives. These 2 3rd-tier Wind Attribute Beast King crystal cores were given to you by the Academy as a reward for protecting the students. The rest I got from my family. Now that Yuqing is in power, it's quite troublesome to get some resources." Upon hearing the name, Yuqing, a flash of anger appeared in Luo Shirin's beautiful eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Although large families hold a prestigious position, internal competition is particularly fierce, especially for women like Luo Shirin, who are from the main lineage but have awakened an F-level bloodline. They could be abandoned by their families in no time. When members of the collateral bloodline seize power, they naturally won't give the main bloodline any special treatment, and obtaining these superior resources becomes extremely difficult. I understand, that's enough. Okay, that's good. You all need to focus on your cultivation during this time. I'll arrange transportation for you in a week. Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue were shocked when they heard these words. Is this the power of a large family? Even under suppression, they were still able to easily obtain more than a dozen Beast King crystal cores. That bank card with $1 million seems like it's worth only $100. It's outrageous. How many Warcraft cores could this buy? After Luo Qinghun left, Chun-Yi and the other 2 all turned their attention to the Beast King crystal core on the table, and the corners of their mouths turned up slightly. Since we have a week, we should naturally focus on refining these Beast King crystal cores. Brother Chun-Yi, have you ever guided the energy of the Beast King crystal core before? Lin Mingxue asked curiously. No, but don't worry. I definitely won't make any mistakes. Just kidding. Chun-Yi is a man with SSS-level talent energy guidance. How could there be a mistake in guiding spiritual energy? Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged a glance and nodded. Brother Chun-Yi, I believe in you. Let's not delay. Let's start refining now. Should we show it off? Or should we just eat it? Good. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxue picked up one of the second-tier ice attribute Beast King crystal cores and put it in her mouth. At this moment, Chun-Yi also used energy guidance to quickly refine the Beast King's crystal core. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Detected that the host is assisting Lin Mingxue in refining a second-tier ice elemental Beast King crystal core. The skill contained within this Beast King's core is Ice Arrow. Probability of successfully learning this skill, 2.8%. The host can consume 5 enhancement points to ensure Lin Mingxue learns this skill with 100% certainty. Does the host wish to consume this information? Holy crap, this actually works? It really lives up to its reputation as a system. Chun-Yi stared wide-eyed, muttering in disbelief. It feels like I have some kind of power-up, like I can do anything. Wait, system, may I ask if enhancement points can remove the demonic state from a spirit beast? Can. By consuming 25 enhancement points, the host can activate a celestial treasure imbued with light attribute spiritual power, thus removing all abnormal states from the spirit beast, including demonic transformation. However, host, please note that using this method to remove the demonized state does not guarantee that you will not be demonized again in the future. If a beast tamer cannot be found to form a contract in the future, the beast will continue to enter a demonic state. Chapter 54 Refining the Beast King's Crystal Core. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi immediately rolled his eyes. Wow, it really works. I just don't know where to find the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth that contain the spiritual power of light. Female spirit beasts who can activate the system's favorability quests are already extremely rare, and Su Taotao not only possesses an SSS-level hidden bloodline, but she is also incredibly cute. You definitely can't miss it. However, the most important thing right now is to help Lin Mingxue refine the Beast King crystal core. In the skill encyclopedia, Ice Arrow is only a very basic ice attribute move. While having more skills is always good, Lin Mingxue already has the superior skill Ice Breath, so there's no need to waste enhancement points to learn this relatively weak skill. No consumption. As Chun-Yi finished speaking, the ice element Beast King crystal core that Lin Mingxue mentioned seemed to melt instantly. Like ice cream, it went down my throat and into my stomach in a cool, refreshing way. In an instant, an extremely cold aura swept over like a surging tide. The entire living room seemed to be shrouded in an invisible chill, making people shiver involuntarily. Under the impact of this extremely cold energy, a pale blue rune quietly condensed between Lin Mingxue's eyebrows. As time went by, the rune became clearer and clearer, eventually settling firmly between her eyebrows. Wow, it's done so fast. Is it already refined? Luo Shirin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She comes from a prominent family, so she is naturally well-informed and knowledgeable. The spiritual power contained in a Beast King crystal core is 100 times that of a magical Beast crystal core of the same level. The difficulty of refining it is self-evident, and it usually requires a lot of time and effort. However, Chun-Yi completed the refining process so easily. Is there anything this man can't do? Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. Not yet. We've only refined the spiritual energy within the Beast King's crystal core so far. Next, we'll need to guide the energy. Chun-Yi explained, and then began guiding the energy. Shirin, I can't get away right now, but there's something I'd like to ask you. Brother Chun-Yi, just tell me. Anything I can do, I'll do for you. Okay, help me find someone's whereabouts. Her name is Su Taotao, and she's a streamer on Douyin. She might not be in a good mental state lately, so if possible, please keep an eye on her. Su Taotao? I think she's a mukbang streamer? Okay, I got it. Luo Shirin was a little confused, wondering why Chun-Yi suddenly wanted to find a female food vlogger. However, Luo Shirin fully supported Chun-Yi's choice and did not ask any further questions before taking immediate action. As for jealousy, that's naturally not going to happen. Influenced by the Luo family's beast tamer mentality, she even felt that the more contracted spirit beasts surrounded Chun-Yi, the more excited she would be. After all, in this world, the standard for measuring the value of a male beast tamer, besides looking at his talent level, is the number of female spirit beasts surrounding him. The more female spirit beasts a beast tamer has, the stronger their bloodline level, the higher their rank, and the more beautiful they are. The better they are doing and the stronger their foundation. As one of the contracted spirit beasts, her reputation naturally rises as Chun-Yi does well. The only regret is that once she has more contracted spirit beasts, the amount of pampering she receives will decrease. But what does this matter compared to Chun-Yi's potential to reach the pinnacle in the future? So why get jealous? Soon, she used her resources to search for all information about Su Taodao. After all, she was just a female anchor with no background, so it wouldn't be difficult for the Luo family to find her. In less than an hour, all information about her, including all her movements, was found. Miss, she's in room 2025 of the Century Hotel right now. But I feel like something's wrong with this girl. She seems to be showing signs of suicidal ideation. Suicide attempt? What exactly happened? We seem to sense a trace of demonic influence. She's probably not far from her death. Upon hearing this, Luo Shireen was stunned for a moment. Is it actually a spirit beast that has already begun to turn into a demon? Is that hopeless? However, since Chun-Yi said that, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Keep a close eye on her. Even if she's turned to demonic possession, don't let her take her own life. Yes. Before long, all the information about Su Taodao was sent to Luo Shireen's mobile phone. It can only be said that it is heartbreaking to hear and brings tears to the eyes of those who hear it, making people feel sad and regretful for Su Taodao's plight. This is absolutely terrible. What's puzzling is that Su Taodao's father is an SS-level beast tamer and her mother is an S-level spirit beast. Such a family background would make them one of the most prestigious beast-taming families in any city. How could you not be able to support a foodie child? Or was it for some other reason that Su Taodao was abandoned? Of course, what attracts the most attention is Su Taodao's awakened spirit beast bloodline. Another F-rank bloodline. It seems she's another little sister like me and Shuer, whose true bloodline has been hidden for some reason. No wonder she asked me to gather information about her. Shuer was the same way before. It seemed like Chun-Yi could tell whether her bloodline had been hidden just by looking at her. What kind of beast-taming talent is this? I'm really curious. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, half a day has passed. Boom. It was accompanied by an aura of ice. All the energy within the Beast King crystal core merged into Lin Mingshua's body at that moment. Finally, I successfully broke through to the 7th rank of the 2nd level. Call. So this is the spiritual power contained within the Beast King's crystal core? This feels amazing. Feeling the warm energy of the ice attribute Beast King's crystal core, Lin Mingxua stretched out a big yawn with great satisfaction. Her hair had been dyed snow white by the power of the ice element, and her silver-white dragon horn stood proudly atop her head, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Even without entering her armed form, a snow-white tail could be seen extending from behind her, swaying gently, full of provocative intent. Paired with those white stockings soaked with sweat and her devastatingly beautiful face, every smile and frown of hers was like that of a fairy descending to earth, captivating all who beheld her. The phrase, beauty that could topple kingdoms, might not be a joke after all. Have I fully manifested my power? Lin Mingxua happily threw herself into Chun-Yi's arms. Brother Chun-Yi, thank you. A faint fragrance wafted from her mouth and lingered around Chun-Yi's nose. At the same time, the icy sensation emanating from Lin Mingshua's body was transmitted to Chun-Yi through her clothes. This cool feeling doesn't make you feel cold. Instead, it has a unique comfort that seems to dispel the summer heat. Chapter 55. Favorability suddenly increases. Chun-Yi then wrapped his arms around Lin Mingshua's waist and whispered, "Congratulations, my little dragon girl." Lin Mingshua's cheeks flushed slightly, like a ripe apple, and she said shyly in a low voice, "Hee hee. Then tonight let Brother Chun-Yi experience the service of the Dragon Maiden." "Really? You said it yourself." "Of course, feel free to touch the dragon horns." Cough cough. Suddenly, a soft cough broke the atmosphere that was about to enter a romantic scene. Then you see Luo Shireen with her arms crossed, pouting, and looking coquettish. "Are you two trying to leave me out here? Or is it just that I came at the wrong time?" Seeing this, Chun-Yi casually pulled Luo Shireen into his arms as well, and said gently, "How could that be? Shireen, you've come at just the right time. It's already quite late, so let's both enjoy the little dragon girl together." Lin Mingxua pouted and complained, "What do you mean by enjoying little dragon girl? I'm not here for you to enjoy." The next day at noon, Chun-Yi slowly woke up, his mind still seemingly reliving the events of last night. The Frost Dragon Knight and the Azure Phoenix Knight. What happened last night should be worthy of their titles, right? After getting up, the first thing he did was to check the intelligence that Luo Shireen had collected. That's really tragic. No wonder she's almost 22 years old, but still looks like a little girl. The Taodai bloodline within her body requires a large amount of energy to activate. Everything we eat is converted into energy to activate the Taodai bloodline. So how can we have enough nutrition to grow? Even so, it was still far from enough to satisfy even 1/10,000th of the energy requirements of the Taodai bloodline. As one of the ancient ferocious beasts, the Taodai bloodline's power in its complete form is probably even stronger than that of Luo Shireen and Lin Mingxue. Even if such immense power could not be activated, the backlash would be immeasurable, which is why she became demonic at the age of 22. If Luo Shireen had met Chun-Yi any later, she might have followed in Su Taodao's footsteps. Brother Chun-Yi, are you sure? As long as you have a celestial treasure containing light attributes spiritual power, you can save the spirit beast that is about to become demonic. Luo Shireen asked incredulously. As someone from the Luo family, she naturally knew just how rare those rare spiritual treasures of heaven and earth could remove the demonization of spirit beasts and give them a new life. Even the Luo family would have to spend a fortune to acquire such a treasure. Natural treasures containing various spiritual powers are quite rare. But compared to this treasure, it's nothing. Chun-Yi's younger brother actually possesses such amazing abilities. Every time I see Chun-Yi, it's like opening a blind box. I never know what the next surprise will be. It felt like every time she saw Chun-Yi, it was just the tip of the iceberg. That's so cool. Ding. Luo Shireen's favorability increased by 3 points. Ding. Congratulations. Luo Shireen's favorability has reached 85 points. Reward, plus 20 enhancement points. Current enhancement points, 30. Holy crap. Chun-Yi was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he had been thinking about how to increase Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen's favorability in order to obtain more enhancement points. Last night, he persevered for 2.5 hours in an effort to gain favor. However, Luo Shireen and Lin Mingxue's favorability ratings did not increase at all. It's likely that it will become increasingly difficult to gain favor in this way in the future. At first, I was thinking of doing what happens in TV dramas, preparing a surprise gift or something, to see if I could win some favor. I never expected my favorability rating to increase so suddenly. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. But this is good, because in this way we've accumulated 20 enhancement points. Now, all that's missing is a celestial treasure containing the attribute of light. Unfortunately, Luo Yuqing, the current head of the Luo family, and Luo Shireen are enemies. Trying to collect this thing with the help of the Luo family would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Luo Qinghe also said he would use his connections to try to make contact. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. There are still 2 weeks before the body is fully corrupted. There should still be enough time. Chun-Yi gazed at Luo Shireen, who was looking at him with deep affection, gently stroked her earlobe, and said with a smile, "Of course. When have you ever seen me lie to you? Chun-Yi, you're really amazing. All right, save that for tonight." Chun-Yi picked up a Tier 3 Wind Attribute Beast King Crystal Core. Here, let's show off this Tier 3 Beast King Crystal Core. Good. Ding. Detected that the host is assisting Luo Shireen in refining a 3rd-tier Wind Element Beast King Crystal Core. The skill contained within the Beast King's Crystal Core is Wind Breath Technique. Probability of successfully learning this skill, 4.2%. The host can consume 10 enhancement points to ensure Luo Shireen learns this skill with 100% certainty. Does the host wish to consume this information? System, may I view the skill description of Wind Breath Technique? As he finished speaking, a skill information panel emitting a faint glow was clearly displayed before our eyes. Wind Breath Technique, 2 stars. Passive skill, slightly increases recovery effect in windy weather. A 2-star skill. Chun-Yi glanced at the skills that Luo Shireen had already learned. Windblade, 3 stars. Song of Destruction, 7 stars. Feather Perch, 5 stars. Even the most basic Windblade skill has a higher skill star rating than Wind Breath. It seems this skill is still not very effective. No consumption. However, as soon as Chun-Yi finished speaking, Luo Shireen's eyes suddenly lit up. He said excitedly, "Brother Chun-Yi, the moment that energy entered my body, I think I've mastered a new skill." Huh? I learned something? Wow, am I that lucky? Chun-Yi was also quite surprised, never expecting that Luo Shireen would comprehend a new skill so easily. If you asked him to spend 10 enhancement points to learn this useless skill, he would definitely refuse without hesitation. But if you can learn a new skill just by luck, then of course the more the better. Luo Shireen closed her eyes and quietly felt the power of the new skill. After a while, she sighed slightly, opened her eyes and said, "But I feel that the new skill I learned is so useless. It seems to be just a passive skill. As long as there are no negative effects, that's fine. Come on, let's proceed with the spiritual energy guidance." Lin Mingxue did not interrupt. After finishing his meal, he sat on the sofa and went online to research the details of how to take care of his beast tamer. Otherwise, Chun-Yi would complain of back pain after only 1 or 2 hours of play each day, which would really be unsatisfying. Chapter 56 Heading to Seoul. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. During those 6 days, Chun-Yi quietly bought a moose cake and visited Lu Rian's grave. She was, after all, his first love in this world, and she died so inexplicably. It's truly pitiful that even the dignity of being a human being has been stripped away. But there's no way around it. One always has to look forward. This can be considered a final farewell. Aside from visiting graves, Chun-Yi spent the rest of his time at home, wholeheartedly helping Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen refine the spiritual power of the magical beast crystal cores, as well as cultivating their affinity and improving their strength as much as possible. After 6 days of hard work, Chun-Yi's efforts finally paid off. Lin Mingxue successfully broke through to the 3rd stage, first level, and her strength was significantly improved. Luo Shireen also successfully reached the 2nd tier, 10th stage, just 1 step away from the 3rd tier. Chun-Yi himself used the excess spiritual energy from their refining process to successfully break through to the 2nd tier, 10th stage. His overall strength had made an astonishing leap compared to when he participated in the final exam. During this process, Chun-Yi also discovered an interesting phenomenon. It seems that the probability of learning new skills increases with the level of the Beast King Crystal Core. Rather, the higher the rank, the more powerful the skills one acquires. Therefore, it seems that we only need to use the low-level Beast King Crystal Core as a higher-level energy crystal, and there is no need to worry about whether it can learn new skills. However, at that moment, the member monitoring Su Taotao suddenly sent a report. "Miss, the surveillance target, Su Taotao, has left the hotel. Based on her identity information, we found out that she has already purchased Flight 7 to Seoul and is currently checking out. A taxi has been booked outside the hotel, and I estimate that she is going to the airship docking station. She was born in Seoul. I guess she probably realized that she was about to become a demon, so she chose to go back to her hometown to complete the euthanasia procedures. We have a car ready to follow her at any time, and we will keep you informed of any further developments." Upon seeing these messages, Luo Shireen's heart tightened. I originally thought that Su Taotao would remain withdrawn until a day or 2 before she turned into a demon, before she would take any action. I didn't expect them to take action so suddenly. Upon seeing this news, Chun-Yi, who was standing nearby, also made a decisive decision and chose to go to Seoul. Anyway, they were planning to go to Seoul tomorrow to attend a banquet at the underground Black Ghost Market, so leaving a day early wouldn't have much of an impact. Flight 7? Let me see. Chun-Yi quickly opened his phone and browsed the flight information for Jiangxing. In this world, a large number of magical beasts descend from dimensional rifts every day, making the transportation situation here very different from the previous world. There are no common transportation facilities such as airports, high-speed rail, and highways. Every city in this world relies on protective barriers to defend against the invasion of monsters. However, these protective barriers cannot cover the wild areas, so public facilities built in the wild are often destroyed beyond recognition by monsters within just a few days of their completion, resulting in serious property damage. Sending beast tamers to guard it would waste a lot of human resources, which would be a loss. Therefore, transportation between different cities mainly relied on a mode of transport called an airship. Airships are typically equipped with firearms and several high-ranking beast tamers to ensure their safety in the event of an attack by ordinary magical beasts. In the past decade or so, there have been no airship accidents in China, so safety can be guaranteed. Flight 7 departs at 4:30 p.m. and takes about 4 hours to reach Seoul, but it is already full. However, for the Luo family, this is not a problem at all. I'll take care of the tickets. Chun-Yi, tell Grandpa we're going to Seoul a day early. Okay, I understand. Lin Mingxue, who was already used to living independently, had already begun to pack her luggage in an orderly manner. With the spatial ring, traveling is incredibly convenient. Luo Qinghe did not express any objection. Anyway, As long as they crush the communication stone, they can arrive instantly. There shouldn't be any major problems with safety. At 3:30 p.m., the sun was shining brightly and a gentle breeze was blowing. Chun-Yi and his two companions arrived at the airship docking station in Jiangxing. Along the way, many people seemed to recognize Chun-Yi and his group, and they all took out their phones to take pictures of Chun-Yi and the others. It seems the footage from the previous final exams has been leaked. If you were to register a live streaming account at this time, and then combine it with the stunningly beautiful looks of Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, you could probably gain 1 million followers in no time. Of course, Chun-Yi doesn't have that much free time. Being a streamer is nowhere near as lucrative as hunting Warcraft. As for Su Taotao, Luo Shirin quickly located her because she had sent people to follow her beforehand. At this moment, Su Taotao was wearing a baseball cap and a mask that covered most of her face, revealing only her big, watery eyes. She wore a simple white shirt and a burgundy plaid skirt, with white over-the-knee socks extending to her upper thighs, and a pair of little red shoes on her feet. She swayed back and forth in place, like a child waiting for her parents. Indeed, many people approached her and asked if she had gotten separated from her parents. Of course, there were also some strange uncles who tried to flirt with her, but Su Taotao easily deflected them. There seemed to be nothing unusual about the behavior. However, only Chun-Yi knew that she only had 1 week left to live. Considering that euthanasia needs to be carried out in advance to prevent her from turning into a monster and harming the city. It is estimated that in 3 days, Su Taotao will no longer exist in this world. You seem to be in pretty good spirits, right? I still have time to put on some light makeup, so there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue observed Su Taotao from a distance and made an analysis. Chun-Yi nodded, feeling slightly relieved. As long as she hasn't suffered a mental breakdown, that's fine. Let's not disturb her for now. Luo Shirin successfully obtained an airship ticket for Flight 7 through a series of means, and her seat was in the same booth as Su Taotao's. There will be plenty of opportunities to strike up a conversation. However, Chun-Yi was unaware of this. At this point, Su Taotao had already discovered Chun-Yi's presence. Or rather, she had noticed it from the moment Chun-Yi and his two companions entered the station. Are Chun-Yi and the others also going to Seoul? I never expected that I would be on the same flight as Chun-Yi and the others for my final journey. I feel lucky. I just don't know if the seats will be next to each other. Chapter 57 Airship. Time quickly came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Following the procedures, Chun-Yi and his two companions successfully completed the steps of entering the station, checking tickets, and going through security, and arrived at the waiting hall, where everything was exactly the same as the high-speed rail station in their previous life. On the helipad, an airship completely encased in silver-white steel was suspended in the air, its massive spindle-shaped hull covered with a layer of black-gold metal armor. Above the hull, several huge airbags, like inflated silver-gray lungs, provide lift. The stern is equipped with a propeller to provide forward propulsion. The bridge and the two side decks are equipped with multiple rotating turrets with thick gun barrels protruding out, responsible for providing heavy firepower cover. However, judging from the rust and dust on it, it seems that it has not been used for a long time, which is enough to prove that these heavy weapons are not used in regular flights. Overall, it's more accurate to describe it as an armed warship specifically designed to fight monsters rather than a civilian airship. On the other side of the airship, 10 beast tamers and more than 30 female spirit beasts can be seen fully prepared for departure. It must be the Beastmaster squad responsible for guarding this airship. However, their average social class is not high. The highest-ranking female spirit beast is only at the 4th rank, 8th stage, while the lowest-ranking one is only at the 2nd rank, 8th stage. The beast tamers who form contracts with these spirit beasts are probably not that strong either. They didn't look like a regular army. They looked more like a hastily assembled guard. But that's normal. Essentially, it's just like hiring idle old men as security guards in a residential community. It's all about saving money and putting on a show. There are already few flying-type magical beasts, and in addition, there have indeed been no air disasters in recent years. Beastmasters are a very valuable human resource, so it is perfectly normal to hire only a small team of amateur beastmasters to provide protection in order to save costs. Chun-Yi didn't pay much attention to this and went straight into the cabin. Su Taotao probably knew this was her last journey, so she didn't hesitate to book the most luxurious private room, wanting to enjoy herself to the fullest. Thanks to him, Chun-Yi and his group also successfully enjoyed the benefits of a luxury private room. Upon entering the luxury private room, the heavy soundproof door closed silently behind us, isolating us from the noise of the outside world. The lighting in the private room was just right, with several warm yellow spotlights shining on the obsidian bar in the center, illuminating the dazzling array of crystal bottles above. 6 dark velvet sofa booths are arranged in a semicircle, with 3 on each side. They are as soft as clouds to the touch, and the fragrance in the air gives people a slightly intoxicating feeling. A handsome bartender is stationed at the right-hand bar counter to serve drinks, while a sweet-looking waitress is stationed at the left-hand counter to serve snacks. The walls of the private rooms are made of the highest grade soundproofing cotton, which probably costs 6 figures per square meter. It truly embodies the word luxury to the extreme. Seeing this, she leaned close to Luo Shirin's ear with a curious expression and whispered, "May I ask how much it costs to sit in this luxury private room once?" Luo Shirin smiled slightly and playfully held up 3 fingers. 3,000. What are you thinking? 30,000 per person. Holy crap, is this the world of the rich? Awesome. Chen Yi couldn't help but utter a beautiful phrase from a traditional Chinese culture. Spending 30,000 yuan for a 4-hour airship ride was something he never even dared to dream of before. Seeing this, Lin Mingxue covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother Chen Yi, these will definitely be your standard travel gear in the future. There's no need to make such a fuss." Chen Yi shook his head with a wry smile and sighed helplessly. "It's still early. I haven't even taken care of you 2 beauties yet. Where would I find the spare money to spend on this? Then little brother Chen Yi will have to work harder." "Exactly. Especially stop complaining about back pain all the time. Girls don't want to hear that. How could my back not hurt when you 2 were playing like that?" Amidst laughter and conversation, Chen Yi and his 2 companions reached their seats. The sofa booth was evenly divided into 4 positions, with the innermost empty seat being Su Taodao's. Just then, the soundproof door slowly opened again, and 4 young people who looked to be in their 20s walked in. 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed very fashionably. Judging from the aura emanating from them, they were all beings at or above the 3rd rank. Chen Yi's gaze involuntarily fell on the only woman. Tall and slender with a beautiful face, she looked elegant in a long black dress. I just don't know why, but her beast tamer section is empty. Are there really no contracted beast tamers for 3rd tier, 5th stage spirit beasts? Is this the VIP room? It's certainly luxurious. As expected of Brotherly, he's really rich and powerful. I originally reserved 7 seats so that Tingting and the others could also come in and enjoy themselves, but I didn't expect to suddenly receive a notification that there was a problem with the ticketing system and that I only had 4 seats available. The slick-haired man muttered speechlessly. I'm utterly speechless. How could they make such a mistake? Now I have to pull strings to get 3 more regular tickets for Tingting and the others. It's alright. Your Tingting and the others get along well with my girls, don't they? There's no need for them to come in and crowd around. Yes, it would be good to give the last spot to Lily. The slick-haired man nodded, then looked at the only woman and asked obsequiously, Lily, how's the environment? The woman called Lily smiled and nodded. Not bad. I like it very much. That's good, that's good. Come on, our seats are over here. The slick-haired man greeted her warmly, then put his arm around Lily's slender waist and led her to the booth on the right. Looking at the slick-haired man's obsequious manner, Chen Yi roughly understood the relationship between these people. The 3 men were probably friends, and their contracted spirit beasts were likely staying in the regular private rooms outside. The only woman must have just broken her contract with her former beast tamer, which is why it shows no beast tamer. The slick-haired man seemed very interested in the woman, perhaps wanting to form a contract with her, but unfortunately, the contract slots were full, so he could only fawn over her for a while. His family must be quite wealthy. As a 3rd-tier beast tamer, he had already prepared luxurious private rooms for his 3 contracted spirit beasts, but Luo Shirin used illegal means to steal them. That's why this situation occurred. Chen Yi could only apologize to them in his heart. After all, being in a good position gives you an advantage. If you want to win over Su Taotao, you should at least have a good chat with her. Chapter 58 Encounter Battle. Time passed by, second by second. The number of people in the luxury private rooms also increased. It wasn't until just 5 minutes before takeoff that Su Taodao finally managed to laboriously carry her suitcase inside. She quickly scanned the area, and after finding her spot, she walked straight there. Excuse me, please let me through. However, she suddenly spotted a familiar face halfway through her conversation. Chen Yi, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi looked in the direction of the voice, a hint of confusion on his face. Who are you? Upon seeing this, Su Taotao quickly took off her mask, revealing a cute and adorable face. I'm Su Taotao. We met at Jiangxing Hotel a week ago, and you even gave me an autograph back then. Oh, it's you. Chun-Yi suddenly realized, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence to meet you here. Yes, what a coincidence. Su Taotao was secretly delighted. She knew Chun-Yi would be on this airship, but she didn't expect to be in the same booth, and even sitting next to each other. Is this really a destiny or fate? Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 20 points. After Su Taotao sat down, she excitedly took out the autograph board with Chun-Yi's name on it from her suitcase and turned her gaze to Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen sitting next to her. Sister Lin Mingxue, Sister Luo Shireen, I'm a huge fan of your group. Last time you were both drunk, and I couldn't get an autograph. Could I have one this time? Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen exchanged a glance, their affection for the little girl growing even stronger. Even though he was about to die, he was still so optimistic and polite. So endearing. No problem. Please forgive us if our handwriting isn't very good. How could that be? Su Taotao quickly waved her hand. How is such a beautiful signature not beautiful? Even if I go to my coffin, I'll take this autograph board with me. If an ordinary person heard these words, they might just think she was joking and laugh it off. But Chun-Yi and his group, who knew the inside story, genuinely believed that she would do such a thing. Because she truly knew when she would die, she truly knew she was about to die. Chun-Yi then interjected, what are you thinking? You're still decades away from living, by which time this thing will have rotted away. Hearing this, Su Taotao smiled and said, haha, that's true. Bite. This flight is about to depart. Please hold on tight to the handrails to avoid any unnecessary accidents. A broadcast broke the brief silence. A few seconds later, a jolt, like that of an old elevator going up and down, was heard. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen swayed slightly, instinctively grasping Chun-Yi's left and right hands, feeling a warm sensation. Boom! The roar of the engine suddenly filled the air, and the airship slowly floated upward. The scenery outside the window is like a flowing scroll painting, constantly changing. The once enormous city of Jiangxing was gradually obscured by clouds and mist and disappeared from sight. The turbulence finally subsided only after the scenery outside the window pierced through the clouds. Instead, there is a sense of stable floating. By the way, Brother Chun-Yi, Sister Mingxue, Sister Shireen, I have some homemade snacks here. Would you like to try some if you don't mind? Su Taotao took a macaron in a tin box from her suitcase and placed it on the table. Did Taotao make these desserts herself? I definitely have to try them. Hee, that's good. Su Taotao took a macaron in a tin box from her suitcase and placed it on the table. Here, eat up. Chun-Yi took the macaron and put it in his mouth. The delicate texture and the sweet but not cloying flavor instantly spread across his tongue. Delicious. I really want to hire you as my personal pastry chef. Hiring me is very expensive, you know. It's all right. Chun, will definitely make a lot of money in the future. The salary of a mere pastry chef is nothing to me. The future? Su Taotao paused, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. She needs a future too. You could even say he said it on purpose, wanting to see Su Taotao's reaction. It seems she really wants to live. I just wonder where she can get a light attribute spiritual treasure. The four sat around the table, enjoying snacks and chatting idly along the way. An hour has passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen seemed to have long regarded Su Taotao as their sister, sharing all sorts of embarrassing stories without any reservations. This made Su Taotao laugh the whole time. However, thanks to him, her favorability towards Chun-Yi increased significantly, reaching 30 points. This level of affection already qualifies them as good friends of the opposite sex. Perhaps she genuinely enjoyed the light-hearted atmosphere of Chun-Yi and his group? Look, it's Huang Shan. Suddenly, he pointed excitedly at the scenery outside the window and exclaimed in amazement. Didn't you see it when you came? When I came, I sat in a regular seat without a viewing window. I never imagined that the view of Huangshan from the sky would be so spectacular. It's just a habitat for monsters. Of course, Chen-Yi only dared to think this in his heart. It would be too inappropriate to say it out loud. Brother Chen-Yi, Sister Mingxue, Sister Shireen, would you like some drinks? I'll go to the bar and get you some. I want lemon tea. Me too. I'll have lemon tea too. Okay, I'll bring it to you right away. However, just as Su Taotao stood up, preparing to go to the bar to get a drink, the airship, which had been flying steadily, suddenly lurched violently without warning. The sudden swaying caused Su Taotao to lose her balance completely and fall straight into Chen Yi's arms. I'm sorry, I lost my balance. It's okay, but what's going on? Did you hit a bird? No, little brother Chen Yi, look over there. Following the direction Luo Shirin pointed, Chen Yi and his group were stunned by the sight before them. At the summit of Huangshan Mountain, a dozen or so salamanders were continuously spitting fireballs at the airship in the sky, aiming them directly at the airship. Meanwhile, numerous flying-type magical beasts were attacking the airship, their attacks intertwining with salamanders' fireballs to form a dense barrage that tightly surrounded the airship. Above the airship, numerous attacks were continuously flying towards the mountaintop, and the faint glow of explosions could be seen flashing among the mountains. All sorts of monster corpses fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot, creating an extremely gruesome scene. Since the luxury private rooms are soundproof, the people could only see a cross-section from their perspective, so they didn't notice anything. It seems this skirmish started a while ago. Chapter 59. I said I would save you, and I will save you. What happened? What happened? Look over there. Monsters are attacking our airship. A monster attack? How is that possible? Didn't they say there hadn't been one in over a decade? Not only Chun Yi and his group, but everyone else in the luxury private room also noticed something was amiss. A sense of terror instantly swept through the entire luxury private room. The two bartenders seemed to have received orders and began to calm the VIPs in the luxury private room. However, with the monster attack already underway, how could things possibly calm down? Brother Chen Yi, this can't be a coincidence, can it? Luo Shirin said with some concern, while her gaze fell on Su Taotao. Spirit beasts that have begun to become demonic will emit a special aura that is highly attractive to other demonic beasts. This is something that ordinary people are unaware of, and there are no restrictions on it in any country. However, large beast-taming families like the Luo family naturally have their own intelligence networks, and have heard of such things over thousands of years of history. But these are hundreds of meters, or even kilometers away, yet Su Taotao can still attract magical beasts from the sky and the ground to attack her. Is it really that absurd? Of course, Chen Yi had also learned about these things from Luo Shirin. He just didn't expect that this aura could attract other magical beasts to attack even through the private room. Let's check the situation in the regular private rooms first. If it's really bad, we'll ask Master Luo for help. Good. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin had no objections and immediately stood up from their booths to make room for each other. Chen Yi reached out and tugged at Su Taotao's hand, who was still in a state of shock, and said, "Come with us, we'll protect you." Upon hearing this, Su Taotao snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, "Okay, sure." The group of slick-haired men shared the same idea as Chun Yi and his group. When they saw that the three girls Chun Yi brought were all top-notch young beauties, they couldn't help but be stunned. This kid is so lucky. But now is not the time to think about these things. If I'm not careful, I might end up here today. The regular private rooms do not have soundproof walls. Therefore, as soon as the soundproof door is opened, you can hear extremely noisy sounds from the outside. Why am I so unlucky? Dad, Mom, I don't want to die, wah? Damn it. I just told Zian yesterday that we would establish a contract after I returned to Seoul from this business trip. Why did this happen? Isn't there a guard team? Can't they handle the attacking monsters? I saw those guards when I got on the bus. They didn't look like a regular army. Now it seems they really are a bunch of good-for-nothings. The sounds of grief, lamentation, arguing, and complaining were all mixed together, making it impossible to understand what they were talking about. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle outside grew increasingly intense, with the clanging of metal, the roars of monsters, and the explosions of skills rising and falling in waves, like a post-apocalyptic carnival. Rapid footsteps echoed from the deck overhead, suggesting that magical beasts had likely landed and were engaging the beast tamers in battle. All I can say is, it's truly terrifying. After the slick-haired man and his group reunited with their contracted spirit beasts, solemn expressions appeared on their faces. He forced a smile and said softly to the woman beside him, "Lily, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. Once I break through to the 4th rank, we'll form a contract." However, Lily's expression was somewhat stiff. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she could only utter indistinct ah and sounds. After all, most beast tamer groups haven't actually been on the battlefield much. Especially for those wealthy young people, the levels of beast tamer and spirit beast are just something to show off. Having grown up in a comfortable environment and lacking practical experience, it's only natural that they would feel panicked in such a critical situation. I have a bad feeling about this. How about we have Grandpa and the others come over? Although we haven't arrived in Seoul yet, this situation is clearly already considered a critical one. Sending people from Luo Qinghe to provide support is indeed the best solution at present. That's what I think too. However, Chun Yi-tsai had just taken out the communication crystal. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came, accompanied by a strong tremor. Suddenly, a huge burst of fire erupted at the stern of the ship's cabin. The pungent smell of gunpowder quickly spread, and the tempered glass in the ordinary private rooms shattered under the enormous impact, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the cabin tilted severely and began to fall rapidly, and a strong sense of weightlessness suddenly came over us. The powerful difference in airflow velocity mercilessly swept several people who were near the window away. Ah, no, I don't want to die. Brother Chin-E. Amidst the chaos, Su Taotao was knocked down and lost her balance. Her body was already small, and under the influence of the strong pressure difference, she was instantly lifted up and floated out of the window. Holy crap, my gluttonous girl. Upon seeing this, Chun-E nearly wet himself in fear. He took a step forward and rushed towards Su Taotao, reaching out to grab her hand as she fell out of the window. However, the pressure was still too great. Even though Chun-Yi's physique value is as high as 50 points, which is equivalent to 5 times that of an average adult male. But faced with this force, he still seemed so small, almost as if both of them were about to be thrown out together. It was clear that Chun-E was about to give up. Su Taotao quickly shouted, "Brother Chun-E, let go. If you keep going like this, you'll fall out too." Chun-E quickly said, "You're my fan. Chun, will definitely save your life. But I'm already a dying man. You don't need to do this for me. Stop talking nonsense. I said I'll save you, and I will." Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 20 points. At that moment, Su Taotao burst into tears. She never imagined that Chun-E would risk his life to save her at this critical moment. They had only met twice, so why was he working so hard? Brother Chun-E. Brother Chun-E. Fortunately, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin managed to get around the crowd and grab Chun-E and Su Taotao, who were about to be thrown out. The spirit beast's power erupted instantly, pulling it back from outside the window. At the same time, Lin Mingxue blew a breath, freezing all the windows shut to prevent them from being thrown out again. However, the current situation is still very critical. The issue of the airship rapidly plummeting remains unresolved. I guess we'll have to tough it out. Chapter 60 The Fall. I'm saved. Luckily, that beautiful woman was there. Otherwise I would definitely have been swept away. Save me my foot. This airship is still crashing. Even if it doesn't explode, it'll be devoured by third-tier magical beasts when it crashes into Huangshan, a place teeming with them. Damn it, what bad luck. Why did this have to happen to me? A group of ordinary people complained indignantly. They had originally planned to reach Seoul as soon as possible, take a nice shower, and get a good night's sleep. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow. Who could have imagined that something like this would happen? What happened to the claim that airships have never had any accidents in the past 10 years? Why does this happen as soon as they board the train? At this moment, Su Taotao also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked Chun-E. "Thank you, Brother Chun-E." Chun-E quickly interrupted, assigning tasks. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Prepare for the impact. This airship is likely to crash. Schwerer, quickly create an ice wall to cover us. In case of an explosion, the ice wall can block the shock wave. Shirin, I just threw away my communication crystal to free up my hands to save Taotao. Use your communication crystal to contact Master Luo and ask him to send reinforcements." Good. The two women responded in unison and completed the task assigned by Chun-E in less than 5 seconds. Chun-E held Su Taotao tightly to prevent her from getting hurt during the fall. And so time passed by, each second feeling exceptionally long. Boom. With a deafening roar, the entire airship slammed into the ground. The metal skeleton emitted a teeth-grinding groan, twisting and breaking in an instant. The hull, like an eggshell struck by a giant hammer, began to curl from the point of impact, and the internal compartment structure began to collapse violently. A massive, grayish-yellow wave, a mixture of mud, grass clippings, and metal fragments, suddenly and violently spread outwards. Several magical beasts that lived there were instantly killed by the shockwave. Fortunately, the airship did not explode, thus avoiding total annihilation. However, the situation remains very serious, as this is the habitat of wild magical beasts, and other magical beasts may appear at any time. Moreover, Due to the impact of the fall, most of them will likely be crippled. Ahem, Schwer, Shireen, are you two alright? We're fine. Brother Chinny, are you alright? It's just a scratch, it shouldn't be a big problem. With 50 points in Constitution, you should be able to withstand the impact of an airship crash without much trouble. Moreover, it seems that the airship pilot braked suddenly just before touching the ground, thus mitigating most of the impact. Although Su Taotao in my arms had fainted, she seemed to be alright, and there were no obvious external injuries. Overall, this is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Just then, several airship crew members came into the cabin and loudly asked, "Passengers, are there any beast tamers of rank 3 or above among you? We need your help." Upon hearing this, many people who were still relatively clear-headed felt a sudden jolt of fear. In this situation, instead of inquiring about the casualties, the flight attendants directly tried to recruit passengers as reinforcements. This is enough to show just how bad the current situation is. As it turned out, the situation was indeed that critical. Seeing that no one responded, the flight attendant unconsciously raised her voice a few decibels. "Passengers, the situation is not optimistic. The airship crashed in a plain west of Huangshan, with no cover in sight, and it is also a major area where monsters of rank 3 and above are active. Although the shockwave from the fall killed many of the surrounding magical beasts, other magical beasts immediately noticed the anomaly and rushed here, forming an encirclement. We contacted headquarters for support before landing, but it's estimated to take at least 10 minutes. We have to get through this time on our own, or we'll all die here." Upon hearing this, many beast tamers gasped in shock. Doesn't this mean we're at a critical juncture of life and death? They had originally hoped that other beast tamers would step forward, and that by staying in the back, they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Who would have thought that if we hadn't helped, we would have died here in no time? I am a Tier 3, Level 10 beast tamer. The slick-haired man broke open a piece of iron plate and stepped forward, saying, "I'm willing to join the guard team." At the same time, the slick-haired man's two other henchmen also stepped forward and chose to join the battle. After all, in this situation, not helping would mean being picked off one by the monsters, with unimaginable consequences. Just then, a middle-aged woman's voice suddenly echoed in Chun Yi's mind. "Chen-Yi, I am Shui Haiyao, one of Luo Qinghe's wives. I'm right here in your shadow. I'll guarantee your safety. I just surveyed the surrounding area a bit, and didn't find any troublesome magical beasts or traces of enemies. You can train to your heart's content. I'll help if you encounter any danger." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi was slightly taken aback. Wow, the reinforcements arrived so quickly. And being able to hide in the shadows is kind of cool. Wang Kaili is already a 13th tier spirit beast, so Shui Haiyao's strength must not be much less. With a spirit beast bodyguard at level 10 or higher, there's really no need to be timid or hesitant. Me too. Chun-Yi stepped forward, carrying Su Taotao on his back. Although I am only a 2nd tier beast tamer, I can still do my part. Upon hearing this, the slick-haired man glanced at Chun-Yi, a look of approval on his face. She looks very young, and the spirit beasts she contracts with are all young and beautiful women. I initially thought he was some rich kid from somewhere, definitely a coward who's afraid of dying. I never expected him to have such ambition. The flight attendant hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. After all, the magical beasts that appear in this area are all 3rd-tier magical beasts. Can a 2nd-tier beast tamer handle it? But now, we should do what we can, and there's no need to be picky. 2nd-tier beast masters? Come on, your strength is truly needed in this situation. They dared to challenge someone who was only a 2nd-tier beast tamer. After hesitating for a moment, some 3rd-tier beast tamer groups also stepped forward. I'll do it. Me too. Although I have only just broken through to the 3rd tier, I don't think my 2 spirit beasts and I will hold you back. The young people have all joined the war. How can we back down? Chapter 61 seems to have underestimated it. Thank you so much, everyone. The flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief and, without saying anything more, immediately led those willing to join the fight to the outside of the cabin. Looking at the horrific scene before me, all the beast tamers and spirit beasts present, even those who had experienced countless trials and tribulations, couldn't help but tremble at this moment. The spirit beasts that were fighting the demonic beasts were almost entirely covered in blood. It was no exaggeration to say they were fighting a bloody battle. Near the cabin, the beast tamers and spirit beasts lay scattered on the ground, their bodies covered in wounds and missing parts, their life force barely perceptible. Originally, thanks to the cover of heavy weapons, the situation wasn't too bad. However, With the airship's crash, the heavy weapons were also largely destroyed. Furthermore, being on the ground now means the number of attacking monsters has increased dramatically, making the situation utterly desperate. No wonder they sought help from other passengers. Has it finally arrived? Wang Qingyu, the captain of the guard team and a 4th-tier, 7th-level beast tamer, immediately gave the order upon seeing the reinforcements arrive. Everyone, listen up. Everyone retreat to the interior of the ship's cabins and use the passageways as a defensive line to resist these magical beasts. Before the words were even finished, the spirit beast girls who were still fiercely battling the monsters on the grassland retreated without hesitation. He picked up his beast tamer and ran wildly into the cabin. Although the airship has crashed, its basic framework remains intact. It would be incredibly stupid not to use it as cover to defend against monsters from the outside world. Based on the current situation, the entire ship's defenses can be divided into 5 areas: the port deck, the starboard deck, the ship's entrance, the break in the ship's hull, and the bridge at the bow. By simply setting up defenses in these 5 areas to resist the monsters, we can basically hold out until reinforcements arrive. Chen Yi, carrying the unconscious Su Taotao, along with Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, the slick-haired men's team, and 7 pairs of 3rd-tier beast tamers, were assigned to the bow area to participate in the defense, together with Wang Qingyu. After all, this area has the largest space, and naturally requires the most manpower. Soon, the spirit beast girls switched to their armed forms and began to participate in the battle. For beast masters of tier 3 and above, the armed form is undoubtedly the most mainstream combat method. In an instant, shouts of battle, screams, and the clash of weapons filled the sky, turning the entire bow area into a bloody battlefield. The slick-haired man glanced at Chen Yi, somewhat curious about what kind of spirit beast this rich second generation had contracted. Chen Yi immediately said, "Mengxue, Shirin, I'm counting on you too." Roar. Clang. As Chen Yi finished speaking, a loud dragon's roar and a clear bird's cry suddenly rang out, echoing through the sky. The icy chill and the azure storm intertwined, forming a massive ice storm that swept forward with unparalleled power. In the blink of an eye, it tore the dozens of monsters in front of it into small ice crystals that scattered in the air. This astonishing scene left all the beast tamers present dumbfounded. Wasn't he said to be a 2nd-tier beast tamer? Although these attacking monsters are only at the early stage of the 3rd tier, they are fundamentally different from those at the 2nd tier. The result is that he can kill more than a dozen monsters in one move. Could it be that he lied about his class? However, this is just the beginning. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, being flying-type spirit beasts, rushed out to hunt magical beasts. The magical beasts that had been attacking the airships in the air now felt a great threat and swooped down to launch a surprise attack on the group. Seeing this, Lin Mingxue took a deep breath and then suddenly blew out an icy breath. The sky, which was gradually being enveloped by night, was instantly swallowed up by a white expanse of snow. Under the onslaught of the blizzard, the surface of those 3rd-tier, flying magical beasts rapidly lost temperature. In just 3 seconds, they were frozen into ice sculptures, falling from the sky and crashing to the ground, instantly turning into countless fragments. With just this one move, Lin Mingxue wiped out most of the incoming flying magical beasts. Luo Shirin then used her wind blades to kill some hostile magical beasts before landing on Lin Mingxue's back and transforming into human form. Then, without any warning, a ethereal, melodious, yet boundless, song flowed from her lips. The invisible sound waves transformed into visible pale blue ripples around her, spreading slowly outwards from her center like water ripples. The song of destruction. Wherever the ripples passed, the air seemed to be purified. The blue ripples spread silently, and the magical beasts touched by them suddenly stopped running. Their thick muscles, like weathered rocks, peeled away quietly in the song, making a crisp sound. The hard scales, sharp claws, and thick fur, all quickly lost their luster and became dull and lifeless under the influence of this song. Then, just like a destroyed statue, it turned into fine gray dust, falling and scattering. In just a few breaths, the desolate plain where the bow of the ship was located fell completely silent. It wasn't just the roars of the monsters that disappeared. Even the beast tamers were completely dumbfounded, their expressions blank, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. This is a 2nd-tier spirit beast? Is this a 2nd-tier beast tamer? If this is also a 2nd-tier beast tamer, then what are they? A tier 3 beast master? Just then, Lily, who wasn't fighting beside the slick-haired man, covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Chun-Yi, exclaiming, "Wait, Ice Dragon and Azure Giant Bird, are you Chun-Yi, the one who's been all over the news in Jiangxing lately?" Upon hearing this, all the beast tamers and spirit beasts present were stunned for a moment. The appearance of a fifth-tier magical beast in the final exam of Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy has caused quite a stir in several cities near Jiangxing these past few days. Aside from criticizing and vilifying Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy, people were more curious about Chun-Yi, who single-handedly resisted a fifth-tier magical beast and a monster tide in the final exam area, saving the lives of dozens of students. In Jiangxing's Beast Tamer Circle, Chun-Yi's deeds were even rumored to be miraculous. However, to protect the privacy of the parties involved, Chun-Yi's appearance was not made public. Only those who specifically follow Chun-Yi would barely get to know him by searching for clips of his live streams. Of course, most people wouldn't be that bored. The only thing we know is that Chun-Yi's contracted spirit beasts are an ice dragon and a giant bluebird. Isn't that him? I thought the Beast Tamer Circle was exaggerating a bit. A second-tier spirit beast restraining a fifth-tier beast? You're just asking for trouble. Now it seems that the rumors underestimated Chun-Yi's strength. Chapter 62: The Awakening of the Gluttonous Beast. Chun-Yi nodded slightly and calmly admitted, "It's me." Lily's face lit up with joy. "Great. I never expected it to be the legendary Big Shot." Wang Qingyu, the captain of the beast taming squad, quickly regained his composure and immediately ordered, "Don't get distracted. Until reinforcements arrive, our situation remains unchanged." Upon hearing this, everyone snapped out of their shock. "Re-establish fighting stances, ready for battle. Wait, do we even need them now?" Lin Mingshue's Ice Breath and Luo Shirin's Wind Blade were practically stomping on these third-tier magical beasts. They were almost always instantly killed. It feels like their presence or absence doesn't really make much of a difference. However, I don't know why. However, for some reason, Wang Qingyu felt something was off. Logically speaking, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin have already demonstrated such powerful destructive force. Although monsters lack intelligence, they should still know how to fear and retreat. However, these monsters continued to charge towards them relentlessly, and their numbers kept increasing. We haven't seen any beast kings or high-level magical beasts causing a monster tide, so what's going on? What exactly happened? And so, time passed by, minute by minute. 10 minutes later, reinforcements still hadn't arrived, and the situation became increasingly critical. As more and more magical beasts attacked, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's spiritual power gradually showed signs of fatigue. Unlike killing monsters in the assessment area before, this time. Back then, at least they had time to rest, but now they have almost no chance to catch their breath. The entire battle was intense, and even when you were beating weaker opponents, it was exhausting. This is why, despite having several fourth-tier beast tamers present, the guard was overwhelmed by the sheer number of magical beasts and was ultimately shot down from the airship. The Bao defense zone was relatively less under pressure due to the presence of Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, but the situation in the other 4 zones was much worse. More and more monsters are surging in, and we simply can't resist them. I can't go on. I've used up all my spiritual power. Me too. When will this battle end? Didn't they say reinforcements would arrive in 10 minutes? Where are they? The nearest city, Cloud City, isn't that far from here. Let's all grit our teeth and hold on a little longer. If any of our defenses fall, it will trigger a chain reaction, and then everyone will die here. I'll go back into the cabin and call for reinforcements. I'll bring all the second-tier beast tamers with me. As the situation continued to deteriorate, feelings of unease and despair spread like a plague. In this tense atmosphere, a soft moan came from behind Chun-Yi. Su Taotao slowly opened her eyes. However, the impact damage from the airship crash also surged through his body instantly, causing waves of excruciating pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Where am I? Chun-Yi looked at her and said in a rather relaxed tone, "Do you love the Huangshan Plain, which is your favorite place?" Huangshan Plain. Su Taotao was stunned for a moment, trying hard to recall her previous experiences. Finally, she remembered that the airship seemed to have crashed. It was Chun-Yi who used his own body as a human shield to protect her. Otherwise, given her physical condition, she would probably have died from such a violent impact. Thinking of this, a shy blush rose on her cheeks, and she whispered, "Thank you, Brother Chun-Yi." Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 10 points. "It's all right. These are all minor matters." Halfway through his sentence, Chun-Yi suddenly remembered something important. Perhaps, right now, this is the perfect opportunity. An opportunity for Su Taotao to realize her own power. Thinking of this, Chen-Yi put Su Taotao down, gripped her shoulders tightly with both hands, squatted down, looked earnestly into her eyes, and asked, Taotao, I have only one question for you now. Do you want power? Su Taotao was also taken aback when she heard this. What does it mean to want to gain power? Could it be true, as some viewers commented in the live stream, that Chun-Yi's beast-taming talent can really enhance F-grade bloodline spirit beasts? Although she didn't fully understand the meaning of Chun-Yi's words, nor did she know why Chun-Yi would suddenly say such a thing. But deep down, she felt an irrepressible longing, and subconsciously nodded. Yes, I want power. All right, then accept this power. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun-Yi immediately used the Spirit Beast Awakening technique on Su Taotao. Instantly, a warm power flowed from Chun-Yi's hands into Su Taotao's body. A burst of intense light suddenly erupted from Chun-Yi's palm, flowing along the skin where the two were touching and into Su Taotao's body, directly targeting the cloud-devouring beast bloodline within her. A light curtain suddenly appeared, tightly enveloping Su Taotao within it. After the light screen dissipated, a cute but fierce-looking little girl appeared before us. A petite and delicate young girl, with long, dark blue hair adorned with dark gold starlight, adorable curved lamb ears on her head, a pair of clear yet dangerous dark gold vertical pupils, and mysterious cloud patterns on her cheeks. A large, fluffy tail, with a gradient of cloud white and dark blue, is her mood barometer. The most core symbol of power is the pair of energy vortices on the inside of the arms that look like tattoos in normal times, but transform into black holes in times of war. It appears harmless, even with a lazy and cute demeanor, but it possesses an extremely terrifying devouring power. It seemed to be constantly devouring all life force around it. Roar. A roar filled with boundless hunger, which exploded directly in the depths of everyone's soul, suddenly rang out. Everyone involuntarily shivered, and their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. All the magical beasts within a 1-kilometer radius felt a fear deep within their bloodlines in that instant, and their bodies involuntarily prostrated themselves on the ground. The ancient ferocious beast Taodai has finally awakened. Name, Su Taotao, armed form. The target's energy is insufficient, and it is temporarily unable to enter the spirit beast form. Demonic transformation countdown, 184 hours, 24 minutes, and 55 seconds. Contract master, none. Bloodline, SSS rank, glutton. Level, Tier 1, Stage 2. Physical fitness, 35. Spiritual power, 60. Attributes, Earth, Dark Light. Skills, Devour, Life Drain. Favorability, plus 60 points. Affinity, not yet started. Evaluation, the ancient ferocious beast Taotai can devour all life essence to nourish itself. Surprisingly, Su Taotao's strength is only at the first level, second stage, but her attribute enhancement in armed form is exceptionally amazing. Is this situation created to compensate for the pain point of not being able to enter the spirit beast form? Chapter 63 Life Devouring. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The beast tamers and spirit beasts stared at Su Taotao in disbelief, dumbfounded. The aura emanating from her was undoubtedly that of a first-tier spirit beast. But that deep-seated fear lingered, like a shadow, and never dissipated. The group looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt and fear. That's incredibly powerful. What kind of bloodline is this? I don't know. I've never seen it before. She's so cute, so why do I feel scared? Me too. That random roar just now almost scared me to death. Could it be a demonic transformation? The crowd discussed it animatedly, filled with both curiosity and fear about Su Taotao's bloodline. Feeling the surging power within her body, Su Taotao herself felt somewhat bewildered and at a loss. Is this really her power? How could it be so powerful? Brother Chen-Yi, what is this? How's your power? Do you like it? My power? But I am F. Before Su Taotao could finish speaking, Chen-Yi reached out and covered her mouth, stopping her from continuing. He gently patted her shoulder, encouragingly saying, See that pangolin over there? Try using it to test your strength. Huh? Use it? But that's a third-tier magical beast. Go ahead with confidence. I believe you can win, and you definitely can. Upon hearing this, Su Taotao swallowed hard, seemingly a little scared. However, his gaze quickly hardened. Anyway, Chen-Yi gave her life, so what's there to be afraid of with a third-tier magical beast? Okay, I'll give it a try. Su Taotao took a deep breath and stepped towards the mountain monster. Roar. Sensing the source of the demonic aura, the pangolin let out a deafening roar. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and pounced on Su Taotao. The giant claw, carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, slammed down fiercely, bringing with it a gust of wind, as if it wanted to smash Su Taotao into a meat patty. However, Su Taotao stood firmly in place, without moving an inch. There was no panic in those golden vertical pupils. Instead, a hint of curiosity flashed across them. In her mind, a third-tier magical beast was no match for a first-tier little kid like her. That was a classic cat-and-mouse game, with no suspense whatsoever. But the pangolin in front of us is moving unusually slowly. Instead, it looks more like moving food. Just as I thought of this, a strong feeling of hunger surged into my heart. She unconsciously licked her lips, a bold idea welling up in her mind. This pangolin, it should be edible, right? At this moment, the pangolin had already rushed in front of him and slapped out with its claw. However, Su Taotao remained calm and easily dodged the attack of the mountain monster with a swift movement. The giant claw slammed into empty air, instantly cracking the ground and creating a huge crater, sending dust flying everywhere. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Taotao quickly stretched out her small hand. A flash of dark golden light appeared at her fingertips, and a black hole vortex instantly appeared under her armpit, enveloping her. Life is in our grasp. A terrifying suction force, like an invisible giant hand, tightly locked the pangolin, rendering it unable to move. The surging earth attributes spiritual power within its body and the life essence that constitutes its powerful defense were all forcibly drawn out uncontrollably at this moment. The thick rocky scales on its body began to lose their luster at a visible rate, becoming gray and fragile. The surging earth attributes spiritual power within the pangolin and the life essence that constituted its powerful defense seemed to lose control at this moment, being forcibly extracted continuously. Its thick rocky scales began to lose their luster at an alarming rate, becoming dull and fragile. Awoo! The pangolin let out a painful and horrified scream, and its body involuntarily staggered backward. Meanwhile, the aura emanating from Su Taotao also surged at an astonishing rate. From Chunyi's perspective, her attribute panel instantly rose to an astonishing level. Name, Su Taotao, Armed Form. Constitution, 66, up. Spiritual Power, 104, up. It should be noted that many second-tier, 10th-level spirit beasts do not have such high physical and spiritual attributes. However, at this moment, Su Taotao, who is only at the first level, second stage, possesses such amazing attributes. That's really outrageous. Su Taotao seemed to realize the huge gap in strength between herself and her enemy, and instantly became full of confidence. So powerful, is this all the power I have? No wonder Brother Chun-Yi said I could beat this thing. At this moment, the pangolin felt its power draining away at an alarming rate, and its rage was completely ignited. It lowered its head and rammed into the enemy like a broken-down city chariot with its spiked head. However, this time, Su Taotao did not choose to avoid it. Her small fist was now enveloped in a layer of deep dark gold energy, and she threw a powerful punch at the huge rock head. Bang! A dull, loud thud was heard. With a crackling sound as rock shattered, the mountain monster's momentum came to an abrupt halt. Its proud, spiked head exploded with spiderweb-like cracks centered on Su Taotao's fist, causing it to stagger back several steps. Su Taotao pressed her advantage and launched Life Devouring once more. This time, her goal was no longer to plunder the opponent's power, but to take the pangolin's life directly. The devouring force instantly engulfed the pangolin's body. Its hard, rocky body, under the influence of this devouring force, was like marble being weathered 1,000,000 times faster, instantly turning into a pile of gray rubble and dust. As the wind of the wilderness blew, these pebbles and dust scattered and drifted into the air. The third-tier magical beast was killed so easily. This scene left the other beast tamers and spirit beasts completely dumbfounded. No way. Am I hallucinating before I die? A first-tier spirit beast can actually defeat a third-tier magical beast? And win so easily. Too strong. Absolutely too strong. This Chun-Yi, with his contracted second-tier spirit beast, can take on a large group of third-tier magical beasts single-handedly, and his contracted first-tier spirit beast can also defeat third-tier magical beasts. Is this some kind of absurdity? Even Shui Haiyao, who had always been hiding in the shadows, ready to make a move at any moment, and who had seen countless big scenes, was shocked. She was initially puzzled and even found Chun-Yi's decision to send a first-tier, second-stage doll to challenge a third-tier magical beast somewhat absurd. But now it seems that Chun-Yi had clearly known Su Taotao's strength all along, which is why he made such an arrangement. What kind of bloodline does this spirit beast have? How can its abilities be so strange? Just then, someone seemed to notice something was wrong. Wait a minute. Didn't Chun-Yi say he was a second-tier beast tamer? How could he have contracted 3 spirit beasts? Chapter 64 Signs of a Guilty Mind. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere on the battlefield froze for a moment. The group looked at each other, their faces showing disbelief. Second-tier beast tamers are usually only allowed to contract 2 spirit beasts, which is common knowledge. Yet Chun-Yi actually contracted 3. Either Chun-Yi is actually a third-tier beast tamer, and he's using some kind of secret treasure to conceal his aura. Or perhaps one of the spirit beast girls isn't Chun-Yi's contracted spirit beast at all. If that's really the case, wouldn't that mean? Just as everyone was lost in thought, Wang Qingyu suddenly shouted, "Don't worry about others now. Dealing with these monsters is the most important thing." Hearing this, everyone came to their senses and continued to fight. At this moment, Su Taotao withdrew her arm, and the energy vortex on her arm slowly subsided, turning back into a tattoo. She tilted her head slightly, her bushy tail swayed leisurely, and the tips of her dark blue hair fluttered in the wind. Looking at the pile of ashes on the ground that was quickly scattered by the wind, he smiled slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. It's so delicious. Unlike ordinary foods, which only provide a fleeting enjoyment on the tip of the tongue, it's an ultimate experience that penetrates to the bone marrow, making every cell in your body rejoice. She felt a pleasant sensation, as if she had received a mysterious power, which made her feel incredibly happy. I have to say, this feeling is absolutely amazing. However, the only thing that worried her was that the devouring beast seemed to form a spiritual imprint in her body as well. At that point, it may be necessary to seek help from others to guide them. Otherwise, this powerful spiritual energy would erode her physical body. Su Taotao gently licked her sharp tiger teeth with her small tongue, then looked at the magical beasts that were still fighting with other spirit beasts. A hint of lingering satisfaction flashed in her dark golden vertical pupils. However, before that, she must first share the good news with Chun-Yi. She skipped and hopped over to Chun-Yi, excitedly shouting, "Brother Chun-Yi, I did it." Chun-Yi smiled and reached out to gently pat Su Taotao's head, saying softly, "Well done. Go on, continue searching for those magical beasts you like to eat and fighting them." Hearing Chun-Yi's words, Su Taotao was startled. Could it be that Chun-Yi sent her to challenge the pangolin because he thought it would taste delicious to her? He even considered that. This is so heartwarming. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Thank you, Brother Chun-Yi, I'm off. Watching Su Taotao fight, a satisfied smile appeared on Chun-Yi's face. Su Taotao's most powerful ability lies in her ability to devour the life force of others to strengthen her own power. In this dynamic of shifting power, she was almost able to defeat her opponents across 2 or 3 classes. At the same time, the spiritual energy she absorbs can also provide her with a continuous source of spiritual energy, just like refining a magical beast's crystal core. All Chun-Yi needs to do is guide her spiritual energy, and she will be able to level up smoothly. This way, you can save a lot of money on buying monster cores. Of course, such a powerful move also has its drawbacks. That means they can't attack groups like Linming Xue and Luo Shirin. They can only attack single targets. In other words, it's a single target boss killer, but it'll probably be difficult for a Warcraft wave to handle. But that's still pretty strong. If she could devour the life force of magical beasts on a large scale, her spiritual power would probably burst her physical body. With Su Taotao joining the battle, the situation reversed once again. It's not that Su Taotao kills enemies very quickly. Rather, her presence was like a guardian deity, intimidating the magical beasts so much that they dared not make any rash moves. At the same time, due to the power of Taotai, it will continuously devour all the energy around it. As a result, much of the demonic aura emanating from Su Taotao was also absorbed, greatly reducing the area of influence. After the surrounding monsters were cleared out, the number of attacking monsters visibly decreased significantly. The number of monsters is decreasing. Upon seeing this, Wang Qingyu immediately ordered, "Everyone, put in more effort. After we wipe out these monsters, We should be able to rest. Upon hearing this, everyone mustered their strength and began to wipe out the remaining members of the gang. 100, 50, 20, 10, until the last monster was completely devoured by Su Taotao, officially declaring victory in the airship defense battle. Looking around, there wasn't a single living monster to be seen. Meanwhile, in the distance, several airships and flying spirit beasts could be seen rushing towards this direction. The reason for the delay was mainly due to the shock caused by the first Warcraft attack, which directly caused some malfunctions in the positioning and navigation system, resulting in errors in the reported coordinates. This resulted in the rescue team arriving at their destination a full 10 kilometers away from the crash site. Although this distance is only a few minutes' journey for a high-level flying spirit beast. However, because they didn't know the direction, they could only use a carpet search, which wasted a lot of time. However, judging from their actions of eliminating monsters along the way, they likely played a crucial role in the sharp decrease in the number of attacking monsters. In any case, we should be considered saved now. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's a success. I actually survived. That's terrifying. It has to be Chen-Yi. I never expected that the contracted spirit beasts under his command would be stronger than the last. They're amazing. Chen-Yi, on behalf of our guard team, I thank you for your help. Without your assistance, we would have been in real trouble. Wang Qingyu approached Chen-Yi and expressed his sincere gratitude. Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi could only manage a wry smile. It's nothing, it's what I should do. And if it weren't for Captain Cheng-Yu's desperate resistance on the airship at the beginning, I probably would have perished in the flames when the airship crashed. Therefore, we should be thanking you for saving our lives. As he spoke, Chen-Yi bowed very respectfully. He dared not say that the root cause of this monster attack was actually Su Taotao. As Luo Shireen also said, the aura produced during demonization, although it may attract magical beasts, will not have such a wide range of influence. Otherwise, they would have stopped her from boarding the airship, right? That's why Chen-Yi didn't let Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen, who were flying-type spirit beasts, carry them away from the crashing airship when it was about to fall. Otherwise, after escaping with Su Taotao, those monsters would immediately switch their targets, and any normal person would realize that there was something wrong with Chen-Yi and his group. There will definitely be a lot of trouble then. Judging from Su Taotao's performance today, she was indeed ridiculously strong. In any case, Su Taotao is definitely primarily responsible for the airship's calamity. Since Su Taotao was his designated contracted spirit beast, he naturally felt a little guilty. If Su Taotao gets arrested and locked up, wouldn't she be in big trouble? But ultimately, it's because no one has ever said these things, right? Ordinary people have no idea that demonic energy attracts magical beasts. Chapter 65, Taking a Gamble. Alright, let's not talk about this now. Kai Xiaoping, the contracted spirit beast standing nearby, who was covered in wounds, quickly complained. Cheng-Yu, hurry up and heal my wounds. I'm in so much pain. Sorry, I'm coming right away. Wang Qingyu quickly apologized to Chen-Yi several times. He hurriedly led his 4 contracted spirit beasts and rushed into the cabin. With Chen-Yi's help, they successfully withstood the attack of the monsters. However, the vast majority of the contracted spirit beasts were still injured and needed to be treated as soon as possible. No sooner had he left than Lin Mingxue, Luo Shireen, and Su Taotao all gathered around him. Brother Chen-Yi, how did I do? Brother Chen-Yi, how was the song of destruction I just unleashed? Brother Chen-Yi, are you alright? Very strong, very strong. Chen-Yi praised her, then gently pinched Su Taotao's cheek. Taotao, what are you thinking? I don't even need to fight. How could I possibly get hurt? Hearing this, Su Taotao breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I'm so glad you weren't hurt, Brother Chen-Yi. Brother Chen-Yi, you found a new love. Have you already forgotten your old flame? No, I like you the most, Shireen. What about me? Brother Chen-Yi, I was here first. I like you too, Schwer. I like you the most. That's more like it. Seeing Chen-Yi and his 2 companions flirting and teasing each other, the surrounding beast tamers couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems like it's difficult to intervene regardless of whether a contract has been established or not. This state lasted for about 1 or 2 minutes. This heartwarming scene was shattered only by the arrival of the rescue team. The rescue team members quickly launched a search and rescue operation. Thanks to the presence of the contracted spirit beasts, they could easily pry open the sheet metal parts and dig the trapped people out of the wreckage without the need for tools. Fortunately, no one was killed in the disaster. Although many people were seriously injured and unconscious. This was a stroke of good luck amidst misfortune. With the double disaster of the airship crash and the monster attack, the only way to expect that no one was injured is to seek a miracle. Now, everyone who is still able to move around normally has been transferred to another airship and is continuing their journey to Seoul. Those who were completely unconscious were sent to the nearest city for treatment to ensure their safety. Of course, unlike the airships he had ridden in before, Chun-Yi was in a regular private cabin this time. The luxury private rooms were converted into a temporary hospital for those with minor injuries. It was a last resort. As soon as I sat down, the passengers from the airship swarmed around me. After all, the stories of Chun-Yi and his group displaying their skills in this defense battle had already spread and had even been embellished. People and voices of all kinds kept coming in, asking for contact information, recommending their own products, expressing gratitude for being saved, and even introducing their daughters. After dealing with these people, an hour had passed. So tired. Chun-Yi slumped in the chair, looking utterly hopeless. Dealing with these people is even more tiring than fighting Warcraft. It's just ridiculous. Once Chun-Yi becomes famous, he'll probably encounter this kind of thing every day, right? Lin Mingxue joked. You'll have to think carefully about how to deal with this kind of thing. Sigh, if it's always this tiring, I really don't want to be famous. Chun-Yi stretched out a big yawn, then looked at Su Taotao, who seemed excited but also a little lonely. As for the reason, Chun-Yi could guess it. With such great power, he is sure to have a bright future. Even so, it still couldn't stop the process of demonization, and he was about to die. This is akin to giving a cup of water to someone dying of thirst in the desert, but it still cannot guide them out of the desert. How could he not show such an expression? After thinking it over, Chun-Yi decided to take the gamble. He stood up, patted Su Taotao on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Taotao, can we talk in private for a moment? But where should we go? Restroom, is that all right? Okay. Upon hearing this, Su Taotao nodded without any hesitation. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged a smile upon seeing this. It looks like new sisters will be joining soon. But none of these are problems. Su Taotao has a good personality and no bad intentions, which is much better than those scheming women who throw themselves at her. However, less than a month later, they found their third contracted spirit beast. Isn't that a bit too much of a womanizer? After closing the bathroom door, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin stood guard outside like door gods, preventing anyone else from entering. Meanwhile, Xue Haiyao, who had been hiding in the shadows, took the opportunity to quietly slip out. Lin Mingxue was immediately startled by this sudden scene. However, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was someone Luo Shirin knew. Xue Haiyao bowed slightly and greeted her. Miss, how have you been? Huh? It's Aunt Xue? I was wondering why it took so long for reinforcements to arrive. After all, only I can teleport over long distances. You just told the master that the situation was extremely critical, and I thought it was something terrible. I didn't expect it to be such a small matter. Do you know how expensive communication crystals are? The airship was about to crash just now. Wasn't that an emergency? But since you're already here, Aunt Xue, why don't you come with us to Seoul? Upon hearing this, Xue Haiyao also let out a long sigh. Logically speaking, now that we're safe, there's absolutely no need for her as a bodyguard to follow us anymore, right? She was about to break through to the 12th level, and then she was suddenly summoned like this. But never mind, Chun-Yi is quite an interesting person. If you spend a few days with him, you might even see some different scenery. Alright, let's treat it as a vacation. You'll have to put in a good word for me with the master. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you with this. Okay, that's good. After saying that, Xue Haiyao's figure disappeared into Luo Shirin's shadow again, as if she had never existed. Lin Meng stared blankly at everything for a while before she came to her senses and asked curiously, Sister Shirin, is she also your grandfather's contracted spirit beast? Luo Shirin nodded slightly and replied, Yes. She was my grandfather's 12th contracted spirit beast, the last one he contracted, so she has the lowest rank, only 11th level, 10th stage. Only 11 levels. Lin Mingxue was both amused and exasperated. It seems that there are only a little over 100 beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom who have broken through to the 10th level or above, and there are about 300 spirit beasts. As a result, Luo Shirin actually used the word only to describe Xue Haiyao, who was at the 11th level and 10th rank. Is this the Luo family? Are these the 7 dragon generals? That's really awesome. Chapter 66. Are you willing to form a contract with me? On the other side, Chun-Yi led Su Taotao to the bathroom and locked the door. With a man and a woman alone in this small space, the atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. Su Taotao's heart started racing involuntarily, and her throat made a gurgling sound. Hopefully, the following scenes won't resemble those in erotic novels. Chun-Yi looked at Su Taotao, who seemed a little scared, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He gently tapped her forehead and teased, "What nonsense are you thinking about? I have no interest in that kind of thing." Su Taotao paused for a moment, blinked, and looked puzzled. "Huh? Why did Brother Chun-Yi call me here?" Chun-Yi straightened his collar slightly, then walked up to Su Taotao, bent down, and gently took her hand. "Taotao, let me make this clear first. What I'm about to say is not a joke. I hope you'll think about it carefully. You are not a useless person with F-rank bloodline, but an ancient ferocious beast with SSS rank Taotai bloodline. You will surely become a supreme being in the future. The power you displayed before was not given to you by me. It was actually your own power, the power of Taotai. You must have always felt like you were never full, and lived in a state of hunger every day since you were a child, right? Actually, it's not that there's something wrong with your body. Taotai is a creature that devours everything in the world and needs a lot of energy. Ordinary food alone cannot satisfy its hunger. The reason you awakened an F-rank bloodline is because you didn't have enough energy, causing your Taotai bloodline to dormant." Every word Chun-Yi uttered made Su Taotao's heart tremble. SSS-level bloodline. This is a rare existence even in the Dragon Kingdom. There are very few spirit beasts in the entire world that possess such a heaven-defying bloodline. How could an ordinary girl possess such great power? Brother Chun-Yi, you're not joking, are you? In fact, Su Taotao believed everything Chun-Yi said. The problem is that the probability is extremely low, almost zero. It's hard to imagine that something like this could happen to her. Chun-Yi stared sincerely into Su Taotao's eyes. "Do you believe me?" Without the slightest hesitation, Su Taotao immediately replied, "I believe you. That settles it." Chun-Yi smiled calmly. "Just as I said before, you were unable to supply the Taotai with the energy it needed, which is why you eventually awakened your F-level bloodline. My power can awaken your bloodline, the power you possessed when you fought the monsters. So, are you interested in making a pact with me and climbing to the top together?" As he spoke, Chun-Yi extended his right hand, inviting Su Taotao to join him. Seeing Chun-Yi's outstretched right hand, Su Taotao's beautiful eyes flashed. Isn't this the scene she's been longing for? A Prince Charming appeared, took her hand when she was in dire straits, told her she wasn't useless, and that they would reach the pinnacle of the world together someday. Chun-Yi, isn't he her Prince Charming? Just as she thought of this, her hand unconsciously rose slightly. However, just as he was about to touch Chun-Yi's hand, he immediately pulled it back. "I'm sorry, Brother Chun-Yi. I cannot form a contract with you. Please forgive me." However, before he could finish speaking, Chun-Yi then reached out and grasped Su Taotao's hand, which she had just pulled back, and said gently, "You're not worried that you're about to die from demonization, are you?" Upon hearing this, Su Taotao's pupils contracted sharply, and she looked up at Chun-Yi with a shocked expression. How did Chun-Yi know about her affairs? "Brother Chun-Yi, how did you know?" "I know a lot more." Chun-Yi gently stroked Su Taotao's long hair and said softly, "You don't need to worry about these things. You just need to follow your heart. I can take care of everything else for you. If you don't want to die, I will definitely save you. If you don't want to live a mediocre life, I will definitely help you. If you want to reach the top, I will definitely agree to help you reach the top. Come on, tell me your truest thoughts." Hearing Chun-Yi's heartfelt words, Su Taotao's tears welled up instantly. Unable to contain her fear any longer, she threw herself into Chun-Yi's arms and burst into tears. "Brother Chun-Yi, I don't want to die." "That settles it then. Like I said, I'll save you. This mere demonization is nothing to me." "Wah!" Su Taotao cried for half an hour. She blinked her big, watery eyes, looking at Chun-Yi with teary vision, and choked out, "Brother Chun-Yi, is there really a way for me to survive? Is there really a way for me to keep up with you and reach the top?" Chun-Yi gently wiped away the tears from Su Taotao's eyes and smiled tenderly. "Of course. Believe me, as long as you're willing, I will definitely take you to the top of the world." Hearing Chun-Yi's affirmative answer, Su Taotao's eyes gradually brightened. She stood up and quickly went to the sink to wash her face. Although her light makeup had been washed off, her face was still so lovely that it was captivating. She's even cuter than before she put on makeup. I really don't understand why people need to wear makeup anymore. She came up to Chun-Yi and held his hand tightly, as if afraid that he would suddenly disappear. "Brother Chun-Yi, I'm willing to form a contract with you. No, please let me become your contracted spirit beast. I want to live. I want to reach the pinnacle of the world with you. Ding. Su Taodao's favorability increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Seeing the change in favorability rating, Chun-Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Taodao still didn't agree, he really didn't know what to say. After all, it's really difficult to get someone who was a virgin just 2 weeks ago to say these things. What I didn't expect was that it would directly break through 80 points of favorability. Once the contract is completed, you can receive the favorability reward. Really? Then look forward to it. A hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Su Taodao's face. But Brother Chun-Yi, establishing a contract shouldn't be done in the bathroom, right? Chun-Yi flicked Su Taodao's forehead and laughed. What are you thinking about? Didn't I already say I'm not interested in that kind of thing? Su Taodao breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. Chun-Yi took Su Taodao's hand and walked towards the door. Let's talk about it after we find a hotel in Seoul. You should get to know your sisters Mengxue and Shireen a bit better. Okay. Chapter 67 Performance Appraisal of the Rich Second Generation. Chun-Yi and his group returned to their seats. It was obvious that Su Taodao had become much more cheerful and was no longer as reserved as before. We can talk about anything, even topics with a slightly suggestive tone. One can't help but sigh. Perhaps this is her truest personality. Brother Chun-Yi, my figure might not be very good, so even if you make a contract with me, it's okay if you don't want to develop a close relationship with me. It's just, I'd like to have sex with you once a month, to enjoy your care, Brother Chun-Yi. With a flushed face, Su Taodao managed to utter a few words with difficulty. Although she is very cute, she is in no way inferior to Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen in terms of appearance. The problem is that a height of just over 1.5 meters, coupled with a flat body, is a huge disadvantage. Chun-Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Su Taodao's cute and shy appearance. He gently flicked Su Taodao's forehead and laughed. What are you thinking? Taodao, you're perfect the way you are. I wouldn't show favoritism. Really? Of course it's true. Upon hearing this, Su Taodao was overjoyed, and her previously somewhat self-conscious expression gradually disappeared. The main reason she never intended to form a contract with anyone was that she ate too much, and most families really couldn't afford it. Another reason is that she was too insecure about her body. The female live streamers on Douyin all have amazing figures. And her figure, even photoshopped pictures can't save it. It's really heartbreaking. But just as she was about to respond to this excitement. However, at that moment, a sudden, abrupt voice interrupted. Brother Chun-Yi, do you have a moment? Let's chat for a bit. When Chun-Yi and his group turned around, they found that it was the slick-haired man who had been with them in the luxury private room. I think his name was Brother Li. Is there something you need? I'm Liang. This is my business card. I'd like to discuss some business cooperation with you. Would you be interested? As Liang spoke, he handed over his business card. Chun-Yi narrowed his eyes. He's not a shop owner, so what business cooperation could he possibly be talking about? Despite his thoughts, he still took the business card and glanced at the information on it. Are you the head of the commercial department of the Seoul Beast Tamers Association? The slick-haired man smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and explained. To be precise, he's my father, but I'll be able to inherit him soon. This business cooperation is crucial to my inheritance, which is why I wanted to talk to you about it. Seeing this, Chun-Yi gently pulled Su Taodao onto his lap. Sit here, you don't mind if there are other people here, do you? No problem. Liang sat down, cleared his throat, and got straight to the point. I'll keep it short. You should know about the beast taming competition, right? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi and his group exchanged bewildered glances, somewhat puzzled. The beast taming competition is a nationwide beast taming contest held annually in the Dragon Kingdom. It is a grand event that attracts much attention and is usually held in mid-October each year. It's only early July, and the sudden mention of this matter is quite puzzling. Liang seemed to sense the confusion in Chun-Yi and his group, and continued to explain. You may not be aware, but those of us working in the Beast Tamer Association are all subject to performance evaluations. Of course, the assessment here doesn't refer to things like sales revenue, but rather, the cultivation of the new generation. If you've watched the beast taming competition, you should have noticed that some beast tamers wear a city emblem, right? Those beast tamers are elites selected by the Beast Tamer Associations of various cities. They exist as representatives. Our Beast Tamer Association selects a new generation of beast tamers as its representatives, and their performance is evaluated based on their achievements in the beast tamer competition. Hearing this, Chun-Yi and his group finally understood Li Yang's intention. Is the intention to make Chun-Yi his spokesperson, representing him in the beast taming competition, in order to improve his performance and help him succeed his father in the future? They had heard about this before. However, since it was not closely related to myself, I did not immediately make the connection. Chun-Yi fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked up and asked, others only start choosing their spokespeople after the beast taming competition ends, but you're only starting now, with only 3 months left until the competition. May I ask why? The reason, can I not tell you? Alright, since you won't tell me, I'll change the subject. What benefits can I get? Hearing that Chun-Yi was willing to negotiate, Liang couldn't help but feel a little pleased. He extended his right hand, making a 7-character gesture, and said in a fawning tone, 30% off. Brother Chun-Yi, if you purchase magical beast cores and other resources from our Beast Tamer Association, I'll give you a 30% discount. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi and his group rolled their eyes instantly. I was hoping they would offer some groundbreaking terms, but it turned out to be just a discount on the purchase of monster cores. The purchase of Warcraft cores was already limited, so a 30% discount only saves a very small amount of money, and it's limited to Seoul only. It's better to get some good quality products. Seeing that Chun-Yi seemed somewhat disappointed, Liang became a little anxious and quickly changed his tune, saying, 40% off. However, Chun-Yi simply shook his head and said calmly, no need. We don't lack this money, but if you can do me a favor, I might consider it. Upon hearing this, Liang quickly asked, what kind of help? As long as it's not illegal, I'll help you with anything I can. Chun-Yi's strength is almost on par with a 4th-tier beast tamer. With his help, we can definitely achieve a good result in the beast taming competition. We have to reach an agreement no matter what. Chun-Yi said calmly. As the son of the person in charge of the trading company, you should be able to obtain a spiritual treasure containing light elemental properties, right? Of course, I will pay you as usual. Upon hearing this, Liang frowned deeply. The spiritual treasures of heaven and earth are divided into 7 attributes: light, darkness, ice, fire, wind, earth, and water. Among them, spiritual treasures containing light and darkness attribute energy are particularly rare. Let alone him, even his father would have a hard time getting his hands on it. These spiritual treasures containing elemental attributes have a higher spiritual energy conversion rate compared to ordinary magical beast cores. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, it is not as good as the Warcraft core. Even disregarding the learning skills, its cost-effectiveness is not even as good as the Beast King Crystal core. He really couldn't understand what Chun-Yi was trying to do with collecting these things. In the previous battles, I didn't see that the female spirit beasts around Chun-Yi were light attribute. However doubtful as they may be, this is an opportunity they cannot miss. There are still 3 months until the beast taming competition. With Chun-Yi's talent, he is very likely to continue to grow stronger during this period. If I can help him find a spiritual treasure containing the element of light within 3 months, my performance will definitely be guaranteed. Chapter 68 The Little Lucky Star Who Saves Money. 3 days. Chun-Yi's words startled Liang quite a bit. This isn't something you see often. Where are you going to find it in 3 days? However, looking at Chun-Yi's serious expression, Liang understood that saying anything more would be superfluous. He gritted his teeth and said helplessly, okay, I'll try to get it for you within 3 days. Then I'll have to trouble you. Chun-Yi didn't actually have high hopes. He just considered it an extra bargaining chip. After all, Luo Qinghe, as one of the 7 dragon generals, had connections and status that were unmatched by ordinary people. Even so, after a week, they still couldn't find any trace of the light attribute spiritual treasure. The 2nd-generation owner of a small-town business didn't really have much hope. Of course, even if they can't find her in the next few days, Chun-Yi still has ways to protect Su Taodao. The system said that any matter related to raising spirit beasts can be accomplished with enhancement points. Consuming 5 achievement points can reset the demonization countdown of a spirit beast, which means it can delay Su Taodao's demonization time by about half a month. If you really can't find it, just use the enhancement points to drag it until you find it. Otherwise, Chun-Yi wouldn't have dared to make such a promise so rashly. Nothing happened on the rest of the journey. Everything was peaceful and uneventful. Due to the previous battle, Chun-Yi and his group were extremely exhausted, both physically and mentally, and a sense of fatigue instantly overwhelmed them. They leaned on each other and soon fell asleep. Around 11 p.m., the broadcast finally came on, breaking the silence of the night. Dear passengers, the airship has now arrived at Seoul. Please take your belongings with you, avoid crowding, and disembark in an orderly manner. Welcome back for your next flight, Harmony Airship. Goodbye. After getting off the airship, Li Yong was very generous and booked a luxury private room in a 5-star hotel for Chun-Yi and his group, costing 10,000 yuan per night. It has to be said, their sincerity is truly off the charts. Especially after entering the room and seeing the extremely cozy decor, Chun-Yi's first impression of Li Yong improved considerably. Brother Chun-Yi, Schwer, and I will sleep in bed number 2. The round bed is for you. Enjoy it tonight. Oh, by the way, with Tao Tao's figure like that, Chun-Yi, you better remember not to go too far. After taking a shower, Luo Shireen grabbed Lin Mengshue's hand and ran into the second bedroom, leaving Chun-Yi and Su Taotao in the living room. Chun-Yi looked slightly embarrassed, unsure how to respond to Luo Shireen's words. Su Taotao lowered her head shyly. After a long silence, she spoke up first. Brother Chun-Yi, you don't need to worry about my feelings, just do whatever you like. Since the girl had already gone this far, how could Chun-Yi possibly back down? He picked up Su Taotao and ran straight into the room with the round bed. Taotao, you're so cute. Chun-Yi is so mean, saying things like that at a time like this. What? Can't I even tell the truth? Alright, tonight I'm yours, Brother Chun-Yi. Enjoy yourself. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a contract with the spirit beast Su Taotao. The target's favorability rating has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations, host. You have gained 25 enhancement points. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the beast taming skill. Appraisal. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, Spirit Beast Immortal Fruit. When I woke up the next day, it was already around 10 a.m. Su Taotao had already woken up and was quietly gazing at Chun-Yi's sleeping face, her eyes full of tenderness and affection. When Su Taotao saw Chun-Yi wake up, she also showed a sweet smile. Brother Chun-Yi, you're awake? How did you feel last night? Su Taotao looks adorable with her bare face and hair down. She has lost some of her allure, but gained a lively and adorable charm that makes people want to get close to her. Chun-Yi smiled faintly and teased. Thanks to you, I slept very well last night. That is indeed the truth. Su Taotao was very cooperative and didn't do any of those miscellaneous things, so the experience was truly amazing. Unlike Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen, who wouldn't stop until they broke his back. That's good. I was just worried that you wouldn't be satisfied with me, Brother Chun-Yi. How could I not be satisfied? I even feel like my XP might be turning into a lolicon. I'm not a loli. Amidst laughter and playfulness, the two got up together, changed their clothes, and went to the living room together. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen had already gotten up and were sitting on the sofa, reviewing the details of tonight's banquet. When they saw Chun-Yi and Su Taotao come out of the room, a smile of maternal affection appeared on their faces. Brother Chun-Yi, you look great. You slept really well last night. You wouldn't happen to be a lolicon, would you? Chun-Yi shrugged and said helplessly, is it possible that dealing with the two of you is just too much of a hassle? Su Taotao was the first to come to the coffee table and bowed to the two of them. Sister Mingxue, Sister Shireen, thank you both for letting me have Brother Chun-Yi last night. We're all sisters, no need for such nonsense. Tonight? Probably not, but I'll take you to do something exciting tomorrow night. Alright, I'll wait and see. Upon seeing this, Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I need to find a way to improve my kidney's abilities. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be facing a tribulation tomorrow night. After breakfast, Chun-Yi began to help Su Taotao guide the spiritual power she had previously absorbed from the magical beast. This is no way. The moment he began to channel the energy, Chun-Yi was startled. He never expected that the spiritual imprint formed by the Taotai after devouring the demonic beast would be so special. Unlike the usual method of devouring monster cores, the spiritual imprint formed by it does not only affect itself. On the contrary, these spiritual energy imprints can be transferred to other female spirit beasts through a contract connection, helping them to level up. In the simplest terms, Su Taotao's devouring of magical beasts not only saves her the cost of buying magical beast cores, but also helps other spirit beast girls save money. This is absolutely incredible. Is this some kind of lucky charm? What's wrong? Su Taotao tilted her head and asked with a puzzled look. It's nothing. I just suddenly think you're so cute, Peach. Honestly, you said that so many times last night, but I still like hearing it. She was not surprised that Chun-Yi's guidance skills were so superb. After all, Chun-Yi was able to give a spirit beast with an F-level bloodline a new life. Therefore, it is only natural that they are skilled in spiritual energy guidance techniques. Chapter 69 Clues to the Remains of the Spirit. What truly surprised Su Taodao was how fast her leveling speed was. Moreover, the increase in strength after breaking through the level is very obvious. It feels like I've been given a cheat code. Especially its own ears, which gradually turned into animal ears, making it look even cuter. The Taotai bloodline, huh? Seems like I don't have horns. I wonder if Brother Chun-Yi will look down on me for not having any handrails. The spiritual energy guidance ended at 3 p.m. Su Taodao successfully broke through to the first rank, 10th stage, and Chun-Yi also benefited from her success, successfully breaking through to the third rank, first stage. In just over half a month, he broke through from the first rank to the third rank. Who else can do that? Ding dong. Just then, the hotel doorbell rang. Upon opening it, I was surprised to find it was Li Yang, and he looked very excited. Chun-Yi frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong? You seem so excited." "Brother Chun-Yi, great news." Li Yang excitedly pulled out an auction brochure. "Have you heard of the Black Ghost Market auction in Seoul? This is the auction list that Black Ghost Market just released. Among the items up for auction is a spirit remains. You should need this thing, right?" Chun-Yi took the flyer and looked at it carefully. Apart from a dozen or so spirit beasts reserved for the grand finale auction, all other items were on display. The spiritual essence that Li Yang mentioned is right there. There really is one. I never expected such a coincidence. So, I guess I found it for you. Well, that's exactly why I came to Seoul, to participate in Black Ghost City. But like I said, I need to get my hands on this thing before I'll agree to cooperate. Li Yang smiled wickedly. Since Brother Chun-Yi is also here to attend the Black Ghost City banquet, things will be much easier. I still have some money in my savings account. If Brother Chun-Yi doesn't have enough money, I can help him out. As long as Brother Chun-Yi is willing to be my spokesperson, I guarantee I'll get this for you. Chun-Yi nodded slightly. If there's anything I need, I'll leave it to you then. After Li Yang left, Chun-Yi and his group clapped and celebrated. Tao Tao, as long as we get this thing, Brother Chun-Yi will have a way to stop your demonization. Your demonic transformation can be saved. You don't have to live in fear anymore. Really? It's that simple. Of course. Don't you know who Chun-Yi's brother is? Chun-Yi scooped Su Taotao up in his arms, a playful smile playing on his lips, and said softly, "Taotao, whatever the bidding, you'll have to pay off your debt." However, the next second, Su Taotao took out her phone and showed off her bank card balance. That string of numbers was astonishing. A full 3 million. Wow. Is it possible to make this much money as a female live streamer? I think I can film it myself. Holy crap. She's actually a rich young woman. Then I definitely can't let her get away. I won't run away. I'll always be your person, Brother Chun-Yi. There are two sides to the story. At this moment, in a room in Black Ghost City with extremely luxurious decorations, Wang Yu had just finished cultivating his affinity with his contracted spirit beast and wearily pulled up his pants. He casually lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Amidst the swirling smoke, he finally had a moment of leisure and began to listen to the intelligence brought by his subordinates. However, as the intelligence unfolded, Wang Yu's brows gradually furrowed. Chun-Yi, what's this guy doing in Seoul? And he wants to participate in Black Ghost Market? Did he discover something? I don't know. Because of the Luo family's existence, we dare not investigate too deeply, for fear of giving ourselves away. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Wang Yu crushed the cigarette, but hard, his unease growing stronger. He left in such a hurry that many traces were not erased, so finding out that he came to Seoul is not a difficult task. However, his backer is Black Ghost City. If the Jiangcheng Beast Tamer Association had investigated this matter, it probably wouldn't have escalated to the point of no return. Just pretend he's missing, and stop worrying about him. These are all minor issues. The problem is that he doesn't know whether Qin Shoxing and Ning Yin told him about his plan to kill Chun-Yi before they died. Chun-Yi's relationship with the Luo family is now so close. If it is indeed revealed that he is suspected of murdering Chun-Yi, this crime would be the same as being suspected of murdering a member of the Luo family. At that time, he will probably be in a hopeless situation and die without a burial place. Why did she come looking for him when she clearly no longer had any feelings for Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue? Wrong. If that were the case, the Luo family would have already raided the entire Black Ghost City. There wouldn't have been a week of peace and quiet. Lin Mingxue's father, Lin Xian, was once one of the high-ranking officials in Black Ghost City. Was it because his old party members discovered Lin Mingshua's transformation, so they specially sent her an invitation to come to Mayor Blackie's city to broaden her horizons? Wang Yu frowned, deep in thought, increasingly convinced that this possibility was extremely high. After all, given the Luo family's style and methods, if they had known about this, they would have been dead long ago, without any evidence, and there would be no way they would be alive today. However, this is only his speculation, and the actual situation still needs further investigation. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yu asked, "Has Chun-Yi arrived in Black Ghost City yet?" "Not yet." The subordinate suddenly received a notification. Something's not right. They just left the hotel and got into a taxi. It looks like they're heading this way. Wang Yu nodded. "Okay, immediately tell the gatekeeper that tonight we absolutely must." According to the address on the invitation, Chun-Yi and his group of 4 took a taxi to a shopping mall located at the northernmost part of Seoul. No, the scene in front of them could not be called a shopping mall at all. The night wind whistled through the broken window, making a mournful sound, as if weeping and lamenting. The massive glass curtain wall was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, several twisted metal doors were open at an angle, and a few pale moonlight shone through the broken ceiling, illuminating the dust suspended in the air. A heavy smell of dust, mold, and a faint stench of decay permeated the cold air, making it feel suffocating. If this can be called a shopping mall, then the background should be set in the apocalypse, right? The girls all shivered. This doesn't look like a banquet at all. Su Taodao pointed to the address on the invitation. It says it's on the 2nd basement level, but it doesn't seem to be here. Chun-Yi shook his head with a wry smile. "I think if things are like this at the top, things at the bottom probably aren't much better." Chapter 70 Wang Yu's Test. Just then, several luxury cars roared through the streets and parked on the side of the road. Li Yong and his group got out of them. "Hey, Brother Chun-Yi, you've arrived." "Li Yong, now that you've come here, does this Black Ghost City really exist?" "That's right. But when I first came here, I was in a similar situation to you. I thought I had gone to the wrong place." As the elevator slowly descended, we arrived at the 2nd basement level. The moment the elevator doors opened, the sight before one's eyes was astonishing. The deafening sound and dazzling light instantly engulfed people. The crystal ball chandelier casts a dazzling light, illuminating the gilded decorations, scarlet velvet curtains, and marble floor, exuding a luxurious and captivating atmosphere. The air was filled with the rich aroma of fine cigars, the fragrance of expensive perfumes, and the spiciness of spirits, creating a unique and slightly intoxicating atmosphere. If I had to describe this place in one word, it would be extravagant and decadent. It's like a glamorous illusion built with money and desire. No wonder the shopping mall upstairs is so deserted. All the excitement has been concentrated underground. Li Yong led Chun-Yi and his group to a bar and showed them the invitation. The gatekeeper, dressed in a suit, accepted the invitation, examined it carefully, and said nothing more. After handing Li Yong a number plate with the number 65 written on it, he gestured for him to walk towards the beaded curtain behind him. Li Yang's 2 henchmen received number 288 and 289 respectively, which is quite a large difference in numbers. However, the gatekeeper's expression suddenly changed when he saw Chun-Yi take out the invitation. A flicker of shock seemed to cross his eyes, before he asked in a slightly respectful tone, "Are you Mr. Chun-Yi?" "It's me. Is there a problem?" After confirming Chun-Yi's identity, the gatekeeper took out a number plate with the number 7 written on it and respectfully handed it to Chun-Yi. "This is a VIP seat specially arranged for you by Mr. Wang Yu as an apology to you and Ms. Lin Mingxue. Would you like it?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue were also slightly surprised. "What is Wang Yu up to? I thought Wang Yu would definitely hide his identity, but I didn't expect him to reveal it so easily." He turned to look at Luo Shirin, and as their eyes met, he confirmed that Shui Haiyao was still hiding in the shadows. Only then did he feel a little relieved, nodded, and accepted the number plate. "You knew we came here to see Wang Yu?" "I'm not quite sure. That's what Mr. Wang Yu said, and I just did as he said." "All right," Chun-Yi muttered to himself. Normally, he would never take such a risk. But now, with Shui Haiyao protecting them, and given that Luo Qinghe had sent them here specifically to investigate the situation in Black Ghost City, this was a necessary step. Now that we have the opportunity to contact the higher-ups in Black Ghost City, we certainly can't miss it. I took the number plate and went through the beaded curtain. Li Yong immediately noticed the number plate in Chun-Yi's hand and couldn't help but show a rather surprised expression. "Chun-Yi, you wouldn't happen to have a powerful background, would you?" "Background? What does that mean?" "Number plates. Number plates for the Black Ghost City banquet. They come in single-digit, 2-digit, and 3-digit versions. The fewer the number of digits, the better the environment of the private room, which indicates that the person has a higher social status. Single-digit number plates grant access to private rooms, allowing you to bring as many people as you like. 2-digit number plates only allow you to bring your own contracted spirit beast, and 3-digit number plates only allow you to enter alone. Liang explained in detail. To be able to get the number 7 license plate, you must be from a prestigious beast tamer family. Chun-Yi glanced down at the number plate in his hand, feeling increasingly confused. What exactly does Wang Yu want to do? If this really was a trap, then the scale of the event was far too extravagant. I see. I never expected to get this number. The VIP room number 7 is on the 3rd floor, and I'm on the 2nd floor. If you don't have enough money, just contact me. I'll definitely get you the spirit remains. Alright then, I'll thank you in advance, Brother Liang. The banquet hall is very large, with 3 floors. The 3-digit area on the 1st floor is laid out like a movie theater, with densely packed seats and almost no private space. The 2nd floor's 2-digit area creates a bar-like atmosphere, where beast tamers can sit next to their contracted female companions and enjoy a certain degree of privacy. The 3rd floor features independent private rooms with one-way glass and separate elevator doors, ensuring maximum privacy. Ordinary people would have no way of knowing who is sitting inside. Judging from this layout, it certainly feels like a black market. I never expected so many people to bid for the spirit beast. The dark side of this world is truly profound. Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh, and then stepped into VIP room number 7. To his surprise, Wang Yu was also sitting inside. However, he was alone in the private room, and he did not see his contracted spirit beast, nor did he sense any killing intent. Lin Mingxue also hid directly behind Chun-Yi, not daring to meet Wang Yu's gaze at all. Wang Yu did not say much about this. Please sit down. I have no ill intentions. I just want to have a brief chat before the auction begins. Seeing this, Chun-Yi decisively pulled the girls to sit down opposite Wang Yu. He looked directly at Wang Yu with a serious expression and asked, "Is there something you need?" Wang Yu slowly picked up his coffee, took a few sips, and then let out a long sigh. He paused briefly, seemingly considering how to phrase it. Then he stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Mingxue. "Mingxue, there's something I want to apologize to you about beforehand. The reason I've been taking care of you for the past 3 years is indeed because I have my own reasons. But I only want to form a contract with you. I have no other ulterior motives. The fact that you're here means you already know who I am, so I don't want to hide anything from you." Listening to Wang Yu's opening remarks, Lin Mingxue was also stunned for a moment. I originally thought Wang Yu would never admit to this, but I didn't expect him to confess so easily. You want to make a contract with me, instead of auctioning me off as a commodity? How could that be? Wang Yu quickly waved his hand and explained, "Mingxue, don't misunderstand. Even if I had the intention, I couldn't do it." Lin Mingxue frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Your status here must be quite high, right? How could you not be able to do it?" After hearing Lin Mingxue's words, Wang Yu sighed helplessly once again. He picked up his coffee cup, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, and slowly said, "Mingxue, since you were able to find out about this place, didn't you also find out that this Black Ghost City was actually founded by your father?" Chapter 71 Defense. Lin Mingxue was shocked. Black Ghost City was founded by my father? Wang Yu nodded slightly. Yes, but to be precise, he was only one of the founders. Although your father has passed away, there are still many of his followers in Black Ghost City today. Do you think I could save my life if I took you to the banquet to be auctioned off? Do you think your father's remaining followers would let me go? Lin Mingxue was speechless for a moment. Her understanding of her father was limited to the fact that he was a scumbag with blood on his hands and almost never came home. They never cared about her at all. However, she never expected that even a place like Black Ghost City was her father's creation. Alright, Mingxue, this was indeed my fault, and I apologize to you. Although I had my own motives, I don't think I've mistreated you in the past 3 years, have I? I haven't done anything to take liberties with you, have I? Now you have gained such great power and have also formed contracts with other beast tamers. Although I am indeed somewhat unwilling, seeing my old friend's daughter have a bright future makes me feel at ease. As Wang Yu spoke, a regretful expression appeared on his face. It seemed as if they were genuinely unwilling to give up, but in the end, they had no choice but to let go. Lin Mingxue was kind-hearted and believed Wang Yu's story. After all, Wang Yu had indeed treated her very well over the past 3 years, and that was undeniable, even though he was a scumbag. However, Shin-Yi always felt that something was wrong. Ever since he arrived here, he felt like he had been led by the nose by Wang Yu. Luo Shirin also noticed something was wrong. She was always a woman of action and had no patience for Wang Yu's long-winded explanations. She immediately showed him 2 photos and demanded, "Stop rambling on. I just want to ask you one thing. What did you and Qin Shouxing talk about in the restaurant's private room the day before the final exams?" Seeing the photos that Luo Shirin posted, Wang Yu was also sweating profusely. As expected, the Luo family had investigated this place, but it's unclear what the conversation actually entailed. However, this also confirmed that Qin Shouxing hadn't revealed any information. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a need to confront them about this matter directly. Now you can really put your skills to good use. Wang Yu took a deep breath, took out his phone, and browsed a recently trending topic. International news. The Beastmaster Association of the Eagle Nation has developed a new spirit beast-enhancing potion. After injection. You should know about this news, right? Chun-Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. What are you trying to say? Wang Yu put his phone on the table and started another long-winded explanation. That night, he invited me to a private room and showed me a vial of medicine, saying that he got it from the United States through illegal means. It's most likely the thing mentioned in the news. I don't know what conflict broke out between you and Qin Shouxing, but it seems that he was investigating you during that period. Once he was sure you didn't have much of a background, he planned to have your ex-girlfriend inject this stuff and then kill you. He also asked me to tamper with the security team's surveillance cameras so that their actions wouldn't be filmed to ensure everything went smoothly. I would definitely refuse such a thing. Putting aside whether Qin Shouxing can provide the reward I want, if this kind of thing is discovered, it will definitely be punished with the death penalty. The benefits and risks are simply not proportional, and I have no need to take this risk. Although the deal fell through, Qin Shouxing still used evidence to blackmail me, so I didn't say anything until the very end. The next day, when I heard that you had the ability to wipe out the insect swarm, I was certain that Qin Shouxing was no match for you. This matter would definitely lead to me, and at that time, all my ill-gotten gains might be confiscated. So, I left early, but I never expected you guys would actually find me in Seoul. It must be said that Wang Yu's statement was a mixture of truth and falsehood, with almost no loopholes. Chun-Yi, in particular, knew from Lu Rian's system interface that she had been injected with something called monster spinal fluid, which could be the psionic potion mentioned in the news. This does coincide somewhat with what Wang Yu said. However, considering Wang Yu's behavior, it's hard to say who actually wanted to kill Chun-Yi. Of course, Qin Shouxing had his reasons for wanting to kill Chun-Yi. After all, she had pursued Lin Mingxue before, and now that she sees Lin Mingxue's strength, it's not impossible that she might want to kill Chun-Yi and take over. They're definitely not good people. After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Yi spoke up. So, you've been waiting here to clarify this matter? The most important thing now is to capture the image of the spirit remains. It's best to eliminate all uncertainties beforehand. Despite the numerous suspicious points surrounding Wang Yu nodded and took out a pendant from his pocket. Mengxue, this is your birth mother's keepsake. The reason I'm giving it to you now is that I originally planned to give it to you after we formed a contract. But it seems that opportunity is no longer available. My birth mother? Yes, that's all I wanted to say. Now, enjoy the Black Ghost City dinner. After saying that, Wang Yu left in a very natural and unassuming manner. There was no hint of murderous intent, nor any unnecessary words exchanged. This made Chun-Yi wonder if he had made a mistake in his judgment. He glanced at the gemstone on Lin Mingxue's pendant and instantly activated his appraisal skill. Icefall Stone, 9 stars. It can absorb ice elemental energy from the air, and when made into accessories, it can enhance the wearer's ice attribute attack power. From the system interface, no suspicious traces were found. Chun-Yi frowned slightly, pondering to himself. What exactly is Wang Yu trying to do? Brother Chun-Yi, this pendant. Keep it. After all, it's your mother's keepsake. It'll be good for you, so why not use it? Okay, I understand. Lin Mingxue still had doubts about Wang Yu's explanation. But since Chun-Yi said there's nothing wrong with the pendant, it must be fine, right? The atmosphere in the room gradually became heavy. Chun-Yi reached for the queuing machine on the table, shook it gently a few times, and said with a smile, "It seems that the luxury private rooms here also have drinks available. Let's see if there's anything we'd like to drink. Let me tell Grandpa about this information first and see what he thinks." As Luo Shirin spoke, she turned on her phone. To convey to Luo Qinghe the events that occurred here, and Wang Yu's account in as much detail as possible. Chapter 72 Black Ghost City Dinner. On the other side. After returning to his room, Wang Yu breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Before Chun-Yi and his group arrived, he had made a rough estimate of the various questions Chun-Yi might ask and made preparations in advance. Otherwise, if the statement is not carefully crafted, or if there are any doubts, it could lead to problems. The Luo family would probably need no evidence at all to simply grind him to dust. This response, while not completely distancing itself from the situation, also reveals its helplessness, making it both true and false, and thus significantly increasing its credibility. Even if the Luo family does launch an investigation later, the clues they obtain will basically match his statement. If the Luo family holds him accountable for not informing him of this beforehand, there's nothing he can do. However, given the current situation, this possibility seems unlikely. However, what puzzled Wang Yu was, judging from Lin Mingshua's expression and demeanor, there was no indication that her father's old party members had sent her to Black Ghost City. So why did Chinny come here for no apparent reason? Where did he get the invitation from? This is unbelievable. I shouldn't have gotten involved in this kind of thing. If I had known Lin Mingxua had awakened her F-rank bloodline, I should have signed a contract with her first. It wouldn't have been too late to kick her aside later when she revealed her useless bloodline. Wang Yu grew angrier the more he thought about it, and angrily slammed his fist against the wall, his face full of resentment. He wouldn't be so wary if it were an ordinary beast tamer family. But this time, he just had to mess with the Luo family. He's really unlucky. Honey, calm down. Yes, it's all in the past. There's no point in thinking about it too much. Once we sell this batch of goods, let's go hide in the United States. There's no need to come to China and suffer any more humiliation. Wang Yu's contracted spirit beasts gathered around him, offering words of comfort. With Wang Yu's S-level talent and 7th tier 10th level rank, he would inevitably become a sought-after and highly favored person no matter which country he went to. There was absolutely no need for him to stay in the Dragon Kingdom, living in constant fear and anxiety. Hearing the girl's words, Wang Yu's tense expression slowly relaxed, and he gradually returned to normal. That's true. You can't say that the Luo family would relentlessly pursue them, even to the point of going abroad, can you? Anyway, once this batch of goods is cleared out, his savings will exceed 200 million, and he can go abroad to find a place to retire comfortably. Yes, that's true. Wang Yu's lips curled slightly upwards. Let others handle the auction of those goods. Let's continue. Upon hearing this, the girls blushed shyly. After all, they had just trained for a full 6 hours, and they still had such abundant energy. I have to say, Wang Yu is really something. Just as Wang Yu was leaning back in the leather sofa, with 2 women on his left and right, their giggles mingling with the soft background music, creating a harmonious atmosphere that was gradually turning into a romantic one. Suddenly, a snap sounded. All the lights in the room went out instantly, plunging the room into darkness, and even the background music stopped abruptly. Only 3 seconds passed. Smack! With a crisp sound, the lights suddenly came back on. However, what is shocking is, Wang Yu, who should have been sitting on the sofa, was nowhere to be seen. His 7 contracted spirit beasts also vanished without a trace. The wine glass remained in its original place, with clear streaks of red wine clinging to the glass. The smoke from the cigar had not yet completely dissipated, and the air still held the mixed scents of perfume and cigar, proving that just a moment ago, this place was filled with vibrant life. But at this moment, only a deathly silence remained in the room, and the furnishings, which appeared utterly empty under the lamplight. If you look closely, you can also find an extremely incongruous shadow quietly appearing behind the sofa. After the shadow twisted and writhed, a middle-aged woman slowly emerged from it. It was none other than Xue Haiyao, Luo Qinghe's contracted spirit beast. With just this one move, he instantly killed everyone. That's absolutely terrifying. However, it was not Chun-Yi and his group who issued the order to kill Wang Yu. Instead, the order was remotely issued by Luo Qinghe, who was thousands of miles away, after receiving Luo Shirin's report. Based on the intelligence gathered, Luo Qinghe concluded that there were still too many suspicious points surrounding Wang Yu and Qin Shouxing. However, Qin Shouxing and Lu Ruyan are both dead, so we can only hope to find out about the Demon Abyss sect by using Wang Yu as a breakthrough. Shadow Devourer, the exclusive ability of Xue Haiyao's awakened S-rank bloodline, the Shadow Claw Wolf. Once she successfully kills and devours her opponent, she can obtain their memories, making it an excellent technique for extracting information. However, this ability is not without its flaws. Her only drawback is that it takes time to digest these memories, and her strength will decrease significantly during the digestion process. Ugh. Processing the memories of such scum is making me feel terrible. Shui Haiyao sighed helplessly, a feeling of indescribable disgust welling up inside her. Immediately afterwards, she summoned several shadow clones without hesitation and began cleaning up the scene. We need to pretend that Wang Yu acted on impulse and fled in a panic, so as to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, Wang Yu seemed to have had this idea all along, making the process much easier. Time quickly passed, and it was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. The first part of the Black Ghost City banquet, the auction, officially began amidst everyone's anticipation. Snap! With a crisp sound, the lights in the entire venue suddenly dimmed. Bright spotlights shone on the stands. A man dressed in a black tuxedo and wearing a butterfly mask led a scantily clad spirit beast woman onto the platform. They bowed slightly to the crowd. Welcome, distinguished guests, to our Black Ghost City banquet. Thank you all for giving Black Ghost City the honor of attending this grand event. After a lengthy opening speech, the auction finally began. A woman dressed in a sexy bunny girl outfit walked onto the stage, holding an exquisite wooden box in her hands, and placed it on the display stand. At the same time, a detailed introduction to the item was clearly displayed on the huge screen behind it. Inside the wooden box was a deep red gemstone. Ladies and gentlemen, today's first item for auction is one of the highlights of this banquet, a fiery ruby. If this gem is made into a pendant and worn, it will grant the wearer powerful fire attribute strength, greatly enhancing the attack power of fire attribute skills. It is truly a rare and invaluable equipment treasure. Without further ado, the starting price is 1 million. Let the bidding begin. This kind of fiery red gemstone is indeed quite rare. Even if you have money, you might not be able to get your hands on one. But isn't a starting bid of 1 million a bit excessive? What's even more surprising is that a large number of wealthy people were also following and filming them. 1,500,000. 2 million. 2,200,000. The shouts of bidders rose and fell, never ceasing. Although the auction rules do not explicitly specify a minimum bid price. But these wealthy individuals seem to be quite generous, raising the price by at least tens of thousands each time, causing the price to skyrocket. Chapter 73 Auction. After all, which of the people who come here doesn't have a net worth of several million, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions? For them, such a rare treasure is undoubtedly an extremely attractive investment. Once a wealthy person urgently needs this item in the future, the purchase price will definitely rise, and it will be even higher. It's safe to say that this is a surefire way to make money. Who would turn down money? Before long, the fiery ruby was sold for 5 million to a wealthy woman in VIP room number 6. Chun-Yi sighed, hoping that not many people would bid on the spirit remains. Whether it's worth it or not is another matter if it really fetches over 5 million. Chun-Yi probably doesn't have that much money at all. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is a 7th tier Earth Elemental Beast King Crystal Core. This is an extremely rare treasure, and I don't need to elaborate on its value, do I? Enough with the small talk. The starting price is 1 million. Let's begin the bidding. Generally, most monsters in the wild are below level 6. Occasionally, monsters of the 6th rank or higher will wreak havoc, but the Beastmaster Association will quickly send people to eliminate them. The vast majority of magical beasts of rank 6 and above appear at the source of the dimensional rifts in the African and Antarctic continents. Moreover, their levels are extremely unevenly distributed. You might have just killed a level 6, level 1 magical beast, and the next one you might encounter a powerful level 7 or 8 being. It could even be a terrifying monster at the level of a beast king, greatly increasing the danger level. Therefore, beast tamers who are able to explore such dangerous areas are extremely rare, and there are very few of them in the entire world. The resulting monster cores and beast king cores cannot be valued at ordinary prices. Soon, after more than a dozen rounds of intense bidding, the Beast King Crystal Core was finally sold to a wealthy second-generation beast tamer for a staggering price of 15 million. Chun-Yi sighed inwardly, realizing that poverty had limited his imagination. Asking him to spend over 10 million to bid for a Beast King Crystal Core was something he would never do, even if it meant dying. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item, the third one, is a photo autographed by the renowned beast tamer Kai Kunken. The starting bid is 100,000. The bidding will now begin. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Chun-Yi almost spat out the entire milk tea in his hand. The first two items were extremely rare spiritual treasures, so how come a signed photo of a popular online beast tamer suddenly appeared? Are you kidding me? However, This made Chun-Yi breathe a slight sigh of relief. It seems that not everything has a starting bid of 1 million. Hopefully, the starting bid for the remains of the spirit will be lower. The auction process proceeded quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 items had been successfully sold. Finally, it's time for the Relic of Radiance to make its appearance. Chun-Yi's main purpose in attending the banquet was precisely for this. Everyone, this item is the remains of spiritual light, a type of spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. The spiritual power it contains is equivalent to the storage capacity of 100 third-tier magical beast cores. If it is consumed and cultivated by a spirit beast of the light attribute, the effect of enhancing spiritual power will be even better. Well then, without further ado, the starting price for the spirit remains is 200,000. Let the bidding begin. Hearing that the starting bid for the spirit remains was only 100,000, Chun-Yi felt a little relieved. If the starting bid is also 1 million, then even if he sold himself, he still couldn't afford it. However, he knew it was too early to be happy, since it wasn't certain that he could win the case. Although the spirit remains sounds very high-end, it is actually just an advanced version of a monster core. Even if a light attribute spirit beast were to consume it for cultivation, greatly enhancing the effect, it would still not exceed the spiritual power of a 4th-tier Beast King crystal core. A single 4th-tier magical beast core costs only 500, and even if it sells for 1,500 on the black market, 100 cores would only cost 150,000. This is similar to bird's nest and eggs. Although bird's nest is expensive, its nutritional value is actually quite similar to that of eggs. Its high price is more due to hype and its so-called high-end image, and it has no additional value. For others, who do not possess such special abilities as the system, these spiritual treasures containing attributes will not bring any additional effects. Therefore, any beast tamer with a modicum of sense would generally not bid on such items. However, most of the people who come here are wealthy, and they bid for the remains of aura not out of actual need, but for collection. In the blink of an eye, the price was raised to 1 million. Chun-Yi's heart was bleeding, but there was no other way. I had to bite the bullet and go for it. 1,100,000. 1,500,000. Chun-Yi had barely finished speaking. In the VIP box number 6, a voice immediately began filming. Holy crap, no way. Who would actually spend millions to bid on this thing? 1,600,000. 2 million. 2,100,000. It seems she's gotten annoyed by Chun-Yi. The buyer next door spent a fortune this time. 5 million. Whoosh. The entire audience erupted in uproar. All the guests on the first and second floors were now looking at room 6 with curiosity. The remains of spiritual light are rare, but they are not considered high grade among the treasures of heaven and earth. If you're going to collect it, spending a few 100,000 or even 1 million should be enough, right? So you spent 5 million to bid? Chun-Yi nearly coughed up blood. Is this guy insane? Spending 5 million to bid on this thing. Is he deliberately targeting me? Just then, Li Yang sent a message. Brother Chun-Yi, do you have enough money? I have 3 million here. Upon seeing Li Yang's message, Chun-Yi's eyes lit up. I need it. If you don't have anything you want to film, lend me all 3 million, he replied quickly. After receiving an affirmative answer, Chun-Yi took a deep breath, composed himself, and continued filming. 6 million. This caused an uproar in the audience once again. Is this some kind of publicity stunt? Black Ghost City lets its own people bid on its own items, thereby driving up the price of a certain rare item that it has stockpiled to an astronomical level. The wealthy people who come here couldn't possibly be unaware of this marketing strategy. The problem is that no matter how much you hype up the spirit remains, its effects are what they are, and the price won't go much higher. What other tricks can you come up with? Are you crazy? Spending so much money to film this thing. Could this thing be hiding some unknown secret? They are among the top 10 VIPs. Their standards and backgrounds are far higher than you imagine. I suspect these two big shots might have some grudge, accidentally learned of each other's identities, and are therefore deliberately trying to trip each other up. That's certainly possible. A few million is just pocket change for those big families anyway. Chapter 74 will be given to the neighbor for now. Meanwhile, inside VIP box number 6, I heard the people in box number 7 continue filming. A young lady who looked like a wealthy heiress suddenly flicked her folding fan and asked sharply, "Who is in VIP room number 7? Can you find out?" She sat on the leather sofa with an elegant posture, her legs crossed, and beneath her moon-white mink coat, her skin was as white as mutton fat jade. Her long, jet-black hair was neatly coiled at the back of her head, revealing her graceful neck and a pair of small pearl earrings. He exudes an innate sense of aloofness, making him difficult to approach. The air of prestige and control that belonged to the heirs of top conglomerates spread silently with the soft sound of the folding fan opening and closing. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be the image of a wealthy heiress, a very common one in film and television dramas. In fact, she is indeed a young lady from a wealthy family. The attendant beside him also came over and whispered, "I'm sorry, Black Ghost City keeps the information of the top 10 VIPs completely confidential. It's difficult to find in a short time, but it shouldn't be a problem if you spend some time." Really? Then let's assume he's in the know. Keep filming. We have to get this thing no matter what. Yes. 7 million. Luo Shireen quickly picked up the phone and asked her maid to transfer the money. She had only awakened an F-level bloodline. In a large family like the Luo family, someone considered a waste would not receive much pocket money. But in this case, whatever the quantity, that's what matters. 7,500,000. 10 million. As the price continued to climb, the entire room erupted in uproar once again. Who would have thought that something worth only a few $100,000 on the market could fetch such an astonishing price at auction? Could there be some unknown secret hidden within? Brother Chenyi, maybe we should just call it quits. Su Taotao said somewhat dejectedly. My life isn't worth that much money. Chun-Yi gently pinched her delicate cheek and comforted her. You are priceless. No matter how much it costs, I will save you. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability rating, 84 points. Brother Chenyi, but if we could spend so much money on Sister Mingxue and Sister Shireen. Before Su Taotao could finish speaking, Chun-Yi interrupted her with a kiss. Putting aside the fact that Su Taotao is a spirit beast girl with SSS-level bloodline. With her abilities, devouring magical beasts not only grants a large amount of spiritual power, but also allows her to share this spiritual power with others. This capability alone could save hundreds of millions of dollars in the future. What's more, she's such a beautiful spirit beast girl. How could Chun-Yi possibly stand by and watch someone die? However, Chun-Yi truly had no more chips left to continue bidding at this moment. Just then, Shui Haiyao finally finished cleaning Wang Yu's room. As soon as they got back, they saw Chun-Yi and his group spending millions to buy some worthless junk. Is it necessary? She flashed and instantly appeared in the shadows of VIP room number 6. Unexpectedly, the person in the private room turned out to be an acquaintance. He then returned to the private room and said, Chun-Yi, let's give this to the people in room 6. As long as we know where this thing is, we'll still have a chance to get it after the banquet. Wouldn't this be inappropriate? People who can come to the VIP room must be of high status, right? Don't worry, I just checked. The person in VIP room number 6 is Yin Jiyue, the daughter of the Yin family of Huaqing. For the past few hundred years, the Yin family has always been one of the downstream families of our Luo family, until they became independent in the last 20 years. Shui Haiyao puffed out her chest proudly. As long as my husband steps in, he can definitely solve it easily. Is that so? Chun-Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since there's such a guarantee, let's give way to the neighbor for now. 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in box 6 for successfully bidding 10 million for the spirit remains. The auctioneer spoke noticeably faster, as if afraid the bidder might back out. After all, they can get a commission from it, so why not make that money? As the staff of Black Ghost City handed the spirit relic to her, Yin Jiyue's lips curled up slightly. It seems I was overthinking things. I thought the people in room number 7 were in the know. They must be some rich young master who wants to curry favor with a light attribute spirit beast, which is why they are spending so much money. If they really wanted to know the true purpose of this thing, they would never stop bidding. Those who are invited to the 3rd floor private room by Black Ghost City are at least from the top wealthy families in each city. For them, let alone 10 million, even 100 million in working capital should be within their reach. I never expected that after preparing 300 million to bid for this thing, I only spent 10 million to win it. Lucky you. Congratulations, young lady. Congratulations, young lady. Congratulations, young lady. The surrounding attendants echoed their sentiments, their faces beaming with obsequious smiles and their mouths uttering flattering words. Yin Jiyue was so tired of hearing it that she waved her hand impatiently and said, All right, stop talking. Since we saved a lot of money on the spirit remains, if there are any fire-related materials next, bid on them all. Yes. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 111 for successfully bidding 750,000 for the Mingxin grass. These are all the auction items provided by Black Ghost City for this banquet. Now, let's get to the main event. The final items of this event are 18 in total, each of which is a top-grade spirit beast that we have carefully selected. Furthermore, we in Black Ghost City guarantee that these spirit beasts are still virgins. They are definitely not discarded or rejected goods. Whether for leisure and entertainment or for raising them as battle spirit beasts, they are extremely useful. I believe all of you guests are here for these grand finale items, right? Then I won't waste any more time, and we'll get straight to the point. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the atmosphere in the audience became even more heated. For these wealthy individuals, the previous 100 items were nothing more than a display of their wealth. What we're really looking forward to is the auction of spirit beasts. At the same time, all the lights on the field were turned on. Several spirit beast girls carried a cage covered with fine silk and slowly walked to the front of the stage. Whoosh! The silk was suddenly ripped open. The scene that came into view was a young woman locked in a cage, wearing only a thin top, with her hands wrapped around her knees, her hair disheveled, and her eyes lifeless. The auctioneer raised the microphone and announced, "Today's first item is Fu Xiaodai from Linqing. 19 years old this year, A-grade bloodline hunting swallowtail butterfly, flying type unit, has been trained to be very obedient, can be used immediately after being photographed. Please see the VCR for other indicators." 1 minute later, Fu Xiaodai will begin the bidding. The starting price is 3 million. Chapter 75 Spirit Beast Auction. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the large screen behind him began to display various information about Fu Xiaodai. Everyone in the room was talking about it. This girl is quite good looking, and she even has an A-level bloodline in the flying type. With such good stats, their combat strength must be pretty good too. My son is about to turn 18, I wonder what kind of bloodline he'll awaken. But this girl, buying her is a sure thing. Are there so many people who want to take pictures? Sigh, I don't think I'll be able to. Listening to the discussions of these wealthy people, Chun-Yi and his group sighed and silently chose to activate the soundproof mode. Lin Mingxue, in particular, had an expression of disbelief in her eyes. She simply couldn't believe that her father had created such a despicable organization. Seemingly sensing the unusual atmosphere, Shui Haiyao clapped her hands lightly. "Everyone, calm down. Your current strength is too weak to deal with these things. If you want to stop all of this from happening, you must become stronger, otherwise it will all be in vain. Don't overestimate yourselves and do anything foolish." Chun-Yi took a deep breath and said calmly, "I know. In everything I do, their safety will be my highest priority, and I will never take any risks." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao into his arms tightly. Seeing this, Shui Haiyao nodded slightly, indicating her satisfaction. "Yes, that's good. As long as you have this intention, that's enough." The auction of spirit beasts is much slower than before. This is not only because there are many bidders, but also because it is necessary to carefully evaluate the various attributes of each spirit beast. In the end, Fu Xiaodai was sold to a second-generation rich kid on the second floor for a high price of 11 million. From his sinister and terrifying smile, it's not hard to imagine what Fu Xiaodai's future fate will be like. Ladies and gentlemen, the second item for auction is Li Xiaoling from Yanjing. She possesses an S-rank bloodline spirit beast. As the host introduced her, another spirit beast girl was brought to the front of the stage. Chun-Yi and his group pretended not to see it. Shui Haiyao also said that the Luo family couldn't stop this kind of thing. The interests of the powerful and noble families involved are complex and intertwined, making it difficult even for the Beast Tamer Association to intervene. If you think that killing a few people will stop everything, like killing Wang Yu, then you're just daydreaming. Black Ghost City, for an ordinary black market group to grow to such a scale, must be backed by top-ranking powerful families. Kill as many people as you want, just replace them with the same number. It has absolutely no impact. Unless we can expose the entire family behind it and make an example of them. Otherwise, it would all be for nothing. After a long 2 hours, it was finally time for the last item to be auctioned. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last item up for auction. This item is quite special. It's a pair of twins of B-grade blood from Seoul itself. However, they seem to have some illness, preventing them from entering their spirit beast or armed forms. They are probably the type that cannot fight. But as playthings, their looks and figures are top-notch. They will definitely give you an extraordinary experience. As he finished speaking, the silk covering the cage on the platform was instantly lifted. The cold spotlight shone mercilessly on the center of the auction stage, illuminating the twin sisters bound by chains. They wore only simple clothes. Their faces were as pale as paper, but this did not conceal their delicate and beautiful faces and their curvaceous figures. The crowd below the stage erupted in cheers upon seeing this. Holy crap, they're twin spirit beasts. I think her looks deserve a score of 9 or higher. But it's useless for fighting. This B-grade bloodline is a complete waste. It's alright. Since they have B-grade bloodlines, their future children should also have similar bloodline levels. Just for their looks and figures, it's a buy one get one free deal. Wong, will take it for 5 million. These two sisters. I'm afraid 5 million won't be enough to buy them. A group of wealthy people stared unabashedly at the twins on stage, whispering amongst themselves. The older sister bit her bloodless lower lip tightly, her long eyelashes trembling violently as she struggled to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. The younger sister lowered her head deeply, almost burying her face in her older sister's thin shoulder. The whole scene was heartbreaking and filled with despair. The auctioneer approached the cage where the twins were being held and continued his presentation. These twins, the older sister is named Hua Yutong, the one on the left with the beauty mark under her eye. The younger sister is named Hua Xingtong. Both names sound quite nice. Because they are unable to enter their spirit beast and armed forms, and the testing equipment displays garbled characters, we do not know their race or attributes. However, we have already consulted a beast tamer with the talent for detection. These diseases are not hereditary or contagious. They are just acquired symptoms of special spiritual energy. Without further ado, the starting price is 2 million. Let the bidding begin. 2.5 million. 3 million. 4 million. The price soared, and in the blink of an eye, the auction price exceeded 8 million. Twin sisters, when they appear together at the same time, will create a combined effect of charm. It has a much higher appeal than when presented by an individual. Moreover, both of these sisters are top-tier beauties. In the eyes of many, the first 17 spirit beast girls cannot even compare to any one of them. However, they seem to be a little weak due to recent malnutrition. But after a few days of rest at home, they can basically recover completely. As a result, the auction was bustling with activity, and people kept coming and going. However, considering that these two sisters cannot participate in the battle, they are merely decorative and useless. Although a B-grade bloodline is already quite high, it is still inferior to those S-grade bloodline spirit beasts. If the goal is simply to use them to improve the bloodline level of offspring, then spending 10 million to find second-hand S-grade bloodline spirit beasts for surrogacy might be more cost-effective. Therefore, once the auction price exceeded 10 million, it became clear that the number of participants decreased significantly. Spending a few million to try something new is fine, but spending 10 or 20 million is really a waste. Chun-Yi was too lazy to look at it, so he just sat in his seat and chatted with the girls. However, he was stunned when he glanced at it casually, because these twins actually both possess a hidden SSS-level bloodline. Chapter 76 Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong. Name, Hitomi Hanatsuki. This target cannot enter spirit beast form or armed form. Contract Master, none. Bloodline, Grade B. Hidden Bloodline, SSS rank, White Knight Fairy. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10. Constitution, 19. Spiritual Power, 22. Attribute, Light. Skills, none. Favorability, 0. Affinity, not yet started. Evaluation. Having realized she possesses an extraordinary hidden bloodline, she forcibly activated it using the wrong method, resulting in incomplete manifestation of the bloodline, displaying only a B-grade bloodline. She also suffered the consequence of being unable to transform into a spirit beast. The White Knight Fairy wields the power of light, capable of providing powerful combat boosts to friendly units. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded the spirit beast's information. If the host successfully forms a contract with them and raises their affinity level to 80 points or higher, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 135 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Taming Skill, Robust and Strong. When the host possesses this skill, their constitution value increases by an additional 20%, and their stamina recovery speed doubles. Name, Washington. This target cannot enter spirit beast form or armed form. Contract Master, none. Bloodline, Grade B. Hidden Bloodline, SSS rank Dark Fairy. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10. Constitution, 20. Spiritual power, 20. Attribute, Dark. Skills, none. Favorability, 0. Affinity, not yet started. Evaluation. Having realized she possesses a hidden, extraordinary bloodline, she forcibly activated it using the wrong method, resulting in incomplete manifestation. Only a B-grade bloodline is displayed, and she is also left with the after effect of being unable to transform into a spirit beast. The Dark Fairy wields the power of darkness, capable of exerting immense pressure on enemy units. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded the spirit beast's information. If the host successfully forms a contract with them and raises their affinity level to 80 points or higher, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 135 enhancement points. Reward 2. Beast taming skill, surge of spiritual power. When the host possesses this skill, their spiritual power will increase by an additional 20%, and their spiritual power recovery speed and spiritual power channeling speed will double. Holy crap! Is it really that easy to find an SSS-level bloodline? It hasn't been that long, and we've run into each other again. Chun-Yi looked troubled and inwardly groaned. These two girls have successfully bound themselves to the system mission, and Chun-Yi naturally hopes to form a contract with them. But now the auction price has already reached 12 million, which is really a bit tight on my funds. Brother Chun-Yi, what's wrong? Why do you look so strange? Luo Shirin noticed Chun-Yi's unusual behavior and asked him in confusion. Chun-Yi shook his head slightly and said with a wry smile, "It's nothing. I just saw some very promising talents." A very promising talent. The girls were all taken aback by what they heard, and their gazes turned to the twins in the stands. Could these twins also be spirit beast girls whose bloodline was completely buried for some special reason, just like them? And two of them appeared at once. Luo Shirin frowned slightly and asked again, "Brother Chun-Yi, are you sure? With your talent, can those twins really become very strong?" Chun-Yi nodded and affirmed, "I'm not sure how strong they are either, but they do possess hidden SSS-level bloodlines, just like you." "Oh, I see." The girls sighed softly. They know all too well the pain of being stuck in the mire, and the longing for someone to lend a helping hand is etched in their hearts. But now, two of them are coming at once. The pressure of competition is unimaginable. Moreover, at least for now, they can't afford a price of over 10 million. Su Taodao has invested all her savings in it. Although Lin Mingxue comes from a wealthy family and is a veritable rich woman, most of her assets are fixed assets, and her liquid assets are only 6 figures. Although Luo Shirin came from a wealthy family, because she had previously awakened an F-level bloodline, her family didn't provide her with many financial resources. If you include Li Yang's funds, the total is just over 10 million. With that little money, you don't even qualify to bid. 15 million. Just as Chun-Yi and his group were struggling with their decision, the bidding for the Hua sisters had already reached 15 million. Aside from the previous S-rank bloodline spirit beast girl who was auctioned for 50 million, this pair of fancy sisters has the highest price to date. This shows just how attractive these two sisters are. Shui Haiyao remained in the shadows the entire time, quietly listening to Chun-Yi and his group's conversation, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She silently picked up her phone and dialed Luo Qinghe's number. Since these twin sisters are excellent spirit beasts, and Chun-Yi has the ability to unleash their power, then let's just take them in. Save as many as you can. Really? Chun-Yi really said that? SSS-level bloodline. Luo Qinghe murmured in disbelief. Could it be that there are many spirit beasts with SSS-level bloodlines? However, most of them have their bloodlines hidden due to various limitations. In less than a month, they've already encountered 5 SSS-level bloodline spirit beasts. Yes, he said it himself. After thinking for a moment, Luo Qinghe said, "Go and bring my card to Chun-Yi." "Huh? That card? Didn't you say the money in that card was reserve funds for Shirin to return to her family home?" "Yes. Now is the time to use it. If Chun-Yi can contract more SSS-level bloodline spirit beasts, Shiyin's status will rise accordingly, which will definitely be of great help in returning to the main family in the future. Besides, we don't need much at all. I have something to do now, come back and get it." "Okay, I understand." Shui Haiyao asked no more questions, and in a flash, she arrived at the residence of her ancestral family, Luo Qinghe. However, unlike usual, the courtyard seemed unusually lively today. Even the attendants and sisters of Luo Qinghe's mansion were not there. Could it be that some important person has arrived? A sense of curiosity welled up in Shui Haiyao's heart. However, She quickly shook her head, putting these chaotic thoughts behind her. The most important thing now is to bid with money. In just 10 seconds, Shui Haiyao returned to the private room and handed the bank card to Chun Yi. Chun Yi looked at Shui Haiyao with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's this?" Shui Haiyao smiled slightly. "Since you think those twins are promising, then use the money in this card to bid. Don't worry about how much it costs." Chun Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. Could this be a black card that Shui Haiyao stole from somewhere? After all, Shui Haiyao has the ability to teleport over long distances, so it seems normal for her to steal things, right? Chapter 77 Yen Juyu's Letter. 10,200,000. The auctioneer's voice once again resounded throughout the banquet hall. Chun Yi didn't have time to think too much. He had to use the black card, even if it was a black card. 20 million. Alright. The guest in VIP room number 7 has bid 20 million. Are there any other guests who want to raise the price? 20 million per time. 20 million twice. The price of 20 million has exceeded many people's expectations. Having money is one thing. Being willing to spend that much money is another. Even the rich second-generation playboy who had previously asked for 19.2 million breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Chun Yi was willing to raise the price. Fortunately, someone was there to cover for them. Otherwise, if he spends so much money to buy 2 vases, it would be a huge loss if he thought about it carefully. If he hadn't been a little horny, he would never have taken pictures of the twins. 20 million, 3 times. Congratulations to number 7. Before the auctioneer could finish speaking, the people in box number 6 suddenly called out, "Wait, I'll offer 25 million. This sudden bid caused another uproar in the room. They spent 10 million to acquire the relic of the spirit, and now they're spending just as much money on the twins? Could it be that he really has a conflict with the people in box number 7? Upon hearing that Yin Jiyue from room number 6 was here to cause trouble again, Chun Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you fucking sick? Aren't you the eldest daughter of the Yin family, and a spirit beast? What are you trying to achieve by filming mythical beasts? Could it be that you're a lily? But there's no way around it. We still have to film it. 26 million. However, Yin Jiyue did not seem to have any intention of giving up. 30 million. 3,005. Before Chun Yi finished speaking, Yin Jiyue continued filming without hesitation. 40 million. These sisters are mine, and nobody can take them from me. Chun Yi's vision went black. This guy clearly didn't bid before, did he? Why does this guy start bidding against me as soon as I start bidding? Could they really be targeting me? Indeed, that is the case. Before Chun Yi bid, Yin Jiyue had no interest in auctioning spirit beasts at all. After all, she herself is a spirit beast, not a lily. The Yin family has no other outstanding beast tamers, so bidding on a spirit beast would be a waste of money. The reason for the filming was that just a few minutes earlier, Yin Jiyue's entourage had finally found out the information about the owner of VIP room number 7. Upon learning that it was none other than Chun Yi, who had recently been making headlines, they immediately became interested. After all, one rumor about Chun Yi was very popular online. That is, Lin Mingxue, who made a contract with Chun Yi, was once revealed to be an F-level spirit beast. This news caused a huge uproar in the beast tamer community, with people speculating about the reasons behind it. After a thorough investigation, it was found that Lin Mingxue's father is Lin Xian, one of the founders of Black Ghost City and an S-class beast tamer. The mother is Lung Ning Shuang, the daughter of the Lung family, the behind-the-scenes boss of Black Ghost City, who is also an S-class spirit beast. This situation is exactly the same as hers. Despite her father being an S-rank beast tamer and her mother being an S-rank spirit beast, they gave birth to her, an F-rank waste. Fortunately, her older sister Yan Shuya married into the Gongsun family, where there was an ancestor beast tamer whose talent allowed him to see the flaws of other spirit beasts. He immediately determined that Yin Jiuyue's bloodline was incomplete. However, he didn't know the exact cause or how to awaken his true bloodline. However, with this boost, Yin Jiyue at least avoided being abandoned by her family. The Yin family also tried every possible method to find ways to activate Yin Jiyue's true bloodline. As it turns out, while these methods have some effect, it is not significant. Over the past 5 years, Yin Jiyue's strength has only improved from the original F level to the C level, which is still not enough to make her stand out compared to the Yin family. Just then, her parents heard that in India, there were also spirit beasts experiencing the same thing. Later, the spirit beast successfully activated its bloodline by passing through the 5 elements secret realm within the border between the two countries. That spirit beast is now an SS level spirit beast. To activate the 5 elements formation within the 5 elements secret realm, 5 mediums are required. The remains of spiritual light, the remains of storm, the remains of rain condensation, the remains of flame, and the remains of earth. Currently, the Yin family has successfully collected 4 of the key items, which is why they have prepared 300 million to bid for the spirit relic. However, the situation has now changed. Since Chun-Yi was able to help Lin Mingxue, an F rank, awaken her dragon transformation, she might be able to too. It's possible that we won't even need the complicated process of activating it through the 5 elements formation. That's why she chose to buy the twins that Chun-Yi had his eye on, so she could use them as bargaining chips later. No matter the cost, she is determined to get rid of her useless status. On the other side, when they saw the number 6 VIP room reach 40 million, Chun-Yi shook his head helplessly and gently put down the call button. According to Shui Haiyao, there is 1 billion yuan in cash in the card, which is Luo Qinghe's savings over the years. If the bidding continues, Chun-Yi still has a high chance of winning. However, he felt there was no need to do so anymore. Anyway, we'll still have to negotiate with the neighbor about the remains of Aura later, so there's no need to waste time on internal strife now. 40 million, 3 times. Congratulations to the guests in Box 6 for successfully photographing Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong. The first phase of the auction at this gala dinner has successfully concluded. On behalf of Black Ghost City, I would like to thank all the guests for their support. The second phase of the banquet will now begin. Chun-Yi did not plan to attend the banquet that followed. After all, he had 2 main purposes for attending the Black Ghost City banquet. The first task is to photograph the remains of the spirit, and the second is to investigate Wang Yu's intelligence. Now that Shui Haiyao has devoured Wang Yu, it's estimated that it won't be long before she gains control of the Black Ghost City. Following the clues about the spiritual energy potion, Elder Luo Qing has sent people to the Eagle Kingdom to investigate the Demon Abyss sect. For now, both of these matters can be put on hold for the time being. The spirit remains, and the twins have already fallen into Yin Juyue's hands. Next, Chun-Yi only needs to wait for the Luo family to contact him, and then negotiate with Yin Juyue. Anyway, she's a woman, so we can't just say we're going to mess with those twin sisters tonight, can we? Just then, Chun-Yi's phone suddenly received a text message. Mr. Chun-Yi, I am Yin Juyue from the Yin family, and I am from VIP room number 6. I just snatched the spirit beast you wanted. To be honest, I had important matters to discuss, which is why I resorted to such methods. Please forgive me. If our negotiations go smoothly, as compensation, I can give you the twin sisters that I bought for 40 million for free. Location, Room 3001, Seoul International Hotel. Chapter 78, Exchange Conditions. When Chun-Yi and his group saw the text message, they were completely dumbfounded. Even the usually composed Shui Haiyao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at this moment. The old man hasn't even visited the Yin family yet. So why has the eldest daughter of the Yin family come knocking on our door? And why is this person's thinking so strange? Let's set aside the previously auctioned remains of radiance. If it's about negotiation or a transaction, does it really need to be this complicated? Now that we've investigated and found out Chun-Yi's information, including his phone number, in VIP room number 7, wouldn't it be better to let Chun-Yi take the twins away first, and then contact them again? Why did they have to pull this stunt? However, after thinking it over, Chun-Yi and his group decided to go and keep the appointment. With Shui Haiyao around, what's there to fear about her tricks? If we could get twin sisters for free, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. However, what happened at the auction means she has to pay off her debts properly. Before long, Chun-Yi and his group arrived at the designated location. As soon as the door opened, the cool moonlight streamed through the French windows, gently enveloping the slender figure by the window. Yin Juyue was leaning against the window frame. She was facing away from the door, her graceful neck slightly raised, the moonlight flowing over her smooth skin as if gilded with a hazy silver glow. Her long, silvery white hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands fluttering in the night breeze and brushing against her jade-like cheeks. A fluffy, soft foxtail cascaded down her back, its tip a cloud of white clearly visible in the moonlight, swaying rhythmically with her long, deep breaths. She sat quietly by the window, seemingly blending into the moonlight. Although Chun-Yi's first impression of Yin Juyue was not very good, but I have to admit, this girl is indeed beautiful. Name, Yin Juyue, Power Manifestation. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, C-Rank Flame-Eared Fox. Hidden Bloodline, SSS Rank Nine-Tailed Fox. Level, Tier 3, Stage 10. Constitution, 23. Spiritual Power, 28. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Spark, Enchanting Eyes. Favorability, plus 15 points. Affinity, not yet started. Evaluation, by consuming various rare and precious treasures that enhance talent and attribute power, he forcibly broke through to C rank, but has already reached his limit. The ancient ferocious beast, the nine-tailed fox, bewitches all beings, grants eternal youth, and its fox flames can incinerate everything in heaven and earth. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded the spirit beast's information. If the host successfully forms a contract with them and raises their affinity level to 80 points or higher, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 130 enhancement points. Reward 2. Item, Intermediate Strength Boosting Card X3. Reward 3. Item, Beast Taming Whip. I saw Yin Juyue's system information. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Is the favorability rating actually a positive number? Chen Yi, you've arrived. Yin Juyue murmured softly, her gaze falling on the seat opposite her. He gestured for Chen Yi to sit down there. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze, let the girls behind him sit on the sofa, and then walked to the opposite side of Yin Juyue and slowly sat down. What do you want from me? Can't I come to you for no reason? Come on, have some tea first. Yin Juyue poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Chen Yi. Drinking tea so late at night. Chen Yi could only say that you rich people really know how to have fun. However, Chen Yi didn't say anything more. He picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Now you can talk, right? It's the middle of the night, and my little sister is waiting for me to take care of her. Upon hearing this, Yin Juyue's lips twitched. Is Chen Yi really that blunt? All right, since you've put it that way, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Yin Juyue's expression instantly turned serious. But before we get to the main topic, Chen Yi, I want to test you first. What do you think of my bloodline? Before the words were even finished, Chen Yi jumped in and answered first. 3rd tier, 10th stage, C-rank bloodline flame-eared fox. This is your current power. But within you lies an even higher level of power, which can only be activated under specific circumstances. Upon hearing this, Yin Juyue's pupils suddenly contracted. Even though it was only our first meeting, I could tell what was wrong with her at a glance. This is just too outrageous. This specific situation? What is it? However, Chen Yi simply smiled faintly and said in a nonchalant tone, before I answer these questions, shouldn't you at least offer something? Upon hearing this, Yin Juyue immediately understood Chen Yi's meaning. She quickly picked up the phone, dialed her housekeeper's number, and informed him of the current situation. About 3 minutes later, the steward's 2 contracted spirit beasts carried the 2 twins, who had completely fallen into a deep sleep, to this place. They probably haven't had a proper meal in a long time, and they haven't had a good rest either. I noticed they were hungry, so I took them to a food stall for a meal. After they ate, they just fell asleep. I didn't do anything to them. I should let you know that first. This is my condition for exchange. If you can tell me how to awaken the power within me, they are yours. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. It seems that this young lady of the Yin family cares a lot about activating her bloodline. Normally, if the auction hadn't happened, Chen Yi would definitely have given her an Awakening Power Experience gift pack for free. But things are different now. Want to awaken your power? Sure, let's see how sincere you are first. Thinking of this, Chen Yi said, no problem, but I need a medium to activate your bloodline. Media? What is that? Remember the spirit remains you bought for 10 million? That thing was the medium. Upon hearing this, Yin Juyue was immediately taken aback. She never expected that Chen Yi would make such a request. She had finally found the spirit remains with great difficulty, but she never expected that Chen Yi would need it. Could it be that Chen Yi wanted to film the spiritual remains in order to maintain Lin Mingshua's power awakening? Do you want to use this, or? Of course we need to use it. Why would I need to tell you all this? Chen Yi was speechless. Anyway, if you want to awaken the power of your bloodline, I can help you. Just give me the medium. Whether or not you want to awaken the power within you is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Yin Juyue was caught in a fierce internal struggle. Light attribute spiritual treasures are extremely rare, and this spiritual light remains was something the Yin family searched for a whole year before finally finding it. Should I hand it over to Chen Yi, hoping for a chance to witness the awakening of my own power? However, after only a minute of hesitation, Yin Juyue made her decision. Okay, I agree. But let me make this clear first. I need to see my full bloodline power. Chapter 79 Nine-Tailed Fox. Yin Juyue will be 25 years old soon. Almost 6 years have passed since the day I was identified as having an F-rank bloodline. During those 6 years, she deeply experienced the pain of having only inferior bloodlines, as if she were abandoned by the world. Because they were unsure of the true extent of the power within her, the Yin family dared not rashly send her to a beast tamer to establish a contract. If she awakens to have an S-rank or higher bloodline, it would be a waste for her to form a contract with those S-rank beast tamers, given her abilities. As for those SS-level or higher beast tamers, there are plenty of S-level spirit beast girls who want to form contracts with them. How could anyone rashly accept her if they were unsure of her bloodline and social class? The 3-tier, 10-stage advancement was achieved entirely through energy guidance from my father and other beast tamers in the family during their spare time, which took up a lot of their time. How she longed to see the day when her power was fully awakened. Yin Jiyue took out the spiritual remains and placed it on the table. Here you go. I hope you're not trying to fool me. Seeing the scene before him, Chun-Yi grinned crookedly. I got another freebie. The Yin family is quite strange. The Luo family completely dislikes Luo Shirin, who has an F-level bloodline. But the Yin family is willing to lend a helping hand. I wonder if we can get a few more treasures from them. Chun-Yi accepted the spirit remains and then suggested, come with me. This place might not be suitable for awakening. Yin Jiyue was a little confused. Where to? Where else can we go? Let's leave the city. Didn't you want to test your strength? There are no magical beasts in the city. Where are you going to see that? So, Schwerer, come with us. Shirin, Tao Tao, could you two please take care of those twins? Good. The girls nodded and immediately followed Chun-Yi's instructions. Yin Jiyue, on the other hand, followed Chun-Yi eagerly. At this moment, she was completely different from the sheltered young lady she had been at the beginning. Instead, she seemed more like a little girl who had gotten good grades and was looking forward to her parents' praise. Transforming into a spirit beast form is not allowed in the city streets, so you have to drive to the city gate. Afterwards, Lin Mingxue transformed into a frost dragon and carried Chun-Yi and Yin Jiyue to a place in the wilderness where third-tier magical beasts roamed, the desolate ancient forest. After clearing out the surrounding magical beasts with a few breaths of ice, Chun-Yi looked at Yin Jiyue and asked, are you ready? Yin Jiyue's gaze remained fixed on the powerful force Lin Mingxue had just displayed, unable to snap out of her daze for a long time. Is this the power gained after awakening an F-rank bloodline? That's incredible. It wasn't until she heard Chun-Yi's voice that she snapped out of her daze. Okay, I'm ready. Yin Jiyue took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. All right, I'll accept your power. Chun-Yi raised his right hand and placed his palm on Yin Jiyue's back, and a warm and powerful force surged into it. In that instant, Yin Jiyue's body trembled violently. Her long, silvery white hair flew up like a waterfall, dancing even without wind. A dazzling light and flames of silver and red burst forth from his body, and a powerful flow of spiritual energy swept out, causing the ancient trees around him to sway wildly, rustling and falling leaves. Behind her, a phantom of a nine-tailed fox made entirely of white flames suddenly appeared, letting out a silent roar to the sky. The surrounding magical beasts instantly fell silent, trembling in fear, too terrified to move by the oppressive aura. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 9 soft sounds followed in succession, and 9 enormous tails burning with silver-white foxfire suddenly unfolded behind her. Those tails danced wildly in the air, emitting sharp whistling sounds wherever they passed. Where the tail of light swept, the air distorted, leaving scorch marks on the earth. Boom! The next second, as the light and flames gradually subsided, the illusory image merged into the main body, and Yin Jiyue's figure gradually became clear. 9 fox tails swayed slowly behind her like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, their tips burning with inextinguishable silver flames, illuminating the ancient forest at night as if it were daytime. A powerful aura, belonging only to ancient ferocious beasts, heavily enveloped the entire forest. Yin Jiyue has successfully awakened. Name: Yin Jiyue, Spirit Beast Form. Level: Tier 3, Stage 10. Physical Fitness: 155. Spiritual Power: 180. She stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at her enormous body and the 9 tails swaying slowly behind her. Her body trembled slightly, and she could clearly feel the terrifying power within her that was enough to tear apart mountains and rivers. Her pale purple eyes were filled with shock and a hint of helplessness. This is my power. Is it really that strong? What level of bloodline is this? This Chen Yi, does he really have such ability? Ding. Yan Jiuyue's favorability increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 30 points. Chen Yi casually dusted off non-existent dust from his sleeves and said in a flat tone, not bad. An SSS-Level 9-tailed fox. It certainly looks imposing. Chen Yi, this is the power I have after fully awakening? Really? What else? But this. Roar, roar, roar. Yan Jiuyue hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, several ferocious roars of demonic beasts shattered the silence of the forest. Several third-tier magical beasts, attracted by Yan Jiuyue's powerful spiritual energy, pounced out from the shadows from different directions. Lin Mingxue was startled and instinctively stepped in front of Chen Yi, but Chen Yi didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Swear, let her have it. She just awakened her power and needs some opportunities to show it off. I know. I'm just doing this in case. Upon seeing the approaching magical beast, Yan Jiuyue's fighting spirit surged instantly. She used to be too afraid to face a third-tier magical beast, but now it's different. These magical beasts are my chance to prove my strength. She took a deep breath and gathered the power within her body into the silver-white fox tail behind her. Swish, swish, swish. The movements were completely obscured. All that could be seen was Yan Jiuyue's silver-white fox tail sweeping through the air with astonishing speed and power. Uft! Bang! The 3 jungle wolves that pounced at the front were instantly exploded into a cloud of blood missed by the foxtail's attack. Another pangolin was swept by the tip of the fox's tail, and its rock-made body shattered into pieces like broken porcelain. The last falcon that swooped down was swept away by the scorching airwave generated by the fox's tail, and before it could even let out a scream, it turned into ashes and scattered. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. A faint smell of blood and burnt flesh filled the forest, but it was quickly dissipated by the night wind, as if nothing had happened. With just this one move, he instantly killed the monsters that were attacking from several directions. Chapter 80. This is what it's like without a contract. Yan Jiuyue was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. This, a third-tier magical beast is so easily defeated? Is she too strong, or are these third-tier magical beasts too weak? Chen Yi slowly looked at her, a half-smile playing on his lips. Impressive. You've already achieved such strength so soon after awakening. Once you've fully adapted, you'll be truly extraordinary. Yan Jiuyue was still immersed in the shock of instantly killing a third-tier magical beast, and an indescribable joy welled up in her heart. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, a hint of smugness flashed in her pale purple eyes. But he was immediately interrupted by a strange sensation coming from behind him. The 9 silver-white foxtails behind him suddenly lost control and began to flare uncontrollably. Wait, don't move. The moment the thought crossed her mind, one of her tails uncontrollably slapped against the ancient tree next to her. The tree trunk snapped instantly, emitting a sickening groan before collapsing with a crash, sending up clouds of dust. The other tail seemed to take a keen interest in the remaining remains of the pangolin on the ground. It curiously poked at the tail tip, and with a crack, the remains were crushed into even finer powder. There was also a tail, which probably found the scene of the falcon turning to ash very interesting. It unconsciously flicked its tail, and a scorching wave of air swept towards the bushes next to it, instantly setting them on fire. My tail! Yan Jiuyue exclaimed in surprise, frantically trying to control these unruly tails. However, in her panicked state, the 9 tails began to wag even more violently. The surrounding trees also suffered, their branches and leaves were swept away and scattered, and scorch marks were left on the ground, making the scene extremely chaotic. Puff! Lin Mingxue couldn't help but chuckle as she watched Yan Jiuyue's embarrassed yet determined attempt to control her tail. What is this? Can't you even control your own tail? Chen Yi scratched his head, looking puzzled. If Yan Jiuyue wasn't pretending, this was the first time he had ever seen someone unable to control their body after awakening. System, what's going on? This target had previously used special methods to awaken a certain amount of bloodline power. This power could not be tamed by the spirit beast's awakening talent, resulting in a situation where the tail and individual consciousness became independent. However, the host need not worry. The independent consciousness will not harm the target's physical body. This state will naturally disappear when the target's level reaches level 5 or higher. The host can also consume 30 enhancement points to immediately remove this status from the target. Upon hearing that there was nothing seriously wrong, Chun-Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's alright. But 30 enhancement points. Never mind. It would be one thing if Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, or Su Taotao were in this situation. You Vixen, you actually want him to spend 30 enhancement points? Unless you can expose your belly and sincerely admit your mistake, there's no point in talking. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi put one hand behind his back and said in a pretentious manner, It's already quite impressive that I was able to kill a magical beast in an instant when I first wielded this power. As for wielding the power of the nine-tailed fox, I'm afraid I'll need some time to get used to it. Is that so? Yin Jiyue stared wide-eyed at the nine tails, her heart filled with helplessness. It's so frustrating to finally possess such great power, but be unable to control it. Fortunately, once she confirmed that her bloodline power was so strong, she felt relieved. She is not a useless person, but a nine-tailed fox, an ancient ferocious beast. I'll have to go back and brag about it. But at that moment, the 9 foxtails that were leaping behind her suddenly lost all their light and solidity. Like a punctured phantom bubble, it silently melted under the moonlight, turning into specks of silver light that quickly disappeared into the air. The enormous body formed by the surge of bloodline power deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly shrinking back to its original slender human form. The continuous sense of power within his body began to disappear rapidly at this moment. The earth-shattering power, the arrogant attitude that looked down on everything, the 9 tails that danced wildly. It all seemed like a dream that was too real to be real. Everything vanished without a trace in an instant. Yin Jiyue suddenly raised her head, her pale purple eyes wide open, filled with astonishment and confusion. Huh? What's going on? Chun-Yi, it's gone already. That power that was enough for her to instantly kill a third-tier magical beast, that 9-tailed form that symbolized an ancient ferocious beast, was actually gone just like that? The huge psychological gap left her completely stunned. Chun-Yi nodded and said calmly, That's how it is when there's no contract. What? Yin Jiyue's eyes widened, and she almost fainted. Her voice rose 8 octaves involuntarily. You mean, a spiritual remains can only make me erect for 3 minutes? Chun-Yi shrugged and explained calmly. You didn't ask me how long I could awaken, did you? Go back and think it over carefully. Form a contract with me, and then find some spiritual treasures similar to the spiritual remains, those with elemental power. I should be able to give you enough power to last for about a month. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiyue was truly about to faint. This is the remains of a spiritual light. This was a priceless treasure she had searched for all year, and it really was just a 3-minute trial card for awakening her powers. Moreover, after experiencing that powerful force, she knew she could never go back to the days when she had no power. However, she quickly grasped the key point and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Chun-Yi's hand. A contract. I'm willing to form a contract with you. I have many similar spiritual treasures at home. I'll give them all to you. Chun-Yi waved his hand gently and said, Go back and think about it carefully first, and give me your answer in a while. After all, tonight's time is reserved for Su Taotao. Seeing this, Yin Jiyue said nothing more. Actually, what she just said also had a probing meaning. After all, a contract is a matter of life and death for her, so she has to consider it carefully. Chun-Yi has a precedent of auctioning off spirit beast girls. She had reason to suspect that Chun-Yi might have used some kind of secret treasure to deliberately grant her such great power, and then used it as a bargaining chip to trick her into signing a contract. In reality, this might only be a one-time opportunity, just like those scumbags who rent luxury cars to cheat on their partners. If Chun-Yi had immediately agreed and taken her to the hotel to establish a contract, then she would definitely suspect that Chun-Yi's motives were impure. But now it seems that Chun-Yi's behavior was normal, and I was probably overthinking it. However, there was one thing she always felt was that Chun-Yi's tone was a bit harsh. Is it just my imagination? Ding. Yin Jiyue's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 40 points. Chapter 81 Detoxification. Although Yin Jiyue longed to immediately obtain the complete power, but we still need to be cautious about everything. I should go back and ask my parents for their opinion first. I understand. I will go back and think about it seriously. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, then turned to look at Lin Mingxue behind him. Schwer, let's go back. Lin Mingxue nodded obediently and transformed into a frost dragon again. Okay, brother Chun-Yi. Before long, the three returned to the city. After they parted, Lin Mingxue quickly moved closer to Chun-Yi, covering her mouth and giggling. Brother Chun-Yi, you're so naughty. Is it really okay to lie to her like that? Chun-Yi helplessly spread his hands and explained, helping Tao Tao get rid of her demonic transformation tonight is the most urgent thing. Besides, that fox spirit bullied me like that at the auction. I have to get revenge. I didn't realize, Brother Chun-Yi, that you were so vengeful. This isn't about holding a grudge, it's a necessary strategy. I said that just to ensure we get the spirit remains with a 100% chance. Chun-Yi's words were not unfounded. Before understanding Yan Jiyue's personality, obtaining the spirit remains in this way is undoubtedly the simplest method. After all, the system interface clearly showed that she had improved her bloodline level through various means. It is very likely that this will happen after witnessing the power of one's full awakening. She will still choose to believe in herself and wants to achieve a complete breakthrough through her own efforts. By then, obtaining the remains of the spirit will become much more difficult. Therefore, given that Yan Jiyue was willing to spend 40 million to bid for the twin sisters just to meet Chun-Yi, it was almost certain that she would accept the proposal, using the spiritual remains as a bargaining chip for awakening. Of course, the main reason was indeed because of how Yan Jiyue messed with him at the auction. It's hard not to wonder what's going on in this girl's head. Lin Mingxue still covered her mouth and chuckled, saying coquettishly, All right. I like Chun-Yi no matter what he's like. Chun-Yi took Lin Mingxue's hand and pulled her arm in his, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Just because of what you said, I'll definitely pamper you tonight. Really? Thank you, Brother Chun-Yi. Kiss. You little brat, are you getting too cocky? How dare you kiss me like that? No way, I'm going to kiss you back. Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability increased by 3 points. Current favorability rating, 88 points. It was already 2:30 a.m. when Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue returned to their hotel room. Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong lay on the bed, drool dripping down their cheeks, occasionally uttering some incoherent murmurs. Judging from their appearance, they probably didn't get a good night's sleep much in Black Ghost City. How pitiful. Even without awakening an SSS-level bloodline, with her current B-level bloodline, plus her top-tier looks and figure, she could easily make a name for herself in this world. I never imagined I'd be captured and auctioned off by Black Ghost City, ending up like this. But it's alright, those things are all in the past now. Chun-Yi couldn't save everyone. Being able to save the two of them was already a cause for celebration. Let them get a good rest tonight. He sat on the edge of the bed and patted the empty space next to him. Tao Tao, come on. I've already gotten the spirit remains. Let me dispel the demon for you first. Okay. Upon hearing Chun-Yi's voice, Su Tao Tao immediately skipped over to him and sat directly on his lap. They seem to really like this place. Chun-Yi didn't say much and shouted to the system. System, consume 25 enhancement points to activate the power of the spiritual remains and remove Su Tao Tao's demonic state. Ding. 25 enhancement points consumed. Activation successful. The system notification sounded. The spiritual essence in Chun-Yi's palm instantly disintegrated, transforming into a soft, pure white ball of light containing indescribable purifying power. Inside the ball of light, countless tiny runes seemed to be flowing and disappearing, emitting a warm aura that could dispel all gloom. The very next second, the pure white light seemed to sense the abnormality within Su Tao Tao's body and instantly transformed into a stream of purifying light, continuously flowing into Su Tao Tao's body. Well, Su Tao Tao's body stiffened abruptly, letting out a groan mixed with pain. Her once fair skin was now covered with dark purple demonic patterns that seemed to writhe like living creatures, and wisps of black energy emanated from her body. And as time went on, these dark purple magic patterns began to twist violently. Seeing this, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. There shouldn't be any problem with this, right? It looks so weird. Tao Tao, are you alright? I'm fine. It just hurts a little. I'll hang in there. Okay, just hang in there a little longer. It'll be done soon. Chun-Yi had complete faith in the system's capabilities. Since the system says it can remove the demonized state, then it definitely can. There will be no surprises. As expected, after about half a minute, the wriggling speed of those dark purple patterns slowed down significantly. The dense black energy hissed as if scorched by flames, emanating wildly from the dark purple patterns. At that moment, a stream of pure white light surged directly from Su Tao Tao's body, replacing the black aura. Wherever the white light passed, the magical runes crumbled like torn paper. The black mist churned, trying to escape the white light, but it was firmly bound in place and quickly evaporated. This process lasted only about 10 seconds. As the last wisp of black energy was completely annihilated by the white light at Su Taotao's heart, all the demonic runes on her body vanished without a trace. On Su Taotao's information interface, the constantly jumping countdown to demonization also completely disappeared at this moment. The demonic transformation has been successfully removed. At this moment, Su Taotao's tense body suddenly relaxed, and she collapsed softly onto the bed, panting heavily. His forehead, nose, and lips were covered in fine beads of sweat, indicating that he had been enduring it for a long time. But soon, her pale face quickly regained its rosy hue, her face filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster and the weakness after the demonization was removed. The chilling atmosphere that had filled the air vanished without a trace. Instead, there was the warm aftertaste of the spirit's remains, and Su Taotao's breathing gradually calming down. Did it succeed? Has the demonic state been lifted? Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin murmured in disbelief. Originally, it was thought that to remove Su Taotao's demonic state, a magic array would have to be set up, and a series of complicated rituals such as praying and choosing an auspicious day would have to be performed, which might take several days to complete. Didn't expect it to heal like this? It feels like the Relic of Light is a miracle cure for the demonization symptoms. It's incredible. Chapter 82. The Yin family parents who were worried so much. Su Taotao cried tears of joy. Brother Chenyi, I can feel it. The demonic aura has really disappeared. I really don't have to die. Chen Yi pinched Su Taotao's rosy cheeks and teased. What are you saying? I already told you, if you come with me, there's definitely hope for you. Brother Chen Yi wah. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 3 points. Current favorability, 90 points. Reward, plus 25 enhancement points. Current enhancement points, 50. Stop crying, or it will taste salty tonight. Seriously, is this the time to say things like this? What? You don't want it tonight. Want? Brother Chenyi, you just said you would favor me. Brother Chenyi, you mustn't be fickle and abandon the old for the new. Let's fight. I'm in a good mood today. Let's have a good battle. Good. There are two sides to the story. Just as Chen Yi was getting intimate with the girls, Yin Zhiyue has returned home and reported everything that just happened to her parents. Yue, are you sure? Are you sure you haven't been scammed? Yin Zhiyue's father, Yin Kongyu, frowned, his face full of suspicion. He felt that something was wrong. This situation is like your own daughter being completely infatuated with a blonde guy outside, and then coming home and praising his good qualities to her parents. It's really awkward. How can a person revert to their original state after only a few minutes of bloodline awakening? However, Yin Zhiyue became increasingly convinced of this. The overwhelming power she had just felt became clearer and clearer in her mind as time went by. It was an indescribable shock, absolutely real. It's real? That power absolutely cannot be fake. If Chen Yi were really that kind of scumbag who only wants sex, he would have taken me to a hotel without hesitation when I suggested we make a contract. He wouldn't have refused at all. These few third-tier magical beast cores are the best evidence that I just instantly killed a magical beast. And didn't you just send Atai to check the place where the battle just took place? Didn't it confirm that there were indeed signs of a battle? Dad, don't you want me to have a good future? Upon hearing this, Yin Kongyu also let out a long sigh. He certainly hoped that Yin Zhiyue could find a good home. It was precisely because he hoped Yin Zhiyue would find a good home that he was so earnestly advising her. If Chen Yi were to say that Yin Zhiyue, after her bloodline awakens, is an S-rank bloodline spirit beast, he was willing to believe Chen Yi. But now, Chen Yi, you keep talking about SSS-level bloodlines. It should be noted that there are only 3 female spirit beasts in the Dragon Kingdom who have been confirmed to possess SSS-level bloodlines. How could Yin Kongyu believe that his daughter was actually the 4th person? Any father would think this is just a scumbag boyfriend trying to hook up with women, right? Yue, listen to me. That Chen Yi. Yin Kongyu hadn't finished speaking. The people who had been sent out to investigate Chen Yi rushed in, their faces full of shock. Master, this Chen Yi seems to be from the Luo family. The Luo family. Yin Kongyu was immediately startled. He knew that Chen Yi's background and identity might be extraordinary, but he never expected that it would be the Luo family. Yes, one of the women beside Chen Yi is Luo Shirin, the granddaughter of Senior Luo Qinghe, who is also the bottom of the Luo family that we mentioned before. However, after following Chen Yi, she is now completely taken off, and can easily take on a swarm of insects of the same level. Based on the analysis of the battle footage, her bloodline level is definitely no lower than SS rank. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiyue revealed a smug smile. She tossed her hair lightly and said coquettishly, "See, Miss Luo is with Chen Yi, so why shouldn't I be with her? Are you trying to say that Miss Luo is a fool who was tricked into having sex by that Chen Yi?" Yin Kongyu was speechless for a moment. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute it. Indeed, the Luo family is no fool. Especially Luo Qinghe, he certainly wouldn't hand over his granddaughter so easily. They would only do this if they were absolutely certain that Chen Yi had the ability in this area. Perhaps, Chen Yi really is Yin Jiyue's destined benefactor. After a few seconds of silence, Yin Kongyu sighed and said helplessly, "All right, since you've said so, Yue, I won't object. If Chen Yi really has this ability, Yue, you must treat him well, understand? You really need to change your stubborn temper. You should know your own bloodline situation. If you miss this opportunity, you might not even know where to cry. Also, you need to apologize properly to Chen Yi later for the stupid things you did at the auction. Who would ask someone for help and then snatch someone else's auction items?" Yin Jiyue pouted and explained, "I didn't think that much about it at the time. I just felt, and besides, isn't that what you said, Dad? When it comes to business, you have to have cards in your hand that the other party wants." Hu Qian, Yin Jiyue's biological mother, who was standing to the side, had been scrolling through her phone and seemed indifferent to what was happening here. She gave birth to an F-grade bloodline for the Yin family, causing her status in the family to plummet, and Yin Kongyu didn't give her much of a friendly look either. It made her almost not want to deal with the father and daughter anymore. But now, her feelings are completely different. If her own daughter has an SSS-level bloodline, wouldn't she be able to rise in status and wealth after her daughter fully awakens? We really need to give them some serious advice. This Chen Yi is indeed an extraordinary person. Kongyu is right. Yue, you'd better take good care of him. Our family is rich. We can get all those rare and precious treasures that Chen Yi mentioned. You don't need to worry about money. Just tell the family what he wants. Don't try to save money. Also, if Chen Yi wants children in the future, you must offer to have his baby right away. A prodigy like Chen Yi will definitely create a large family in the future. If you can give birth to Chen Yi's eldest son, your position will be absolutely secure. Not only Hu Qian, but also Yin Kongyu's other contracted spirit beasts learned of this. They didn't even care about getting their beauty sleep anymore. They were all like they'd been injected with chicken blood, jumping out of bed and running to Yin Jiyue, offering her all sorts of suggestions. After all, in this world, the children under the command of a contracted beast tamer, even if they are not biologically related, are almost as affectionate as biological children. Yin Jiyue was initially very annoyed by these long-winded opinions, feeling that her ears were about to be worn out from all the talking. But today is completely different. She wasn't annoyed at all. On the contrary, she listened with great interest and even took out a notebook to carefully record every suggestion. For some reason, whenever her mothers talked about what might happen in the future, Yin Jiyue would feel a strange, indescribable sense of satisfaction. It was as if those beautiful dreams had already come true ahead of time, which made her extremely excited. Little did she know that her future would be changed by a dinner party in Black Ghost City. It really feels like a dream. Ding! Yin Jiyue's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 50 points. Chapter 83 The Hua Sisters. Chen Yi finally managed to deal with the three girls, and it was already 7 in the morning. The morning light outside the window was already faintly breaking. Chen Yi felt as if his eyelids were being weighed down by a 1,000-pound weight, and he could barely keep them open. I was just about to lie down and rest. Suddenly, a notification that Yin Jiyue's favorability had increased rang in his mind, instantly invigorating him. Has my favorability rating increased? How come it happened so suddenly? Could it be because she's decided to form a contract with me that her favorability rating has increased? Not bad. Not bad at all. This trip to Black Ghost City was definitely worthwhile. Originally, Chen Yi only came to Seoul with the intention of completing the task assigned by Luo Qinghe. Unexpectedly, not only was Su Taotao's demonization lifted, but they also unexpectedly found 3 girls with SSS-level bloodlines. And it's all free. This luck is unbelievable. However, just as Chen Yi was immersed in joy, several system notifications sounded in his mind. Ding! Hitomi's affection level has decreased by 25 points. Current favorability, minus 25 points. Ding! Hua Xingtong's favorability has decreased by 20 points. Current favorability, minus 20 points. He paused for a moment, then turned to look at the other bed, where the twin sisters had already woken up. At this moment, It is staring intently at me with a look of disdain and disgust. At this moment, Chun-Yi realized that his situation was somewhat awkward. He was naked, and a girl was sleeping next to him. No matter how you look at it, this scene looks like the scene after a scumbag has finished his sex life, although that is indeed the case. However, the two of them seemed to have long accepted their fate, knew what they would encounter, and were mentally prepared for what might happen. Therefore, although they disapproved of Chun-Yi's behavior, their favorability towards him did not drop too much. Seeing this, Chun-Yi dared not delay. He quickly changed his clothes and walked over to the twins, trying to ease the tension. "How shall we address you both?" Snort. Cut. The two sisters turned their heads away, clearly not wanting to have much interaction with Chun-Yi, but they didn't do anything drastic either. Since Black Ghost City dares to engage in the business of auctioning spirit beasts, it naturally has corresponding after-sales service. If, within 1 year of a buyer purchasing a female spirit beast, the contracted spirit beast escapes during the auction, the buyer will be subject to penalties. Black Ghost City will mobilize all its resources to search for its whereabouts, and a refund may be offered depending on the circumstances. If they get caught this time, the consequences will be absolutely horrific, worse than death. Almost all of the spirit beasts that were auctioned had seen the videos of the execution of traitors before. Unless they are truly protected by an extremely powerful expert, or they feel that being taken away is worse than death, or they have found a secluded place, they would never risk running away. After thinking about it, Chun-Yi decided to start by correcting the situation regarding favorability. Otherwise, if the favorability rating is negative, nothing you say will make a difference. Afterwards, take them to the wilderness and awaken their powers. Their affection level will most likely rise back. All we need to do now is keep them calm and collected. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound gentle. "Are you hungry? Order whatever you like." As he spoke, he took out the hotel menu and handed it to the two sisters. The two women exchanged a glance, then took the menu and began ordering. There was absolutely no politeness involved. Seeing this, Chun-Yi didn't say anything more and decided to maintain the status quo. He quietly sat down to the side, opened his phone, and began searching for detailed information about the Yin family of Seoul. The Yin group behind the Yin family is not a family of beast tamers, but a business family with a total market value of over 5 billion. Yin Kongyu, the head of the Yin family, is an S-level beast tamer with a level of 6, 10th stage. However, his body was severely injured in a monster attack 20 years ago. Not only did they lose their fertility, but their reproductive speed also slowed down significantly. Currently, he only has 2 daughters under his command, one of whom has married into a family of beast tamers. That is why Yin Juyue, the only remaining heir, receives so much attention and is showered with love and affection. Unlike Luo Shirin, who suffered ostracism within her family and was even treated coldly by her own parents. Only her grandfather, Luo Qinghe, took special care of her. He's 25 years old, and there's still no sign of demonization. Could it be because his bloodline level has risen to C rank, thus relieving some of the pressure? Forget it, I don't want to think about it too much. Having a family like this is actually pretty good. Seeing that Chun-Yi did not harm him, Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong exchanged a glance, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that he has entered a state of enlightenment? Wait a minute, the tent is bulging. How could it be in sage mode? Sister, this man seems a bit strange. It's hard to say. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. It's best not to have too high hopes. You can eat and drink for free here, so focus on getting better first, and don't worry about anything else. Okay, I understand. And so, half an hour later, the hotel breakfast was delivered in 2 batches. The atmosphere is a bit awkward right now. It feels a little strange to have breakfast together. Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong were quite surprised by Chun-Yi's arrangement. Is that really so thoughtful? They were extremely nervous when they were photographed last night. After learning that the other person was also a spirit beast girl, their mood calmed down a bit. But last night, while having a late-night snack at a food stall, I was told that the food might be given away to someone else, which stirred up my emotions again. Now, they suddenly realized that this man didn't seem as aggressive as the spoiled rich kid they had imagined. This emotional roller coaster has been incredibly bumpy. Moonlight eyes, starlight eyes, may I call you that? Before they had even rested for a while after finishing their meal, Chun-Yi suddenly struck up a conversation. What do you want to do? Don't be so nervous. I won't force either of you to do anything you don't like. You can rest assured about that. Then can you let us go? It's possible. But Yin Juyue spent 40 million to buy you out. Wouldn't it be a bit of a loss to just let you go like this? Yet you put it so grandly. Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong exchanged a glance, but didn't say anything more. Although they didn't like Chun-Yi, after all, people who could participate in Black Ghost City were generally not good people. But they still understand the basic logic. 40 million is no small sum. Others have spent so much money to buy them. So how could they easily let them leave? Unless we can fill this 40 million hole, it's not worth it. Otherwise, they would just take pictures of them and release them back into the wild. Even philanthropists don't play like that. Chapter 84 Contract with the Nine-Tailed Fox. Look, your clothes are so dirty. Pick out some clothes you like to wear, and then take a good shower later. As Chun-Yi spoke, he handed the phone to the two sisters. Humph, so you're not going to touch us because you think we're dirty? Do we have to wear cosplay costumes for you to be interested? Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong remained unmoved, speaking with fierce expressions. Chun-Yi rolled his eyes. These two sisters are really hard to handle. If you make a bad first impression, it's actually quite difficult to win back favor through various actions later on. But it doesn't matter, there's plenty of time. If you're really stubborn, then just give up on it altogether. It's that simple. With his talent, all sorts of female spirit beasts would have to wait in line to form a contract with him. We don't need the two of you. Alright, stop talking nonsense. I'm going to take you out of the city later. What are you dressed like? And you need a cell phone too, right? See what kind of cell phone you want. Snort. Although Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong were verbally persistent, their actions betrayed their true feelings. It's in a girl's nature to love beauty. She doesn't want to go out in tattered clothes. The two sisters spent a full half-hour browsing and selecting on their phones before finally giving up. I've ordered. Let me save you some money. Chun-Yi glanced at the bill. Goodness, these two sisters can spend hundreds of thousands on clothes online. Moreover, they are all custom-made by famous brands, the kind that cost tens of thousands of yuan each, so it seems like there's still a sense of pride in them. However, Chun-Yi Chuan didn't care. Since the spirit remains and the twins came for free, this money is just normal spending. About 2 hours later, all the custom-made designer clothes were delivered. Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong couldn't wait to finish their baths, put on their new clothes, and then carefully dressed up in front of the mirror. It has to be said that they both looked even more beautiful after dressing up. Girls really do need to dress up more to look pretty. Ding. Hitomi's affection level increases by 5 points. Current favorability, minus 20 points. Ding. Hua Xingtong's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, minus 10 points. When she was in a better mood, she looked at Chun-Yi more pleasingly. A negative 10 points of favorability is like how someone feels about you after you accidentally bump into them on the street. Aside from making a few private grumbles, there's not much malice involved. Indeed, a gift offensive is still very necessary. But that's not enough. Chun-Yi took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Li Yang. I have successfully obtained the remains of spiritual light. I will grant you your request for now. Last night, Chun-Yi and Luo Qinghe spoke on the phone. He said that if time permits, he could try participating in the beast taming competition to broaden his horizons. As for spokespeople, whether they exist or not is actually irrelevant. However, if one acts as a spokesperson for certain rich second-generation individuals, many things can be handled with the assistance of those behind the scenes. Therefore, if you want to participate, you can find a spokesperson, which can save you a lot of trouble. Li Yang's reply was very quick. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Chun-Yi. I must treat you to dinner tonight. No need. I came to you today to ask if you can get a large number of monster cores. Or do you know where I can buy a large number of monster cores? A large quantity? How much do you need? 2 million Dragon Kingdom coins, huh? How powerful I become before the beast taming competition depends entirely on you. Okay, leave it to me. Looking at the message from Li Yang, Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh. What happened to the promise that Warcraft cores were in limited supply? Ultimately, it's still limited to ordinary people. The truth is, if you have money, you can have as much as you want. No sooner had she closed the chat with Li Yang than Yin Zhiyue sent her a message. Chun-Yi, are you free right now? Chun-Yi casually replied. What? Have you made up your mind? Okay, I can make the contract now. I've already prepared all the materials you mentioned yesterday. Where are you now? I'm in room 2501 of the Golden Hotel. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Not long after, Yin Zhiyue arrived in the room. She also brought rare materials for a spatial ring. Is this considered part of her dowry? Look, there are 31 spiritual treasures containing attributes here, but none of them have light or dark attributes. If one can be used for a month, it should be enough for me for 2.5 years, right? That's more than enough. Chun-Yi was secretly delighted, but he forced a smile onto his face. He had only mentioned it casually last night, but he didn't expect the girl to actually bring the materials. According to the system's detailed description, different types of heavenly treasures with different attributes will produce a variety of effects after being activated by enhancement points. Once activated, a wood attribute celestial treasure can create a defensive shield for protection. Once activated, a wind attribute celestial treasure can instantly teleport to any location. Once activated, a fire attribute celestial treasure can unleash an undefendable, non-attribute attack. Once activated, water attribute celestial treasures can heal any injury and restore physical strength and spiritual power. Once activated, ice attribute celestial treasures can completely imprison enemies, depriving them of their ability to move. Once activated, a light attribute celestial treasure can remove all abnormal states, including demonic transformation. Once activated, a dark attribute spiritual treasure can significantly weaken the opponent's abilities and use the stolen power to strengthen oneself or a contracted spirit beast. The specific strength of these effects is closely related to the various attributes of spiritual power contained in the treasures of heaven and earth. The more spiritual energy it contains, the stronger the effect, and the higher the level at which it can take effect. It's practically like having a cheat code. It was a little disappointing that Yen Jiyue brought no materials with light or dark attributes. But being able to unlock 5 different abilities is already more than enough. Suddenly, Yen Jiyue's gaze inadvertently fell on the girls who were fast asleep on the bed. A very ominous thought suddenly came to mind. Wait, Chun-Yi, you're a 3rd-tier beast tamer, right? Your contract slot. Chun-Yi smiled slightly and reassured him. You don't need to worry about that. Shall we come? Yen Jiyue swallowed and nodded. She was genuinely afraid that Chun-Yi would suddenly abandon her. Come on now. Moonlight, Starlight, if you two want to play on your phones, go play on the sofa. I have important things to do. After Chun-Yi put the twin sisters on the sofa, he began the contract with Yen Jiyue. Chun-Yi, slow down. Ding. Yen Jiyue's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 60 points. Chapter 85 Awakening Failure. Watching Chun-Yi and Yen Jiyue having a deep conversation, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong looked at each other, their expressions a mixture of disgust and shock. They had been captured by Black Ghost City more than a month ago, so they knew nothing about the rumors about Chun-Yi or what was happening in Jiangxing. In their eyes, Chun-Yi was nothing more than a spoiled brat who indulged in nightly revelry. How good can someone be who goes to Black Ghost Market to auction off spirit beasts? However, the scene before them left them completely bewildered. Yen Jiyue, who spent 40 million to buy both of them yesterday, is now actually asking Chun-Yi to form a contract with her? Something's not right here, is it? When Lin Mingxue and the others woke up, they heard that Yen Jiyue had also formed a contract with Chun-Yi. I was completely stunned. Did they gain another competitor while they were sleeping? Can Chun-Yi's kidneys handle it? Never mind. They were willing to accept any spirit beast girl who could help Chun-Yi and would not betray him. After breakfast, Chun-Yi took the girls to Falling Star Valley, north of Seoul. Most of the magical beasts here are at the high level of the 2nd tier, and occasionally there are magical beasts at the low level of the 3rd tier. For the sisters Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong, this place is undoubtedly an excellent training ground. After clearing out the surrounding magical beasts, Chun-Yi's gaze fell on the twin sisters, and he asked, if I remember correctly, you two shouldn't be able to fight in your spirit beast form or armed form, right? Upon hearing this, Hua Yutong gave a soft snort and abruptly turned her head away, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Hua Xingtong's attitude was slightly gentler. She nodded slightly and replied, that's true. So what do you want? We two can't fight. How will you know it won't work if you don't try? Chun-Yi smiled slightly and directly used Spirit Beast Awakening on Hua Xingtong. Take this. This is your power. The awakened power floating in his palm flowed continuously into Hua Xingtong's body like a gentle stream. Huh? What are you doing? I'll help you awaken your power, just watch. At first, everything went smoothly. With Chun-Yi's power infused into her, Hua Xingtong was gradually enveloped in a vibrant emerald green aura. Behind her, a giant flower bud made of pure energy slowly emerged. The petals shimmered with black, obsidian-like light, like stars in the night sky, creating a dreamlike and breathtakingly beautiful scene. This scene completely stunned Hua Yuetong. What did you do? However, Chun-Yi frowned and had no interest in paying attention to Hua Yuetong. This time, the awakening of the spirit beast feels a bit strange. As expected, Chun-Yi's premonition was correct. Just as the flower bud was about to fully bloom and the power of the dark fairy was about to burst forth, a sudden change occurred. The power of the Dark Night Fairy within Hua Xingtong's body was like a powder keg that had been ignited, boiling violently, without warning. Buzz! The energy bud behind her trembled violently, the emerald green halo shattered instantly, and the originally gentle life force became sharp. Ugh! Hua Xingtong groaned, her face turning deathly pale, and veins bulging on her forehead. Chen Yi's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he abruptly withdrew the light from his palm, forcibly severing the power connection to the awakened spirit beast. Bang! The enormous energy bud flickered violently a few times before shattering into countless out-of-control green specks of light that vanished into the air. Hua Xingtong's body went limp, and she fell forward helplessly, only to be caught by Chen Yi. She leaned weakly against Chen Yi's arm, panting heavily, sweat pouring down her forehead and soaking her clothes. He appears to have lost consciousness. Ding! Hitomi's affection level has decreased by 30 points. Current favorability, minus 50 points. Get out of my way. You bastard, what did you do to my sister? Hua Yuedong suddenly snatched Hua Xingtong from Chen Yi's hand, calling out repeatedly. Xingtong, wake up, what's wrong with you? Yen Zhuyue frowned deeply upon seeing this scene. She rushed forward and asked anxiously. Chen Yi, what exactly happened? How could this happen? A sense of lingering fear welled up in her heart. Is it possible to fail to awaken the power of one's bloodline? She had only just established a contract with Chen Yi, and now he was telling her that Chen Yi's power was unstable. Is this some kind of scam? Chen Yi was also somewhat bewildered. Why did this awakening fail? System, what exactly is going on? Ding! The target used the wrong method to forcibly activate their bloodline, leaving behind a sequela called spiritual energy dissipation. The dissipation of spiritual energy will obstruct the flow of spiritual energy within the body, thus making all operations related to spiritual energy impossible. This is also why the target cannot transform into a spirit beast or armed form. However, the host withdrew their power in time, preventing secondary damage to the target, who was expected to awaken within 3 hours. Hearing the system notification, Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Hua Xingtong is alright. However, soon, countless doubts welled up in my mind. What the hell is spiritual energy dissipation? Is this a symptom even possible? It can even cause spirit beasts' awakened talents to fail. System, is there any solution to this? Ding! 3 feasible solutions have been detected for the host. Method 1. Use enhancement points to activate a light attribute celestial treasure, which can remove all abnormal statuses. Method 2. By utilizing the power of the 5 elements formation, the symptoms of spiritual energy dissipation can be forcibly repaired. Method 3. Once a spirit beast breaks through to the 6th rank or higher, its internal spiritual energy circuits will automatically recover. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi scratched his head, looking troubled. This is going to be difficult. There are so few light attribute spiritual treasures. I wonder if I can get a second one. Even with his cultivation speed, it would probably take him several months to break through to the 6th rank. Moreover, after experiencing such a thing, it is still unknown whether Hua Xingtong would still be willing to let him guide her spiritual energy. Therefore, there is most likely only one method left, to break the seal by using the power of the 5 elements formation. However, we need to clear up the misunderstanding first. System, tell me all the information related to the dissipation of spiritual energy. Ding! Loading all information for this symptom requires 5 enhancement points. Do you wish to use them? Consumption. Ding! Loading all information into the host's mind. As the system notification sounded, a flood of information rushed into Chen Yi's mind. At this moment, Hua Yuetong held the unconscious Hua Xingtong and glared fiercely at Chen Yi, as if she wanted to devour him alive. What exactly did you do to her? Chen Yi did not immediately defend himself. The bewilderment on his face quickly faded, replaced by a calmness that seemed to see through everything. He ignored Hua Yuetong's anger, slowly stepped forward, squatted down, and his gaze fell on the inside of Hua Xingtong's wrist. In the midst of the intense clash of forces, several faint golden cracks appeared, barely perceptible unless one looked closely. Chapter 86 The Great Conman. Yutong, calm down and look around. Chen Yi pointed to the golden patterns and said calmly, You 2 sisters must have tried to activate the hidden bloodline power within your bodies by setting up a spirit gathering array a long time ago, right? But you must have been forcibly interrupted later, which is why you were unable to transform into spirit beasts, right? This symptom is the dissipation of spiritual energy. I never expected that you would suffer from such an extremely rare disease. Hua Yutong was taken aback upon hearing this, and subconsciously looked down at her sister's wrist. Spiritual power dissipating? The anger in Hua Yutong's eyes was instantly replaced by surprise and doubt, and her voice unconsciously lowered. She had never heard of these symptoms before, but what they experienced was exactly the same as what Chun-Yi had described. They intended to forcibly activate their bloodlines by setting up a spirit gathering array. However, because their levels were too low, they were completely unable to withstand the powerful force and had to hastily stop the activation. As a result, they remained at the B-rank bloodline and also lost the power to transform into spirit beasts and armed forms. Chun-Yi pressed his advantage, turning his gaze to Yin Jiue, who was equally surprised and uncertain. You awakened your bloodline last night, so you should feel it most clearly, right? When I awakened your bloodline, you shouldn't have felt any resistance, right? Yin Jiue immediately recalled how she felt at that time. Although she was somewhat unable to control it at first, the power itself was surging and smooth, without any hindrance. She nodded vigorously and said, yes. Although the awakened power was extremely fierce, it was unimpeded, and everything happened naturally. Then my bloodline was fully awakened. Chun-Yi then looked at Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao, and asked the same question. Their answers were all pretty much the same. They were very strong, but they didn't feel any unusual resistance at all. Chun-Yi nodded slightly and continued. Your sister's spiritual energy circuits are blocked because of the dissipation of her spiritual energy, which prevents my power from being injected into her, hence this situation. But it's not a big problem. She'll wake up soon, and there won't be any other after effects. But the problem of your and Xingtong's spiritual energy dissipation must be resolved as soon as possible. Your current situation is like trying to force a floodgate open in a river full of reefs and landslides. No matter what you do, it will be futile, and the power simply cannot irrigate the river. Chun-Yi paused halfway through his sentence. He watched as the anger on Hua Yutong's face subsided, replaced by shock and worry. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, if I'm not mistaken, the fact that your spiritual energy is so severely depleted means that you must have consumed quite a few spiritual treasures to enhance your spiritual energy after the failure of the spirit gathering array, right? At the same time, you should have also sought help from other beast tamers to guide spiritual energy, but all of them failed. Luckily, I stopped in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing Chun-Yi's explanation, Hua Yutong's hands, which were holding her younger sister, trembled slightly. With Yin Jiue and the other three girls' personal experiences as corroborating evidence, coupled with Chun-Yi's seemingly omniscient analysis, and combined with the strange crack on Hua Xingtong's wrist and the real feeling of blockage within her body, all the suspicions pointed to a terrible fact she was completely unaware of before, that she and her sister probably had health problems long ago. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged into my heart. Ding! Hua Yutong's affection level plus 40 points. Current favorability, minus 10 points. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she murmured, I'm sorry, I thought you meant to us. It's all right. It's normal that you yourselves don't know the root cause. Chun-Yi's tone softened a bit. The disease of spiritual energy dissipation is almost unknown to most people. It has almost no impact on daily life and is very difficult to detect. Symptoms only appear when a large amount of spiritual energy is needed to support it. However, your condition absolutely needs treatment. Because of the dissipation of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy circuit cannot be formed, and you cannot even establish a contract with other beast tamers. The power of your bloodline is very strong. Without a beast tamer to suppress it, it probably won't be long before you turn into demons. Upon hearing this, Hua Yutong suddenly looked up, a hint of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked urgently, Is there a way to solve this? On the way here, Su Taotao talked to the two of them about many things. This includes the fact that she had already begun to turn into a demon at the young age of 22. The stronger one's bloodline, the earlier one will become demonic. Originally, they harbored the idea of using their B-grade bloodline and beauty to find a rich second-generation heir to contract with, and then live a peaceful life as ordinary women in the city. However, fate played a cruel joke on them. Upon arriving in Seoul, they were tricked and imprisoned by people from the Black Ghost City. However, this doesn't seem to be entirely a bad thing. After all, the person who could pay such a high price to buy them must be a tycoon, which would save them the trouble of searching for them. Although the treatment may be worse, and you may encounter some people with strange quirks, but at least he should be able to enjoy his old age in peace, so there shouldn't be any major problems. They have now been told that they cannot form a contract with the Beastmaster, and that only demonization awaits them. How can they accept this? Looking at Hua Yuedong's pleading gaze, Chen-Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, the mistake this time was entirely his fault. Without understanding their situation beforehand, he rashly used the Spirit Beast Awakening technique, which caused Hua Xingtong to fall into a coma. Under these circumstances, it would be quite difficult to reconcile with the sisters, and explaining the situation would be very complicated. Fortunately, the system was there. By combining the information about the dissipation of spiritual energy, they successfully tricked Hua Yuedong into thinking it was true. Of course, while it may be called a hoax, everything Chen-Yi said was actually true. With signs of spiritual energy dissipation, the two of them were indeed unable to form a contract with the beast tamer. It was only a matter of time before he turned to demonic power. Thinking of this, Chen-Yi nodded and said softly, "There is a way, but it might be a bit troublesome. You must have heard of the 5 Elements secret realm located on the border between India and our Dragon Kingdom, right? Within this secret realm, there is a special area called the 5 Elements Formation. You only need to activate the 5 Elements Formation. By using the awakening and tempering power of the 5 Elements Formation, you can restore the spiritual energy circuits in your body and cure the state of spiritual energy dissipation. Then you too will be saved." Chapter 87 Hua Yutong's Apology. 5 Elements, Magic Array. Hua Yuetong's lips parted slightly, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. She was naturally aware of the existence of the 5 Elements secret realm, but she never expected that her and her sister Hua Xingtong's only chance of survival would lie here. Ding. Hitomi's affection level plus 10 points. Current favorability, 0 points. Yan Jiyue, standing to the side, also had her pupils shrink and her red lips slightly parted. Clearly, he was also quite shocked by the words 5 Elements secret realm that Chen-Yi uttered. Chen-Yi nodded and continued to bluff. "Yes. If it's just a simple awakening, I can do it easily, like this." Before he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Yan Jiyue's wrist with remarkable ease. Buzz! A tremendous force suddenly erupted. A violent torrent of spiritual energy swept through instantly, distorting the very air. The phantom of the 9-tailed fox, carrying an ancient aura, reappeared proudly and merged into Yan Jiyue's delicate body with an unparalleled force. Awaken! The 9-tailed fox has reigned supreme once more. Ah! Yan Jiyue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and was immediately overwhelmed by the familiar yet powerful feeling of strength within her body. The overwhelming joy of finding what was lost instantly overwhelmed him, dispelling all his previous doubts about Chen-Yi. Strength. Her power has returned. She instinctively tried to control the fluffy, soft tails behind her, but found that they were still wagging wildly and disobeying her. But this minor flaw cannot diminish the extreme excitement at this moment. Ding! Yan Jiyue's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Roar! Almost the instant Yan Jiyue unleashed her power, several fierce roars echoed from the depths of the canyon. Several third-tier magical beasts, drawn by the powerful aura of Bloodline, pounced on the scene like sharks smelling blood. Oof! You're asking for death. A cold glint flashed in Yan Jiyue's eyes, as she was worried about where to vent the power she had just regained. With a gentle wave of her hand, pure white foxfire instantly swept out. The charging monsters didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly charred and carbonized by the white flames, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Plop! Su Taotao looked at the roasted meat and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She tugged at Chen-Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Chen-Yi, I'm hungry, I want to eat." Chen-Yi chuckled twice and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Go eat if you're hungry. You don't have to hold back here." "Thank you, Brother Chen-Yi." Su Taotao cheered and jumped excitedly to the pile of roasted meat, instantly transforming into her armed form. The black vortex under his armpit opened silently, and an incredibly powerful suction force enveloped the roasted monster corpse. The pure energy, visible to the naked eye, was instantly devoured, leaving only a few ashes to drift away in the wind. Su Taotao smacked her lips contentedly, a blush of happiness spreading across her face. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged a glance. both seeing a helpless smile in each other's eyes. It seems they won't have a chance to make a move. At this moment, Hua Yutong froze completely. Just now, the moment Chun-Yi grasped Yin Juyue's wrist and activated that awakened power. She clearly sensed that familiar aura. Exactly the same power she had felt in the spirit gathering array that had triggered the change in her bloodline. Without a doubt, that was indeed the true power of awakening. So awakening one's bloodline is really that simple? All those complicated rituals, the agonizing torment, and the faint hope seemed like a huge joke in the face of Chun-Yi's nonchalant handshake. The reason Chun-Yi bought them at the auction. It's possible that he's after the hidden bloodline within them and wants to use his power to help them awaken it. This also explains why Chun-Yi didn't make things difficult for them right away and prepared everything for them, including what to eat and what to wear. They were treated as partners, not as toys to be photographed. Arriving at this habitat of magical beasts, whose highest level is only slightly above the 3rd rank, was simply to wait for them to awaken so that they could test their own power as soon as possible. It was precisely because of the dissipation of spiritual energy that this accident occurred. But what about myself? Without understanding anything, she recklessly yelled at him, questioned him, and glared at him. What are their identities? It's a plaything with a price tag and a contract of servitude signed at the auction. As their master, it would be perfectly normal for Chun-Yi to kill the 2 sisters on the spot. However, he didn't. Faced with his own anger and misunderstanding, he not only did not get angry, but patiently explained the reasons. When his sister was in grave danger, he not only didn't stand idly by, but immediately offered her the only way to survive. If these people are scum, then what are they? Thinking of this, a surge of emotion, a mixture of immense shame, lingering fear, and gratitude, rushed into Hua Yuetong's heart. Tears instantly filled my eyes, blurring my vision. Ding! Hua Yutong's affection level plus 20 points. Current favorability, 20 points. I'm sorry. Chun-Yi, I'm so sorry. I thought you wanted to. Chun-Yi smiled and asked, what am I thinking? No, it's my problem. Hua Yuetong said pleadingly. Chun-Yi, since you were able to come up with this method, you must know how to do it, right? Chun-Yi squatted down, flicked her forehead lightly with his finger, and smiled calmly. Silly girl, why are you crying? You 2 sisters were specially photographed by Jiu Yu and handed over to me. Now that I've revealed the 5 elements secret realm method, I'm confident I can save you. Now, it all depends on whether you're willing to believe me this time. I believe you. I believe you. Hua Yuetong practically roared. As long as you can save us. I, Hua Yuetong, swear to the heavens that I will serve you as your slave for life, grant you any request, and never betray you. My sister and I are both innocent. Even though we were captured by Black Ghost City, we have never done anything unethical. Please, save us. Please save me and my sister. Looking at the tearful girl in front of him, Chun-Yi felt a surge of mischievous pleasure. He suppressed his smile and said seriously, my request? There's only one. From now on, put aside all those messy thoughts about auction items or slaves. To me, you are my partners. I will not force you to do anything against your conscience, and you have no need to feel inferior. It's that simple, isn't it? Partner. Hua Yutong was completely stunned. She had anticipated countless harsh conditions and was even prepared to give up everything. But I never expected it to be such a, almost divine request. Is this the true demeanor of a peerless genius? Looking into Chun-Yi's gentle eyes, her defenses completely crumbled at that moment. Ding! Hitomi's affection level increases by 15 points. Current favorability, 35 points. Thank you, Chun-Yi, thank you so much. Hua Yutong was sobbing uncontrollably and could only repeat her gratitude over and over again. Okay, I'll say thank you later. Chun-Yi stood up. Xingtong needs to rest now. Let's go back to the hotel and let her get some rest. I'll take care of things at the 5-element secret realm, don't worry. Of course, that's what they say. Chun-Yi inwardly berated himself several times. In this world, it is common for powerful beast tamers to contract with several female spirit beasts and live together. But why do I feel like I'm getting more and more firmly labeled as a scumbag? Will the Dragon Slayer become the dragon himself? This feeling isn't so bad. Chapter 88 Misunderstanding cleared up. It was evening. The glow of the sunset shone through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in a warm orange-red hue. On the hotel bed, Hua Xingtong's long eyelashes trembled a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. There was still a hint of confusion in his eyes as he was just waking up. Xingtong. You're awake. That's wonderful. A beautiful face, radiating joy at something lost and found, instantly filled her field of vision. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hua Yutong lunged forward and hugged her younger sister tightly. Sister? Hua Xingtong was a little confused. What's wrong with me? I feel so tired. Hua Yutong quickly let go of her, wiped away her own tears, and gently wiped away the wetness on her sister's face with her fingertips. She took a deep breath and, in as calm a tone as possible, told her sister everything that had happened. It also emphasized that Chun Yi's timely cessation of awakening prevented more serious consequences, and the solutions he proposed. Hua Xingtong listened quietly, her initially confused face gradually replaced by surprise, then realization, and finally a bitter self-mockery. She subconsciously raised her hand, her fingertips gently stroking the smooth, delicate inside of her wrist. There, the pale gold cracks had disappeared without a trace. However, a powerful surge of spiritual energy was clearly imprinted in her senses, completely unable to penetrate her limbs and bones. I see. The root of the problem that has been troubling her, the bloodline power that she has been unable to successfully manifest, lies here. Her gaze, filled with complex emotions, passed over her sister's shoulder and landed on Chun-Yi, who was not far away. Thinking back to the resentment she felt towards Chun-Yi for his failed guidance before she lost consciousness, and recalling her sister's furious accusations against Chun-Yi in her desperation. In contrast, this man not only showed no resentment, but also accurately pointed out their terminal illness and offered a solution. A wave of guilt instantly overwhelmed her. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun-Yi. Hua Xingtong struggled to sit up, but Hua Yuedong carefully helped her up. She looked at Chun-Yi, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Thank you for saving me, and for being willing to help us. We misunderstood you before. My sister was just too worried about me. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi nodded slightly. No need to apologize. You've just escaped danger and your energy is severely depleted. The most important thing now is to rest and recover. You don't need to worry too much about the 5 elements secret realm. I have my own arrangements. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. Get some rest. Ding. Hua Xingtong's favorability increased by 40 points. Current favorability, 30 points. Seeing that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, Hua Xingtong was fine except for being a little weak. Chun-Yi felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief. A secret realm, as the name suggests, is a secluded place independent of the real world. That was an alternate dimension, independent of reality, that descended upon this world along with the dimensional rift when the monsters were born. Just like dimensional rifts, a large number of monsters are born every day. Unlike the low-level magical beasts in the wild, which are mostly weak at the beginning and need to devour each other to grow slowly. Monsters born inside the secret realm may start at the 3rd or 4th tier. Even higher. Even more deadly is that in the secret realm, all modern means of communication become completely ineffective, rendering them useless. This means that once you go deep inside, you will be truly and completely isolated from the outside world. Unless you have a special communication device, you won't be able to contact the outside world. According to the information Chun-Yi found on the Beast Tamer forum, the 5 elements secret realm is not a benevolent place. Its internal environment is extreme, the energy of the 5 elements is extremely violent and chaotic, and various extreme weather conditions are everywhere. It was practically a hodgepodge of all sorts of calamities. Although intelligence indicates that the average level of the magical beasts born in the 5 elements secret realm is around the 3rd or 4th tier. With Lin Mingxue and her group's current strength, they can handle it perfectly well. But the most terrifying thing about the secret realm is that it doesn't have a regular clearing system. The Dragon Kingdom's army is mainly deployed in dimensional rifts and wilderness training areas for newbies. The monsters in the secret realm cannot leave, so adventurers have to explore on their own to deal with them. No one knows what kind of magical beasts might be born in the secret realm. Even more critical is its geographical location. The 5 elements secret realm is located precisely at the border between the southwestern border of the Dragon Kingdom and the Kingdom of Tianzhu. Not only must they face the raging natural environment and ferocious monsters, but they must also be wary of humans. In the wilderness of the Dragon Kingdom, murder and robbery and double-crossing among thieves are common occurrences, let alone inside the secret realm. India is notorious among beast tamers for its rampant insults towards spirit beasts. The attitude of the beast tamers in that country towards spirit beasts is simply outrageous. In their eyes, spirit beasts are basically just playthings, slaves, or even worse. The number of malicious incidents targeting spirit beasts is in the thousands every day, and the group is already notorious. Even more terrifying is that some Indian beast tamers' fetishes have extended to purely beast-shaped magical beasts. In the poll on the International Anonymous Forum for Beast Tamers, which asks for the most hated and least desirable nationalities of beast tamers from India have consistently topped the list, demonstrating their notorious reputation. Of course, Chunyi's reason for going to such a dangerous 5-element secret realm was not just to save the Hua sisters. When the system loaded information about the dissipation of spiritual energy into Chunyi's mind, he accidentally discovered something. The reason why the 5 elements formation can cure the dissipation of spiritual power is that it uses powerful force to forcibly break through the obstacles in the spiritual power circuit, and at the same time uses restorative power to repair the spiritual power circuit in the body. If that's the case, let's work backwards. People like them, whose spiritual energy doesn't dissipate, can completely rely on the power of the 5 elements formation to impact their meridians and achieve the body tempering effect described in martial arts novels. Anyway, once the 5 elements formation is activated, it's not like only one person can use it. If we all work together to improve, who knows, it might lead to a significant boost. However, before heading to the 5 elements secret realm, we still need to improve our strength first. Are you sure you can swallow these directly? Aren't they supposed to be ground into powder and mixed with water? Brother Chinyi, what are you doing? Yin Jiuyue and Su Taodao were completely dumbfounded. Who would swallow a monster's core hole like that? What shocked Yin Jiuyue even more was Chunyi's requirement. Everyone must do it at the same time. An almost absurd thought flashed through her mind in an instant. Multiple guidance, S-level talent. Only beast tamers who have awakened this talent can guide multiple spirit beasts to absorb spiritual energy at the same time. But wasn't Chunyi's talent previously demonstrated through bloodline awakening and multiple contracts? Could it be that he has a third talent, and it's an S-level multi-boot system? What kind of monstrous talent combination is this? But despite their thoughts, they all did exactly what they were told. As a result, they were naturally shocked by Chunyi's methods. 100% refined. Perfect guidance for multiple objectives. Is this really that outrageous? Ding. Yin Jiuyue's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Ding. Su Taodao's favorability, plus 1 point. Current favorability rating, 89 points. Chapter 89 Heading to the Border. The sisters, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong, who watched the whole thing from the sidelines, were completely dumbfounded. Although they did not personally experience the impact of that violent energy entering their bodies. But one could clearly sense the soaring aura emanating from Lin Mingxue and the other 3, as if they were riding a rocket. This has completely overturned their understanding of the beast tamer training system. Hua Yutong had only heard about Chunyi's amazing abilities from her sister. Witnessing this miraculous scene with my own eyes, the last trace of doubt in my heart completely vanished. Instead, they felt an indescribable excitement and relief. The sisters might have truly met a benefactor. An unparalleled genius whose abilities cannot be fathomed by common sense. Ding. Hitomi's affection level increases by 5 points. Current favorability, 35 points. Ding. Hua Xingtong's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 40 points. Ding. Lin Mingxue's affinity has reached 75 points, meeting the rank requirement of Tier 2, Stage 10. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Lin Mingxue for successfully learning the new skill, Dragon's Wrath. Gathering spiritual power, unleashing a roar that greatly weakens the enemy's morale and defense, and adds the oppressive force of Dragon's Might. Ding. Luo Shirin's affinity has reached 50 points, meeting the rank requirement of Tier 2, Stage 10. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Luo Shirin for successfully learning the new skill, Song of the Wind. Play the Song of the Wind to increase the movement speed of friendly units. Ding. Su Taotao's affinity has reached 30 points, meeting the rank requirement of Tier 1, Stage 10. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Su Taotao for successfully learning the new skill, Power Gift. Briefly draws a portion of one's own power and infuses it into a designated friendly target, granting them a burst of power boost for a short period. Ding. Yan Juyue's affinity has reached 20 points, meeting the rank requirement of Tier 2, Stage 10. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Yan Juyue for successfully upgrading her spark skill to a high-rank skill, Mystic Foxfire. Concentrate spiritual energy at the tail and unleash a chilling flame capable of annihilating the enemy's soul. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Thanks to Chun Yi's tireless efforts day and night, the affinity of the 4 contracted spirit beast girls finally lived up to expectations, all reaching the critical point of unlocking new skills. It really proves the saying, hard work pays off. Chun Yi rubbed his aching lower back, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This intense training over the past 2 weeks has been even more exhausting than hunting monsters. The only downside is that, apart from the system notifications that come with unlocking skills, the girl's affection level for him seems to be welded to a fixed value and doesn't change at all. Are affinity and favorability 2 separate tracks? Or perhaps, my methods of cultivation aren't enough to make them enjoy it? Every day, Liang, Yin Jiuyue's family, and Luo Qinghe's family would send a lot of monster cores. Thanks to him, Chun Yi and his group were able to cultivate in peace. During this period, Chun Yi himself broke through to the 3rd tier, 6th stage. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin have both reached the 5th stage of the 3rd tier. Su Taotao then reached the 3rd stage, 1st level. Yin Jiuyue's social class remained unchanged. After all, her level was already as high as the 3rd rank, 10th stage. Although Chun Yi could guide the spiritual energy flow to multiple spirit beast girls at the same time, the physical exertion was still real. Before I could win over Hua Yutong and acquire her powerful physical abilities, Chun Yi could only strategically allocate resources to prioritize the rapid growth of Su Taotao, who had the lowest rank. In response, Yin Jiyue, a 25-year-old mature woman, was exceptionally understanding and even indulgent towards her junior. Little Peach is growing rapidly, so I'm not in a hurry. Of course, the premise is that you cultivate affinity with her every night, and her position will remain unchanged. This is a matter of principle. As for the sisters Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong, their physical condition has visibly improved under the special treatment provided by Chun Yi. His pale cheeks finally regained color, and his listless breath became stronger. Most importantly, when they try to mobilize the dormant power within them, a long-lost feeling of excitement was clearly conveyed. Although there is still a long way to go before truly entering the spirit beast form, this is undoubtedly great news. This at least proves that Chun Yi's diagnosis and initial treatment direction were completely correct. Of course, to truly transform oneself, one still needs to look at the 5 elements formation. On this day, Chun Yi and his group, having made all the preparations, boarded a flight bound for the southwestern border of the Dragon Kingdom. They did not encounter any monster attacks along the way. After a day and a night of sailing, we finally arrived at Tianhai City, the human city closest to the 5 elements secret realm. Of course, although it is said to be the closest, the actual entrance to the secret realm is still in a desolate border area 70 or 80 kilometers away. Chun Yi's old acquaintance, Liang, also came over. However, he had no intention of entering the secret realm with Chun Yi. He was simply worried that the promising talent he had finally found would be lost there, so he volunteered to act as the logistics support captain. Brother Chun Yi, how about I fly everyone over there? Lin Mingxue volunteered. It's only a distance of 70 or 80 kilometers. It'll only take me half an hour to fly there. Chun Yi shook his head. Let's forget it. What kind of dirty tricks won't those guys from India do? Flying at low altitude will make us too big of a target and easy to become sitting ducks. To be on the safe side, let's drive in. Shirin and Jiyue can both drive, so it will be more discreet and less strenuous. Upon hearing this, Liang immediately put on his role as the logistics minister and made a phone call to mobilize people. A moment later, he rubbed his hands together, and with a mixture of flattery and helplessness, he approached Chun Yi. Brother Chun Yi, the car is fine, but we need to install a special protective shield that can resist the erosion of the secret realm's elements. All the ready-made modified cars are already rented out, and modifying a new car, the earliest we can pick it up is tomorrow morning. How about we stay for the night? Chun Yi sighed. All right, safety first. Tonight, everyone get some rest. He said this not only to everyone else, but also to his own weathered kidneys. I need to rest and recuperate properly tonight. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is often harsh. When Chun Yi uttered the words, get some rest, the expressions on the faces of Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taotao, and Yanzhu instantly became subtle. I've just mastered a new skill and need to practice it extensively to solidify and improve it. As their beast tamer, How could Chun-Yi be absent from such an important training session? Thus, under the siege of the 4 inquisitive female contracted spirit beasts. Tonight, Chun-Yi's plan to rest and recuperate has completely fallen through. As dawn broke and the clock hands laboriously pointed to 3 in the morning, the sky outside the window began to lighten. The girl finally fell into a deep sleep. Chun-Yi collapsed on the bed, feeling completely drained. Winning over Hua Yuedong and getting this strong body skill, it's urgent. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll die here before I even get into the secret realm. Driven by an insatiable desire for core skills and a feeling of physical exhaustion, Chun-Yi fell asleep almost instantly. Chapter 95 Elements Secret Realm. The following morning, outside Tianhai City, a modified off-road vehicle with a special matte coating and extremely high chassis drove away from the hotel and headed towards the border area. Inside the car, sisters Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong sat side by side in the back seat. Through the reinforced car windows, my gaze fell upon the increasingly desolate and primitive landscape. His eyes held a mixture of trepidation about the unknown realm, a strong desire to heal himself, and a hint of indescribable pressure. They now completely trust Chun-Yi. The past 2 weeks of getting to know each other have convinced them that Chun-Yi is a beast tamer who dotes on his contracted spirit beasts and also possesses very powerful abilities. The other sisters were all rescued by Chun-Yi from despair and given a new life. For these 2 flawed individuals, meeting Chun-Yi must be a blessing they earned by saving the galaxy in their past lives. That's precisely why they are even more worried. The 5-element secret realm is extremely dangerous, and Chun-Yi and his companions are going to venture into such a perilous place for the sake of the 2 sisters. If something were to happen to them, they would truly be deserving of 1,000 deaths. This is really stressful. Sitting on Chun-Yi's lap in the passenger seat, Lin Mingxue seemed to sense the sisters' low spirits. She turned around and said calmly, "Don't worry. You haven't seen all of Chun-Yi's abilities yet. If he says it can work, it definitely can. We will all come back safely. But what if we encounter a terrifying enemy? There's no chance of anything going wrong. Little Xingtong, you can rest assured. Don't forget, Chun-Yi has prepared quite a few secret weapons using the batch of spiritual treasures that Sister Jiuyu brought back. They'll definitely open your eyes to something amazing." I see. What exactly is Chun-Yi's innate ability? How does he have so many abilities? I don't know either, but I feel like he can do anything as long as it involves us. The 2 sisters chuckled twice and didn't say anything more. This filter is way too heavy. Why don't you say that Chun-Yi, like those characters in online novels, has a system? However, Chun-Yi certainly deserves this kind of filter. She is indeed too outstanding. However, Yin Jiue vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Wait, weren't those rare treasures I brought meant to activate my bloodline? These words were spoken. The atmosphere inside the SUV, which had been relatively relaxed, instantly froze. Chun-Yi twitched his lips. He had almost forgotten about this. If I had known that we had such a deep conversation last night, I should have taken the opportunity to confess when Yin Jiue was shouting, "I want more." She was easily swayed back then. A few words of coaxing and she would be fine. "Jiue, about this matter." Chun-Yi cleared his throat, attempting to explain. "I'm so sorry, Sister Jiuyu." However, Su Taotao interrupted. "It's all my fault. I wanted to heal from the demonization quickly, so I begged Brother Chun-Yi to say those things. Actually, Chun-Yi's ability to awaken his bloodline doesn't require something like the spiritual remains. He said that so he could get the spirit remains from you as soon as possible for me to use. Blame me if you want, but please don't be angry with Brother Chun-Yi." Upon hearing this, Yin Jiue was slightly taken aback, then burst out laughing. "Taotao, how could your sister blame you? That thing is just sitting there anyway. If you can use it, it's making the most of it. Your sister is overjoyed." "Oh, I see. Thank you, Sister Jiue." However, Yin Jiue abruptly changed the subject, her captivating peach blossom eyes instantly locking onto Chun-Yi, her expression a mixture of anger and grievance. "Chun-Yi, we've already signed a contract, and I'm completely yours now. Why are you hiding this little thing from me? Do you think I don't trust you enough? Or, The drawn-out ending sound sent a chill down Chun-Yi's spine. He guiltily avoided that burning gaze and made up a lie. Sister Jiuyu, you're so beautiful. Every night I'm so mesmerized by your beauty that my mind gets all foggy, and forget about you." Excuses. I won't listen. Yin Jiue tossed her long hair haughtily, pouting her red lips. Unless you accompany me alone during the next affinity training. You're not allowed to bring them. Chun-Yi rolled his eyes instantly. Really? I knew this would happen. This vixen's abacus beads are practically popping out of her face. Fine, Sai. Hee, that's more like it. Alright, stop fooling around. Luo Shireen, who had been driving quietly, spoke up at the right moment. We've arrived. Everyone perked up and looked ahead. In a desolate wilderness, there stood an arched gate of light, about 5 meters high and 6 meters wide. A bustling crowd moved about ahead. It looks just like a bustling commercial street at night. Anyone want to explore the realm of wind? We're 1 short for 3. We just need a team of beast tamers of tier 3, stage 5, or higher. Seeking a team to hunt fire attribute magical beasts using the Mirror of Fire, consisting of a tier 3, rank 8 beastmaster, and 2 water attribute contracted spirit beasts. Just pick any Indian beast tamer, at least level 3, no Chinese. Selling maps, 5 elements formation maps, 10,000 Chinese yuan or 1 million rupees. Anyone interested? A variety of sounds filled the air, making it feel less like the wilderness and more like a supply station. No wonder the journey here was so smooth. We didn't encounter a single monster. So, were they all wiped out by the beast tamers here? Chun-Yi scanned the crowd. As the intelligence indicated, 3rd-tier beast tamers were the majority, and occasionally a few stronger 4th-tier auras could be sensed, but their numbers were extremely rare. This scene inexplicably gave him the feeling of playing a large-scale online game and waiting at the entrance of a dungeon to form a team. There are so many people. There are many Indians too. It's strange that so many people want to explore the 5 elements secret realm. Isn't it supposed to be very dangerous? The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. And the more dangerous the place, the rarer the rarest natural treasures are likely to be found there. The women were all talking about it. Just then, hey bro. A dark-skinned man with a heavy Indian accent approached Chun-Yi's car window, waving a roll of parchment in his hand. Want a map? The latest survey version, updated just half a month ago. 10,000 Chinese yuan, absolutely great value. Chun-Yi noticed that this guy originally wanted to chat up Luo Shireen in the driver's seat. But upon recognizing the woman driving, a hint of undisguised contempt flashed in his eyes, and he immediately turned his attention to himself. It's obvious they didn't treat the spirit beasts as human beings. The Indian's character is indeed as good as their reputation. Judging from this, it was definitely the right decision to take precautions against the beast tamers from India. Chun-Yi sighed and didn't pay much attention to these things. After all, they really need maps right now. Can I see the map first? Certainly. The map vendor readily handed the map through the car window. Chapter 91, Entering the Secret Realm. Chun-Yi unfolded the map and quickly scanned it. The entire 5 elements secret realm is clearly divided into 5 huge regular pentagonal regions: light, wind, water, fire, and earth. The environmental characteristics of each area, the known types of dangerous monsters, and even some relatively safe paths are marked with different symbols. Roughly estimated, each region has a side length of over 500 kilometers, making its area incredibly large. The core of the secret realm, which is also the location of the entrance and exit, is the central intersection of these 5 areas, the location of the 5 elements formation. The map clearly indicates that activating the magic array requires one of each of the 5 elemental spirit stones, as well as a corresponding elemental treasure as a catalyst. Spirit stones can be found in 5 areas or purchased from other beast tamers, but the price and difficulty are marked with a big question mark on the map. In addition, many areas are marked with prominent skulls and the words high risk and high-level monsters. It has to be said that it is quite detailed, with various annotations, and even records of the monsters that have appeared in the past, making it easy to understand. Great, very detailed, I'll take it. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing the money transfer complete, the map vendor's face broke into a smile. He looked around and said, "Hey, my friend from China, since you were so straightforward, I'll give you a heads up. See that bald, burly guy in the black vest over there? He's a tough guy at level 5, stage 1. The 2 guys next to him are his underlings. They're the local bullies in this area. You have too many beautiful women in your car. If he sets his sights on you, he didn't finish speaking, but his gloating yet sympathetic look said it all. I see. Chun-Yi nodded calmly and closed the car window. Tier 5 Beastmaster. What's there to be afraid of? Give Yin Juyue a power boost card, and she'll instantly gain 6th tier combat power and smash your head to pieces. If all else fails, there's still 1 communication crystal left. If we really can't win, We can call for reinforcements and let him know what a spirit beast of the 10th rank or higher is like. Then, Brother Chun-Yi, shall I drive in now? Okay, just drive right in. There are two sides to the story. They watched as Chun-Yi's modified off-road vehicle completely disappeared into the portal of light in the secret realm, vanishing into the distorted halo of light. The map vendor, who had been all smiles and fawning just moments before, instantly changed his expression, hunched over, and shuffled over to Gallahan's group. Boss Lon, what a fat sheep. Top quality goods. He deftly removed the inconspicuous metal pendant from his neck, and with a flick of his fingers, pulled out a micro SD card from behind. I've taken pictures of everything. Please take a look. As the SD card was inserted into the tablet computer next to it, a clear image immediately appeared on the screen. It was the scene inside the car with Chun-Yi and his group. 6 faces, each with a distinct style, yet equally stunning, instantly caught the eye of Karakhan and his 2 men. Hiss! Several gasps of astonishment rang out. The 3 gazes instantly turned scorching, filled with undisguised lewdness and possessiveness. Damn, they're all top-notch. Each one is more amazing than the last. Karakhan's breathing became heavier, and he grinned with a cruel and greedy smile. I've been squatting in this godforsaken place for almost a week, and I can finally open for business. And 6 of them at once. When I'm tired of them, I can sell them for more than 1 billion rupees. The map vendor leaned closer, grinning obsequiously. Boss, that pretty boy is at most a 3rd or 4th tier rank, and none of the girls in the car are above 4th rank. They don't even have a decent bodyguard. They're probably just a bunch of clueless newbies trying their luck in the secret realm. A complete rookie squad. Taking them down will be a piece of cake. Well done. Karakhan gave a satisfied snort, casually pulled a card from his pocket, and tossed it over like a beggar's gift. 20 million rupees. Here you go. Get lost. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The map vendor grabbed the bank card, bowing and scraping. A fleeting, almost imperceptible pity flashed across his eyes, only to be quickly swallowed up by a deeper greed. They then resumed their work selling maps. He had warned them beforehand, but they were caught by Karakhan in the end, so they can't be blamed, right? People die for money, birds die for food. This is the only way for these people at the bottom of society to make money. Karakhan stared at the entrance to the portal, his grin growing increasingly sinister. Remember this. None of those girls are allowed to have their faces injured. I want them intact. Yes, boss. The 5 Elements secret realm is a place where the 5 elements converge. After a strong sense of spatial disorientation and a blinding white light, the SUV landed heavily on the ground. When they saw what was in front of them, even though they were prepared, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. The sky is not a single color, but rather like an overturned palette, with bands of light in crimson, indigo, ochre, emerald green, and blazing white writhing wildly like living things, occasionally bursting into dazzling flashes. The ground beneath their feet was equally eerie. Just a step away might be a cracked, scorched lava field, while within a step it could be a slippery, muddy swamp, and further away you could see floating icebergs and howling sandstorms. The intense energy clashes at the intersection of the 5 regional boundaries create visible energy turbulence. The air was thick and heavy, and every breath brought a strong sense of discomfort. When the body comes into contact with this air, it always feels like falling into a swamp, which is very uncomfortable. It's safe to say that any ordinary person with only the 1st level who comes here would probably die within a minute. It's terrifying. Is everything alright? Chun-Yi quickly scanned the crowd and asked. Yeah, I don't feel like it has any impact. Me too. I'm just feeling a bit unwell and want to take a shower. I feel sticky all over, even though I haven't been sweating. It's alright. I don't think it will have any impact. The 4 women had relatively high physical strength, which was enough to sustain them. However, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong were in significantly worse condition. Their faces were pale, their foreheads were covered in fine sweat, and their breathing was slightly rapid. How are you all feeling? Chun-Yi looked at the 2 sisters and asked. I can only say it's alright, but I feel like we can only last for about 1 or 2 hours at most. The energy at the center point is too chaotic. Why don't we go check out the single attribute area first? That might make things better. That makes sense. Let's check the attribute area first. Chun-Yi looked at Yin Juyue. Juyue, you mentioned you wanted to come here before. Do you have any suggestions? Which area should we go to first? Yin Juyue tilted her head. Her fluffy fox tail twitched, and then pointed in a direction. Wind. I feel that it's relatively, calmer over there. You didn't just point things out on the spot, did you? You didn't actually make a plan at all. Hey, I'm serious, okay? Do you dare swear? If I'm lying, you'll serve me tonight. If I'm telling the truth, you'll train me tonight. Damn it. Is there even a difference? Chapter 92, Strengthening Spiritual Power. Ultimately, the off-road vehicle headed towards the windy area. Just as Yin Jius sensed, the closer one got to the edge of the wind zone, the less the violent and chaotic energy erosion felt in the center became. But instead, there was a pure, overwhelming pressure from the wind, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. It wasn't until they actually entered the entrance to the wind zone that the scene before them made everyone fully realize that this so-called peace was just another form of hell. There was no road in front of us at all. Instead, countless fragments of rock of varying sizes and strange shapes floated densely in midair, slowly moving with the direction of the storm, forming the only passage. The wind here has long transcended the concept of airflow, transforming into a tangible, sharp blade. The sharp whistling sound was the only background noise in this world, never ending. Even more terrifying, countless boulders swept up by the gale at the bottom of the canyon formed a rain of stones that blotted out the sky. Fist-sized rocks, amplified by the terrifying speed of the gale, slammed into everything indiscriminately with a piercing whistling sound. There were no clouds in the sky, only a pale light torn to shreds by the gale, and a biting chill brought by the high-speed airflow. Of course, this is nothing to beast tamers and spirit beasts of the third rank or above. Unfortunately, the off-road vehicle couldn't be used for the rest of the journey. At the same time, the air was filled with strong winds. The harsh environment rendered Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's flying abilities virtually useless. If it were to take off by force, its massive body would only become a target for the gale and the rain of stones. However, according to the annotations on the map, these strong winds are actually similar to tornadoes, but only the outer areas are dangerous. Once you cross this outer band of deadly winds and enter the relatively stable core area deep within the Rift Valley, the situation will improve. Not long after, Chun-Yi and his group successfully passed through the energy barrier at the entrance to the wind zone and arrived at the Death Gale Belt. The scene before me suddenly changed, and a huge rift valley with no bottom and no other side stretched out in front of me. It seems that the only way to cross this place is to rely on the temporary road formed by countless floating boulders drifting in the raging air currents. Chun-Yi quickly scanned the area and swiftly identified a relatively stable floating path. He turned and looked at Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong. You two, can you handle it? No problem, as long as you don't get hit head-on by the strong wind. As Hua Yuetong spoke, she took out a rope and deftly tied herself and her sister's waists tightly together. Hua Xingtong is naturally a bit reckless, which should minimize the danger. Sis, I'm fine. Hua Xingtong protested somewhat embarrassedly, but was silenced by a stern glare from Hua Yuetong. Shut up. Hold on tight. I understand. Watching the two sisters interact, the other girls couldn't help but smile. Having a twin sister or twin brother seems pretty good, doesn't it? Let's go. Watch your step and watch out for changes in wind direction. Chun-Yi took the initiative and leaped onto the first target boulder. The foothold was stable enough that I wouldn't fall. Soon, the girls followed one by one. Luo Shirin entered her armed form, spread her wings, and walked at the back, acting as the safety officer. After all, the gaps between these giant rocks are quite large, and one could easily fall in if one is not careful. Safety should be the top priority. Soon, an hour had quietly passed. The group followed the path formed by the floating giant rocks, advancing step by step towards the other side of the Rift Valley. The initial vigilance eased slightly as the journey went smoothly. Despite the warning on the map that monsters lurked in the rocks, Krypton walked for an hour without finding any. However, just as Chun-Yi's toes landed on the surface of a seemingly ordinary giant rock covered with honeycomb-like holes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp, piercing screech erupted instantly from every hole in the rock. Immediately afterwards, the surface of the rock burst open with a roar. Dozens of bluish-gray shadows, accompanied by shrill whistles that tore through the air, pounced on Chun-Yi from all directions as he landed. The claws flashed with a sharp blue light, revealing themselves to be wind blades compressed to the extreme. Warcraft, Windhawk. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level, Tier 3, Stage 2. Attribute, Wind. Skills, Shrink, Wind Claws. Synopsis, cunning social predators, adept at concealing themselves in wind-eroded rock crevices to launch deadly attacks. Individual strength is limited, but their collective offensive is swift and devastating. Holy crap, there really was an ambush. Chun-Yi was startled, cursing inwardly that the map hadn't lied to him. He had been careless. However, in the blink of an eye, the girls, who had already developed a tacit understanding in battle, reacted with extreme speed. Fortunately, their previous vigilance hadn't completely disappeared, and the girls reacted the moment they sensed the approaching danger. Chun-Yi, be careful! Lin Mingxue shouted and gently blew, and an ice wall instantly rose from the ground, firmly protecting Chun-Yi's footing and preventing him from falling into the abyss due to the sudden attack. With a wave of her jade hand, Luo Shirin sent several condensed streams of cyan silk weaving into a fine net that enveloped Chun-Yi and the Hua twins, shielding them from the Wind Falcon's attack. Su Taodao directly reached out and grabbed a Wind Falcon. A terrifying suction force erupted from the vortex under her armpit, and within seconds it was decomposed and devoured, turning into a wisp of pure energy that she absorbed. Yin Jiyue immediately entered her armed form, 9 silver-white tails unfurling behind her. 6 fox tails precisely lashed out and shattered the approaching wind falcons, while the other 3 tails served as sentinels to guard against and deflect wind blades fired from afar. Chun-Yi finally had the opportunity to prove his strength. Previously, the girls were too strong, and he, as a beast tamer, was practically just a tourist, only able to play around with pebbles out of boredom. Now we need to see just how strong we really are. He raised his right hand, hooked his thumb around his middle finger, and made a perfectly standard finger snap motion. Wind blade slash. Call out. A pale blue wind blade, about 2 inches long, tore through the air and shot precisely at a wind falcon in the outer area. Uft. The wind blade accurately hit its target. However, the results were not very good. The falcon was only knocked off balance by the impact, a bloody gash appeared on its wing, and a few feathers fell out. And that was the end of it. Chun-Yi's lips twitched. The damage is so touching? Could it be that my spiritual power is too low? I feel like I should try strengthening my spiritual power. Chun-Yi currently has a physical constitution of 60 points, but his spiritual power is only 24 points, and he has not improved it since leveling up. If converted to spirit beasts, it would be roughly equivalent to the spiritual power of a first stage 10th level A or B level spirit beast. That's definitely too low. I still have 60 enhancement points left. I think it's okay to use them to enhance myself. Keep 30 points in reserve for emergencies, and the rest, go all in. System, give me 30 points of spiritual power. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current spiritual power, 54 points. Chapter 93 The Danger That Follows. As the system notification tone faded. Boom. An unprecedentedly refreshing surge of energy instantly flooded his mind. It was as if a river channel that had been blocked for many years had been instantly opened up. The world before his eyes suddenly became incredibly clear. The trajectory of the wind, the flow of energy, were reflected in his perception as if in slow motion. My mind has never been so clear, and I can control every bit of spiritual energy flowing through my body as if it were my own arm. Holy crap. So this is what it feels like to have high spiritual energy. Chun-Yi was both surprised and delighted. Physical enhancement strengthens the physical body, while spiritual power enhances mental perception and control. This is a huge win. His gaze once again locked onto the injured falcon that had already fled dozens of meters away and was still flapping its wings. Try this one. With the same flicking motion, 54 points of spiritual energy surged within his body and instantly condensed at his fingertips. Call out. This time, the sound of something cutting through the air was sharp and piercing, like a long whistle. A massive wind blade, 4 inches long, almost solidified, and with sharp blue light flashing at its edges, tore through the sky with a speed and power several times greater than before. The falcon seemed to sense a deadly danger and tried to escape in terror. But it was too late. Uft. The blue light flashed and disappeared. The falcon's body suddenly stiffened in midair, and then a deep red line of blood appeared from the center of its body. The next second, its body was cut in two neatly, like tofu sliced by the sharpest knife. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs was instantly swept away by the violent gale. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. A mere 30 points of spiritual power can make a world of difference in the power of a skill. That's a bit outrageous. TSK, not bad, not bad. Chun-Yi flicked his fingers, feeling the surging spiritual power within him, and looking at the wind falcon's remains cleanly cut in half in the distance. He felt a surge of satisfaction. It seems that with my current combat strength, taking on an ordinary third-tier A-level spirit beast shouldn't be a problem. Next time I have the chance, I'll definitely increase my spiritual power. This thing has an immediate and noticeable effect on increasing skill power. The outcome of the battle that followed was a foregone conclusion. The remaining dozens of falcons didn't even last a minute against the girls before being completely wiped out. Only a few monster cores were kept and collected. These little things are really insidious. If it weren't for the map warning, they might have actually bitten me if they suddenly popped out of the rocks to launch a sneak attack. Yes, luckily we were prepared. But what I'm more concerned about is the skill that Chun-Yi just used. It looked like a wind blade, didn't it? Can beast tamers use our skills too? As soon as he said this, all the girls' eyes were focused on Chun-Yi, although they had long been accustomed to Chun-Yi's endless stream of amazing methods. However, witnessing the Beastmaster himself unleash the beast's combat skills revealed that their power was not insignificant. It still had a huge impact on my heart. Chun-Yi's lips curled into a smug smile, basking in the girls' surprised yet slightly admiring gazes. He was about to put on a good show. I told you, I have plenty of trump cards up my sleeve. Before he could finish speaking, bang bang bang. Suddenly, a series of incredibly loud, bone-chilling sounds of rocks cracking erupted overhead. A violent updraft suddenly rose from the bottom of the rift valley, whipping up countless pieces of rock. Accelerated by the raging gale, these pebbles transformed into a sky-covering rain of stones, crashing down upon the floating rock area where Chun-Yi and his group were located. Holy crap, is this ever going to end? Chun-Yi's boastful declaration was forced back, and he couldn't help but blurt out a beautiful phrase from a traditional Chinese culture. Left. Quick. There's a depression under that giant rock. Walk. Ping 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 ping. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Dense rocks slammed into the surrounding rocks like cannonballs. The hard rock was instantly chiseled into countless deep pits, and rubble flew everywhere. Although a third-tier spirit beast's physical attributes should be sufficient to withstand this rain of stones. But none of us are masochists, so why go looking for trouble? Finally, 5 minutes later, the rain of stones finally stopped. Phew, it's finally stopped. This 5-element secret realm, it's simply not a place for humans to stay. No wonder people online say this place has abundant resources, but a low recommendation rating. It's like having the chance to make money, but not the chance to spend it. It is indeed too dangerous. The beast tamers who come here to make money are probably not ordinary people. After observing the environment and everyone's condition, Chun-Yi decisively ordered, "Let's rest here for a while, replenish our water, and adjust our spiritual energy. Judging from the current situation, it will probably take several more hours to reach the inner area." Good. There are two sides to the story. Just as Chun-Yi and his group were resting, Karahan, along with his 2 men, followed the path Chun-Yi and his group had taken, heading towards the wind region. Behind them, 12 female contracted spirit beasts, their expressions numb and their bodies bearing more or less scars, followed like zombies, showing no reaction to the treacherous surroundings. Judging from this, he must have suffered a lot of torment and abuse on a daily basis. Damn it! Galakon kicked aside a piece of rubble that was in his way. Have these Chinese idiots lost their minds? Why don't they take the sunny road in the zone of light and instead insist on going to this godforsaken wind wasteland? If a few of them fall to their deaths, I'll skin that kid alive. What he cared about was not Chun-Yi's life or death, but whether those 6 top-quality goods were unharmed. The contracted spirit beast behind him paid no heed to its master's roar, its eyes filled with only a deathly grayness. Capture the new sisters? For them, it was nothing more than a repetition of this hellish life. Rahan, look over there. A sharp-eyed henchman pointed to a huge rock ahead, its edges cratered and uneven. It's them. They look like they're resting. Karakhan looked in the direction of the voice, and a sinister smile finally appeared on his tense face. Good, good. It's good that he didn't die from the fall. It saves me a lot of trouble. Let's go? Let's go say hello. However, as he was about to rush over, another troublesome henchman grabbed him. Wait, Brother Lahan, you can't do that. Look at that rock, it's like a sieve. If we start fighting, that broken rock definitely won't hold up, and all those people will fall down, and we'll be finished. Galakon looked closely. Sure enough, the giant rock structure that served as shelter was very fragile and full of cracks. His face instantly darkened. Damn it. What a fucking bad luck. Boss, don't panic. Since they were able to get this far, they must have the ability to get into the inner circle. Although the inner circle of the storm is also dangerous, the terrain is much more open and the space is more stable. Why don't we go around it first and wait on the only way to the inner circle? Then we can trap them like turtles in a jar, and after we succeed, We can retreat directly from the relatively easier fire area without anyone knowing. After weighing the pros and cons, Karakhan finally gave a heavy snort. Fine. We'll do it your way. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he led his men and the numb spirit beasts around the giant rock where Chun-Yi and the others were, and continued to advance towards the inner circle of the storm. Chapter 94 Death Wind Eagle. Although Karakhan and his group acted discreetly, but Chun-Yi still caught that greedy look that was cast at him in an instant. That person looks like Karakhan, doesn't he? What are they doing here? Is it a coincidence? Or are they here for us? The other party's deliberate avoidance made Chun-Yi lower his guard slightly. However, he still kept a watchful eye. He had deliberately driven a car with one-way windows into the secret realm to prevent the beast tamers of Tianju Kingdom from seeing the appearances of the contracted girls, and he hadn't seen anyone else on the way. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have attracted any attention, except for the map vendor. But Karakhan still showed up there. The cause and effect relationship here is truly intriguing. What's wrong, Brother Chun-Yi? Why do you suddenly look so pale? Su Taotao noticed the change in Chun-Yi's aura and leaned over to ask worriedly, gently tugging at his clothes with her small hand. Lin Mingxue also cast a cool but concerned glance. Are you injured? Or did you consume too much spiritual energy? Chun-Yi instantly suppressed his murderous intent, a relaxed smile returning to his face. He reached out and ruffled Su Taotao's hair, saying in a teasing tone, What are you thinking? Nothing's wrong with me. I was just thinking. When we set up camp tonight, this godforsaken place is full of cracks in the rocks. Which auspicious spot should we choose to properly train you to? Upon hearing this, both women blushed. It's still broad daylight, and you're saying things like that. Yin Jiyue, who was just about to come closer, couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Her foxtail tip lightly brushed against Chun-Yi's calf. Oh, little brother Chun-Yi, it's not even evening yet, and you're already thinking about it? Chun-Yi smiled and said, You're all so beautiful. If I don't have my eye on you, would I still be a man? Upon hearing this, Yin Jiyue lightly licked her lips. Since you're already thinking about us, Brother Chun-Yi, why don't we just settle this here? There's a convenient cover right here. I rested for about 2 hours. Chun-Yi and his group set off again, steadily advancing towards the inner circle of the storm. Having learned from the previous attack by the Wind Falcon, Lin Mingxue, who also possesses the ability to fly, volunteered to scout ahead and ensure everything went smoothly. This arrangement proved to be extremely wise. During the rest of their journey, they encountered 3 more waves of falcon attacks. These monsters would suddenly emerge from the cracks in the rocks, trying to catch everyone off guard. However, these sneak attacks were as easy as handing food to Chun-Yi and his group, who were well prepared. The 3 battles were clean and efficient, resulting in 0 casualties and the acquisition of hundreds of monster cores. Su Taotao also had a hearty meal. It feels just like being a food delivery person. Strangeness? As Chun-Yi stored the crystal core in his storage space, he frowned in thought. Gallahan's group was clearly ahead of us. So how come none of the Wind Falcon ambushes were triggered along the way? Did they have some special means to avoid them? Whistle. The question had just surfaced in my mind. A sharp, piercing eagle cry, capable of splitting clouds and shattering rocks, suddenly descended from the sky. The terrifying sound wave made the surrounding floating giant rocks tremble slightly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, whose entire body was made of wind elements, circling high in the sky. Its body, formed entirely of wind elements, is a translucent bluish-white color, with white light shimmering at the edges of its wings. Each flap of its wings creates a small tornado. A huge shadow swept by, and the moon-white eagle eyes stared intently at Chun-Yi and his group. It seems they have already regarded it as prey. Warcraft, Deathhawk. Difficulty, 8 stars, Beastmaster. Level, Tier 4, Stage 2. Attributes, Wind, Light. Skills, Gale, Rapid Dive, Flash. Description, formed from pure wind and light energy. It has no physical form, moves with extreme speed, excels at high-altitude raids, and is the nightmare of countless explorers. A 4th-tier Beast King. Chun-Yi's eyes lit up. Far from being afraid, he became excited. Finally, some good stuff. Everyone watch out, don't let it get away. This thing is the king of beasts. Clear. The women responded in unison, instantly entering battle mode. The Death Hawk clearly sensed the difficulty of its prey below and did not swoop down rashly. Instead, it circled high in the sky, and with each flap of its wings, gusts of fierce wind gathered and howled towards the crowd. Even more insidious is that it will occasionally use a flash skill with a blinding white light that severely interferes with vision. Boom, boom, boom. A violent storm crashed into the giant rock where everyone was taking shelter, creating a deafening explosion. This thing is really troublesome. Hiding so high, my foxfire can't reach it. It's too fast and too far away. It's so hard to hit. Damn it. Should I just transform into human form and attack? This monster is too arrogant. Don't. Chun-Yi quickly stopped Lin Mingxue, who was about to transform, saying, what if you get your face scratched by all those flying pebbles? But what should we do? They're too far away. We can't hit them. It's all right. Leave it to me. Just as the Death Hawk swooped down to probe once again, Chun-Yi pointed his fingers together to form a sword and slashed it fiercely towards the sky. Wind blade slash. A wind blade flashing with a blinding blue light shot out from the sky. This is an advanced version of the wind blade slash that he created himself in previous battles, combining the spiritual power manipulation techniques taught by the girls. By compressing all spiritual energy into a single line, speed, accuracy, and penetrating power increased dramatically. Whistle. The Death Hawk let out a long, terrified cry, instinctively sensing a deadly threat. It flapped its wings frantically, and at the critical moment, it suddenly rose in altitude. The wind blades grazed its translucent wingtips, and the resulting wind pressure tore apart half of its wing. This attack utterly terrified the Deathwind Eagle. It dared not lower its altitude any longer, hovering only at the extreme distance, occasionally dropping a few tornadoes as a nuisance. TSK, you dodged really fast. Chun-Yi flicked his fingers with some regret. However, Schwer, I have an idea. What method? Use your ice breath to create an ice path beneath your feet. That way we can fight our way up. Lin Mingxue's beautiful eyes lit up. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? She took a deep breath and blew it out forcefully. An ice wall rapidly extended from her feet into the sky, instantly forming an ice path leading to the Death Hawk. Walk. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged a glance, then stepped onto the ice path without hesitation and sped towards the sky. In their armed form, they move as if on flat ground, their speed as fast as lightning. The Death Hawk was clearly caught off guard by its prey's counterattack and retreated in a panic. However, seeing that Chun-Yi didn't seem to make any move, only these two girls came. It thinks it's good enough now. Whistle. With a flap of its wings and a sharp whistle, it swooped down again, releasing a small tornado at the same time. The two women nimbly dodged, rapidly approaching the Deathwind Eagle. Before long, it entered his attack range, and he raised his hand to unleash an ice breath and a wind blade slash. Chapter 95, entering the inner area. The Death Hawk dodged to the side, and both attacks grazed its body. However, at that moment, Chun-Yi seized the opportunity and unleashed the wind blade slash once again. The Death Hawk had just completed its perfect dodge and hadn't even had time to regain its footing. The wind blade slash accurately struck one of its wings, tearing its wind elemental body apart and causing it to tilt uncontrollably. Now, Lin Mingxue seized the opportunity, took a sudden step forward, and her Azure Dragon Claw tore off half of the Deathwind Eagle's body, pinning it to a giant rock. Luo Shirin then began to sing the Song of Destruction, and a terrifying demonic sound instantly spread out, sweeping through the consciousness of the Deathwind Eagle and obliterating its physical body. Boom! In its final struggle, the Deathwind Hawk unleashed a terrifying gale in an attempt to force the two women back. However, it was all in vain. With the perfect cooperation of Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, this fourth-tier beast king quickly reached the end of its life. Its body crumbled inch by inch, turning into countless specks of light scattered across the sky. A green crystal core, about the size of a fist and seemingly swirling with a storm inside, fell down and was caught steadily by Lin Mingxue. Su Taodao couldn't wait any longer. Fully armed form activated, the black hole vortex under his armpits spun wildly, devouring all the pure wind elemental energy that dissipated when the Deathwind Eagle vanished. He's a fourth-tier beast king after all. His body can't be wasted. It has to be said that it is several times more delicious than the flesh of ordinary monsters. It's so delicious. I feel hungrier the more I eat. Knock off. A fourth-tier beast king, is that all there is to it? It's all thanks to Brother Chun-Yi. If it weren't for his support just now, I think this thing would have gotten away. Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong witnessed the entire battle and were deeply shocked. A third-tier spirit beast kills a fourth-tier beast king, a level above its own. And this was even when the opponent had an absolute terrain advantage. What's even more terrifying is that Yin Jiyue, the strongest member of the team, and Su Taotao, who has the ability to weaken opponents, didn't even have to make a move, yet they won so easily. Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Is this the power after Bloodline Awakening? Is this Chen Yi's team? Hua Yutong murmured to herself, her small hands unconsciously clenching the hem of her clothes, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unprecedented longing. Hua Yutong was also filled with excitement, but her gaze lingered more on Chen Yi. This man's command, his incredible wind blades, and his precise control of the battle. Is this the beast tamer who can be called an unparalleled prodigy? That's incredible. Instantly, an unprecedented sense of security surged into her heart. She was absolutely certain that with this man, she and her sister would be able to be reborn. Perhaps because they had absorbed the aura of the Beast King after killing the Death Wind Hawk, Chen Yi and his group's journey went surprisingly smoothly for the rest of the time. The demonic beasts that had been lurking in the shadows seemed to sense the danger and retreated in all directions. I'm too scared to deliver packages anymore. After trekking for most of the day, Chen Yi and his group finally crossed the most dangerous storm zone and stepped into a relatively flat wasteland. As far as the eye can see, the barren, gray-brown land stretches as far as the eye can see, dotted with a few clumps of tenacious thorns. There were no raging gales, no deadly rain of stones, and even the traces of magical beasts were few and far between. Desolate, silent, and ethereal, yet it carries a sense of peace that comes after a catastrophe. Finally out. You've been walking for most of the day, haven't you? It should be there. Thinking about it carefully, it's quite exciting. Anyway, we should be safe from now on, right? Chen Yi looked around, and his gaze settled on a huge depression in the weathered rock. It's getting late. Let's set up camp there. The map says that the day and night cycle in the secret realm is synchronized with the outside world. It's already late. Let's rest for the night. As he spoke, he took out tents, cooking utensils, and various fresh ingredients from his spatial ring, and placed several warning stones around the camp. After saying that, he took out various ingredients and cooking utensils from his spatial ring, and set up warning stones around the boulder. The girls then stepped forward and worked together to quickly set up tents and start a campfire. Of course, only Chen Yi, Hua Yutong, and the Hua Xingtong sisters need to eat. The others relied on monster cores to replenish their energy needs. Hua Yutong carefully examined the small cuts on her sister and herself caused by the pebbles, rinsed them with water, and applied ointment. Ouch! 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 Sis, be gentle. Why are you making such a fuss over such a small injury? Hua Yutong kept a straight face, but her movements became gentler. Once we can transform into spirit beasts in the future, this kind of pain will be nothing to us. How can those be the same? Chen Yi walked over and took out a few candied fruits. Here, replenish your sugar levels. Look how pale your little faces are. Hua Xingtong ate in small bites, the sweetness slightly relaxing her tense nerves, and she revealed a faint smile. Thank you. Chen Yi waved his hand and turned to walk towards Su Taotao, who was busy by the campfire. This girl has just absorbed a lot of spiritual power from the Wind Falcon and the Death Wind Eagle, and needs guidance. As the spiritual energy guidance continued, Chen Yi suddenly noticed something unusual. The guidance speed was much faster than before. I didn't notice it when my spiritual power was slowly increasing, but this time, after a one-time increase of 30 points, the effect was so obvious. Su Taotao also sensed the change and opened her eyes in surprise. Brother Chen Yi, you guided him so quickly today. Yes, we made some minor improvements. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Su Taotao's body, successfully broken through to the third stage, second level. The little girl jumped up excitedly, and, before Chen Yi could react, quickly pecked him on the lips. Thank you, Brother Chen Yi. I couldn't have imagined reaching the third tier just half a month ago. Chen Yi was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled twice and reached out to pinch her rosy cheek. You've got some nerve, haven't you? You dare to ambush me? You won't be sleeping tonight. If it were Brother Chen Yi. Su Taotao's ears turned bright red, and her voice grew softer and softer. Not sleeping. Is fine too. TSK, you little brat, you've learned how to flirt, huh? After squeezing the kidneys dry all night, the next day finally arrived. Chen Yi's team set off again, full of energy. The environment inside the wind zone is much more comfortable than the outside. The air is filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, and a gentle breeze caresses your face, making you feel refreshed and relaxed. We walked deeper into the area for about 2 or 3 hours. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance caught the attention of Chun-Yi and his group. In the mountain stream, 2 groups of people were facing off. On the left is the team of beast tamers from India led by Galahan, 3 male beast tamers, and 12 female contracted spirit beasts with numb expressions. On the right are 5 beast tamers from the Dragon Kingdom and their contracted spirit beasts. They are all dressed in the same clothes, so they should be a team from a family or organization. Although they outnumbered the others, their overall strength was significantly inferior, mostly around the 4th rank, first stage. Has some treasure been discovered, causing this stalemate? Chapter 96: The Battle for the Belle Spirit Stone. At the center of the standoff, a blue vortex-shaped tornado floated silently in the air. It was about the size of a fist, with fine runes faintly visible inside, exuding a pure aura of wind. Chun-Yi glanced at it and activated his appraisal technique. A system interface appeared before my eyes. Wind-soothing spirit stone, 8 stars. Activating the wind attribute array base of the 5 elements formation requires the use of other wind attribute spiritual treasures. That's the Belle Spirit Stone? Chun-Yi was somewhat shocked. He originally thought it would be some kind of mineral, but he never expected it to be this form of energy. If it weren't for the system's recognition, I probably wouldn't even recognize you if we passed each other by. Brother Chun-Yi, should we get involved? Let's wait and see how things develop. Chun-Yi shook his head and said, if we go out now, we'll likely be targeted by both sides. The bushes over there can provide cover. Walk. The group silently slipped into the bushes, disappearing perfectly. At this point, the standoff between the 2 sides reached a fever pitch. Indians, do you know the rules of the wilderness? First come, first served. In the Dragon Kingdom's team, a young beast tamer of about 25 years old glared angrily. This wind-soothing spirit stone was first discovered by our team, and according to the rules, it should belong to us. Chun-Yi narrowed his eyes. Although this young man was only at the 4th level, he did not back down in the face of Galahan, who was at the 5th level, showing some backbone. Or perhaps, is there some compelling reason to back down? In fact, Chun-Yi's guess was correct. 2 months ago, a wealthy man in Tianshui City posted 5 bounty missions at once. Each bounty is worth as much as 5 million, with the goal of acquiring the 5-element Spirit Stone. The young man's team had taken on the bounty mission for the Wind Zone's Belle Spirit Stone. However, their luck didn't seem to be very good. Nearly 2 months have passed, and almost all of their food reserves have been exhausted, yet they have still not found any trace of the Spirit Stone. Just when they were feeling desperate, they finally found a clue to the Belle Spirit Stone in this place. But at this crucial moment, Karahan, a 5th-tier beast tamer from India, also arrived. And they clearly have their eyes on the sheafing Belle Spirit Stone. 5 million, that's 1 million for each person on average. How could the young man so easily hand over the Zhongling Stone? Ha! Karakan laughed wildly, his fleshy face trembling. I'm here, and I'm the rule. Whoever has the biggest fist gets what they want. A bunch of trash dares to try and get their hands on the Spirit Stone? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise, you'll all die here. The atmosphere instantly became tense upon hearing this. The reason why Galahan did not wait for Chun-Yi to ambush him at the entrance of the central area, nor did he trigger the Wind Falcon ambush or the Deathwind Eagle attack on Chun-Yi's road. It was because the spirit-finding compass hanging from his waist suddenly vibrated yesterday, pointing directly at this mountain stream. This compass was a trophy they had snatched from a rich second-generation heir from the Dragon Kingdom 3 years ago in this 5-element secret realm, after using every means and paying a heavy price. It can be described as a magical tool for finding treasures in secret realms. Based on the user's spiritual power level, one can sense the energy fluctuations of rare treasures within a 10-mile radius, and the pointer will accurately point to the direction where the target is located. It's truly an essential item for treasure hunting. Of course, this treasure also has strict limitations. It can only be activated in a spiritually rich environment like a secret realm. Outside, it's nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. Unexpectedly, when I followed the pointer, it turned out to be the breath of Wind Spirit Stone. This thing is a hard currency that is valuable but unavailable on the black market. Those wealthy people who are eager to use the 5 elements formation to break through their bottlenecks sometimes cannot buy even one piece, even if they offer tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom coins. What's even more amazing is that there were also several beast tamers from the Dragon Kingdom and their contracted spirit beasts on site. Although the overall quality is far inferior to the exquisite items in Chun-Yi's car. However, The three of them are all of excellent looks and figures. After playing with them for a while, they can be resold for tens or hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan. After we've dealt with things here, we'll go back and kill Chin-Yi, then take those beauties. Killing two birds with one stone, double happiness. Karakhan seemed to see mountains of gold and silver beckoning to him, and even those few annoying beast tamers from the Dragon Kingdom looked a little more pleasing to the eye, even though they were just fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered and goods about to be obtained. You shameless scoundrels from India, have you no shame? Face. Gala laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. That's a golden rule of your Dragon Kingdom. Don't pretend to be high and mighty in front of me. I refuse to believe that you Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't fight over such a treasure. Last 10 counts. Get out or die. 1, 2, 3. The word for has not yet been uttered. One of the hot-tempered, burly beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom squad shouted, "What's the point of reasoning with these beasts? Brothers, kill them. Kill, kill, kill. Damn it. You're cutting off my money, you'd better die." Roar, roar, roar. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen contracted spirit beasts simultaneously entered armed mode and pounced on the Galahan team from all directions. In an instant, fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, all sorts of skills shone brightly, and spiritual energy surged within the mountain stream. A temporary suppression brought about by numerical superiority. Caught off guard, the Indian forces were forced to retreat repeatedly by this reckless fighting style, and their formation became slightly disordered. However, in just a few breaths, the situation was reversed. The class divide remains a major obstacle. Karakhan and his two beast tamers have awakened talents that are of the individual combat type, and their individual combat strength is extraordinary. That is precisely why they were able to suppress these abducted spirit beast women. Otherwise, they would have slipped away long ago when no one was around. Especially Karakhan, whose awakened talent is an A-level talent, Blood of Fury. After he is injured, his strength will increase greatly according to the degree of injury, and he will become stronger the more he fights. Focus fire on that red-haired hedgehog. Let's take one down first. Seeing that the situation was somewhat unfavorable, Wu Ming, the captain of the beast-taming squad, immediately issued an order. He could tell that among the three beast tamers, apart from the fifth-tier Galahan, the spiky man with dyed red hair looked the weakest. Most of the contracted spirit beasts of the Indians were kidnapped and sold, and they did not have much loyalty to the beast tamers themselves. Basically, as long as their beast tamers are killed, they will most likely choose to give up resisting. As soon as the order was given, the Dragon Kingdom team coordinated perfectly, and most of their attacks instantly turned to the troublesome man on the right. Several sharp spiritual energy attacks and the pounce of several spirit beasts swept over like a storm. However, faced with this sudden barrage of attacks, neither the troublemaker nor Galakon showed any panic on their faces. Instead, they revealed mocking smiles. The troublemaker even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. "You bunch of trash think you can gang up on me?" The spiky man grinned maliciously. "Let me show you what real power is. Berserk, activate." Chapter 97. The prey has come to our door. Boom. A violent burst of energy suddenly erupted from the spiky man's body. His muscles swelled wildly like an inflating balloon, tearing his clothes. The veins on his skin bulged and writhed like living creatures, and his eyes were instantly filled with scarlet blood vessels. His fingernails swelled into sharp, black hooks, and thick saliva dripped uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. B-rank Beastmaster talent, Berserker's Blood. At the cost of burning away one's own sanity, one gains an explosive power boost in a short period of time. At this moment, his aura subtly overwhelmed that of Karakhan standing beside him. Roar. Amidst a completely irrational roar, the berserk, rebellious man, instead of retreating, charged forward at a speed far exceeding his previous pace, deliberately plunging into the oncoming torrent of attacks. Uft! Snap! The teeth-grinding tearing sound and the sound of bones cracking rang out almost simultaneously. Charging at the forefront, the fourth-tier, second-stage flame leopard girl was as fragile as paper in front of the spiky man's claws, which pierced her heart without any resistance. Ugh! The girl only had time to let out a short, mournful cry before the light in her eyes went out instantly. The armored form dissipated, and the body, now back in human form, collapsed limply to the ground. A large, bowl-sized hole in its chest oozed blood, staining the rocks beneath it red. Sold out instantly. Absolute crushing victory. Xiao Yun. Her beast tamer let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes wide with rage. Seeing their comrades, with whom they had spent every day, being so easily slaughtered before their eyes, a chilling coldness instantly swept through everyone's hearts. They had seen beast tamers die before their very eyes. But this is the first time I've seen someone die so quickly and tragically. Now, kill them all. Karakhan seized this momentary opening and immediately gave the order to attack. The spirit beast from India launched a surprise attack instantly. Puff. Ah. No. Screams of agony rose and fell. In just a few breaths, 3 more spirit beast girls fell into pools of blood. One had his throat slit by a wind blade. Another had half his body blasted apart by a fireball, and yet another had his abdomen pierced by sharp claws. The stench of blood instantly became so intense, it was nauseating. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Split up and run. Wu Ming shouted as he watched his teammates and spirit beasts fall to the ground. He knew that defeat was inevitable. If we don't run, everyone will die here. Trying to run? Too late. Karakhan took a few steps and instantly appeared in Wu Ming's retreat path, a cruel smile on his face like a cat catching a mouse. These desperate criminals, who live by the trade of spirit beasts and live on the brink of death, are best at ruthlessly eliminating their enemies. Leaving no survivors and leaving no trace is the ironclad rule that allows them to evade justice. To show womanly compassion by leaving survivors is to be cruel to oneself. You beasts of India, you will all die a horrible death. I will haunt you even as a ghost. A beast tamer with a hole in his abdomen cursed with his last breath. Ghost. Karakhan stomped on his throat and sneered. I've killed more people than you've ever seen. How come you've never encountered a ghost? Go to hell and complain. Finally, Galakan's gaze settled on Zhao Ming, the vice-captain, who was trying to break through with the remaining team members. Your turn, squad leader. He grinned maliciously, unleashing his 5th-tier power without reservation as he threw a punch. Zhao Ming only had time to cross his arms to block, but it was completely useless. The punch, almost as powerful as a train crash, slammed into him, sending him flying. He fell heavily to the ground, his chest caved in, his eyes glazed over, and he soon fell silent. With the deaths of team captains Wu Ming and Zhao Ming, it is officially announced that the Dragon Kingdom Beast Tamer team has completely collapsed. Next, it's just time to hunt. No, that's impossible. Honey, why is this happening? Damn it. Seeing their companions die tragically and their captain perish, the remaining spirit beast girls, in a panic, immediately abandoned their companions and fled. However, the contracted spirit beasts of Galahan and his group were not just for show, and they immediately gave chase. These spirit beasts were carefully selected and trained, with their talents almost entirely focused on speed and tracking, making them tools specifically designed to hunt down escapees. Uff! Snap! Ugh! The sounds of claws slicing throats, bones cracking, and the screams of the dying echoed through the mountain stream. Although these spirit beast girls may have unique qualities in other aspects, such as a deep bond with their beast tamers, a higher bloodline level, or greater strength in battles against magical beasts, they may still possess these unique characteristics. But in terms of pure hunting efficiency, they were no match for Karakhan's hounds. In just a few minutes, the battle came to a complete end. Only 3 of the most beautiful spirit beast girls remained. In despair, they disarmed themselves, collapsed to the ground, and begged for mercy with tears streaming down their faces. If you'd been this sensible earlier, why did you have to throw your life away? Karakhan spat dismissively and gestured to his men to keep the 3 spoils of war under guard. He then walked towards the floating wind-soothing spirit stone and reached out to touch it. The black storm surrounding the surface of the Zhongling stone vanished instantly, revealing its true core, a piece of jadeite that was entirely emerald green and seemed to have a swirling storm inside. This is the stable form of the Belle Spirit Stone. Boss, our luck today is absolutely phenomenal. Ha! We've dealt with those few useless Dragon Kingdom bastards, taken the Spirit Stone, and now we'll get those 6 top-quality beauties from before. We'll never have to worry about anything again. But since that guy was able to bring 6 girls to explore the secret realm, he's probably from some powerful family. After we deal with him, he'll probably have to hide for a while. Before he could finish speaking, Galakan was suddenly startled. He whirled around, his fierce gaze fixed on the bushes where Chun-Yi and the others were hiding, and roared, "Who goes there? Come out!" Almost at the same time he spoke, his 5 contracted spirit beasts immediately pounced towards the bushes. Swift, ruthless and merciless. However, an unexpected event occurred. Bang, 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 bang. 5 muffled, loud bangs exploded almost simultaneously. The 5 figures that lunged out were sent flying back at an even faster speed than when they went out, crashing heavily into the surrounding rock walls. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible, and amidst the billowing smoke and dust, only a few muffled groans and spasms of pain could be heard. Karakhan and his group's pupils constricted sharply. What happened? Then they saw a huge silver figure slowly emerge from the bushes. 9-tailed fox. 9 fluffy silver fox tails swayed gently in the wind, each hair shimmering with a moonlit glow. Those deep blue fox eyes, with a cold indifference as if looking down on ants, swept over the Indians present. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Warcraft? No, this aura is that of a spirit beast. What is this thing? A 9-tailed fox? Is there such a bloodline in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia? Just as Gallahan and his group were stunned by the sudden appearance of the 9-tailed fox, their scalps tingled with fear. Chun-Yi, accompanied by his spirit beast companions, calmly emerged from behind the 9-tailed fox. When Karakhan saw Chun-Yi and the several stunningly beautiful women beside him, his pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. The memories captured in the video moment overlap with reality. Unexpectedly, the prey came to us of its own accord. Chapter 98, Eerie Foxfire. It's you. Karakhan roared, his voice filled with disbelief and a hint of rage at being toyed with by his prey. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi instantly realized that this person's goal in coming here was indeed them. But it doesn't matter anymore. Since Shifeng Zhongling Stone is here, a battle is inevitable, no matter what the reason. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face, and deliberately asked, "Oh, you, an Indian, recognize us? You have a path to heaven but choose not to take it. You have no way to hell but choose to barge in." Karakhan suppressed his shock, replacing it with intense greed and murderous intent. The prey has delivered itself to my doorstep, saving me the trouble of searching. Today is truly a double blessing. Charge. Kill the men. Capture all the women alive. Don't let a single one of them have their face injured. A mere 3rd-tier beast tamer, who gave you the audacity to come here. In his eyes, Chun-Yi was already a dead man. And those beautiful women are the priceless treasures he is about to acquire, worth billions of rupees. Upon hearing this, his 2 subordinates and all his contracted spirit beasts gleamed with greed and pounced on Chun-Yi. In their eyes, a mere 3rd-tier beast tamer is nothing more than a fish on a chopping board. The 9-tailed fox might be a bit stronger, but even 2 fists can't beat 4 legs. After sending a few people to hold off the 9-tailed fox, dealing with Chun-Yi will be a piece of cake. However, they were completely wrong. The moment Karakhan gave the order, Yin Jiyue, who had transformed into a 9-tailed fox demon, suddenly unleashed a terrifying killing intent. If before she only felt disgust for the atrocities committed by these Indians, and merely watched indifferently as they killed and plundered, then she had been a different person. At that moment, upon hearing the order to kill Chun-Yi, a surge of rage from the depths of his soul instantly welled up within him. Chun-Yi, the man who gave her a new life and restored her strength and dignity. He was her beast tamer, and more importantly, the master she acknowledged. To mess with Chun-Yi is to touch her sore spot. Roar. A roar filled with overwhelming killing intent erupted from Yin Jiyue's mouth. A pale purple wave of energy swept forward in an instant. Boom. With just a roar, all the attackers were sent flying. There were different levels of burning all over my body. How is that possible? She clearly only has the aura of the 3rd rank, 10th stage. This power has definitely reached the 5th rank. This is impossible. It's a secret treasure. She must have used some kind of temporary enhancement treasure at a huge cost. This kind of power can't last. And only she was enhanced. Gallahan snapped out of his shock in an instant and shouted, "Mina, Seema, Ravi, the 3 of you hold that 9-tailed fox back. Don't fight her head on, just stall her. Wear down her power. The rest of you, come with me and kill that kid as fast as you can." These words were spoken. 3 contracted spirit beasts responded and pounced on the giant 9-tailed fox once again. To be fair, Karakhan is a seasoned veteran who has been robbing people for so long, yet still lives a carefree life. In just a moment, he was able to analyze Chun-Yi's situation almost perfectly. Chun-Yi did indeed use the last power amplification card on Yin Jiyue to gain such power. However, the second half of the sentence was guessed wrong. The reason I didn't spend another 5 enhancement points to enhance the other girls as well. That's because Yin Juyue alone is enough. Faced with these 3 menacing spirit beasts, Yin Juyue was too lazy to even use her skills, and simply yawned lazily. Swish, swish, swish. 3 silver lightning bolts tore through the air. Yin Juyue's 3 foxtails struck the 3 attacking spirit beasts with a speed that ordinary people could not even see. Bang, bang, ah! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only 3 muffled, terrifying sounds of flesh bursting apart. The 3 spirit beasts in their armed form didn't even have time to react before they were shot backward at a speed faster than cannonballs, crashing heavily into a huge rock dozens of meters away. Boom! The hard rock was smashed to pieces like tofu. Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. As the smoke and dust dissipated, all that remained of the 3 impact points were 3 blurry patches of flesh and blood embedded deep in the rocks. They couldn't even find a complete body. One at a time, the entire mountain stream fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Before Karakhan and his group could even launch a surprise attack on Chen-Yi, they were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. His previously playful expression suddenly took a sharp 180-degree turn, like turning the pages of a book. That last vestige of arrogance froze on his face, leaving only stiff terror. What happened? What happened? Could this 9-tailed fox have the strength of a 6th-tier being? 6th rank? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Karakhan himself didn't realize that his calves were shaking uncontrollably. In the world above the 5th rank, the difference in strength between each level is like an insurmountable chasm. A challenge beyond one's level? That's absolutely impossible. If this 9-tailed fox really has the strength of a 6th-tier fox, even if all of them were tied together, they wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. No, boss. That fox is probably just incredibly fast. Its strength is definitely not at the 6th rank. At most, it's at the 5th rank, 1st stage. The rebellious man grasped at the last straw, desperately trying to convince himself and his companions. Although Gallahan himself didn't believe it, he needed a boost of confidence at this moment. Did you hear that? Don't let that fox scare you. She's just bluffing. What good is speed? Stick to the original plan. Hold her off. The rest of you, follow me and kill that pretty boy as fast as you can. Hello. A clear, cold female voice instantly froze Karakhan's roar. Yin Juyue, in her 9-tailed fox form, slowly raised one of her front paws. You want to kill my Chen-Yi? Did you ask for my opinion? Before he could finish speaking, boom. A power far exceeding that of the previous one suddenly erupted. 9 tails, each with a strange, pale purple flame burning at its tip. The flames did not have a scorching high temperature. Instead, they emitted an extreme chill that could freeze the soul and annihilate life. The air seemed to be frozen and distorted by the flames. Die! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 9 pale purple streaks of light tore through the solidified air, emitting a piercing, ear-piercing shriek. Eerie foxfire. The deadly purple light rapidly magnified in Karakhan's suddenly contracted pupils. All his scheming and ruthlessness were replaced by primal fear at this moment. His mind went blank, and only the instinct for survival drove his body. He violently pulled the nearest female contracted spirit beast in front of him. The spirit beast only had time for a moment of astonishment and disbelief to flash in its eyes before it was pushed into the purple flames of death. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no horrific carnage. There is only one kind of chilling annihilation. Beastmasters and spirit beasts struck head-on by the eerie foxfire. All are equal. Before they could even scream, their bodies vanished silently in the pale purple flames, like snowmen thrown into a furnace, leaving only wisps of smoke drifting away, and a few fleeting, illusory purple sparks. At this moment, there was only deathly silence in the mountain stream. Chapter 99, Can't we be a little more environmentally friendly? This moment, all that remained on the entire wilderness was Galakhan, who sat slumped in a pool of blood and urine, barely clinging to life after absorbing a fatal blow with his own flesh. Everyone else vanished completely. There wasn't even the slightest trace of its existence left. These Indian mythical beasts may be pitiful, but aren't the people who die at their hands also pitiful? Moreover, they even intended to kill Chen-Yi. If they were spared, there might be some trouble in the future. Therefore, they must all be killed. The reason Chen-Yi didn't let them help him and allowed those beast tamer teams to be wiped out was for this very reason. What if we save them, but they are ungrateful and try to steal the Zhongling stone instead? Trouble will definitely come one after another. Since you're here to search for treasure, you have to be responsible for your own life. Strange monster. Karakhan collapsed to the ground, his body trembling violently like a sieve. He looked up at the approaching silver behemoth, his eyes unfocused, filled only with boundless fear and despair. Yin Jiue walked up to Galahan, her 9 giant tails slowly retracting, the purple flames at their tips quietly extinguishing. Smack! His response was a casual swipe of Yin Jiue's claw. No skills were used, just pure power. Karakhan's body from the waist down turned to dust instantly, like a rotten tomato struck by a 10,000-ton hammer. Flesh, bones, internal organs, everything exploded. Aya! Painful cries echoed across the wilderness, but unfortunately, he had lost both legs and could not escape. Even if a 5th-tier beast tamer loses half of their body, they should still be able to live for a while. But to let him die like this would be too easy on him. Chun-Yi then walked up to Karakhan and said coldly, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me how you know me. Based on your answer, I might consider letting you go." The excruciating pain and fear of death instantly crushed Galakhan's last shred of hope. He stammered incoherently, as if grasping at a straw. "Speak. I'll talk. It's that map seller. The pendant on his chest it's a miniature camera. He filmed the people in your car, and notified me. Let me go." This answer made Chun-Yi raise an eyebrow slightly. It turns out it really was that map vendor who kindly warned him to be careful of Karakhan at the entrance to the secret realm. I never expected him to be a two-faced turtle. However, in such places, trust is a luxury. It's problematic to trust others completely. Okay, I understand. Chun-Yi stood up, his fingertips slightly condensing spiritual energy, and a condensed cyan wind blade silently appeared, instantly slicing across Galahad's neck. The piercing screams abruptly ceased, and the terrified head rolled to one side. The mountain stream had returned to complete silence, with only the strong smell of blood lingering in the wind. Letting Karakhan go is, of course, impossible. Even if you leave him here, he'll probably die soon anyway. But even with a knife to his throat, he still let the other person go. This can't be described as saintly. Instead, a fool. Yin Jiue's enormous body rapidly shrank in a soft light, transforming back into the alluring fox spirit. She glanced disdainfully at the mess on the ground. Tisk, disgusting. I should have just burned it all with a foxfire to save my eyes from being offended. Of course, even though that's what she said, she really had a blast. A level 3, level 10 beast crushes a group of level 4 and 5 spirit beasts and beast tamers. I feel like I'll have material for my dreams tonight. All of this is thanks to Chun-Yi. Ding. Yin Jiue's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 70 points. Chun-Yi smiled and reached out to habitually rub her fluffy fox ears. Jiu, well done. But, next time you dispose of trash, could you be a little more environmentally friendly? As he spoke, he glanced at the blood in the pile of rubble beside him. If possible, he would still prefer that Yin Jiue burn all of Galahan and the others to ashes. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiue casually wrapped her fluffy tail around Chun-Yi's arm and murmured with a wicked smile. "Oh, now you think my methods are bloody and violent? Last night, who was it that wouldn't let go of someone's tail and said, 'Sister Jiue, please be gentler'? Well, it's not me, right?" Cough, cough, cough. Lin Mingxue, who was standing to the side, coughed lightly twice, and 2 barely perceptible blushes flashed across her pretty face. Brother Chun-Yi, are we still going to take the Zhongling stone? And what should we do with those prisoners? She pointed to the 3 captured Dragon Kingdom spirit beast girls not far away, who were already pale with fright. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi withdrew his hand, which was entangled by the foxtail, and walked towards the wind-soothing Belle spirit stone that was floating in midair, putting it into his pocket. Although the process was a bit strange, we managed to get our hands on the spirit stone anyway. He then turned and walked toward the 3 still shaken prisoners. "Are you all right?" "Thank you. Thank you so much for saving my life." One of the cat-eared women mustered her courage and said in a trembling voice, "But we're all injured. Could we take?" Before he could finish speaking, Chun-Yi interrupted him, saying, "Go back the way we came. He doesn't have the time or inclination to be someone's bodyguard. I was lucky to find the wind-soothing Belle Spirit Stone. Who knows when I'll be able to find the Belle Spirit Stones in other areas." Upon hearing this, the 3 looked at each other, hesitant to speak. In the end, they bowed deeply to Chun-Yi and the others with immense gratitude, then helped each other and staggered back the way they came, quickly disappearing behind the jagged rocks. Brother Chin-yi, are we just going to let them go like this? Su Taotao blinked her big eyes, somewhat puzzled. We killed someone. If they tell everyone about this, wouldn't we be? Of course, Su Taotao definitely doesn't have any bad intentions. She was just a little worried that if Chun-yi got involved in the murder, he would definitely be in trouble. It's alright. I was acting in self-defense, ridding the people of a scourge. I might even get a reward. Chun-yi said calmly. Besides, I estimate they most likely won't tell anyone. Su Taotao was still a little confused. You won't tell anyone? What? Luo Shirin walked over and patiently explained. Because they also participated in the treasure hunt. Although such things often happen in the wild, they are ultimately very disgraceful, and the laws of the Dragon Kingdom explicitly prohibit such things from happening. The bloodline levels of the three of them are not high, and their ability to break through to the 4th level should be attributed to their good looks. But now they have all lost their beast tamers, and the most urgent task is to find new contracts to prevent them from becoming demonized. Once they reveal what happened here, and their involvement in the treasure hunt is confirmed, it will greatly hinder their search for a new patron. Besides, you saw the battle just now, didn't you? Those 3 women didn't hesitate at all after hearing the order to kill and plunder. I reckon they must have encountered other treasure hunts before, but they were the victors. If a real investigation were to take place, it would be hard to say exactly who is at fault. Upon hearing this, Su Taotao suddenly understood. Wow, things are really complicated here. Chapter 100 Treasure Compass. Brother Chin-yi. Lin Mingxue grabbed Chin-yi's arm, puffed out her cheeks, and said, You promised to give us a chance to prove ourselves. You broke your promise. That's right. Luo Shirin grabbed Chin-yi's right arm almost simultaneously and said reproachfully, Brother Chin-yi, you're being unfair. Shuer has used that red card twice, and Sister Jiuyu has had her moment of glory, but I haven't even had a chance to use it. Holding Chun-yi hostage on either side of 2 stunning beauties, he could only manage a helpless, bitter smile. The main reason was that he hadn't expected that people like Galahan would be so easily defeated. After being enhanced, Yin Jiyue wiped out the entire team in just a few moves. Next time for sure. I still have a few power boosting cards left. I'll let you 2 have some fun next time. Snort. That's more like it. Lin Mingxue's lips curved upwards almost imperceptibly, and she released her hand. Luo Shirin smiled with satisfaction, her eyes sparkling, and gently kissed Chen-yi on the cheek. Sure enough, only girls who know how to act cute get lollipops. Chen-yi, come look over here. Looks like there's a really nice find. At this moment, the Huaiyue sisters, who were in charge of cleaning up the battlefield and clearing out usable spoils, waved excitedly. Because they were unable to fight, the 2 of them felt somewhat burdened along the way. So he volunteered from the very beginning to be in charge of cleaning up the battlefield after the war. They were squatting beside a pile of broken equipment, holding a bronze, antique compass covered in dust. The compass has a unique shape, with intricate celestial runes engraved on its surface, and the central pointer glows with a faint light, making it clearly an extraordinary item. Let me see. Chun-yi walked over and took a look, and was immediately shocked. Treasure compass, 12 stars. Able to sense the location of rare treasures. The sensing range is related to the user's spiritual power level, usable only within secret realms. Is a treasure compass? Chun-yi gasped, his eyes flashing with disbelief. This thing is practically a cheat code tailor-made for him. With it, the efficiency of finding 5-element spirit stones and other treasures will increase exponentially. That Gallicum, possessing such a divine artifact, could easily amass a fortune, yet he still chooses to engage in dangerous and risky activities. Is his brain soaked in lava? Is this a good treasure? Huaiyue looked at Chun-yi nervously and asked. Hua Xingtong, standing to the side, also gripped her sister's clothes tightly, her face slightly pale with nervousness and anticipation. They followed along, watching their sisters display their prowess while they could only do supporting work, and the burdensome sense of guilt they felt deep inside lingered. Therefore, they desperately hoped that what they found could truly help Chun-yi. Good baby. Chun-yi affectionately ruffled the sister's hair. This is no ordinary treasure. This is a divine artifact that will allow us to roam freely in the secret realm. You 2 have done a great job this time. Well done. Real. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? The sisters' eyes lit up instantly. A huge weight was lifted from their hearts, and an indescribable sense of relief and joy welled up inside them. They were genuinely afraid of being seen as a burden. As long as they could help Chun-yi, that was enough. Ding. Hitomi's affection level plus 10 points. Current favorability, 45 points. Ding. Washington's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 55 points. Chun-Yi took the treasure hunting compass from Hua Yuedong and tried to infuse it with a trace of spiritual power. Buzz. The compass needle spun wildly for a few seconds, then steadily pointed to the inconspicuous silver-gray spatial ring on his left index finger. No matter how he moved his index finger or shook the compass, the needle remained firmly locked on the direction of the ring, without moving an inch. Well, Chun-Yi's excitement froze for a moment, and he was somewhat dumbfounded. How do you use this thing? Why do you keep pointing to my own spatial ring? I can't just throw the ring away, can I? Huh? A treasure compass. What a wonderful treasure. Yan Jiyue and Luo Shirin also came over at this moment, and said with surprise. As daughters of wealthy families, they had naturally heard of such precious treasures. However, given Yan Jiyue's wealthy background, it would probably take a huge financial burden to afford one. Moreover, since she is a spirit beast, buying her would not only be useless to her, but would also benefit the future beast tamer she contracts with, so she has never bought one. Luo Shirin had obtained one before awakening her bloodline, but later, due to the F-level bloodline incident, it was given to Luo Yuqing by someone in her family. I never expected to run into one here. Isn't this luck a bit too incredible? Chun-Yi asked curiously. Do you two know about this thing? That's for sure. This thing is a real treasure. With it, you can get any kind of treasure in the secret realm. Brother Chun-Yi, if I'm not mistaken, you're probably thinking about how to avoid interference from the spatial ring, right? Yes. Chun-Yi nodded and sighed. The pointer keeps pointing at the spatial ring, so it's unusable? Luo Shi covered her mouth and chuckled, a hint of smugness flashing in her eyes. I never thought I'd see something that Brother Chun-Yi can't do in my lifetime. Leave it to me. Luo Shirin took the compass from Chun-Yi, closed her eyes, and slowly poured spiritual energy into it. Click! A sound like gears meshing was heard. Then, something amazing happened. The compass needle, which had been locking onto the spatial ring, started spinning again. A few seconds later, it steadily pointed to Yan Jiyue, standing to the side. No, to be precise, it refers to the pendant that Yan Jiyue was wearing on her chest. That fiery ruby that was auctioned off before. This is it. Chun-Yi was completely bewildered. Yes. Luo Shirin's eyebrows curved into a smile, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. The principle behind it is actually a kind of energy imprint shielding. While you are infusing spiritual energy to activate the compass, think about things you don't want others to notice. Once the compass is activated, it will automatically ignore the energy fluctuations of the items you are thinking about. How about it? I guess I'm still somewhat useful, right? Chun-Yi took the compass and tried it out according to Luo Shirin's instructions. Sure enough, this thing no longer refers to Yan Jiyue's pendant. Instead, it pointed to Lin Mingxue, who was braiding Su Taodao's hair not far away. Judging from this, the target should be the pendant around Lin Mingxue's neck. You did it. Shirin, you're amazing. Luo Shirin chuckled twice. I thought Brother Chun-Yi was omnipotent. I didn't expect there were things he couldn't do. It seems that the knowledge I learned before might come in handy. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 2 points. Ding. Congratulations. Luo Shirin's favorability has reached 90 points. Reward, plus 30 enhancement points. Current enhancement points, 60. Chapter 1, a one-fire zone. I heard the system notification tone. Chun-Yi was also slightly taken aback for a moment. The increase in favorability is kind of interesting. Despite displaying such combat prowess in previous battles, Luo Shirin's favorability rating remained unchanged. Instead, I'm getting extra points now because I don't understand certain things. That's something I didn't expect. It seems that personal strength is indeed important. But in front of these girls who are destined to be extraordinary, occasionally showing a little imperfection, giving them a chance to bring out their strengths, can actually bring you closer. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. Chun-Yi snapped out of his daze, looked at Luo Shirin's bright, slightly smug smile, and chuckled. I'm not an omniscient and omnipotent deity. How could I possibly know everything? Everyone has their own expertise. If I ever encounter such a blind spot in my knowledge again, I'll have to rely on Miss Shirin to guide me. Of course. Leave it to me. Luo Shirin nodded excitedly. Brother Chun-Yi, don't worry about me. I'm also very good at fighting. I can be a big help too. Yan Jiyue immediately took Chun-Yi's other arm, her fluffy fox-tail gently brushing against his calf, carrying a hint of seeking praise. Chun-Yi, I can help too. Cleaning up the battlefield, identifying treasures, All of that is fine. Sister, don't leave me behind. I'll do everything I can to help. The two sisters also joined in the fun. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not careful, Chun-Yi will be divided up by you again. Although Lin Mingxue complained, she still hugged Chun-Yi from behind. Brother Chun-Yi, we will always support you. Su Taotao stood to the side, smiling radiantly. I want to join, but I don't know how. I'm a bit clumsy. Chun-Yi looked at the group of stunningly beautiful women with very different personalities around him, all of whom were trusting him. A warm current surged from the bottom of my heart, instantly dispelling the chill and exhaustion after the battle. Thank you, you are all my precious darlings. If there are any areas where I don't understand or lack ability in the future, I'll have to rely on you. Chun-Yi and his group did not linger in this blood-soaked area for long. After ignoring all the treasures on his person that might be detected by the treasure-hunting compass, he left the blood-stained mountain stream. Chun-Yi was originally in high spirits and planned to explore along the way to see if there were any treasures he had missed. However, after the compass needle was infused with spiritual energy, it diligently spun around several times and finally drooped down listlessly without making a sound. Within a radius of over 30 kilometers, apart from the wind-soothing spirit stone obtained earlier, there was not a single rare treasure that could catch the eye of the compass. Did they have to loot it so thoroughly? But it doesn't matter anyway. Chun-Yi's goal was never these treasures. However, if they were close by, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin could reach the destination in no time, even if it was only a few dozen kilometers away and there was no strong wind. It's not unreasonable to pick up a treasure along the way, right? Moreover, with the treasure compass, it's quite easy to get it if you go through the area thoroughly. But there's no need for that. The most urgent task is to heal Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong's spiritual energy depletion first. According to the map, the area to the left of the wind zone is the light zone, and the area to the right is the fire zone. The area of light seems to be a better choice. However, the map between the wind zone and the light zone is covered with warnings in small print, such as spatial turbulence, unknown high-level monster nest, and frequent energy storms, which sound very dangerous. This made Chun-Yi decisively give up the idea. Safety first, let's detour through the fire area. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed through the heavens. Lin Mingxue transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky, carrying everyone towards the area of fire. Along the way, the group found the surroundings unusually quiet, with no trace of any beast tamers or spirit beasts in sight. It's likely that the outer ring of gales in the wind zone was too powerful, scaring many people away. During the flight, you may occasionally see some flying-type magical beasts. However, compared to Lin Mingxue, they were all beings that could be killed in an instant, and no trace of any beast king was seen. The treasure-hunting compass in my hand didn't react at all along the way, which was really a pity. And so, after a full half-day of flying, we have finally reached the border between the fire zone and the wind zone. Unlike the wind zone, this place doesn't have boundaries with strong winds and storms. Instead, an extremely hot heat wave swept in. The sky was no longer blue. Instead, it was a vast expanse of crimson and dark gold. The burning sky was shrouded in thick volcanic ash clouds, presenting a depressing dark red hue. On the earth, the meandering lava river, like a wound on the land, radiates a dazzling golden red light, flowing slowly and deadly, illuminating the billowing black smoke. The exposed rocks were scorched black by the high temperature, and deep red flames spewed out from the cracks in the earth from time to time. Anyone with eyes can see that this is not a place fit for human beings. Ugh, this place is so hot. Chun-Yi was instantly covered in sweat. It's so hot. I'm melting, Chun-Yi. Su Taotao's face was flushed, and she was sticking out her little tongue and breathing out hot air, completely unlike her original cute little girl appearance. Luo Shirin tried to summon a gentle breeze, but the air that blew onto her face was even hotter. I can't take it. The more I blow, the hotter it gets. The sisters, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong, had flushed faces and were breathing rapidly, clearly suffering greatly from this extreme environment. Everyone, do we need to cool down? Lin Mingxue asked in a relaxed tone. As an ice attribute spirit beast, its weakness is fire attribute, but that is only relative to fire attribute attacks. In such a high-temperature environment, ice can actually insulate against most of the high temperature and is almost unaffected. Similarly, Yin Jiyue, being a fire attribute spirit beast, was naturally unaffected by the high temperature. It even felt very comfortable. Yes. Chun-Yi quickly said, give me a few large blocks of ice. Otherwise your beast tamer will die from the heat. Okay, here you go. Lin Mingxue gently blew a breath, and dense ice-type spiritual energy quickly gathered, forming a huge piece of Xianbing that was half a person tall in the blink of an eye. It seemed quite out of place in the scorching heat of the surrounding environment. Upon seeing this, Luo Shirin quickly transformed into her spirit beast form and carried the ice block up. Chun-Yi and the girls rushed over as if they had seen a savior and immediately hugged the huge block of ice tightly. The cool touch instantly dispelled the sweltering heat, making me feel so comfortable that I had finally been pulled back from the brink of hell. I'm alive. This godforsaken place is no place for a human to live. We need to find the spirit stone quickly and get out of here. That's what I thought too. Has the treasure compass reacted yet? Not yet, but I'll notify you as soon as there's any response. Buzz. Before he could finish speaking, the treasure hunting compass in Chun-Yi's hand suddenly began to vibrate violently. The pointer emitted a rapid buzzing sound and began to spin continuously, eventually locking onto the southeast direction. I've got it. There's a reaction in the southeast, and it's very strong. Okay, I got it. Everyone hold on tight. Lin Mingxue shouted, and her dragon wings flapped violently, breaking through the rolling heat waves, and she flew rapidly in the direction indicated by the compass. Chapter 102: The Heart of the Secret Realm. The flight lasted about 10 minutes. An active volcano, seemingly poised to erupt at any moment, appeared on the horizon. The compass needle trembled even more violently at this moment, pointing precisely to the entrance of a cave at the bottom of the volcano, which was illuminated red by the lava. The cave's interior is extremely spacious, and the rock walls, scorched by subterranean fire year after year, have a dark red, almost black, glassy luster. However, it seems that quite a few beast tamers and spirit beasts have already gathered here. I roughly estimate there are at least 70 or 80 people, including people from China and India. There were also many remains of fire attribute magical beasts around, which must have been cleared out by them. They split into 5 or 6 distinct small groups, maintaining a wary distance from each other. They neither communicated with each other nor seemed to be digging or searching for anything. What are you all doing gathered here? So many people? What are they doing here? Having a bonfire party? Lighting a fire here is practically cooking themselves. Su Taodao hid behind Chun-Yi, peeked out her little head, and whispered curiously. Chun-Yi frowned, his mind filled with doubts. The treasure compass is clearly pointing here, and the vibrations are so intense. It means there must be a great treasure here. Could the treasure be hidden on someone? Or rather, underground? At this moment, everyone noticed the arrival of Chun-Yi and his group. They were all taken aback when they discovered that Chun-Yi was followed by 6 women. Could he be a 6th-tier beast tamer? However, after sensing that Chun-Yi's aura was only at the 3rd level, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Either 3 of the spirit beasts are contracted spirit beasts of other people, or they possess an S-level talent, multiple contracts. Anyway, it's good that another 5-person team has arrived. Thinking of this, several unfriendly gazes were immediately cast upon him. Amazement, lust, jealousy, possessiveness. All sorts of emotions are there. TSK, another group of people trying to steal our food. An Indian man with a scar on his face spat and cursed under his breath. Look at those girls. TSK, they're absolutely gorgeous. I wonder what kind of sounds they'll make. Another short Indian man licked his chapped lips, a lewd glint in his eyes. Idiot. Shut up. A tall, burly Indian beast tamer beside him sternly rebuked. To dare bring so many beauties into such a dangerous place. He's either a spoiled brat with a powerful background who's unafraid of death, or someone with terrifying strength who's fearless. Does he look like the first type? Don't cause me any trouble. We'll talk after the door opens. These words were met with unanimous agreement from the other 2 companions, who shrugged sheepishly. If you're alive to earn money but not alive to spend it, the way to survive is to avoid provoking those powerful families. The other small groups also cast scrutinizing and wary glances their way, and ultimately chose to remain silent and observe. Clearly, no one wants to cause any unforeseen complications at this crucial moment. Chun-Yi scratched his head. The treasure compass points to the central area of the cave, but there are quite a few people gathered there. Could it be that the treasure is really on someone? Rumble. Just as Chun-Yi was wondering. Suddenly, a deep, muffled roar came from deep underground, and the entire volcanic cave shook violently. Fiery red pebbles fell in a flurry, crashing onto the ground with a dull thud, filling the air with dust and creating the feeling that the cave was about to collapse. However, The beast tamers and spirit beasts gathered here showed no fear on their faces. Instead, their expressions were instantly replaced by an almost fanatical excitement and greed. It's open. It's finally open. It really is. Damn it. I've been waiting for almost 3 days. If it doesn't open soon, I'll be roasted to a crisp. Attention everyone. Proceed in the original order. Fully activate your armored forms. Prepare to enter. Hurry, hurry. The portal's opening time is limited. Let's go. Whether we get the spoils or just scraps depends on this exploration. Under the intense gaze of everyone, the rocky ground in the center of the cave suddenly cracked open without warning. Countless massive, spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions at an alarming speed. Scorching hot air gushed out of the crack as if it were a tangible substance, carrying a pungent sulfur smell and devastating heat. The cracks widened and the red light grew stronger, as if a heart was beating violently beneath the earth. Clang! Finally, with a loud bang, the central rocky area completely collapsed, revealing a deep red crater with a diameter of over 10 meters. It was a lava lake that was constantly bubbling and radiating a golden light. But that's not the most shocking part. It was supposed to be a very terrifying scene. But the beast tamers and spirit beasts jumped into it one after another, and were swallowed by the lava lake, fearless of death. Then a bizarre thing happened. When their bodies came into contact with the lava, they were not burned to ashes. Instead, they were like pebbles thrown into water, creating only a faint ripple before disappearing instantly. This lava lake seems to be a teleportation array. Luo Shireen raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Could it be that this lake of lava is actually the heart of a secret realm?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi and the girls widened their eyes in disbelief. The so-called heart of the secret realm is a special area similar to the core of a secret realm. If we compare the secret realm to the human body, then the heart of the secret realm is the human body's heart, the place where the spiritual power of the entire secret realm converges. Each secret realm has a secret realm heart, which exists in a certain corner of the secret realm, and its location will not change. However, the opening hours of the heart of the secret realm are completely unpredictable. Sometimes it takes a week, sometimes even a month. It's completely random. What's even more frustrating is that each opening session only lasts for a few minutes, which is fleeting. Under normal circumstances, there would be no way to detect anything amiss. Without extraordinary luck, even if one spends their entire life immersed in the secret realm, they may not be able to discover the existence of the heart of the secret realm. Of the 365 recorded secret realms in the world today, countless beast tamers have explored them. However, after a long period of time, only 4 secret realms were discovered, which shows how difficult it was to find them. Of course, something won't be sought after simply because it's rare. The heart of this secret realm is a self-contained space, which can be described as a secret realm within a secret realm. As it is the core area where the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm converges, it naturally nurtures all kinds of heaven and earth treasures, and at the same time, all kinds of powerful magical beasts will emerge. If one is fortunate enough to discover some extremely rare spiritual treasures, one will probably never have to worry about making a living for the rest of their life. It can be described as an unparalleled opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. No wonder so many people braved the scorching heat and were willing to endure the heat for several days. So it turns out this is because this is the entrance to the heart of the secret realm. Chapter 103, A Secret Realm Within a Secret Realm. In just 2 minutes, all the beast tamers and spirit beasts in the cave jumped into the lava lake. Only Chun-Yi and his group remained in the area. So, are we going in or not? Yen Jiyu asked first. She was a fire attribute spirit beast, and the aura emanating from the lava lake was an instinctive desire for her. Chun-Yi smiled and asked, "I'm fine with it. How about you guys go explore?" Although it's unclear what treasures are inside, or what dangers might be encountered. But now that the heart of the secret realm is open right in front of him, and he has a cheat code at his disposal, he definitely can't miss it. Of course we want it. The treasure is right in front of us. How could we miss it? That's right, Brother Chun-Yi. You have so many trump cards up your sleeve. Why are you afraid of these weaklings? It seems we haven't seen any high-level beast tamers. It looks like the news hasn't spread yet, and many treasures probably haven't been discovered. There must be unimaginable treasures inside. All right, it's settled then. After taking a deep breath, Chun-Yi led the girls to the lava lake. Sure enough, I didn't feel any heat at all. In fact, I felt a cool sensation. This lava lake is just an illusion. No wonder those people dared to jump in without the slightest hesitation. If it were a scalding lava lake, even knowing it was the entrance to a secret realm, it would take a lot of effort to jump in. Everyone, remember to be on your guard. This isn't a picnic. Jiu exist. You are the strongest and your attributes are most suitable for this place, so you will lead the charge. Activate your armed form to guard against possible sneak attacks at the entrance. Yes, I understand. Yan Jiue responded, and 9 fluffy silver-white fox tails instantly unfurled, completely enveloping and protecting her figure. Without hesitation, she leaped into the churning lava lake, her target the very center of the lava lake. Her figure, upon contact with the lava, merely caused a ripple before vanishing without a trace. Mengxue, Shireen, Tao Tao, let's go in too. Stay alert, and as soon as we're inside, confirm our location and any threats. Good. The 3 women responded immediately, activating their armed forms instantly, and followed Yin Jiyue as she leaped into the lava portal. Moon eyes. Star eyes. Chun-Yi looked at the last of the Hua sisters. You don't have much fighting power. Go in after 10 seconds. Once you're inside, don't panic. Move closer to us immediately. Understand? Clear. The 2 sisters nodded emphatically, held each other's hands tightly, and began to count down. 10, 9, 8. Without much hesitation, Chun-Yi leaped into the air. 10 seconds later, Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong exchanged a glance and jumped together into the churning golden-red lava. And just as their figures disappeared on the surface of the lava, buzz! The churning lava lake, the enormous crater, the spiderweb-like cracks, all these strange phenomena vanished without a trace, as if erased by an invisible eraser. The enormous lava cave fell into a deathly silence once again. No one realized what had happened here. A sense of spatial distortion, similar to that experienced when entering the 5-element secret realm, swept over me. Everyone's gaze was swallowed by a burst of white light. When Chun-Yi's gaze refocused, what came into view was not the molten lava hell that I had imagined, but a very strange scene. This is a forest. But what makes up a forest is not the lush green trees, but the raging flames of all shapes and sizes. The entire forest was burning silently, creating an unreal, dreamlike atmosphere. However, the strangest thing is that you can't feel the heat at all when you are in this fiery forest. Instead, a cool energy enveloped her body, dispelling the heat from the fire zone. Touching the flames did not cause any harm. This fiery forest is all an illusion? Chun-Yi quickly looked around. The various beast tamer groups that had previously poured in were now scattered in different locations, maintaining a wary distance from each other and remaining vigilant. There was no sign of them making a move for the time being. Yan Jiyue, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shireen, Su Taotao, Hua Yuetong, and Hua Xingtong all arrived safely. They were not standing on flat ground, but on a uniquely structured ring-shaped mountain. The entire mountain is like a giant layered cake, divided into 5 huge circular platforms based on 5 different attributes. If you look at this mountain from a distance, it should look like a colorful popsicle. At the foot of the mountain, in the area shrouded in a multicolored halo, one can vaguely see a celestial treasure radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. Even just sensing it from afar is enough to ignite a burning passion within one's heart. But there seems to be only one way down the mountain, a circular mountain road that winds its way down the mountain in layers. The drop between each platform is estimated to be over 300 meters. Even more strangely, this space is permeated with a powerful restrictive force, making it impossible to fly. Even with the physical attributes of a 5th-tier spirit beast, jumping from a height of several hundred meters would likely result in broken bones and tendons. From this perspective, the only way to obtain the treasure at the foot of the mountain is to descend step by step. In fact, 2 beast tamer groups have already begun their ascent. Quick, keep up. Don't let those Chinese bastards get the upper hand. Damn, those bastards run really fast. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and follow them, or you'll be left with nothing. Boss, look over there. What's that? Suddenly, an Indian pointed to a relatively empty area in the illusion of flames not far away and shouted loudly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. On the blazing, fiery grass, several bright red flowers were growing. The petals are made of dancing golden red flames, while the leaves supporting the petals have a warm and rich dark gold color, which stands out against the background of the flame illusion. Then, could that be a spark? Sparkling flower? Are you kidding me? Aren't those things only born in magma? How could they possibly grow in the soil? Don't forget, These fiery forests are all illusions. And these sparks might be illusions too. It shouldn't be an illusion. The fire attribute spiritual energy emanating from the petals doesn't seem fake at all. A murmur of discussion instantly erupted from the crowd. Greedy and suspicious gazes, almost tangible, focused on those few sparks. Chun-Yi frowned slightly. Because of the existence of the system interface, he could tell at a glance that this thing was not an illusion, but a genuine spark. Sparkling flower, 8 stars. This divine flower, imbued with abundant spiritual energy, will significantly enhance the affinity training effect for fire attribute spirit beasts after they consume it. Chapter 104 Trial. Brother Chun-Yi. Yan Jiyue gently tugged at Chun-Yi's sleeve and said coquettishly, I want that flower? Okay. She could clearly feel the power contained within the flame petals. If she can refine it, she will definitely be able to learn new skills very quickly in the future. Chun-Yi smiled faintly and said softly, Don't rush, Jiuyu. Since it's a good treasure, we need to be alive to get it. Let them scout ahead for us first. Sure enough, the moment Chun-Yi finished speaking, immediately, other beast tamers reacted and rushed forward to scramble for the starfire flower. Get out of the way. Our team saw these flowers first. Who dares to steal them? A burly Indian beast tamer roared and charged toward Spark Flower like a raging bull. Who said that? I saw it a long time ago. I just haven't said it yet. Another member of the Dragon Kingdom team sneered and rapidly approached Starfire from the other side. The two figures rushed to within 5 meters of the Spark Flower, almost simultaneously. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as their fingertips were about to touch the petals, the grass beneath my feet suddenly began to shake violently. Several thorny vines, each as thick as a thumb and burning with dark red flames, burst forth from the ground with lightning speed. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, it pierced directly through the hearts of the two beast tamers from behind. Ugh! Lin, save me. Upon seeing this, their contracted spirit beasts were immediately terrified. They immediately rushed forward, trying to cut the vines to rescue him. However, it was too late. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted from the bodies of the two beast tamers. In just 2 or 3 seconds, right before everyone's eyes, they were engulfed by flames from the inside out, turning into 2 blinding balls of fire before being annihilated. All that was left were some charred remains. How so? Damn it! There really was an ambush. I knew it wouldn't be so easy to get a treasure like the Spark Flower. However, since there are protective mechanisms present, doesn't that mean these sparks aren't illusions? Just as everyone was watching the fiery vines warily. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by a tooth-grinding scraping sound and a deep roar, the entire forest of flames suddenly came to life. The illusions of the surrounding fiery trees suddenly became reality. The thick root system suddenly bursts out of the ground, transforming into the 2 feet that support the body. The rough tree trunk twisted and revealed hideous ghost faces, and the hollow tree whole emitted a shriek like a demon. It's Warcraft, and there were as many as 70 or 80 of them. Warcraft, Crimson Tree. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level, Tier 4, Stage 5. Attributes, Fire, Wood, Earth. Skills, Flame Thorns, Fireball, Camouflage. Description, skilled at disguising themselves as harmless plants to launch deadly ambushes. They prefer to fight in groups and are extremely difficult to deal with. It's a magical beast, a disguised magical beast. Damn it. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Everyone, prepare for battle. Stand back to back, and watch out for those vines. Be careful, this is a type of magical beast we've never seen before. We have absolutely no idea what kind of attacks it has. Don't panic. I don't think its aura exceeds the 5th rank. Maintain formation. It must be said, they truly deserve to be called a team of beast tamers who can endure for several days in the fire zone. Despite the vivid image of their comrades' tragic deaths, their combat experience allowed them to quickly regain their composure and reorganize their forces. The spirit beast girls instantly switched to their armed forms, and various colored lights lit up, forming a defensive circle. Male beast tamers, on the other hand, unleashed their talents, either strengthening their spirit beasts, condensing shields, or preparing for ranged attacks. The animosity between the different teams is temporarily set aside, and they unite to face the monster horde before them. The battle erupted instantly. The sounds of energy bursting, monster roars, and angry shouts filled the air. Fortunately, these crimson flame demon trees are not very strong in combat. The only challenge might be the ability to disguise and launch surprise attacks. If the first two beast tamers hadn't been so focused on the starfire flower, they wouldn't have ended up dying in this place that wasn't even a proper foreign land. Wah, husband, you died such a terrible death. What are we going to do now that you're gone? Damn it, why did this have to happen? After the beast tamer of the dragon kingdom sacrificed himself, his 3 contracted spirit beasts surrounded the sapphire pendant, which only had half a gem left, and wept bitterly, heartbroken and devastated. The other beast tamers and spirit beasts in the team stepped forward and whispered words of comfort. They said things like, "The dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. There is hope as long as you live, and you can sell the sparks for a good price." Meanwhile, on the other side, after the death of the Indian beast tamer, his contracted spirit beasts merely glanced indifferently at the spot where he disappeared, a barely perceptible hint of relief and pleasure even flashing across their faces. Even his fellow beast tamers didn't say anything. It feels somewhat ironic. After the battle, the remains of the demonic trees and thorns were cleared away one by one. Wait a minute, did everyone notice? The number of these crimson flame demon trees seems to be exactly the same as ours. Could this be some kind of mechanism? One of the beast tamers, who was responsible for collecting monster core loot, murmured in disbelief. After the recent joint battle, the atmosphere between the various groups has eased considerably. They are no longer hostile to each other as they were at the beginning. But as the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. When it comes to matters of interest, they will not back down. Therefore, each group sent a beast tamer to collect the spoils of war, supervise each other, and then discuss how to distribute them. Unexpectedly, after some discussion, they discovered that the number of monster cores, plus the number of the 2 dead people, was exactly the same. Upon hearing this, the surrounding beast tamers also gathered around. It really is true, they are exactly the same. This can't be a coincidence. I think so. Everyone agreed that it was probably just a coincidence. How could it be such a coincidence that the number of monsters appearing is exactly the same as the number of people here? However, Chunyi did not think so. With his systemic perspective, he had already realized that something was wrong. Before launching their attack, Chunyi didn't see any interface at all among these flame trees and thorns. In other words, they were transformed into magical beasts instantly after the 2 sacrificed beast tamers approached the starfire flower. Then, combining this with the correspondence of quantities accurate to the single digit, a word came to mind: trial. Like the boss mechanics in some online games, it will summon a corresponding number of minions based on the number of players. This is probably a rule set up within the heart of the secret realm. Only by defeating the guardian corresponding to your share can you obtain the corresponding treasure. Chapter 105. Watching the show. Chunyi, what's wrong? Why do you look so serious? Luo Shirin noticed a change in Chunyi's expression and asked with concern. Those sparks, aren't we going to get them? Yan Zhuyue couldn't help but tug at Chunyi's sleeve again. If we don't go now, they'll really take it all. Chunyi snapped out of his thoughts and said calmly, I'm fine. Let them have that thing for now. Huh? Are they going to give that thing to them? But I really want it. It's alright. If I'm not mistaken, these treasures will be ours again sooner or later. Let them keep them for a while. Is that so? Yan Zhuyue was itching to get back to work. However, since Chunyi said that, it means he must be confident. Trust him, he's sure to be right. Meanwhile, after some debate and compromise, the remaining 5 teams finally reached an agreement on the allocation. There are 7 sparkling flowers in total. The 2 teams that lost their beast masters, as the discoverers and the victims, each received 2 starfire flowers as compensation and condolences, while the other 3 teams each received 1. The monster cores are distributed equally among the team members. As for Chunyi and his group who stood by and watched the whole thing, they were naturally ignored by everyone. You didn't contribute to the battle just now, and you're just a beast tamer, so what right do you have to claim the spoils? Does it depend on how many beautiful women you bring with you? Chunyi didn't care at all. Instead, a smile of anticipation played on his lips. How long you can keep these treasures warm is still an unknown. The spoils were quickly distributed. The group composed themselves and continued down the circular mountain road, heading towards the next level, a cyan platform radiating rich wind attribute energy. The illusion of flames was gradually replaced by a flowing blue halo, and the air was filled with a gentle breeze. Not long after they started walking, the beast tamer who was scouting ahead exclaimed in surprise again. Look everyone, what kind of tree is that? Beside the steep cliff at the edge of the blue platform, there grows a uniquely shaped ancient tree. The tree trunk is gnarled and twisted, with a jade-like color. The branches were covered with strange fruits, each about the size of a fist, shaped like a star fruit, and shimmering with a green and yellow halo. A dense, tangible wind elemental energy emanated from the fruit, forming tiny, visible vortices. It doesn't look like an ordinary object. What is that fruit? Does anyone know? I've never seen anything like it before, but this spiritual energy fluctuation, it's definitely a top-tier rare and precious material. Wait, why does that thing look like a wind soul fruit? I remember wind soul fruit slices are also 5-pointed star-shaped. Wind soul fruit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A wind soul fruit tree only bears one fruit, but there are at least 40 or 50 fruits hanging here. How could they be wind soul fruits? Don't forget, the previous spark flowers grew in the ground. In the heart of the secret realm, anything is possible. Regardless of whether it's a wind soul fruit or not, since it's a treasure of heaven and earth, it's right to accept it and prepare for it. According to the rules, each team will send one person to form an exploration team and approach carefully. Soon, the 5 selected beast tamers formed a temporary team. They approached the strange wind soul fruit tree with tense expressions and proceeded cautiously. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, the moment they stepped into a certain area. A sharp cry, like the cry of an eagle, suddenly ripped through the sky, accompanied by violent air currents. Dozens of giant eagles with wingspans exceeding 5 meters and covered in bluish-black feathers suddenly appeared in the sky and swooped down towards the crowd. The number is exactly the same as everyone on the platform at this moment. Warcraft, Blazing Wind Eagle. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level, Tier 4, Stage 5. Attribute, Wind. Skills, Explosive Dive, Wind Blade. Synopsis. Aerial hunters who wield the power of storms, possessing unparalleled speed and aerial dominance. Their threat multiplies when deployed in groups. As expected, there are guardian beasts here too. Watch out from the sky. Look, their numbers are indeed the same as ours. It seems this is something like the treasure guardian. Everyone, prepare for battle. Stop talking nonsense. Maintain formation. They are flying magical beasts. Watch out for their ranged attacks. The battle erupted instantly. The exploding wind eagle held absolute air superiority, traversing the sky at high speed, each dive accompanied by a powerful wind blade storm. Watch out on the left. Hold on. So troublesome. Before long, the beast tamers and spirit beasts on the ground were engaged in a fierce battle. Their inability to fly made them easy targets, leaving them only able to passively defend and counterattack with ranged skills, which was extremely inefficient. Although no new deaths have occurred yet, people are constantly being cut by the wind blades or injured by the shockwaves of the explosions, and their combat effectiveness continues to decline. If they continue fighting like this, it's probably only a matter of time before they are defeated. However, unexpectedly, this situation is exactly the same as when the Crimson Flame Demon Tree attacked before. These magical beasts showed no intention of attacking Chun-Yi and his group. Their targets seemed to be specifically those beast tamer groups. However, to be more precise, 2 female spirit beasts were also not attacked. Witnessing this scene, Chun-Yi finally became convinced that this was a trial specially set up by the heart of the secret realm. Only those who successfully pass the trials are qualified to obtain the magical treasures guarded by the beasts. Moreover, this trial seems to have level restrictions. All the beast tamers who come here to explore are experts of the 4th rank or above. Those 2 spirit beast girls were only at the 3rd rank, 10th stage, and had not yet broken through the 4th rank bottleneck, which is probably why they were spared. In addition, there is another striking detail. Once these exploding wind eagles lock onto a target, they will never switch targets again. Even when spirit beasts turned their backs to them, completely unprepared, they showed no sign of launching a sneak attack. They really take care of low-level players. What made those beast tamers who were struggling to survive even more frustrated was Chun-Yi and his group remained calm and composed at the edge of the battlefield. Damn it. While they were all fighting hard, Chun-Yi was just watching the show. Are you kidding me? Damn. Is this thing really that troublesome? If I could fly, I definitely wouldn't be fighting so hard. What's the point of saying all this now? Stop your damn whining. Hey, you guys watching the show over there. Are you all dead? Come help us. In the Dragon Kingdom team that had previously lost their captain, a 4th tier, 6th level beast tamer cursed angrily. 7 of these are yours. If it weren't for you, would I be having such a hard time? Aren't you coming to help? He's just a stupid rich kid. In this situation, if they lose, you guys will all die here too. Don't you even know this basic common sense? Chapter 106 Request for Support. Hearing this bizarrely logical accusation, Chun-Yi almost burst out laughing. The Crimson Flame Demon Tree was so weak just now. How come none of you thought of it? Now that they can't beat the Bursting Wind Eagle, they're resorting to moral blackmail? But even if that's the thought, the person still needs to be saved. Otherwise, if these people are blown down the mountain by the exploding Wind Eagle, they might not be able to get the Spark Flower. You are right. There should indeed be 7 of them inside that are for us. Then I'll help you deal with 7 of them. Upon hearing this, the girls, who already understood the implication, immediately sprang into action. Ice breath. Lin Mingxua parted her red lips slightly, and a chilling, frosty breath swept out, freezing the air wherever it passed. The 3 exploding wind eagles froze instantly, turning into ice sculptures that shattered on the ground. Wind blade. Luo Shireen lightly raised her jade hand, and countless cyan wind blades appeared out of thin air, weaving into a net of death. In an instant, it engulfed the 2 wind eagles that were trying to gain altitude, turning them into a bloody mist. A strange foxfire. Yan Jiyue flicked her finger, and 2 points of dark purple spark shot out, accurately hitting the 2 exploding wind eagles. There was no explosion, no screams. Those 2 sparks, like black holes, instantly and completely wiped out the existence of the 2 exploding wind eagles. Life devoured. Su Taotao was even more straightforward and brutal. A black hole vortex appeared, and she forcibly pulled over a blasting wind eagle. Under the influence of life devouring, the cyan body gradually collapsed, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by it. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and 10 exploding wind eagles were annihilated. Chun-Yi said he dealt with 7, and even slaughtered 3 more on the side. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused. All the beast tamers and spirit beasts who were fighting the wind eagles, including the ferocious wind eagles, froze for a moment. What just happened? Am I seeing things? One move? Wiped out a whole group. That little girl, she ate that monster? My God, could this really be a 6th-tier beast tamer? That's incredible. The burly man who had just been cursing opened his mouth wide, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Thinking back to her mockery and disdain for Chun-Yi earlier, she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. It turns out that Chun-Yi wasn't refraining from taking action because he was completely unaware of the current situation. Rather, it was because they had absolute confidence in their own abilities that they felt there was no need to take action. After all, with such strength, if they waited until they were all dead before making their move, they could have monopolized the entire treasure. That's fucking insane. However, even though Chun-Yi and his group instantly killed 10 exploding wind eagles, the disadvantaged position of these beast tamers remains unchanged. The advantage of the exploding wind eagle in the air is simply too great. Those on the ground can only be used as live targets. Seeing this, Chun-Yi finally understood why he had hardly seen any beast tamers in the wind zone. They really have a hard time dealing with flying spirit beasts. The Dragon Kingdom team that lost its captain is now in the most difficult situation, with its remaining members and spirit beasts in grave danger under the siege of several wind eagles. The team leader, Wang Ruochen, shouted hoarsely towards Chun-Yi, "Brother, help us out. Help us get rid of these guys bothering us. The 2 sparks our team got earlier are yours." Although sparkling flowers are quite valuable, but rather than die here immediately, he had no choice but to amputate his arm to survive. A single spark costs approximately 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins. But within this secret realm, all sorts of rare and precious treasures of heaven and earth are everywhere. This time, they just happened to encounter a flying-type monster that they weren't good at dealing with, which is why they were in such a sorry state. If we encounter other treasures later, will we still be afraid of not being able to earn back this money? If you've survived, why worry about not making money? Moreover, Chun-Yi didn't seem to want the wind soul fruit. Although each one of these can only sell for around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, the sheer quantity makes up for it. If we get a larger share, it might even be more profitable than 2 sparks. Chun-Yi's gaze swept over Yan Jiyue's eyes, which lit up instantly, and a knowing smile appeared on his lips. Sparkling flowers? That stuff isn't very useful to me, Chun-Yi said calmly. But since you've brought it up, I'll reluctantly accept those 2 spark flowers. Deal. Here you go. He practically roared it out, and at the same time, he quickly took out 2 specially made jade boxes from his backpack and threw them toward Chun-Yi. Happy. Chun-Yi caught the jade box and tossed it to Yan Jiyue, who was already impatient. At the same time, a single glance was given, and the girls responded in unison. They quickly dealt with the monsters surrounding them. The crisis was averted. The remaining members of the Beast Tamer team collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their eyes filled with gratitude and awe at having survived a close call as they looked at Chen-Yi. Other teams that were still struggling seemed to have noticed something amiss after seeing this scene. It seems that all that's needed is to deal with the monster attacking them. Damn it. You Chinese, come and help us. The 2 sparks we have are yours too. The Indian Beast Tamer team, whose member had previously died, anxiously sent a distress call to Chen-Yi. Damn it, if this continues, they're definitely going to die. The only way to survive was to cut off his arm. Chen-Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. No problem. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The girls then made a few effortless moves. The exploding wind eagles surrounding the Indians were also completely wiped out. Of the remaining 3 Beast Tamer teams, 2 finally succumbed to the immense pressure. Similarly, they used the spark flower as leverage to ask Chen-Yi for help. The last team of Indian Beast Tamers gritted their teeth and chose to persevere to the end. In the end, at the cost of 7 Spirit Beast girls being slightly injured and 2 Spirit Beast girls being seriously injured, they successfully defeated the enemy. At this moment, instead of immediately scrambling for the spoils, the group looked at Chen-Yi and his companions with complicated expressions. An hour ago, they were secretly mocking Chen-Yi, thinking he was just a rich young master who brought a girl for a drive. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. These girls are incredibly strong. They are definitely among the best of the 3rd-tier spirit beasts. I'm afraid even one of their small teams. No, even 2 small teams combined might not be a match for Chen-Yi alone. The Beast Tamers from India were also looking at Chen-Yi with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. They never imagined that such a powerful figure would appear in the Dragon Kingdom. It was simply outrageous. Bro, thanks for the help. The team of Indian Beast Tamers who had been there earlier also approached Chen-Yi with 2 starfire flowers, saying gratefully, "This is the reward we agreed on before." Chen-Yi accepted the sparkling flower. "Thank you, my little beauty really likes this now." Seeing this, other teams also sent representatives to deliver the goods. The heart of the secret realm is such a tiny place, yet Chen-Yi is so powerful. If they renege on their debts, they might not even know how they died. Chapter 107 Strange Creatures. Here you go, Jiuyu, the spark flower you wanted. Chen-Yi handed all the sparkling flowers to Yin Jiyue. Are you satisfied now? The moment Yin Jiyue saw the sparkle, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she smiled brightly. Thank you, little brother Chen-Yi. Kiss. By the way, brother Chen-Yi. Lin Mingxue stared at the tree not far away and asked with a puzzled look, those fruits that people are fighting over look so tempting. Why don't we want them? Chen-Yi did not answer immediately. He simply turned his gaze to the Beast Tamers vying for the prize, a knowing glint in his eyes. He turned to Luo Shireen and said, Shireen, explain to everyone what the wind-burning fruit is. Wind-scorched fruit. Upon hearing this, Luo Shireen's delicate body trembled violently, and her pupils contracted slightly. Chen-Yi, are you trying to say that those fruits are wind-scorched fruits? Yes. Chen-Yi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the Beast Tamers whose eyes were glued to the fruit trees. They've just had their appearance distorted by the special environment of the heart of the secret realm, disguising themselves as the wind soul fruit that everyone wants. Luo Shireen gasped, a chill running from her feet to the top of her head. He instantly understood why Chen-Yi had remained unmoved before. She quickly turned around, lowered her voice, and explained, Sisters, you all know about wind poison, right? Its core ingredient is this wind-scorched fruit. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the girls collectively gasped. The name of Fengdu is practically an urban legend in the world of beast tamers. It's known far and wide. Even an 8th-tier spirit beast will die instantly after accidentally ingesting the wind poison. For those of them who haven't even reached the 4th rank, a single touch could mean instant death. It's incredibly poisonous. Who would have thought that the core of that terrifyingly poisonous substance was actually this fruit that looked just like a dragon fruit? Fortunately, Chen-Yi had a keen eye and recognized the thing. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The brief respite did not quell the greed in people's hearts. After a period of mutual wariness and brief negotiation, the several beast tamer teams ultimately succumbed to the temptation of what might be the wind soul fruit and eagerly began to divide it up. As before, each team sends one person to pick the fruit, while the other team members supervise each other to prevent anyone from taking more than their share. A tall, dark-skinned Indian beast tamer named Morid was chosen by his companions. He licked his slightly chapped lips, took a deep breath, and almost without warning, went straight forward and picked the largest-looking fruit. But the moment his fingertips touched the smooth fruit peel, something unexpected happened. Ugh! Heart-wrenching screams echoed across the land. He jerked his hand back as if he'd been electrocuted, but it was too late. A strange, viscous, dark green liquid, almost like a living thing, spread wildly from his fingertips that touched the fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever that dark green color passed, the skin instantly lost its luster and became like rotten leather. In just 1 second, the dark green color engulfed his entire arm and spread at an alarming speed to his shoulder, chest, and even his whole body. Mord, what's wrong with you? His companion was terrified and instinctively wanted to step forward, but was forced back by the strong, ominous aura. Oh no, look at his skin. It's completely green. This fruit is poisonous. Green. It's spreading so fast, it's wind poison. That thing is wind-scorched fruit. Get away from it. Get away from that tree. A well-informed beast tamer from the Dragon Kingdom had a drastic change in expression, roared, and scrambled backward. The crowd erupted like a boiling pot, retreating in terror into a huge vacuum. Even Morad's own contracted spirit beast retreated to a distance of over 100 meters in an instant. Just a few seconds. Morad's skin had turned a viscous, dark green, like that of a corpse soaked in venom. He fell to the ground, his body rolling and convulsing uncontrollably, his cries of agony echoing through the sky. Each spasm was accompanied by a dark green mucus seeping from under the skin. Finally, after a few more seconds, the wailing stopped completely. Dead. A 4th-tier, 5th-level Indian beast tamer, renowned for his poison resistance, died after touching the wind-burning fruit. The gruesome manner of the death sent chills down the spines of all who witnessed it, sending a shiver down their spines and from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. How is this possible? Wind poison. Is it really that terrifying? Just one touch and it's gone? At that moment, everyone gasped in shock. The air was thick with intense fear and the relief of surviving a disaster. The bucket of ice water completely extinguished the greed in everyone's hearts, leaving only a chilling sense of lingering fear. However, this is not the end. Just a few breaths after Morad breathed his last, the body, which had been in a painful, curled-up position, suddenly shuddered violently. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the corpse slowly rose from the ground in a bizarre posture that completely defied physiological structure. A large area around it was covered by green shadows. Wherever the shadow passed, everything seemed to have been soaked in sulfuric acid, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. The thing stood in the shadows, its entire body emitting a ghastly green glow like rotting moss, and pus constantly seeping from its skin. Its body was twisted and hunched, its limbs were as thin as withered branches, yet it carried an eerie, inhuman feeling. It slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of completely cloudy, pale white eyeballs. It had no pupils, no focus, only a white film as if covered by a thick layer of adipocere, staring intently at every living creature present. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. What is this thing? Mord, what's wrong? Hey, can you hear me? Stop calling him. This thing seems to have been corrupted by something. Get away. Everyone, get away from that thing right now. An unprecedented sense of panic instantly spread through everyone's hearts. The zombie monster's eyes rolled emotionlessly, instantly locking onto the nearest Indian beast tamer. The next second it moved. A foul-smelling, eerie wind rushed forward at an unimaginable speed, its target the beast tamer's throat. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. At the critical moment, the beast tamer's contracted spirit beast, the saber-toothed tiger, charged from the side, its metal claws directly blocking the zombie's withered claws. The immense force caused her to stagger, but she still managed to block the fatal blow. Using the recoil, she used her tail to pull her beast tamer up and leaped back several meters. However, when the spirit beast girl looked down at her claws that had touched the zombie monster, she was completely dumbfounded. It turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then, as if eroded by the accelerating passage of time, it began to peel and wither away. How could such a single contact cause such a terrible backlash? What the hell is this thing? Chapter 108 Cursed Evil Corpse. Everyone, prepare for battle. If we don't get rid of this thing, we can forget about finding the treasure. No melee combat. Focus fire from range. Quickly. No, it's too fast. We can't hit it at all. Watch out. It's charging at us. The beast tamers immediately assumed defensive stances and began to resist the invasion of the zombie monsters. However, the zombie monster moved like a tiger among sheep, rampaging through the crowd with its incredible speed and the terrifying corrosive poison it carried. The beast tamers' formation collapsed instantly, and they could only retreat in a sorry state. All ranged attacks missed due to its high speed, unpredictable movements, and no one dared to approach it in melee combat. At this moment, Chun-Yi narrowed his eyes. A system interface appeared before his eyes. However, it's not the system interface for spirit beasts or magical beasts, but rather the system interface for items. Cursed Corpse, 1 star. A product of the rules of the heart of the secret realm. Anyone who dies from the wind poison will transform into this thing. The Guardian's rank is the same as the deceased's in life, and its level and strength are approximately S-rank spirit beast bloodline. Note, this target possesses a large amount of wind attribute spiritual energy. After defeating a wind attribute spirit beast, you can extract its spiritual energy to nourish yourself. So you're the guardian of the secret realm? So, the two people who were pierced through the chest by thorns and turned to ashes were not actually using the Crimson Flame Demon Tree's skill. It's because if you die from a fire attribute attack, you'll die in that way, am I right? Yes. This is a unique mechanism of the heart of the 5 elements mystic realm. Being killed by any of the 5 elements will result in a different curse. Is that so? This 5 elements secret realm is quite interesting. Different attributes have different effects, and even dying from an attack of a certain attribute will result in different death rattle effects. It doesn't feel like a secret realm. It's more like a natural training ground. Whoosh. A ghastly green claw flashed by. Ugh hot. A piercing scream rang out. A female spirit beast, unable to dodge in time, had her shoulder pierced by the claws of the cursed evil corpse. The potent poison and corrosive power instantly invaded. Her beast tamer, eyes blazing with fury, roared and tried to rush to her aid, but was held back by her companion. Don't go. It's dangerous. The next second, something happened that was enough to destroy any will to resist. The severely injured spirit beast girl's body began to convulse violently and unnaturally the moment she was thrown away. The dark green color spread rapidly from the wound, and the skin visibly dried out and discolored. Just 10 seconds later, under the horrified gazes of everyone, she stopped struggling, her body twisting in an equally bizarre way as she slowly rose from the ground. Her body also emitted a ghastly green light, and her murky white eyes stared intently at everyone present. It had transformed into a second cursed evil corpse. How is this possible? If you were killed by it, will you also turn into that kind of monster? 2 already. We couldn't even handle 1, and now there are 2. It's over. It's completely over. We're all going to die here. We'll all turn into these monsters. Panic completely escalated into desperate wails. Faced with 2 agile, deadly, and even cursed evil corpses, the remaining beast tamer's fighting spirit completely collapsed. Some people collapsed to the ground, while others ran away with their heads in their hands. The scene was completely out of control. Brother Chin-Yi, should we make a move? Looking at the 2 rampaging, cursed corpses in the arena, Luo Shireen asked tremblingly. If this continues, the more people are killed, the more corpses will appear, forming a zombie horde. I'm afraid we'll also. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Upon hearing this, Chin-Yi pondered for a while. The reason he hasn't let the girls make a move is, on the one hand, there was a concern that if they were accidentally poisoned, they might also turn into zombies. On the other hand, Chun-Yi wanted these people to back down and obediently leave the heart of the secret realm. He had no intention of becoming a savior. However, the current situation is out of control. If these 2 evil corpses are allowed to continue killing and transforming, their numbers will increase exponentially, which will indeed cause huge trouble. The girls were all eager to try, so there was no need to dampen their enthusiasm. Chin-Yi nodded. Go ahead and make your move. Judging from this, it doesn't seem to have any ranged attacks. But Tao, you shouldn't make a move. I don't like lowly zombies. Upon hearing this, Su Tao pouted and muttered, I already said I'm not a lowly. Alright, this isn't the time to talk about this. You stay here to protect Yutong and Xingtong, and stay far away. Absolutely do not approach the battlefield. After all, Chin-Yi didn't know either. Will Su Tao also be corrupted by the poison when she uses the power of Tao Dai to devour the power of the cursed evil corpse? Okay, I understand. Su Tao nodded, then immediately took Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong's hands and quickly retreated to the relatively safe rock at the edge of the battlefield, cautiously observing everything around them. Roar! The two cursed evil corpses ran rampant, and they were also untouchable. The formation of the spirit beasts was shattered in minutes, and no one dared to approach them. Despair gradually appeared on the faces of the beast tamers. Having barely survived the attack of the exploding wind eagle, now an even more ferocious one has appeared. Am I really going to die here? Just then, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Yin Juyue joined the battle. Because the cursed corpses only attack beings of the 4th rank or higher, they only need to provide ranged firepower, much like hitting a wooden stake. But the result was somewhat unexpected. The frosty breath froze an area, but only left frost on the ground after the evil corpse had passed. The wind blade grazed past the afterimage of the evil corpse, shattering a rock. The eerie foxfire scorched the air, but only managed to burn the trail of bloody wind left by the evil corpse. It couldn't hit the target at all. Damn it, that was too fast. It's as slippery as an eel. Why can't it be like in the game, where hitting a friendly unit doesn't cause damage? The evil corpse's ability to evade is beyond imagination, and its movement trajectory is completely unpredictable. Furthermore, with teammates present, it's impossible to unleash a wide-range attack. If 2 or 3 out of 10 attacks manage to hit, that's considered good, and the damage dealt is practically negligible. Upon seeing this, Chun-Yi frowned slightly. Wow, that's fast. This is getting complicated. While pondering, Chun-Yi suddenly made an extremely extravagant decision. He took out an ice jade fruit from his spatial ring and held it directly in front of him. This thing was part of Yin Juyue's dowry, and it's time to use it. Seeing this, Su Taotao, who had retreated to a safe corner, asked somewhat bewilderedly, "What's wrong, brother Chun-Yi? Isn't this the time to eat?" Chun-Yi chuckled. "How could that be? Taotao, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. You'd better watch out." Ultimate move? Su Taotao was stunned for a moment. What ultimate move would require the use of ice jade fruit? However, since Chun-Yi had already said that, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Chapter 109 Unleashing the Power of Ice Elements. After taking a deep breath, Chun-Yi said softly, "System, I want to activate the binding effect of the ice jade fruit." Ding! 5 enhancement points consumed. Activation successful. The moment the system's voice faded, a sudden change occurred. The ice jade fruit in Chun-Yi's palm suddenly burst forth with an extremely dazzling dark blue light. The light did not spread outwards, but instead rapidly collapsed and condensed inwards. In just a moment, it transformed into 2 ice runes composed of the purest ice laws. The runes floated in Chun-Yi's palm, slowly rotating. The surrounding air crackled from time to time, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of white frost, which spread outward from Chun-Yi. Oh, so that's how the imprisonment effect is used. Since that's the case, then it's settled. Chun-Yi uttered a single word and casually flicked his wrist. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sharp sounds of air being torn apart accompanied this. 2 beams of dark blue light, each about the thickness of a thumb, shot out in response. As if they were alive, they precisely bypassed all the gaps between the beast tamers, ignored all obstacles, crossed space, and pierced into the chests of the 2 zombies. Snap! Snap! A sickening freezing sound suddenly rang out. Centered on the point where the cold light penetrated, the pale frost spread wildly outwards, just like flesh corroded by wind poison, instantly covering the limbs, torso, and head of the cursed evil corpse. A terrifying chill erupted, even condensing into tiny ice crystals and snowflakes in the air. Moment. The 2 cursed evil corpses, who were bearing their fangs and claws in the crowd just a second ago, had all their movements forcibly paused. They maintained their ferocious pouncing posture, completely covered from head to toe by a layer of several inches thick, crystal clear ice. They turned into 2 ice sculptures exuding a chilling aura. Even the bloodthirsty expressions remaining on their faces and the slime dripping from their claws are clearly frozen in them. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused. All the shouts of battle, screams, and sounds of clashing weapons came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Everyone seemed frozen in place, their movements halted, their gazes fixed intently on the 2 ice sculptures. Dead silence. A deathly silence. Only the wisps of white, chilling air emanating from the ice sculptures rose silently across the scorching battlefield, creating an eerie and cold contrast. The next second, all the beast tamers burst into an incredulous shout. Ice, it's frozen? My God, who did this? Which big shot made the move? Is that the little girl with dragon horns? Are her ice attribute skills really that strong? No, it wasn't her. It seems like it was her beast tamer who did it. Upon hearing this, countless shocked gazes focused on Chun-Yi, who was standing not far away. Upon seeing this, Chun-Yi simply smiled faintly. He ignored the overwhelming reaction from the beast tamers. He glanced indifferently at the two ice sculptures, then looked at the girls and said softly, "That thing is imprisoned, but it's not quite dead yet. You guys take care of it." Upon hearing this, the girls finally snapped out of their shock. No, this is too outrageous. Lin Mingxue, in particular, was completely stunned. She possesses the blood of a frost dragon, but she had a hard time hitting the cursed evil corpse, let alone freezing it completely. But in the end, Chun-Yi succeeded with just one move? So who exactly is the spirit beast with SSS-level bloodline? Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability increased by 2 points. Ding. Congratulations. Lin Mingxue's favorability has reached 90 points. Reward, plus 30 enhancement points. It's not just Lin Mingxue's favorability that has increased. The changes in the other girls' favorability ratings followed one after another. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability, plus 1 point. Current favorability rating, 91 points. Ding. Su Taodao's favorability, plus 1 point. Current favorability rating, 92 points. Ding. Hitomi's affection level plus 10 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Ding. Washington's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 70 points. Of course, the most surprising one was Yin Jiyue. Brother Chun-Yi, you're actually this amazing? Just how many more abilities does he have that I don't know about? Ding. Yin Jiyue's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Ding. Yin Jiyue's favorability has reached 80 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 enhancement points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, Intermediate Strength Amplification Card, X3. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, Beast Taming Whip. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Chun-Yi exclaimed inwardly. He almost lost his pretentious image and burst out a string of beautiful Chinese verses. I was stunned on the spot. In fact, Chun-Yi never intended to gain the girl's favorability at all. He simply wanted to confirm what kind of effects the various elemental treasures would produce after being activated. After all, Chun-Yi had already given this matter considerable thought. He felt that it was best to let things take their course when it came to matters of favorability. In relationships between men and women, the more you try to calculate, the more likely you are to become trapped and unable to extricate yourself. Who could have predicted such an unexpected surprise? The girls' favorability ratings have collectively skyrocketed. After this series of actions, the enhancement points soared to 115. Awesome. At this moment, the girls also came to their senses and began to attack the frozen, cursed, evil corpse. Chun-Yi's ice seal is slightly different from Lin Mingxue's ice breath. Lin Mingxue's ice breath can only freeze an opponent after successfully killing them. It serves as a finishing touch. Chun-Yi's ice seal can only restrict the opponent's movements and will not cause any real harm. But there is one very special thing about it. That is, even if attacked, the frozen state will not be broken while the frozen state is in effect. Moreover, freezing does not reduce the damage received by the opponent. To describe it more accurately, it's like time stopping. The mystery behind this is truly unfathomable. With the girl's strength, defeating these two cursed evil corpses that are like wooden stakes is naturally a piece of cake. In no time, with a few swift moves, he easily dispatched the two cursed evil corpses. As the two cursed corpses turned to ashes in an instant, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in them. An existence that even the combined strength of dozens of people present could not defeat. They were defeated so easily and decisively? Something's not right here, is it? Chapter 110, Quitting Halfway. Anyone who witnessed that scene knows a chilling truth deep down. If Chun-Yi hadn't used that strange freezing technique to freeze the cursed evil corpse, it would have been hard to say who would have won in the end. Silence. A deathly silence. At that moment, everyone's face was filled with disbelief and horror. Previously, everyone naturally assumed that the spirit beast girl that Chun-Yi had contracted was inherently powerful, or that it was under the enhancement of his talent that she unleashed such amazing combat power. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain why those spirit beast girls are so strong. But what about now? Chun-Yi shattered everyone's preconceived notions with his seemingly casual strike. His own strength is probably far more terrifying than those of his spirit beast sisters. The icy power that instantly froze the powerful evil corpse was simply too domineering. This is a skill that no ordinary beast tamer could possess. This is clearly an SS-level talent? No. It might even be a powerful force that can only be explained by the legendary SSS-level talent. When did beast tamers become so incredibly powerful? This completely overturned everyone's understanding of the beast taming system. When did the Dragon Kingdom give birth to such an unparalleled genius? A beast tamer from India muttered to himself, looking utterly dejected. Of course, his question was destined to remain unanswered. At the same time, Luo Shirin, who was standing not far from Chun-Yi, suddenly trembled. She clearly felt a pure wind attribute spiritual power flowing into her body like a gentle stream, rapidly nourishing her physical body and even subtly promoting her understanding of the power of wind. It feels like refining a wind attribute beast king crystal core. She looked up abruptly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, and instinctively glanced in Chun-Yi's direction. Chun-Yi was looking at her and nodded slightly, as if he already knew everything. Does this mean I should accept this spiritual power? Brother Chun-Yi, you're really amazing. Next time I have time, I'll pamper you properly. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability, +1 point. Current favorability rating, 92 points. Lin Mingxue, Yin Jiyue, Su Taodao, and the Hua sisters beside him all cast questioning glances at him. Despite their shock, they didn't press the matter further. There are so many people here now, it would be even more complicated to explain in detail. If you have any questions, just wait until it's quiet at night, whisper in your ear, and you'll surely get the answer out of them. Several beautiful women had similar thoughts in their minds, and their gazes toward Chun-Yi became even more meaningful. It's safe to say that Chun-Yi's kidney bro is about to suffer again. After the shockwave subsided, the post-war statistics began. After the encounter with the cursed evil corpse, all the teams except Chun-Yi suffered heavy losses. 2 teams of beast tamers from the Dragon Kingdom and 1 team of beast tamers from India chose to withdraw from the exploration almost without hesitation. Although their teams suffered no casualties, everyone sustained injuries to varying degrees. In this world, spirit beast bloodlines with healing abilities are extremely rare, comparable to the rarity of S-rank bloodlines. Once identified, they are basically monopolized by the state for training, and ordinary beast tamers have no access to them at all. The price of healing-grade spiritual treasures is not something that ordinary beast tamers can use as ordinary medicine. They love money, but that doesn't mean they don't value their lives. In the end, only 2 teams of Indian beast tamers and 1 team of Chinese beast tamers remained, all of them being 4-person teams. The beast tamers and spirit beasts who sacrificed themselves before were all from their teams. It is precisely because a price has been paid that returning empty-handed seems even more foolish. The enormous sunk costs forced them to continue, hoping to bring back treasures enough to make up for their losses. Chun-Yi looked at the lingering fear and greed in their eyes and sighed silently. It seems unrealistic to try to scare everyone away with danger. Fine, Chun-Yi thought to himself. It's better to have someone willing to pave the way than to wander around like a headless fly. As long as I keep a close eye on them and don't let them cause any big trouble, that's fine. After a short rest, the group continued their journey deeper into the heart of the secret realm. However, the atmosphere is completely different from when I first arrived here. The attitudes of the 2 Indian teams and Wang Ruochan's Dragon Kingdom team towards Chun-Yi underwent a dramatic change. Previously, there might have been a sense of disdain or contempt. After all, rivals are enemies, especially when they are both competitors searching for treasure. But now, all that's left is almost fawning flattery, with an extremely humble posture. Especially those spirit beast girls, the way they looked at Chun-Yi was so affectionate. There was even a hint of humble pleading, all wanting to establish a contract with Chun-Yi. However, Chun-Yi ignored all those intense gazes. He wasn't feigning arrogance. He simply had the will but lacked the ability. Although the system's capabilities granted him a theoretically unlimited number of contract slots. But his energy, especially Brother Kidney's energy, is limited. The contractual relationship between beast tamers and spirit beasts appears on the surface to involve the spirit beasts engaging in most battles, while the beast tamers observe from the rear, making them far safer than the spirit beasts themselves. But only those who have a deep understanding of the duties of a beast tamer know that being a beast tamer is truly exhausting. One person has to bear the responsibility of guiding the energy and cultivating the affinity of multiple spirit beasts. In addition, their physical strength is not as good as that of the spirit beasts. In such an environment, it is easy to die suddenly. There's practically no free time at all. In contrast, once the spirit beast girl has completed energy guidance and affinity training, she can basically go about her own business without affecting her progress at all. Therefore, Chun-Yi will only choose to train female spirit beasts that can activate the system's favorability tasks, have top-notch bloodline aptitude, have compatible personalities, and preferably be beautiful. Of course, those spirit beasts that are arrogant and have a bad attitude are simply out of the question. With the system around, finding a contracted spirit beast is a piece of cake, isn't it? Why create trouble for yourself and make yourself a bunch of ancestors to worship? However, Chun-Yi discovered something. The remaining team of Dragon Kingdom beast tamers had female spirit beasts whose appearances were generally above average, but whose bloodline levels were generally low. Why does it feel like? A bit like some rich young master taking a girl out to show off. Forget about that. Let's think about how to loot all the treasures in the heart of the secret realm first. Just as Chun-Yi was pondering whether to continue exploring downwards or return to the uppermost flame forest to plunder treasures. Brother, wait. A figure with a forced smile quickly approached. How about we get to know each other? My name is Wang Ruochan, the second son of the Wang family of Hanbei. I wonder if you've ever heard of the Wang family of Hanbei. Chapter 1:11 The grandson of the 7 dragon generals. The Wang family of Hanbei. Chun-Yi stopped and turned around to look at the man in front of him, who claimed to be from the royal family of Hanbei. Damn it. I was just wondering if this Dragon Kingdom squad was some rich kid bringing his girlfriend out to show off. So they ended up revealing their family background? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? His gaze swept over Wang Ruochan. The opponent's aura was fluctuating in the middle of the 4th rank, which was not weak, but it was definitely not worthy of the aura of noble family he was trying to create. After thinking for a moment, Chun-Yi still responded calmly, asking, "What is your relationship with General Wang Shihao, one of the 7 dragon generals?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi was indeed aware of the Wang family's reputation, especially mentioning his maternal grandfather, Wang Shihao. Wang Ruochan's smugness was almost overflowing, and he straightened his back even more. Haha, brother, you have great insight. General Wang Shihao is indeed my maternal grandfather. At the end of his speech, he deliberately emphasized the words grandfather, as if that was the source of his confidence. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed across Chun-Yi's eyes, before he quickly regained his calm and composed demeanor. He looked the young man in front of him up and down again, shaking his head inwardly. One of the 7 dragon generals, and the grandson of a powerful figure who is on the same level as Luo Qinghe? Is that all the skill you've got? Either it's all made up, or this so-called grandson is highly dubious, or he might even be a discarded child. Oh, Chun-Yi's tone remained casual. So you're the young master of the Wang family. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you at first. His words were flat, revealing not a trace of joy, anger, or shock. They showed none of the awe and fear that ordinary beast tamers would feel upon hearing the name of the 7 dragon generals, nor did they display any enthusiasm for currying favor or making connections. It's as if I'm just stating a trivial fact. Upon seeing this, Wang Ruochan's smile instantly froze. Chun-Yi's reaction, something's not right. In the past, as long as one mentioned their maternal grandfather's name, which beast tamer wouldn't immediately put on a respectful or even fawning face? Why is this person so calm? So calm. It even made him feel slightly slighted. He quickly suppressed his displeasure, his smile widening and his posture becoming even more humble. I dare not accept such praise. You are too kind, brother. There's no need for such formalities. Just call me Ruochan. May I ask your honorable name, brother? Which family do you come from? Your freezing technique just now was simply awe-inspiring. I admire you so much. I'm completely in awe. Standing to Chun-Yi's side and slightly behind, Luo Shirin's beautiful eyes flashed with understanding, which then turned into amusement. Wang Shihao from the Wang family of Hanbei? Isn't that Grandpa's colleague? She glanced at Wang Ruochan without making a sound, then looked at the 3 exhausted and disheveled team members behind him, as well as the several spirit beast girls with mixed auras and obviously weak strength beside them. She shook her head inwardly. Put yourself in her shoes. If she were a beast tamer, with this level of skill, She would rather die in obscurity than choose such a mediocre person as her contract partner. As someone from a prominent family, you either become famous far and wide or disappear quietly. This Wang Ruochen, he actually played it like this. It seems there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. Thinking of this, Luo Shirin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. However, she didn't interrupt, but simply tidied her hair at her temples and stood quietly beside Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi seemed oblivious to Wang Ruochen's enthusiastic flattery, simply stating his name. Chen-Yi. 2 words, simple and clear, without any suffix or title. Brother Chen-Yi. What a great name. Powerful. It sounds like someone exceptional. Wang Ruochen seemed oblivious to the coldness, continuing his enthusiastic flattery. Brother Chun, look at this heart of the secret realm. Every step is fraught with danger. You saw that zombie just now, how terrifying. Who knows what other monsters are behind it? How about we travel together? There's strength in numbers, and we can look out for each other. Besides, our Wang family has some unique insights into exploring secret realms. Once we get out, I will repay you handsomely. My grandfather admires talented young men like Brother Chen the most. He extended an olive branch, subtly hinting at the resources of the Wang family behind him, attempting to increase his leverage. The team members behind Wang Ruochen and another team of Indian beast tamers also pricked up their ears and watched Chen-Yi nervously. If you can explore with this expert, your chances of survival will undoubtedly increase significantly. The spirit beast girl stared at Chen-Yi with hopeful eyes. However, Chen-Yi had not yet spoken. A lazy female voice, tinged with obvious sarcasm, interrupted. It was Yan Jiyue. She crossed her arms, her 9 foxtails swaying gently behind her, and glanced at Wang Ruochen with her beautiful eyes. Oh, strength in numbers? When we were dealing with those 2 zombies, I didn't see how many of you could do that. If it weren't for my little brother Chen-Yi's timely intervention, some of these people would probably be turned into the same kind of zombie by now, performing shamanistic rituals in this forest. If I'm not mistaken, when you say there's strength in numbers, you're probably referring to the fact that when resources are distributed later, having more people means you can get more resources, right? Su Taotao couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Lin Mingxue also pursed her lips, seemingly trying hard to suppress her laughter. Anyone with eyes could see it. Yet Wang Ruochen spoke with such conviction. Is this really so stupid that it's incomprehensible, or does it mean they think everyone else is stupid? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruochen's smile instantly turned incredibly awkward and stiff, leaving him almost speechless. His teammates behind him blushed, lowered their heads in shame, and dared not refute him. After all, what Yan Jiyue said was indeed the truth. If they were truly capable, they would have gone solo instead of seeking cooperation. Chen-Yi raised his hand and patted Yan Jiyue's shoulder, stopping her sarcasm. He looked at Wang Ruochen, whose face was alternating between pale and flushed, his gaze calm and unwavering, and gave his final answer. Traveling together is out of the question. We don't like teaming up with others. However, out of respect for General Wang's service to the country, I'd like to give you a heads up. If you encounter any further danger during your exploration, I will not offer any assistance. Whether you choose to continue deeper or withdraw now, you must carefully consider your options and make your own decisions. After saying that, Chen-Yi ignored the instantly ugly expressions on Wang Ruochen and the others' faces, turned to the girls beside him, and said, "We're leaving. Good luck to you all." Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Yan Jiyue, Su Taotao, and the Hua sisters immediately followed, their movements swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. He didn't even bother to look back at Wang Ruochen and his group, and followed Chen-Yi up the mountain. Only Wang Ruochen and the Indian beast tamer team remained standing there, their faces ashen. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. The entire place was deathly silent. Chapter 112, I don't need to give you face. Team, Captain, what should we do now? One of the team members watched Chen-Yi and the others walk away and asked in a trembling voice. Wang Ruochen clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Fuck, 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 you shameless bastard, you son of a bitch. He finally couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his fist into a giant tree next to him. The team members behind him were terrified and didn't dare to even breathe. Brother Wang, calm down. One of the contracted spirit beasts, stealing itself, cautiously suggested. That kind of person is arrogant and ignorant. He'll get what's coming to him sooner or later. We should think about what to do next. What to do? Wang Ruochen suddenly turned his head. What else can we do? Without that guy's surname Chun, With our meager skills, we'd be throwing our lives away in this godforsaken place. Didn't you see how fierce those girls around him are? And he himself is a monster. Everyone fell silent, completely speechless. Indeed, given their current situation, if they were to encounter that zombie again, they would surely die. But, after finally reaching the heart of the secret realm, are we just going to quit like this? This is something they'll regret for the rest of their lives. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Ruochan's eyes as he muttered under his breath. Damn it, if it weren't for that old bastard. He knows best how much of his proud claim of being the grandson of Wang Shihao, one of the 7 dragons, is exaggerated, but he certainly hasn't lied to anyone. His mother was indeed General Wang Shihao's daughter, but she was the greatest disgrace of General Wang's life. Back then, General Wang carefully selected a promising beast tamer for her to contract with, hoping that his daughter could become an asset. As a result, during the period of their contractual relationship, his good mother couldn't stand the loneliness and was tricked by a smooth-talking scumbag into giving birth to him, Wang Ruochan. When General Wang learned of this, he was furious and regarded it as a great disgrace. He publicly announced that he was severing his father-daughter relationship with her and would never have any contact with her again. His mother was also released from her contract with the beast tamer and kicked out of the house. Unable to bear the humiliation, she eventually died in despair. Wang Ruochan, using the title of Wang Shihao's grandson, swindled and deceived others, relying on boasting and scheming to curry favor with some second- or third-rate forces and acquire resources. He's managed to live a respectable life, though. However, this good fortune did not last long. Not long ago, his biggest sugar daddy somehow learned that he was just an illegitimate child who had been completely abandoned by the Wang family. The other party was furious, feeling that they had been fooled and deceived. They not only immediately kicked him out and cut off all resource supplies, but also used their influence to completely blacklist him. If they discover that he is trying to find a new backer, they will immediately expose his dirty secrets. Overnight, he fell from grace. Friends who once called him brothers now avoid him like the plague, while enemies who coveted his resources kick him when he's down. With no other options, he took a desperate gamble, bringing his last savings and manpower to this 5-element secret realm to try his luck, hoping to find valuable treasures to turn his fortunes around. As a result, they stumbled upon the heart of the secret realm by chance with other people, and after waiting for several days, it finally opened. I thought things were finally turning around and I'd receive a windfall, but then this happened. Finally, they encountered another beast tamer who was unaware of their own situation, strong, young-looking, and guileless. They thought they could use their status to suppress them and get a share of the spoils. But who would have thought that this guy, who acted all high and mighty, would completely ignore them? This is absolutely fucking awful. Do young people these days not even respect the 7 dragon generals? Damn it, who is this person? Husband. Wang Ruochan's contracted spirit beast, Wang Zihan, came closer and said, "Don't get angry and ruin your health. It's not worth getting angry over someone like that." Wang Ruochan irritably shook off her hand. Not angry? Then tell me, what am I supposed to do? Just watch that guy surnamed Chun monopolize all the resources. A cold glint flashed in Wang Zihan's eyes. She leaned closer and whispered, "Honey, did you see that just now?" Wang Ruochan retorted irritably, "What did you see?" "A spatial ring," Wang Zihan said with a solemn expression. "That guy surnamed Chun and that vixen next to him are both wearing spatial rings. Although I don't know the exact volume, it will definitely be much larger than what we're carrying in our big bags and small suitcases. Moreover, judging from how they were picking and choosing in the mountaintop area just now, not taking ordinary items, I bet this Chun seems to have very comprehensive knowledge of all kinds of spiritual treasures." Wang Ruochan's pupils suddenly contracted. Space ring. It's one thing for Chun to have one, but he even has the spirit beast he contracts with? Just who is this bastard? But then, an even stronger greed instantly overwhelmed the doubt. Wang Zihan continued to tempt him. "Honey, think about it. Once that kid has looted all the treasures of the entire heart of the secret realm, we can use that to catch the cicada in the wings. If we succeed, those 2 spatial rings and all the treasures inside will be ours. Enough for us to live a carefree and happy life for the rest of our days. Even enough for you to rise again and make those who look down on us pay the price." Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in Wang Ruochan's eyes. "That's my only trump card. What if my enemies come knocking on my door if I use that thing? Besides that thing." Before he finished speaking, another contracted spirit beast, Lin Xiaoyu, came over. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. A cold smile crept across her pretty face as her gaze fell upon the two groups of Indians. As for those things, aren't there readily available spirit beasts? We just need to cultivate good relations with them. Under the combined offensive of Lin Xiaoyu and Wang Zihan, Wang Ruochan's hesitation finally vanished. This is a huge gamble. If you succeed, you'll be completely worry-free for the rest of your life. Moreover, the success rate is extremely high. Good. Wang Ruochan spat out a single word, a twisted and ferocious smile spreading across his face. That's settled then. Chen Yi, since you won't give me face, then I don't need to give you face either. There are two sides to the story. Unlike the famed compliance of Wang Ruochan and others, after getting rid of that burdensome group, Chen Yi and his group had a clear goal and worked with astonishing efficiency, returning directly to the core area of the Flame Forest. Brother Chen Yi, where do we begin? Su Taotao looked around curiously, her little face full of excitement. She had an almost blind trust in Chen Yi, as if as long as Chen Yi was there, this extremely dangerous flame forest was like her own backyard, and she didn't need to care about any trouble at all. Wait a moment, let me see. Just as Chen Yi was about to take out the treasure hunting compass from his spatial ring, suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Treasure hunting item detected in the host, treasure compass. This area is rich in natural treasures, which can easily cause the treasure hunting compass to misjudge the location, thus causing trouble for the host. This system recommends that the host consume 50 enhancement points to fully refine the treasure compass and learn the skill, Eye of Treasure Hunting. This skill can reveal the location of various hidden treasures and detect all traps. Does the host wish to learn? Chapter 113, The Eye of Treasure Hunting. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was slightly taken aback. Is this even allowed? 50 enhancement points may seem like a lot, but compared to the safety of the girls, it's still worth it. If you can see through all the traps, even 500 enhancement points are worth it. Let's use it up. Ding! Refining the treasure finding compass. Refining complete. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the skill, Eye of Treasure Hunting. As the system's voice faded, the treasure hunting compass in the spatial ring instantly melted away like ice meeting hot water. It transformed into an invisible stream of energy, flowing into Chen Yi's brow. He closed his eyes slightly, his consciousness sinking into the system interface in his mind, and activated the treasure-seeking eye. A semi-transparent light screen, visible only to him, unfolded, clearly marking all objects containing high energy within the visible range, and indicating their level and danger using different colors. 15 meters to the left front, in the crevice of the lava tree roots. Crimson flame crystal, 3 stars. No danger. A depression in the rock wall 100 meters to the right. Flaming molten ore, 7 stars, which will erupt with a high-temperature lava flow upon approach, covering an area of 10 meters. 50 meters northeast, at the center of the crimson blaze, fire soul fruit, 5 star. The guardian thorn bush contains paralyzing toxins. Being hit by it may lead to respiratory failure and death. 500 meters due south, atop a burning giant rock, earth fire essence gold, 8 stars. Lava erupts from the surrounding ground at any time. Approaching it will activate all the surrounding fiery giant rocks, turning them into magical beasts. The Treasure Eyes system interface, like a radar and an appraisal master, clearly presented Chen Yi with the locations of the area's natural treasures and the traps. It's clear at a glance which items are worth taking and which are traps. This is incredibly convenient. Chen Yi's lips curled up slightly. With this skill, how can you not find treasure? Come with me. Watch out for those thorns. They contain paralyzing toxins. Juyue, use your foxfire to carefully burn a path through it, but don't touch that thing. Clear. Yan Juyue chuckled and stepped forward. With a gentle wave of her jade-like hand, several clusters of pale purple foxfire landed precisely on key points in the thicket of thorns. The foxfire, imbued with the power of devouring, spread rapidly, instantly incinerating the thorns. In just a few seconds, a safe passage leading to the center of the bramble thicket was cleared, and a tree full of bright red fruit came into view. Go get them. Those trees are full of fire soul fruits. They're good stuff. The girls nodded in agreement, carefully avoiding the thorns, and went forward to pick the fruit. Before long, they had completely stripped the tree bare. They were completely unharmed. Brother Chen Yi, how did you know there were fruits here, and how did you know the thorns were poisonous? Yan Jiyue withdrew her foxfire, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Yi with curiosity. The other girls also cast inquiring glances, seemingly wanting a reliable answer. Chun-Yi smiled mysteriously and said calmly, "That naturally comes down to experience. Let's go to the next location." The girls didn't ask any further questions after hearing this. Anyway, it's still the same old story. Just whisper sweet nothings in her ear at night, and you're bound to get her. Next, under Chun-Yi's guidance, the group moved freely through the perilous flame forest, as if they had a cheat code to see through the entire map. "Stop!" Chun-Yi suddenly raised his hand to stop Lin Mingxue, who was about to approach a rock. The ground around that rock is a trigger-activated lava trap. Stepping on it will turn the area within a 10-meter radius into a lava pool. It's very dangerous. Is that so? Luo Shirin was startled and quickly stepped back, looking at the ordinary-looking stone with lingering fear. He immediately spread his blue wings and flew above the giant rock without touching the ground, and took the earth fire essence gold. Seeing this, Chun-Yi continued to instruct the other spirit beast girls to do their work. Shuer, the burning tree on the right has a piece of flame heart with marrow hidden inside its trunk. It's a good thing, but a blazing fire ant lives in its heart. It's very aggressive and will explode if provoked. Use your cold air to instantly freeze the inside of the trunk before taking the treasure. Tao Tao, there's a piece of azure fire jade at the bottom of that lava pool ahead. It's very valuable. Use your devouring power to create a vortex and disperse the lava. Then, Sister Shirin, use your wind blade to retrieve the jade remotely. Sister Juyue, you're not afraid of the high temperature, right? That fiery bushes ahead aren't an illusion. They're real flames. There are several 4-leaf flame flowers growing in the bushes. They're all treasures. Could you please take some? Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong followed behind, completely dumbfounded. How could someone stroll around this perilous flame forest as if it were a leisurely garden? We encountered absolutely no danger whatsoever. This is hardly an exploration of a secret realm. This is clearly buying goods. He seems to really know everything. Hua Xingtong tugged at Hua Yuedong's sleeve, her voice filled with incredible admiration. Hua Yuedong looked at Chun-Yi's confident and upright back, a hint of admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, only people like this can truly be called beast tamers, strategizing within the command tent and winning battles 1,000 miles away. That's so cool. Before long, Chun-Yi and his group had looted all the valuables in the uppermost area of the flames. While the space ring is indeed very convenient, as it can store a large number of treasures, however, its storage space is ultimately limited. Moreover, given the current situation, before long, news of the heart of the secret realm will spread, and it will be monopolized by high-level beast tamers from powerful forces. Ordinary resources were naturally beneath Chun-Yi's notice. We must acquire all the rare resources as quickly as possible. When Chun-Yi and his group arrived at the wind zone on the second floor, they discovered that Wang Ruochen's team, which had been staying there, as well as the other 2 teams of Indian beast tamers, had all vanished without a trace. They were previously in the upper fire attribute area. If they were to leave, they should be able to see them. Chun-Yi frowned slightly, feeling quite surprised. Are these 3 teams forming an alliance to continue exploring? What tricks is Wang Ruochen playing? Chun-Yi pondered to himself. Just now, when he refused Wang Ruochen's request, he noticed that the favorability of Wang Ruochen's contracted spirit beasts towards him dropped significantly, almost to negative numbers. Especially that B-grade bloodline girl named Wang Zihan. I don't know where she offended her. Her favorability rating plummeted to -70 points. She can be said to hate her to the bone. With such a high level of public favorability, it would be understandable if he were to commit murder. Originally, Chun-Yi thought they would do something sneaky, like a sneak attack. However, to his surprise, they went to the next floor so readily. Could it be that I misunderstood them? Chun-Yi shook his head, thinking to himself, forget it. Let's solve the resource issue first. From the moment he entered the 5-element secret realm, he maintained a high degree of vigilance towards anyone other than his sister. They would definitely keep a close eye on Wang Ruochen and his group, no matter what. Chapter 114, arriving at the foot of the mountain. Time flies, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Within the fire zone at the mountaintop, all treasures priced above 1,000 were unearthed by Chun-Yi and his group. According to Luo Shirin and Yin Jiyue's estimates, these treasures are roughly worth at least 80 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Considering emergency factors or collectible value, spending some time to tidy things up could easily make it sell for hundreds of millions. This isn't Zimbabwean dollars, nor is it virtual happy beans. It's real Chinese currency. For an average family of 4, it would probably take a lifetime of work and even 10 generations combined to save up that much money. That's absolutely outrageous. Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh. Beast tamers really make money. It's a pity we have to give up those low-level resources, otherwise it would be easy to earn hundreds of millions. Of course, if other beast tamers heard him say that, they would probably be so angry they'd vomit blood. First of all, not everyone has a system. The traps in the fire zone alone are enough to kill an ordinary beast tamer hundreds of times over. They're all risking their lives to make money here. On an exploration trip, the 5-person beast tamer team managed to loot items worth over 10 million, enough to go back and pop champagne, confess their love to their goddess, and get married. You, on the other hand, still complain that you don't earn enough? Listen to this. Is this even human language? Return to the wind zone on the 2nd level. It's still the same as before. Even before you've fully entered, a chilling aura of wind rushes towards you. Chun-Yi took a deep breath and, with the help of the system, reviewed the situation here again. Sure enough, most of the places here are traps, and one can easily fall into one if one is not careful. They finally found a few treasures that looked promising, but they were all tightly wrapped in all sorts of poisonous creatures, and without exception, they were all highly poisonous. As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. But there's always a chance of something going wrong. What if he accidentally turns into a zombie? Chun-Yi doesn't have the habit of sleeping with zombies. He doesn't have any light attribute spiritual treasures on hand, so he can't even use any cheat codes. After careful consideration, Chun-Yi and his group decided to skip the wind attribute area and head directly to the 3rd level, the light layer. As its name suggests, this place, a mountain range with light attributes, is enveloped in a dazzling, intense light. It was so bright that people could barely open their eyes. Fortunately, the power of the Eye of Treasure was completely unaffected by the intense light. Where there are treasures, where there are traps, which traps are easier to deal with, etc., nothing can hide from them. This feels like picking up money. As for those magical treasures protected by magical beasts, given the strength of the magical beast girls, it's a piece of cake, no problem at all. However, the only frustrating thing is that the celestial treasures of the light zone are not actually of the light attribute. It has wind, fire, water, ice, earth, everything, but not light or dark. I'm speechless. I thought I could get a few light attribute spiritual treasures to keep on hand. And just like that, half a day passed quietly. The treasures from the layers of light, water, and earth were also easily acquired by Chun-Yi. The total value of the resources alone exceeded 300 million. If he were to sell them all, he could be said to have completely entered the ranks of the wealthy. Of course, Chun-Yi would never do that. These things are also needed for training girls. At this moment, all the girls were gazing at Chun-Yi with eyes full of admiration. It wasn't because Chun-Yi made a lot of money. The main reason is that Chun-Yi is just too awesome, seemingly possessing an omnipotent power. Any trap, any monster, any hidden mechanism, are all child's play in his eyes, completely useless. What's even more astonishing is that Chun-Yi's personal combat power is incredibly strong. This is just too amazing. Brother Chun-Yi. Su Taotao blinked her big eyes, her face full of curiosity, and asked, "What exactly is your talent?" "It feels like a cheat code. It has all sorts of effects." "Have you read any novels?" "I'm a man with a system." Chun-Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He gently patted Su Taotao's head and joked, "As long as I train you well, you can give me some enhancement points as a reward. With these, I'm invincible." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint blush appeared on the girls' faces. They lowered their heads, a hint of shyness flashing in their eyes. Although I knew Chun-Yi was definitely joking. But these words warmed their hearts. Isn't this just a way of saying that he will definitely take good care of them? Honestly, can't they just be more direct? Looking at the girls' adorable expressions, Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh. It seems that even if such a fantastical story were told in the truth, no one would easily believe it. Even Chun-Yi himself probably wouldn't believe it if he heard the girls say they had a system. Really, brother Chun-Yi, we're all your contracted spirit beasts now, why won't you tell us? Su Taotao stretched out her index finger and carefully poked Chun-Yi's chest, muttering softly, "But, since you said that you need to train him well to get the enhancement points reward, can't you work a few more hours every night, just to earn those enhancement points?" Upon hearing this, the other girls chimed in. "Yeah, she complains of being tired after only 2 or 3 hours a day. A man can't say he can't do it, you know? This kind of thing requires a lot of practice. Once Xing Tong and Yu Tong's illnesses are cured, This short period of time won't be enough. Brother Chin-yi, I think it takes at least an hour per person, otherwise it doesn't add much affinity at all. Exactly. Since we need to train to gain enhancement points, we should train as many as possible. The girls chattered amongst themselves. Chun-yi suddenly felt a tightness in his waist. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, I've really dug my own grave." Originally, he just wanted to give them a perfunctory answer, but he completely forgot how picky these girls were. Cough cough. The first time, they said it wouldn't be enough after just a few minutes. Then it was extended to half an hour, but they were still unsatisfied. Now, 2 or 3 hours have passed, and they still feel it's not enough. Chun-yi shook his head helplessly, silently saying to his kidney, "I'm sorry, brother kidney. I will definitely work harder to improve my physique in the future." After a period of playful banter, Chun-yi led the girls down the mountain. They found no signs of battle along the way, nor did they see the corpses of the beast tamers. It seems that Wang Ruochan and his group most likely bypassed all the resource points along the way and went straight down the mountain. In other words, as long as you don't collect the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth on the mountain, you won't trigger the guardian mechanism of the heart of the secret realm. Looking down from the mountaintop, there seemed to be many colorful crystals at the foot of the mountain. However, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they found no trace of any treasure. Judging from the looks of it, it seems they've looted everything. I have no idea what these crystals are. Chapter 1:15 Rainbow Crystal. The environment here is completely different from the distinct 5 colors of the mountain range. There were no scorching flames, no blinding light, no insidious poisonous miasma, no deep waters, and no shifting sands that could trap you at any moment. In its place lies a relatively open and flat valley. The valley floor has a grayish-white color that has been washed by time, and it is surrounded by low hills covered with dull-colored vegetation. The light throughout the space is a constant and soft twilight hue, neither glaring nor dim, giving one the illusion that time has stood still. If this is not inside the secret realm, but in the outside world, it will most likely be developed into a resort for beast tamers and spirit beast girls, right? A resort paradise that's like a secluded paradise. Just then, Yin Juyue seemed to have noticed something. She looked towards an open space not far away and exclaimed with delight, "Brother Chin-yi, sisters, look over there. What's that?" Following her gaze, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. In a vacant lot not far away, there were piles of colored minerals, almost forming a majestic mountain. If you look closely, you can see that the members of the 3 teams are collecting colored minerals and transporting them to the colorful mountain. Just as initially suspected, these people had completely abandoned the competition for the treasures in the 5-colored area on the mountain and instead came to the foot of the mountain to collect resources. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it seems that collecting these colored ores will not trigger the Guardian's mechanism. Rainbow Crystal, 5 stars. Containing the harmonious energy of all elements, spirit beasts other than those of the chaos attribute can have their spiritual energy circuits imprinted within their bodies after consuming and refining it. Its effect is equivalent to a 5th-tier magical beast crystal core, and it also slightly restores their stamina. Special rule for the heart of the secret realm. After collecting a certain number of these items, the final trial can be initiated. This is a trial item? Holy crap, this heart of the secret realm is something else. Chun-yi was secretly surprised. The secret realm is clearly a naturally formed spatial area, but I never expected it to have such special rules. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shinran, right? That's kind of interesting. However, Chun-yi was also filled with doubts. These people probably don't have a system, right? How did they know that collecting these colored ores would allow them to begin the final trial? Or perhaps they simply wanted to collect the surrounding colored ores to make it easier to divide the spoils later. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Chun-yi's mind in an instant. When he came to his senses, he looked up and saw the girls looking at him with expectant eyes. Everyone seems to be asking, what kind of wonderful treasure is that colored crystal? Chun-yi smiled and explained, that thing can be considered a kind of cultivation material. You can think of it as a 5th-tier magical beast core that can restore some physical strength, and it's the kind that works on all attributes. Is that so? So, do we need to collect these treasures? Those people collected from the left side, so should we go collect from the right side? Okay, let's do it this way. Chun-yi nodded slightly and immediately agreed. However, let's gather together first, collect a few, and see if we trigger any mechanisms. Xingtong and Yutong, you 2 stay close to me and don't wander off. His keen eye for treasures didn't detect anything unusual. However, The final trial mentioned in the Rainbow Crystal System introduction still caught Chun-Yi's attention. This doesn't sound too good, does it? It's always best to be cautious in everything. Good. The women responded in unison. Soon, Chun-Yi led the girls toward the right side of the area. The quantity of rainbow crystals here is quite considerable. Looking around, there are at least several scattered in various places. Some are embedded in the soil, some are attached to rock walls, and traces of these colorful crystals can even be found on tree trunks. They display a vibrant array of colors. Crimson red like fire, orange yellow like the sun, emerald green like jade, azure blue like the sea, indigo purple like a dream. It presents different colors from different angles, which is really magical. These crystals are not regular geometric shapes, but more like or dug out of a mine. The surface is not very smooth, but it refracts the constant twilight light and emits a faint, shimmering glow. Yan Jiyue and Luo Shireen, the two older sisters, exchanged a glance and nodded in tacit agreement. Then, they carefully approached a colorful crystal growing on a giant rock. Su Taotao and Lin Mingxue stood guard on either side, fully focused and ready to deal with any possible crisis. However, it turned out that everyone's worries were unnecessary. There were no obstacles encountered in collecting these colored crystals. Apart from needing to put in some effort to dig them out of the rocks, the whole process is not too difficult. Got it. Phew, my heart was pounding. Yan Jiyue and Luo Shireen breathed a sigh of relief, and then excited expressions appeared on their faces. The energy within this rainbow crystal feels very gentle. If it were edible in the future, it would definitely taste delicious. Su Taotao gently tugged at Chun-Yi's hand and asked curiously, "So, shall we go collect these crystals next?" "Let's collect a few more and see." "Good." A few minutes later, the rainbow crystal within a radius of 100 meters was completely looted by the girls. There seemed to be some rainbow crystal fragments on the corner of Su Taotao's mouth. It looked like she had secretly eaten one because she was hungry. What a little glutton. "So, should we collect them separately now?" "Okay, go ahead, but remember to be careful." Chun-Yi instructed. "You two will work in pairs to collect the items. Try not to leave my sight. If you get injured, come find me immediately, understand?" According to the system's prompts, once the water attribute's spiritual treasure is activated, it can heal all injuries. Simply put, as long as you're not instantly killed and still have a breath left, you can recover to your best condition in an instant. That's why Chun-Yi felt comfortable letting the girls go their separate ways to collect the rainbow crystals. Pairing up is also to prevent dangerous situations where someone is suddenly deprived of their ability to move. Otherwise, Chun-Yi would never have taken the risk so easily, even if he collected fewer rainbow crystals. Good. The girls readily agreed and immediately dispersed to collect rainbow crystals. In the valley, the twilight-like light is eternal and constant, illuminating the shimmering rainbow crystals that blanket the land. Chun-Yi and his team were extremely efficient. In just half an hour, they dug up over 100 rainbow crystals. Including the treasures collected before, the space ring was already piled up like a mountain. However, just as Chun-Yi put the 120th rainbow crystal into his spatial ring, a sudden change has occurred. Chapter 116, The Final Trial. Boom. A terrifying energy surge erupted from Chun-Yi without warning. No, more accurately, it is that a certain preset rule has finally been fully activated. This energy did not originate from him, but rather from the rainbow crystal in his spatial ring, which suddenly erupted. A massive pillar of light, composed of multicolored rays, shot into the sky from beneath Chun-Yi's feet without warning. "Ah, what is this?" Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, who were closest to the object, exclaimed in surprise and were pushed back by the sudden force. "Brother Chun-Yi! Brother Chun-Yi!" Su Taotao, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shireen, and Yan Jiyue all changed color at the same time and instinctively wanted to rush over. "Don't come any closer. All of you, stand still. We might be teleported to another location soon." Chun-Yi could sense that the power contained in this pillar of light seemed to be the same power he felt when he entered the spatial portal during the final exam at Jiangqing Beast Taming Academy. In other words, this beam of light should also be a type of teleportation skill. If he wasn't mistaken, he should have collected enough rainbow crystals to begin the so-called final trial. The moment the words were spoken, it was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. "Call out! Call out! Call out!" Smaller, but equally dazzling, 5 colored beams of light rose precisely from beneath the girl's feet. Meanwhile, dozens of identical beams of light can also be seen in the far left area. In an instant, The entire valley was enveloped by countless beams of multicolored light that shot into the sky. Each beam of light emanated a powerful binding force, locking the person inside firmly in place, unable to move. What's going on? What kind of power is this? Help! I can't move. Was it that guy surnamed Chun who did this? Exclamations, screams, and curses instantly filled the entire valley. Wang Ruochan and everyone on the Tianju team were instantly dumbfounded. They struggled fiercely, unleashing their spiritual power in an attempt to break free from the pillar of light. But the power contained in that beam of light far exceeded their imagination, and it remained completely still. Thanks to Chun Yi's reminder, the girls remained relatively calm and did not panic too much. Just as this chaos and despair reached their peak, an aged voice boomed directly into the depths of everyone's mind. You have successfully collected 999 rainbow crystals. The final trial begins. By passing the final trial, you will receive the legacy of the seven-colored phoenix and gain its assistance. The moment the words fell, the multicolored pillar of light enveloping everyone suddenly burst forth with an even more dazzling brilliance. An irresistible force of spatial teleportation instantly enveloped everyone. When the light faded, the dizziness subsided. Everyone found themselves forcibly transported to a completely unfamiliar area. This is a circular canyon. All around were dark red rock walls hundreds of meters high and almost vertical, tightly enclosing the entire battlefield, leaving only a gray, oppressive sky overhead. The ground at the bottom of the canyon is hard, dark red rock, covered with signs of weathering. Most chillingly, a ring-shaped energy barrier emitting a pale golden light, like an inverted giant bowl, enveloped the entire ring-shaped canyon. The barrier shimmered with light, radiating a powerful aura of confinement, clearly telling everyone, no one is allowed to leave. What's going on? Where am I? This is a spatial ability. We seem to have triggered some mechanism and been teleported here. I don't know if I was hallucinating just now, but I thought I heard something about a final trial or something. You're not hallucinating, I just heard it too. What the hell is that? The group looked around in shock, their faces filled with bewilderment and fear. Chun Yi quickly scanned his surroundings and, after confirming that Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taotao, Yin Jue, Hua Yuedong, and Hua Xingtong were all by his side and seemed to be all right, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Brother Chun Yi, are you all right? Lin Mingxue rushed to Chun Yi's side, her beautiful face filled with worry. I'm fine. Chun Yi shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the canyon with a serious expression. He naturally already knew about these things. He just didn't expect that it would be triggered so inexplicably. I thought there would be at least some kind of ceremony before the final trial began. Moreover, he only collected 120 rainbow crystals before triggering the so-called final trial. Judging from this, it should be triggered when everyone in the heart of the secret realm collects 999 rainbow crystals. Look, what's that? Just as Chun Yi was pondering, a sudden exclamation erupted from the Beast Tamer team. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. Above the center of the canyon, the space rippled violently like waves. A blurry figure silently descended from the center of that distorted space. She was a woman with long, seven-colored hair, a slender and graceful figure, and wore a seven-colored long dress. The hem of the dress moved without wind, flowing with a dreamlike luster. However, when everyone tried to see her face clearly, they only felt dizzy and palpitations. Because her face has no features. There was only a blank space, as white as jade, just like the faceless monster in urban legends. She was barefoot and silently suspended tens of meters above the ground. She didn't exude a powerful spiritual aura, but her very existence emanated an extremely dangerous aura. An absolute sense of oppression originating from the level of life instantly overwhelmed everyone in the canyon. Upon seeing the woman's system information, Chun Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared intently at the floating faceless figure. Like the cursed evil corpse she had encountered before, the system interface she displayed was neither a magical beast nor a spirit beast. It's actually a prop. Spirit Beast Essence, 7-colored Phoenix, 15 stars. A woman whose Spirit Beast bloodline has not yet awakened can immediately awaken an SSS-Level 7-colored Phoenix bloodline after consuming and refining it. A Spirit Beast whose Spirit Beast bloodline has already awakened can awaken an SSS-Level 7-colored Phoenix bloodline after consuming and refining it, with the help of a Beast Tamer to guide and transform its energy. Warning: failure to channel energy may result in bloodline collapse and immediate demonic transformation. 15 stars. SSS-Level 7 Colored Phoenix Bloodline. Even Chun-Yi couldn't help but gasp at this moment. What kind of guardian monster is this? This is clearly a supreme divine object capable of driving the entire planet of Earth mad and triggering a world war. Its value far exceeds the sum of all the spiritual treasures he had previously acquired. If he's not mistaken, this so-called final trial is probably just about defeating this thing, right? The prize for the final trial will likely be the spirit essence of the SSS-Level bloodline, the 7-colored phoenix. Chapter 117 Phoenix Puppet. It has to be said that Chun-Yi was truly stunned this time. A divine artifact capable of granting a spirit beast girl an SSS-Level bloodline. This is truly a priceless treasure. It should be noted that in today's rapidly changing international situation, more than 95% of countries have never actually produced an SSS-Level spirit beast. Of course, this does not mean they do not exist. It is highly likely that due to various factors, the bloodlines of these spirit beasts could not be fully activated, and thus they were deeply hidden away. Currently, even in the Dragon Kingdom, there are only 3 people confirmed to possess SSS-Level bloodlines. Of course, this does not include Lin Mingxue and the others. This shows just how rare an SSS-Level bloodline spirit beast is. More importantly, this is a supreme divine object that can grant others SSS-Level bloodline. Which of those young ladies from wealthy and noble families doesn't yearn to awaken an SSS-Level bloodline? Which one wouldn't want to use the power of an SSS-Level bloodline to expand their family's influence? Who wouldn't want to use their SSS-Level bloodline power to become famous and go down in history? 4 female spirit beast tamers. Being able to contract with an SSS-Level beast master is undoubtedly something to brag about. However, if given a choice, they would naturally prefer to awaken their SSS-Level bloodline rather than simply rely on the title of SSS-Level beast tamer to flaunt their power. If others were to discover the true purpose of this thing, it would be an understatement to say that it could cause a world war. This is enough to show just how awesome this thing is. Its power and value are simply indescribable. What is that? A human? Or a magical beast? Something's not right. That woman doesn't have any spiritual energy on her. I remember hearing something about a 7-colored phoenix in my head just now. Could this be it? Could it be that the so-called final trial is to defeat that faceless woman? At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Only the occasional whiff of sulfur emanating from the crevices of the dark red rocks, and the faint golden light flowing from the energy barrier overhead, proved that this place was not completely still. Everyone, whether it was Chun-Yi and his group or Wang Ruochen and the Indian beast tamers, stared intently at the 7-colored figure floating high in the sky, the phoenix puppet. Just as this suffocating silence reached its peak, the suspended phoenix puppet moved. Without warning, without any buildup of power, she simply raised her right hand slowly and gently clenched it towards the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chilling energy surge instantly coalesced. Blazing white light, cyan wind, deep blue water, crimson fire, and dark yellow earth. Energy threads symbolizing the 5 elements emerged from the void and converged toward her outstretched palm. The light twisted, coiled wildly, and compressed to its extreme. Finally, after a few seconds, it coalesced into a dazzling, multicolored spear that was over 10 feet long. The moment that spear appeared, the shadow of death immediately descended. Everyone gasped instantly. There's not much more to say about the current situation. To pass this final trial, or rather, to survive, it is absolutely impossible without defeating this phoenix puppet. A chilling wind howled through the steep canyon, swirling up fallen leaves. The air was stagnant, filled with the smell of earth and burnt earth. The silence was deathly still, so heavy it was suffocating. In the very next instant, suddenly, a spiritual pressure of about the 6th rank erupted from the phoenix puppet. On the faceless face, where a normal human's eye sockets would be, 2 cold, star-like points of light locked onto the area below. A murderous intent erupted instantly. She's about to make her move. Are they going to unleash a powerful attack right from the start? Defense. Quickly form a defensive formation. Wang Ruochen roared wildly. As he finished speaking, ice shields, vine walls, and fire shields were hastily stacked, resulting in a fragile and chaotic situation. The 2 teams of Indian beast tamers followed suit, deciding to block the first wave of attacks first. Chun-Yi's side reacted just as swiftly. Swear, I understand. Lin Mingxue was already poised to strike. With a sharp shout, she slammed both palms into the ground. Boom, boom. Boom. 3 massive ice walls, each over half a meter thick, crystal clear, and radiating extreme cold, stood layer upon layer blocking the way for the group. Just as everyone's defenses were taking shape, the 2 cold glints on Huang Kuei's face seemed to be directed at the chaotic defensive formation below. She brandished her 5-colored spear and slashed it fiercely at everyone below. Laugh. A massive cyan wind blade appeared out of thin air without a sound. Without making any sound of air being cut, its speed was beyond the reach of sight, like the scythe of death, slashing down in an instant. Uft, uft, uft. The cutting sounds rang out one after another, like tearing silk. The seemingly thick ice shields, vine walls, and fire shields were sliced open without any resistance by this wind blade, just like a hot knife cutting through butter. The light from the defensive barrier shattered and dissipated instantly. Next comes the physical body. The 3 spirit beast girls standing at the front of each team all slid their upper bodies down the smooth diagonal line. At the cut, a sticky, ink-like liquid gushed out and covered the broken surface. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The 3 spirit beasts' upper bodies twitched strangely as they slid down, their skin oozing pus and their nails growing wildly, transforming them into the cursed corpses that had died from poisoning. Littling. An Indian beast tamer stared in disbelief as his contracted spirit beast instantly turned into a zombie. No. How could this happen? Holy crap. How can this turn you into a zombie? Could it be that being killed by that wind blade will also turn you into a zombie? Damn it. Why did this happen? If I had known it would be like this, I would have left with them earlier. The cries of the beast tamers and their spirit beasts echoed across the land. Quick, kill that zombie. Don't come any closer. Wang Ruochen roared fiercely. He watched in horror and rage as one of the pretty female spirit beasts in his team instantly turned into a zombie monster. Panic spread instantly, and the fragile defenses that had just been established collapsed in an instant. But Huang Kuei's gaze was now coldly fixed on Wang Ruochen in the crowd. Zihan quickly spread the vines to protect her. I know. In her armed form, Wang Zihan roared. Vine protection. In an instant, the vines on her armor suddenly expanded and hardened, condensing into a vine shield reflecting a dark green light in front of her and Wang Ruochen. At the same time, Wang Ruochen frantically rummaged in his pocket, intending to take out his last trump card, the Secret Realm Teleportation Talisman. The reason he dared to venture so deep into the heart of the Secret Realm despite having already suffered personnel losses and believing that his group's combat strength was insufficient was because, ultimately, it's all because of this trump card. Chapter 118 The Battlefield of Despair. This Secret Realm Teleportation Talisman is a treasure crafted by a space-type spirit beast of rank 10 or above, who spent a great deal of time and effort to refine it. Its magic lies in the fact that after use, it can directly escape any secret space, teleporting the user outside the portal. Otherwise, given the terrible things he had experienced before, how could he have had the courage to continue exploring at the foot of the mountain? Do they think they have too many lives? Wang Shihao was, after all, his maternal grandfather. Upon learning that he was going to explore the 5-element secret realm, they still asked someone to bring him this life-saving trump card. Originally, he planned to sell it after he finished exploring it and get some money to spend. However, it now seems that all of this has come to nothing. In this life-or-death situation, survival is the most important thing. But this time, he miscalculated. The 5-colored spear in the phantom's hand turned slightly at the tip, and a bright crimson light instantly shone forth. The spear tip was aimed at Wang Ruochen and Wang Zihan, and then gently tapped them. Call out. A condensed crimson flame ray shot out from the tip of the spear. Wherever the rays passed, the air was scorched and distorted, emitting a piercing shriek. Boom! The flame rays pierced through the vine shield that Wang Zihan had painstakingly constructed without any hindrance, encountering almost no resistance whatsoever. How is that possible? Wang Zihan's pupils dilated instantly. She was utterly horrified. Sizzle. The flame rays, having broken through the vine shield, continued their momentum and instantly pierced through Wang Zihan's chest. A terrifying, bowl-sized, smooth-edged, molten hole instantly appeared on her towering breasts. Flesh, bones, and internal organs were completely vaporized by the extreme heat in a fraction of a second. Wang Zihan's face froze in shock. She looked down blankly at the hole in her chest, which was still steaming and sputtering. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Immediately afterwards, her body, starting from that molten cavity, burned away rapidly like a burning paper doll, turning into a cloud of scattered black ash. With a gust of wind, it completely dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. The scorching heat and explosive shockwaves spread out with a roar. As luck would have it, the secret realm teleportation talisman that Wang Ruochan had just taken out of his pocket was blown away. And when it was swept by the aftershocks of the violent fire energy in midair, it instantly burst into flames, turning into a small clump of ashes that drifted away with the wind. No, my teleportation talisman. Puff. Wang Ruochan was overcome with anger and rage, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The last chance for survival has been cut off, just like that? Just as he was in despair, his other contracted spirit beast, Lin Xiaoyu, suddenly tackled him to the ground, dodging the aftershocks of the fire ray. At this moment, everyone else gasped as they watched the figure vanish into nothingness. Turn to ashes? No way. Does being hit by that flame turn you to ashes? No. I estimate that in the heart of the secret realm, being killed by attacks of different attributes will have different effects. Just like those zombies, they turned into that state because they were killed by wind attribute attacks. So, according to you, attacks of other attributes might have other effects. Just as the words of an Indian beast tamer had fallen, the five-colored spear in the phoenix puppet's hand spun around again, and the tip of the spear shone with a dazzling milky white light. This time, the target was a C-rank bloodline spirit beast on the flank, who was retreating in terror and just wanted to hide in a corner and wait for the battle to end. A humanoid groundhog girl. Call out. A single point of holy light, condensed to its utmost perfection, pierced directly through her head like a sniper rifle. The digging mouse girl collapsed without making a sound. However, what happened next was even more shocking. Just a few seconds later, her body began to swell violently, like an inflated balloon. His back suddenly exploded open, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, and two pairs of wings of pure, dazzling white light tore through his flesh and stretched out. Her face contorted in pain, and she eventually turned into a faceless monster just like the phoenix puppet. A four-winged angel of light, exuding an eerie aura and with a ferocious appearance, descended upon the battlefield. What happened? What happened? Hey, Lyndall, what's up with your girl? Shamatha? Don't scare me. Lynette stared in terror at his suddenly mutated contracted spirit beast, screaming, What's wrong with you? Hey, wake up. The four-winged angel of light's empty eyes, composed of pure white light, slowly turned toward Lynard. Although he couldn't sense any killing intent, Lynard felt a chill run down his spine. Shamathayu. The angel of light didn't give him a chance to speak, raising his right hand and making a fist in the air in Lynard's direction. A phantom claw covered in holy light appeared out of thin air on Lynard's chest, precisely piercing into his chest and pulling it out violently. A heart, still pulsating and dripping with blood, was firmly grasped in the palm of the claws of light. How so? The look of terror on Lynard's face froze. He looked down in disbelief at his empty chest, then at his own heart in the light claw. The next moment, holy light erupted. His heart was instantly annihilated, turning into a wisp of smoke. Lynard, having lost his heart, collapsed limply to the ground. Countless pure white specks of light fell from the sky, covering his corpse. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the corpse began to twist and swell, tearing open its back and unfurling two pairs of light wings, transforming into a second ferocious four-winged light angel. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Is this for real? If killed by a wind attribute attack, it will turn into a zombie. If killed by a fire attribute attack, it will be reduced to ashes. After being killed by a light attribute attack, it transformed into an angel. If this were a game boss, the game's creators would be mercilessly attacked by players. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? And this symphony of slaughter has only just begun. A heavy shield beastmaster from India, suppressing his fear, covered his two seriously wounded and slow-moving companions, intending to retreat from the battlefield first. Phoenix Puppet took a step forward, its figure disappearing from the spot and instantly appearing in front of the heavy shield beastmaster. A faint blue light suddenly shone from the tip of the five-colored spear. Sizzle. A deep blue line of water, resembling a long snake, eerily bypassed the solid heavy shield and plunged directly into the body of an injured person who was struggling to crawl behind him. The injured man's body suddenly stiffened, and blue light surged wildly beneath his skin. My whole body swelled up like a rapidly inflating water sack, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin was stretched until it became transparent and shiny, and you could even see the surging blue energy inside. It looks like it's about to be burst apart by the power of water. Chapter 119, The Deadly Situation. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. After the injured person died, he immediately transformed into countless high-speed jets of dark blue water, shooting out wildly in a fan shape. Puff, 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 puff. The water arrow struck the heavy shield, instantly cracking it and shattering it with a crash. The beast tamer with the shield was instantly pierced through the chest and abdomen by several water arrows, blood spurting out as he fell to the ground dead. However, what followed was a terrifying chain reaction. The beast tamer who had been pierced by the water arrow and fallen to the ground began to swell uncontrollably, with blue light surging beneath his skin. Boom, boom, boom. Several more violent explosions. Countless deep blue water arrows sprayed wildly in all directions. Several spirit beast girls who were still struggling against the cursed evil corpse and the four-winged light angel were caught off guard and were shot into a sieve on the spot, falling to the ground screaming. And these spirit beast girls, who were riddled with bullets, transformed into water arrows and exploded in the next second, scattering everywhere. Fortunately, the others were far enough away that they only suffered minor scratches and were otherwise unharmed. Even so, the chaos intensified abruptly due to the death of his teammates, and despair overwhelmed the survivors like icy water. The stench of blood, the stench of corpses, the smell of burning, demonic energy, the aura of holy light. All sorts of nauseating smells mingled together, permeating the enclosed circular canyon. In just 1 minute, more than half of the remaining 40-odd members of the 3 beast tamer teams had been wiped out. An atmosphere of despair completely engulfed all the survivors. The circular canyon had by then become a living hell. Only the position where Chun-Yi and his group were located still maintained a relatively intact formation. It's unclear whether Huang Kuei thought Chun-Yi and his group were the strongest, or if Chun-Yi and his group were too few and had no desire to attack them at all. Chun-Yi, damn it, are you just watching the show again? Wang Ruochen turned around and shouted in the direction of Chun-Yi. He was now completely enraged. Damn it, what a piece of idiot. Why is it that every time something happens, they act like nothing's wrong and just watch the show? Do you really think this phoenix puppet is as easy to defeat as those previous demonic beasts? You're still thinking you can take on someone one-on-one, aren't you? It seems they heard something interesting. The phoenix puppet flapped its wings and descended from the sky, its icy blue eyes scanning everyone present before finally settling on Chun-Yi and his group not far away. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately brandished his 5-colored spear and charged towards Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi's gaze sharpened, and he immediately chose to purchase a power enhancement card from the system. System, buy me 4 power boost cards and enhance them. Ding. 20 enhancement points consumed. Exchange successful. Chun-Yi. At this moment, 4 charming voices rang out almost simultaneously, and they instantly flashed to protect Chun-Yi behind them. On the left, Lin Mengshue's pretty face was frosty, her long, snow-white hair moved without wind, and she exuded a bone-chilling coldness. Ice breath. A surge of icy blue cold wave erupted from her center, the ground cracking and creaking as it rushed towards the phoenix puppet, causing the temperature within the canyon to plummet to freezing. On the right, Luo Shirin's black hair fluttered in the wind, and a faint phantom of a blue phoenix appeared behind her. She parted her lips slightly, and the song of the wind surrounded everyone. At the same time, she raised her jade hand and transformed it into a tangible blade to slash. Sonic Boom Wind Blade. The invisible sound waves and wind blades arrived first, striking fiercely towards the phoenix puppet's head. Directly in front, Yan Jiyue took a step forward, and 9 foxtails burning with pale purple foxfire suddenly unfolded behind her. A strange foxfire. With a delicate shout, the foxfire instantly surged in the wind, bringing with it endless meaning, directly attacking the phoenix puppet from 9 tricky angles. Behind Yan Jiyue, Su Taodao's figure appeared somewhat blurry. She slightly raised her small hand, and 2 vortexes suddenly appeared, a chilling, devouring power quietly spreading out. Life devoured. Her goal was not to directly attack the phoenix puppet, but to continuously absorb the elemental energy radiance flowing around it. It was very obvious that the phoenix puppet's aura was rapidly declining. The 4 female spirit beasts cooperated perfectly, their overwhelming power instantly engulfing the phoenix puppet in a sea of skill light. However, faced with this attack that was enough to reduce everything to ashes, Huang Kuei's two cold eyes remained completely unmoved. It stood silently in place, without even a sign of moving. He simply held the five-colored spear horizontally in front of him, drawing a circle. An energy barrier, perfectly blended with 5 colors of light, cyan, red, white, blue, and yellow, formed instantly. Boom! Snap! Sizzle! Several earth-shattering explosions followed. The combined attack of the 4 spirit beast girls couldn't even leave a ripple on the shield. Just then, the phoenix puppet finally made a move. With a slight tremor of its 5-colored spear, the barrier instantly vanished. The instant the barrier disappeared, the blue, red, and white light on the tip of the spear suddenly shone brightly, intertwining with each other and transforming into a 3-colored spiral cone of light that shot towards Su Taotao. The speed of this light cone was astonishing, almost exceeding the limits of human perception. There's absolutely no way to defend against it. At this critical moment, the enhancement effects of the 4 power amplification cards were successfully applied to the girls. In an instant, they seemed to be reborn, their strength increasing to around the mid-stage of the 5th rank almost instantly. At this moment, the 3-colored light cone, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that pierced through the void, shot forth instantly. Su Taotao's pupils suddenly contracted, and she placed the devouring black hole in front of her without hesitation. The 3-colored light cones plunged into the black hole with overwhelming force, unleashing a terrifying annihilation power in an instant. This powerful force was quickly and completely devoured, and was even refined into Su Taotao's own power. "Taotao, are you alright?" Lin Mingxue exclaimed in surprise, and an ice wall instantly rose up in front of Su Taotao. "It's alright, thanks to the power amplification card Chen Yi gave me." Su Taotao took a deep breath, and after stabilizing her breathing, she immediately shared her power with the other 3. Luo Shirin felt the strengthening effect of the power amplification card and the power gift from Su Taotao, and a surge of joy welled up in her heart. Is this the feeling that Yin Jiyue and Lin Mingxue experienced? This is so awesome. I feel like my strength is almost approaching the 6th rank. At this moment, Huang Kuei did not continue to pursue Su Taotao. She swung her spear again, the tip of which shone brightly with blue and yellow light, pointing it at Yin Jiyue. Boom! Without warning, the ground beneath Yin Jiyue's feet exploded, sending rubble flying and billowing dust. Hundreds of deep blue water arrows, imbued with terrifying power, shot out wildly from below. At the same time, a muffled roar came from the gray sky above. A meteorite the size of a small car suddenly appeared in the air, tearing through the clouds and crashing down on Yin Jiyue's head with a devastating force. A pincer attack from above and below. This is practically a guaranteed defeat. Chapter 120, Phase 2. Sister Jiyue, don't worry. I was a little wary before, but now that Brother Chen Yi has strengthened me, do you think I'm afraid of these things? Yin Jiyue remained calm and composed, her 9 tails dancing wildly, and the demon fox fire forming a giant fire lotus to protect her body. Puff, puff, puff. The water arrow struck the fire lotus, instantly bursting into a large cloud of water mist, but it couldn't penetrate the fire lotus's defenses at all. The meteorite crashed down from above like a mountain crushing an egg, carrying a devastating force. Yin Jiyue gritted her teeth, and her 9-tailed flames soared into the sky, transforming into a giant fiery fox claw that, with boundless power, fiercely grabbed at the meteorite. Boom! With a deafening roar, the flame fox claw collided violently with the meteorite. The violent shockwave swept across the area like a surging ocean wave, shattering rocks and filling the air with smoke and dust. But Yin Jiyue was not harmed at all and successfully blocked it. The phoenix puppet gave them no chance to catch their breath. The 5-colored spear was raised high once more, and the 5 colors of light converged wildly at the tip of the spear, forming a huge 5-colored sphere of light. A destructive aura, powerful enough to reduce the entire canyon to dust, suddenly erupted. Call out. The ball of light shot out and locked onto Chun Yi and his group. It was as if they wanted to completely wipe them out along with the entire area. Just at this critical moment, Su Taotao's life-devouring ability was fully charged once again. The black hole expanded instantly, becoming a full size larger than the 5-colored sphere of light. The terrifying suction force, like a black hole, instantly swallowed the 5-colored light sphere. The black hole vortex was also trembling violently, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable strain, but it quickly subsided. The purest energy surged through Su Taotao's entire body like a torrent. However, this energy seemed too powerful, and even the Taotai bloodline could not completely devour it. After thinking for a moment, Su Taotao took a deep breath, gathered the energy she had just absorbed into her mouth, and then exhaled it forcefully. There were no fancy tricks or skills involved. It was just a pure burst of power. Upon seeing this scene, one could clearly feel that Huang Kuei's icy blue eyes suddenly narrowed. They seemed completely unprepared for this to happen. She wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Boom! A deafening roar, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were splitting, unleashed a powerful shockwave. The frail body of the phoenix puppet was immediately blasted away. Even the closest cursed corpse was shattered into pieces by this powerful force. Broken bones and flesh flew everywhere, scattered on the ground, creating a bloody and terrifying scene. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. The four-winged angel and the cursed corpse also turned around and rushed towards the phoenix puppet. It looked as if they had been summoned. Meanwhile, the beast tamers and spirit beasts who were originally dealing with it stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at everything that was happening in front of them. They even forgot that they had several wounds on their bodies that were bleeding. What is this? That phoenix puppet was actually seriously injured. No, really? That Chun-Yi is actually this strong. This strength should be at the 5th rank, right? Could it be that this bastard is actually a 5th rank beast tamer? He's just using some kind of secret treasure to forcibly suppress his aura. Wang Ruochen muttered in bewilderment, his mind blank, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Of course, no one could respond to these words. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. At this moment, Chun-Yi and his group were also staring intently at the scene of billowing smoke and dust before them, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Chun-Yi, in particular, was certain that the phoenix puppet was still alive because of the existence of the system interface. If you look away now, you'll be caught off guard, and it'll be all over. Before long, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The scene that came into view made everyone present gasp in shock. The humanoid phoenix puppet was originally dressed in a colorful dress, resembling a little girl on a picnic. However, at this moment, everything has changed dramatically. Her tattered, colorful dress peeled away and vanished inch by inch, like a burning sunset. Instead, there was a full set of silver-white armor covering the entire body, exuding a cold and holy aura, with only one cold glint constantly shining from the silver-white helmet. The once colorful 5-colored spear had turned silver-white, gleaming with a cold light. She looks like a Valkyrie who gallops across the battlefield, majestic and powerful, armored in silver, the holy spear in hand. The phoenix puppet, having completed its transformation, floated in the air like a war goddess descending from the heavens. The terrifying pressure, a mixture of holiness and destruction, was more than twice as powerful as before. Phase 2. The phoenix puppet in its complete form has arrived. His entire body radiated an extremely powerful life force. The cursed corpses and four-winged angels had also vanished without a trace. It seems that the phoenix puppet devoured them all in order to restore its power and absorb their energy. Everyone was astonished by this surging vitality, and countless questions arose in their minds. This life force, could it be a phoenix attribute? Phoenix attribute? Everyone gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. In this world, spirit beasts and magical beasts have distinct attributes. Among them, light, darkness, wind, earth, water, fire, and ice are the 7 most basic attributes. Any magical beast or spirit beast will possess at least one of these 7 elemental attributes. In addition, there are extra attributes such as wood, poison, sound, magic, holiness, and lightning, which appear as auxiliary attributes, allowing the spirit beast girl to learn more types of skills and show more diverse abilities. The most important of all is the high-level attribute. Only S-rank or higher spirit beasts, after meeting requirements such as race, affinity, and level, can comprehend this special attribute. Currently, only 5 higher-level attributes are known: time, space, chaos, dragon, and phoenix. Spirit beasts possessing time and space attributes can master powerful skills related to space and time. Generally, only spirit beasts or magical beasts of the 8th rank or above have the opportunity to acquire this attribute. Spirit beasts with the chaos attribute can use all moves except those with high-level attributes, and are not countered by any skills that include high-level attributes. As time goes by, The speed at which a spirit beast with the dragon attribute grows in strength far exceeds that of other spirit beasts of the same rank and level, making it a true late-game powerhouse. Those who possess the Phoenix attribute will have their vitality and recovery ability greatly enhanced. It's as if they possess immortality. Even if they are severely injured, as long as they have a breath left, they can instantly recover like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It's practically an unkillable cockroach. Chapter 121 The Beast Taming Whip. Normally, encountering a magical beast with Phoenix attributes would be incredibly lucky. We could easily capture it and sell it to national research institutions for study. It would be like a windfall. However, at this moment, they were told that the Phoenix puppet they had fought so hard to defeat actually possessed the attributes of a phoenix. How is that possible? The crowd looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. With such a rich life force, anyone with discerning eyes can tell that this is definitely of the Phoenix attribute. There's no faking it. A powerful enemy with the Phoenix attribute is simply the most terrifying existence. It's like encountering a boss in a game who regenerates health incredibly fast, is incredibly strong, and might even have a second or third life. If you don't level up, you'll almost never be able to beat opponents of the same level. No matter how skilled you are, you simply can't outlast your opponent. Is this really fate that has decreed their demise? Chun-Yi also narrowed his eyes at this moment. In fact, he had already seen through the true nature of the Phoenix puppet, so he was not too surprised that the Phoenix puppet might possess Phoenix attributes. However, this seems to have made the situation a bit tricky. The Phoenix puppet, possessing the Phoenix attribute, undoubtedly has unimaginable recovery capabilities, giving Chun-Yi a feeling that he couldn't win. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chun-Yi's mind, and he remembered something. When Yin Zhuyue's favorability rating met the requirements before, the system seemed to have rewarded her with a magical artifact. It seems to be the Beast Taming Whip. Thinking of this, he quickly opened his spatial ring and checked the information about the treasures he had previously acquired. Beast Taming Whip, 15 stars. After infusing spiritual power, it can temporarily enhance the strength of the contracted spirit beast. The extent of the enhancement is related to the spirit beast master's spiritual power value. When the enhanced contracted spirit beast fights, it can gather power for this artifact to unleash powerful attacks. This whip has an ancient and unique design. It is neither made of gold, wood, nor leather. Its entire body has a warm, dark golden color, as if it were simply a collection of spiritual energy. Chun-Yi looked at the description of the whip. Something felt off. The method of injecting spiritual power, in particular, made the corner of his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Using a whip, could it be? This seems a bit strange, holy crap. However, after thinking about it, Chun-Yi decided to give it a try first. Anyway, we still have other cards to play. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and stepped forward to the four women. He didn't know when a long whip had appeared in his hand. The four women looked slightly surprised when they saw Chun-Yi standing in front of them. They originally thought Chun-Yi would have some new countermeasures, but they didn't expect him to take out a whip. What are they trying to do? Just as the girls were looking on with confusion, Chun-Yi hesitated for 2.5 seconds before finally speaking. Swear, let me make this clear beforehand. I have no interest in that kind of thing. This is my enhancement technique. Don't misunderstand. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Mingxue was even more confused, completely failing to understand the meaning of Chun-Yi's words. Chun-Yi didn't offer any further explanation, but gripped the whip tightly and lashed Lin Mingxue's back with the least amount of force possible. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. The girls were instantly stunned by this sudden scene. Lin Mingxue's delicate body trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but let out a soft cry with a strange tremor. The moment the whip tip touched her, an indescribable, strange sensation exploded from behind her and swept through her entire body. This feeling was neither pain nor itching, but an indescribable, strange sense of comfort. It was as if a warm power had penetrated her skin and reached deep into her bones, completely shattering the shackles that had been hidden within her for so long. Her icy blue pupils contracted instantly, and a terrifying chill, far exceeding anything she had experienced before, surged through her body, causing her power to surge wildly. As the cold front surged, the temperature in the entire canyon plummeted, and a bone-chilling cold spread. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of white frost condensed on the canyon walls. Brother Chun-Yi, this is... Lin Mingxue looked incredulous. She originally thought that Chun-Yi was punishing her because she had done something wrong. After all, he had indeed let Chun-Yi down. He couldn't even defeat the Phoenix puppet, so he deserved to be punished. But to everyone's surprise, this was actually a way to grant power. But why is the way it's granted power so strange? Chun Yi's lips curled into a faint smile as he explained softly. This is a divine artifact I obtained by chance. The way it's enhanced might be a bit strange, but it can still increase power. Try it out and see how powerful it is now. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong, who were not far away, instantly felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. They muttered to themselves, so that's how it works. I wondered if Chun Yi had some kind of unusual fetish. But then, why does it look quite comfortable? Bang! Just then, the phoenix puppet took a step forward, instantly leaving a huge spiderweb pattern on the ground. Its speed was several times faster than before, and it rushed towards Chun Yi and his group like lightning. It seems that the second stage phoenix puppet has focused its main efforts on melee combat. Lin Mingshue's eyes narrowed, and the chill emanating from her body erupted like a volcano, instantly condensing into an ice blade. She flashed like a ghost, appearing before the phoenix puppet with unimaginable speed. Clang! The ice blade collided with the silver spear, producing a crisp yet piercing long sound. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw it. The phoenix puppet flew backward at an even faster speed than it had come, crashing heavily into the canyon wall and creating a crater more than tens of meters in diameter. Puff! The phoenix puppet suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Its silver-white armor also developed some cracks due to the enormous impact. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, as if time itself had frozen. The phoenix puppet has entered the second stage, and it's clear to anyone with eyes that its combat power has increased significantly. The little ice dragon girl, along with the other three girls, seemed unable to subdue it. But now, just one person has completely overwhelmed him, leaving him utterly powerless. What exactly happened before and after? The girls were also completely bewildered, having no idea what had just happened. Brother Chen Yi. Su Taotao swallowed hard and mustered her courage to ask, "Can the whip also lash me once?" Chun Yi smiled slightly, reached out and ruffled Su Taotao's hair, and said with a smile, "I didn't know you little girl had this kind of interest." "No, that's not true." Su Taotao pouted and said coquettishly, "Sister Schwetter suddenly became so powerful, it must be because of this whip, right?" Chapter 122, Suppressing the Phoenix Puppet. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi gently rubbed Su Taotao's head, his face full of affection. In reality, the improvement from the beast-taming whip wasn't as astonishing as they had imagined. It only increased my constitution and spiritual power by a little over 50 points. Of course, this is because Chun Yi's own spiritual power is still at a low level, so he can only improve this attribute. The reason why such a huge change in strength can occur is ultimately because these improved attributes can also be amplified by the double bonus of the power amplification card, directly increasing the two-dimensional attributes by more than 100 points. It's important to understand that improving attributes is not a simple addition operation, but rather brings about a comprehensive improvement. Once your physical fitness score breaks through a certain key threshold, you will experience a qualitative leap. This is like when you're walking and a luxury supercar speeds past you. The difference in speed in that instant is astonishing. But when you're on a high-speed train and see a luxury supercar outside the window, you might think its speed is nothing special, not nearly as amazing as you imagined. Speed and strength are both relative. Once a critical point is reached, crushing the enemy becomes child's play. It was precisely these 100-plus attribute points that instantly broke the stalemate. "Peach, are you sure you want it?" Su Taotao's gaze was firm, and she answered without hesitation, "Yes." "All right, let's take it." A crisp sound rang out. Su Taotao's body trembled slightly, and a blush like the sunset rose on her cheeks. At this moment, the spiritual power contained within the beast-taming whip was also continuously flowing into Su Taotao's body. It actually unlocked the shackles of the gluttonous power within her. The two previously calm black hole vortexes trembled violently, like awakened behemoths, and their devouring power surged instantly. This created a terrifying gravitational field, actively pulling at the life energy flowing around the phoenix puppet. The originally abundant life force on the phoenix puppet's body rapidly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the aura emanating from the phoenix puppet also became unusually weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, which could be extinguished at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxue, taking advantage of the phoenix puppet's weakness, brandished her dragon claws and charged forward aggressively. Each attack was like a storm, giving the Phoenix puppet no chance to breathe. Under Lin Mingshue's fierce attack, the Phoenix puppet could only dodge left and right in a sorry state, completely suppressed and beaten by Lin Mingxue. If it weren't for the Phoenix puppet possessing the Phoenix attribute and having extremely strong vitality, allowing it to continuously recover from injuries during battle, it has probably died countless times already. Seeing this, Luo Shirin and Yin Juyue, who were standing to the side, could no longer sit still. They stared wide-eyed at Lin Mingxue, their faces filled with disbelief, inwardly marveling. That's incredible. Brother Chenyi, I want a whip too. Me too. Me too. Brother Chenyi, you can't show favoritism. No problem. This time you'll have a great time. Two crisp sounds rang out. Luo Shirin's gaze sharpened, and her body suddenly arched forward. The power of wind and sound around him seemed to be ignited, increasing wildly at a geometric rate, forming a powerful energy vortex. Yin Juyue also murmured in surprise. 9 enormous fox tails unfurled like lightning, emitting a blinding, blazing white light. The flames that were already burning fiercely at the tip of the fox's tail now burned even more intensely. It was no longer just simple burning, but carried a terrifying aura of burning everything. The already formidable power within him erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, swept outwards in all directions. A surge of ecstasy welled up within them. This force is too strong. Without a word, they exchanged a glance and immediately sped off in Lin Mingshue's direction to support her. As for expressing gratitude, surprise, and other words, those can be left for later in the evening. Su Taotao remained in the rear, using her devouring power to absorb the power of the Phoenix puppet. The Phoenix puppet was already at a complete disadvantage against Lin Mingxue alone. Now, with the addition of Luo Shirin and Yin Juyue, the Phoenix puppet is completely powerless to fight back. What kind of monster is this? Why does a third-tier spirit beast possess such immense power? Wang Ruochen was utterly astonished and stammered as he shouted. Of course, the other beast tamers and spirit beasts were also filled with doubt and fear. I knew you, Chenyi, were awesome, but I never imagined you were this awesome. They had been treasure hunters for many years, but they had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. It was all so absurd that they even began to doubt whether they were dreaming. This is absolutely unbelievable. The two teams of Indian beast tamers were now drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. To be honest, they did initially consider attacking Chun-Yi and his group, but later gave up on the idea. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has a large and powerful population. If they really attacked Chun-Yi, it might lead to a factional war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Indian Kingdom, and the outcome would be unpredictable. In retrospect, they can only secretly rejoice that they did not take any concrete action. Otherwise, we really wouldn't know how we died. Lin Xiaoyu, Wang Ruochen's second contracted spirit beast, quietly leaned close to Wang Ruochen's ear and whispered, "Could it be that the others were also injected with that stuff?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ruochen shook his head and replied firmly, "Impossible. After injecting that stuff, it's almost impossible to maintain a human form, and one's consciousness will become blurred. In my opinion, the power they displayed is most likely their own strength." Lin Xiaoyu swallowed hard. "But this is too strong. That Phoenix puppet, I feel it might be around the 6th rank in strength, and it's still being suppressed like this. Don't panic. Let's take it one step at a time." A sinister smile crept across Wang Ruochen's face. "The harder they fight now, the easier it will be for us later. By the way, have you found the target? I didn't expect Zihan to be dead. She was supposed to be in charge of these kinds of things." "Of course." Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Then her gaze fell on a spirit beast girl in the Indian beast tamer team. On the surface, he seems timid and indecisive, but judging from previous battles, he is actually more ruthless than anyone else when it comes to fighting. It's obvious that he's the type who has been harboring resentment for a long time and needs an outlet to vent his frustrations. You could say she's the perfect match. Chapter 123, Indestructible. However, as time went on, unease gradually spread among the people. Everyone, including Chun-Yi and the girls, began to realize that something was wrong. How come this Phoenix puppet is completely indestructible? No matter how severe the injury, it can recover completely and is practically indestructible. Originally, creatures with Phoenix attributes, although able to recover quickly after being injured, also have a limit to their recovery. Each recovery requires consuming spiritual energy within the body, just like exchanging mana for health in a game. However, It is truly unbelievable that this phoenix puppet can still continuously recover its vitality after suffering such severe damage. Wang Ruochan's sidekick, a tall and thin beast tamer from the Dragon Kingdom, murmured in shock. Could it be that this monster is the incarnation of the heart of the secret realm? The spiritual power she possesses is probably equivalent to all the spiritual power contained in the entire heart of the secret realm, right? These words immediately caused a huge uproar. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly turned serious. If that's the case, then even if Chun Yi's contracted spirit beasts can suppress the phoenix puppet's attacks for now, as time goes by, those spirit beasts' spiritual power and physical strength will eventually be exhausted. At that time, the phoenix puppet will be able to turn the tide, launch a fierce offensive again, and turn defeat into victory. After all, no matter how powerful a spirit beast is, it is still just an individual existence. How could it possibly contend with the vast spiritual power of the entire heart of the secret realm? At that moment, they would probably still not escape death. They're practically invincible. How can we win like this? How could this be? Does that mean we're doomed? Zhao, we should have left earlier. This kind of money is not something we can earn. The spirit beast girl chosen by Lin Xiaoyu suddenly turned cold, flashed in front of Wang Ruochan, and grabbed his collar. With a forceful tug, she pulled him directly in front of her, her face full of anger as she questioned, "It's all your fault, you Chinese. You talked about collecting 7-colored crystals, and now look what's happened. You've gotten yourself into this mess. What is your punishment?" Upon seeing this, Wang Ruochan's contracted spirit beast was startled and immediately rushed to his rescue without hesitation. However, it was stopped by a stern shout as soon as it took a step. "Don't move. I don't intend to kill him. If you dare take another step closer, I'll crush this thing's neck. You son of a bitch." Wang Ruochan roared furiously. "I was just suggesting that we go down the mountain together to explore. I didn't force you. What the hell are you yelling for? You don't dare to yell at your owner, so you're yelling at me, huh? Upon hearing this, the Indian spirit beast trembled with rage and nearly went berserk. This Chinese woman actually said directly that her beast tamer was her master? This is absolutely a blatant insult. What do you mean, you? Am I wrong? You clearly have the power but dare not resist. It's disgusting. All right. The Indian beast tamer quickly spoke up to stop them, saying, "Now is not the time for infighting. Let's think about how to resolve that final trial first. If Brother Chinny loses, we'll all die." Upon hearing this, the spirit beast girl released her grip on Wang Ruochan's collar. She snorted coldly, her anger still burning in her eyes, but she retreated behind her beast tamer. The atmosphere suddenly became deathly silent again. They simply couldn't get involved in a battle of that level. Suddenly, a female spirit beast suggested, "How about we take her down in one hit? We can't just turn her into dust and expect her to come back to life, can we?" As soon as he finished speaking, the others also rolled their eyes. Damn it, do you really need to tell me something this simple? Chun Yi's contracted spirit beasts were probably fighting with all their might, but they still couldn't achieve an instant kill. Moreover, the phoenix puppet isn't a wooden stake. She can dodge too. They speak without thinking. Chun Yi, who was standing nearby, also heard the suggestion. He rested his chin on his hand, his brows furrowed, lost in thought. That's absolutely true. If, as initially speculated, the phoenix puppet's spiritual power is equal to that of the entire heart of the secret realm, then defeat is inevitable no matter what. Although we still have a lot of resources, we simply don't have enough time to help the girls complete energy guidance and advance their ranks. To think that they could rely on those people to hold off the phoenix puppet while they cultivated themselves was simply a pipe dream. Moreover, even if one could actually buy some time for cultivation, the improvement would be negligible. As for enhancement points, although they can directly help girls level up, the cost effectiveness is just too low. Starting from the 4th tier, it takes 10 enhancement points to advance 1 tier, which is practically a complete waste. There's no need to worry about safety. Using a wind attribute magical artifact, after activating it with enhancement points, one can instantly teleport to any location they have ever been. There's no need to worry too much about safety. But, I really want the spirit essence of that 7-colored phoenix. What should I do? Just then, Chun Yi felt a slight tremor coming from the beast-taming whip he was holding tightly in his hand. He looked down and saw that the originally simple, dark gold whip was now emitting a soft, blue-white glow. The light pulsed like breathing, growing brighter and brighter. Inside the whip, it seemed as if countless stars were swirling and colliding, and a violent energy was surging wildly within the whip. It was as if what he held in his hand was not a whip for taming beasts, but the reins for an ancient ferocious beast that was struggling wildly. What's going on? Wait, could this be? Chun-Yi suddenly remembered that this beast-taming whip had another effect. The spirit beast girl strengthened by it can continuously accumulate energy for it when fighting enemies. As a beast tamer, Chun-Yi can use these energies. At first, Chun-Yi used it entirely as an enhancement item and almost forgot about it. Yes, the battle between the four women and the phoenix puppet, especially Su Taotao's counterattack, gathered unimaginable and immense energy for the beast-taming whip. This energy has now reached saturation and is even about to exceed the whip's own limit. They have to be released. Give it a try. After thinking it over, Chun-Yi decided to go all out. After all, he didn't know how powerful the whip was, given the amount of energy it contained. If you still can't kill the phoenix puppet this way, then just give up. Use a wind attribute magical artifact to teleport away and escape. But one thing is certain, the phoenix puppet is not a wooden stake. Chun-Yi didn't know what form this attack would take, and if it was dodged, he would suffer a huge loss. Let's just use an ice attribute magical artifact to imprison it directly and hit a stationary target. Chapter 124 Devastating Blow. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi took out an ice jade fruit directly from his spatial ring. System, activate the ice jade fruit's imprisoning effect. Ding. 5 enhancement points consumed. Activation successful. A phantom image of an ice jade fruit radiating extreme cold flashed and disappeared in Chun-Yi's palm. The next second, a condensed, azure blue light, ignoring distance, instantly appeared in front of the phoenix puppet. The phoenix puppet's icy blue eyes narrowed sharply, clearly recognizing the powerful binding force contained within that cold light. She tried to dodge, but the cold light seemed to have an infallible quality, precisely imprinting itself on her body. Crackling sound. A sickening freezing sound rang out. Centered on that point of azure, a terrifying chill instantly erupted. Solid ice quickly spread across her entire body, along with the silver spear in her hand, instantly freezing her into a lifelike ice sculpture. He remained frozen in midair, his heroic posture of holding a gun as if about to stab. This is Chun-Yi's ability. Concentrate your firepower and try to take this thing down in one go. Wait, look. It seems like Chun-Yi's brother is about to get bigger too. Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Yin Juyue turned around to look. They discovered that the aura emanating from Chun-Yi had increased to an almost unimaginable level. Get out of my way, let me deliver the blow. Upon hearing this, the girls did not hesitate at all, and quickly distanced themselves from the phoenix puppet. As Chun-Yi took a step, the hard, dark red rock beneath his feet shattered with a deafening roar. He shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. The beast-taming whip in his hand was no longer just a handle. It seemed to have become one with his arm, transforming into an extension of his limbs. He gripped the whip handle loosely with both hands, using his body as an axis to concentrate all the terrifying, violent energy within the whip, which was about to explode, into a single point at the tip of the whip. That one point shone with a light that cannot be described in words. It's as if a star has been compressed to the size of a pinhead. It's absolutely terrifying. The light was so intense that it instantly overshadowed all other light sources in the canyon. Wind blade slash. Chun-Yi concentrated all the energy within the beast-taming whip into his fingertips, then swung his fingers to form a sword, slashing fiercely down at the frozen silver-armored ice sculpture in the air. The tip of the beast-taming whip traced a path in the void. A massive, crescent-shaped blade of light, which turned the entire sky white with frost, tore through the barriers of time and space, and slashed out fiercely. The moment this blade of light appeared, the hundreds of meters high, incredibly hard, dark red cliffs on both sides of the circular canyon seemed to have been sliced by an invisible blade of God. The top layer of rock, tens of meters thick, was silently and smoothly sliced off, as if a hot knife were cutting through butter. Before the pebbles could even roll down, they were crushed into dust by the terrifying aura emanating from the blade's edge. Time lost its meaning at this moment. The frozen phoenix puppet, its body encased in silver armor, was as fragile as a soap bubble blown by a child before this frost-white blade of light that represented pure annihilation. The blade's edge didn't even make direct contact with her. It was merely the lingering aura of annihilation it stirred up as it passed by, which gently brushed against the frozen ice sculpture. The phoenix puppet's physical body, along with the dark blue ice covering it, its sacred silver armor, and the silver spear in its hand, Everything was erased from the canvas, as if by an eraser. There was no explosion, no sound, and no debris. It vanished silently, returning to nothingness. Even the two cold, star-like points in her eyes were completely extinguished, as if they had never existed. The frosty white blade light, after annihilating the phoenix puppet, still had undiminished momentum, like a divine punishment that split the heavens and the earth, and slashed fiercely at the dark red rock layer at the bottom of the canyon. Boom! The earth was easily torn apart like tofu. A ravine hundreds of meters deep, more than 10 meters wide, with smooth, mirror-like edges and molten dark red lava visible at its bottom, instantly pierced through the entire bottom of the canyon. A scorching wave of air, mixed with the smell of sulfur, shot into the sky. Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the canyon, which had just experienced a devastating storm. The surviving beast tamers and spirit beasts stood frozen, like petrified statues, staring blankly at the terrifying chasm that had cleaved the earth, dumbfounded at the spot where the phoenix puppet had vanished, and utterly bewildered at the young figure slowly descending from the sky. That devastating strike was completely beyond their comprehension. How could a beast tamer possess such incredible power? Damn it, what level of talent do you have? Not only is his ability to train female spirit beasts incredibly strong, but his individual combat power is also so formidable. Are you trying to fly to the heavens? Ding. Lin Mingshua's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability rating, 92 points. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability rating, 93 points. Ding. Su Taodao's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability rating, 94 points. Ding. Yan Zhuoyue's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability rating, 85 points. Ding. Congratulations. Yan Zhuoyue's favorability has reached 85 points. Reward, plus 40 enhancement points. Current enhancement points, 130. Not only were the women stunned, but even Chun-Yi himself was dumbfounded. Damn, that move just now really stunned him. He had anticipated that this move would be very powerful, but I never expected it to be so amazing. A single sword strike splits a mountain in two. This is practically defying the heavens. Of course, the reason why the beast-taming whip can unleash such terrifying power is entirely due to the special environment inside the heart of the secret realm. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally abundant, like an inexhaustible treasure trove of energy, which can continuously provide power for the beast-taming whip. In the outside world, where spiritual energy is relatively scarce, even if the girls fought fiercely with monsters for hours, they might not be able to reach 1/5 of their current level of abundance. Just then, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong finally snapped out of their shock. They completely forgot to fix their hair. Their once neat hair had become a mess. Hua Xingtong couldn't help but pinch Hua Yuedong's cheek, her shock still undiminished. She muttered to herself, "Sister, am I dreaming? Such a powerful beast tamer would actually come to the 5-element secret realm for people like us, and even plans to sign a contract with us in the future." "No, Xingtong, this is reality." Hua Yuedong shook her head, a smile creeping onto her lips. "Remember, we're Qin-Yi's people. We have to do whatever he tells us to do, understand?" Hua Xingtong pouted. "I've always understood, and I think I've fallen in love with him." Ding. Hitomi's affection level plus 10 points. Current favorability, 75 points. Ding. Hua Xingtong's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Chapter 125 Spirit Beast Essence. After landing, Chun-Yi swayed slightly, looking somewhat unsteady on his feet. That attack had almost drained all his spiritual and mental energy, and now a backlash seemed to be hitting him, leaving him feeling sore all over. But I have to admit, it's really quite strong. Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taodao, and Yan Zhuoyue were all staring intently at him. Their eyes were filled with a shock that defied simple description. There was the thrill of surviving a catastrophe, the awe of absolute power, but even more so, there was undisguised admiration, worship, and fanaticism. My man, he's actually this strong? Both the methods used to train them and their unfathomable power are like myths and legends. Words seem pale and powerless at this moment. That's awesome. Perhaps, during the next break, we can let Chun-Yi enjoy himself a little. On the other side, I saw the phoenix puppet being killed just like that. The remaining beast tamers and spirit beasts took a long time to recover from their shock. After the initial shock, a feeling of relief spread throughout my body. Did you win? It seems so. The surrounding barrier has disappeared. Holy crap, I survived. That was terrifying. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How can beast tamers be this powerful? With the fall of the phoenix puppet, everyone's emotions were like a roller coaster ride, a mix of feelings. Excitement, shock, exhilaration, and emotion welled up in everyone's hearts. I almost burst into tears. This time, we really survived. No more fear of being killed by the phoenix puppet, etc. Wang Ruochen seemed to suddenly remember something. I remember at the beginning a voice said that as long as we pass the final trial, we can get a reward. But where is this reward? The moment he finished speaking, that aged voice echoed once again in the minds of all the survivors. Congratulations on successfully passing the final trial. This item is the essence of a spirit beast, containing the primordial power of an ancient divine beast. After the spirit beast devours and refines it, it can obtain the bloodline power of the seven-colored phoenix. As the aged voice faded away, at the spot where the phoenix puppet had just been annihilated, the space began to fluctuate violently, as if an invisible force was stirring everything around it, making the entire space unstable. A single, dazzling, seven-colored ray of light slowly condensed, expanded, and emerged. Finally, a fist-sized, perfectly round, seven-colored crystal emerged from the void. It floats silently in the air, radiating an unimaginable vitality and an extremely pure creative power. The mere wisp of scent that escaped instantly purified the lingering smell of blood and burnt flesh in the canyon, as if it had been washed clean by a clear spring. The injured person felt an intense itching sensation at the wound site, which was a sign that the wound was healing. The depleted spiritual energy slowly revived under the nourishment of this aura, like parched land receiving a sweet rain. Anyone who sees this will absolutely believe that it is a divine treasure. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. If they weren't deaf, they would have all heard the announcement that the final trial had been completed. The term spirit beast essence was completely unheard of to them. But after the old voice explained, they all knew that after this thing was devoured and refined, it could awaken the bloodline of the seven-colored phoenix. Seven-colored phoenix. Anyone who hears this name will think of seven-colored wings, the same wings that appeared behind the phoenix puppet earlier. For those who have played games, the loot dropped by bosses in RPG games is generally closely related to the boss itself. Fire dragons drop fire attribute equipment, ice dragons drop ice attribute equipment, poison dragons drop poison attribute equipment, and so on. Therefore, the power that this so-called seven-colored phoenix can display is most likely the same power that the phoenix puppet just displayed. It can easily control all 5 elements and possesses extremely strong vitality. Its melee and range combat abilities are incredibly powerful. Such power should be at least an S-level bloodline, right? It might even reach SS level, or more likely SSS level. And the crystal in front of us, radiating seven-colored light, is undoubtedly the spirit beast essence containing the power of the seven-colored phoenix bloodline that the voice just spoke of. Brother Chen-Yi, this must be the spirit beast's essence. Lin Mingxua flashed and instantly arrived in front of the spirit beast's essence, bringing it to Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. Yes, I didn't expect the final reward to be this. It seems that using my trump card was definitely worthwhile. However, at this moment, a question arose in his mind. This is absolutely toxic. Originally, it would have been enough if only he knew what this thing was. Others at most thought that it might be a very rare treasure that could fetch a good price. But faced with absolute power, they dared not entertain any wicked thoughts. After all, there are so many rainbow crystals around. There's no need to fight with someone you can't beat for a great treasure. But now things are different. That old voice has revealed that this thing can awaken the seven-colored phoenix bloodline in spirit beasts. Even if those people can't get it, once they get out and spread the word, won't they be doomed? With the system around, Chun-Yi is definitely going to take off in the future. But his strength is still very weak right now. Let alone those level 10 or higher big shots. Even a level 6 or 7 beast tamer could probably crush him. Once this thing comes out, it will inevitably cause countless powerful forces to fight over it. He's only a third-tier beast tamer, so he might not be able to protect this thing. The saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Everyone understands this principle. This is absolutely ridiculous. Luo Shirin pouted and complained. Brother Chen-Yi, you had such a trump card but didn't tell us beforehand. making us worry all the time. How are you going to make it up to us? Yen Jue chimed in with agreement. Exactly. Not reporting something is punishable. Next time you have a day off, you'll have to work 2 extra hours for us. No skipping. Chun-Yi chuckled bitterly a few times and protested repeatedly. You're making things difficult for me, Chun. Su Taotao blushed and muttered softly. Brother Chun-Yi is so strong. Why can't he last 2 or 3 hours at night? It's so strange. Lin Mingxue covered her mouth and chuckled. When we get back to the city, let's buy some more Chiwei Dihuang pills. It's time to give Brother Chun-Yi some tonics. Chapter 126, Demonic Potion. Wang Ruochen and the surviving Indian beast tamers all witnessed Chun-Yi's playful interactions with the girls. Of course, they weren't jealous of this scene. Their focus was entirely on the spirit beast essence that Chun-Yi had taken. Previously, in order to survive, they handed the spark flower to Chun-Yi, which was undoubtedly a desperate move to survive by cutting off an arm. However, the situation is completely different now. The spirit essence of the 7-colored phoenix is more precious than imagined, and it is absolutely enough to cause a sensation throughout the world. It's absolutely priceless. Especially those spirit beast girls, they were always secretly plotting something. If I can devour and refine the essence of this spirit beast, then the bloodline of the 7-colored phoenix, as well as the astonishing combat power displayed by that phoenix puppet, will all belong to me. With such immense power, they could absolutely rise to the top and completely escape their current life of fear. The beast tamers shared the same idea. If you let your trusted spirit beast use this essence, it will surely lead you to soar to the sky and escape from your predicament. The rarity of this essence far surpasses that of ordinary treasures that are merely sold. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes instantly turned incredibly greedy. Even though Chun-Yi and the girls had just displayed terrifying power, they couldn't suppress their greed. Whether we can realize our dream of soaring into the sky depends entirely on this one moment. After gathering her thoughts, Lin Xiaoyu quickly leaned close to Wang Ruochen's ear and whispered, Husband, I think it's time to use that thing. As long as I can obtain the bloodline of the 7-colored phoenix, how can I not bring you back to our family? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruochen's face instantly darkened. He naturally understood Lin Xiaoyu's thoughts, and had even discussed with Wang Zihan what to do. However, the situation has changed somewhat. Although the power of that thing could be used to restrain, or even kill the spirit beast girl beside Chun-Yi. But Chun-Yi's attack just now was truly terrifying. It can instantly kill even monsters like the phoenix puppet, and can even carve a trench 100 meters deep into the ground. Even if we use 4th tier, 10th level spirit beast girls as a medium, it would probably be difficult to create something capable of withstanding that attack. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's a fight to the death. If he fails to kill Chun-Yi, he will surely die. At this moment, his other 2 surviving contracted spirit beast girls, Yang Ningzi and Song Yinyan, slowly walked over. They looked visibly weak and listless, but their gazes never left Chun-Yi. To be precise, their gazes never left the spatial ring where Chun-Yi had just stored the spirit beast's essence. They secretly thought that if they could obtain the bloodline of the 7-colored phoenix, their future would surely be bright. Even though they knew the risks were extremely high, they were willing to take the plunge in order to soar to new heights in the future. Honey, I think such a powerful move can't be a secret technique that can be used forever. Xiao Zi is right, and I estimate that this secret technique may require a considerable price to execute. Otherwise, why not use it from the beginning? Why wait until his contracted spirit beast had no chance of winning before making a move? It's obvious that he was concerned about the cost and consequences, which is why he didn't use that powerful move immediately. With her 2 sisters chiming in, Lin Xiaoyu chimed in. Honey, even if we don't make a move, Chun-Yi will definitely attack us. We're risking this not only for the spirit beast's essence, but also so we can survive. Wang Ruochen raised an eyebrow and asked in return, What do you mean by that? Lin Xiaoyu sighed softly and continued to explain. The spirit essence of the 7-colored phoenix is no ordinary treasure. Once others find out about it, it will inevitably lead to disputes involving killing and seizing the treasure. We're in the know. If we just leave like this and reveal the information to those high-level beast tamers or spirit beasts outside, do you think they won't be tempted? Do you think Chun-Yi and the others wouldn't have considered this? Do you think they're that naive? The simplest way to prevent information leaks is to kill them to silence them. Only the dead won't reveal any secrets. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruochen's body trembled violently, and he gasped sharply. His eyes widened, as if he had realized something important. Indeed, the preciousness of the spirit beast's essence is immeasurable. Let alone strangers. Even brothers might turn against each other because of it. Having obtained such a treasure, Chun-Yi would absolutely not leave behind any unstable factors. Of course, Chun-Yi was well aware of this as well. He looked at the spirit beast girls surrounding Wang Ruochen, and their favorability ratings all plummeted below -50 points. You can basically guess what they're thinking. Originally, Chun-Yi was still hesitant about whether to eliminate the threat completely to avoid any unstable factors. Seeing such a high level of positive feelings towards him, I finally made up my mind to support him. After hesitating for only 2 seconds, Wang Ruochen gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. Okay, let's do it that way, Xiaoyu. Just do as we agreed before. Yes, I know, everything is ready. Lin Xiaoyu's gaze instantly turned ruthless, and at the same time, she took out a syringe containing a bright green solution from her bag. It's quite strange, actually. One day after Wang Shihao announced the end of his relationship with Wang Ruochen, 2 men in black came to his door. They claimed that using this item could help Wang Ruochen return to his family and even potentially seize the position of family head. They gave Wang Ruochen 2 identical vials of solvent. Wang Ruochen naturally wouldn't fully trust this inexplicable person. So for the first injection, they randomly grabbed a first-tier spirit beast and injected it. In just 1 minute, the spirit beast went berserk and transformed into a demonic beast with strength approaching the 6th rank, its entire body radiating overwhelming hatred. Fortunately, Wang Ruochen and the others evacuated in time and were not harmed. However, this magical beast seemed to have lost its mind, constantly devouring the beast tamers and spirit beasts around it in order to strengthen its own power. This directly plunged the entire Hanbei city into chaos, and it eventually seemed to have evolved to around the 8th level. Fortunately, Wang Shihao was in Hanbei city at the time. After realizing that something was wrong, he immediately killed him with lightning speed. Since this incident, Wang Ruochen has regarded this last remaining solvent as his secret weapon. It will never be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Now, the time has come when we have no choice but to use it. Let's go find those Indians. Chapter 127 Netherworld Beast. They saw Wang Ruochen walking towards the Indians. The cheerful expressions on Chun-Yi and his group's faces vanished instantly, replaced by a solemn look. Chun-Yi just shared his opinion, which received unanimous agreement from the girls. Judging from the murderous intent and greed emanating from these people, it's obvious what they're thinking. Everyone, if you don't want to get your hands dirty, let me do it. Chun-Yi suggested. However, he was rejected by all the girls. It's all right. It's not like we haven't killed people before. That's right. Anyone who dares to plot against brother Chun-Yi deserves to die. I'm the oldest among you, so leave this killing to me. Yin Zhiyue licked her red lips and said with a wicked smile. She hadn't put in much effort when fighting the Phoenix puppet, but now that the power amplification card was still active, she had to make a good showing. Just then, the barrier of the circular canyon vanished like shattered glass, and the dizzying sensation of spatial teleportation returned. A halo appeared beneath everyone's feet. Just like when they were teleported in, a halo rose up and instantly teleported everyone present out. When their vision cleared, Chun-Yi and his group found themselves teleported back to the foot of the mountain they had been before. Many rainbow crystals still grow on the surrounding land, as if everything that just happened was a dream. Is this him or back? It seems so. That Wang Ruochen should be back here by now, right? We need to get there quickly and deal with Wang Ruochen, otherwise who knows what he might do. Chun-Yi looked at Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin and hurriedly said, Shuer, Shirin, go find Wang Ruochen right now. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin did not hesitate at all. They immediately transformed into an ice dragon and a blue phoenix, carrying Chun-Yi and the others as they rapidly fled towards the left side of the area. The area is only about 10 kilometers apart on the left and right sides, and they can fly there in less than a minute. However, as they approached the area on the left, the sight before them caused Chun-Yi and his group to suddenly shrink in shock, completely stunned by what they were seeing. On that plane, it was originally thought that the conflict would be between Wang Ruochen and the Indians over the chance to escape or the unequal distribution of spoils. However, the reality is shocking. It turned out to be a one-sided massacre, like stepping on ants. The executioner of the massacre was a colossal beast standing 4 or 5 meters tall, its overall shape resembling Godzilla from the movies. It was covered in incredibly thick black scales, from which a dark red, lava-like light could be faintly seen. With its massive tail trailing behind it like a battering ram, a casual sweep could wipe out an entire forest like a windshield wiper. What's most chilling are its eyes. They have no pupils, only two wildly burning dark red demonic flames. The aura of rage, resentment, and death emanated from it like a tangible shockwave. It was actually a magical beast, and a demonized spirit beast at that. Name: Samira Sharma, demonized. Contractor: Logi Sharma. Bloodline: Netherworld beast. Level: Tier 8, Stage 1. Constitution: 840. Spiritual power: 780. Attributes: Earth, Darkness, Fire, Lightning. Skills: Stomp, Crushing Fist, Black Flame Bullet, Breath of Despair, Dark Space, Roaring Howl. Favorability: plus 35 points. Affinity: 188 points. Can learn new skills. Evaluation: after injecting the spinal fluid extracted from the 10-star Beast King, the Netherworld Behemoth, he entered a demonic state, briefly gaining the power of the Netherworld Behemoth. He can enhance his strength by absorbing the aura of despair. At the feet of this monstrous, ghostly beast, Wang Ruochan and the members of the Indian Beast Tamer team were being mercilessly crushed. It was absolutely devastating. Roar. The Netherworld beast let out a deafening roar, and the sound waves transformed into visible shockwaves that instantly blasted the three Indian Beast Tamers and their spirit beasts who were trying to escape, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices and crash into the rock wall, turning them into a bloody pulp. No, Sammy, stop. It's me. Her contractor, Logis, let out a desperate scream, her face filled with terror and disbelief. Samira's bloodline is clearly only that of a B-grade black rock behemoth. She's always been so timid and submissive. How did she become like this? And this aura? Why does it feel so much like the aura of a demon? But if it's demonization, he has a contract with me now, so why would he become demonized? The giant beast seemed to recognize Raji's, its massive head suddenly turning towards him, its dark red eyes blazing with an even more ferocious light. It raised one of its giant feet and stomped down hard in the direction of Logis. Without any resistance, Logis' body was instantly crushed into a bloody mess, a truly gruesome sight. This scene seemed to freeze time itself. The eyes of all the beast tamers present were wide open, and their mouths were agape enough to fit an egg. Why is this happening? Has the final trial not ended yet? I just saw it. The instant she teleported over, that Chinese woman inserted a syringe into Samira, and that's how she ended up like this. What did you say? A syringe? Are you trying to say that the people of China caused Samira to become like this? Yes, it's that woman. A spirit beast from India pointed at Lin Xiaoyu, who had just been blasted away by the shockwave, and said viciously. At that moment, the fury of all the beast tamers in India was instantly ignited. Their faces were flushed red, veins bulging on their foreheads, and they kept cursing. Damn it. He just came over to try and get on my good side, saying we could make money together. Kill Chun-Yi and divide all the resources he possesses equally. And then, less than a minute later, he backstabbed her? That's really insidious. The Netherworld beast seemed to have heard the crucial information as well. Its dark red eyes suddenly turned and instantly locked onto Lin Xiaoyu, who had just been blasted away to a distance. Roar. It roared and threw a powerful punch, aiming directly at Lin Xiaoyu's location. Giant spirit barrier. Seeing the giant fist coming at her, Lin Xiaoyu used all her spiritual power to desperately summon a huge rock arm in an attempt to block the fatal blow. Wind wall. Water shield. Yang Ningzi and Song Yinyan also unleashed their secret techniques at the same time, trying to block the attack for Lin Xiaoyu. However, upon seeing this, Wang Ruochan ran away without looking back, completely disregarding the lives of the spirit beast girls. As he ran, he kept cursing under his breath. Why is this happening? How did I turn into a demon so quickly this time? Last time it took a whole minute before I turned into a demon. Chapter 128, Total Annihilation. Wang Ruochan had originally planned to take advantage of this minute of demonic transformation to quickly lead the spirit beast girls to a relatively secluded place to hide. They allowed the demonized Samira to run rampant and kill Chun-Yi and the others. The person who gave him these 2 potions had said that a demonized spirit beast would only have less than half a day left to live. After Samira dies, they can come out and search Chun-Yi's body to seize the spatial ring. At that time, not only will all the resources Chun-Yi obtained on 5-colored mountain fall into his hands, but also the spirit essence of the 7-colored phoenix will also fall into his hands. It could even eliminate all those in the know in one fell swoop, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, to his surprise, just a few seconds after Lin Xiaoyu injected the potion, Shamira was transformed into a demon. That speed was so fast, he had no chance to escape at all. What exactly happened? Of course, the reason for this is the same as the reason for charging the beast-taming whip. This process of transforming spirit beasts into demons through the injection of spinal fluid is itself a process of absorbing a large amount of spiritual power and then mutating into a demon beast whose flesh and blood are all made of spiritual power. In a region like the heart of the secret realm, where spiritual energy gathers in large quantities, the concentration of spiritual energy is extremely high, so the speed of demonization will naturally be faster than imagined. This naturally led to the current situation. Boom! With a deafening roar, Samira's massive fist, as large as a small mountain, crashed down, shattering her rocky arm instantly. Lin Xiaoyu, Yang Ningzi, and Song Yanyan, along with the ground beneath their feet, were smashed deep into the earth like fragile paper. Smoke and dust billowed, mingling with bits of flesh and blood, shooting skyward. All that remained was a huge crater tens of meters in diameter, the bottom of which was a mess of blood and gore, making it impossible to identify any of the corpses inside. All of Wang Ruochan's contracted spirit beasts, along with their last struggles, were completely destroyed and turned to dust in the face of this terrifying power. Not even a single intact fragment remained. Under the influence of the powerful shockwave and earthquake, Wang Ruochan, who was desperately trying to escape, was not spared and fell face-first into a ditch. To make matters worse, one of his feet got stuck in the gap, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get it out. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Hurry up and move. Wang Ruochan's face was filled with terror, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He struggled desperately, trying to pull his foot out of the ground. However, no matter how hard he tried, his foot remained firmly planted, as if nailed to the ground. And the demonized Samira would naturally not let go of the beast tamer who turned her into this form. She opened her blood-red maw, and a ball of black flame rapidly condensed within it before shooting out. No, no, I don't want to die. Wang Ruochan let out a desperate cry. However, all of this was already in vain. The black flame bullet engulfed his body at an astonishing speed, turning everything within a radius of several hundred meters around him into ruins. All that remained was a scorched red earth, telling the story of the terrible disaster that had just occurred. A monster! A monster! Run, run! Damn it! We're supposed to be exploring the heart of the secret realm, so why are we encountering these kinds of things one after another? The surviving beast tamers and spirit beasts were terrified by the sight before them, and they turned and ran away crying. However, how could Samira let these people off so easily? She was originally a captured and sold spirit beast, and under the torture of those Indian beast tamers, she lived a life worse than death every day. They were either beaten or forced to satisfy those perverted desires. But others turned a blind eye to this, remaining indifferent and heartless. Now that she is certain to die, she must make those beast tamers who insulted her, those spirit beasts who stood by indifferently, and even everything related to India pay the price. Thinking of this, her enormous head tilted back slightly, and an ominous dark red light shone from deep within her throat. Not good. Chun-Yi, high in the sky, felt a chill and quickly took out a top-tier Earth Attribute spiritual treasure. System, activate the defensive effect of the Earth Soul Crystal. Ding. 5 enhancement points consumed. Activation successful. The system notification sounded. An earthen yellow barrier, like a city wall, stood in front of Chun-Yi and his group, tightly enveloping them all. The next second, roar. A terrifying sound wave erupted instantly. A deafening roar. It was like a giant meteorite falling from the sky. With temperatures and shockwaves high enough to melt everything, it suddenly spread outwards. Wherever the shockwave passed, the air was scorched and distorted, and the secret realm space seemed to tremble slightly because it could not withstand this power. All the beast tamers and spirit beasts who were fleeing for their lives, along with the huge rocks and sparse vegetation around them, were enveloped by this terrifying power. There were no screams, no struggles. Before this world-destroying power, all beings are equal. After the light faded, only a shocking scene remained within a radius of several kilometers. At the edge of the light, the once flat land was forcibly torn into deep, bottomless ravines, the edges of which resembled molten glass. The remaining members of both teams of Indian beast tamers and Wang Ruochen's team have all vanished without a trace. All that remained was a crimson mist of blood and the stench of blood, proving that they may have once existed. Snap! The earthen yellow shield in front of Chun-Yi shattered under the impact of this powerful force, turning into specks of starlight that scattered outwards. Chun-Yi and his group, who were inside the shield, did not appear to be injured, but their faces were filled with indescribable shock. This isn't some kind of Warcraft. This is clearly a moving, self-willed, cataclysmic disaster. If Chun-Yi hadn't just used his shield technique, they will probably all turn to ashes in an instant, just like those people below. Chun-Yi. Su Taotao was the first to come to her senses, and she timidly tugged at Chun-Yi's hand, her voice filled with panic and fear. What should we do now? Should we run away? This monster is probably even stronger than the final trial we just went through, right? Before Chun-Yi could speak, the enormous body of the netherworld beast slowly turned its head. The dark red eyes darted around a few times before finally settling on Chun-Yi and his group in the sky. It was as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Chun-Yi's heart pounded, and he gripped the wind breath gem tightly, ready to use a secret technique to escape at any moment. However, what happened next completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The giant beast merely glanced indifferently at Chun-Yi and his group high in the sky before silently turning around and slowly walking towards the boundary of the heart of the secret realm with heavy steps. They showed absolutely no desire to attack Chun-Yi and his group. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, it even gave off a somewhat lonely feeling. Chapter 129, Being a Beast Tamer, is very tiring. The girls looked at each other, completely bewildered by what they saw. What's going on? Isn't that monster planning to attack us? Could it be because they lack anti-aircraft capabilities? That's impossible. Just that roar. If it weren't for Chun-Yi's defense, we would all be dead. How could we not have any anti-air capabilities? Then why is that? And I have a feeling that the magical beast seems to be intelligent. Mr. Chun-Yi, judging from your expression, it seems you already know all this? As soon as Hua Yuetong finished speaking, all the girls' eyes fell on Chun-Yi. A hint of curiosity flashed in her beautiful eyes, as if she was anticipating his next answer. Seeing this, Chun-Yi sighed deeply and slowly said, I told you about my ex-girlfriend Lu Rian before, right? This monster's situation is exactly the same as Lu Rian's. It is also a being formed from a demonized spirit beast. Judging from its appearance, it should be a demonized spirit beast from the Beast Tamer team of the Indian Kingdom. I suspect the reason she hasn't attacked us is because we saved her life during the final trial. Upon hearing this, the women all wore expressions of disbelief. When they set off for the five-element secret realm, they had all heard Chun-Yi tell them about his love life. Even if Lu Rian's situation is far-fetched, it can still be explained that she broke her contract when she participated in the final exam, which led to her becoming demonic during the exam period. However, those mythical beasts from India came to explore the secret realm with them. So how could they possibly come here to explore after breaking their contract? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance that they really came here with the intention of breaking the contract, how could their strength have increased so much after being demonized? Moreover, since they've all become magical beasts, how could they possibly choose to leave after just one glance at Chun-Yi? However, judging from Chun-Yi's confident expression, he didn't seem to be joking. What is wrong with this world? The girls were filled with doubt. Seeing the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward, Chun-Yi clapped his hands to break the silence and said, Don't worry about these things. Since that thing isn't hostile towards us, let's take this opportunity to quickly gather all the resources and then go back. The girls echoed in agreement. Although many doubts remained in her mind, Chun-Yi had already said so there was no reason not to follow his advice. After all, they should not forget their original purpose, to find treasure, not to investigate those chaotic things. Although this was an unforeseen event, it also served as a good thing, as it eliminated all those who might have leaked information. Let's tell Luo Qinghe about this when we get back. For now, let's focus on finding the treasure. It feels pretty good to be in the heart of the secret realm without being disturbed by anyone else. Most importantly, the Rainbow Crystal Mountain that Wang Ruochen and the Indian Beast Tamer team collected seemed to be some distance away and had not been affected by the battle just now. Shouldn't we happily accept them all? Although they wished those who wanted to harm Chun-Yi would die sooner, the treasure was innocent. Soon, a day had passed. In the area at the foot of the mountain, a total of more than 3,200 rainbow crystals were all collected by Chun-Yi. Although I don't know how much this thing is worth, Using it for my own cultivation is definitely a great deal. At this point, we should be able to say that we've roughly finished looting all the good treasures in the heart of this secret realm. As for that netherworld beast, it has never been seen again since then. It's quite bizarre that such a large creature could completely vanish without a trace. It doesn't matter, as long as I got the treasure. Mr. Chen-yi, what is this? It feels pretty amazing. Just then, the sisters Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong discovered a burning stone next to Wang Ruochen's burned body. The stone was about the size of a fist, and its entire surface was a deep, dark red, covered by a layer of flames. But when you touch it, you can't feel any warmth at all. In fact, it feels a little cold. But if it gets close to clothing, it will set the clothing on fire, which is quite amazing. Let me see. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. This thing is actually the treasure that Chun-Yi was looking for when he came to the fire zone. Raging Flame Belle Stone, 8 stars. Activating the fire attribute base of the 5 elements formation requires the use of other fire attribute spiritual treasures. What is this? Is it a good thing? Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong looked at Chun-Yi expectantly and asked. Chun-Yi smiled slightly, reached out his hands, and gently stroked the heads of the 2 little girls. Due to the dissipation of their spiritual energy, their strength was limited, and their speed in mining the rainbow crystal was too slow. So Chun-Yi specially arranged for them to search the corpses to see if they could find anything good. Unexpectedly, we actually found a great treasure this time. We almost missed it. This Wang Ruochen is indeed extraordinary. He even managed to obtain the Raging Flame Belle Spirit Stone. Perhaps the identity of Wang Shihao's grandson is indeed quite intriguing. Well done. This thing is indeed a spirit stone. Really? That's great. Just then, Hua Xingtong suddenly became a little shy. Her cheeks flushed, and she said somewhat awkwardly, Mr. Chen-Yi, now that we've found this treasure, can we ask for a reward? Chun-Yi smiled and readily replied, no problem. You two can have any reward you want, as long as it's something I can afford. Hearing Chun-Yi's words, Hua Yuedong's face flushed, and she whispered, Mr. Chen-Yi, the reward we want is, could you keep us company during our break later? Although we cannot form a contract with you right now, doing that kind of thing will not increase our affinity. But we truly want to be with you right now, without the slightest falsehood. So, could you possibly spare one more night? We'd like to leave behind some traces of you, Mr. Chun-Yi. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise rising in his heart. Have these 2 girls actually become so proactive? His gaze swept over their system interfaces. Hua Yutong's favorability rating has reached 75 points, while Hua Xingtong's favorability rating has reached 80 points. Given their current level of favorability, it's perfectly normal for them to have such thoughts. After thinking for a moment, Chun-Yi nodded and agreed. No problem, but it'll only be once we'll talk about the rest after the contract is signed. After all, you two know that being a beast tamer is very tiring. Chapter 130, Back to Square One. These words were spoken. Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong's faces immediately lit up with joy, and they clapped their hands excitedly in celebration. Thank you, Mr. Chun-Yi. We have no way to repay you in this life, so we can only offer ourselves to you. I heard that these 2 sisters were sneaking away from here. Lin Mingxue, who was mining not far away, couldn't help but purse her lips slightly. Even though there's no contract yet, doing that kind of thing is just a waste of energy. Nothing else will happen. Seriously, it would be better to save some of Chun-Yi's energy and increase the affinity between the 4 of them. After thinking for a moment, she quickly stepped forward and interjected, Brother Chen-Yi, all the rainbow crystals here have been mined. Are we leaving? Indeed, it's about time we left this place. Chen-Yi stood up. This is the perfect opportunity to show you my abilities. Chen-Yi's abilities? What other special abilities does he have? Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. Schwer, go and call Shireen, Juyue, and Tao Dao over here. Good. Before long, Chun-Yi and his group of 7 had assembled. Chun-Yi casually took out a white wind fruit that emitted a faint fragrance and silently prayed. System, help me activate the wind element's teleportation ability. Ding. 5 enhancement points consumed. Activation successful. Instantly, a powerful current of air surged around Chun-Yi, enveloping everyone in it. The girls were stunned by this sudden scene. What is this? I'll explain later when we get out. Everyone hold on tight. Upon hearing this, the girls dared not be negligent and tightly grasped each other's hands, forming a close circle with Chun-Yi. All right, let's go. Chun-Yi shouted. and at the same time, the mountain stream where he had found the wind-stabilizing stone instantly appeared in his mind. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and prepared to initiate long-distance teleportation. There are 3 reasons why this place was chosen as the teleportation point. Firstly, the teleportation function of wind attribute spiritual treasures can only teleport to locations that are remembered and cannot teleport through the void. Secondly, the girls now have accumulated a lot of spiritual energy imprints in their bodies and have also seized so many resources and treasures, so they need to find a familiar place to guide their energy. Thirdly, since 3 teams left, nearly 2 days have passed. It is estimated that the news of the secret realm's heart has already spread, and there are probably quite a few people waiting for the volcanic cave to open. Going out directly would likely lead to a lot of trouble. Traveling from the fire region to the water region to the south, you're also likely to encounter other people and get into trouble. Therefore, considering all factors, choosing the wind zone, which we visited before, as the teleportation point is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Who knows, the girl's favorability rating might rise again. Thinking of this, Chani couldn't help but smile slightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless gentle breezes, like cotton candy wrapped in a cotton candy machine, gradually began to swirl around the girls. They intertwined, forming a huge wind membrane that tightly enveloped Chun-Yi and his group. The next second, everyone felt the same sense of weightlessness as when they entered the secret realm. The scenery outside the wind tunnel began to change rapidly. It gradually changed from its original fiery red color to cyan, and then to grayish-brown. In less than 3 seconds, everyone realized that the scene outside the wind membrane seemed to have become incredibly familiar. Even the slightly familiar smell of blood wafted towards us. It's the mountain stream where the wind-soothing spirit stone was discovered before. No? Am I dreaming? Are we outside already? Brother Chini, you actually know spatial magic? Is there anything you can't do? Now I'm starting to wonder, did we awaken the spirit beast bloodline? Or was it you, Brother Chun-Yi, who awakened it? The girls all looked at Chun-Yi with admiration, which made the corners of his mouth involuntarily turn up. However, to his disappointment, he did not hear any news about improving his favorability rating. This is really uncomfortable. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Chun-Yi has already demonstrated too many unique abilities, and perhaps the girls already regard him as an omnipotent being. Therefore, their favorability towards Chun-Yi's new moves has not changed much. Thinking of this, he shook his head helplessly, secretly deciding to stick to his original strategy, to take it one step at a time. The smell of blood is too strong here. Let's find another place. Before Chun-Yi could finish speaking, a slight noise came from behind him. He turned around alertly, his eyes fixed intently on the source of the sound. Who is it? A young man arrived at the scene with 2 women, one tall and one short. The young man was tall and imposing, with an air of nobility, like an elite scion of a prominent family who had received a good education. His eyes revealed a righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor. The tall woman had a dignified and beautiful appearance and an elegant and generous temperament. Although the years had left some marks on her face, she still had a charming appearance and exuded a majesty of a mother. She was a 5th order, 10th level A-grade spirit beast. The short woman is lively and cute, dressed in JK-style clothing, and has a bit of a Su Tao Tao look. She doesn't have a spirit beast system interface, so she must be an ordinary person who has not yet awakened her bloodline. The appearance of these 3 people gave people a warm feeling, just like an ordinary family of 3 going on a trip. It makes it impossible to sense even the slightest bit of hostility. However, on the other hand, the contracted spirit beast girl has clearly reached the 5th rank and 10th level. Logically speaking, the strength of their beast tamers shouldn't be too far apart. But why is there only one spirit beast here? Moreover, next to the spirit beast physique and spiritual power values, there was even an up sign. Could it be a beast tamer's innate ability? According to Chun-Yi's memory, her strength seemed to be even greater than Yen Juyu's, who had used the power amplification card, the beast taming whip, and Su Tao Tao's power gift. Who are you? Chun-Yi asked again, his voice tinged with doubt and wariness. The young man glanced at Chun-Yi and his group briefly, then slowly took out his phone from his pocket. After comparing them repeatedly, he slowly explained, I am Chu Xiaoa, a special envoy from the Beast Tamer Association of Tianhai City. This is my wife, Morong Yu, and she is my daughter, Chu Fei Yu. Our Beast Tamer Association received a report that a treasure theft incident involving beast tamers from the kingdom of Tianzhu has occurred here, so we have come here specifically to investigate the situation. The complainant provided photos, and I just compared them. It should be you who killed the beast tamers and spirit beasts of the kingdom of Tianju, right? Chapter 131 Brother by Song. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere instantly became deathly still. Chen-Yi almost coughed up blood. Holy crap. The few spirit beast girls we rescued actually went to the Beast Tamer Association to report the case? Don't you find this troublesome? However, at that moment, Chu Xiaohe suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Don't be nervous. We're not here to arrest you or cause you any trouble. The person who reported the crime said that Nagarahan seemed to be a veteran robber, and that many people must have died at his hands. Now that you've managed to eliminate him, it's a great thing for both our Tianhai Beast Tamer Association and the Dragon Kingdom Beast Tamers who have come to explore the 5 Elements secret realm. How could we possibly cause trouble for such a meritorious person? Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi and his group breathed a sigh of relief. Chen-Yi shook his head with a wry smile, secretly relieved. So that's what it's all about. Damn it, after doing something I felt guilty about, suddenly encountering a special envoy who's like a police officer is really making me a little panicked. While legitimate self-defense will not result in prosecution, it will still waste a lot of time. This is so troublesome. I thought they were here to arrest me. That's not it. Besides, these kinds of things happen every day in dangerous secret realms. Beast masters who go to explore these realms all know this. Even if we wanted to intervene, we simply couldn't. We can only turn a blind eye. Chu Xiaohe explained readily. We're only here to deal with the situation. Otherwise, if those Indians find out what's going on here, they might start complaining again. I see. Chen-Yi sighed and said apologetically. I'm sorry to trouble you with my matter again. It's no big deal. It won't waste much time anyway. It's just that the smell of blood will have to dissipate naturally. Chu Xiaohe waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly revealed a curious expression. But speaking of which, you seem to be only a 3rd-tier beast tamer, right? The person who reported the incident said that Galahan was a 5th-tier beast tamer. How did you manage to defeat him? Well, Chen-Yi hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, a family secret technique. Fine, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. But seriously, all the girls are so pretty. Can you handle them tonight? Chu Xiaohe revealed a mischievous smile as he teased Chen-Yi. The two chatted casually, and the topic gradually shifted from the battle to other things. It must be said that Chu Xiaohe was indeed as straightforward and easygoing as he appeared. He's so endearing. In a world without beast tamers, he'd be a perfect, understanding older man. Meanwhile, Morong Yu and Chu Feiyu also gathered around the girls, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry, Xiaohe is just like that. It'll take up a little of your time. My dad likes to chat with people all the time, so please forgive him, ladies. Chu Feiyu chuckled lightly. But, all of you sisters are so beautiful. How can your beast tamers manage? My dad wakes up every morning holding his back. Xiaoyu. Before she could finish speaking, Morong Yu gently tapped Chu Feiyu's head, interrupting her. Don't talk nonsense like that. I'm just telling the truth. There are other people here. It's nothing, we're all spirit beasts anyway, what can't we talk about? Listening to the bickering between the mother and daughter, the girl couldn't help but smile. What a pair of clowns. However, I still learned quite a bit from their bickering. Chu Xiaohe's awakened beast tamer talent is a B-level talent, single-mindedness. Regardless of rank, one can only contract one spirit beast in their lifetime, but this can permanently and moderately increase the strength of the contracted spirit beast, and the effect will also be greatly increased when cultivating affinity. Furthermore, even without contracting a spirit beast, a beast tamer with this talent can level up by consuming a magical beast core and having others guide the energy. If the children of both parents are girls and are over 18 years old, they can also obtain a portion of their mother's combat power and familiarize themselves with the power before awakening their bloodline. It can be said that this is an extremely overpowered enhancement talent. The only drawback is that you can only contract one spirit beast, and even if it dies, you cannot contract another one. That's why a family of 3 would come to the 5-element secret realm and look like they were on a picnic. Many contracted spirit beasts want to contract with such a beast tamer, but unfortunately, they are too rare. Chu Xiaohe rejected many invitations from spirit beasts of a rank or higher, and in the end chose Morong Yu, his childhood sweetheart. It can be said that the lovers finally got together, and he was not blinded by power. They are truly a match made in heaven. Su Taotao asked, So, Xiaoyu, you're already 18 years old, but you haven't awakened your bloodline yet? Chu Feiyu blinked her bright eyes and said softly, Yes, I just turned 18 last week, and I never expected to have the chance to explore the secret realm today. It's so exciting. She seemed to treat the girls like family, saying whatever came to mind without any restraint. While this personality trait is good, one should still be careful in public. Speaking of which, ladies, can I ask you something? Is your Chun-E good at lasting through the night? Upon hearing this, the girls all sighed, their faces filled with helplessness, their unspoken words conveying their unspoken feelings. I'll say it again. Chun-E is good in every way, strong, has many trump cards, is handsome, and has a particularly far-reaching strategy. The only drawback is that his kidneys seem to be not very good, which is really worrying them. Upon seeing this, Chu Feiyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle a few times. As expected, the contract partner should be a beast tamer with the talent of single-mindedness. Otherwise, with so many contracted girls, one beast tamer simply couldn't take care of them all. And as luck would have it, she happened to know one, and he was her childhood sweetheart. He awakened this talent half a month ago, and was immediately surrounded by a group of fox spirits. The image of that tall and handsome figure appeared in Chu Feiyu's mind. Even when invited by a spirit beast with S-rank bloodline, he remained unmoved. The words, "Xiaoyu, I only want you. Let's form a contract after you awaken your bloodline," echoed in her ears like heavenly music, almost becoming the material for Chu Feiyu's dreams every night. In a world where the relationship between spirit beasts and their tamers is one to many, what a luxury it is for a female spirit beast to be pampered by a single man. And this good fortune will come to her in the future. I'm absolutely thrilled. I'm already an adult. Why hasn't my bloodline awakened yet? I really want to awaken my bloodline soon. Brother Baisong, wait for me. My Baisong brother belongs only to me. Just thinking about what it would be like after her bloodline awakened in the future made Chu Feiyu's cheeks involuntarily flush red. The main reason is that Baisong is too outstanding and perfect, making it hard not to have all sorts of fantasies. Chapter 132, The Hua sisters get their wish. And so, Chun-E and his group chatted with Chu Xiaohe and his wife for a while. On another note, Chu Xiaohe asked casually, as if making a small talk, "Where are you going next? Are you heading to the fire region? You seem to be collecting spirit stones." Chun-E shook his head and explained, "I've already obtained the spirit stones from the wind and fire regions. Next, we plan to rest here for a while before returning to the center and heading to the light region to collect more spirit stones." Okay then. Chu Xiaohe bowed slightly to Chun-E, his face filled with gratitude. "Thank you again for ridding the people of this scourge. On behalf of the Tianhai City Beast Tamer Association, I thank you. It's fine. As long as there's no trouble, I'll kill one of these people as soon as I see them." Chun-E waved his hand casually, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, that Gallicum has an accomplice, the one who sells maps outside. I wonder if he's escaped." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaohe's expression instantly turned serious. The man selling maps looked very honest and kind, yet he was doing this kind of shady business? It's true what they say. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. I see. Chu Xiaohe gave a standard military salute. "I've basically taken care of the aftermath here. So, Brother Chun-E, I wish you a safe journey. If you have time, let's have a drink together in Tianhai City." "No problem." As Chun-E watched Chu Xiaohe and his group walk away into the distance, a wave of emotion welled up in his heart. He sighed softly, rubbed his lower back, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "I still need to cure Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong's illnesses as soon as possible. I'm strong and healthy. Hurry up and get here." Just as I thought of the Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong sisters, they came over, their faces flushed with shy blush. "Can Chun-E rest now?" What I just mentioned. Looking at the two women, Chun-E couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He gently tapped the two girls on the head and said with a smile, "It's not even a sure thing yet, and you're already thinking about these things. I still prefer how arrogant you two were at the beginning. However, I need to help Tao Tao refine the spiritual energy in her body first. She hasn't eaten all day. You can eat some monster cores to fill your stomachs first, and I'll refine them together later." Good. Time flies, and night has fallen in the blink of an eye. All was silent, except for the moonlight shining on the earth. Chun-E led Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong into the cave and set up a warning barrier outside the cave. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong were naturally overjoyed that Chun-E was willing to spend the whole night with them, and even felt a little proud. After all, the sisters had been waiting for this day for a very long time. As for what exactly Chun-E liked about them, was it their figure, their appearance, or their bloodline? Are these important? They're all part of them. Ding. Hitomi's affection level increases by 5 points. Current favorability level, 80 points. Ding. Washington's favorability increases by 2 points. Current favorability rating, 82 points. There are two sides to the story. At this moment, in an underground research institute in the United States, a monitor labeled Potion Number 77 suddenly went dark without warning. Immediately afterwards, a line of red text written in English appeared. The source energy crystal has lost its connection. The injected target may have died or moved outside the monitorable range. Upon seeing this notification, a group of men in black immediately surged over. A look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Potion number 77? This seems to be a potion from China, right? There was no prior application for its use. I checked, and it's Lord Lin Yu who's in charge of the demonizing potion code. The target is the Wang family of Hanbei. Quickly, retrieve the records and see what's going on with the Wang family. Report. No abnormalities were found in the Wang family. It's possible that the activation was done through external injection. Damn it. Potion number 77 is made from the spinal fluid of a netherworld giant beast, a powerful magical beast. How could we not collect any experimental data? This is a huge loss. Let's contact Lord Lin Yu first. We must inform him of this matter immediately. Soon, Lin Yu, who was cultivating his spirit beast's affinity at the Lin family, the fourth-ranked beast tamer family in the Dragon Kingdom, received a message from the Eagle Kingdom. He stopped what he was doing, rested his chin on his hand, frowned, and fell into deep thought. Did that kid Wang Ruochen use the potion? Lin Yu muttered to himself. I remember he went to the Five Elements secret realm recently, right? Could it be that he encountered some danger, which is why he used it? Seeing this, the spirit beast woman beneath him slowly got up and looked at Lin Yu with a puzzled expression. Is it about Wang Ruochen? Chun-Yi also went to the Five Elements secret realm recently. Could there be any connection between them? Lin Yu sighed and shook his head. I don't know. Her Majesty the Queen ordered us to avoid contact with Chun-Yi as much as possible to avoid leaving a bad impression, so we don't know anything about what happened in the secret realm. However, news also came from the Luo family at the same time that Chun-Yi knew that the dark goo-eating worm was Lu Ruyan. Therefore, it is highly likely that the loss of the medicine in Wang Ruochen's possession this time is related to him. Upon hearing this, the spirit beast woman frowned deeply. If even a demonized spirit beast can see through its true form at a glance, then the level of danger Chun-Yi poses is truly far beyond imagination. It's even more dangerous than Luoqing River. What should we do? Didn't we say we wanted to win him over in the future? Now that he's been getting into these kinds of troubles one after another, won't he misunderstand our intentions? After a moment of silence, Lin Yu slowly said, perhaps this is not entirely a bad thing. Do you remember the information we found out before? That Chun-Yi, he will participate in the upcoming beast taming competition. Letting him know about the existence of the demonizing potion in advance might be more advantageous for our later negotiations. Once the Beastmaster competition officially begins, I will have a brilliant plan to make him see the true face of this world. Lin. Unfortunately, the strategy against the Wang family of Hanbei will probably have to be replanned. The spirit beast woman listened quietly to Lin Yu's analysis without offering any further opinions. As soon as he finished speaking, she suddenly pounced on Lin Yu like a hungry tiger. All right, since there's nothing else, let's continue. You're really in such a hurry, but I like it. Before the words were even finished, their figures intertwined. An ambiguous atmosphere instantly filled the room, and a risque scene unfolded once again. Chapter 133, A Spirit That Swallows Mountains and Rivers. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chun-Yi's extreme exploitation of kidneys has finally yielded a rich reward. With the blessing of various rare and precious spiritual treasures, all the girls except for Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong have achieved a significant increase in their rank. After all, they use high-energy spiritual crystals comparable to the Beast King's crystal core, so the upgrade speed is incredibly fast. Yan Jiyue successfully broke through to the second stage of the fourth rank, while Chun-Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taodao all broke through to the first stage of the fourth rank, and their strength was greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, last night, while Chun-Yi was cultivating his affinity with Su Taodao, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Su Taotao's affinity has reached 60 points, meeting the rank requirement of Tier 4, Stage 1. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Su Taodao for successfully learning the new skill, Overwhelming Might. It can absorb natural spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy imprints that can be stored within its body are greatly increased. That move was absolutely brilliant. Chun-Yi was still hesitating whether he should cultivate for a few more days to raise the girl's levels to the same level before going to explore the light region. That's just how obsessive-compulsive disorder is. There's nothing you can do about it. However, unexpectedly, Tao Tao mastered such an amazing skill. If it can devour natural spiritual energy, wouldn't that mean it can even devour wind element storms in the light zone? In this way, there might be no need to take a detour at all. One could simply cross the intersection of the two areas and enter the zone of light. Moreover, cultivating while walking not only helps Su Tao Tao refine spiritual energy, but also allows her to share it with other girls, which is a win-win-win situation. With this in mind, Chun-Yi made a decisive decision to set off immediately towards the region of light. However, when he saw the scene before him, everyone was stunned. The scene before us can only be described as apocalyptic. Space, like a torn rag, shattered into countless dark and menacing cracks. A violent spatial turbulence erupted from the crack, carrying a terrifying power capable of shredding steel into dust, transforming into a chaotic storm that swept across the heavens and the earth. Wherever the storm passed, the illusory mountain shadows were wiped away as if by an invisible giant hand, disappearing silently into the void. The light was distorted beyond recognition, and the entire area was plunged into chaos. Even the earth could not withstand the erosion of this force, and it was plowed open with deep, bottomless ravines, emitting a piercing, tooth-grinding shriek. It is a forbidden area capable of completely tearing apart any living being, or even this secret realm. Chun-Yi and the girls witnessed all of this and couldn't help but gasp in shock. No wonder the map marks it as absolutely impossible to cross from the wind zone to the light zone. It's practically a death trap. However, Chun-Yi soon discovered a strange phenomenon. This spatial storm doesn't seem to be like a tornado, where it would pull people in. In other words, as long as you don't touch that thing, there doesn't seem to be any danger. Then, an idea struck him, and he turned to Su Tao Tao and said, "Tao Tao, try out the new skill you learned last night, and see if you can swallow this storm." "Huh? Me?" Su Tao Tao pointed at herself with a bewildered look on her face. "Brother Chun-Yi, are you sure? You want me to devour this thing?" Chun-Yi smiled and patted Su Tao Tao on the shoulder encouragingly. "Yeah, give it a try. You might be pleasantly surprised." He was actually quite puzzled. These new skills were all learned by the girls themselves. Don't they know what the effects of these new skills are? That's really strange. Hearing Chun-Yi's words, Su Tao Tao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust his judgment. She took a deep breath and took a step forward. Its small body appeared incredibly tiny in the face of the towering spatial storm. However, there was no trace of fear on her delicate, beautifully sculpted face. Every decision Chun-Yi makes is carefully considered, and she is willing to believe him unconditionally. "Call." She didn't shout. She simply exhaled softly and then took a deep breath. Like a ripple on a calm lake, it instantly triggered a cataclysmic storm. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred meters around her was stirred up by an invisible giant hand, frantically converging towards her to form a huge, inwardly collapsing vacuum vortex. Even the raging spatial storm seemed to be pulled by this terrifying suction force, and its surging speed was slowed down. Immediately afterwards, Su Tao Tao slowly opened her cherry-like little mouth. A black hole vortex, seemingly capable of swallowing up even light and sight, suddenly formed in front of her small mouth. Awe-inspiring. Buzz. A spatial fluctuation followed by a loud bang. A terrifying suction force, powerful enough to swallow the heavens and earth, erupted from that black hole. The raging spatial storm before them, the chaotic turbulence powerful enough to tear everything apart, was forcibly pulled off its original trajectory by this terrifying suction force. They were as if they were being grabbed by an invisible giant hand, unable to break free, and could only howl as they were dragged into that small black hole. Sizzle. Snap. Boom. That devastating spatial storm has now become food for the black hole in Su Tao Tao's mouth. The storm shrank dramatically at an alarming rate, from a colossal, sky-covering mass to a violent force sweeping through the valley, and finally reduced to just a few ripples. In the end, even the last ripple in space was completely swallowed up by that deep black hole. The world seemed to have been paused, falling into a deathly silence. The wind stopped, the whistling disappeared, and even the tremors of the earth subsided. Su Taotao slowly closed her mouth, and the all-consuming black hole disappeared. Her small body swayed slightly, and she made a soft, gurgling sound in her throat, as if savoring that vast and boundless power. A surge of pure spiritual energy erupted within her petite body. Wow, this is delicious. Su Taotao let out a long breath, two unnatural blushes appearing on her rosy cheeks. I did it, brother Chun-Yi. I did it. He he he. However, everyone, including Chun-Yi, was completely dumbfounded. Their eyes widened and their mouths gaped open, as if an egg could fit inside. Something's not right. Chun-Yi originally thought that the ability to swallow mountains and rivers could only devour a small area at most, which was equivalent to making a small hole in a piece of paper. But now, Su Taotao has actually swallowed the storm barrier in front of her. Seriously, does it have to be this flashy? Is this the power of Taodai? This is too outrageous. Chapter 134 Perfect Cultivation Resources. The other girls were taken aback at first, a hint of surprise showing in their eyes. But their shyness quickly replaced their bashful expressions, and they all cast bashful glances at Chun-Yi. They also wanted that power. Their eyes made no attempt to hide this desire. Unfortunately, Chun-Yi was also stunned for a moment. What's wrong, brother Chun-Yi? Su Taotao waved her pink little hands, blinked her big, bright eyes, and asked curiously. Fine. Chun-Yi gently stroked Su Taotao's hair. Well done. See, it's a success. Why are you so insecure? Well, I'm so sorry. Su Taotao scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly, muttering. Mainly, I didn't expect this move to be so powerful, even able to devour that apocalyptic scene. All right, let's not talk about this now. Chun-Yi placed his hand on Su Taotao's forehead and asked with concern, how are you feeling? After absorbing such a large space, isn't your spiritual energy a bit too much? Upon hearing this, Su Taotao closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and carefully sensed the state of the spiritual energy imprint within her body. She was surprised to find that since learning the powerful breath technique, her body seemed to have undergone a miraculous change. The spiritual energy storage space within the body has actually expanded several times over. Even in the face of such a powerful storm and spatial turbulence, she only felt about 50% full. Eating another one is no problem at all. It seems to be in response to Su Taotao's idea. Storms and spatial turbulence that existed in other areas around them began to converge here as if they had detected a breach. Just over 10 seconds later, the previously empty area returned to its original state. However, upon seeing this scene, Chun-Yi's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. This is practically an all-you-can-drink buffet, and it's the highest-end kind. If he had known earlier that Su Taotao could learn such a skill with 60 points of affinity, he should have spent more time and effort on her from the beginning. With this trick, I feel like I can save a lot of cultivation resources. But thinking about it now is pointless. Since Su Taotao can endlessly devour this storm and transform it into her own spiritual imprint, then naturally, the more the better. Anyway, it will probably take several days to get back to the exit and then into the zone of light. Why not use these next few days to cultivate, absorb this spatial storm, and then enter the zone of light? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Peach, keep eating. Stop when you're full. Okay. Su Taotao nodded obediently, and then activated her overwhelming power again. The terrifying suction force erupted once more, and the surrounding spatial storm, as if drawn by an invisible force, surged madly toward her. In the blink of an eye, the spatial storm in this area was almost completely swallowed up. Everyone, let's continue our cultivation. Moon Eye, Star Eye, I'll have to trouble you two to keep watch. Once we form a contract, I'll help you improve your class and affinity. Good. The girls responded enthusiastically, then returned to their respective positions to continue their training. Chun-Yi then used energy guidance, leveraging Su Taotao's abilities to distribute spiritual power equally among the spirit beast girls. Every wisp of spiritual energy flowed into the girls' bodies like a gentle stream. It must be said that the spiritual energy of this storm and spatial turbulence is quite concentrated. In addition, Su Taotao's storage space for spiritual energy is extremely large, so it would probably take at least a day to refine it once. Name: Chun-Yi. Talents: SSS-Level Talent Infinite Contract, SSS-Level Talent Energy Guidance, SSS-Level Talent Spirit Beast Awakening. Level: Tier 4 Stage 1. Physical Fitness: 78. Spiritual Power: 65. Normal Adult Male Average: 10. Contracted Spirit Beasts: Ice Dragon Lin Mingxue, Azure Phoenix Luo Shireen, Gluttonous Beast Su Tao Tao, Nine-Tailed Fox Yin Jiyue. Skills, Monster Insight, Appraisal, Wind Blade Slash. Enhancement points, 120. Chun-Yi looked at his current system interface and secretly made plans in his mind. Keeping around 60 upgrade points should be enough to handle various crisis situations. When the time comes, you'll form contracts with Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, and you'll also gain a lot of enhancement points. There's absolutely no need to be frugal with it now. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi immediately shouted to the system, "System, give me 50 points of spiritual power and 10 points of physical constitution." Ding. Enhancement successful. Current spiritual power, 115 points. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current constitution value, 88 points. Boom. An incomparably powerful aura swept out instantly. It was visibly noticeable that the speed of energy channeling was several times faster. Moreover, Chun-Yi felt that the world before him had become more transparent. He closed his eyes and could even feel his pores trembling slightly, as if he had gained the ability to sense the surrounding atmosphere. This strange feeling made his mind incredibly clear, as if everything had become transparent. The turbulent spiritual energy flowed through his fingertips like a rushing river, and Chun-Yi's body became part of this river, able to clearly perceive every moment when his skin came into contact with the spiritual energy. The sensation was incredibly smooth, as if we had become one. Chun-Yi was stunned. He never imagined that breaking through 100 points in spiritual power would bring about such an amazing change. Is this what is meant by quantitative change leading to qualitative change? He couldn't help but imagine what the world looked like through the eyes of girls, full of endless mystery and excitement. Just as Chun-Yi was in shock, the girls opened their eyes one after another, their eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. "Brother Chun-Yi, what's going on? It seems like the spiritual energy within us has been activated. What just happened?" Chun-Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He patiently explained, "The spiritual energy of this spatial storm is extremely turbulent. I used a little trick to transform it into my own power. This will greatly speed up our energy refining process. What do you think? Satisfied? That's settled then. This will save a lot of time, and you can focus on refining the energy." Good. Watching the aura emanating from Chun-Yi and his group continuously rise. The beautiful eyes of Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong also sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. They were increasingly looking forward to the day when they could activate the 5 elements formation, heal their spiritual energy depletion, and form a contract with Chun-Yi. Chapter 135, Entering the Zone of Light. Strange, have you noticed anything amiss? A beastmaster in the storm zone turned to his teammate with a puzzled look and asked, "Why does the hurricane barrier in this wind zone seem much thinner?" You felt it too? I thought it was just my imagination." "Me too. I was accidentally caught in that gale just now, but it doesn't seem to hurt me at all. Last time I came here, being caught in that gale would have broken my limbs." Could it be that the commotion was caused by those big shots from the fire region? That's possible. I've seen quite a few experts above the 8th rank. They probably really do have that ability. Sigh. The heart of the secret realm. Even if we knew where it was, it wouldn't be ours. It's so frustrating. A beast tamer sighed helplessly, a look of frustration on his face. The members of the beast tamer team quickly dispelled their doubts. After all, this is a major event, the discovery of the heart of the secret realm. The beast tamer associations of India and China would naturally send many high-level beast tamers to explore. Among them must be some extraordinary experts whose ability to break through the mechanisms of a secret realm where the average level of monsters is around the 3rd or 4th tier is simply a piece of cake. There's no need to make a fuss. Of course, it wasn't just this team of beast tamers. Most of the other people who witnessed this scene, including the high-level beast tamers, also believed that it was the work of other big shots and did not arouse any suspicion at all. Even a week later, when the storm barrier in the wind region had been swallowed up and reduced to a thin layer of paper, no one realized that it was all the work of Chun-Yi and his group. Chun-Yi and his group made great progress because of this opportunity. Aside from Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, who were unable to cultivate, everyone, including Chun-Yi himself, broke through to the 4th rank, 5th stage, a true blessing for perfectionists. It must be said that the amount of spiritual energy required for an SSS-level bloodline spirit beast to upgrade is indeed unimaginably enormous. The total spiritual power of the storms and spatial turbulence that Su Tao Tao devoured was at least equivalent to the total spiritual power contained in hundreds of thousands of 4th-tier magical beasts. After her bloodline was activated and her spiritual energy supply stabilized, Su Taotao's appetite returned to that of a normal girl. Assuming the four of them consume magical beast cores for all 3 meals a day, and they use 1,000 cores a day, it would take at least 100 days to refine such a massive amount of spiritual energy. However, incredibly, even with 100% of spiritual energy being used without wasting any, such a huge amount of spiritual energy only increased by such a tiny bit. This is simply outrageous. Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh. The resources required to raise those SSS-level bloodline spirit beast girls to the 4th or 5th tier through normal means were simply unimaginably terrifying. No wonder beast tamers make money so fast. They spend it just as fast. Chun-Yi sighed and muttered to himself. Su Taotao tilted her head, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Chun-Yi, what's wrong? Why are you sighing again?" Chun-Yi patted his cheek, trying to clear his mind of those irrelevant thoughts. "All right, we've wasted almost a week. It's time to head to the light zone. Let's get ready." Before long, Chun-Yi and his group continued their journey, heading towards the region of light. Su Taotao absorbed most of the energy in the storm area. The rock corridors that had been suspended high in the air by the strong winds, forming paths, all crashed down at this moment. In the regions of light and wind, there also exists a huge canyon fissure that appears to be bottomless. Of course, this was not a difficult task for Chun-Yi and his group. Without the gale, wouldn't it be easy to just fly over? "Brother Chun-Yi, please, trust me just this once, ride me," Luo Shirin said righteously. "I promise, there will be absolutely no more trouble." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi's gaze slowly swept over the other girls. They either turned their heads away or lowered their eyes, all showing a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Previously, Su Taotao, Yan Jiyue, and the Hua sisters were curious about Luo Shirin's flying ability and, disbelievingly, rode on her back once. How to describe that feeling? Perhaps it's not an exaggeration to describe it as a front-loading washing machine. Chun-Yi shrugged and said helplessly, "I really wanted to ride, but they seem to prefer sitting on Schwetter's back. I think we should save our energy right now and let Schwetter transform." Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin was on the verge of tears. She was flying very steadily, wasn't she? Why is nobody riding it? Lin Mingxue stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder, comforting her. "If you don't just roll around randomly, you're actually pretty good. If you take the pilot's test, maybe, possibly, probably, about 80%. I'll let you try again." Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin felt even more aggrieved and muttered to herself, "How could this happen?" The girls also offered their explanations. Unfortunately, the look of disgust on his face was impossible to hide. All the words can be summed up in one question. Have you ever seen a civilian airliner pilot fly a fighter jet like a fighter jet pilot? After a period of playful banter, the group decided to ride on Lin Mingxue and head towards the zone of light. As soon as you enter the area of light, a strong visual impact hits you. The world before my eyes seemed to be submerged in a pure, intense light. The sky seemed to be shrouded by a giant searchlight, casting a blinding white light that made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. The ground, rock walls, and even the dust particles suspended in the air all reflected dazzling halos, weaving together a vast white ocean of light. There were no shadows, no layers. Everything was swallowed up by this overly bright light. Staring at something for a long time can cause burning pain and dizziness in the eyes. However, compared to the previous wind and fire zones, this is considered a very mild environmental threat. No wonder everyone says the area of light is the simplest area among the 5 elements magic arrays. Without comparison, there is no harm. It's so bright. Su Taotao couldn't help but cover her forehead with her hand and squint her eyes. This light seems to contain some kind of purifying power, but it interferes too much with vision. Luo Shirin used her wind power to create a thin barrier in front of her to try to filter the strong light, but the effect was very limited. Fortunately, this light doesn't seem to be very harmful. Lin Mingxue was surrounded by a chilling aura, which condensed into tiny ice crystals that floated in front of her eyes, like wearing sunglasses, which made her feel slightly more comfortable. It feels so bad. If I stay in this place too long, I'm afraid my eyes will go blind. Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong also felt uncomfortable and tried their best to adapt to the extreme light environment. Chapter 136 Radiant Spirit Stone. Yan Jiyue took out 2 pairs of sunglasses from her spatial ring and handed them to Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong. She then turned to Chun-Yi and asked softly, "Brother Chun-Yi, how's the situation on your end? Have you made any new discoveries?" Unlike the girls, Chunyi's expression remained calm and composed. The system interface floated clearly in his field of vision, completely unaffected by the strong external light. As the eye of treasure unfolds, the light spots representing treasures and the red crosses representing traps on the screen become even clearer against the pure white background. With a thought, Chun-Yi instantly switched the screen of the treasure eye to map mode. In an instant, everything within a 10-kilometer radius was laid out before him, and the locations of all the treasures were clearly displayed. It's a million times better than a treasure hunting compass. However, the only frustrating thing is that this is clearly a zone of light, so why aren't the treasures here light attribute? Even the spiritual treasures that grow in the light layer within the heart of the secret realm are of other attributes. Even if light attribute spiritual treasures are rare, they shouldn't be this rare, right? It's probably because the view is obstructed here, so all the resources haven't been explored yet. Chun-Yi's gaze locked onto several high-value targets marked by the system. Swear, just follow my instructions from now on. Yes, I know. About 2 kilometers to the left front, there is a cloud of light. Going up to it will cause intense light burns and purification damage, so remember to avoid it. Lin Mingxuan nodded slightly, flapped her wings, and carefully followed Chun-Yi's instructions to make her way around. Sure enough, at the target location, she discovered an extremely strange ball of light that gave off an ominous feeling just by looking at it. You can't even spot them unless you get close. If we were to crash into it, who knows what would happen? See that mountain on the right? There's a snow crystal flower on its summit, a rare treasure. However, the surrounding clouds will focus the light into high-energy beams that will randomly sweep across the area, so don't look directly at it. Go around it from the side. Call out. As soon as Chun-Yi finished speaking, a blinding beam of light shot out from the prism without warning, instantly sweeping across the spot where Lin Mingxua had just flown past. It instantly scorched a hard rock until it was charred and smoking, as if it had been roasted by flames. Lin Mingxua was so startled that her dragon body trembled. Chun-Yi looked speechless and sighed helplessly. I told you not to look at it, Sai. Lin Mingxua muttered. Since they've said that, they definitely won't be able to resist going to watch it. Brother Chun-Yi, your experience is amazing. Su Taotao looked at Chun-Yi with starry eyes and said with admiration, if you can't even see it, how can you tell it's a trap? Chun-Yi smiled, but offered no explanation. After all, there's no way to explain it. Soon, the snow crystal flower was successfully acquired, and they continued their journey deeper into the zone of light. Along the way, they also collected many treasures. Chun-Yi naturally accepted them all without hesitation. Finally, after half a day of exploration, a message appeared in the information bar of the treasure eye that made Chun-Yi instantly overjoyed. Radiant Spirit Stone, 8 stars. Activating the light attribute array base of the 5 elements formation requires the use of other light attribute, celestial, and terrestrial spiritual treasures. Got it. Chun-Yi shouted excitedly. Swear. Keep flying forward. You should be able to see a huge stone tablet, and in front of it there is a thing that looks like a flower petal or starlight. That thing is the Zhongling Stone. Upon hearing that it was a clue about the Radiant Belle Spirit Stone, Lin Mingxue was overjoyed and couldn't wait to fly in the direction Chun-Yi pointed. Just as they were about to get close, a system interface suddenly appeared in front of Chun-Yi. Warcraft, Divine Light Lizard. Difficulty, 8 stars, Beastmaster. Level, 4th rank, 8th stage. Attributes, Light, Sound. Skills, Radiant Concealment, Sonic Boom, Light Blade Assault, Tail Cutting Survival. Description, a magical beast composed of pure light attribute spiritual energy, extremely fast, and adept at using bright light environments to stealthily attack. The instant he noticed the system interface, Chun-Yi clearly saw the silhouette of a lizard that was almost blending into the light, lurking in the shadows of a crevice next to the stone tablet. Although the shadows were extremely thin in this area, they still existed, as if they were a natural cover for the lizard. Watch out. There's a hidden beast king next to that stone tablet, 4th tier, 8th level. The invisible beast king. Lin Mingxue's eyes narrowed, and a confident smile appeared on her lips. That's perfect, let me handle this. A 4th tier beast king. I'd like to see where it can hide in my ice domain. She took a deep breath and blew gently. In an instant, a powerful burst of cold air erupted from her center. Ice breath. Click, click, click. With a crisp sound, a thick layer of frost instantly formed on the ground and quickly spread. Tiny ice crystals floated in the air, shimmering with a faint light, like countless dazzling stars. Not only did it block the light lizard's escape route, but it also acted like countless tiny mirrors, reflecting the light lizard's almost perfect silhouette blending into the light. Yin Juyue's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She immediately shot out a foxfire, which accurately hit the position reflected by the ice crystal. In an instant, the divine light lizard was forced out of its stealth state, wisps of blue smoke rising from its body as it writhed in agony. Upon closer inspection, it was a half-meter-long lizard, almost entirely transparent. Without careful observation, it is difficult to detect its existence. No wonder he's the sixth among the sixth. Wind blade. Luo Shirin gave a soft shout, and a sharp wind blade whistled out, piercing straight at the divine light lizard. The wind blade collided with the lizard's body, producing a dull thud. The lizard's body was instantly torn in two, and blood splattered everywhere. In just 5 seconds, he successfully killed a beast king who was 3 levels higher than him. That's absolutely terrifying. Of course, as the king of beasts, its corpse would not be easily spared. Su Taotao leaped out and landed steadily on the stone tablet, beginning to devour the remaining power of the divine light lizard's corpse. From discovering the divine light lizard to killing it and collecting its corpse, the entire process was seamless and perfectly arranged for you. No trace was left, as if none of this had ever happened. This flower is actually a spirit stone? I never would have guessed. No wonder everyone used to say that very few people could activate the 5 elements formation. Who could recognize this? Juyue. Chun-Yi tapped Yin Juyue's head helplessly and said with a speechless expression, I remember you said confidently before you set off that you were ready to come to the 5-element secret realm to collect Belle spirit stones, but you can't even recognize what this thing looks like. Chapter 137 Trap Maze. Well, Yin Jiyue playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes darting around. Seeing this, Chun-Yi rolled his eyes helplessly and said irritably, Hey, you're kidding me. I almost believed your nonsense. I'm sorry, next time when we rest, I'll make sure you enjoy yourself a little longer, so please don't be angry. Who's really enjoying themselves here? No wonder she's a vixen. After a brief exchange, Chun-Yi led his group westward, their destination the Earth region in the southwest. Guided by Chun-Yi's treasure-seeking eye, they reaped a rich harvest along the way, discovering a continuous stream of rare treasures. However, without exception, none of these treasures possessed the attribute of light. This put Chun-Yi in a difficult position. He was originally confident that he could collect a few light attribute spiritual treasures within the light zone. But now he realized that Yin Jiyue must have some information about the 5-element secret realm. She knew that there was absolutely no way to find a spiritual treasure with the light attribute in the 5 elements secret realm. No wonder she spent a fortune at the auction, determined to acquire the spiritual remains no matter what. It turns out that light attribute spiritual treasures are extremely rare. No wonder the system only requires 5 enhancement points to activate other attributes of the heavenly treasures. Only the heavenly treasures with light and dark attributes require a full 25 points to activate. Not only is the effect amazing, but it is also extremely rare. And so, Chun-Yi and his group flew towards the Earth region while searching for treasure. Time slipped away unnoticed, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Following the map's guidance, Chun-Yi and his group finally flew to the border area between the Light region and the Earth region. There is no clear dividing point between these two regions. There is neither a storm barrier nor spatial turbulence. However, when they stepped into this border area, they felt a completely different atmosphere. A suffocating sense of heaviness pressed down like a mountain, as if I had suddenly been burdened with a 1,000-pound weight. The air became unusually thick, and each breath felt like struggling in a quagmire, carrying the dry smell of freshly turned soil mixed with the weathered scent of ancient rocks, making one's throat feel dry and uncomfortable. The light was dim, as if shrouded in a thick haze, forming a stark contrast with the areas of light, like two completely different worlds. Above the sky, the sunlight was obscured by the thick dust that filled the air, giving it a depressing, dim yellow hue. Huge, earthen yellow rock pillars rise from the ground, each soaring into the clouds and supporting the towering dome. However, what is most unsettling is the ubiquitous, abnormal gravity. As soon as Lin Mingxue flew into this place, she immediately felt the powerful gravitational pressure, instantly lost her balance, and almost crashed. Fortunately, her flying skills and reaction speed were indeed outstanding. In the instant before the fall, she quickly used her ice breath to create a smooth ice slide, which greatly reduced the impact of the fall and allowed Chun-Yi and his group to successfully reach the ground. With each step, the rocks beneath my feet felt exceptionally hard. Lifting my legs became extremely difficult, as if my legs were filled with lead, and then I was struggling to wade through the mud. So heavy. The earth element here is so concentrated that it has formed a tangible gravitational field. The consumption of spiritual energy seems to have increased significantly, and it feels much more difficult to withstand than in the central area. It's so heavy and stuffy, it's really uncomfortable. The girls complained one after another, their faces showing pain. However, they soon discovered a strange phenomenon. The sisters, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong, seemed to be completely unharmed. Logically speaking, since they haven't awakened their bloodlines and are physically weak, it shouldn't be possible for them to keep their knees so stable in this gravity environment. Are you two alright? Chun-Yi stepped forward to ask. You're fine? You're completely alright. In fact, you feel completely relaxed. At first we thought you guys were performing some kind of skit. Is that so? After thinking for a while, Chun-Yi quickly understood the situation. The reason why Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong were not affected was most likely because their spiritual energy dissipated, preventing it from spreading out and thus failing to resonate with the power of rules within the Earth region, thus suppressing it. In the simplest terms, within this area, the stronger a person's spiritual power, the stronger the gravitational pressure they experience. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have to bear that weight. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother Chun-Yi, I'm sorry, I can't fly anymore. Lin Mingxue looked guilty. You've given me so many resources, yet I still can't make a difference. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi simply raised his hand and gently tapped her forehead. Why is this girl starting to overthink again? Chun-Yi thought to himself that he knew Lin Mingxue had always been somewhat insecure about her abilities and was always worried that she would become a burden to the team. What are you thinking? I reckon this area isn't for flying. We'll just have to explore on foot from now on. Chun-Yi activated his treasure-seeking eye, and the dim yellow dust and distorted gravity field had absolutely no effect on him. Surprisingly, just like the wind zone, there were no traces of any spiritual treasures within a radius of several kilometers, but there were many traps. Gravity amplification. The gravity experienced by beings within this area increases as their spiritual power increases. Meteor shower. Entering this area will trigger a meteor shower from the sky, causing devastating damage. Quicksand trap. Entering this area will trigger a quicksand trap, increasing ground gravity and turning it into a quicksand zone. Rock golems. Entering this area will trigger a monster mechanism, summoning 10 to 20 tier 4 monsters, the rock golems. Chun-Yi frowned slightly. These traps are similar in type to those in the heart of the secret realm. Judging from the red areas left by these traps on the system interface, it seems to follow a certain pattern. If you connect these trap areas with red lines, it feels like a miniature version of a maze map. Could this place be a giant maze? The map shows that the Earth region is the most dangerous, with the most unknown terrain and numerous traps. It is advised to avoid venturing into this area. Could it be because of these traps? Others cannot see these traps at all, and once a trap is triggered, they basically don't even bother to record the terrain. Therefore, no one would realize that these trap areas form the walls of a giant maze. Navigating mazes is a piece of cake with a map. No wonder there is such a strong gravitational field. If it could fly, it could get through this maze in no time. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi's lips involuntarily curled up into a smile. Although we can only walk, these are not problems at all. Let's just treat it as a walk. Chapter 138 Trap Triggered. From now on, remember, you must follow me. This is a gravity maze made up of traps. You can't fly. I estimate that once we reach the end of the maze, we should be able to find traces related to the Belle Spirit Stone. Chun-Yi explained in a calm tone. A gravity maze? Yen Juyue's expression changed slightly. Then, how do we get there? Chun-Yi smiled slightly and said confidently. That's why I said just follow me. Remember my location and don't touch anything that looks strange, especially places with unusual patterns on the ground or suspicious holes in the rock walls. The women swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. For the next period of time, Chun-Yi carefully led the girls through various traps. The girls' hearts were pounding with nervousness, fearing they might trigger some deadly trap or mechanism. They didn't dare to breathe loudly and simply followed silently behind Chun-Yi. The whole process was unusually quiet, and the calm atmosphere made one wonder if there really was a trap. If it weren't for the fact that Chun-Yi was the one who set the trap, they might have even doubted whether they had been tricked. Half a day later, just as they were crossing a relatively safe area, boom! A muffled, loud thud suddenly came from not far ahead, accompanied by terrified screams. It turned out to be a team of Indian beast tamers. Most of the female spirit beasts in this squad are around level 4, stage 10, and there are also a few who are just over level 5. Their overall combat strength is significantly higher than that of the Galahan squad we encountered before. Judging from their disheveled appearance, they seem to be a team that arrived earlier than Chun-Yi, but accidentally triggered a trap. Suddenly, a huge rock pillar began to move without warning, instantly blocking the passage ahead. Immediately afterwards, another section of the ground suddenly collapsed without warning, revealing the churning quicksand beneath. One of the Indian team members was unable to dodge in time, and half of his body was instantly swallowed by quicksand, letting out a shrill scream. His contracted spirit beast was extremely anxious and frantically tried to drag him out, but was held tightly by the quicksand and could not break free. In the end, it took the other team members a lot of effort to finally drag him out. They were covered in sticky sand and looked terrible. Damn it, this pillar can move. When will we finally be able to leave? Damn it, once I get out of here, I'm going to kill that little brat. Stop yelling. Watch out for the top of your head. Before the spirit beast girl could finish speaking, a rock pillar suddenly collapsed, releasing a large number of boulders due to the violent shaking. Although these boulders are not huge, under the influence of strong gravity, they fall at lightning speed with terrifying force. A female spirit beast, unable to dodge in time, was grazed on the shoulder by a boulder. She let out a blood-curdling scream as her bones broke, blood splattered everywhere, and she collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Her scream seemed to act as a fuse, quickly igniting the surrounding fear, which began to spread wildly in all directions, constantly triggering various mechanisms. Rocks rained down like raindrops, quicksand surged continuously, and gravity traps were impossible to avoid. The piercing screams and desperate cries echoed between the rock pillars. This contrasted sharply with the silent and efficient progress of Chun-Yi and his group. Someone has triggered a trap. So there really were traps and mechanisms. Luckily we have our little brother Chun-Yi. It's about 200 meters away from us, moving towards It looks like it's heading into a dead end. Brother Chun-Yi, what should we do now? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi simply smiled calmly. No problem. I just checked, and it seems they triggered a terrain-altering trap, which means we can avoid a lot of detours. Is that so? Yes. Come with me. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi changed his direction from going straight and turned to walk to the left. The journey was smooth and unobstructed, as if walking on flat ground. Traps and mechanisms? Sorry, they don't exist. The Indian beast tamer team, who were suffering from the trap, were completely stunned. What's the situation with those Chinese? No, I don't know. Didn't he know there was a trap here? How dare he walk so recklessly? Wait a minute. Why do I feel like he knows the right way? Didn't we just walk down the same path he did? It was only a few meters away. Something's not right. Something's 9 out of 10 wrong. They seem to really know where the trap is. All the Indian beast tamers gasped in shock. They had already heard that the Earth region was riddled with traps and fraught with danger. Just like the Wind Zone, very few beastmasters are willing to come here to explore. The reason they came here was because there was a map seller outside who confidently claimed to possess an exclusive secret, a detailed trap map of the Earth region. Using this map, you can explore the Earth region and reach its deepest point to obtain unimaginable treasures. The tempting offer made them eager to give up almost all their treasures in exchange for the so-called map. But when they arrived in the Earth region, they realized they had been tricked. This map is so fake it couldn't be more fake. Not only are the trap locations marked completely wrong, but it also deliberately lures them to the trap locations, trying to trap them here to die. They have now been trapped here for more than 2 months. Although the captain was a high-caste prodigy who possessed a spatial ring that stored a considerable amount of food and water resources. But in these long 2 months, it has been almost completely exhausted. If they continue to be trapped like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that moment, they saw a group of people who seemed to know the correct map, and a glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. Several of the spirit beast girls were extremely anxious, and, completely disregarding all the traps blocking their way, rushed straight towards Chun-Yi and his group, as if this was their last lifeline. Naturally, this triggered a series of traps. My friend from the Dragon Kingdom, please wait. Holy crap. Chun-Yi was completely dumbfounded. If you guys want to die, Don't drag me down with you. However, the traps that were triggered wouldn't stop just because Chun-Yi said a few words. Instantly, the monster trap was triggered, summoning a large number of black rock guards around the area. This thing is a 4th tier, 5th stage magical beast. Although it moves slowly, it has a huge body, thick skin and flesh, and immense strength. Especially when they appear in large groups, the destructive power they cause is unimaginable. It's like an apocalyptic natural disaster. The best option if you encounter it is to flee this place. However, this area is full of traps, and you can't even fly. Where can you run? Damn it, they're always causing me trouble. I'll have to squeeze a hefty sum out of them later. Chapter 139, Could it be that the god of wealth has descended? Thinking of this, Chun-Yi immediately shouted to the girls. Everyone, listen to my command, and prepare for battle. Yu-Tong and Xing-Tong. You two are still the same as before. Stay behind me, and protect yourselves. There's a slightly darker colored rock about 10 meters to your left. If you go over that thing, the gravity will double again. Be careful. About 30 meters to your right front, there are also monster traps within a 10-meter radius of that rock pillar, with 3 horizontal lines carved on it. Don't go there. There are fine cracks about 20 meters behind. It's a quicksand pit. Be careful not to retreat too far, or get too close during the fight. Gravity will pull you. Then the most crucial thing is the ground beneath the feet of those black rock guards. If you get close, the gravity will increase several times over, making it easy to be immobilized. Just deal with them from a distance. Good. The girls responded in unison. They strictly followed Chun-Yi's instructions and quickly engaged in skirmishes, using various ranged attack skills to fight. Although the black rock guards have extremely strong defenses, they are still no match for the girls. In just a few moves, the black rock guards were instantly killed, turning into scattered rocks on the ground. This scene completely stunned the members of the Indian team. Damn, even if the contracted spirit beasts focused their fire on these black rock guards for half a day, they would still have a hard time taking down one of them instantly. As a result, those Dragon Kingdom spirit beasts were almost all defeated in one move. Is the difference really that big? Or was this trap specifically designed for the Indians? Finally, after a few minutes, the area returned to complete silence. This team of Indian beast tamers successfully carried a group of injured companions along the route Chun-Yi had taken, and arrived in front of Chun-Yi and his group. The brown-skinned man at the head of the group showed gratitude on his face, quickly walked up to Chun-Yi, handed him a sack, and said sincerely, "Brother, thanks for your help. These 4th-tier magical beast cores are the loot dropped by those black rock guards. Please take them." Looking at the sack handed to him, Chun-Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. He thought of the Indians and Chinese people he had encountered before, all of whom were greedy and would do anything for profit. The brown-skinned man in front of him, although from India, was quite sincere, and the spirit beast girls all had a positive impression of him, which made Chun-Yi feel much better. These monster cores shouldn't have been mine in the first place, should they? Chun-Yi accepted the sack containing the monster cores with a speechless expression. Since you know that I saved you, shouldn't you show some appreciation? For example, the treasures you found in this 5-element secret realm. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Beast Tamer team showed an embarrassed expression. They were tricked into coming here. They wouldn't have any treasures on them. However, this Chinese man in front of them was their only lifeline. We must seize this opportunity no matter what. Brother, I am Rajiv Josh of the Josh family, a Kshatriya. This is my business card, take a look. We were tricked by thieves and ended up here by mistake. Now we are completely lost and have no idea how to leave. I just saw you pass by here, acting like nothing happened. You must know how to avoid this trap, right? I guarantee with my family's reputation that if you can get me out of the Earth region, I will definitely repay you. Rajiv Josh patted his chest and made a sincere promise. Chun-Yi took the business card and glanced at it briefly. The Kshatriyas of India are basically in the 2nd tier of the country, with a family background similar to Yenju, and can be considered part of the wealthy class. However, Chun-Yi knew in his heart that this was nothing but an empty promise. At such a critical moment of life and death, who would easily believe such a promise? I don't support buying on credit. Chun-Yi deliberately feigned impatience and said, "Because of you, my sister almost got hurt, you know? And you wasted a lot of time fighting. You have to pay some of the medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress first. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing it." Upon hearing this, all the members of the Indian team turned their gazes to the pile of rubble. These were the corpses of the dozens of black rock guards that Chun-Yi had just slaughtered. Instantly, 3 words flashed through their minds. You're lying. This wasn't just a near injury, it was a one-sided massacre. This wasn't a waste of time in the fight, it was a one-sided massacre. However, looking at Chun Yi's impatient expression, they knew in their hearts that without paying some price, they probably wouldn't be able to move this Chinese man. Thinking of this, Rajiv gritted his teeth. With trembling right hand, he slowly removed the ring from his index finger and handed it to Chun Yi. This is a spatial ring with a storage capacity of 80 cubic meters, which I'm using as a deposit. As I just said, we've been stuck here for a long time and haven't collected many resources. We've even run out of food and water. There are a few materials inside that I brought from home to activate the 5 elements formation. I wonder if they can be used as a deposit. Chun Yi took the ring, a speechless expression on his face. So after all that, they're just a poor, lowly team? A few rare treasures are nothing compared to the time he wasted. It's not like I'm saying I'll give him the spatial ring or anything. However, when he opened the spatial ring and glanced at the spiritual treasures inside, he almost blurted out a beautiful line from a traditional Chinese poem. Aside from some basic monster cores, there are only 3 treasures worth considering inside. And coincidentally, these 3 treasures are all light attribute spiritual treasures. Moreover, one of them was a spirit remains that Chun Yi had seen before. Holy crap, that's equivalent to 3 full opportunities for complete purification, and here it is. During this time, Chun Yi had been racking his brains trying to figure out how to obtain a light attribute spiritual treasure to use as the base of the 5 elements formation. Unexpectedly, this long-awaited treasure was delivered right to my doorstep. He was overjoyed and almost burst out laughing. Holy crap, are these guys some kind of god of wealth? Sending such a gift, how embarrassing. Chun Yi forcibly suppressed the urge to smile and said softly, since you're so sincere, I'll accept it. Hearing Chun Yi's words, the members of the Indian Beast Tamer team breathed a sigh of relief. Although light attribute celestial treasures are extremely rare, but to have his life saved is already the luckiest of luck. Chapter 140 Earth Spirit Stone. Rajiv rubbed his hands together, a fawning smile spreading across his face. Thank you, brother. Now that you've accepted these treasures. Chun Yi waved his hand, interrupting Rajiv's flattery, and said, it's quite a distance from here to the exit. I don't want to waste too much time. I plan to go to the finish line first to see what the reward is, and then I'll take you away from here. Is that all right? But this. Rajiv looked around at his surroundings, feeling somewhat uneasy. Is everything all right? Chun Yi repeated it again. No problem, no problem. Of course, no problem. Rajiv quickly agreed. As long as you can get us out of here. Chun Yi nodded, then turned and led the girls forward. Before leaving, he turned back and reminded me. Watch the path I'm walking on carefully. Don't blame me if you trigger a trap. Also, keep a distance of at least 10 meters behind me. Don't get too close. The group of Indian Beast Tamers nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with awe and obedience. Just kidding. If you shook your head now, you might really be released back into the wild here. And so, the 2 groups temporarily formed an alliance and set off together into the depths of the Earth region. At first, they walked with great caution, as if exploring a minefield. They only breathed a sigh of relief after walking several hundred meters and finding that they were completely unharmed. So it turns out that the so-called extremely dangerous Earth region, where one has a 9 out of 10 chance of dying, is only for people who don't know the way. If you knew where the traps and exits were, and how to get there, it would be no different from taking a walk. The only thing that might be a little stressful is the amplified gravity. This is absolutely outrageous. That's incredible. Boss, this Chinese guy is no ordinary person. Yeah, I never saw him take out a map or anything, and it didn't seem like he was just memorizing it. It was like he could actually spot the traps. I feel the same way. It's like I have a radar installed in my brain. Isn't that obvious? Rajiv said speechlessly. Anyone who can contract a spirit beast with that kind of combat power can't be an ordinary person, right? Shut up, all of you, and stop having such crooked thoughts. We can't afford to mess with that guy. We didn't have any ulterior motives, we were just discussing it a bit. Don't even gossip. This kind of person should be in the first tier in the Dragon Kingdom, not someone we can covet. I know. Of course, that's what they say. Rajiv also began to have doubts. Who exactly is this man from the Dragon Kingdom? Despite his demeanor not seeming like someone from a prominent family, how does he know the map of this place? As they ventured deeper into the earth, the gravity grew stronger, as if an invisible hand was constantly pressing down. Each step felt incredibly heavy, and breathing became even more difficult. Fortunately, the girls are physically strong and can handle it. And so, 3 days passed. Finally, they arrived at the core of the gravity maze, the huge spiral-patterned area. The air here seems to have solidified into a physical form, and even the hard rocky ground has a texture that appears to be extremely compressed. At the center of the spiral, on a stone altar, floats a fist-sized, irregularly shaped, earth-yellow crystal that emits a soft glow. Earth's spirit stone, 8 stars. Activating the Earth Attribute Array base of the 5 Elements formation requires the use of other Earth Attribute, heavenly, and earthly treasures. Got it. Chun-Yi breathed a huge sigh of relief. Sure enough, the Earth Attribute Spirit Stone is the reward for the maze. Thankfully, I wasn't wrong. That leaves only the last Water Attribute Spirit Stone. Judging from the remaining map information from the Eye of Treasure, it seems there are several altars like the one in front of us, and each one should probably have a great Earth Spirit Stone on it. Judging from this, the Earth Spirit Stone must be the most expensive. Chun-Yi has already earned a lot of resources through the heart of the secret realm, so there is absolutely no need for him to go through all that trouble to scavenge those spirit stones from other altars to sell. Activating the 5 Elements formation to cure the sisters Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong's illness is the most important thing right now. Brother, Rajiv cautiously approached and asked, now that you've obtained the treasure, brother, is it possible to? Boom. Before the words had even finished, the altar, which had just been suspending the Earth Spirit Stone, suddenly trembled. With this tremor, the entire spiral pattern area began to sway slightly. Suddenly, the Earth Spirit Stone on the altar began to flash with dazzling light, which grew stronger and stronger, even overshadowing everything around it. At the same time, a powerful energy surged from the altar and spread outwards. Wherever it passed, the rocky ground cracked and formed huge fissures. 2 dazzling beams of light slowly emerged on the altar. They were actually 2 teleportation portals. Flowed out of the portal like a warm torrent. The portal on the right is a deep aquamarine blue, and the fresh scent of seawater wafts in, as if you can hear the sound of waves crashing. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 portals should be the passages to the zone of light and the zone of water, respectively. That's really thoughtful. I thought I'd have to go back the way I came and walk for another 3 days before I could get out. Chun-Yi's lips curled up slightly as he pointed with his chin at the 2 teleportation portals, returning the spatial ring to Rajiv, the captain of the Indian Beast Tamer team. Here, you decide where you want to go. Here's your spatial ring back. As for the other treasures, that's up to fate. I'll gladly accept those 3 light attribute treasures. Upon hearing this, the members of the Indian Beast Tamer team breathed a sigh of relief. Their faces showed expressions of relief, secretly rejoicing that they could finally leave this eerie place. Thanks, brother. Thanks for your help, handsome. Phew, I finally survived. I thought I was going to die here. The long-lost aura of other attributes slowly emanated from the portal, and Rajiv and his group's eyes lit up, their faces beaming with uncontrollable excitement. Without much hesitation, they all rushed eagerly toward the portal to the water area. It seems nothing unusual has happened. The Eye of Treasure did not detect any traps. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Seeing this, a huge weight was finally lifted from Chun-Yi's heart. After all, it's really hard to feel at ease in a place like this without anyone scouting ahead. Brother Chun-Yi, shall we go in now? Of course. Do you really want to explore against this gravity? In no mood. That settles it. Chun-Yi smiled and stepped into the portal leading to the water area first. Let's go. It's time to go to the water area. Seeing this, the girls followed without hesitation. Chapter 141 Water Zone. As the familiar light screen appeared, Chun-Yi and his group finally arrived at the water area. When their vision cleared, the sight before them left everyone speechless. Before me stretched a vast, boundless ocean, its end seemingly unreachable. The area they were in was a small island, like a drop in the ocean. Although the map mentioned that the water area was an ocean, the magnificent sight still exceeded everyone's expectations. Looking out into the distance, countless islands, this vast ocean like stars, a truly magnificent sight. However, what is puzzling is that Rajiv's team of Indian Beast Tamers has not been seen. Were they teleported to different areas? Thump. Just then, Lin Mingxua tried to spread her wings and fly away, but suddenly crashed into an invisible wall with a dull thud. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What happened? Are you alright? It's nothing. I just wasn't paying attention and bumped into something. It hurts a little. It's good that you're alright. Let's not act rashly yet. Let me see what's going on. Chun-Yi took out a map and checked the situation in the area where the water was to be taken. The map contains quite detailed descriptions of the water-related areas. The spot where Lin Mingxue bumped her head was precisely the most crucial special mechanism within the water area, the water barrier. Each island is covered by a water barrier of varying strength. Only by successfully breaking the water barrier can one land on the island to explore. Furthermore, the water barrier on the island regenerates every 3 days. If you remain on the island during this period, you must break the barrier again. What's more troublesome is that breaking the barrier from the inside is much more difficult than breaking it from the outside. Therefore, the wisest course of action is to change islands every 2.5 days or so to avoid being trapped and eventually starving to death. In addition, high tide and low tide are also one of the main core mechanisms of the water area. As night falls in the 5-element secret realm, the sea level will gradually rise, submerging some low-lying islands. As the tide recedes in the early morning, the roads connecting the various islands become visible, serving as safe passages specially laid out by the water area for explorers. At this moment, the aquatic monsters also seem to follow some kind of pattern and would not attack easily. However, apart from the time between early morning and noon, to reach other islands, one must rely on folding boats and other means of transportation to cross the river, which undoubtedly increases the risk of encountering attacks from aquatic monsters. Therefore, for beast tamer teams that possess the powerful ability to shatter barriers, have abundant resources, and do not mind the time consumption, the water area is practically a resort destination with almost no danger. That's why the number of beast tamers gathered here to search for treasure is probably much greater than the number of people in the other 4 areas. So it was a water barrier? Lin Mingxue, now in human form, covered her head and muttered with a wronged expression. It's way too hard. It's more like a diamond barrier. There's nothing we can do about it. We were teleported directly to the island. Chun-Yi gently stroked Lin Mingxue's reddened head and comforted her. But this is still much better than falling into the sea. Lin Mingxue pouted and muttered. I should have looked at the map of the water area first before coming here. At this moment, Luo Shirin interjected. I just took a look, and it seems that to break this water barrier from the inside, it would probably require unleashing the power we had during the battle with the Phoenix puppet. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi simply smiled faintly and picked up Su Taotao, who seemed to be drooling with envy. Water barriers, no matter how they change, are all made of spiritual energy, right? Isn't this just my Taotao's favorite food? Why make it so complicated? Yeah, I feel like I could eat this little barrier in one bite. Why bother with all that trouble? Su Taotao waved her little hands excitedly, seemingly eager to taste this delicacy from the barrier. Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin's lips twitched. She had almost forgotten about it. Yes, to Su Taotao, these barriers are simply food. Why should she be afraid of them? Chun-Yi nodded and suggested, it's nighttime now, and it's high tide. With this barrier in place, it seems like the seawater from the outside can't get in. Why don't we explore this island first? Of course, but let's rest first. I'm exhausted. Let's rest for a bit first. Before Chun-Yi could finish speaking, he saw 4 girls approaching him. Their cheeks were flushed, and they each held onto their own arms. Its purpose is obvious. Judging from this, apart from Chun-Yi and Brother Kidney, everyone else can get a good rest. Time quickly moved to the next day. The island was very peaceful, with no monsters or other traps. Therefore, the girls decided to leave Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong at the base to take care of Chun-Yi, who was still unconscious, while they explored the island for resources on their own. The good news is that the island appears to have been unexploited by others, and therefore is rich in resources. The bad news is that most of these resources are just ordinary goods, costing only a few dozen yuan per kilogram, and there's nothing particularly good about them. The only thing worth noting was the discovery of a pile of human and spirit beast skeletons inside a cave. These skeletons look quite old. They've been dead for at least a few years. Judging from the situation at the scene, they most likely came here for some reason, were unable to break the barrier, and were eventually trapped here and starved to death. As for fear, that's naturally impossible. These skeletons were just a pile of motionless bones, far less terrifying than the cursed evil corpses they had encountered before. Scattered around the skeleton were some mineral-like spiritual treasures, which were probably collected by them during their lifetime. However, to ensure this isn't a trap, we still need Chun-Yi's help in checking things out. In addition, there is another worrying thing. Rajiv and his group did not go to explore first. No trace of them was found on the entire island. Judging from this, they must have been teleported to another island, right? Skeletons? I'll go take a look. Chun-Yi, who had just woken up, heard about this. The Eye of Treasure did not detect any traps. However, to be on the safe side, it would be better to go and check it out in person. After a series of procedures including showering, brushing teeth, and eating, we finally arrived at the cave where the skeletons were discovered. I thought it was just an ordinary beast tamer and spirit beast skeleton, nothing special or interesting. It wasn't until I saw the system interface of these skeletons, or more precisely, a bone from this pile of skeletons. Chun-Yi was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 142, Chu Xiaohe Reunited. Divine Beast Bone, 13 stars. Refining with powerful force can increase physical attributes. It's actually an item that increases physique. The vast majority of the spiritual treasures in this world are used for cultivation, while a small portion are used to enhance innate talent and comprehension and to improve combat skills and techniques. Such divine objects that can directly enhance physical and spiritual values are extremely rare. Almost everyone only knows that such a thing might exist in the world, but I have almost never seen the actual object. I never imagined it actually existed, and the number of rare stars is so high. As for what powerful force is needed to activate it, isn't it just the 5 elements formation? This is nothing. However, the key question is, why would such a divine object be hidden among a pile of human remains? The bone of a divine beast. Just from the name, it feels like it might be a divine object left behind by a spirit beast that possesses the bloodline of a divine beast, like the girls who have the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. But if that's the case, why is there only one? Could it be that these people accidentally found a tree and brought it out as a family heirloom, then got trapped here and starved to death? This is truly bizarre. It doesn't matter, since there's treasure right in front of us, and the system interface doesn't show any traps. Well then, I guess I'll just have to accept it. I was just wondering how to improve my constitution so I could teach these girls who only think about increasing their affinity a lesson. Excellent, excellent, all good stuff. There are no traps around here, so you can loot the corpse without worry. Tao Tao, you can go and swallow that water barrier now. Let's rest for a bit, and then leave. Good. The girls all chimed in. Chun-Yi picked up the divine beast bone and put it into his spatial ring. Whether I can handle all these girls in the future depends entirely on this thing. After looting the corpse, Chun-Yi went outside the cave. Su Tao Tao had successfully stored the water crystal in her stomach, let out a satisfied burp, and had a happy smile on her face. It really is like candy. You can just gulp it down in one go. It has to be Tao Dai. Soon, Chun-Yi and his group mounted Lin Mingxua and flew leisurely towards the island group. There were no unusual features in the water area, so they could only wander around and try their luck. If someone gets hold of it, just buy it or exchange it for resources. Now that I have money, I feel like I can speak with a lot more confidence. Before long, Chun-Yi and his group arrived at a giant island that was a size larger than the island they had been on before. Upon closer inspection, 3 familiar figures were spotted. It was none other than Chu Xiaohe's family. Besides, there were many other members of beast tamer teams gathered in small groups, standing on a cargo ship that they had somehow acquired, discussing amongst themselves. It seems that everyone is helpless against the island's water barrier. Brother, the water barrier on this island is so strong. The treasures hidden within are probably beyond imagination. My wife shattered the barriers of dozens of islands along the way, but she couldn't even create the slightest ripple in front of this water barrier. The difference in strength is too great. I estimate that it would take at least a 7th level power to shatter this barrier. Chu Xiaohe analyzed the situation with an air of profound knowledge. The single-mindedness talent has a significant effect on enhancing a single individual. His wife, Moron Yu, possessed an extraordinary bloodline of spirit beasts, making her incredibly powerful in single-target combat. Even so, despite our focused efforts to strengthen it, we were still unable to achieve any effect, which shows just how tough the barrier was. No, this barrier is special. It's not something that can be broken simply by having a higher rank. A beast tamer from the Dragon Kingdom, carrying a long sword and looking like a chivalrous knight-errant, chimed in. Recently, because of the heart of the secret realm, many high-level beast tamers have come. Among them was a 7th-tier powerhouse who passed by this place. His contracted spirit beast attacked with all its might, but it still couldn't cause any damage. But just recently, a female spirit beast at the 3rd tier, 10th level was able to slightly shake this barrier. I estimate that this barrier is very likely not a fixed barrier that can withstand a certain amount of attack, but rather a barrier that dynamically adjusts based on the attacker's rank. As long as the skill is strong enough and the strength of the same level is strong enough, even a 2nd-level spirit beast can be shattered. This statement was met with approval from many people around him. They had actually vaguely sensed this rule, but they just hadn't said it aloud. Chu Xiaohe scratched his head and sighed. Now the question is, even the most focused enhancement couldn't make an A-rank bloodline spirit beast shake the barrier. Who else could do that? Just then, a chilling aura swept over them, and everyone turned to look. It was actually a giant ice dragon soaring in the sky. Chu Xiaohe was slightly startled, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. Brother Chen, it's actually you? This ice dragon is actually your contracted spirit beast. He knew Chen was quite powerful, but he didn't expect that he could even form a contract with a spirit beast girl who was at least S rank. Chen jumped down from behind Lin Mingxue, smiled, and walked up to Chu Xiaohe, teasingly saying, Uncle Chu, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going back to report? Well, Chu Xiaohe's lips twitched a few times, as if he wanted to explain something, but didn't know where to begin. However, Chu Xiaohe's little darling, Chu Feiyu, couldn't care less about any of that at that moment. She excitedly ran towards Lin Mingxue and the others, calling out as she ran, Sister Mingxue, Sister Shireen, Sister Tao Tao, Sister Juyue, and Sister Yuedong and Sister Xingtong. We meet again. It's Xiaofeiyu. We meet again. You're still as lively as ever. By the way, how did you end up in the water zone? Chu Feiyu chuckled and said smugly. My dad applied for a month-long business trip, and it's only been less than half a month. It would be such a waste to go back early. I heard the environment in the water region is nice, so I brought us here for a vacation. I see. Paid vacations are so enjoyable. But this place is really nice, perfect for a vacation. Having seen all sorts of complex environments, it's quite rare to see a scene like this. The women all agreed, expressing their satisfaction with the scene before them. That's for sure. Otherwise, why would my dad apply for a month-long business trip? He just wants to get a few days of rest. Chu Feiyu innocently tugged at Mu Rongyu's sleeve. You're right, Mommy. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongyu's lips twitched, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Is this something you can just tell other people? It seems I need to go back and give this slippery little darling a good talking to. She can't just tell everyone everything. Chapter 143 down in one gulp. Listening to the conversation of several girls. Chun Yi's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile as he chuckled softly. I never expected Uncle Chu to do something like this. Chu Xiaohe sighed helplessly, his tone tinged with resentment. Sigh. I'm often called back to work overtime during my vacation. Now that things have finally been resolved ahead of schedule, all I want is to have a proper vacation. Is that not allowed? Of course. Chun Yi replied half-jokingly. The money you earn at work is your due, but only the money you earn by slacking off truly belongs to you. Aren't I right? Chu Xiaohe waved his hand, seemingly not wanting to hear such teasing anymore. After all, it is indeed somewhat inappropriate for public officials to enjoy paid leave under such circumstances. Never mind all that for now. Brother Chen, you've come at the perfect time. Chu Xiaohe's gaze suddenly warmed up. You should already know the rules of the water zone, right? This island in front of us seems to have never been explored before. Its resources must be richer than we can imagine. However, even with yours and my strength, we are unable to shake this barrier. Its sturdiness is simply unimaginable. Brother Chen, your strength is outstanding. Perhaps you can shatter this barrier. However, he suddenly froze halfway through his sentence. I was completely dazed. If he remembered correctly, more than 10 days ago, Chen Yi's aura seemed to be only around the 3rd level, 10th stage. But now, Chen Yi's aura has actually reached the 5th stage of the 4th rank. Moreover, not only Chen Yi, but all his contracted spirit beasts also exuded a powerful aura of being at the 4th rank, 5th stage. What exactly happened? It's important to understand that even with ample resources, a 4th-tier prodigy beast tamer and spirit beast might not be able to break through a single rank in a month. It's incredible that Chun Yi was able to achieve such a huge breakthrough in just over 10 days. Could it be that he used some kind of secret artifact to conceal his true social class from the very beginning? His true rank is actually a 6th level or higher beast tamer. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why he's exploring here with 6 contracted spirit beasts. That's why he was able to easily defeat Karakhan. The problem is, Chun Yi looks like he's just a college student, right? A college student is a 6th level beast tamer? That's ridiculously overpowered. Don't even think about it. It's simply impossible to break. You newcomers may not know, but this thing has existed since the very beginning of the 5-element secret realm, and no one can break it. 10 years ago, our SSS-level beast tamer, Arjun, brought our only SSS-level spirit beast, Anjali, to challenge this barrier, but both attempts ended in failure. You bunch of ugly bastards from China. You think you can break this barrier? Dream on. Before Chun-Yi could reply, a shrill laugh came from behind him. Everyone turned to look and saw an arrogant Indian man looking at them with disdain. For the past 10 years, he has spent every day in the water region. Apart from scavenging some resources, his only pleasure is watching those overconfident trash come to challenge this huge island. He especially enjoys seeing those self-proclaimed geniuses, brimming with confidence, come to challenge him, only to be utterly humiliated. The huge contrast between before and after made him feel incredibly happy. Why is it this weird, old man again? Chu Feiyu said with a look of disgust. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? What's wrong with this uncle? Chun-Yi asked curiously, do you know him? Chu Feiyu scoffed and then explained, that Indian guy is a real troll. I think his name is something like Ajay. When we arrived in the water region a week ago, he started criticizing our 3-person team, asking what was so interesting about exploring it. It's so annoying. I see. Chun-Yi's lips curled up slightly. Although he couldn't understand what kind of mentality these people had, since they had already offered their faces up for him to slap. How could he miss this opportunity? Don't worry, your brother Chun-Yi will teach you a lesson. Let me give it a try. Upon hearing this, AJ's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Another arrogant brat. The more arrogant you are now, the more you'll lose face when you can't even break through the barrier. After all, he was used to this kind of thing. Yes, I'm counting on you, brother Chun-Yi. Chu Feiyu blew a kiss to him. If you can break this barrier, I'll give you a good reward. Really? Then I'll have to look forward to it. Chun-Yi turned around and patted Su Taotao on the shoulder. Taotao, go ahead and show these people your strength. Okay, brother Chun-Yi. Without hesitation, Su Taotao immediately went to the bow of the ship. Who is that girl? She's so small. Has her bloodline awakened? Don't let her young age fool you. This girl's bloodline is definitely not weak. My Lin has a sense of perception and instinctively sensed the danger. Should we take a gamble and see if that little girl can shatter? Well, maybe even create a ripple. Come on, I'll bet a thunder jade on her just to be funny. I'm also betting on a water moonflower, that she's here to be cute. I'm betting on her too. Everyone's betting that she can't break the barrier. How are we supposed to play this game? A group of beast tamers, who were just watching the show, whispered among themselves, their faces showing a rather casual expression. For them, it's just pure entertainment, nothing important. Seeing such an adorable little girl get her comeuppance is actually quite satisfying, isn't it? However, in the next second, all of their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Su Taotao took a deep breath, and a small black hole gradually formed around her mouth. It exudes a chilling aura. The next second, an extremely terrifying suction force erupted from the black hole, sweeping across the sky like a hurricane. The barrier enveloping the giant island began to tremble violently at that moment. It's like a fragile soap bubble, constantly twisting and deforming under the influence of the black hole's gravity. A few seconds later, the barrier finally succumbed to the immense force and shattered. The moment the barrier shattered, it transformed into countless brilliant energy threads, surging into the black hole and becoming Su Taotao's own energy. The water barrier that had blocked everyone's view vanished without a trace before their very eyes. Without using any divine artifacts or relying on any secret treasures, Su Taotao easily shattered it using only the power of her own body. At this moment, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Ajay rubbed his eyes involuntarily, wondering if he had seen something wrong. It's unbelievable that a spirit beast could shatter the water barrier so easily with its own power, without any enhancements or buffs. Chapter 144. There's absolutely no need to worry about it being stolen. What kind of ability is this? How could this be? I used the enhancement effect of the flame leaf to strengthen my fire attribute attack power, and with all my spiritual power gathered, I unleashed a full force attack, yet it only caused a tiny ripple. This little girl actually shattered it in one move. What kind of spirit beast bloodline is this? Why is it so incredibly powerful? Wow, is Sister Tao Tao that amazing? Chu Feiyu murmured in shock. She had heard her parents say that Chun-Yi and his contracted spirit beasts might be extraordinary. After all, it's almost impossible to defeat an opponent like Karakhan, who has been teetering on the brink of life and death for years, by mere coincidence. However, what she saw before her eyes took her to the extreme of shock. Brother Chun-Yi, it's all done. Su Taotao puffed out her flat chest with a smug look on her face, as if she were announcing her achievement to the whole world. This was something only she could do, something the other sisters couldn't. and it gave her a secret thrill. Now my standing in Chun Yi's eyes will definitely improve a lot, right? Chun Yi gently picked up Su Tao Tao, kissed her rosy cheek, and whispered, "Well done. Let's go. It's time to go treasure hunting." Good. As soon as Chun Yi finished speaking, the others seemed to wake up from a dream. They looked at each other, inwardly cursing themselves for their slowness. Damn it. Now that the barrier has been shattered, doesn't that mean we're going to go treasure hunting? Why waste time arguing and bickering here? Roar, roar, roar. All sorts of flying spirit beasts instantly transformed into enormous spirit beast forms. They spread their wings, soared into the sky, and carried everyone towards the island. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Now that the island's barrier has been shattered, the greed in everyone's hearts has been completely ignited. The water barrier here is far stronger than the barriers on other islands, and there must be some special treasure hidden within it. As for the barrier being opened by Chun Yi, who decided that whoever breaks the barrier will own all the resources on the island. Even if you're dissatisfied, you can only keep it to yourself. Although Chun Yi is powerful and can shatter barriers, how can he fight against so many people when he is all alone? If he were a 6th or 7th level beast tamer, he might be more daunting. But he was only a 4th level beast tamer, so what did he have to fear? Seeing this, Chu Xiao frowned and reminded him, "Brother Chun Yi, you're being too careless. Since you have the ability, you should have waited until no one was around to break it. Now you're having to compete with others for it." "Don't worry, of course I wouldn't be that stupid," Chun Yi explained calmly. "Since I dared to shatter the barrier in front of so many people, I naturally have no worries about them trying to steal the treasure." "Not worried? What do you mean? Come with me, you'll see soon enough." Chun Yi smiled mysteriously, then led the girls on a ride on Lin Mingxue and flew towards the central area of the island. Seeing this, Chu Xiaohe did not ask any further questions. He had Morong Yu transform into the spirit beast form of the moonlight butterfly, which closely followed behind Chun Yi. Moments later, they arrived above the island. However, the scene before him took Chu Xiaohe by surprise. A group of slimy-looking monsters, like deep blue slimes, surged out from all directions the moment the beast tamers touched the treasures of heaven and earth. They relentlessly attacked the beast tamers who were gathering resources, without ever stopping. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that these monsters are not actual magical beasts, but rather a simple guardian mechanism. Their strength is not particularly high. At most, they can only use some skills like water blades, which are unlikely to cause fatal damage to trained beast tamers and spirit beasts. However, what's frustrating is that no matter how they attack, these monsters cannot be completely eliminated. They regenerate immediately after being killed and continue attacking, which is extremely annoying. Worse still, as the number of spiritual treasures gathered by beast tamers increases, the number of these monsters will also increase. Their attack power and angles are exactly the same as the water barrier, seemingly able to perceive the opponent's strength and thus adjust their own attack intensity accordingly. It's like they're behaving differently, depending on who you are. What exactly is this slime thing? It seems to be a guardian of the treasures of heaven and earth. I just tried throwing away the white jade grass I picked, and this thing won't chase after me. Damn it, if I can't plunder resources from the island, what's the point of even going there? Every time you collect a rare treasure, it will summon 3 slimes, no matter what they are. Is this to discourage us from being greedy and to only choose the rare treasures we need? Damn it, this is a total ripoff. The heart of the secret realm has been taken over by those big shots, and now we've finally found a treasure island without any big shots around, and it has these kinds of rules. This is outrageous. Stop talking nonsense and get to the treasure hunt. Now let's see who can find the best treasure first. A group of treasure hunters instantly realized the island's special rules and began to select the best treasures. Originally, those water spirit herbs that grow on the ground could be sold for several hundred Dragon Kingdom coins each, as they are one of the raw materials used to make potions to restore spiritual power. They are definitely one of the rare treasures that treasure hunters dream of. However, at this moment, everyone ignored it and simply skipped over it. It's as if these water plants are just ordinary roadside weeds. It's simply not worth being endlessly hunted by slimes for a mere few $1,000s. Chu Xiaohe, Morong Yu, and Chu Feiyu all stared at Chun Yi with suspicion. The look in his eyes seemed to ask, "How did you know that picking the treasures of heaven and earth would yield slimes?" Upon seeing this, Chun Yi simply smiled slightly, appearing nonchalant. With his keen eye for treasure, no trap can escape his keen observation. As soon as he approached the island, Information about all the mechanisms and traps on it was clearly displayed before his eyes, without any omissions. That's why I told you. I don't need to worry about anyone else trying to steal the treasure. Chun-Yi said confidently. But if that's the case, won't those precious treasures still be taken away by others? Chu Feiyu, filled with doubt, pressed on. After all, it's not like it's a trap where picking those rare treasures will instantly kill you. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi's smile grew even brighter. He gently rubbed Su Taotao's little head beside him and continued to patiently explain. If they all think like this and keep avoiding those slimes, they probably will never get the treasure in their lifetime. What does this mean? Chu Feiyu tilted her head, pondering deeply. Does this mean that to obtain a good treasure, I have to kill those slimes? That's roughly it. Let them make a fuss for a while, and when the time is right, they'll naturally back down. As Chun-Yi spoke, he took out an exquisite portable tent and barbecue grill from his spatial ring. Aren't you guys here for vacation? The scenery here is nice. It's a rare opportunity. How about we have a barbecue together? Chapter 145 Beach Barbecue. To be honest, Chun-Yi himself didn't know why, but he had a natural affinity for public officials who handled cases impartially. Perhaps it's because during this time I've witnessed too much deceit and treachery, and come to realize the complexity and cruelty of this world. In this society full of conflicts of interest, people often resort to any means to achieve their goals. Those who uphold justice and fairness are especially precious. Chun-Yi did indeed develop a great deal of goodwill towards such a rare person who treated others with sincerity and was upright throughout his life. Barbecue? Chu Xiaohe and his group exchanged glances, then sighed, a hint of guilt flashing in their eyes. They actually told a little lie. Vacations and such are just excuses. In fact, their purpose in coming here was to search for rare spiritual treasures to pave the way for their daughter's future. After all, Bai Song, the contract partner that Chu Feiyu made an appointment with, possesses the talent skill of being single-minded. They are extremely sought after in the spirit beast community. Basically, it's like throwing Daniel Wu into a matchmaking market. There are even rumors that S-rank spirit beasts have taken the initiative to apply to form contracts, which shows they have a bright future. Chu Feiyu was able to book a talent like Bai Song because the two had been childhood sweethearts and had a certain emotional foundation. On the other hand, it is because Chu Xiao's maternal family, the Morong family, and the Bai family were once branches of the same beast tamer family, but they have now separated and still have business dealings. The reason they still need to go out to search for treasure is due to these two reasons, and most importantly, Chu Feiyu has not yet awakened her bloodline. According to genetics, the spirit beast bloodline that Chu Feiyu will be able to awaken in the future should be between D and S level, with a high probability of A or B level bloodline. In that case, it is still much inferior to those S-class spirit beasts. If they don't pay a price, their daughter will definitely be looked down upon by Bai Song in the future. The same was true for Chu Xiao's wife, Morongyu, even though she has A-grade bloodline and a sweet appearance. But to be worthy of such a specialized talent as single-mindedness, you have to pay extra. Just because two people are childhood sweethearts doesn't mean they can be treated as equals. They'll provide resources, lavish gifts, connections, and status. Whatever the Morong family can offer, they'll definitely give their full support. The problem is that, as a public official, Chu Xiaohe has many connections, but also many limitations. It is almost impossible for them to go out hunting and explore for treasures like ordinary beast tamers. To be fair, the salary is indeed quite high, and there are also substantial resource subsidies distributed every month. As long as you don't make any fundamental mistakes, this is a secure job for life, and you can definitely live a wealthy life. However, if you want to cultivate future prodigies, or even find a beast tamer with the talent of single-mindedness, this amount of money becomes a real constraint. Even including the Morong family's wealth, it's still not enough. We need to find some extra income first. Sure, no problem. Let's have barbecue. Let's have barbecue. Chu Feiyu readily agreed. Little did she know that the world could be so cruel. She only remembered that she and Bai Song had a very good relationship. They had made a promise when they were young that they would definitely form a contract in the future, and Bai Song even rejected all the contract requests from S-class bloodline girls for her sake. How could she have known that such a deep relationship was hidden behind this? Let's go then. I see a stream over there. Let's have our barbecue there. Okay. Seeing their daughter agree so readily, Chu Xiaohe and Morongyu breathed a sigh of relief. This treasure hunt will likely have to be put on hold for now. Before long, the group arrived at a stream. The environment here is beautiful, with fragrant flowers everywhere, and a beach and sea view can be seen not far away. It's simply a perfect vacation destination. Of course, it would be even more perfect if it weren't for those beast tamer teams who went crazy, obsessed with finding good treasures, and were being chased and yelled at by those slimes. Brother Chinyi, you want to make your own barbecue? Lin Mingxue asked, somewhat puzzled. Among the contracted girls, only Yin Jiyue lacks cooking skills. The others all possess some level of culinary expertise. Especially Su Taotao, who used to be a food vlogger, was always so hungry that her stomach was practically touching her back, so her cooking skills naturally reached a level comparable to those of a five-star hotel chef. Under these circumstances, it was quite unexpected that Chun-Yi would take the initiative to do the barbecue. Yes, you can just help me out, and today you'll get to taste my cooking. Okay, sure. There's a refrigerator in his spatial ring. Chun-Yi collects all the edible monsters he kills and wild vegetables he grows along the way, plus all the semi-finished products and seasonings he bought from the shop before coming to the Five Elements secret realm. It's definitely enough to host a luxurious barbecue feast. Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taotao, Hua Yuetong, and Hua Xingtong all helped skewer the ingredients and prepare them. Yin Jiyue, the only one without any cooking skills, helped with the grilling using her foxfire. The scene looked very lively and harmonious, filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. Any man who sees this scene would probably be green with envy, right? Indeed, some passing beast tamers did come to chat with them. However, when they saw that the person setting up the barbecue stall there was Chun-Yi, who had broken through the barrier of boiling water, their interest immediately waned. They dared to ignore Chun-Yi's treasure hunt on the island, but that doesn't mean they dared to flirt with Chun-Yi's girls. What if that little girl's ability wasn't just to absorb the water barrier, but actually swallowed them all whole? That would be hilarious. What puzzled them was, is Chun-Yi really that kind? He opened the barrier and let them search for treasure while he ate barbecue. Chu Feiyu watched this harmonious scene quietly, her expression seemingly calm, but a complex emotion was revealed in her heart. She could sense the love and admiration these girls had for Chun-Yi in their eyes. They genuinely liked him and were willing to follow him and weather any storms with him. In this world, it is perfectly normal for a prodigy beast tamer to be surrounded by a group of beautiful women. You could even say that this is the most correct law in the world. However, because of her parents' relationship with Baisong, she has always cherished the ideal of a lifelong, monogamous relationship. Seeing such a scene of being surrounded by beautiful women still evokes a slight sense of unease. Chu Xiaohe seemed to notice Chu Feiyu's change, patted her shoulder, and comforted her in a somewhat unconventional way. Xiaoyu, don't think too much about it. That girl named Lin Mingxue is a dragon, with a bloodline of at least S rank. We estimate that Chun-Yi's talent and the other girls' bloodline levels are definitely no lower than S rank. You should focus on replenishing your nutrition and familiarizing yourself with the combat process to prepare for the upcoming bloodline awakening. Once you form a contract with Baisong, you might be able to unleash the same combat power as them. Chapter 146, The Special Rules of the Island. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her mind of all those chaotic thoughts. What on earth am I thinking? Baisong had solemnly promised her that no matter what bloodline she awakened in the future, he would make a contract with her. But why did she look at Chun-Yi with envy in her eyes? I'm such a womanizer. It smells so good. This tastes amazing. Is Chun-Yi's barbecue really this good? That's really unexpected. No wonder he volunteered. All right, enough of that, let's eat. Chun-Yi smiled and distributed the skewers of barbecue to everyone. Actually, there's a reason why Chun-Yi's barbecue skills are so superb. He started working with his parents selling barbecue at a barbecue restaurant when he was young, accumulating a wealth of experience. During the 2.5 years he was transported to this world, he lived alone for a considerable period of time. To satisfy his taste buds, he also constantly honed his grilling skills. In addition, his ex-girlfriend Lu Rian had a special fondness for barbecue, which prompted him to study it even more diligently. All these factors combined to make Chun-Yi's barbecue skills reach an amazing level, and he wanted to show off his culinary skills. Of course, there was another important reason. He wanted to see if cooking delicious food could trigger some buffs that would increase favorability. As it turns out, his idea was correct. Indeed, to win a girl's heart, one must demonstrate charm that surpasses that of other men in every aspect. And cooking skills are undoubtedly a great starting point. The barbecue melts in your mouth, is fresh and delicious, and has just the right amount of smoky flavor, far surpassing the level of professional barbecue restaurants. The girls ate with such gusto that their eyes practically sparkled with admiration. Delicious. It's so delicious. Brother Chinny, could you teach me this barbecue technique next time? I want to learn too. After eating this barbecue, I feel like I'll never look good at the barbecue I make again. Ding. Lin Mingshua's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability rating, 93 points. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability, plus 1 point. Current favorability rating, 94 points. Ding. Yan Zhuyue's favorability increased by 3 points. Current favorability rating, 88 points. Ding. Hitomi's affection level increases by 2 points. Current favorability rating, 82 points. Ding. Washington's favorability increases by 2 points. Current favorability rating, 84 points. Ding. Su Taodao's favorability, plus 1 point. Current favorability rating, 95 points. Ding. Congratulations. Su Taodao's favorability has reached 95 points. Reward, plus 50 enhancement points. Current enhancement points, 110. I have to say this was an absolute steal. While feelings can't be forced, you shouldn't miss the chance to increase your favorability. This is the most important factor in whether he can become stronger quickly. However, it will be almost impossible to increase favorability with food from now on. On the one hand, Chun-Yi only knows how to barbecue, and on the other hand, once the novelty wears off, it's hard to have such an impact. Chun-Yi smiled and said softly, I'll teach you when I have time, don't worry. Good. Chu Feiyu took a small bite, and a satisfied smile immediately appeared on her face. Brother Chun-Yi, with your skills, if you opened a shop, I feel you would become rich in no time. What kind of shop should I open? I'll still make money as a beast tamer. Can I afford a Beast King crystal core if I sell barbecue for a month? That's true. After 5 courses of food and 3 rounds of drinks. Before long, the barbecue was completely devoured. Everyone let out a satisfied burp, seemingly still wanting more. Brother Chun-Yi. Chu Xiaohe walked over and asked, I just saw many beast tamers leave. Is this what you meant by them giving up when faced with difficulties? Chun-Yi explained with a smile. Yes. We searched for several hours and didn't find a single good treasure. We also had to be on guard against being chased by that slime all the time. No normal person could stand it. It's just that the time is not right yet. It's not time for me to make a move. I see. Chu Xiaohe sighed, then said with a hint of bitterness, Brother Chun-Yi, to be honest, besides our vacation, we actually came here to search for treasure. Since you know how to find the treasure on this island, we won't bother you any longer. Thank you for your hospitality. We plan to try our luck on other islands next. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi didn't say anything more. He nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. After all, he only treated Chu Xiaohe specially because Chu Xiaohe helped him handle the aftermath of killing Karakhan. Although I have some feelings for him, he is ultimately an outsider. There's no need to force someone to stay. Then you guys should be careful. Okay, then we'll head out first. Chu Feiyu seemed a little reluctant to leave. You're leaving already? I wanted to stay a little longer. Murong Yu gently tapped her head and said with a smile, This is for your own good. Let's go. Chu Feiyu pouted. I know. As she left, she didn't forget to turn back and say hello to Chun-Yi, looking very youthful and lively. This little girl is so cute. Indeed, she has a sweet tongue, but I wonder what kind of bloodline she will awaken. Chun-Yi probably wouldn't even consider it. His father has a B-grade bloodline, and his mother has an A-grade bloodline. The highest they can awaken is an S-grade bloodline, so it's unlikely they'll make any further progress. So there's this kind of pattern? I thought the awakened bloodline level was random. These are top secret documents, the kind that can never be made public. Only people from merchant families and beast tamer families like us would know these things. Alright, let's not talk about those things anymore. Chun-Yi clapped his hands, interrupting the girl's chatter. Now it's time to begin our treasure hunt. Upon hearing this, the girls' eyes immediately became focused. They all sat up straight, looking at Chun-Yi with expectant expressions. Everyone was curious about what Chun-Yi meant when he said that no one else could find the rare treasures. Chun-Yi didn't hesitate and immediately issued the order. Tao Tao, I still need to ask you for help. The rest of you, go and search the surrounding area for any rare and precious treasures. Anything is fine. Then pick it, summon those slime monsters, lure them here, and have Peach swallow it. The rules on this island are quite similar to the final trial. You only need to completely kill a certain number of slimes to summon a large slime. After killing it, you can obtain the treasure inside. Chapter 147, The Way to Summon the Guardians. It's that simple. The girls looked at each other, their faces filled with astonishment. I thought something earth-shattering was going to happen. However, the reality was so simple that it was hard for them to believe. On the other hand, aren't slimes unkillable? If Su Taodao can only destroy it by devouring it, doesn't that mean that no one else will ever be able to touch that ultimate treasure in their lifetime? Chun-Yi seemed to notice the girls' confusion and explained, those slimes aren't unkillable. It's easier to understand if you think of them as magical beasts with phoenix attributes. Each time they are killed, a large amount of their spiritual energy is consumed. When their spiritual energy is exhausted, they will no longer be able to revive. But doing this is too much trouble. It would be better to let Tao Tao swallow them all in one gulp. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately realized what was going on. I see. Since slimes are not magical beasts, normal people will usually give up after trying a few times and finding that they cannot kill them. Only those who are driven to the brink and have no other choice might risk everything to kill a slime and ultimately obtain the treasure. It must be said that the design of this 5-element secret realm is truly ingenious, with such intricate rules set up for each area. Should we go treasure hunting too? That slime, it seems like we can't escape it. It's alright, that thing only caters to those who are skilled at fighting. You two have no combat ability, and the slimes you summon are basically like old cars, very slow, they won't catch up with you. So that's how it is. Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then it's not so bad. Being able to help Chun-Yi is undoubtedly the best thing. Alright, let's begin. Good. The girls responded in unison, then quickly scattered to search for and collect the treasures of heaven and earth. Before long, they arrived with hundreds of slimes rushing towards them. Seeing this, Su Taotao took a deep breath and summoned a small black hole again. Boom. The moment the black hole appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be stirred up by an invisible force and trembled violently. The space itself seemed unable to withstand this powerful energy and began to twist and deform. At that moment, the slimes seemed to gain intelligence, immediately realizing something was wrong and trying to escape. However, the black hole's gravity had already held them tightly, like countless needles inserted into their bodies, frantically drawing out their spiritual energy. Then, something astonishing happened. The slimes' bodies were shriveling at an alarming rate, like dried-up scabbards that had been drained of moisture. Finally, they burst open like water-filled balloons under extreme pressure, scattering deep blue liquid like raindrops all over the ground before quickly evaporating and disappearing without a trace. In just a moment, hundreds of slimes were instantly killed. It's a success. Su Taodao shouted excitedly. Well done, can we have some more? These slimes don't contain much spiritual energy. I feel like I could eat another 2,000 or 3,000 before I'm full. Alright, let's continue. Thus, wave after wave of slimes were continuously devoured. In the blink of an eye, Su Taodao had devoured 2,500 slimes and was about 80% full. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The once clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, tearing across the sky, and torrential rain poured down like a deluge. The surrounding tides were also rising at an alarming rate, as if they were about to submerge the entire island. What happened? It's raining in the water area? I've been exploring this place for 5 years, and this is the first time I've encountered something like this. No, it's not the water region that's raining. It's our island that's experiencing the rain. Damn it, what bad luck. Not only did I not find any good treasures, but it also started pouring rain. I should never have come. It's such a waste of time. Each of the beast tamer teams began to complain, looking utterly speechless. What a waste of time. Not only did I not get any treasures, but I also got into a lot of trouble. I'm so unlucky. Sometimes, things that seem rare may not actually be valuable. With that time, you could easily find an ordinary little island to explore and have already gained a lot. Let's go. It's been hours already. Any good stuff will have been snatched up by someone else. I just observed them, and it seems these slimes won't chase us off the island. Let's take some resources with us before we leave. As long as we don't return to this island, nothing will happen. What a waste of time. I'm so angry. It's better than losing my life. These slimes are troublesome, but they're not that strong. After careful consideration, the group of beast tamers made a decisive decision to leave this island and explore other islands. Although the island is very large, after the news of the barrier breaking, countless people flock there, and probably every corner has been turned upside down. On average, The amount of land resources that each person can possess is probably less than 1/10 of that of ordinary islands. If you haven't found any valuable treasures yet, it's very likely that someone else has already gotten there first, and staying here will only be a waste of time. Of course, they certainly wouldn't leave empty-handed. They would definitely take back plenty of local specialties. Then we saw large numbers of beast tamers leaving the island, either riding flying spirit beasts or taking ships. There may still be some unwilling people left here, but their numbers are probably negligible. At this moment, Chun-Yi was in that area. Suddenly, the stream beside us seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, abruptly forming a giant waterspout that soared into the air. At the center of the waterspout, a water giant, 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, composed entirely of water elements, slowly emerged. It was none other than the guardian of high-level treasures described in the system interface. Kill it. Show no mercy. Good. The girls responded without hesitation and immediately launched a joint attack on the water giant. In an instant, all sorts of dazzling skills rained down on the water giant, creating a spectacular scene. I don't know if they're too strong, or if this thing is too weak. Before the women could even see its moves clearly, it was blasted into pieces by a barrage of attacks in less than a few seconds, scattering like dust on the ground and melting into water. One of the crystals, a deep blue one, was particularly eye-catching. Fluorite, 12 stars. A mysterious crystal can be consumed and refined by a spirit beast with water attribute skills to upgrade its skills. The more crystals refined at once, the better the upgrade effect. Chapter 148 Hydrofluorite. It's water fluorite. This thing is incredibly valuable. I'm rich. I didn't expect it to be such good stuff. Enough talk, Tao Tao. There should still be a lot of power left on the corpse of that water giant. After you absorb it, I'll help you guide your spiritual energy. Good. The girls, already tacitly understanding each other, sat cross-legged beside Su Tao Tao, took out the magical beast crystal cores, swallowed them, and began cultivating. Just then, a squad from the Dragon Kingdom sensed the powerful battle fluctuations and rushed over. Strange. I clearly sensed a battle taking place here. So where did it go? Could it be that it's already over? That's unlikely. The battle fluctuations just now were so powerful. It was clearly a closely fought battle. It couldn't have ended so quickly. Young master, the treasure hunting compass, is responding. The pointer is pointing in the direction of that group of people by the stream. Upon hearing this, one of the men, who was exceptionally handsome and looked to be only in his early 20s but possessed the aura of a 4th-level 10th stage cultivator, frowned. He was Lei Han, the eldest son of the Lei family, the #1 beast tamer family in Jiangxing. Having heard that the heart of the mysterious realm is open within the 5 elements mysterious realm, I came here specifically to explore it. He just didn't expect the news to spread so wildly that powerful families from Tianhai City and even several nearby cities came, making it impossible for a mere 4th-tier beast tamer like him to participate. However, it wouldn't be good to go back empty-handed, so I thought I'd try my luck in the water area. As luck would have it, they witnessed Su Tao Tao devouring the giant island. He couldn't possibly mistake Su Tao Tao and Chun-Yi for each other. It was them. Could it be that the treasure has already been taken? Captain, should we use the mirror to see what's happening? After thinking for a moment, Lei Han nodded. Okay, use it. Like the treasure hunting compass, the form-writing mirror is a special type of celestial treasure, and it is also a time-related secret treasure. After use, you can rewind a movie and view what happened in that area 5 minutes ago. Of course, there must be a price to pay for using such a divine object. It requires a certain amount of rare and precious spiritual treasures or magical beast cores to activate. But now it's clear that the time has come to use it. The team members took out their own monster cores and handed them to Lei Han. As dozens of monster cores were thrown into the mirror that resembled a body of water, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth, revealing everything that had happened here 5 minutes earlier. You won't believe it until you see it. Slimes? These things can actually be killed? This cataclysmic change in the world was actually caused by Chun-Yi and his group? More importantly, after defeating the water giant, they actually obtained a divine item called the water glowstone. This thing is worth over 30 million on the market. If it comes into contact with the Gongsun family, Li family, and Yun family, which are the 3 families that are good at controlling water attribute spirit beasts, the price may soar to over 50 million. Moreover, they are available even if you have money and connections, and you may not be able to get them. Such a precious treasure was accepted so easily. Suddenly, a greedy glint flashed in Lei Han's eyes. However, He wasn't just attracted by the money. After all, he was the eldest son from a prominent family, and his desire for money wasn't that strong. It's absolutely not worth offending someone who can easily break through this barrier for such a small amount of money. The reason he wanted the water glowstone was ultimately because he felt he was about to break through to the 5th rank. The Yun family's famous prodigy spirit beast, Yun Jiao, has been around for the past few months. Not only is she incredibly beautiful, but what's even more remarkable is that she has awakened an S-rank bloodline, the mermaid. Her appearance and strength are both top-notch, and she can even play some strange games. Lei Han met Yun Jiao by chance at a social dinner 6 months ago. At that moment, he could no longer take his eyes off Yun Jiao. It was love at first sight. However, Lei Han's talent is also S-level, so he may not have an advantage in terms of contracts when facing S-level spirit beasts from powerful families. Faced with numerous suitors, he could only try to get closer to Yun Jiao by giving her gifts. However, the other talented beast tamers all shared the same idea, which made it difficult for him to stand out when it came to gift giving. But he really likes Yun Jiao and doesn't want to let go, but he doesn't have any good treasures to offer, so he's been very conflicted. Now, the appearance of this water fluorite seems to have brought him a glimmer of hope. This thing is just as attractive to water attribute spirit beasts as a water attribute beast king crystal core of level 10 or higher, making it the perfect gift. If I could give this water fluorite to Yun Jiao, it might really move her and make her look at me in a different light. Thinking of this, Lei Han could no longer contain his excitement and immediately led everyone toward Chunyi's location. When Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong saw someone approaching, they quickly stepped forward to stop them. What do you want to do? Ladies, I am Lei Han from the Lei family of Jiangxing. I would like to have a chat with your contract master. Is that convenient? It's inconvenient. Didn't you see they were cultivating? Okay, we'll wait here. That should be fine, right? Don't come any closer. Don't worry. I'm here to do business, not to fight. As he spoke, Lei Han led the group to set up tents under a large tree several hundred meters away from Chun Yi and his group. They were ready to wait for Chun Yi to finish his cultivation. It looks like they've put a lot of effort into this. Chun Yi was completely focused on his cultivation and was oblivious to everything that had just happened. Time passed by, and night gradually fell, with stars twinkling in the sky. Finally, Chun Yi successfully guided all the spiritual energy imprints within Su Taodao's body. Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong had been keeping watch by his side. When they saw that Chun Yi had finished his cultivation, they immediately came over and reported everything that had happened at noon. Lei Han, Luo Shireen murmured to herself. Why would a scion of such a prestigious family come to such a dangerous place to search for treasure? Chun Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at Luo Shireen with some surprise, and asked, Do you know this Lei Han? Luo Shireen nodded, without any attempt to hide anything, and explained, Yes, but it's only one-sided on my part that I know them. He should be 24 years old this year. Relying on his talent and the resources provided by his family, he has advanced to around the 4th rank, 10th stage. He is probably about to break through to the 5th rank. He is one of the most outstanding talents in the Dragon Kingdom in the past 100 years who has made the list, and he is also someone that our beast tamer families pay special attention to. I heard he's been pursuing Yun Jiao, the prodigy of the Yun family in Shanghai, lately. I guess he probably saw you get the water glowstone somewhere, which is why he came to negotiate. Chapter 149 Bargaining Chips. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi nodded thoughtfully. Among his contracted female companions, none currently possess water attribute skills. For him, this water fluorite was only good for selling. It wasn't very useful for his own use, and it wasn't a big problem to use it for trading. But since Lei Han wants this thing so badly, he'll have to pay a hefty price. In fact, just as Chun Yi had predicted. As time ticked by, Lei Han and his group's patience gradually wore thin. However, considering that Chun Yi might come from a large family and has an eccentric personality, if they are disturbed and refuse to sell the water fluorite, that would be a real problem. Therefore, no one dared to approach and disturb them. Now look what's happened. Even though we've finished our cultivation, we still have to eat first? Didn't the twin beauties tell him about their situation? Or perhaps, even knowing this, they still want to eat first? Thinking of this, Lei Han could no longer restrain himself. He suddenly stood up and led everyone directly toward Chun Yi and his group, who were setting up the barbecue grill. Of course, despite feeling displeased. But before he could obtain the water fluorite, Lei Han still had to adopt a fawning attitude. He strode up to Chun Yi, bowed deeply, and said, Sir, I am Lei Han from the Lei family of Huaqing. This is my family crest. Please take a look. I just happened to pass by here and saw you kill a water giant and get a water glowstone, right? This item is of great use to me. I humbly request that you part with it and resell it to me. I, Lei, will be eternally grateful. After saying that, he took off the spatial ring in his hand and respectfully handed it to Chun-Yi. The intention is quite clear. They want to use this spatial ring to exchange for water fluorite. Seeing this, Chun-Yi and his group were stunned. Isn't that putting up way too many chips? According to Luo Shirin, even with connections and influence, a spatial ring is worth over 100 million. If the interior space is large, or if it is made using some special magical artifact, the price will double. The highest price for water fluoride is only around 50 million, but this guy directly offered more than 100 million? That's pretty impressive. Looking at Lei Han's serious and determined expression, after pondering for a moment, Chun-Yi nodded. Deal. But I have one more condition. Lei Han frowned slightly. Additional conditions? What are they? I heard that the price of the illusionary water bell spirit stone in the water region is only a few million. Chun-Yi took out a water glow stone from his spatial ring. A spatial ring plus a illusionary water bell spirit stone, and this thing is yours. How about it? Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed in Lei Han's eyes. Isn't this blatant price gouging? However, for the sake of the water fluorite, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. No problem. I hope you keep your word. Of course, I'll be staying here for a while. I'll come back to exchange for the spirit stone whenever I find it. Watching Lei Han and his group leave, the girls looked at Chun-Yi with admiration. According to Luo Shirin, Lei Han must also be the type of spoiled brat. I never expected that I would be so easily subdued. Did you even go and help collect water attribute spirit stones? This really does have a hint of bloodline suppression. Chun-Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. While he was cultivating, he was still troubled about whether to collect all the resources on the island first or to find the whereabouts of the water attribute spirit stone. After all, the water region has a large population, so finding the spirit stone will probably be quite difficult. Most of the islands have probably already been looted, and without a certain amount of connections and cash support, it will likely be very difficult. If someone else discovers the strategy and steals all the good treasures, we'll really lose out. Now that free labor has been delivered to our doorstep, why not take it? Originally, he thought he would be willing to suffer a loss if Lei Han could offer a water attribute spirit stone in exchange. But considering Lei Han's generosity, it would be a disservice to Lei Han's attitude not to add some more chips. While plundering the island's resources, someone can help find water attribute spirit stones. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He turned around, looked at the girls who seemed to already know what he was thinking, and smiled calmly. All right, let's continue the barbecue. Tonight, I'll give you all a grilled oyster. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Chun-Yi overestimated the abilities of these beast tamers. No one could have come up with a special strategy for conquering this island. By the second night, there was no trace of anyone on the island. After all, once the barrier is repaired, you might not be able to leave even if you wanted to. They all just grabbed a few medicinal herbs and ran away, not wanting to come back to this godforsaken place again. That's great. The rest of the time will almost entirely be Chun-Yi's performance time. I slept until noon, ate lunch, then started devouring slimes, defeated the guardian boss, helped Su Taotao channel energy, and after dinner, I nurtured the girls, listened to music in brothels, and did flower arranging. That's how I spend every day, simple and unpretentious. Thanks to him, everyone's level increased by 2 stages, reaching the 4th tier, 7th stage. The only pity is that their favorability rating seems to be welded to the spot, remaining completely unchanged. That noon, the women had just killed the guardian. Suddenly, Su Taotao remembered something. Brother Chun-Yi, I suddenly remembered something. What about Lei Han? Didn't he say he'd help us find the Zhongling stone? I want to ask, how should he contact us after he finds it? Chun-Yi scratched his head and said, well, didn't I tell him I was here? Halfway through his speech, he suddenly realized a problem. The island is sealed off by a barrier, and they can't break through it. So how can they get in? There's no cell phone signal in the secret realm, and even if there were, they hadn't added each other's contact information. I almost assumed that anyone could come and go as they pleased. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi twitched his lips and sighed. Then, he put on an all-knowing expression and said, well, I actually expected this. You should be coming tonight with the spirit stone. Before that, let me guide the energy for you first. Upon hearing this, Su Taotao's eyes lit up, and she said, really? As expected of brother Chun-Yi, he even foresaw this. Kiss. As she spoke, She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Chun-Yi on the lips. Damn, you little brat, you've gotten so bold. You actually dared to kiss me forcibly. No way. I'm going to kiss you back. Little Chun-Yi, you're sneaking food again. We want some too. Chapter 150 The Last Belle Spirit Stone. Night fell quickly, and all was quiet. As Su Taotao inhaled sharply, the barrier seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, disintegrating from the inside, and revealing the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. Under the bright moonlight, several flying spirit beasts were carrying a group of people and flying rapidly toward this place. Lei Han and his group stared wide-eyed at the sight of the barrier shattering, their hearts filled with shock. Just now, he was pondering what to do about Chun-Yi being trapped on the island and unable to escape. However, as soon as they arrived, the barrier was shattered so easily, and from the inside. Damn it! What kind of bloodline does that little girl have? How can she be so powerful? Also, did Chun-Yi install something on me that allows him to monitor my movements at any time? The girls were also stunned by what they saw. They initially thought Chun-Yi was just joking, but they didn't expect him to actually be able to keep track of Lei Han's movements. This feeling of being in control of the whole situation made them admire Chun-Yi. Feeling the admiring gazes of the girls, Chun-Yi's lips twitched slightly. He was quite surprised himself, never expecting that a casual remark would actually come true. This luck seems to have been used up in some inexplicable way. But it doesn't matter. Since you all think that way, then just admit it openly. After landing on the island, Lei Han and his group didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. The spirit stones you wanted are in this spatial ring. Are you satisfied now? Chun-Yi took the spatial ring and carefully scanned its contents. Phantom Water Belle Spirit Stone, 8 stars. Activating the water attribute array base of the 5 elements formation requires the use of other water attribute spiritual treasures. This is a prop that looks as soft and chewy as a konjac block, with a unique light blue color. It is icy yet not icy, crystal clear, and resembles a dazzling gemstone. If it weren't for the system interface notification, Chun-Yi would hardly have believed that this was actually a spirit stone. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. A hint of joy flashed in Chun-Yi's eyes. He decisively took out the water fluorite and tossed it to Lei Han. Deal. Lei Han took the water fluorite and felt the gentle water element power within it, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. I felt that all my efforts had been worthwhile, and I couldn't help but smile. Although the spirit stone itself was only worth a few million, he was too eager and was ripped off by others who tried to raise the price, ultimately spending a full 30 million to acquire it. Adding the space ring, the total cost of this water fluorite is over 130 million, which is an absolute loss. However, Lei Han quickly came to terms with it. These are all small amounts of money. Fluorite is so rare, getting your hands on it is a real steal. If I could win Yun Jiao's heart with this water fluorite, I would spend 1.3 billion, let alone 130 million. After all, in his heart, Yun Jiao was the most important person. Let's retreat. There's nothing more worth exploring in this 5 elements secret realm. Young master, what about the task the master assigned? Isn't this water fluorite enough? Lei Han interrupted him irritably. The real big deal is getting Yun Jiao. Let's go. Young master is right. The attendants nodded in agreement, not daring to say anything more. Watching Lei Han and his group hurriedly leave, Chun-Yi waved his hand and said, "Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow we should return to the center to activate the 5 elements formation. Yutong, Xingtong, are you two ready?" "Okay. We are just waiting to establish a contract with you, Mr. Chun-Yi." "Don't call me Mr. Chun-Yi. It's too formal." "Then husband." Moon Eyes winked mischievously. "Or rather, my husband?" Xingtong joined in the commotion. "Damn it. You two are playing with fire." The next day, Chun-Yi finally woke up around 2 p.m. He slowly opened his eyes and felt that not a single bone in his body belonged to him. Last night's fierce battle left him utterly exhausted. He felt like he'd collapse from exhaustion if he played for a few more days. This use of fire is really going too far. Chun-Yi muttered to himself, sighing inwardly. However, he quickly recovered. Because this journey through the 5 elements secret realm has finally reached its final stage. It's okay to indulge a little. Moreover, once you have the skills to become strong and healthy, these things will no longer be a problem. Let's go. It's time to head back to the central region. There are 2 sides to the story. Just as Chun-Yi was leading the girls back to the central area of the 5 elements secret realm, the heart of the secret realm, located in the heart of the fire region, has finally reopened. It's still that familiar entrance to the lava lake illusion. The only difference was that the team of beast tamers waiting outside were all-powerful beings at the 7th or 8th rank, and even a 9th rank expert was among them. Their eyes were filled with greed and desire, clearly indicating their intention to vie for possession of the heart of the secret realm. Holy crap, it's finally open. I've been waiting for almost a month, and I still thought it was fake news. Chinese people, what do you mean? Didn't we agree that after the heart of the secret realm opens, one small team would enter at a time? And you're just rushing in all at once like this. Don't think we don't know what you're up to. If we hadn't taken precautions, we would be the ones saying that. The treasure of the heart of the secret realm belongs to the capable. Damn it. Men, hurry up and go in. Don't fall behind these Chinese. Instantly, everyone in the cave rushed frantically toward the entrance to the lava lake. Everyone was so focused on rushing forward that they didn't even notice who was around them. Amidst this chaos, there happened to be a small team consisting of only one beast tamer and 3 spirit beasts. Like ghosts, they entered the heart of the secret realm unnoticed. Upon entering the heart of the secret realm, he immediately used a secret technique to conceal his form. No one was aware of their existence at all. I can sense it. There is definitely the aura of a demonized spirit beast. It seems that potion number 77 was indeed used here. What was Lin Yu thinking? He actually chose someone he couldn't handle as a target, and now we have to clean up his mess. Enough with the talk. The energy index of this secret realm's core is as high as 70,000 points. It's estimated that all the resources will have finished regenerating by next month. At that time, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom will definitely get involved and make sure to clean up that mess. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them scattered and ran rapidly towards the foot of the mountain. Chapter 151, The 5 Elements Source Eye. Typically, this occurs when the heart of the secret realm is first discovered. Each major power will send advanced teams to explore the area. The main task of these people is to gain a preliminary understanding of the rules, environment, energy levels, and resource conditions within the heart of the secret realm. After completing their first exploration of the heart of the mysterious realm, the various factions will conduct a general assessment of the benefits of the heart of the mysterious realm based on the information brought back by the advanced teams. The real takeover and development work usually doesn't begin until the second entry into the heart of the secret realm. After entering the heart of the secret realm for the second time, the major forces will begin to take full control of this resource-producing area and divide it into different territories. In this way, the heart of the secret realm becomes a continuous source of resources, providing various treasures of heaven and earth to all major forces. There are thousands of different numbers for the demonizing potions. Among them, the first 100 drugs are relatively special, designed specifically for special targets, and may be closely related to the international situation. The kind of drug that Lu Ruyan used, with a number outside the 1,000, was just an ordinary experimental subject. Its impact on the overall situation was negligible, and there was no need to worry about the cleanup work. However, the first 100 enchanting potions were completely different. These potions contain a special positioning energy crystal that will not be easily destroyed even if it withstands a strike from a level 10 power. Once this energy crystal with positioning function is discovered by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, especially the 7 dragon generals, the consequences would be unimaginable. The existence of this drug must be completely hidden under any circumstances, and it must never be discovered. Found it. Luckily, we found it so quickly. No. This energy crystal has been assimilated by the heart of the secret realm. There's a force of rules blocking us from taking it out. What's going on? Why did this happen? I estimate that a large-scale teleportation event may have occurred in the heart of the secret realm, causing the energy crystals to come into contact with the energy of the secret realm during the teleportation process, and thus be assimilated. Is this good luck or bad luck? How could something like this happen? This is bad. Those beast tamers are exploring very fast. They'll probably arrive here soon. And the experimental subject's corpse doesn't seem to be completely destroyed. They might still be able to find some clues. Damn it. The beast tamer's fingernails dug deep into his palm. How exactly did Lin Yu manage to do this? Let's not talk about that now. What should we do? The energy crystal that is already assimilated with the heart of the secret realm will probably cause a huge commotion if we try to take it out. It will definitely be noticed by then. Damn it. Always causing me trouble. Should we go all the way and destroy the secret realm? Although losing a secret realm would definitely have a big impact on us, it's still better than having this thing discovered by others. Upon hearing this, the beast tamer was caught in a dilemma. Losing a secret realm means he will lose an important stronghold in the future, which will undoubtedly have a huge impact on his plans and may even change the course of the entire situation. However, what if the energy crystals fall into the hands of the 7 dragon generals? The 7 dragons should not know about the demonizing potion yet, so they can still use the psychic potion from the Eagle Kingdom as cover. Once the truth is revealed, the plan will inevitably be delayed, and it may even lead to complete failure. After a fierce internal struggle, the beast tamer finally made up his mind. Let's do it. Anyway, this incident wasn't our fault, so the higher-ups shouldn't blame us. Good. The 3 spirit beast girls responded in unison, each taking out a scarlet crystal from their spatial rings. In fact, secret realms can be destroyed. If enough energy is released to annihilate the entire secret realm, it can be completely destroyed. However, if you tamper with the heart of the secret realm, the situation will be different. All you need to do is destroy the heart of the secret realm, and the entire secret realm will collapse instantly. This is similar to the way of killing a person. Whether you pierce the heart or destroy the entire body, the same effect can be achieved. Operation begins. Listen carefully, absolutely no one can discover this. Yes. Finally, all of them are here, the 5 elements spirit stones. On the back of the frost dragon, Su Tao Tao hummed a song excitedly, which made the others close their eyes and enjoy it. The 5 elements converge, their essence gathered. In the future, we too will finally no longer be useless. Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if they could already see their future. Yan Jiuel lazily flicked her foxtail, a slight smile playing on her lips, and teased, "Little brother Chenyi, I'm waiting to be tempered into something even more perfect." Of course, everyone gets a share, don't worry. Chun Yi smiled, his gaze falling on the white platform in the distance. Look, we're almost there. According to the map and system prompts, the activation point of the 5 elements formation is located in the central area of the secret realm, on a platform called the 5 elements source eye. Of course, this platform is not just one place, but 5, and it will continue to move over time. The 5 elements formation can be activated anywhere to temper the physical body. I thought it would take a while to find it, but I found it so quickly. It really is. It's the 5 elements source eye. Quickly, Sister Schwerer, fly that way. Okay, I can see it. Along the way, they could see many other beast tamer teams exploring the secret realm. Some teams returned laden with spoils, their faces beaming with joy, while others looked disheveled, as if they had just gone through a tough battle. However, Chun Yi and his group had a clear goal and had no time to worry about anything else. They only wanted to reach the 5 elements source eye as soon as possible. Before long, everyone arrived at their destination safely. The location of this 5 elements source eye is quite special. It is situated in the very center of a relatively flat and open area. Unlike the other 5 areas, this area does not feature 5 distinct colors. Instead, it consists of only one large circular platform. The platform is nearly 100 meters in diameter and looks very spectacular. The surface of the platform is also engraved with many complex runes, which seem to contain some kind of profound power. At each of the 5 corners of the platform, there is a slightly recessed array eye that emits a faint but constant spatial fluctuation, which should be the location where the spirit stones are placed. The area around the platform was deserted, without a single person in sight. For Chun Yi, this environment was simply a perfect gift. He's afraid that someone might come and steal the energy from his 5 elements formation, thus affecting the healing of Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong. In hindsight, those worries were unnecessary. Chapter 152, Activating the 5 Elements Formation. This is it. Chun Yi landed, his gaze sweeping across the platform to confirm his location. He quickly took out the array materials he had prepared beforehand from his spatial ring, 5 types of spirit stones, and corresponding activation materials. Schwerer, go to the north and set up wind attribute spirit stones. Poetry recitation, southeast, water attribute spirit stone. 9 moons, southwest, earth attribute spirit stone. Peach, northeast, fire attribute spirit stone. Moon eye and star eye, you two need the most energy surge, so just stay in the middle. In the final northwest direction, I will place a light attribute spirit stone. Good. The instructions were clear and concise, and the women immediately sprang into action. As the 5 spirit stones were inserted into the 5 corners of the array, a powerful energy wave swept over them instantly. Fiery red, aquamarine, ochre, emerald green, and pure white light shot into the sky, intertwining to form a magnificent and colorful pillar of light. Now, place the heavenly treasure. Chun-Yi quickly made arrangements. Yes. The girls, who were already prepared, immediately placed the spiritual treasures in their hands on the energy nodes above their respective spirit stones. Buzz. The moment the 5 elements Belle spirit stone returned to its place, the entire 5 elements source eye platform trembled violently. The 5 beams of light became even more dazzling and radiant, shooting straight into the sky. Above the center of the platform, they converged, collided, and merged, producing a series of booming sounds. Countless tiny streams of the 5 elements' energy coursed wildly along the runes inscribed on the ground, illuminating the entire platform. Inside the magic circle, space seemed to be peeled away, forming an independent little world. Under the constraints of the formation, the violent yet pure power of the 5 elements, like a gentle stream, began to temper the physical bodies of everyone in the formation. What pure power! The people in the formation simultaneously let out low moans, some of which were pleasant and some of which were suppressed. This power is so pure that it completely ignores the body's defenses and acts directly on the body, meridians, blood, and even the depths of the soul. The cold aura around Lin Mingxue was nourished by the pure water power, making the dragon scales even more crystal clear and exuding an even more extreme chill. Luo Shireen felt as if her understanding of wind and sound had been enlightened, and her blue wings became even more solid. With the infusion of the purest flame power, Yin Jiyue's foxfire shone even brighter with its core blazing white light, and its 9 fox tails burned wildly, seemingly under complete control. Su Tao Tao was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the 5 kinds of mixed yet pure energy. The black hole inside her body slowly rotated, and her aura steadily increased. But the most crucial ones are Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, who are located near the center of the formation. They sat cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed, radiating a soft light. The gentle yet vital energy of the 5 elements flowed into their bodies from top to bottom like a gentle stream. Hua Yutong let out a muffled groan, her body trembling violently, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. She could clearly feel that the obstacles entangled deep within their spiritual energy channels were melting away like ice and snow under the impact of this primordial power that fused with the vitality of the 5 elements. However, the ablation process is accompanied by excruciating pain, which is truly unbearable. Hua Xingtong's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, and cold sweat instantly soaked through her clothes. She clenched her teeth so tightly that her lips were bitten so hard they bled, and she almost fainted. Hold on. This is the 5 elements energy breaking through the spiritual energy barrier within your bodies. This is your only chance. Chun-Yi quickly offered encouragement. I know. I will persevere. At this moment, the 5 elements of energy acted like the most exquisite scalpel, precisely peeling away the stubborn darkness within their bloodlines. At the same time, it is like the gentlest repair fluid, using its vibrant life force to repair the damaged veins. The 2 sisters' bodies began to shimmer with 5 colors, shining brightly. Although the energy was disordered, it exuded an unprecedentedly pure life force. It seemed that the sisters' bodies had adapted to this power. Chun-Yi didn't sit idle either. He quickly took out the divine beast bone and began to temper it. Instantly, a powerful force surged through his entire body. His muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging, as if he were about to be torn apart by this force. Although it was painful, he could clearly feel that the tempering of his body was proceeding steadily amidst the pain. As time went by, the light from the magic circle grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire space. The aura of each person in the formation was condensing at a visible speed, and their bodies gradually exuded a powerful aura. In the system interface, it is clear that almost every 1 or 2 minutes, everyone's physical constitution and spiritual power will increase by a little. Although it's unknown how long this 5 elements formation will last, it will definitely bring significant improvements. And so, everyone began to enjoy this feeling of pain and pleasure coexisting. However, at this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble, rumble. A deafening roar exploded in the sky. The entire 5 elements secret realm seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, and then began to shake violently. The earth shook violently. The Chi Sea is churning. The sky is falling and the earth is cracking. If the spatial turbulence at the boundary between the light and wind attribute regions was like a slightly turbulent stream, the spatial turbulence before us is like a waterfall cascading down 3,000 feet. Its terrifying power would make even a 10th level expert tremble with fear. The entire secret realm seemed to be collapsing at an alarming rate, as if it would turn into nothingness at any moment. What happened? What happened? Is the secret realm collapsing? How could this happen so suddenly? Chun-Yi and his group in the formation were instantly awakened by this sudden change. Their tempering process was forcibly interrupted, their blood and chi surged, and their faces were filled with horror. How come activating a 5 elements formation caused the secret realm to collapse? Even more despairing was the fact that an irresistible spatial repulsion force instantly enveloped every corner of the secret realm. Countless white teleportation beams shot into the sky in various areas of the secret realm, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. No, I'll pick my 100-flower divine herb right away. Teleportation? Why now? Help! I don't want to die. What on earth happened? Exclamations, screams, and curses rose and fell, plunging the entire secret realm into chaos. Those enveloped by the teleportation beams, whether they wanted to or not, began to become blurry and transparent, and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. They were all forcibly teleported out of the collapsing secret realm. It was as if they had never existed. Chapter 153 Twin Fairies. Chun-Yi and his group were also firmly locked onto by several dazzling teleportation beams. However, just 1 second later, these beams of light were mercilessly dispersed by the 5 elements' energy. How could it be such a coincidence? The teleportation beams of the secret realm were actually dispelled just like that. Damn it, we're too late to get to the exit now. Brother Chun-Yi, do you have a solution? Seeing this, Chun-Yi's heart sank to the bottom. The tempering of the 5 elements formation was only halfway done. How could something like this suddenly happen? He did have some knowledge of the collapse of the secret realm at Jiangqing Beast Taming Academy. The secret realm will disappear for various reasons, and the powerful repulsive force will forcibly expel all life forms inside. If you are strong enough, you might be able to withstand the transmission of this power. But there is only one outcome to doing so, being trapped in the secret realm and annihilated along with it. Chun-Yi naturally had a way to leave the secret realm, but the current situation put him in a dilemma. Especially Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong. They are in the most critical fusion stage of eliminating their stubborn illness. If they were to forcibly interrupt this moment, not only would all their previous efforts be wasted, but the violent and out-of-control backlash of the 5 elements' energy and the outbreak of the lingering illness would be enough to instantly kill the 2 sisters. What the hell is going on? Just then, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The secret realm where the host is located has been detected to be in a period of collapse and will be completely destroyed in 708 seconds. It is recommended that the host use a wind elemental treasure to escape this place as soon as possible to avoid perishing together with the secret realm. Holy crap! 708 seconds? Chun-Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly flashed to the side of the Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong sisters to check the situation. The knowledge about the dissipation of spiritual energy that I had downloaded earlier came in handy once again. They could instantly deduce their current situation. Moonlight Eye needs to continue its attack for about 600 seconds to heal the dissipation of spiritual energy. Star Pupil, this is a bit troublesome. It will take about 680 seconds, which is too tight a time frame. However, in that split second, Chun-Yi quickly made a decision. She's a girl whose affection level is already over 80 points. Let's take a gamble. He acted decisively and quickly formulated the next course of action. All of you come here. Upon hearing this, the girls didn't dare to delay and quickly came to Chun-Yi's side, their faces full of worry. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi took out a wind attribute spiritual treasure, the Gale Stone. He took a deep breath and shouted in his mind to the system. System, I want to activate the teleportation power of the wind element. Ding. 5 enhancement points consumed. Activation successful. Instantly, an incredibly powerful wind elemental force swept out, tightly enveloping the girls. Seeing this, the girls instantly understood Chun-Yi's intention. He intended to use this teleportation power to send the 4 of them out before the secret realm collapsed. He himself chose to stay behind, to face the impending danger alone, and to complete the tempering of the Hua sisters. No, Brother Chun-Yi, we'll go together. Too dangerous. The secret realm could be completely annihilated at any moment. Brother Chun-Yi. No, Brother Chun-Yi. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chun-Yi's face was resolute as he waved his hand. Get out of here. As Chun-Yi finished speaking, a cyan light instantly bloomed, enveloping the four of them tightly. No matter how much they struggled, they could not break free from the shackles of that light. Immediately afterwards, a powerful wind elemental teleportation force suddenly emerged, forcibly sending them out of the five elements secret realm, which was about to be destroyed. On the ever-collapsed five elements source eye platform, only Chun-Yi and the Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong sisters, who were enduring the powerful energy impact, remained. Moon Eyes, Star Eyes, you two listen up. Now it's just us here. I will guide your energy in a moment. As long as you don't faint, you can all be saved. Believe in yourself. Believe in me. We will definitely succeed. Seeing that Chun-Yi disregarded the danger and stayed behind alone to help the two sisters complete their tempering. The sisters' eyes instantly welled up with tears, their hearts filled with emotion and guilt. They knew they were just crippled beings, while Chun-Yi was a promising genius, yet he was still willing to face this life or death test with them. How can I possibly repay this kindness? Ding. Hua Yutong's affection level plus 3 points. Current favorability rating, 85 points. Ding. Hua Xingtong's favorability increases by 3 points. Current favorability rating, 87 points. Sister, Chun-Yi did it all for us. Stop talking, Xingtong. We can't let her down. We can't let her faint, even if it kills us. I know I won't give up. That's good. Hang in there. The two sisters gritted their teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that seemed to tear their souls apart, and focused all their attention on feeling the pure energy of the five elements. With their cooperation, Chun-Yi could feel that the time it would take for them to completely transform had been shortened considerably. Energy channeling feels much easier now. It works. Then, increase the force. Boom. A few minutes later, with a deafening roar, the stubborn spiritual barrier finally let out its final lament and gradually dissolved in the torrent of the five elements energy. The instant the spiritual energy shackles disappeared, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong's bodies simultaneously emitted an unprecedentedly pure light. The spiritual energy circuits that were originally blocked in their bodies were now, as if a clear spring had been poured in, instantly becoming completely unobstructed. That warm and vibrant spiritual energy flowed through their meridians, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedentedly powerful aura rose from the two sisters. The next second, behind Hua Yutong, a pair of white wings as thin as cicada wings suddenly bloomed. A holy light suddenly burst forth, turning the chaotic sky a snow-white color. The bloodline of the White Knight Fairy, the bloodline of an ancient spirit beast symbolizing holy power, has finally awakened successfully in Hua Yutong. Just seconds later, behind Hua Xingtong, black wings of the same shape, but as black as the night also bloomed with a roar. The black wings were filled with an incomparably powerful and sinister aura, which condensed into a black pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The white sky formed by the flower moon pupils merged with each other, presenting a magnificent scene as if the world had just begun to open. The bloodline of the Dark Knight Fairy and the bloodline of the ancient spirit beast symbolizing the power of corruption have also been successfully awakened in Hua Xingtong. The twin fairies, beings who govern light and darkness, have descended with a roar. Chapter 154 The Destruction of the Five Elements Secret Realm. Is this my bloodline? An SSS-level bloodline. That's too strong, absolutely too strong. Snap. Before the two sisters could even sense the power within their bodies, the platform of the five element source I was suddenly torn apart, as if by a giant hand, emitting a heart-palpitating cracking sound. The crystal pillars supporting the platform also succumbed to this powerful force and snapped in half. The destruction of the secret realm has reached its final moment. Spatial turbulence, like a tangible blade, relentlessly slices through everything. Hold me. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi pulled the two beauties into his arms. Of course, even if Chun-Yi hadn't said those words, or even told them to stay away from him, they would never have let go. The two sisters hugged Chun-Yi tightly around the waist, burying their heads deep in his firm chest, feeling the reassuring words he spoke. They closed their eyes, with only one thought in their minds, to give Chun-Yi everything without reservation. Chun-Yi took out another wind spirit stone. System, activate the wind element's teleportation power for me. Ding. 5 enhancement points consumed. Activation successful. Boom. A powerful force of wind elemental energy suddenly erupted. Centered on Chun-Yi, it formed a huge vortex that tightly enveloped them. The scene of the secret realm behind them completely collapsing and turning into a chaotic void was rapidly moving away under the force of the wind. A gust of wind enveloped Chun-Yi, who, holding the Hua sisters, vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye. A strong sense of spatial tearing and dizziness washed over me, and before my eyes lay endless darkness and bizarre, chaotic flow of colors. The 5 elements secret realm has forever returned to nothingness. I don't know how much time passed, maybe a second, maybe a year. The feeling of being grounded came over me. The dazzling sunlight shone on my eyelids, and the sounds of people talking and the clamor of the wind rushed into my ears. Chun-Yi staggered a step, his body trembling slightly as he struggled to steady himself. He was breathing heavily. His face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Even though no one was injured, it was absolutely terrifying. However, he immediately looked down at the sister in his arms. Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong slowly raised their heads, sunlight shining on their faces. Their faces were still somewhat pale, but they radiated a healthy, rosy glow, making them exceptionally beautiful and captivating. They actually survived. Moreover, it miraculously survived as a spirit beast with an SSS-level bloodline. Mr. Chun-Yi. Hua Yuedong choked up, tightly hugging Chun-Yi's arm, her body trembling slightly with emotion. Oh, thank you, thank you. Hua Xingtong cried like a child, tears streaming down her face as she buried her face in Chun-Yi's chest, instantly soaking her clothes. Chun-Yi looked at the 2 sisters crying their eyes out and felt a pang of heartache. He gently patted their trembling shoulders and softly comforted them. It's all right. It's all over. It's all right. Just then, pleasant voices came from afar. Brother Chun-Yi. Brother Chun-Yi. Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Yanji Yue, and Su Taodao were seen rushing towards them from the chaotic crowd of beast tamers who had also been teleported out. Their faces were filled with lingering fear, relief, and immense joy at having their things back. In an instant, the 4 girls pounced on Chun-Yi, and together with Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong, they pinned Chun-Yi to the ground. Ouch! 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 Are you trying to kill me? Thank goodness. You're all alright. Oh well, it's not so bad this way. Chun-Yi smiled helplessly, lay flat on the ground, and let the girls stroke his body, carefully checking for any injuries. Not far away, the collapse of the 5 elements secret realm triggered a huge energy fluctuation, and the huge entrance turned into a distorted light and shadow and a chaotic energy storm. In the end, just like a television tripping, the light and energy storm completely vanished, leaving thousands of people standing in the open space at the entrance, looking at each other blankly, at a loss for what to do. They were completely baffled and didn't understand what had just happened. The 5 elements secret realm collapsed just like that? What on earth happened? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? The energy fluctuations are radiating from within the heart of the secret realm. Has something happened within the heart of the secret realm? I don't know. When we were exploring the heart of the secret realm, we were suddenly enveloped in a red light. When we came to our senses, we were already outside. Damn it. I finally found the end of the Earth zone, and then I was teleported out. Various opinions arose one after another, but many of them still carried a sense of relief at surviving a disaster. In any case, being able to survive is the greatest fortune. As for those rare and precious treasures, it can only be said that they were destined to meet but not to be together. Who could have predicted that just when everyone discovered the heart of the secret realm and thought they could occupy a resource point that would generate wealth indefinitely, the secret realm would suddenly collapse? This was truly unexpected. On the other side, the girls finally came to their senses and all landed on the sisters Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, or more precisely, on the pair of black and white transparent wings behind them. This means a successful awakening. What bloodline do these wings belong to? This is the first time I've ever seen transparent wings. Could it be a fly's wing? No, that's not true. We're fairies, and these are fairy wings. Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong pouted and muttered to themselves, looking speechless. What kind of fly wings are these? That's so rude. Alright. Now is not the time to talk about this. Chun-Yi glanced at everyone present. Let's go back to the city first. If so many of us go back together, the hotel rooms will probably be full in no time, and we might have to stay outdoors. Yeah, you're right. After resting for a while, the girls immediately took Chun-Yi to Tianhai City. The collapse of the five elements secret realm will inevitably attract a large number of investigators. At that time, there will be no hotel rooms, and their happiness will be gone. Of course, this is only part of the reason. More than anything, Chun-Yi had doubts about the reason for the collapse of this secret realm. If the incident involving the heart of the secret realm hadn't happened, Chun-Yi might have thought it was just an accident. However, considering the events in the heart of the secret realm, such as the spirit beast girl being injected with the spinal fluid of a magical beast and transforming into a magical beast, etc., it is clear that it's obvious that something sinister is hidden here. He had to report this matter to Luo Qinghe as soon as possible, no matter what. In addition, there was another important reason. He wanted to form a contract with the sisters Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong as soon as possible. He had longed for the skill of being strong and healthy for a long time. Although judging from their level of affection, they definitely won't run away. But he still wanted to form a contract with them as soon as possible. Men's possessiveness can be so strange sometimes. Chapter 155 Contracts Require Initiative. Brother Chun-Yi, don't scare me. After hearing about the collapse of the five-element secret realm, Liang almost broke down. He finally found a master who could help him win a good ranking in the beast taming competition, but he encountered this kind of thing? However, seeing Chun-Yi and his group return safely, he still breathed a huge sigh of relief. Chun-Yi shrugged and said casually, "How could I be in trouble? It's just that the SUV might be gone. That's nothing. I'm just glad you're all right." Liang quickly took out his phone to book a hotel, saying, "I've already booked all the hotel rooms. What are your plans next? May I ask, when exactly is that beast taming competition taking place?" "Wait, let me see. This year's beast taming competition is on October 1st, which is 20 days from now." 20 days from now. Chun-Yi scratched his head and sighed helplessly. He had originally thought he had nearly 3 months to prepare at his own pace. "I never expected that a trip to this hidden realm would take more than 2 months. It's really speechless." He had originally thought he could take some time to prepare and reach around level 5 before participating in the competition. "Okay, I got it. Just rest here in Tianhai City for a while. I'll leave the arrangements for that competition to you. Give me a copy of the competition schedule and everything, so I can check the details later." Upon hearing this, Liang nodded excitedly. "All right, leave the logistics to me." However, the next second, when he sensed the aura emanating from Chun-Yi and the girls, he felt a little numb. They actually possessed auras of at least the 4th or 5th rank. Liang's eyes widened in shock. If he remembered correctly, Chun-Yi and his group's average level was only around level 2 when the airship was attacked by monsters that day, right? When you set off for the five-element secret realm, you were only at the 3rd rank or so, right? As a result, their strength had already reached the 4th level in just 2 months? How exactly did they manage to do that? You must understand that for a beast tamer and a spirit beast, with the support of endless resources, advancing from the 3rd to the 4th tier in just 2 years is already an extremely remarkable achievement. However, Chun-Yi advanced from the 3rd tier to the mid-4th tier or higher in just 2 months. This is absolutely outrageous. The time flow in the secret realm is the same as in the real world, so how exactly did he cultivate? Thinking of this, Liang suddenly felt an indescribable surge of excitement. Regardless of the method Chun-Yi used to cultivate, his astonishing speed of leveling up was undeniable. The beast taming competition is only open to the most outstanding individuals under the age of 25. Putting aside talent and bloodline level, older people will definitely have more time to cultivate. Their average level will inevitably be higher, and their chances of winning will be greater. Most of the top 100 or even top 10 beast tamers are at least 4th tier experts, while the top 3 require reaching around 5th tier to have a chance of achieving this. Originally, Li Yang's expectation for Chun-Yi was simply that he could enter the top 1,000 in the country, which would already be of great help to his career. But who could have imagined that Chun-Yi's breakthrough speed would be so fast? I feel he even has a chance to break into the top 100 or even the top 10. This is like meeting a super big shot. On the other side, after Chun-Yi returned to the hotel with the girls, the first thing he did was rush into the bathroom to enjoy a pleasant bath. The bathroom in the luxury suite is huge. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate 7 people. This resulted in me taking more than 2 hours to take a shower. It's really quite frustrating. After taking a shower, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taotao, and Yin Jiyue tactfully went to rest in the small bedroom. Perhaps it was because the battle last night was too tiring, or perhaps it was because she was too worried about Chun-Yi. They fell asleep almost instantly after lying down on the bed. In the large living room, Only Chun-Yi, Hua Yuetong, and Hua Xingtong remained. A faint, ambiguous atmosphere filled the air, like a thin veil gently enveloping them. Ding ding ding. Just then, both sisters' cell phone alarms went off simultaneously. A memo popped up on the screen, with the words, contract, 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 clearly written on it. Originally, they planned to dress up carefully and then choose a suitable time to make the contract. I didn't expect taking a shower to take so long. It was all too rushed. However, since things have come to this point, there is no need to back down. Chun-Yi coughed twice, breaking the awkward silence. His gaze fell on the two sisters, and he said softly, "Come on. There's no need to be so formal about something as important as a contract." "Husband, my lord," Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong called out in unison, their voices filled with a hint of shyness and anticipation. They clasped their hands tightly together, took a deep breath, and walked up to Chun-Yi. She rushed straight into Chun-Yi's outstretched arms, feeling a warm glow in her heart. The three of them felt each other's warmth, and no one spoke for a long time. In the end, it was Chun-Yi who broke the silence first. "Do you two have any dreams for the future?" Upon hearing this, the two sisters were slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. "Our dreams are about to come true. Successfully awakening our bloodline and establishing a contract with someone like you, my husband. This has always been our dream." Chun-Yi looked at the two of them, gently tapped each of their heads, and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? This dream will come true soon. I mean in the future." Upon hearing this, the two sisters instantly realized what was happening, and the blush on their cheeks spread like the sunset, becoming even more pronounced. "Yes, this dream will soon come true. It's time to set a new goal for myself. Then, let's climb to the top of the world together, my husband. Also, I want that black ghost city to be destroyed." Chun-Yi smiled and replied softly, "Of course, that's no problem. I promise you, this is a small matter, and I will definitely accomplish it in the future." "Thank you, husband. Moi tonight will show you what we're made of." Without further ado, they put their words into action. "Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to do? Don't I have any dignity?" Chun-Yi was speechless. Why do these girls always seem to take the initiative? When it comes to contracts, it's best if he takes the initiative. We got a little excited just now, we were wrong. My lord, please punish us two little devils who have made a mistake. Depend on. Chapter 156, The Meeting of the Seven Dragon Generals. Ding. Hitomi's affection level increases by 2 points. Current favorability rating, 87 points. Ding. Hua Xingtong's favorability increases by 3 points. Current favorability rating, 90 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a contract with the spirit beast Hua Yuetong. The target's favorability rating has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations, host. You have gained 35 enhancement points. Congratulations, host, on mastering the beast taming skill, strong and robust. Ding. Congratulations. Hua Yuetong's affection level has reached 85 points. Reward, plus 40 enhancement points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a contract with the spirit beast Hua Xingtong. The target's favorability rating has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations, host. You have gained 35 enhancement points. Congratulations, host, on mastering the beast taming skill, surge of spiritual power. Ding. Congratulations. Hua Xingtong's favorability has reached 85 points. Reward, plus 40 enhancement points. Ding. Congratulations. Hua Xingtong's favorability has reached 90 points. Reward, plus 50 enhancement points. A series of system notifications rang in Chun-Yi's mind. However, Chun-Yi had no time to pay attention to any of that at the moment, his gaze fixed on the two little devils who had made a mistake in front of him. These two little fairies are charming and lovely, like fairies descended to earth, but their mischievousness makes them both lovable and hateful. Chun-Yi couldn't help but think of the beautiful female demons that the ancients often talked about, who bewitched others, and he sighed inwardly. They really are demons. What Chun-Yi cared about most was the skill of being physically strong. Since mastering this skill, he felt as if he had been reborn. His back and legs no longer ached, and he was full of energy. Last night's battle was a piece of cake for him now, like swatting a mosquito. Chun-Yi was secretly pleased with himself, thinking that he would definitely show Lin Mingxue and the others his current might tomorrow night. If they still dare to say they can't do it, Then he will put all the remaining 300 points into their constitution. Then let's see who still says they can't control these little girls. There are two sides to the story. At this moment, the atmosphere at the Luo family home in Shanghai was extremely tense. Upon receiving Chen Yi's report on the collapse of the Heart of the Secret Realm and the Five Elements Secret Realm, Luo Qinghe did not hesitate at all. They immediately organized an emergency meeting with the remaining 6 members of the 7 dragons. The youngest of the 7 dragon generals, the 11th tier, 10th level beast tamer, Xian Yuanwu from the Xian Yuan family of Kunlun City, frowned deeply. Wang Ruochen? Senior Wang, this isn't your daughter's. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Shihao's face suddenly darkened. He slammed his hand on the table, interrupting Xian Yuanwu. Don't mention her. I severed all ties with her a long time ago. But Xian Yuanwu wanted to say something more, but he swallowed the words back down. All right, now's not the time to talk about this. Luo Qinghe quickly interjected. This incident proves that my previous guess was correct. The Demon Abyss sect has indeed made a comeback once again. Moreover, the scale of this operation is far larger than we imagined. Wang Shihao clicked his tongue in disbelief, his face turning extremely ugly. Damn it, these beasts, could they be trying to use Ruochen to harm our Wang family? Qi Kai, a 12th tier, 2nd stage beast tamer from the Qi family of Huaqing, frowned and analyzed. I think this matter is definitely not that simple. I remember there was a case of a magical beast suddenly appearing in Hanbei before, right? Plus, someone in Jiansheng was also corrupted by demons before. There must be some connection between these things. It's possible that spies have been planted in every one of our families. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room froze. In fact, everyone is well aware that there might be spies within the family. They just don't want to talk about it in the public eye. The internal struggles and power fights within the family are already exhausting. If the presence of spies is added to the mix, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if that's the case, whether or not it can be found is another matter entirely. Any action taken will surely alert the enemy. The trouble that will be caused at that time will definitely be more than just a few. However, if we allow spies to run rampant within the family, situations like those involving Wang Ruochen and Lu Ruyin will likely occur again. Especially for large families like theirs, the various forces, large and small, are deeply intertwined. In addition to the main branch, there are at least 1,000 branch and collateral families. A change in one can have far-reaching consequences. Moreover, once the search for spies begins, news will inevitably leak out. The fact that the families of the 7 dragon generals have been corrupted by the Demon Abyss cult will undoubtedly bring unnecessary panic to the Dragon Kingdom. It's a real dilemma. Silence hung over the entire conference room like a heavy, dark cloud. After a while, Lin Xingyang, a beast tamer from the Lin family of Yi City, who was at the first stage of the 13th rank, broke the silence. What these incidents have in common is that newcomer named Chen Yi, right? However, judging from this situation, it seems they don't want to kill Chen Yi, but rather want to convey some kind of message to him. Perhaps, to win him over or something. As soon as Lin Xingyang finished speaking, the expressions of the 6 bigwigs present instantly turned serious. The Demon Abyss cult has always been known for its bloodlust, and its brutality is beyond imagination. They are truly demons who kill without blinking an eye. Although Chen Yi is powerful and his talent is unparalleled, he is not yet fully matured. Judging from the Demon Abyss sect's modus operandi, they would never let go of anyone who knew the truth. There are only 2 possibilities in this situation. Firstly, Chen Yi is a member of the Demon Abyss sect. However, Luo Qinghe has personally determined this, so it can be completely ruled out. Secondly, the Demon Abyss cult has developed a strong interest in Chen Yi. They may want to test him through some trials to see if he can pass them. If Chen Yi can meet their demands, whether through coercion, bribery, or even kidnapping, they will eventually come into contact with him. 20 years ago, even Nangong Wenqiu, one of the 7 dragon generals, was successfully brainwashed by the Demon Abyss sect and became a sharp weapon in their hands. This shows just how terrifying their brainwashing methods are. Chen Yi might be the next target of the Demon Abyss sect. Lin Xingyang paused briefly before continuing. Qinghe, you said before that Chen Yi would participate in the beast taming competition in 20 days, right? Yes. Is there any connection? Lin Xingyang's expression froze again, and he said seriously, things don't happen more than 3 times. I suspect that the Demon Abyss sect is very likely to determine Chen Yi's value in this beast taming competition and thus make contact with him. In that case, Let's turn the tables and send guards to protect him secretly. If any suspicious person is spotted approaching him and attempting to take him away, apprehend them immediately. This way, we might be able to follow the clues and get information about the Demon Abyss cult. It just so happens that our Lin family also has a new generation preparing to participate in the beast taming competition this time. It's only natural that guards would accompany them to the arena for protection. As long as we allocate our troop resources reasonably and dedicate some of them to protecting Chen-Yi, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. What do you all think of doing this? Chapter 157. Chu Feiyu reappears. Time flew by, and it was noon the next day. Ring ring. A crisp bell suddenly rang, startling Chen-Yi, who was immersed in the fairy's gentle embrace, awakening him. Chen-Yi, still half asleep, groggily opened his eyes, struggled to pull his hand out from under that patch of white skin, and fumbled for his phone. He glanced at the caller ID and then pressed the answer button. What's up, Liang? Why are you calling so early? Is it still early? Liang thought to himself, speechless. It's almost 1 o'clock. I was just worried you'd had too much fun last night. That's why I called you at noon. While listening to Liang's nagging, Chen-Yi pushed away the delicate body pressing down on him, went to the bathroom, and tidied his hair in front of the mirror. So, is there something you need? Here's the thing. I've already prepared the procedures for the beast taming competition for you. You can actually head to Yinjing now to familiarize yourself with the situation there. Is that so? Okay then, I don't want to stay here any longer anyway, so I'll leave the ticket purchase to you. The scene of forming a contract with the Hua sisters last night kept flashing through Chen-Yi's mind. Because of my strong and healthy body, it felt so good. However, due to the collapse of the 5-element secret realm, people including reporters and internet celebrities who wanted to ride the wave of popularity flocked to Tianhai City, all hoping to gain some attention. In addition, this hotel is located right next to a main road, so the soundproofing is really poor. In the middle of the night, the noise outside was so loud that Chen-Yi couldn't fall asleep at all, which greatly reduced his experience. If he had a choice, Chen-Yi would definitely not want to stay in Tianhai City any longer. Okay, the flight for this afternoon, no problem, right? No problem, that's fine. After hanging up the phone, Chen-Yi's gaze fell on himself in the mirror. He carefully examined his own face. It was full of energy, his eyes were clear, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. I have to say, being physically strong is really awesome. Taking a gamble before the 5-element secret realm collapses is an absolute steal. Although the tempering of the true dragon bone was only halfway completed due to the premature collapse of the 5-element secret realm. But this also significantly improved my physical attributes. With the added benefits of the powerful skills of physical strength and surging spiritual energy, coupled with his successful breakthrough to the 4th tier, 7th stage, Chen-Yi's attributes skyrocketed. Chen-Yi checked his system interface. Name, Chen-Yi. Talents, SSS-Level Talent Infinite Contract. SSS-Level Talent Energy Guidance. SSS-Level Talent Spirit Beast Awakening. Level, Tier 4, Stage 7. Fitness, 120, up. Spiritual Power, 156, up. Normal Adult Male Average, 10. Contracted Spirit Beasts. Ice Dragon Lin Mingxue, Azure Phoenix Luo Shireen, Gluttonous Beast Su Taotao, Nine-Tailed Fox Yin Jiyue, White Knight Fairy Hua Yuetong, Dark Knight Fairy Hua Xingtong. Skills. Monster Insight, Appraisal, Wind Blade Slash, Robust Body, Spiritual Power Surge. Enhancement Points, 300. Excellent, excellent. These attributes are simply perfect. I feel like I could handle all 6 of them at the same time without much trouble. Chen-Yi was secretly delighted. His gaze then swept over the girl's information and found that Lin Mingxue had the highest physique, reaching an astonishing 208 points. Apart from Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, who are only at the 2nd tier, level 10, the lowest score is Su Taotao, with only 118 points. In other words, without considering Su Taotao's use of the life-devouring skill, Chen-Yi's personal combat strength is already comparable to that of an SSS-level Bloodline Spirit Beast. If he were to put all 300 enhancement points into himself, Chen-Yi couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become. Although it is generally best for beast tamers not to personally engage in combat. But the Beastmaster's own battlefield is one they have to face every night. Let's give it a slight boost. System, increase my constitution by 50 points and my spiritual power by 50 points each. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current constitution value, 180 points. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current spiritual power, 216 points. The skills, strong body, and spiritual power surge not only have a fixed 20% increase in constitution and spiritual power, but also amplify the attributes gained from enhancement points. They are simply perfect. Chun-Yi felt his body was filled with power, as if he had become an invincible being. Looking at the night view outside the window, Chun-Yi grinned crookedly. Tonight, I'll show these little girls what I'm capable of. A smug smile appeared on his lips. He could almost picture the girls begging and pleading for mercy in front of him. Tonight will be an unforgettable battle, and he will become the protagonist of this battle. Just then, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong slowly woke up. They rubbed their sleepy eyes, yawned, and wore only thin underwear. They didn't care about Chun-Yi's gaze at all, and lazily walked into the bathroom. Good morning, honey. My lord, how did you feel last night? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi smiled slightly. That's what those two girls called him last night. It has to be said that these affectionate terms of address stirred up a strong impulse in his heart, instantly doubling his intensity. Its destructive power is truly astonishing. It's already noon, and it's still morning, but thanks to you too, I slept very well last night. That's good. We owe it all to you, my lord. If it weren't for you, we'd all be living a miserable life right now. Chun-Yi put his arm around the two sisters' slender waists, feeling their soft bodies, and laughed. All right, let's show our gratitude tonight. Let's take a bath and have dinner together, and then we'll head to Yinjing this afternoon. Good. After taking a shower and having lunch, it was already 2:30 p.m. Chun-Yi and his group arrived at the waiting hall of Tianhai City. Liang had been waiting there for quite some time. He bought an airship ticket for a 4 p.m. flight that would last 18 hours. I thought this time it would be like the last time I came to Tianhai City, calm and uneventful. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the luxury private room, I saw 3 familiar figures. It's Chu Xiaohe and his family of 3 again? No, this is too much of a coincidence. The moment Chun-Yi noticed Chu Xiaohe and the other 2, they also turned to look at Chun-Yi. A wave of astonishment washed over them. Brother Chun-Yi? It's you. What are you doing here? Chu Feiyu reacted the most intensely, leaping up from her seat and running excitedly toward Chun-Yi and his group. Lin Mingxue bent down slightly and said softly, I missed you, so I came. Really? Chu Feiyu's face blossomed into a sweet smile. I was just wondering how to pass the time on this long flight, but with brother Chun-Yi and my sisters with me, it won't be so boring. Chapter 158 is truly intriguing. Upon seeing this, Chun-Yi was slightly taken aback, then revealed a helpless smile. Uncle Chu, Aunt Morong, Xiaoyu. What a coincidence. He also had his doubts. There are at least dozens of airships traveling from Tianhai City to various places every day, and Chu Xiaohe is a public official in Tianhai City. Is this coincidence an arrangement of fate, or is someone deliberately manipulating it behind the scenes? Haha, brother Chun-Yi, and all you beautiful ladies, it seems we are truly destined to meet. Chu Xiaohe's surprise was quickly replaced by enthusiasm as he called out, Come sit here. Murong Yu smiled gracefully and said softly, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Young friend Chun-Yi, are you preparing to return home? Yes, the 5-element secret realm has collapsed, so there's no point in staying here any longer. Chun-Yi nodded slightly and led the girls to their seats. Because it's a long-haul flight, the luxury suites here are uniquely designed. It is no longer the previous layout with 6 booths, but a spacious large bar. Even with a few more people, it doesn't feel crowded at all. There are also separate lounges nearby, where people can cultivate their affinity or practice their skills, making it an upgraded version of the luxury private rooms. Chu Feiyu didn't have so many thoughts on that. Her gaze remained fixed on Chun-Yi. The little girl chattered incessantly around Chun-Yi, asking questions incessantly. Brother Chun-Yi, you're actually from Yinjing? Then you must know Bai Song, the young master of the Bai family in Yinjing. I heard he's really powerful. Will you participate in this beast taming competition? How did you level up so fast? How did you do it? No, we're going to Yinjing to participate in the beast taming competition. Bai Song. I've never heard of him. The upgrade method is our secret, we can't tell you. Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao smiled and answered a few questions for Chun-Yi. Yan Jiyue leaned lazily against the porthole and teased. Little Feiyu, you only have eyes for your brother Chun-Yi. Are we older sisters, just invisible? Chu Feiyu then stuck out her tongue shyly, her face slightly flushed. Sister Jiuyu, Sister Shirin, Sister Tao Tao, Sister Mengxue, and Sister Yutong, and Sister Xingtong are all nice. I'm just curious. This close encounter allowed Chu Feiyu to more truly feel the powerful force within Chunyi's body. It seems to be much stronger than last time. She couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and wanted to know how Chun-Yi cultivated. The little girl's mind began to stir. As the child of a beast tamer with a single-minded talent, she has seen countless talented young men. However, Chun-Yi is the first person to be so mysterious and special. Especially after separating from Chun-Yi and his group, her parents praised Chun-Yi's talent and the power of the spirit beast girls, which made her even more curious about Chun-Yi. Brother Chun-Yi. Chu Feiyu couldn't help but move closer, blinking her big eyes and asking curiously, "Are you really a beast tamer? But I feel you seem to be a little bit more skilled than Sister Shireen and the others." Upon hearing this, the private room fell silent instantly, as if time itself had frozen. Luo Shireen, Lin Mingxue, and the other girls who knew the situation all had a knowing look and a faint smile in their eyes. Chu Xiaohe and Lu Mengli exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with surprise and seriousness. They all thought it was their imagination, but they felt that Chun-Yi's power aura was in no way inferior to that of a fifth-tier spirit beast. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow slightly and said casually, "Beast masters are real, of course. As for how powerful they are, it mainly depends on their hard work. I'm just lucky." He gently ruffled Su Taotao's hair, trying to change the subject. However, this vague answer only fueled Chu Feiyu's curiosity even more. Good luck? Can it be described as just good luck that I was able to contract so many powerful and beautiful spirit beasts? Is it really that good that the female spirit beasts are so devoted to it? Could they be so close that even she felt they were unfathomable? I don't believe it. There's definitely a secret. Chu Feiyu's beautiful phoenix eyes gleamed with growing interest. This is a big secret. I'll start by pestering him with questions. Chu Feiyu made up her mind, and her smile became even brighter. She simply sat down in the empty seat next to Chun-Yi and began a new round of her 100,000 whys offensive. This left Chun-Yi somewhat at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. Seeing this, the girls didn't say much, but silently returned to their private room and began gossiping about Chun-Yi's secret. Their hearts were also filled with curiosity. After last night, Chun-Yi's strength seemed to have increased again. Although they didn't want to discuss Chun-Yi's affairs too much, their damned curiosity kept pounding against their hearts. What secrets does Chun-Yi hold that make him so extraordinary? It's truly intriguing. Chu Xiaohe frowned slightly as he looked at his daughter, who clearly showed great interest in Chun-Yi. The reason their family went to Yanjing was actually complicated. Firstly, they encountered a major event like the collapse of the secret realm, which can be described as a narrow escape from death. As compensation, they were given a period of vacation to relax. Secondly, Bai Song is in Yanjing, and Chu Feiyu keeps insisting on seeing him again. Left with no other choice, Chu Xiaohe had to agree to take her to Yanjing. After all, how could a father not understand his daughter's thoughts? A girl's attraction to a man often begins with curiosity. Chu Xiaohe couldn't help but worry. What if Bai Song didn't reject Chu Feiyu later, and instead ran off with Chun-Yi? That would be a laughing stock. It seems that due to the 5-element secret realm, many airships have arrived, resulting in a large number of airships on the helipad. In order to make room for departure as quickly as possible, each airship carries a relatively small number of people. But I have to say, this is better. They booked the entire luxury suite. Time slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 hours had passed. Chu Feiyu seemed to have finally gotten tired, and stopped her curious interrogation of Chun-Yi. Instead, she picked up her phone and started typing rapidly on the screen. She appeared to be having a pleasant conversation with someone. Brother Bai Song probably doesn't know that I secretly went to Yanjing. Give him a little surprise. I can't wait to see the moment he sees me appear before him. I'll see that surprised and delighted look on his face. Chu Feiyu's lips curved into a crescent shape, her eyes filled with anticipation and sweetness. Is this what it's like to miss someone? Chapter 159 Arrival in Yanjing. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi had just returned to the private room when he was surrounded by girls. Brother Chun-Yi, we've been chatting for so long. Shouldn't we take a break? Yeah. We're exhausted from the journey. Just chatting will kill us. The beds here are big enough to fit all of us. Honey, you shouldn't have accepted this challenge, right? Looking at the girls' shy expressions, Chun-Yi couldn't help but feel a little helpless. These people are really hard to understand. Are they trying to be friendly, or are they just enjoying the experience? That's absolutely outrageous. But I like it. Chun-Yi's lips curled into a wicked smile as he locked the door to the private room tightly behind him. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Consider this post-dinner exercise. Just as Chun-Yi was in the middle of a fierce battle with the girls, Chu Xiaohe and his wife Morong Yu also found Liang, who had come in with Chun-Yi. Are you from the Soul Beastmaster Association? Upon hearing this, Liang was taken aback, seemingly not expecting that the other party actually knew him. He looked down at the clothes he was wearing, which were embroidered with the emblem of the Soul Beastmaster Association, and then it dawned on him. Yes, that's me. Is there anything I can help you with? Would it be convenient to talk about Chun-Yi? Of course, if you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the next day. The journey was smooth and uneventful, and nothing happened. However, the girls were stunned by Chun-Yi's appearance. Is this still the same Chun-Yi who would complain of being tired after working for 2 or 3 hours? After fighting for 6 hours straight, there wasn't a trace of fatigue on his face, and even his breathing was perfectly steady. If I weren't hungry and needed to train, I probably could have continued fighting. What's even more shocking is that when Chun-Yi was guiding the energy of all 6 of them at the same time, the speed was much faster than when he was guiding the energy of the 4 of them before. In just 3 hours, he had channeled the spiritual power of 400 magical beast crystal cores from the 6 people. After the guidance was completed, he even had the energy to fight for another 7 or 8 hours. Is this really Chun-Yi? Chun-Yi, tell your sister the truth. You haven't been on drugs, have you? Yan Jiyue asked with a worried look. What should we do if the side effects stop working later? Luo Shirin nodded in agreement, adding, yes. Don't try to show off just for a moment. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a calm smile. What? Don't you want your men to be more imposing? Lin Mingxue quickly explained. It's not that we don't want you to be capable. Of course we want Brother Chun-Yi to be more capable, but this is too abnormal. It's okay, just think of me as a man with a cheat code. Don't worry about me. Chun-Yi looked out the window. We're almost in Yanjing. Take a shower and change your clothes. Look at the state you all are in. What will Xiaoyu think of you when we get out? Upon hearing this, the girls realized their current situation was extremely bad. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were wrinkled, and he looked like he had just come from a party, which was indeed the case. At times like these, image is still very important. Fortunately, the luxury private room was fully equipped, and the girls quickly got to work. They rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the warm water wash over their bodies, feeling their fatigue gradually fade away. Then, they changed into clean clothes, stepped out of the bathroom, and looked refreshed. At the same time, the loudspeaker blared in the luxury private room. Dear passengers, the airship has now arrived at Yanjing. Please take your belongings with you, avoid crowding, and disembark in an orderly manner. Welcome back for your next flight on the Fuxing airship. Goodbye. Perfectly on time. Phew, I made it. We almost missed it. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, and their tension dissipated. Looking at the bustling night market that was gradually approaching, the girls' beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. In this era, although coming to such a city is not difficult, being able to come here with an SSS-level bloodline, a contestant in the beast taming competition, Chun-Yi's contracted spirit beast, and so on, is an extremely difficult feat. Chun-Yi is destined to reach the pinnacle and become a figure of great renown in the future. And this battle of beast taming is the first step. Brother Chun-Yi. Chu Feiyu waved excitedly. Is this your first time in Yanjing? Do you need a guide? A guide. Chun-Yi glanced at Liang, who was constantly scrolling through his phone and seemed to be booking hotels and itineraries, and couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Dude, are you here to provide support or for tourism? Such an important event as the beast taming competition, how could the itinerary not be arranged in advance in just one day? This is truly speechless. Chun-Yi turned to Chu Feiyu and asked, Xiaoyu, would you like to be our guide? Chu Feiyu puffed out her chest and answered confidently, yes. Don't let my dad's job in Tianhai City fool you. We're native Beijingers. Being a guide is a piece of cake for me. Chun-Yi nodded slightly and said, all right, then I'll trouble you to lead the way. Leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Liang gave a wry smile. He was actually quite aggrieved, because he had indeed made all the preparations in advance. From the booked hotel to the upcoming itinerary, and even the rules after the beast taming competition begins, he considered everything meticulously. As a logistics staff member, he believed he had fulfilled his responsibilities. However, just half a day ago, at midnight today, the entry inspection for Yanjing suddenly became unusually strict. Not only do you need to provide various documents to check into a hotel, but you also need to undergo strict screening. All his previous appointments were cancelled, which kept him busy until now. He had been contacting various parties since the early hours of the morning, but he still couldn't solve the problem. However, the strict entry checks in Yinjing may be due to the impending battle of the beast tamers. Chun-Yi and his group are quite strong, and it's still early, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to wander around with Chu Feiyu first. Then, Brother Chun-Yi, why don't you all wander around for now? I'll take care of the rest of the arrangements for you. Chun-Yi waved his hand. Then I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he turned around and followed Chu Feiyu toward the exit platform. Chu Xiaohe and Murong, you did not follow. They were both in their 40s and knew that young people had their own world and ideas, and there was absolutely no need to disturb the children's interests. I just hope Chu Feiyu doesn't actually run off with Chun-Yi. Chapter 160 Luo Yuqing. Whoosh. Just then, a tremendous cheer suddenly erupted from the exit platform not far away. Amidst the clamor, a magnificent airship slowly descended to the ground. As the airship's hatch slowly opened, a beautiful figure appeared in people's view, instantly attracting everyone's attention. She was graceful and light-footed, each step exuding a unique charm. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin, swaying gracefully like willow branches in a breeze. She has a beautiful face, snow-white skin, and a pair of bright, clear eyes that make people feel as if they want to be captivated by her at first glance. Her lips were painted with a light lipstick, which made her look both noble and elegant, yet approachable and friendly. She's absolutely gorgeous. Several burly bodyguards in black followed closely beside her. It's obvious at a glance that this woman is of extraordinary status, either rich or noble. That's Luo Yuqing, the head of the Luo family in Shanghai. My goodness, is she here to participate in the beast taming competition too? It should be. Rumor has it that the Luo family is currently planning a marriage alliance with the Lung family of Yinjing. I estimate that her beast tamer should be Lung Wuhan, the eldest son of the Lung family. I've heard of Luo Yuqing, but who is this Lung Wuhan, the eldest son of the Lung family? I've never heard of him before. Are you even from Yinjing? You don't even recognize Lung Wuhan? The Lung family was originally just a small, unknown group, but 2 months ago, the young master of the Lung family, Lung Wuhan, unexpectedly awakened an SS-level talent, the mystic eyes of death perception. This grants him and his contracted partner the power to observe any weakness in life, far more powerful than talents that directly enhance strength. This caused the Lung family to become famous instantly, and countless uncontracted high-level spirit beast girls extended invitations, making them incredibly successful. And among these people is Luo Yuqing. Holy crap, is this even possible? I'm so envious. I really want to awaken an SS-level talent too. It doesn't necessarily have to be an SS-level talent. I don't know if you've heard of Bai Song, the young master of the Bai family in Yinjing. His awakened talent is a B-level talent, single-mindedness. He still received many invitations to form contracts with outstanding women, but I heard that he rejected them all. I don't know who he will choose in the end. Sigh, these things are too much a matter of fate. There's no point in envying them. The onlookers whispered and discussed among themselves. His eyes revealed undisguised envy. Luo Yuqing not only has the powerful Luo family backing her up, but she is also beautiful and pitiful. Whoever manages to contract with such a woman is undoubtedly extremely lucky. People can't help but imagine what a pinnacle of life it would be if they could possess such a contracted spirit beast. Unfortunately, reality is always cruel. This is something you can only dream about. Chun-Yi stood in the crowd, also drawn in by the surrounding chatter. Their gazes unconsciously followed the crowd and fell on Luo Yuqing. Name, Luo Yuqing. Contract Master, Lung Wuhan. Bloodline, SS Rank, Griffin. Level, Tier 4, Stage 10. Physical Fitness, 115. Spiritual Power, 135. Attributes, Wind, Fire Earth. Skills, Windblade, Storm Slash, Death Storm, Claw Slash, Shadow Blast, Ground Crack, Shadow Ball. Favorability, minus 15 points. Friendliness, 5 points. Evaluation. This ancient bloodline griffin wields the power of storms. It excels in both close combat and long-range explosive attacks, with well-balanced attributes, making it a very powerful spirit beast bloodline. There are so many skills. The affinity is only 5 points. Could it be that they all learned these skills by devouring Beast King crystal cores? Chun-Yi shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. The Luo family truly lives up to its reputation. A female spirit beast with an affinity of only 5 points has a whopping 43 skills. Moreover, many of these skills are high-star skills, powerful moves that are estimated to require consuming 5th, 6th, or even 7th or 8th tier Beast King crystal cores to learn. Luo Shireen, also a girl from the Luo family, is from the main branch. However, since it was the F-rank bloodline that was awakened first, it did not enjoy the treatment it deserved. Compared to Luo Yuqing, their treatment was worlds apart. But what's up with this beautiful woman? I've never even met her, so why is my favorability rating negative? This is unbelievable. Chun-Yi glanced at Luo Shireen, whose expression had turned completely gloomy, and sighed. He remembered what Luo Shireen had once said. She wanted to return to her family, didn't she? She just needed a trigger. And now, that opportunity may be just around the corner. The beast taming competition was broadcast live nationwide, and Luo Yuqing was also participating in the competition. Chun-Yi secretly made up his mind to let the whole Dragon Kingdom know on this stage who is stronger, Luo Shireen or Luo Yuqing. Just as he was pondering this, suddenly, the surrounding crowd erupted in another burst of excited cheers. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw another luxurious airship slowly descending from the sky and landing on the helipad. The hatch slowly opened, and a woman with long, wavy, light blue hair stepped out. She has a graceful figure, a gentle temperament, and elegant manners, like a fairy who has stepped out of a painting. Wearing a light blue, wavy dress, like a layer of gauze, she accentuated her graceful figure. Her face was delicate and lovely, and every detail exuded a captivating charm. It was a beauty that defied description. It was as if, the moment she appeared, she became the center of the entire world. So beautiful it's breathtaking. Even Luo Yuqing seems to be slightly inferior in terms of beauty. Then, could it be Yun Zhiyao, the daughter of the Yun family in Yinqing? It's her. I'd only ever heard people say that once you see Yun Zhiyao, it's hard to look at any other woman. I always thought it was just talk, but it's actually true. I even think I underestimated her looks. I'm so envious. She's so beautiful and has such strong bloodlines. How are we supposed to live? She is indeed beautiful, but if I had to choose, I would still choose Luo Yuqing. In this world, strength is still the most important factor. Bro, do you need me to piss on you to wake you up? You get to choose? I suggest you look in the mirror and see what kind of thing you are before you talk. My heart aches. The thought of such a beautiful woman having to enter into a contract with another man in the future makes my heart ache. Chun-Yi heard the whispers of the people around him. A sense of curiosity arose in his heart, and he slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to look at Yun Zhiyao, who was being discussed by everyone. He thought to himself, my sister is already so beautiful. It's hard to imagine what a woman more beautiful than Lin Mingxue and the others would look like. However, what he saw completely stunned him. Of course, I wasn't stunned by her beauty. No, she really is very beautiful. But what truly shocked Chun-Yi was the system interface that appeared on Yun Zhiyao's body. Chapter 161, The Bai Family of Yinjing. Name, Yun Zhiyao. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, S-Rank Mermaid. Hidden Bloodline, SSS Rank Azure Sea Dragon Shark. Level, Tier 3, Stage 1. Physical Fitness, 65. Spiritual Power, 60. Attributes, Water Sound. Skills, Great Tsunami, Illusory Mist Body, Enchanting Song, Water Stream Blast, Sonic Boom, Aquatic Art. Favorability, 0 points. Affinity, not yet started. Evaluation, immersed in water-rich natural treasures since childhood, but due to a lack of proper energy guidance, the power of his bloodline is not fully activated. The ancient ferocious beast, the Azure Sea Dragon Shark, is the overlord of the deep sea, capable of turning clouds and rain, moving mountains and filling seas with a single thought, and skilled in using the power of water and sound to kill enemies. Ding! An SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast has been detected. The system has successfully recorded the spirit beast's information. If the host successfully forms a contract with them and raises their affinity level to 80 points or higher, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, 70 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Taming Skill, Beginner Martial Art. Once the host acquires this skill, they will gain 2.5 years worth of proficiency in all weapons in the world. Reward 3, SSS-Level Talent, Power Feedback. When the host teaches a new skill to their contracted spirit beast by cultivating affinity, the host can also master this skill. Reward 4, Item, Intermediate Amplification Card, X3. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. It's another SSS-level bloodline. System tasks have also been activated. and the rewards are just too generous. Especially that SSS-level talent, power feedback. That's practically a huge bug. With this talent, Chun-Yi's strength will likely experience a qualitative leap. Currently, Chun-Yi possesses very few combat skills. There is only one wind blade slash, and he can barely be considered half a strong and robust person. Although he already possesses considerable combat power thanks to this skill. But I always feel that this skill combination is a bit monotonous, as if you can only rely on one move to conquer the world. It's really quite strange. Now that's great. You can learn a spirit beast skills by cultivating affinity with it. That's pretty awesome. A humanoid Gundam, simply perfect. However, just as Chun-Yi was immersed in joy, suddenly, he felt a bone-chilling cold rush over him. He turned his head blankly, like a puppet. Right behind him, 6 pairs of eyes were staring intently at him, their gazes seemingly filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Brother Chun-Yi. Brother Chun-Yi. Honey, you already have us. Why are you still staring at other pretty women? Aren't we enough for you to see? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi's lips twitched, and he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. As punishment, let's fight until dawn tonight. If that's more like it. Brother Chun-Yi, you only need to look at us. You don't need to look at other women. Exactly. Aren't we enough for you to see? Ladies, may I have a chance to offer a little explanation? Chun-Yi was certainly not looking at Yun Jiao's figure or appearance. The main reason is that I didn't expect the system's favorability to be activated like this, and the reward is just too incredible. System, I was just asking casually. If I fail to win over a spirit beast girl who has activated a system mission, there shouldn't be any punishment, right? 1. The host is free to choose whom to pursue. This system has no right to interfere. This system will only provide information for reference. What the host decides to do is entirely up to the host's personal will. Hearing the system's reply, Chun-Yi sighed with relief. That's good. After all, the girl in the bowl still needs his care. As for the girl in the pot, although Chun-Yi really wanted to sign a contract with a beauty like Yun Jiao, he decided to leave it to fate. These things couldn't be rushed. The arrival of Luo Yuqing and Yun Jiao seemed to have lit some kind of signal light. In the following period, all sorts of prodigies arrived in Yanjing aboard their private airships. The spectacle was truly breathtaking and magnificent. Cheers rose and fell like a tsunami, one wave higher than the next. Those who didn't know better would think this was an all-star meet and greet. People like Luo Yuqing and Yun Jiao, who come from large families, naturally have spirit beasts within their clans that can use spatial skills. However, in this situation, there is absolutely no need to use this ability. After all, with such a powerful family background, they would rather take this opportunity to show it off. Perhaps this opportunity can also be used to win over some investors, or even the support of extended families. This is considered a common practice in their high-end circles. How would I know you came if you teleported here? However, none of this had anything to do with Chun-Yi. Under Chu Feiyu's guidance, he became familiar with several major facilities in Yanjing City. It has to be said, big cities are indeed big cities. The waiting hall of just one Beast Tamer Association is 2.5 times larger than the entire Beast Tamer Association in Jiangxing. The entire Beast Tamer Association is practically a village within the city, which is extremely outrageous. And just like that, time flew by, and it was already evening. Chu Feiyu led Chun-Yi and his group to a magnificent villa. There are 2 huge stone lions in front of the gate, majestic and elegant, which shows that it is a wealthy family. There is also a plaque next to it with the 4 big characters, by family of Yanjing. It appears to be the territory of a beast tamer family. Because I had informed Li Yang in advance, this was the tour guide's final stop. So he had rented a car early and had been waiting at the door for a long time. Brother Chun-Yi, Sister Lin Mingxue, Sister Luo Shirin, Sister Su Taotao, Sister Yin Jiyue, Sister Hua Yuetong, Sister Hua Xingtong. Thank you so much for spending the whole day with me. I had a great time. To be honest, I grew up with Bai Song, the young master of the Bai family. After I awaken my bloodline in the future, I will form a contract with him and become his contracted spirit beast. So, I was wondering, since we have this opportunity, why don't we get to know each other first? Maybe we can help each other out in the future. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi burst out laughing. He instantly understood Chu Feiyu's thoughts. This little girl is so cute. Before the contract was even established, they were already reaching outwards, trying to expand Bai Song's network of connections. After all, judging from the strength Chun-Yi has shown so far, his future is absolutely limitless. Creating a beast tamer family called the Chun family is practically a done deal for Chun-Yi, As long as he has this idea. Now that we've met, this will definitely become a valuable connection in the future. Chapter 162 The Rules of the Beast Taming Competition. However, Chen Yi's gaze fell on the rows of luxury cars in the Bai family's courtyard, and the people constantly unloading gifts from them. He had the feeling that some powerful force had come to visit. It doesn't feel right for someone with no power or influence to go there now. Maybe next time. It's really too late today, and it's inappropriate to disturb others so abruptly. Okay then. See you next time. Chu Feiyu understood, of course, that her request was indeed a bit excessive. It's really inappropriate to bother someone so late at night. So she didn't press the matter further, but accepted the outcome in a very understanding manner. After waving goodbye to Chun Yi and his group, Chu Feiyu stood there and watched them get into the car and leave. As the car drove further and further away until it disappeared into the night, she slowly turned around. At this moment, Chu Feiyu was extremely excited, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Because she knew that the moment she had been waiting for was finally about to arrive. It's been a full 6 months since I last saw Brother Bai Song. And today, I can finally see him again. Thinking of this, Chu Feiyu's steps became lighter, and she skipped and hopped into the Bai family compound. On the other side, once inside the car, Chun Yi and his group took the information on the beast taming competition that Li Yang had prepared and began to carefully review it. The beast taming competition, the biggest event for the younger generation in the Dragon Kingdom, is divided into 3 stages: the preliminary rounds, the qualifying rounds, and the finals. After registering for the competition, each participant will receive an identity points card. Within 7 days of the start of the competition, they can use this points card to enter the Beastmaster Association's simulation battle room to be randomly matched with other Beastmasters and engage in battle. These simulated battle rooms are equipped with various barriers. If you suffer a fatal wound, you will automatically heal and be teleported away. You will not die from the duel, so you can fight with complete peace of mind. You gain 1 point for winning a match, lose 1 point for losing a match, and have no points deducted for a draw. There is no limit to the number of battles you can fight. As long as you have enough perseverance, you can fight without limit for 7 days. After the rankings are finalized at midnight on the 7th day, those who rank in the top 1,000 will advance to the qualifying rounds. The next qualifying round will be a targeted competition. The initial rankings are the same as those in the preliminary rounds, and points will no longer be used to record rankings. These 1,000 beast tamers will be divided into groups of 100 for a round-robin challenge. At this stage, each Beastmaster needs to compete against the other 99 Beastmasters in their group one by one. After all the matches are over, the number of wins will be calculated. If the number of wins is the same, the head-to-head record will be compared, and the winner will be ranked higher. Finally, the top 10 Beastmasters from the 10 groups will each have the most wins, and they will enter the final battle stage, the free-for-all. At this stage, everyone will be transferred to a valley that is also equipped with a teleportation barrier, where virtual AI monsters will continuously spawn. In this chaotic battle, you can earn points by killing virtual AI monsters, and you can also earn points by eliminating your opponents. The final rankings will be determined based on the points, thus identifying the true winner. The entire process of the beast taming competition may seem simple, but it contains many hidden rules. For example, in the preliminary and qualifying rounds, participants can hire others to buy or boost their scores, team up for battles and chaotic skirmishes, and ambush or backstab others while they are fighting virtual monsters. None of these rules are prohibited, so you can do whatever you want. This undoubtedly gives participants more strategies and choices, making the competition more complex and interesting. Ultimately, it all comes down to one's own abilities. Without real skill, even if you buy your way to first place, you'll only get a lot of criticism. If you have the ability, even if you are eliminated early due to various factors, you will still be valued by some people, and it is not impossible for you to be taken in as a member of a large family. This is why many beast tamers and spirit beasts without a background want to use this platform to showcase themselves. A life-changing opportunity might be right in front of you. This has led to a situation where hundreds of thousands of young beast tamers and spirit beasts from all over the country are competing together. It seems so easy, doesn't it? Taking first place is a piece of cake, isn't it? Chun Yi pursed his lips and said. According to his observation, the girl's physique and spiritual power have now basically reached the level of a common spirit beast at the 5th level. If Su Taotao absorbs a little more power and gives it away, that will definitely be 6th tier power. Furthermore, Chun Yi has now contracted with 6 spirit beasts, making him perfectly capable of being used as a 6th-tier beast tamer. What is a 6th-tier beast tamer? At least in the records of the Dragon Kingdom, only 3 people have reached the 6th level before the age of 25 in the past 5,000 years, and all of them were formed by gathering all the rarest resources in the world into one person. With this level of strength, are you afraid of not being able to beat those little brats who haven't even reached the 5th rank? What are you thinking about? Brother Chenyi, you're sorely mistaken. Luo Shirin analyzed. Spirit beasts have a wide variety of abilities, and so do the talents of beast tamers. If you are too flamboyant, you can easily become a thorn in the side of other troublemakers, and you might get targeted. It would be troublesome if you encountered an ability you didn't know. Chunyi smiled and said, I only said that because I believe in your abilities. Besides, I definitely won't do anything ostentatious, so you can rest assured. Hearing this, Luo Shirin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, just don't be too reckless. Just then, Chunyi suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Su Taotao. Wait a minute, Taotao, I remember you're a streamer, right? If you participate in the competition, aren't you afraid of being recognized by your fans? Su Taotao covered her mouth and chuckled twice, saying, It's nothing. Besides, I plan to use this beast taming competition as a stepping stone to officially say goodbye to the past. Brother Chenyi, I hope you can support me. Yeah. Chenyi nodded. I'll always be your support. Go ahead and do what you want to do. Thanks, Brother Chenyi kiss. There are 2 sides to the story. At this point, an hour had passed since Chun-Yi left the Bai family manor. An hour ago, Chu Feiyu ran into the Bai family manor with a joyful smile on her face. However, just an hour later, she walked out looking completely lost, as if her soul had been ripped out. Following behind her were Chu Xiaohe and his wife, Morongyu. The 3 walked silently down the street at night, the surrounding noise a stark contrast to their presence. Finally, Chu Feiyu could no longer suppress her inner pain and threw herself into Chu Xiaohe's arms, bursting into tears. How is that possible? Brother Bai Song actually went back on his word? Why is this happening? Is it because I spent the whole day playing with Brother Chenyi, and someone found out and told on me? But I was just a guide. Nothing happened between me and Brother Chenyi, so why is Brother Bai Song acting so resolutely? Chapter 163. I was standing up. Seeing Chu Feiyu wailing, Chu Xiaohe and Morongyu sighed inwardly. I had absolutely no idea how to comfort her. Chu Feiyu was unaware of the truth of the matter. Bai Song's decisive refusal this time was not because he wanted to be Chenyi's guide. The reason lies in the visitors to the Bai family today, the Yun family of Yinqing. Yun Jiao, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, came to Yinqing this time not to watch the battle of beast taming, but because she was determined to win over Bai Song, the young master of the Bai family. Yun Jiao is a woman with a strong possessive desire and a very competitive nature. She would never allow herself to fall behind others, much less share a man with other spirit beasts. So after careful consideration, she finally chose Bai Song, who possessed the talent of single-mindedness, as her contract partner. He hoped that by forming a contract with him, he could gain a significant boost in strength and solidify his position as the next head of the Yun family. Thus, tonight's visit to the Bai family came about. The reason Bai Song previously refused to form contracts with other S-class bloodline spirit beasts was simply because they weren't good-looking. He's an extremely appearance-obsessed person with very high standards for looks. Even actresses with a beauty score of 8 or higher are hard to catch his eye. To be honest, the A-level and S-level spirit beasts that came to apply for contracts were simply too much to bear to look at. Each and every one of them. Their looks are probably only a 7 out of 10. What good is talent if you're not good-looking? The main reason he mentioned the prearranged contract to Chu Feiyu was because Chu Feiyu was very beautiful. Both of her parents were of decent bloodline, and they were childhood sweethearts. Of course, if Chu Feiyu ultimately awakens only a C-level or D-level bloodline, he will not hesitate to discard it. His talent is so limited that he cannot contract multiple spirit beasts. So, for a single contracted spirit beast, it is naturally required to have both strength and good looks. Both are indispensable. The woman who visited today, Yun Jiao, far exceeded Bai Song's expectations in both strength and beauty. Not to mention the Yun family behind Yun Jiao, whose size is dozens of times larger than Bai Song's family. For Bai Song, establishing a marriage alliance with such a family would undoubtedly be entirely beneficial. Any wise person would choose to enter into a contract with him, and Bai Song was no exception. However, just as they were discussing how to establish a contract, Chu Feiyu suddenly rushed in. This instantly displeased Yun Jiao. She glared at Bai Song, then slammed the door, and went into the room, her attitude unusually resolute. The meaning it conveys is self-evident. In order to show Yuan Jiao his determination, Bai Song naturally had to be more resolute in his words, leaving Chu Feiyu no room for negotiation. In truth, deep down, Bai Song longed to have both Chu Feiyu and Yuan Jiao as his own. After all, what man could resist being surrounded by a group of beautiful women? Yuan Jiao, as his contracted spirit beast, fights alongside him, while Chu Feiyu, as his bed warmer, silently supports him from behind the scenes. Such a life is simply perfect. Unfortunately, given what happened today, this beautiful vision is probably impossible to realize. Chu Feiyu could never forgive him. Watching all this, Chu Xiao couldn't help but feel sorry for Chu Feiyu. He hugged Chu Feiyu tightly and whispered comfortingly, "Xiaoyu, just give up. You just saw it yourself. Those people in the hall are all from the Yun family of Yinqing. We can't compare to them. And to be honest, you most likely won't be able to awaken an S-rank bloodline. I'm sorry, it's all our fault." Murong Yu stepped forward and gently stroked Chu Feiyu's back, softly comforting her. "It's all right. Bai Song is very good, but you deserve better. We were already climbing the social ladder, so this situation is inevitable." Wah! Chu Feiyu could no longer suppress her inner pain and burst into tears. She was overjoyed and looking forward to meeting brother Bai Song. But who could have predicted that she would encounter such a thing? The promise Bai Song made to her was practically everything to her. From heaven to hell, it really only takes a moment. Time passed second by second, and Chu Feiyu's crying gradually subsided. An hour later, she finally slowly raised her head, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her eyes regained their former liveliness. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. Xiaoyu, are you alright?" "I'm alright. Mom and Dad, you're right. My relationship with Bai Song was always one of marrying above my station. Perhaps from the moment he awakened his talent, we were destined never to return to our former relationship." Chu Feiyu's voice was still a little choked up. "After saying goodbye to Brother Chen Yi tomorrow, I'll go back to Tianhai City." Hearing these resolute words, Chu Xiaohe and Murong Yu exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. In this cruel world, emotions seemed to be the most insignificant thing. They could only pray silently, hoping that Chu Feiyu could emerge from this abyss of sorrow as soon as possible. "Xiaoyu, didn't you say you wanted to eat at a conveyor belt sushi restaurant? Let me take you to eat now. You can eat as much as you want." I want to eat the golden butterfly sushi." Meanwhile, inside the Bai family manor, no sooner had Chu Feiyu and her two companions left than Yuan Jiao emerged from the room. She crossed her arms, her face cold, as if she still harbored resentment. Bai Song's expression was initially quite displeased, but after seeing Yuan Jiao come out, it instantly changed completely. He hurriedly stepped forward, a fawning smile on his face, and began to explain the reason. "It looks exactly like a henpecked husband. Jiao, I'm so sorry, you must have found this amusing. That little girl is Chu Feiyu, who grew up with me since childhood. We are childhood sweethearts, inseparable since we were little. She has always had a special romantic feeling for me. She has been pursuing me since we were young and wanted to establish a contract with me. But as you know, a contract is no child's play, so I could only verbally agree to it for now. We'd form a contract if I awakened similar talents and bloodlines in the future. I just never expected to awaken such a talent myself. Jiao, you can understand my predicament. If I had other talents, I would definitely choose to wait for him. That girl probably doesn't yet understand what the talent of single-mindedness truly represents, which is why something like tonight happened. But this is for the best. A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. My complete rejection of her this time isn't necessarily a bad thing for her." Chapter 164 Bloodline Awakening. Bai Song's words revealed a sense of helplessness, as if he had no choice but to make this decision. However, Yuan Jiao did not speak, but simply looked at the man in front of her with indifferent eyes. She's not someone who's easily fooled. The moment Chu Feiyu arrived in the lobby, she had already sent people to investigate the woman's background. Chu Feiyu's father was also a beast tamer with the talent of single-minded dedication. If someone said Chu Feiyu didn't know the effects of wholehearted devotion, who would believe that? Bai Song's tendency to spout nonsense immediately diminished her positive feelings towards him. "I understand, that's fine then." Yuan Jiao's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Bai Song breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, the misunderstanding has finally been cleared up, which is a good outcome. "Thank you for your understanding, my dear wife. As for the contract, don't call me that." Yuan Jiao interrupted him. Go register for the beast taming competition first. I will establish a contract with you before the competition starts, and we can discuss the specific time later. Oh, I see. Baisong clicked his tongue inwardly. The two had just discussed the contract, and there was a more than 90% chance that they would get to enjoy the company of a super beauty like Yun Jiao tonight. But Chu Feiyu ruined everything, making the atmosphere so unpleasant. What bad luck. However, judging from the current situation, the result is still quite good. Yun Jiao seemed to be just upset about this matter, which was why she didn't want to talk about the contract anymore. Forget it. I'll rest and recharge for a few days. Baisong shook his head helplessly, secretly comforting himself. The next day at noon, Chu Feiyu invited Chun Yi and his group to a dinner at a luxury restaurant. This was both to repay the kindness of treating me to barbecue in the Five Elements secret realm last time, and also to say a simple goodbye. Xiaoyu, are you going back so soon? 2.5 weeks until the competition starts? Isn't that too early? I want to stay a few more days. The girls all showed expressions of reluctance. Chu Feiyu gave a wry smile and said softly, "It seems there's an urgent matter in Tianhai City. My father has to go back to deal with it, so I have no choice but to go back as well." Chun Yi, young Master Luo, and Yin Jiue exchanged glances, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Yesterday, Chu Feiyu skipped and hopped into the Bai family compound to see her so-called brother Baisong. But today, she looked sullen and seemed to have lost her usual energy. Did something unpleasant happen? Could it be that they stood me up? Just then, Chu Feiyu suddenly looked at Chun Yi and said in a pleading tone, "Brother Chun Yi, can you come with me to the Beast Tamer Association to play a few simulated battles later?" Simulated warfare? Chun Yi was a little confused. "It's possible, but your bloodline hasn't awakened yet. Can you still fight?" "Yes, I can. I inherited a portion of my mother's power, so my combat ability is no problem. It's just that I can't enter the simulation battle room alone." "Sure. If you want to go, I'll go with you. I also want to rest for a while today." Chun Yi readily agreed. He couldn't help but recall his intense encounter with the girls last night. After the fierce battle on the airship, I originally thought their combat power was nothing special. I didn't expect that they were just holding back because they were worried about ruining their kidneys. Now that they know their true strength, they unleashed their full power last night. Even with his physical strength and advantages, he seemed to be struggling to cope. They even broke the hotel bed and had to pay several $1,000s in compensation. This is absolutely outrageous. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the girls all cast resentful glances at him. "With so many girls in your family, why would you go and spend time with other girls? I was originally planning to go shopping and cultivate together later." "Forget it. Let's go explore by ourselves." "Exactly. That scumbag, he's so wicked." "Don't say that. Brother Chun, he stayed up all night with us. Just don't do anything reckless." "Xiaoyu, don't let this man steal you away." "How could that be? It's just a few simulation battles." "Have you seen Weibo? The Bai family of Yanjing has officially announced their marriage alliance with the Yun family of Yanqing." "Holy crap. No way. I remember the Bai family of Yanjing was only ranked 50th, right? How could they be related to the Yun family of Yanqing?" "Brother, have you forgotten? The young master of the Bai family in Yanjing is Baisong, the one who awakened the talent of single-mindedness. So it was him. No wonder I got involved with such a powerful family as the Yun family out of nowhere. So it turns out that Yun Jiao came to Yanjing yesterday to establish a contract with Baisong. It should be. Although wholehearted devotion is a B-level talent, for some young ladies from prominent families, it is definitely no less than an S-level or even an SS-level talent. In terms of family status, the Bai family is definitely marrying above their station with the Yun family. But in terms of their abilities, they should be considered a good match. I'm so envious. Yun Jiao is so beautiful. I never thought she'd end up with that Baisong kid. Sigh. Shoo, keep your voice down. The Bai family is about to take off. If you keep saying things like that, you'll get in trouble." As soon as Chun Yi and Chu Feiyu entered the Beast Tamer Association, they heard a chorus of voices from a group of onlookers. "What the heck? So that beautiful woman is already taken?" "Fortunately, there's no penalty for not completing the system tasks." Chun Yi sighed softly, a sense of disappointment welling up in his heart. To be honest, he still didn't want to let go of any female spirit beasts with SSS-level bloodlines. "I just didn't expect it to be won over by someone else so quickly. It's truly a pity." His gaze involuntarily fell on Chu Feiyu, who stood to the side. Her face had turned very gloomy, and her eyes revealed an undisguised sorrow. "Wait, those people are talking about Baisong, right? This guy isn't Xiao Yu's. Chun-Yi instantly understood everything and sighed inwardly. Good heavens, I really did get dumped. If it were Yun Jiao, Chu Feiyu would indeed be slightly inferior to her in terms of both status and beauty. Moreover, Chu Feiyu has not yet awakened her bloodline. Contracts in this world rarely consider emotions. Most are based on interests and power. It seems reasonable that Bai Song would choose Yun Jiao over Chu Feiyu. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Chu Feiyu's palms began to heat up rapidly, as if a blazing flame was burning inside. The surrounding atmosphere also began to become restless and turbulent. A system interface appeared on her body. Chapter 165 Phoenix. Name: Chu Feiyu. Contract Master: None. Bloodline: F rank Flame Sparrow. Hidden Bloodline: SS rank Phoenix. Level: Tier 1, Stage 2. Constitution: 45 up. Spiritual Power: 44 up. Attributes: Fire, Wind. Skill: Spark. Favorability: plus 45 points. Affinity: not yet started. Evaluation: having never been exposed to any celestial treasures related to the fire element since childhood, the Phoenix bloodline could not be activated, thus remaining completely hidden away. The ancient divine beast Phoenix, wielding the Phoenix flame, reborn from the ashes, immortal and indestructible. Ding. SS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast detected. The system has successfully recorded the spirit beast's information. If the host successfully forms a contract with them and raises their affinity level to 80 points or higher, they will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, 30 enhancement points. Reward 2. Item: Intermediate Strength Boosting Card X3. Reward 3. Item: Phoenix Feather. This can revive others, only if the corpse still exists. Holy crap! Chun-Yi was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He never expected that Chu Feiyu would awaken at this moment. And she's a girl with a hidden SS-level bloodline. The system task is also activated. Chu Feiyu also clearly sensed the abnormality in her body at this moment, and a complex emotion of joy and loneliness welled up in her heart. Am I about to awaken my bloodline? But why now? I wish I had awakened it last night. However, her gaze quickly hardened. Even if she awakened an S-level bloodline, she still couldn't compare to Yun Jiao of the Yun family. Bai Song still wouldn't choose her. The ending is destined to remain unchanged. Brother Chen-Yi, I think I've awakened my bloodline. This warm feeling should be from a fire attribute spirit beast bloodline. Chu Feiyu raised her head, suppressing the bitterness in her heart, and said, Really? Well, there's no one queuing at the testing room. Shall we go over and have our bloodline level tested? No need. Let's keep it a secret. Let's go check out the simulation room first. Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi nodded, roughly understanding Chu Feiyu's feelings at that moment. This is just like how he used to play certain gacha games, always preferring to hide his intentions before checking the rewards. Although the outcome will not change, the sense of ritual filled with anticipation is essential. Let's go then, there's no one in line here. Chun-Yi smiled, and then walked towards the simulation battle room with Chu Feiyu. Chu Feiyu's awakened aura seemed to have attracted the attention of others as well. People around them cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. Has that little girl just awakened? I think so. I can sense the aura of awakening. To awaken within the Beast Tamer Association, could this be an auspicious sign? That's unlikely. I sensed that her fire attribute aura was very weak, so her bloodline level should not be high. People discussed it amongst themselves, but quickly forgot about it. Every day, tens of thousands of people in the Dragon Kingdom awaken their bloodlines. This time it just happened to happen that it happened within the Beast Tamer Association. Those whose bloodline is not S-class or higher will ultimately not be remembered. The Yanjing Beastmaster Association has many simulation battle rooms, so there won't be any long queues like in Jiangqing. After paying for the tickets, Chun-Yi and Chu Feiyu quickly arrived at the room. I'm so sorry, Brother Chen-Yi. I've made you laugh. Chu Feiyu said with a melancholy expression, a few glistening tears still visible at the corners of her eyes, sliding down her fair cheeks. Hearing this, Chen-Yi gently rubbed Chu Feiyu's head and said softly, What's so funny about that? Besides, I think that talent like single-mindedness is simply not worthy of your talent. Chu Feiyu's beautiful eyes trembled, and she was immediately startled. What do you mean? You have an SS-level bloodline, while Bai Song has only a B-level bloodline. What right does he have to dump you? Chun-Yi said calmly. If anyone should be dumping someone, it should be you. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu was even more bewildered. Her expression became somewhat blank, but it quickly blossomed into a bright smile. Brother Chen-yi, thank you for comforting me. You may not know, but given my parents' bloodline, my highest rank is only S rank. How could I possibly be SS rank? But thanks to you, I feel much better. Chun-yi smiled and continued. How will you know if you don't try? As he spoke, he secretly cast the Spirit Beast Awakening spell on her using his right hand, which was touching her head. Instantly, a powerful and warm force surged into her body. A phantom image of a phoenix slowly emerged behind her. What is this? What did you do to me? Go and test your strength. We'll talk about the rest later. Honestly, making it all so mysterious. Chu Feiyu muttered, pouting in dissatisfaction. However, she still followed Chun-yi's instructions and switched to her spirit beast form. Clang clang. Accompanied by a clear phoenix cry, it resounded throughout the entire sky. A phoenix, its body shimmering with golden feathers and engulfed in raging flames, appeared before Chun-yi's eyes. Chu Feiyu stared wide-eyed at her body in disbelief. Her hands trembled involuntarily, and an indescribable excitement welled up inside her. No way. This is my bloodline. Seeing Chu Feiyu's shocked expression, Chun-yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. If it's not you, then is it someone of my blood? Then, without hesitation, he selected a Tier 3, Stage 1 magical beast, the Black Ape Monster, and asked it to take on the challenge. After careful consideration, Chun-yi decided to win over the girl. After all, the favorability rating has been raised so high, the relationships with the other girls are quite good, and the system mission has been activated, so there's no reason not to win them over. However, Chu Feiyu's situation is different from the other girls. She doesn't seem to be suitable for using the same methods as Lin Mingxue and Yin Jiyue, which use power as a means of seduction. Therefore, Chun-yi decided to directly give Chu Feiyu power so that she would have enough confidence. With a favorability rating of 45 points, I've extended a contract invitation to Chu Feiyu. There shouldn't be any major problems. Chu Feiyu's mind went blank. She was completely stunned by the scene before her. She never imagined that her bloodline would be so powerful, that it was actually the legendary Phoenix. This is a genuine SS-level bloodline with clear records. Legend has it that every time a Phoenix appears in the world, it will form a contract with a contemporary SSS-level beast tamer, together achieving a world-shaking feat and standing proudly at the top of the world. And this coveted luck actually came to her? No way. Is this really not a dream? Chapter 166 is completely incomparable. Roar. With a deafening roar, the black ape monster appeared on the grassland battlefield. Its body was enormous and imposing, with bulging muscles, radiating a suffocating aura of power. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged towards Chun-yi. Although Chu Feiyu only possessed the strength of a first-tier, second-stage cultivator, Chu Xiao's single-minded talent allowed Murong-yu to transfer a portion of her power to her, giving her almost the combat abilities of an ordinary third-tier spirit beast. With the added boost from the Phoenix bloodline, Chu Feiyu's attributes were elevated to an extremely terrifying level. Name: Chu Feiyu. Level: Tier 1, Stage 2. Constitution: 92 up. Spiritual power: 100 up. Attributes: Fire, Wind, Phoenix. Skill: Phoenix Flame. Chun-yi, be careful. Chu Feiyu called out anxiously. It seemed that because it was the first time she had mastered such a powerful force, she was not very familiar with it, and was unable to fully control her strength for a while. In an instant, a burst of blazing phoenix flame erupted from the tips of its wings and hurtled toward the black ape monster. Wherever it passed, the air was scorched and distorted. The terrifying heat instantly engulfed the black ape monster. With a piercing scream, the black ape monster was burned to ashes. Even the ground was blasted into a huge crater. Chun-yi, standing not far away, was immediately taken aback. He secretly rejoiced, realizing that his current strength was almost on par with these girls. Otherwise, the terrifying phoenix flames and shock waves would probably have left him paralyzed from the waist down. Brother Chun-yi, are you alright? Seeing this, Chu Feiyu quickly transformed into human form and flew down to Chun-yi's side to check on him. I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Chun-yi smiled and waved his hand, unleashing a wind blade slash to disperse the surrounding dust. What could possibly be wrong with me? But are you alright? No. That's good. Now you know, right? That Bai Song isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 55 points. Seeing Chun-Yi safe and sound, with a calm and composed expression, Chu Feiyu felt a surge of complex emotions. She recalled Bai Song's disgusted expression and tone last night, and then looked at Chun-Yi's caring words now, and instantly understood what true feelings were. There's no harm in comparison. Chu Feiyu's eyes gradually welled up with tears. She knew she had finally found someone she could entrust her heart to. Ming Song's awakened talent is called single-mindedness, yet he is so resolute towards the girl he once swore an oath to. Although Chun-Yi was accompanied by 6 spirit beast girls, they could clearly feel their respect and affection for him. My own bloodline hasn't even awakened yet. But a prodigy like Chun-Yi was willing to sacrifice his time with his sister to accompany her in a simulation battle, simply because of a brief encounter. The difference in their abilities is immediately apparent. This Bai Song is truly a monster. Brother Chun-Yi, Chu Feiyu's voice was choked with emotion, and her eyes flickered with complex feelings. Alright, let's not talk about that now. Chun-Yi interrupted. You haven't mastered this power yet. Using it rashly could easily hurt someone. You still have several tens of minutes left. Familiarize yourself with your power first. Okay, I understand. Chu Feiyu nodded, her beautiful eyes regaining their confidence and liveliness. At the same time, an idea that she had never dared to think of before suddenly arose in her mind. Her brother Bai Song didn't want her anymore, and she didn't want to get back together with such a heartless man. Previously, she felt that she was definitely not good enough for a genius like Chun-Yi. But now that I possess SS-level bloodline, I should be qualified to stand beside Chun-Yi, right? For the next hour, Chu Feiyu unleashed her full power. Ordinary third-tier magical beasts simply cannot withstand her power. As the battle progressed, Chu Feiyu's confidence grew stronger. They had even forgotten about Bai Song. Chu Feiyu displayed astonishing strength in her battle against a 4th-tier, first-stage magical beast. Using its ability to fly, it skillfully evaded the monster's attacks and dealt it a heavy blow. Despite being only at the 1st-tier, 2nd-stage level, with the support of her single-minded focus, she inherited a significant amount of her mother Moroniu's power and still managed to hold her own. That's outrageous. How was it? Had enough fun. That was awesome. I've never felt this good before. That's good. Let's go to the awakening room to perform a bloodline awakening. Before Chun-Yi could finish speaking, he saw Chu Feiyu suddenly turn around and look at him expectantly. Brother Chun-Yi, what do you think of my bloodline? Wow, that's incredibly strong. It's definitely an extremely powerful bloodline. Chu Feiyu hesitated for a moment, then asked, Brother Chun-Yi, when you have a contract slot in the future, could you save one for me? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi was suddenly jolted. Good heavens, he still had several tricks up his sleeve, and this girl had already proposed a contract so quickly? Is this a classic example of the saying that girls are the easiest targets when they're heartbroken? This is outrageous. Oh, so you want to form a contract with me? Yes, that scumbag Bai Song. I'll make him know that he abandoned an SS-level bloodline spirit beast. I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi's lips curled up slightly. He thought to himself, although the process has been simplified a lot, the result has not changed. However, this may add a lot of burden to kidneys in the future. However, all of this is worthwhile in order to help Chu Feiyu get rid of Bai Song's shadow. I have a contract slot right now. Chun-Yi changed the subject. But, didn't you say you were going back to Tianhai City? Do you want to go back and think about it first, or do you want to sign the contract now? Chu Feiyu was immediately startled, looking at Chun-Yi with disbelief. Do you still have contract slots left? Yes. My talent is to increase the number of contract slots, but it comes at a considerable price. However, if Xiaoyu wants to form a contract with me, I would be more than happy to. Really? Okay, let's make a contract now. Chu Feiyu said with a resolute expression. Of course, part of the reason Chu Feiyu made this decision was to take revenge on Bai Song, who had once sworn eternal love to her, but then abandoned her. But a larger part of the reason was that she felt really happy being with Chun-Yi and his group. Ever since my romantic bias towards Bai Song disappeared, Chu Feiyu suddenly realized that he wasn't as outstanding as she had imagined, and even had quite a few shortcomings. Short-tempered, stubborn, self-righteous, and prone to betraying one's principles for the sake of beauty. Perhaps even her only advantage, her looks, is inferior to brother Chun-Yi. The two are worlds apart. There's absolutely no comparison. It could even be said that comparing Chun-Yi and Bai Song is an insult to Chun-Yi. Chapter 167 Sisterhood. Chu Feiyu has now come to a profound understanding of a truth. Before Bai Song awakened his talent of single-mindedness, his parents did not actually approve of her signing a contract with Bai Song. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly. From the parents' perspective, they were able to gain a clearer understanding of Bai Song's true character. If her daughter enters into a contract with him, her future is very likely to be unpleasant. However, simply because Bai Song awakened the talent of single-mindedness, all his personality flaws were completely ignored. The reason why one person can't forget another is not actually due to genuine affection. Under the influence of various filters, you may feel that the people who appear later are simply incomparable to the person in your heart. This is what they mean by beauty is in the eye of the beholder. When you meet someone truly outstanding, you'll feel deep down that you're not good enough for them. So you'll continue to hold on to that initial feeling. However, once that filter fades, and you encounter someone truly exceptional who is a good match for you, you'll suddenly realize how utterly despicable that person was. You must be out of your mind to like someone like that. Of course, there may be people in the world who are even more outstanding than the person in front of you, and you may be a match for them. But the question is, will you actually be able to encounter it? Even if you do meet someone, will they choose you? Therefore, seizing the opportunity at hand is of utmost importance. Otherwise, you'll really regret it. And Chun-Yi was undoubtedly the person standing right in front of him. Even after leaving the simulation room, the area outside was still bustling with people. Since it's no longer lunch break, there are even more people than before. Identifying bloodlines is not an essential step. Since Chun-Yi has already claimed to possess an SS-level bloodline, there's no need to add anything further. Right now, the most urgent thing is to quickly book a room for a few hours and get the important business done. Brother Chun-Yi, I actually want to apologize to you. I lied. My father hasn't been transferred to another job and is currently on leave. I only said that because I didn't want to stay here anymore. Chun-Yi waved his hand, as if he had expected this. It's nothing. These are all minor matters. If I were you, I probably would have said the same thing. Brother Chun-Yi, I'm so glad you don't blame me. After thinking about it, Chun-Yi finally decided to send a message to the girls to let them know. He muttered to himself, if I don't do this, it feels like I'm having an affair, which is really weird. As expected, when the girls saw this message, they immediately went wild. Various questions kept coming in. Brother Chun-Yi, tell us the address right away. If you dare to steal a bite, we'll make sure you can't get out of bed tonight. What sweet talk did you use to deceive little you this time? She hasn't even awakened her bloodline yet. Honey, I don't object to you contracting new spirit beasts, but can you please be a little more restrained? It's only been a few days. Chun-Yi looked at the messages popping up on his phone screen and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This is not something he can control. However, in order to get a good night's sleep tonight and not be unable to get out of bed, Chun-Yi decided to recount the whole story in detail, describing every detail as clearly as possible. Before long, the girls arrived at Chun-Yi's location, the contract-dedicated hotel of the Yanjing Beast Tamer Association. The two were neatly dressed, their hair was not messy, and there were no signs of use in the bathroom. The girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you catching me cheating? Honestly, didn't I tell you I'd wait until you got here before making any plans? I'm so sorry, ladies. Because of what happened, you can't continue shopping. Chu Feiyu sat obediently on the edge of the bed, her head down, looking somewhat apprehensive. Looking at Chu Feiyu's pitiful appearance, and combined with the criminal evidence that Chun-Yi had just submitted, the girls felt a warmth in their hearts and gathered around Chu Feiyu. Xiaoyu, you're so pitiful. That Bai Song is a complete scumbag. He doesn't take the agreement seriously at all. Exactly. That kind of scum is better off without. And if he can even stand someone up for something so important, who knows what he might do in the future? If you're not sure, don't make a vow. You've wasted so many years of our Xiaoyu's time. It's outrageous. What? Chu Feiyu swallowed hard and managed to squeeze out a sentence. Sisters, I'm sorry. I want to form a contract with Brother Chun-Yi and become his contracted spirit beast. Please give me a chance, and I will definitely live up to your expectations. What's there to apologize for? Exactly. You don't think we're going to yell at you, do you? If anyone's going to criticize someone, it should be Chun-Yi, that womanizing bastard. You're not wrong. Although I really want to have Chun-Yi all to myself, I also know that he belongs to everyone. As long as you sincerely want to form a contract with Chun-Yi and want to do your part for him, we will welcome you. Hearing the girl's words, Chu Feiyu couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. She originally thought these spirit beast girls would grab her without hesitation and question her about why she seduced Chun-Yi. After all, In her imagination, she was already prepared to be called a vixen. Even so, Chu Feiyu did not give up on Chun-Yi in the slightest. Because she firmly believed that her meeting with Chun-Yi and the awakening of her bloodline the very next day after being dumped was no accident, but rather a sign from heaven. First, he had to see Bai Song's true colors, then awaken his bloodline, and Chun-Yi still had a contract slot available. All of this cannot be explained by coincidence. Being questioned and insulted by Chun-Yi's contracted spirit beast may be a trial given by heaven. As long as she can get through this, she will surely be able to usher in a brand new life. However, the reality was beyond her expectations. Unexpectedly, Chun-Yi's contracted spirit beasts were concerned about her condition first, rather than cursing her. Chu Feiyu's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She knew all too well that the multiple contracted spirit beasts under the command of a high-level beast tamer often engaged in various jealous and competitive behaviors due to unequal distribution of resources. They might even form small cliques and exclude someone from among themselves. That's why she initially thought it was more reliable to find a beast tamer with a talent for single-minded dedication like Bai Song. This way, there's no need to worry about jealousy or get involved in those scheming and infighting disputes. However, at this moment, she actually felt an extremely rare sisterly affection from Chun-Yi. This feeling warmed her heart and made her even more convinced that she had made the right choice. Chun-Yi was undoubtedly a benefactor in her life, the man who rescued her from Bai Song's quagmire. Thank you. I, Chu Feiyu, swear to the heavens that I will never betray Brother Chun-Yi and will always belong to Brother Chun-Yi. Chapter 168 Contract with Chu Feiyu. The hotel room. The girls' laughter and chatter rose and fell. However, Chun-Yi seemed somewhat out of place in this joyful atmosphere. Every time he tried to interject, the girls would glare at him fiercely. That look seemed to say, "This is none of your business. Just take a shower tonight and wait." Even Su Taodao, who had the highest level of affection for him, was no exception. Chun-Yi gave a helpless bitter smile, sighing inwardly. His mission is to save every female spirit beast who might die tragically because of her bloodline issues. No wonder people say heroes are often misunderstood. Now it seems that it really is true. However, as long as the harem is harmonious and stable, that would be the best outcome. Before long, the girls ran out of things to talk about. They all stood up, preparing to leave the hotel, leaving the rest of the time to Chun-Yi and Chu Feiyu. Brother Chun-Yi, thank you for accepting my contract request. Chu Feiyu leaned gently on Chun-Yi's shoulder and murmured softly. You're still saying this? Didn't Schwer just tell you? Here, apologies and thanks are unnecessary. Chun-Yi replied speechlessly. If you say that again, I'll have to use physical means to shut you up. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu's face instantly turned bright red. A few seconds later, she mustered her courage and said, I told you. You come and make me shut up. However, before she could finish speaking, Chun-Yi's lips pressed against hers. Chu Feiyu's eyes widened slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face, but it was quickly replaced by a sweet smile. Her hands unconsciously climbed up Chun-Yi's neck, and she hugged him tightly. Little girl, you're playing with fire. I am a fire attribute spirit beast. Do you think I play with water instead of fire? Oh, you dare to talk back? Take this. Let me teach you water-based skills. Let me change positions. Ding. Chu Feiyu's favorability increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 70 points. Half a day later, in a luxurious private room. What's going on here? Xiaoyu, you haven't been scammed, have you? What SS-level bloodline? That's impossible. Chu Xiaohe and Murong Yu were astonished, their eyes fixed on their beloved daughter as they asked. After they came to their senses, the first thing that came to their minds was that their precious daughter had been scammed. It's exactly the kind of situation where, after a breakup, a blonde guy takes advantage of the situation and even brings back an ultrasound report. Seeing her parents' reactions, Chu Feiyu said firmly, Dad, Mom, I'm telling the truth. I really do have SS-level Phoenix bloodline. As she spoke, she entered armed mode without hesitation. In an instant, Chu Feiyu's body underwent an astonishing change. Her long, flowing hair, like molten gold, danced like flames. His eyebrows and eyes were exquisitely beautiful, and his pair of crimson gold vertical pupils burned with an inextinguishable divine fire, exuding an aura of noble dignity as he looked down upon others. Her skin glowed like warm jade, and a golden phoenix-shaped divine mark was faintly visible on her forehead. She exuded a fiery aura and a warm fragrance, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, bright and dazzling. making it difficult to look directly at her. Chu Xiaohe and Murong were stunned by Chu Feiyu's completely new appearance, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. That vibrant power was definitely a phoenix attribute power. There was no way to fake it. At this moment, they noticed Chun-Yi leaning against the door frame, and as if grasping at a straw, they hurriedly went forward to ask him, "Brother Chun-Yi, what exactly is going on? We hope you can tell us the truth, so we can feel at ease." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi smiled slightly and explained, "My talent can enhance the bloodline level of spirit beast girls. Xiaoyu was originally supposed to have an A-level bloodline, but I saw that she had good aptitude, so I directly upgraded her to SS level." Chu Feiyu nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes. If it weren't for Brother Chun-Yi's abilities, I might just be an ordinary firebird, instead of the phoenix I am today." When the two made the contract, they had already discussed a way to fool Chu Xiaohe and Murong Yu. Telling the truth directly might cause excessive worry and opposition from parents. The simplest approach is to attribute all the credit to Chun-Yi. In this way, not only can Chun-Yi answer the questions, avoiding any loopholes, but it also allows for a special emphasis on Chun-Yi's importance. Now that the die is cast, and given that Chu Feiyu was able to advance to SS level with the help of Chun-Yi, Chu Xiaohe and Murong Yu have no reason to refuse this contract. And that is indeed the case. After hearing Chun-Yi's explanation, the couple felt as if their heads were blocked with glue, unable to make sense of it. They only snapped out of their daze when Chu Feiyu waved her hand in front of their eyes. "So, Xiaoyu can only possess this bloodline by following you?" Chu Xiaohe asked with a puzzled look. "Let's say that for now. But if you have such abilities, why do you have to choose Xiaoyu? If it were another S-rank bloodline spirit beast, combined with your talent, wouldn't you be able to directly advance to SSS rank?" Chu Xiao's eyes were somewhat dazed. He couldn't understand why Chun-Yi would make such a choice. It's perfectly normal for him to have such doubts. After all, Chu Feiyu and Chun-Yi had only met a few times. Although Chu Xiaohe helped Chun-Yi resolve the troubles in the five-element secret realm, they were still strangers in the end. In this world, no one is unaware of the importance attached to bloodline ranking. Chun-Yi's talent is more than 10,000 times greater than that of EXINE. If he were to reveal his abilities, not only would Yun Jiao, who's seduced by Song, be interested, but even Luo Yuqing might come knocking on his door seeking a contract. What reason could someone like that possibly have to value Chu Feiyu? Chun-Yi smiled, as if he had expected this. He continued, "As I just said, my talent can enhance the bloodline level of other people. So for me, as long as I invest enough resources, I can help the spirit beast girls achieve transformation and upgrade. Cultivating a top internet celebrity is cultivation. Cultivating a girl from an ordinary family of 3 is cultivation. Even cultivating an abandoned baby is cultivation. So, if I had to choose, I would definitely choose a spirit beast girl who I know well, has a good personality, and is also beautiful, right?" As he spoke, he gently reached out and rubbed Chu Feiyu's little head. This gesture is full of intimacy and doting, and the meaning it wants to express is self-evident. Chu Feiyu's face flushed slightly at this moment, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. Chapter 169 Yun Jiao's Little Thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaohe and Murong Yu exchanged a glance, their faces showing bitter smiles, their laughter tinged with helplessness and regret. This reason is so unexpected that it caught everyone off guard. They never considered ignoring ability and family background. Just because Chu Feiyu has a lively personality and happens to know Chun-Yi, she was able to get close to such a powerful and unparalleled genius as Chun-Yi. This is outrageous. Well, in the end, all the words were condensed into this heavy sigh. Chu Xiaohe and Murong Yu looked at Chu Feiyu and found that she seemed to have moved on from the painful emotions of being abandoned by Song. They would be content as long as their daughter was happy. After calming themselves down a bit, Chu Xiaohe and Murong Yu bowed deeply together, their eyes full of sincerity and earnestness. "Brother Chun-Yi, I'm entrusting my daughter to you from now on. If there's anything we can do to help, just let us know, and we'll do our best to assist you." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi felt a huge weight lifted from his heart, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's a decent way to get by, not bad at all. After a moment's thought, he made his request. "I do have one thing to do. I hope you can use your connections to help me find the whereabouts of the light and dark attribute spiritual treasures. I desperately need these 2 items. All I need to do is find their whereabouts. Money is no object. Also, just don't talk nonsense about my innate abilities." "Understood." Chu Xiaohe and Murong Yu agreed without hesitation. They knew Chen Yi's importance and understood Chu Feiyu's feelings for him. Let alone helping to find the whereabouts of these spiritual treasures, they would not hesitate to buy them directly. They were willing to give anything to ensure Chu Feiyu's well-being. Chu Feiyu stood quietly to the side, her gaze fixed on Chen Yi. Her lips curled slightly upward, and her beautiful eyes revealed endless adoration. She has finally found the man for whom she would give everything. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Bai family manor, Yun Jiao was sitting quietly cross-legged on the ground of the stone pavilion, while the butler, Li Xiefeng, was concentrating on guiding her energy. As time passed, Yun Jiao slowly opened her light blue eyes. She frowned slightly and looked at the butler, saying, "Old Li, your skills seem to have declined somewhat. I feel like you've wasted a lot of spiritual energy." The butler replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, miss. I'm getting old, and my abilities aren't what they used to be." Yun Jiao nodded slightly. "All right. You've worked hard all these years. After a while, I'll go to Baisong to cultivate, and then you can go back to your family to retire." Upon hearing this, Butler Li was not overly excited. Instead, he appeared hesitant and unsure of what to say. He hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered his courage and said, "Miss, I think you should reconsider establishing a contract with Baisong. This man's past." Before they could finish speaking, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The dark figure knelt on one knee and reported to Yun Jiao and the butler. "Report. Miss, elderly, the Chu Feiyu we were following has awakened her bloodline today and entered the contract hotel with other men. She should have completed the contract." Upon hearing this, Yun Jiao's brows furrowed instantly. She sent someone to follow Chu Feiyu, originally wanting to see what kind of person this woman was, and also to investigate whether Baisong would send someone to contact Chu Feiyu. Despite her confidence, she did not believe she would lose to Chu Feiyu. But the fact that her man was always thinking about his childhood sweetheart made her feel a little uncomfortable. I thought she was some big shot, but is that all? She got dumped and immediately signed a contract with some nobody the next day? What a slut. Should we continue to monitor this woman? No need. Yun Jiao shook her head. These next few days, you should gather information on the prodigies participating in this year's beast taming competition. As long as I can get into the top 10, my position as the head of the family will basically be secure. You'll definitely get a lot of benefits. Receive. The shadowy figure responded respectfully, then vanished from the spot in an instant. It was as if it had never existed. Yun Jiao stared intently at the direction where the dark figure disappeared, a look of unprecedented solemnity flashing in her eyes. This year's beast taming competition is truly extraordinary. Many of the most talented members of various beast tamer factions have chosen to participate in this year's competition, making it exceptionally fierce. Luo Yuqing from the Luo family in Shanghai, Wang Yulong from the Wang family in Hanbei, Lin Xiao from the Lin family in Yecheng, Qi Lieming from the Qi family in Huaqing, and Gao Wenyu from the Gao family in Yanjing. These are all peerless geniuses who are famous throughout the world. Each and every one of them is an SS-level being, with extraordinary strength. As prodigies of the same era, they had met several times in their childhood, and their competitive spirit was already deeply rooted. Who would willingly fall behind others? However, she only awakened an S-rank bloodline, which was rather embarrassing. In order not to fall behind, she had no choice but to work hard on the selection of beast tamers. With the support of a single-minded focus, her personal combat power is definitely not inferior to that of an ordinary SS-level bloodline spirit beast. The top 10 are practically guaranteed. Old Li, I know Baisong has serious personality problems, but I have no other choice. Please don't bring this up again. I understand, miss. Upon hearing this, Li Xiefeng said nothing more. He only needs to take care of Yun Jiao's logistics. Time flies like an arrow. It passes in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Chen Yi experienced firsthand what it meant to be unable to get out of bed. He inwardly groaned. Damn it. Even with my physical attributes that are 18 times that of a normal person, plus double the stamina recovery bonus, I still couldn't withstand the combined offensive of the girls. This is absolutely incredible. That's outrageous. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like he had contracted with a group of extraordinary women. The requirement to cultivate affinity every night would have likely caused other beast tamers to die of exhaustion long ago. But it is precisely because of this that Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin have both grown tremendously. Ding! Lin Mingxue's affinity has reached 140 points, meeting the rank requirement of Tier 4, Stage 5. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Lin Mingxue for successfully learning the new skill, Dragon's Roar. Gathering spiritual power, unleashing a roar that deals devastating damage to a wide range of enemies. Ding! Luo Shirin's affinity has reached 120 points, meeting the rank requirement of Tier 4, Stage 5. Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Luo Shirin for successfully learning the new skill, Eye of the Storm. Gathering spiritual energy to create an eye of wind, attracting a wide range of enemies into its center. These are all wide area damage skills, adding 2 more moves to clear out mobs. That's really great. At the same time, with the careful help of Chun Yi and Su Taotao, the Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong sisters also broke through to the 5th stage of the 3rd rank and mastered new skills. Their strength has greatly improved compared to before. Chapter 170, The Conflict of Sequences. Name: Hitomi Hanatsuki. Contract holder: Chun Yi. Bloodline: SSS rank, White Knight Fairy. Level: Tier 3, Stage 5. Constitution: 79. Spiritual power: 162. Attributes: Light, Wood, Holy. Skills: Radiant Sword, Blessed Light, Entangling Vine. Favorability: plus 88 points. Friendliness: 15 points. Evaluation: The White Knight Fairy wields the power of light, capable of granting friendly units a powerful boost to their combat strength. Name: Hua Xingtong. Contract holder: Chun Yi. Bloodline: SSS rank, Dark Fairy. Level: Tier 3, Stage 5. Physical fitness: 75. Spiritual power: 168. Attributes: Dark, Magic, Shadow. Skills: Dark Moon, Shadow Orb, Shadow of Revelation. Favorability: plus 90 points. Friendliness: 15 points. Evaluation: The Night Fairy wields the power of darkness, granting powerful suppression to enemy units. Judging from this panel and skill information, without a doubt, they are both pure mage players. Her spiritual power at the 3rd tier, 5th stage, is almost comparable to that of well-rounded players like Yin Jiyue and Luo Shirin, who are at the 4th tier, 8th stage. Its physical attributes are also quite good, at least reaching the normal level of a spirit beast of the same rank. That's really impressive. Of course, the most eye-catching one is Chu Feiyu, who has just broken through to the 2nd stage, 3rd level. Name: Chu Feiyu. Contract holder: Chun Yi. Bloodline: SS rank Phoenix. Level: Tier 2, Stage 3. Fitness: 120, up. Spiritual power: 125, up. Attributes: Fire, Wind, Phoenix. Skills: Phoenix Flame, Healing Flame. Favorability: plus 75 points. Friendliness: 5 points. Evaluation: The ancient mythical beast Phoenix, wielding the Phoenix Flame, is reborn from the ashes, immortal and indestructible. Thanks to the enhancement effect of single-minded dedication, Chu Feiyu's attributes have now surpassed Su Taotao's panel attributes. You should know that Su Taotao is a 4th tier, 8th level ancient ferocious beast, Taotai. However, even so, she was still outshone by Chu Feiyu. This is absolutely incredible. However, this gap will gradually narrow as the level increases. After all, the attribute bonuses provided by single-minded dedication are fixed. Unless Murong Yu's level increases further, the bonus attributes will always remain the same. However, there is still a certain gap in growth rate between SSS-level bloodlines and SS-level bloodlines, which will be bridged sooner or later. From this perspective, the future looks very bright. The only uncertainty is who should use the spirit beast essence. The female characters' races seem to be very powerful right now, so there's absolutely no need to change races. If we don't use it, we'll be wasting such a wonderful object. But if he were to use it, he wouldn't know who to give it to. This left Chun Yi somewhat conflicted. Or should we give it to Chu Feiyu and let her advance to SSS-level bloodline? They're all phoenixes anyway. After fighting for a day and 2 nights, Chun Yi and his group naturally needed a good rest. After leaving the hotel, Chun Yi led the girls to the Beast Tamer Association. Within the Yanjing Beast Tamer Association, a special event called the Sequence Competition is held to help everyone familiarize themselves with and understand the preliminary selection process for the Beast Tamer competition. The reason why the Beastmaster Association in Yanjing has so many simulated battle rooms is that its scale is as large as a village. Besides being used for hosting the beast taming competition in the future, another important use is for the sequence competition. Beastmasters can register a username in the simulation battle room and then be matched with other Beastmasters for battle. The rules of the battle are exactly the same as the preliminary rounds of the first stage of the beast taming competition, with rankings determined by ladder points. The only difference is that the beast taming battle is a completely random match. Even the top player might be matched with a newcomer who is participating for the first time. The sequence battle, on the other hand, is based on ladder rankings, somewhat similar to the peak tournament and casual matches in a certain mobile game. Of course, just like the beast taming competition, it is limited to people under the age of 25 and can only be participated in by coming to the Yanjing area. People from other cities weren't even eligible to participate. Now that we've finally made it to Yanjing, we should at least experience it, right? Filled with anticipation, Chun-Yi entered the simulation battle room. He clicked on the control panel and selected the sequence contest option. The next second, a feeling of weightlessness, exactly the same as when entering the secret realm, suddenly came over me. Chun-Yi and the girls closed their eyes, waiting for the teleportation to begin. A flash of light followed. Chun-Yi was the first to recover, and a cold, synthesized AI voice echoed in his mind. Dear Beast Tamer, greetings. This is your first time participating in a sequence war. Please set your identity. Maximum 8 characters. This is really interesting. Chun-Yi murmured to himself. Then let's call him Yi-chun. He's terrible at naming things. He has absolutely no idea how to come up with a name. Before his transmigration, his online name in various games was Yi-chan, which was a transliteration of his own name in reverse. Some classmates even called him that, and over time he got used to it. Let's just call it that. Identity successfully set up. As the notification tone faded, the world before Chun-Yi's eyes was immediately enveloped in pure white. He blinked, adjusted his eyes to the light, and noticed that the girls had also arrived. They looked around with curiosity, their eyes sparkling with excitement. At the same time, a UI interface that looked like something out of a science fiction movie appeared on Chun-Yi's left. There are 3 options at the top: View Personal Information, View Leaderboard, and Start Matching. Chun-Yi was also quite curious and clicked on the Personal Information option. Name, Yi-chen. Ranking points, 1000. Number of wins, 0. Total matches, 0. Sequence rank, none. You can view the sequence ranking after a match is completed. Holy crap, isn't this the peak tournament? Is there some kind of national server, provincial server, or village server logo, or something like that? I really miss those days. I used to be a junior ballroom dancer. With this question in mind, Chun-Yi opened the leaderboard. First place, Lung Wuhan, ladder points, 3,800. Second place, Xue Jia's eldest son Yongkai, ladder points, 3,739. Third place, Mumiyu Xiao's ladder score, 3,722. Rank 100. Kai Jiakunken's ladder points, 3,301. Next page, last page. Each page displays information on 100 beast tamers. He discovered that the vast majority of these people chose online names that made their real identities immediately recognizable. Chun-Yi had naturally heard of Lung Wuhan, who was ranked first, and his online name was even his real name. Luo Shirin's nemesis, Luo Yuqing, traveled all the way to Yanjing to make a pact with this person. Putting everything else aside, the gap between Lung Wuhan and the second place is quite large, and his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Based on the online name, Chun-Yi guessed that the second place was most likely Xue Yongkai, the young master of the Xue family, an SS-level beast tamer. As for the third place, it should be someone named Lin Xiao. Other details are currently unknown. Chapter 171, The Pinnacle Tournament of the Beast Taming World. Chun-Yi found these easy-to-understand usernames quite strange. Isn't it said that choosing a screen name is to hide one's identity? Why would these people deliberately expose themselves? Luo Shirin seemed to sense Chun-Yi's confusion, chuckled, and explained, the sequence competition doesn't offer ranking rewards. Its only purpose is to let everyone see it. So, naturally, everyone will choose to reveal their identity to show off their strength. Chun-Yi rested his chin on his hand and said thoughtfully, I see. It's basically like an advertising space, right? Luo Shirin nodded. That's right. Otherwise, why would so many people be trying to climb a leaderboard that doesn't offer any rewards? Moreover, this ranking can also be seen on the official website of the Yanjing Beast Taming Association, so you don't necessarily have to come to Yanjing. Think about it, a high-level bloodline spirit beast that accidentally awakens in a small city, with no suitable candidates around. Its first instinct is to go online to find some powerful beast tamers, and this is a very good shortlist. When those prodigy beast tamers can't find suitable candidates, They post easily identifiable online names to contact high bloodline girls all over the country and see if they can make an appointment for a contract or something. Of course, another reason is that these people really like to compare themselves with each other. Having this ranking also makes it easier for those competitive people to hone their skills. I see. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, understanding the reason behind all of this. However, none of this mattered to Chun-Yi. His purpose in participating in the sequence contest was simple, to just have some fun and, incidentally, train the girls' combat abilities. Whether or not we advertise, it doesn't matter to us. After all, for him, the bloodline level on the surface doesn't mean anything. We'll have to find those girls whose bloodlines are hidden ourselves. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun-Yi immediately selected the option to start matching. Matching you with an opponent of similar skill level. Match successful. Surprisingly, as soon as Chun-Yi clicked match, a notification of a successful match immediately appeared. The next second, a powerful teleportation force emerged. In a flash, Chun-Yi and his group found themselves on a vast and boundless grassland. The girls were not far behind, seemingly separated by a transparent barrier. They can see what's happening on the grassland and communicate normally, but they can't step out of it. At the same time, a human silhouette appeared about 100 meters ahead. The phantom was covered in a silvery light, like a Mercury man from a science fiction movie, making it impossible to discern its true appearance. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Please select your battle beast. You can only choose one spirit beast to fight at a time. Successfully defeating the opponent's beast tamer is considered a victory. You can switch your battle spirit beast at any time during the battle, but there will be a 3-second downtime, so please be aware. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi finally understood how the sequence battle worked. It's essentially similar to the Pokemon games, where you have contracted spirit beasts engage in one-on-one battles. However, you can't see who the opponent is. In addition to defeating all of the opponent's spirit beasts, there is also a way to win by directly killing the opponent's beast tamer. Such rules undoubtedly increase the unpredictability and excitement of battles. At the same time, since you can't see the other person's appearance or username, you can avoid situations where pressure is exerted through family ties or where points are bought and sold. If that's the case, then beast tamers with combat talents would be perfectly suited to this place. The girls naturally heard these hints and volunteered one after another. Brother Chun-Yi, I'll lead the charge. Me too. I want to help Brother Chun-Yi win the first game. Brother Chun-Yi, let me do it. I want to test the results of my training during this period. Seeing the unusually enthusiastic girls, Chun-Yi waved his hand. You guys hold off for now. Let the newbies test the waters first. You'll have your chance to shine later. Xiaoyu, you'll be in the first battle, okay? No problem. I want to see my current strength too. As Chu Feiyu finished speaking, she was instantly teleported outside the barrier and stood beside Chun-Yi. On the other side, the Mercury person also chose their contracted spirit beast, but it was still a Mercury person, and you could barely tell from its figure that it was female. This is completely nonsense. Battle begins. As the AI notification sounded, the Mercury spirit beast instantly transformed into its spirit beast form. What appeared before everyone was a spirit beast that looked like a flying eagle. Without the slightest hesitation, the flying eagle spirit beast, like a silver lightning bolt, swooped down and attacked Chu Feiyu. At the same time, the Mercury beast tamer quickly extended his right hand, making a pistol gesture. He conjured a spiritual energy arrow in his hand and shot it towards Chun-Yi. With a two-pronged approach, they left Chun-Yi no room to resist. Wow, this guy looks like a pro. So what if they're veterans? They're definitely no match for me. Chu Feiyu, however, didn't take it to heart and gave a smug snort. Immediately, she switched into her spirit beast form. A scorching wave of heat instantly swept out from her body, shattering the spiritual energy arrow on the spot, turning it into countless fragments of spiritual energy that dissipated into the air. If you could see the Mercury man's expression at this moment, you would definitely see an expression of utter astonishment. What is this thing? Clang clang. Chu Feiyu let out a long cry. The flames on its wings suddenly coalesced into a deep red ball of fire, which roared forward with overwhelming force. Phoenix Flame. The flying eagle spirit beast was unable to dodge in time and was instantly engulfed by the deep red flames, burning it to ashes. The flames continued their relentless advance, and after annihilating the flying eagle spirit beast, they shot straight toward the Mercury man. Mercury man was surprised by Chu Feiyu's power and hurriedly used his defensive skills. A layer of spiritual energy shield instantly appeared in front of him, attempting to stop the flames from attacking. He also plans to send his next contracted spirit beast into battle. However, a shield of this strength was simply no match for Chu Feiyu's flames. In less than a second, snap! A crisp sound rang out. The crimson flames instantly engulfed the Mercury Man, submerging him in an endless sea of fire. Successfully defeated the opponent. I'm going to woo a beautiful girl. Battle over. Congratulations on your victory. Ladder points plus 20. Current MMR 1020. Current ranking 359985. Continue matching. Exit sequence contention. Chapter 172 Rapid Ranking Improvement. Wow, there are so many people. Looking at the UI interface in front of him, Chun Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Let's not consider those who scored lower than us. There are nearly 360,000 people whose ranking is higher than yours on the ladder. The sequence battle is an event prepared in preparation for the beast taming battle. Generally speaking, only beast tamer groups of level 3 or above will participate. In the Dragon Kingdom, beast tamers of the 3rd rank or above account for about 1% of the total population. If we add the age limit of under 25, then it might be less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the battle for the order of precedence only took place in Yanjing, not nationwide. The fact that it could attract at least 360,000 people speaks volumes about the event's appeal. Brother Chun-Yi, how was it? How did I do? Chu Feiyu looked at Chun-Yi with anticipation. Her big, watery eyes blinked, as if waiting for Chun-Yi's praise. Chun-Yi smiled slightly, reached out and gently patted Chu Feiyu's head, and said gently, very impressive. The opponent's strength should be around the 3rd level, 3rd stage, and you were able to kill him instantly. You truly live up to your reputation. Chu Feiyu laughed happily upon hearing this. Brother Chun, he said I'm awesome. Seeing this scene, the other girls all pouted, feeling somewhat unconvinced. What? They can easily defeat them all. It just so happens that Chu Feiyu is the one fighting this time. They all desperately wanted to receive praise and a pat on the head from Chun-Yi. At that moment, all the girls had only one thought in their minds. Without any intention of resting, Chun-Yi immediately chose to continue the matchmaking battle. The girls' skills were way too overpowered. They were practically crushing their opponents and winning every time. They just couldn't stop. As your ranking points increase, the points you get from winning a match become fewer and fewer. But this did nothing to stop Chun-Yi from climbing the ranks. In the blink of an eye, my ranked points have exceeded 2,000. Just as Chun-Yi was frantically trying to score points. On the display screen in the waiting hall of the Beastmaster Association, a name flashed by like a shooting star. Congratulations to Yi-Chen for successfully defeating the Crown Prince of Yecheng and entering the top 10,000. Wow, someone else has made it into the top 10,000? This person seems to be a newcomer too? What's their ranking today? The battle for beast taming is about to begin. It seems that the prodigies from those major powers are starting to climb the rankings. Sigh, I feel like my 9,527th place is in jeopardy. I estimate that the competition will be at its fiercest when there's only a week left before the beast taming competition begins. I'm going to try my luck on the leaderboard too. If I make it into the top 10,000, I'm going to confess my feelings to my crush. The beast tamers were all discussing it. About an hour later, Bai Song and Yun Jiao arrived at the Beast Tamer Association together, wanting to determine each other's bloodline level. After all, a contract is a lifelong matter. If someone makes false claims, you could be cheated out of everything after signing the contract. Therefore, it is still very necessary to take a complete qualification test at the Beastmaster Association before signing the contract. It's pretty much like the premarital checkup before time travel. Are there so many people in the bloodline testing room? Bai Song clicked his tongue inwardly, but quickly put on a fawning expression. Jiao, I'll send people to clear the area immediately. No need. I'll just wait in the waiting area. It won't waste much time. Yun Jiao refused, saying, the power dynamics in Yanjing are so complex. If we accidentally run into a brick wall, it won't be a good thing. After all, she happened to encounter something similar when she came to watch the game last year. A powerful clan from out of town challenged the Zheng family, the 37th ranked beast tamer family in Yanjing, escalating the conflict between the two sides and causing the clan's family business to plummet. He deeply regretted his actions, and even kneeling down to apologize was useless. In such areas, it's best to avoid causing trouble. Okay, whatever you say. Bai Song found a seat, and then waved to Yun Jiao. Come over here. Seeing the two of them walking together, many beast tamers felt as if the sky had fallen. His eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Holy crap, Yun Jiao really did get snatched up by Bai Song. Sigh, Wouldn't you call them a perfect match? I'm so envious. How annoying. What's the use of this A-level talent? I'd rather have the single-minded talent. Judging from their appearance, they're probably here for a qualification test. They'll likely form contracts tonight, and tomorrow we'll probably have another top player quickly climbing the rankings. About an hour later, another dazzling golden banner appeared at the top of the display screen. At the same time, a rousing voice broadcast resounded throughout the entire space. Congratulations to Ichin for successfully defeating the top-ranked male god 55 and entering the top 1,000. Holy crap, we're already in the top 1,000. I seem to remember that this Ichin just entered the top 10,000 an hour ago, right? And now he's in the top 1,000? If we take into account the matchmaking and preparation time, doesn't that mean he's killing his enemies instantly every time? That's not right. The top 1,000 players must have at least 2,500 points in the ladder, right? Why are so many people matching them up? Brother, you don't know this. Since there are virtual magical beasts, there are naturally virtual beast tamers and virtual spirit beasts. If the matchmaking system hasn't found anyone after a minute, it will enter a battle with a virtual beast tamer, whose strength is about 130% of the average strength of all beast tamers and spirit beasts in that rank. If you're a local in this rank, cancel and rematch after about 50 seconds, otherwise it'll be very difficult to win against a virtual beast tamer. The high-ranking players can ignore this. I didn't expect there to be virtual beast tamers and virtual spirit beasts. How wonderful it would be to participate in battles against magical beasts. On another note, since high yellow games can determine if someone is a virtual beastmaster based on matchmaking time, can't we manipulate the rankings? For example, we could have a skilled teammate go to low yellow games to kill AI and boost their MMR, then pass it on to ourselves. No way. Anyone can only be matched with the same opponent once a year, so there's no way to farm points. This Ichun is farming points by killing virtual beast tamers with his own strength. I see. It seems this guy could easily make it into the top 500. The crowd discussed it animatedly, all with expressions of awe. After all, being able to break into the top 1,000 in such a short time is definitely a testament to their strength. As for those top performers who are climbing the rankings, most of them had already reached their desired rankings a long time ago. After that, unless he is pushed down by someone or encounters some great opportunity, his strength will increase significantly. Otherwise, few people would continue to strive for higher rankings. After all, it would be better to spend that time building rapport with the girls. Chapter 173 Lightness Skill, Walking on Water. They seemed to have noticed that the conversation in the waiting room had shifted. The director on the big screen understood immediately and quickly set aside a section of the screen, switching the view to the leaderboard section of the sequence battle. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the screen, where the rankings were constantly changing. As you can see, the person named Ichin is improving at an astonishing rate. Every 2 minutes, his ranking would rise by 1 place, as if he were challenging the limits of everyone's cognition. Even Yun Jiao couldn't help but glance at it, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Ranked 800? That means he must be at least at the mid-stage of the 4th tier. No, this guy seems to have improved his ranking by fighting virtual beast tamers. With such a fast speed, he should be around the 7th or 8th level of the 4th tier. That's strange. Which 4th tier high-level prodigy hasn't competed in the rankings? I remember they've all done it. Seeing this, Bai Song chuckled and chimed in. They're probably like us, only recently preparing to establish a contract. But they're definitely not as powerful as Yu Xiao. Yun Jiao nodded without saying anything. She stared quietly at Ichin's name on the big screen, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. An indescribable feeling welled up inside her. This Ichin seems to be no ordinary person. Time passed second by second. Before long, Chun Yi and his group arrived at number 501. They're just one step away from being in the top 500, currently waiting for a match. Speaking of which, Brother Chun Yi, we've always been curious about your own combat abilities. Yes. How did you come up with that move that instantly killed the Phoenix puppet? Huh? Is Brother Chun Yi also very strong in combat? Of course. Xiaoyu, you might not know, but Brother Chun Yi once instantly killed a monster that none of us could defeat. He was incredibly strong. Really? That's amazing. Brother Chun Yi, I want to see you fight a spirit beast. The girls chattered excitedly, all looking at Chun Yi with expectant eyes. In response, Chun Yi shrugged and said, since you all want to see my fighting skills, then I'll show you a little something in the next battle. Brother Chun Yi is so nice. Match successful. The AI prompt had barely finished speaking. The scene before Chun-Yi and his group changed instantly, and they were all teleported to a tranquil lakeside. There's still a Mercury man ahead. However, judging from those subtle body movements, the other person seemed to be a real person. If they are virtual beast tamers, they will simply stand still like wooden figures before the battle begins, without making any movement. Starting from 2,000 points, Chun-Yi was always matched with virtual beast tamers, and he had no desire to fight at all. Now I've finally met a real person. Meanwhile, the Mercury man on the other side had the same thought upon seeing the other. Having just experienced 3 battles against unchallenging virtual opponents, he felt utterly bored. Finally, he'll meet a real opponent and let him vent his frustrations. He is Gao Wenyu, the eldest son of the Gao family, the 8th beast tamer family in Yinxing, and a 4th tier, 10th level beast tamer. His awakened talent is an SS level talent, Tyrant. This greatly enhances his combat power and allows him to master some basic spirit beast skills. Moreover, the strength of his contracted spirit beasts will also increase significantly after entering battle. However, this talent also has a small drawback. It makes one prone to anger and easily loses control. Gao Wenyu was not previously obsessed with ranking. After all, his information channels cover the whole country, and he can know the list of bloodline awakening in various cities in the first instance. He doesn't need to attract other spirit beasts by advertising. Therefore, apart from initially reaching over 500th place, the ranking has remained unchanged ever since. The reason she's fighting now is because of a spirit beast she recently contracted with, Qi Lianming, the second young lady of the Qi family in Huaqing. She is also a prodigy with the SS-level bloodline, the Heart Lotus Kirin. As a spirit beast girl from a prominent family, she naturally wanted to prove herself through the battle of sequences. Unable to resist Qi Lianming's request, Gao Wenyu had no choice but to try and climb the rankings. But to his surprise, he encountered only AI beast tamers, which left him speechless. Lianer, this battle is between real people, so you can take on the spirit beast. Finally, real people. Hopefully, I can have a good time. Qi Lianming was happily teleported out. At the same time, Chun-Yi also made a decision to let Su Taodao join the battle. She wanted to completely break with the past in this battle of beast taming. Those AI beast tamers were unable to fully unleash Su Taodao's power, nor could they test her true combat strength. Now that we've finally met a real person, we absolutely have to let her train her ability to fight spirit beasts. Battle begins. Qi Lianming instantly switched to her armed form and sped towards Su Taodao. At the same time, Gao Wenyu also took a sudden step forward, attacking Chun-Yi from the side. Soaring through the air, riding the waves. The river water on the riverbank seemed to flow smoothly under his feet, as if it were flat ground. Is that actually water skimming skill? Holy crap, this can't be real, right? Chun-Yi was completely stunned. His current physique value has exceeded 180 points, but he still cannot perform the light-footed water walking skill. But this guy in front of me did it so easily. Could it be some hidden big shot? Thinking of this, Chun-Yi's forehead broke out in a fine sweat. He was just showing off in front of the girls, saying he was going to demonstrate his skills, but now he's feeling a bit guilty. If I fail to impress others later, won't my favorability rating plummet? Just then, Gao Wenyu had already reached Chun-Yi, his hand flashing with lightning, exuding a fierce aura. Lightning fist. Damn it. I have to act cool whether I want to or not. In order not to lose the girls' favor, Chun-Yi gritted his teeth and went to meet them. He dared not hold back in the slightest, and all his strength was concentrated into one point at this moment, and he threw a punch. At the same time, he leaned back slightly, ready to retreat, intending to create some distance first. However, the next second, something unexpected happened. Just then, the lightning fist of the Mercury Man collided with Chun-Yi. It then flew backward at an even faster speed than before, like a cannonball. It slammed heavily onto the barrier not far away, producing a dull thud. What the heck? Chun-Yi was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought this guy who could walk on water with his lightness skill was a formidable character, but it turned out he couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. Could it be that this guy's innate skill is this so-called lightness skill of walking on water? Isn't this just a complete paper tiger? Chapter 174: The True Form of the Gluttonous Beast. The girls were also excited when they saw this. It felt like seeing my idol. Xiaoyu, did you see that? This is Chun-Yi's strength. I saw it. That guy can walk on water with his lightness skill. He's obviously quite strong. I didn't expect he couldn't even withstand a punch from brother Chun-Yi. That's right. Don't you even know who we chose? Wow, that's amazing. Now I truly believe that Brother Chun-Yi is even stronger than us. On the other side, Gao Wenyu was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this thing? What just happened? Why was he sent flying by a single punch? This guy is also a combat-type beast tamer, and his ability to enhance his own combat power is even higher than mine. A chill instantly ran through Gao Wenyu's heart. Damn it, I wanted to bring Qi Lianming along to show off, but I didn't expect to be outmaneuvered. If I lose and cause Qi Lianming to be eliminated, I'll probably have to kneel on a washboard again tonight. Damn it, I have no choice but to run away. I'll let Lianer deal with him later. Gao Wenyu cursed inwardly. That guy hasn't made a move at all. I wonder how fast he is. However, the next second, when Gao Wenyu's gaze fell on Qi Lianming, who was fighting with Su Taotao, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Qi Lianming was being completely suppressed by Su Taotao and had no power to fight back. It's incredibly bizarre that a woman who is 1.75 meters tall was being overpowered by a woman who is just over 1.5 meters tall in close combat. What exactly is going on? Just then, Su Taotao suddenly threw a punch, sending Qi Lianming flying. Qi Lianming's body slammed into the barrier that Gao Wenyu had just destroyed like a cannonball, and then slowly slid down from it. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She simply couldn't believe she had been defeated so badly. Lianer, what happened? How come you couldn't beat her? Gao Wenyu asked anxiously. This guy is weird. He absorbs my power to strengthen himself. Qi Lianming gritted her teeth and said resentfully. At first I could suppress her a little, but gradually I became no match for her at all. How could it be so bizarre? Yes, he's definitely not an ordinary person. A resolute glint flashed in Qi Lianming's eyes. Use that move, I don't want to lose. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Wenyu nodded. Good. He took a deep breath, placed his hand on Qi Lianming's shoulder, and began to activate the second effect of the tyrant, Berserk. As Gao Wenyu cast his spell, a powerful surge of energy instantly flowed into Qi Lianming's body. Qi Lianming's body began to tremble violently. Her eyes gradually turned bloodshot, and her originally beautiful face became ferocious and terrifying. Her size kept expanding, and in the blink of an eye, she was over 30 meters tall. At this moment, Qi Lianming had completely lost her mind. She had only one thought in her mind: fight. Is this a Qilin? It's huge. Chen-Yi, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but gasp in surprise at the sight. This Qilin is even larger than Lin Mingshue's original body. At this moment, Su Taotao tugged at Chun-Yi's hand, her voice barely audible. Brother Chen-Yi, I actually have a real form too. It's just that it might be a little scary. After I transform, you won't abandon me at night, will you? Upon hearing this, Chen-Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a doting smile. He gently tapped Su Taotao's head and chuckled. What are you thinking? You're my little darling. How could I possibly not want you? Besides, I can tell what race you are. Why would I be afraid? Okay, I understand. Having received Chun-Yi's assurance, Su Taotao's eyes became exceptionally firm, and she secretly cheered herself on. She took a deep breath, then closed her eyes tightly, and her entire body began to fluctuate violently. In an instant, a pitch-black mist quickly enveloped Su Taotao. That originally petite body began to expand rapidly under the shroud of mist. As her body continued to grow larger, Su Taotao's appearance underwent astonishing changes. Her body gradually grew to be as huge as a mountain, with the body of a goat and the face of a human, covered with a layer of hard bronze scales. Under her armpits, the two black vortexes were like deep black holes, exuding a chilling aura. But what is most terrifying is that enormous mouth that splits open to the roots of the ears. Its fangs were like jagged halberd blades, incredibly sharp, gleaming with a cold light. In his throat, a pitch-black vortex that devoured light spun rapidly, as if it could swallow everything. Tiger teeth and human claws, gleaming coldly, seemed capable of tearing through the void. Roar! After all these changes were completed, Su Taotao let out a roar that sounded like a baby crying and the humming of the heavens and earth. The ancient ferocious beast Taotai has officially appeared at this moment. Upon seeing this scene, Gao Wenyu and the spirit beast girls inside the barrier were all stunned into silence. Their eyes were wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. At that moment, they had only one thought in their minds. What the hell is this thing? A monster, a monster. What the hell is this monster? Help, help me. Gao Wenyu's legs trembled involuntarily, and a warm liquid flowed down his trouser leg. Godzilla and the like are probably nothing special, right? What the hell is this spirit beast bloodline? Why do such sacred objects exist in this world? Even Qi Lianming, who has now lost almost all of her rationality. He was stunned for a long time after seeing what was happening before him. The bloodline suppression from the ancient ferocious beast caused her body to tremble involuntarily. That instinctive fear constantly assaulted her mental defenses. We can't win. We absolutely can't win. This thought kept echoing in her mind. We must escape. However, just as she had this idea in mind, then the Taotai suddenly opened its blood-red maw, and the two black holes under its armpits burst open, releasing endless dark power. The black hole, like a black torrent, swept in at an astonishing speed, completely engulfing the entire world. All the points of light vanished completely in this darkness. All matter seemed destined to vanish into nothingness in this darkness. At that very moment, an AI notification sounded. Successfully defeated the opponent, the young master of the Gao family. Battle over. Congratulations on your victory. Ladder points plus 11. Current MMR, 2,675. Current ranking, 491. Continue matching. Exit sequence contention. Chapter 175 entering the top 100. The moment the notification lit up, a notification and voice announcement also lit up on the large screen in the waiting hall. Congratulations to Yichun for successfully defeating the young master of the Gao family and entering the top 500. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen, their faces filled with disbelief. As if frozen in place, they stared blankly at the news broadcast, dumbfounded. My brain was slow to recover. My scalp tingled, and my whole body went numb from the shock. This is not because Yichun made it into the top 500. It was because the person Yichun defeated was none other than Gao Wenyu, the young master of the Gao family. This is a peerless genius who has made a contract with Qi Lianming, the eldest daughter of the Qi family in Huaqing. They are strong contenders for the top 10 in this beast-taming competition. How could someone like him be defeated? Young Master Gao? Isn't that Gao Wenyu? He actually lost. Who exactly is this Yichun? He can even beat Gao Wenyu? That's incredible. Your focus seems a bit off, doesn't it? Didn't you notice that only 2 minutes have passed since Yichun's ranking changed? In other words, excluding waiting and matching time, Gao Wenyu probably didn't even last a minute before losing. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone was as if waking from a dream, speechless with astonishment. Damn it, Gao Wenyu is an SS-level beast tamer, with a rank as high as the 4th level, 10th stage. And Qi Lianming, whom he contracted, is the granddaughter of the 7 dragon generals. Since childhood, the two have consumed various rare and precious spiritual treasures to temper their bodies, and their potential and strength are definitely among the top in the 4th rank and 10th stage. Now, we are told that such a genius was defeated in just 1 minute? How is this possible? This sudden news was like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's heart hard. Even Yun Jiao couldn't sit still anymore. If there really is such an extraordinary beast tamer, then she would probably have to reconsider her choice. Although she only has S-class bloodline, her good looks, illustrious family background, and top-notch cooking skills are all great advantages. Moreover, she has now cultivated to the 4th level, 10th stage through her own efforts, and is only a step away from the 5th level, which undoubtedly saves a lot of cultivation time. Among the S-rank bloodline spirit beast girls, she is definitely among the top tier. However, the current situation is rather unusual. Spirit beasts that awaken bloodlines of SS rank or higher are becoming increasingly rare, while the number of beast masters of SS rank or higher is increasing year by year. Logically speaking, given his own qualifications, he should be able to curry favor with such a powerful person. It's our turn. Bai Song gently reminded him, his voice filled with undisguised envy. This Yichun is undoubtedly an SS-level beast tamer. Sigh, he's truly enviable. However, this time Yun Jiao shook her head, a rare occurrence, and said with a firm gaze, "Let's wait a bit. I want to see who this Yichun really is. We'll guard this intersection. If he comes out of the simulation battle room, he'll definitely see us." Upon hearing this, Bai Song also sighed slightly. To be honest, he also longed to see Yichun in person. After all, with such strength, their future achievements are bound to be limitless. If we can take this opportunity to make friends with them, it will undoubtedly be a great help to our future development. However, due to the important business he had come for, he could only bury this expectation deep in his heart. As it happens, Yun Jiao also has the same idea, so let's just wait here. Just then, the door to simulation room number 007 suddenly burst open. Gao Wenyu and his 4 contracted spirit beast girls walked out of the room in a panic, their faces filled with terror, as if they had just experienced a nightmare. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. What exactly is that thing? A monster. It's definitely a monster. Damn. The crowd then noticed Gao Wenyu and gathered around, asking him all at once what had happened. However, Gao Wenyu remained seemingly lost in thought, ignoring the questions posed by those around him. After regaining her senses, Qi Lianming, panting heavily, muttered to herself, I can only say that it's absolutely a monster. Even Lung Wuhan could never defeat that monster. Why does such a terrifying thing exist in the world? At this moment, Chun Yi had no intention of resting and chose to continue matching. Since you're not tired at all, what's the point of resting? Brother Chun Yi, were you scared by me? Su Taotao asked timidly. There was a hint of unease in her voice, because she herself felt that her true form was too terrifying. Chun Yi smiled and replied gently. As an enemy, of course I'd be afraid. But you're my woman, why should I be afraid? Would you betray me? Impossible. I would never betray Brother Chun Yi, not even if it meant death. That's settled then, so stop saying those things. Of course, not only Chun Yi, but the girls also didn't feel scared at all. Instead, their eyes revealed a hint of envy as they all looked at Su Taotao. Yan Jiyue, in particular, always felt that her true form lacked a certain majesty. The fluffy white nine-tailed fox looks more like an adorable pet than a fearsome creature. If only she could have a powerful and majestic physical form like the Taotai. That's enough to scare someone to death. The battles that followed became exceptionally easy, mostly involving virtual beast tamers. Chun Yi and his group moved through the crowd as if they were in an empty field, advancing unimpeded without encountering any resistance whatsoever. Finally, an hour later, the large screen in the waiting hall once again displayed a report about Chun Yi. Congratulations to Yi Chen for successfully defeating his opponent, who had an 11-game winning streak followed by an 11-game losing streak, and entering the top 100. They've made it into the top 100. Damn, that's awesome. How many times have you said that? Even the eldest daughter of the Qi family called it a monster. How can it not be awesome? Is there any top 100 player out there? I could try to match with him now. Maybe I'll run into him. What are you thinking? Even if we get matched, what's the use? You can't see who your opponent is in sequence conflict, and you'll just get beaten up for nothing. We might as well just wait here for him to come out. 94th place already. Damn it. Is that another instant kill? How high can he get? Could it be that he's planning to surpass Lung Wuhan in first place in just one day? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The average strength in the Heavenly Ladder division, where Lung Wuhan is located, is around the mid-5th rank. If it's an AI beast tamer, then its combat power is close to the 6th rank. You're telling me that a beast tamer under 25 years old has the combat power of the 6th rank? Are you kidding me? More and more beast tamers and spirit beasts are gathering outside. The word spread quickly, and before long, the seats were completely full, with even hundreds of people standing. They all wanted to see who this so-called Yi Chen really was. If possible, establishing diplomatic relations with such a genius would definitely not be a bad thing. Chapter 176, First Meeting. At this time, Chun Yi played more than 10 more matches and fought his way up to rank 80. Starting from 3,300 points, you only get 6 or 7 points for each win, and the score difference between different rankings is quite large. Sometimes, even winning 3 games in a row may not improve your ranking by 1 place. Chun Yi checked the time. It was already lunchtime. Although they had been swiftly eliminating their opponents, they still felt a little tired after a morning of fighting. Moreover, the girls' stomachs were also getting hungry and started growling. Right now, Chun Yi has no shortage of cultivation resources. The spatial ring was filled with magical beast cores and various rare and precious treasures. After digesting the hunger from these treasures, it's time to move on to the next round of cultivation. Now, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taodao, and Yan Jiyue have all reached the 4th rank, 8th stage. However, Chun Yi himself was only at the 4th level, 7th stage. Ultimately, this is because Chun Yi's spiritual power has increased. Although this would significantly speed up his refining of spiritual treasures, it would also slow down his leveling up. After all, beast tamers cultivate by refining and guiding the excess spiritual power of female spirit beasts, and the amount of spiritual power they can absorb is much less than that of female spirit beasts who directly consume heaven and earth treasures and magical beast cores. Therefore, Chun Yi knew that if he wanted to level up quickly in the future, he would have to help the girls with energy guidance. Now that he has such a rare opportunity, he can't miss it. 80th place, not bad. That's all for today. We'll deal with the rest next time. Looking at his ranking, Chun-Yi suggested, let's go home. Good. The girls readily agreed. Finally, I can cultivate again. Chun-Yi and his group withdrew from the sequence battle and opened the door to the simulation battle room. However, the moment they stepped out of the room, they were startled by what they saw. Holy crap! What's going on? Is there some kind of event here? Why are there so many people? Chun-Yi stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the large crowd that had stretched into the aisle. If Chun-Yi remembered correctly, when he arrived, there were at least 2/3 of the seats available in the waiting hall. But now, not only are all the seats full, but many people are even standing. What the hell is this? Just then, a beastmaster who had just finished a match and was beaming with pride came over and explained, Brother, how long have you been sitting here? Didn't you know something big happened here? Event. Chun-Yi frowned slightly and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is there a fire somewhere? What fire? Is this a big deal? The beast tamer said speechlessly, I arrived an hour ago. I heard that a really awesome player appeared in the sequence struggle matchmaking, so I wanted to try matching with him to see if I could get a match with him. I didn't expect him to suddenly get 5 consecutive wins. I've been stuck at 2,000 points for so long. Haha. Chun has finally broken through. Is he a really powerful figure? Chun-Yi and the girls exchanged glances, and the first person that came to mind was that master of water skimming skills. After all, for a beast tamer to achieve this level with their physical body is indeed an incredibly impressive feat. Even Chun-Yi and the girls couldn't do that in human form. But this so-called expert is really bad, isn't he? Putting aside the fact that the Beastmaster himself couldn't even withstand a single move from him, that Qilin Spirit Beast was even weaker than Su Taodao, the team's support character. It seems that the skill level of beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom still has a lot of room for improvement. Finally broke 2,100 points, hehe. The beast tamer waved his arms excitedly and pulled his 4 girls into his embrace. Girls, you did a fantastic job today. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. Good. Watching the group of beast tamers scurry towards the waiting hall, Chun-Yi and his group looked at each other, then helplessly shrugged. How lonely it is to be invincible. When Chun-Yi and his group arrived at the waiting hall, they were immediately surrounded by a crowd. Holy crap, did this guy form contracts with 7 people? It should be the talent that increases the number of contract slots. Under the rule of the sequence struggle, which is only one-on-one, this kind of talent is the most useless. The class is quite high, most of them are 4th tier, and there are 3 second or 3rd tier ones, which should be the latest contracts. It shouldn't be him. Move aside. After taking a quick look at Chun-Yi and his group, the crowd quickly made way for them. Gao Wenyu and Qi Lianming emphasized that Yi Chun, who defeated him, must be a being of the 5th rank or higher. Only someone at the 5th rank or higher could defeat him so effortlessly. The leading beast tamer was at the 4th rank, 7th stage, which was quite high, but still not enough. Chun-Yi and his group were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What are you doing? This feels like a terrorist search. However, at that moment, a shocked voice suddenly came from the crowd. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? The visitor was none other than Bai Song. It must be said that he is indeed quite handsome, has a very stable presence, and is dressed very appropriately. No wonder she could have captivated Chu Feiyu so completely. At this moment, Bai Song had already bypassed the crowd and arrived at the front, looking at Chu Feiyu, who was standing close to Chun-Yi, with a bewildered expression. Although it's probably impossible for him to win Chu Feiyu back now. But seeing her childhood sweetheart so sweetly spending time with other men still made her a little unhappy. In particular, he still harbors some thoughts about taking Chu Feiyu as a concubine. The moment Chu Feiyu saw Bai Song, her previously lively expression instantly turned gloomy. Is there a problem with my contracted beast tamer making it off the list? Chu Feiyu responded coldly. You were the one who kicked her out of the Bai family manor 3 nights ago, and you're the one calling her so affectionately now. What exactly are you trying to do? Of course, Chu Feiyu did not say these words aloud. They were childhood sweethearts after all, and matters between men and women sometimes can't be explained in just a few words, so there's no need to make things too awkward. But when Bai Song heard these words, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and the sky had collapsed, and the earth had caved in. Her childhood sweetheart was so intimate with another man, they even made a pact. This. Xiaoyu. No, I heard you're going back to Tianhai City, so I wanted to ask you what's going on there. Bai Song looked anxious and reached out to grasp Chu Feiyu's hand. However, before his hand could touch Chu Feiyu, it was grabbed by a strong hand. Roll, Chun-Yi said impatiently. Show some respect, you know? Chapter 177, Chun Yi's Small Goal. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Chun Yi in disbelief. It should be noted that Bai Song is about to form a contract with Yun Jiao, the daughter of the Yun family, and his status and position are now vastly different from before. He was no longer the young master of a small family ranked outside the top 100. How dare Chun Yi speak to Bai Song like that in front of so many people? Dude, you're awesome. You're Xiaoyu's beast tamer? Bai Song's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Say that again if you dare. I'll cripple you. Bai Song was already quite annoyed by Yun Jiao's reluctance to sign the contract. Now look what happened. He spoke so politely, and this is the attitude he got in return. Moreover, this guy was the culprit who stole Chu Feiyu. This is intolerable. Humph, a treacherous person like you. Telling you to get lost is already showing you respect. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Can't you see I'm going back now? Chun Yi retorted without backing down. The reason he harbored such deep hostility towards Bai Song was, on one hand, he wanted to help Chu Feiyu get revenge. Chu Feiyu waited for you, Bai Song, for more than 10 years, only to be cruelly abandoned by you. We must seek justice for her. Perhaps this will also help improve Chu Feiyu's favorability. On the other hand, Chun Yi was indeed very unhappy with this person. Calling someone else's contracted spirit beast so affectionately in public, anyone who didn't know better would think they'd been cheated on. What angered Chun Yi even more was that such an excellent spirit beast embryo, as Yun Jiao, was actually snatched up by that guy Bai Song. This is an absolute waste of resources, a total loss. This guy's really messed with us. He needs to vent his anger properly. You son of a bitch. Bai Song's face flushed red, veins bulged on his forehead, and his knuckles turned slightly white from excessive force. His eyes were wide with anger as he stared intently at Chun Yi, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Thanks to his single-minded talent and the support of his family's resources, he also cultivated to the 4th level, 10th stage on his own, and his personal combat strength was also quite remarkable. They were not afraid of Chun Yi and the spirit beast girls around them at all. Stop! Just then, Yun Jiao suddenly darted out from the crowd and blocked Bai Song's path, shouting, "Don't cause trouble." Jiao, how can I tolerate this? This guy is... Didn't you tell me you broke off your relationship with that Chu Feiyu? What? You still want to rekindle your old flame? No. Jiao, let me explain. After all, she's my childhood friend. I should at least greet her when we meet, right? Alright. Don't you know? Publicly calling someone else's contracted spirit beast by its nickname in front of everyone is blatant provocation. Even if you can beat him, do you think your public opinion will hold up? Upon hearing this, Bai Song's body trembled slightly, and he finally calmed down by about 70%. Indeed, the Beast Tamer Association has explicit regulations. Anyone who tries to seduce another beast tamer's contracted spirit beast will be held fully responsible for any disputes arising from such an affair. If you cause trouble in the wild, without concrete evidence, the matter may simply be dropped. But this is the Beastmaster Association, where there are surveillance and recording devices everywhere. He had taken the initiative to seduce Chu Feiyu, and there were even signs that he had physically assaulted her. Once a battle breaks out, neither public opinion nor the rules will be on his side. Alright, stop explaining so much to me. Yun Jiao turned around, looked at Chun Yi, and said with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, this was our fault. We'll leave right away." After saying that, he grabbed Bai Song and turned to leave. However, the moment Chun Yi saw the information from the Yun Jiao system, he seemed frozen in place, completely stunned. Surprisingly, this girl hasn't even formed a contract with Bai Song yet? That's wonderful. Maybe I could try soaking her in hot water for a bit. If you succeed, you'll make a fortune. If you fail, it's no big deal. If we can successfully form a contract with Yun Jiao and make her dump Bai Song, then let him experience what it's like to be dumped. Perhaps for Chu Feiyu, this is the real moment of triumph. However, at that moment, Chun Yi suddenly realized a problem. No, the reason Chu Feiyu was dumped seems to be because of this girl, right? This doesn't seem so good. What if I manage to get her through a contract, and Chu Feiyu harbors resentment towards me because of it? Thinking of this, Chun Yi frowned deeply, his mind filled with conflict. It wasn't because he was a womanizer or attracted to Yun Jiao's looks. Probably. However, the system rewards that Yun Jiao possessed were simply too tempting. He had originally prepared himself mentally. They believed that since Yun Jiao had been contracted by someone else and the system mission had failed, so be it. However, It has now been learned that Yun Jiao has not yet signed a contract, and the system task still exists. Suddenly, I'm feeling like restarting my strategy guide. Sigh, never mind. Let's go home and eat early. If the opportunity arises, I'll give it a try. If not, then forget it. It's more important to take good care of the girls in the bowl first. At this point, Chen-Yi also set a small goal. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a female spirit beast in the crowd exclaimed, I think I've seen you before. Aren't you Chen-Yi, the one who achieved the fastest completion record in the Jiangxing Beast Tamer assessment? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze once again fell upon Chen-Yi. Some people even took out their phones and quickly browsed the news from that time. When they saw the photos in the news, the result was naturally that they all gasped in shock. He really is Chen-Yi, the creator of the fastest record for passing the Beast Tamer assessment. How is this possible? For months ago, Chen-Yi was only at the first level, right? And now he's at the fourth level. Judging from his appearance, he must be a prodigy from a powerful force. He has been consuming various spiritual treasures since childhood, and after awakening his talent, he has accumulated his strength and broken through to the fourth rank. His contracted spirit beast is the same. It may have already started refining its spiritual power before it even awakened, which is why it leveled up so quickly. My God, what kind of power is this that dares to do this? Aren't they afraid of losing both their money and their people? Generally speaking, consuming various spiritual treasures to improve one's aptitude before awakening one's bloodline or talent is indeed a way to enhance the strength of beast tamers and spirit beasts. Doing this will allow you to gain a deeper foundation after awakening, level up faster, and have stronger talents. Moreover, this method has been scientifically proven, although its effectiveness is significantly reduced compared to using it after awakening. However, the problem is that the descendants of a beast tamers faction are often numerous, possibly numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Even within the main lineage, there may be several individuals. If both parents are S rank, their offspring's rank will fluctuate between C rank and SSS rank. It's like a gamble, betting on a descendant. If they eventually awaken a C-level talent, should you continue to nurture them or give up? Those who didn't place any bets might awaken an SS-level bloodline, and this uncertainty is incredibly perplexing. Only families with extremely deep-rooted traditions can cultivate several or even dozens of people at once, and then select the most outstanding talents from among them in the future. This Chen-Yi clearly belongs to this type of person. Chapter 178, Yi Chen's Identity. Now everyone understood why Chen-Yi dared to openly challenge the Bai family. It turns out that the power behind him is probably much stronger than that of the Yun family. This is absolutely outrageous. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Bai Song's eyes were filled with a hint of apprehension. Damn it, if this person really is Chen-Yi and his background is as they've been discussing, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bai Song couldn't help but feel a wave of fear, and a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. Chen-Yi never expected that his past would be dug up. I was suddenly caught off guard. I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but it seems my strength won't allow it. Let's go. Let's grab some barbecue to tide us over. We've been playing all day. Good. After Chen-Yi and his group left, only then did everyone seem to wake from a dream and remember the important matter. Their goal was to find Yi Chun, who had defeated Gao Wenyu, not to waste time on Chen-Yi. Just then, someone seemed to have thought of something. Do you think Chen-Yi might actually be Yi Chen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Rank can be built up by accumulating a large number of rare and precious treasures. But how can the affinity of spirit beasts be accumulated so quickly? Even if Chen-Yi could train them 24 hours a day, it would be impossible. Indeed, his rapid advancement may only mean that he has accumulated a lot of experience and has consumed countless spiritual treasures since childhood. However, he has only taken 4 months to go from the first rank to where he is now. His practical experience is probably pitifully small. How could he possibly defeat Gao Wenyu? Practical experience is much more important than rank. Keep searching. It seems this beast taming competition is going to be quite a show. This Chen-Yi might be a dark horse capable of vying for a spot in the top 100. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, but soon dispersed to continue their search for Yi Chen's whereabouts. Yun Jiao remained where she was, feeling somewhat unwilling. She always felt that this Chen-Yi was similar to Yi Chen. After all, this username is just the name read backwards, and some people do indeed choose names like that. The problem is that Chen-Yi is a 4th-tier beast tamer. Normally, a maximum of 4 people can be contracted. However, he contracted with 7 spirit beasts. And it wasn't a pre-contractual one, but a real contract involving 7 people. This is enough to show that Chunyi's talent has the effect of increasing the number of contract slots. This talent, which increases the number of contract slots, might be able to exert a suppressive effect in team battles by leveraging numerical superiority. But it's almost useless in a one-on-one fight. So how could it possibly defeat Gao Wenyu in a battle of sequences? Moreover, after learning that the person in front of him was Chunyi, Yun Jiao suddenly recalled a rumor she had overheard her followers discussing. It is said that Luo Shireen, the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Luo family, was not worthy of being presented to the public because she awakened an F-level bloodline. Therefore, Luo Yuqing from the branch inherited the position of head of the Luo family. But after that, Luo Shireen seemed to have formed a contract with Chun-Yi and shone brightly in the final assessment of the Beast Taming Academy, crushing a group of E-level and S-level Beast Tamer combinations. If this rumor is true, even a spirit beast with an F-rank bloodline can unleash such powerful strength. Chun-Yi's talent is probably no less than EXI and EY's. Moreover, it's an SSS-level talent with multiple effects. On the other side, Bai Song's face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. He never imagined that he would ultimately run into a brick wall. That's fucking ridiculous. He felt that after today, he would probably become the laughingstock of the entire capital. No, we must establish a contract with Yun Jiao as soon as possible to turn the public opinion around. Jiao, there's no one queuing in the testing room anymore. Let's go do it now. Before Bai Song could finish speaking, Yun Jiao interrupted him, saying, I'm not in the mood today, let's do it next time. But Bai Song wanted to say something more, but Yun Jiao glared at him coldly, causing him to swallow back the words he was about to say. Watching Yun Jiao's resolute back, Bai Song's face became even more unsightly, as if he had eaten 10 pounds of excrement. What the hell is this bitch up to? Wouldn't it be better to make the contract sooner, get everything done sooner, adapt to the new power, and prepare for the upcoming battle of beast tamers? Why do we have to drag things out like this? Bai Song felt increasingly uneasy as he thought about it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that Jiao has taken a liking to Chunyi? No, that can't be possible. Yun Jiao is so possessive, she definitely only wants to be the biggest, and she would never be a follower. Damn it, my luck is really bad today. I actually ran into something like this. Bai Song secretly groaned in his heart. After thinking for a while, she finally blamed herself for having just offended Yun Jiao, causing her to lose face and forcing her to apologize in person, which was why she was in a bad mood. I must admit, this is indeed my own problem. Looks like I'll have to go all out later. At this moment, the waiting hall of the Beast Tamer Association was crowded with people, all searching for Yi-chen's whereabouts. However, what was unexpected was, after a thorough search, no suspicious persons were found. This is so strange. Everyone inquired with the Beast Tamer Association, hoping to obtain information about the challenger. But without exception, they were all rejected. Even pressure from some powerful families failed to change the situation. It seems that a more powerful force is backing them up, and they have no intention of revealing any information. Do you think this Yi-chun might be a super powerful AI developed by the Beast Tamer Association? After all, AI Beast Tamer technology is so mature now. Creating it and giving it an identity doesn't seem too difficult, right? I think so too. The United States is conducting biological experiments, and our China will naturally not lag behind, specializing in AI technology. Perhaps they are training AI right now. Indeed, otherwise it's really hard to explain why so many of us are stuck here and haven't found any suspicious people. There's probably only one explanation, the AI Beast Tamer. Sigh, what a pity. I thought I'd get to see this big shot in person. If it's just AI, then forget it. The group of beast tamers and spirit beasts left the Beast Tamer Association dejectedly. They waited all day, but to no avail. This is absolutely speechless. Meanwhile, after receiving the report from her attendant, Yun Jiao's doubts deepened. She began to suspect that Chun-Yi was more and more likely to be Yi-chun. Pass down the order. Begin a full-scale investigation into Chun-Yi. Yun Jiao issued the order in a serious tone. I need to see all the information about this person within 3 days. Yes. The attendants accepted the order and began to investigate Chun-Yi's information from various angles. Chapter 179, Yun Jiao's Thoughts. Yun Jiao did not return to the Bai family that night, but went directly to the luxury hotel private room she had booked. She dismissed everyone around her and stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the dazzling lights of Yanjing and shook her head helplessly. The people sent to investigate Chun-Yi have already set off, but the process of waiting for the results made her feel a strange and unusual anxiety. The boy who was surrounded by several extraordinary girls was like a fog, and she could never see through him. Yi-chan, could it really be him? Yun Jiao muttered to herself, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the floor-to-ceiling glass. If it really is him, then he has been hiding it for far too long. Despite possessing such strength, he remains unknown, and even Bai Song dares to provoke him at will. But if it wasn't him, how do you explain the spirit beast girls gathered around him? The way they looked at Chun-Yi was full of dependence and trust, unlike her relationship with Bai Song, which was purely transactional. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. If Yi-chan really was Chun-Yi, how powerful would she become if that ability were applied to her? Could the contractual partner I've been searching for be right before my eyes? But as soon as the thought arose, she forcibly suppressed it. No, we can't draw conclusions based on mere guesswork. Although Bai Song's personality is unpleasant, his talent and level are undeniable. It is the choice that best meets my family's expectations at present. Just as she was feeling troubled, a servant announced from outside the door, "Miss, young master Bai Song has come to visit." Yun Jiao frowned, adjusted her expression, and resumed her aloof demeanor. "Let him in." Bai Song walked in, his face showing an unnatural apology and ingratiation. "Jiao, good evening. I'm here to apologize for what happened at the entrance earlier. I acted impulsively and almost put you in a difficult position. It's all right, it's all in the past, and I don't care." Seeing her indifferent reaction, Bai Song quickly took out an exquisite crystal box from his bosom. The box was opened, revealing a necklace with a pendant that was a water blue gemstone emitting a soft glow. One could also vaguely see pure water-based energy fluctuations flowing across its surface. Then, as if proposing marriage, Bai Song knelt on one knee and presented the crystal box. "Jiao, I know an apology isn't enough. These are holy water spirit stones that I just specially asked someone to purchase from the black market at a high price, and then had a master craftsman make them into a necklace. Wearing it will significantly enhance the power of your water attribute skills, even more so than the radiant water stone you already have. This is just a small gift, nothing more. I hope you'll accept it and forgive my lapse in composure today." Bai Song said with a confident expression. They clearly believed the gift was valuable enough to impress anyone. Yun Jiao's gaze swept over the sacred water spirit stone. It was indeed a rare treasure, quite valuable. In the past, she would have politely accepted it and praised Bai Song for his good judgment. But at this moment, all she could think about was that mysterious Yi-chan. Seeing Bai Song's attempt to make amends with gifts, which even subtly conveyed the message of "look how much I value you," all that remained was an endless sigh. To be honest, she didn't like this kind of timid and submissive man. But thinking of her family's expectations and her own hesitation, she finally reached out and took the box. "Thank you for the expense. I will accept the gift. There's no need to mention it again." She didn't wear it on the spot, but simply placed the box casually on the coffee table next to her. This subtle movement caused Bai Song's eyes to darken for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. "Well, I'm just glad you can forgive me, Jiao. Bai Song, can you give me a few more days?" She drew a line in her mind. If the investigation proves that Chun-Yi is not Yi-chun, or that he has nothing special about him, then she followed the original plan and entered into a marriage agreement with Bai Song. This is my last gamble. Betting on Chun-Yi was just her overthinking and misperception. Bai Song was somewhat disappointed by Yun Jiao's attitude upon hearing this. But hearing that she was willing to consider the final answer, he was overjoyed and quickly said, "Okay, Jiao, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely win a good ranking in the beast taming competition to prove that I am qualified to become your beast tamer. Okay, please." After exchanging a few more polite words, Bai Song left, feeling quite pleased with himself. In his view, Yun Jiao accepting the gift was a sign that her attitude had softened. Yun Jiao didn't think much of it. "I took a hot bath to warm myself up, drank a cup of honey grapefruit to soothe my throat, put on a loose bathrobe, and fell asleep on the bed." At the same time, not long after Bai Song left, another luxurious airship landed on the helipad in the night of Yanjing. Lei Han, the eldest son of the Lei family who had met Chun-Yi once before, arrived in Yanjing with his water fluorite. According to the original plan, he should have arrived here 3 days ago. However, due to the collapse of the secret realm, his father was very worried about his condition and insisted on taking him for a full 2 days and 2 nights of comprehensive examination. Only after confirming that there was nothing amiss did they finally agree to let him leave. As soon as he stepped off the airship, Leihan's brows revealed an air of arrogance and confidence. He firmly believed that with the water fluoride in his hand, Yunjiao would surely become his possession. As soon as he stepped off the tarmac, he couldn't wait to start asking about Yunjiao's residence. However, just as he found out where Yunjiao was staying, before he could even go to see her, he heard some news from a friend that almost made him vomit blood. Yunjiao was very likely about to form a contract with Baisong of the Bai family. What? That pretty boy Baisong. He's not worthy of me. Leihan's anger flared instantly, and even tiny arcs of electricity flickered on his forehead. What right does a mere B-level talent noob have to form a contract with Jiao? Damn it, the wholehearted devotion has been exaggerated to an extreme. The three spirit beast girls following behind also showed a hint of displeasure in their beautiful eyes upon hearing the news. Typically, when a female spirit beast tamer learns that her tamer wants to contract a new spirit beast, her reaction is mostly dissatisfaction. After all, this means that some of the resources and favors they will enjoy in the future will be taken away, which would be hard for anyone to accept. This is why the talent of single-mindedness is so popular. But Yun Jiao is different. The Yun family's foundation is even more profound than that of the Lei family. If the eldest daughter of such a family forms a contract with Leihan, wouldn't the resources for her increase significantly? Leihan has become powerful, so naturally, they can also get a share of the profits. She couldn't be happier for Leihan to establish a contract with Yun Jiao. But who would have thought that Baisong, this uninvited guest, would steal it? Chapter 180 Chickens Fighting Each Other. The Lei family has a much deeper foundation than the Bai family, so naturally, they don't have the same fear of the Bai family as others. In his eyes, Baisong was nothing more than a minor character who had awakened a B-level talent, and was not worthy of being compared with Yun Jiao at all. While the one-minded focus skill excels in single-target enhancement, in actual combat, few enemies will be foolish enough to engage in a one-on-one duel with you. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. The difference in the number of high-level spirit beasts can completely make up for the lack of individual strength. If Yun Jiao had formed a contract with other beast tamers with SS-level or even SSS-level talents, he might have been able to comfort himself that it was his own lack of ability. However, incredibly, Yun Jiao actually chose to form a contract with Baisong, whom he had never really looked down upon. How could he possibly tolerate this? Enraged, Leihan didn't bother with any roundabout methods and simply made a phone call. When the call connected, Baisong seemed to be in a slightly better mood because Yun Jiao had accepted the gift. Even after seeing that it was Leihan's letter, she did not hang up the phone immediately. What do you want? Baisong, I heard you're going to form a contract with Yun Jiao. Let me tell you, Yun Jiao is not someone you can covet. If you're a man, get out here, I want to fight you one-on-one. Baisong was stunned by the barrage of insults and challenges, and his face immediately darkened. He was already seething with anger because of Chun Yi and Yun Jiao's attitude, and now a clown suddenly appeared out of nowhere, yelling at him and challenging him. What the hell are they trying to do? Leihan, who do you think you are, daring to yell at me? You want to challenge me? Fine, I accept. You decide the time and place. Let's see how I teach you a lesson, you arrogant little brat. Although his talent did not enhance his own combat power, but was merely an auxiliary ability, Leihan's talent could improve his personal combat power in certain aspects. But his level is indeed much higher than Leihan's. In his opinion, defeating Leihan, who was of a lower level than himself and only knew how to act recklessly, would not be a big problem even without the enhancement of his talent. Prove his strength to Yun Jiao and to everyone who was paying attention to this matter. Great. That's a good idea. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., the 3rd public arena in Yanjing. Anyone who doesn't show up is a coward. Just wait to get beaten down. This sudden challenge instantly spread throughout the entire beast tamer community in Yanjing. The duel between the young master of the Bai family and the young master of the Lei family is all for the sake of winning the favor of the young lady of the Yun family. This kind of drama involving top wealthy families and geniuses vying for love is always the most popular gossip. For a time, many members of the beast tamer families in Yanjing were eagerly anticipating the great battle that would take place the following afternoon. Meanwhile, what is Chun Yi, who is on the other side of the storm, doing at this moment? He was enjoying a rare period of training in a luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel. Yes, literally, nurture. It's not just about building rapport, but also about cultivating energy guidance. So, Chun Yi worked hard all night, and it wasn't until dawn that he finished getting everyone's cultivation progress sorted out. He was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. I slept straight through to the evening of the following day. That's right, while Bai Song and Lei Han were fighting fiercely in the afternoon, he was fast asleep. When he woke up hungry, he rubbed his eyes and walked out of the bedroom. I found the girls gathered together, watching the replay of that afternoon's epic battle on the hotel's projection screen, or rather, a replay of a bunch of noobs pecking at each other, chattering away. Upon seeing Chun-Yi wake up, the girls all gathered around him. Su Taotao bounced over, holding up a macaron. Brother Chun-Yi, look. It was so lively this afternoon. Bai Song and another guy named Lei Han got into a fight. Chun-Yi yawned and readily accepted Su Taotao's feeding play, glancing at the screen. In the scene, Bai Song and Lei Han were fighting very intensely. Most people probably wouldn't even be able to see their movements clearly. However, if you go up to the 4th level or above, it's full of flaws, and the pacing is slow. In short, it's terrible. Oh, it's over? Who won? Chun-Yi asked with little interest. Bai Song won, but it was a hard-fought victory. They almost collapsed together in the end. Lin Mingxue explained softly, her tone calm and even. TSK, what a bunch of noobs. Watching the replay of Lei Han collapsing unconscious from exhaustion, and Bai Song struggling to stand, Chun-Yi couldn't help but let out another big yawn. What a mess. Why are there still so many viewers? Luo Shirin also picked up a macaron and took a bite, explaining, I heard they fought over the contract rights to Yun Jiao. Is that so? Then Yun Jiao must be completely disappointed in the two of them after seeing this scene, right? Chun-Yi stretched and muttered to himself nonchalantly. After all, Yun Jiao's attribute panel is still very high. In her eyes, Bai Song and Lei Han's actions were no different from cricket fighting. What happens when a woman sees two men playing a childish game, like cricket fighting to win her over? What would you think? Thinking of this, Chun-Yi picked up his phone to see which recipes the girls had left comments about today. Just then, the doorbell rang in the hotel suite. Yin Jiyue, who was closest to the door, went to open it, and found a woman in a suit standing outside. There's a large Yun family logo on his chest, so he looks like a member of the Yun family. Mr. Chun-Yi, my young lady has invited you to attend the charity auction gala dinner at the Glass Palace tonight, and to have a brief chat. Would you be interested? The attendant spoke respectfully, handing over an invitation. Before Chun-Yi could speak, Luo Shirin's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, an auction? Brother Chun-Yi, we've been struggling to find a suitable way to cash in on all those useless materials we got in the secret realm. This top-tier charity auction is the best choice. Of course, it's definitely a legitimate one, not like the Black Ghost Market. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi thought, that makes sense. The system is amazing, but it doesn't directly pay out money. To support such a large family, you feel like you need to have several 100 million yuan on hand. Chun-Yi had reaped a great harvest from the secret realm, and he didn't really want to use those low-level materials anymore. He could just take them and exchange them for money. However, the only point of doubt is, Chun-Yi and Yun Jiao had only met once, so why would Chun-Yi send an invitation? Could it be to apologize to Bai Song? After all, in a sense, she should also be considered Bai Song's woman, so it's perfectly normal for her to apologize on Bai Song's behalf. Chun-Yi pondered for a moment, then accepted the invitation. All right, go back and tell Miss Yun that we will be there on time. Chapter 181, A Bizarre Challenge. Thank you for the honor of meeting me, young Master Chun. The attendant bowed and left. The girls got excited as soon as they heard they were going to a banquet. Even Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong were unusually excited, as if they had already forgotten what happened in Black Ghost City. A charity gala? You'll need to wear formal attire, right? I want to wear the blue one. Sister, shall we wear those matching outfits? Brother Chun-Yi, have you prepared a pretty dress for me? Chun-Yi looked at the girls who had instantly gone into a frenzy of choosing dresses and smiled helplessly. All right, dress up nicely. But before that, get me some food. I'm starving. We had lunch at the hotel restaurant, and the food there was really good. Really? Then I'll go try it too. So, Chun-Yi led a group of stunningly beautiful girls to the hotel restaurant, instantly attracting countless envious and jealous glances. If looks could kill, Chun-Yi would probably be dead hundreds of times over. However, there seems to be a hint of analytical gaze mixed in with this. Why is that? Unbeknownst to Chun-Yi, the news that he had accepted Bai Song's challenge had already been unilaterally announced by Bai Song while he was sleeping, and it once again topped the trending searches in Yanjing. Breaking news. Bai Song challenges the mysterious young man Chun-Yi to a duel tomorrow night. The battle between suspected love rivals escalates. Bai Song versus Chun-Yi. Both are fighting for Yun Jiao. A deep dive into Chun-Yi. He's likely a high-level beast tamer with multiple abilities. Various sensationalist news headlines are flying everywhere, pushing Chun-Yi's popularity even higher than the recently concluded battle between Bai Lei. Chun-Yi, who was enjoying his meal, was unaware of all this for the time being. After he finished eating and leisurely returned to his suite, preparing to change clothes for the dinner party, he learned from the girls who were playing on their phones that he had suddenly added an extra event to his schedule for the next day. This completely baffled Chun-Yi. What the heck is this? When did I accept Bai Song's challenge? Let's move a little further back in time. The Battle of Bai Lei has ended, but the crowd outside the third public arena in Yanjing has not completely dispersed. Bai Song was panting heavily, trying his best to calm the churning blood and spiritual energy within his body, and he could barely walk freely. Although he won in a humiliating manner, victory ultimately belonged to him. He wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, forced a smile that he thought was dashing, and searched for Yun Jiao's figure among the audience. Soon, he saw Yun Jiao standing under the shade of a tree not far away. However, Yun Jiao did not pay attention to him as he had expected. Instead, she lowered her head slightly and focused on the screen of her phone, her fingers constantly swiping. Seeing this scene, a strange sense of anxiety welled up in Bai Song's heart. He defeated Lei Han, and as his quasi-contracted spirit beast, shouldn't Yun Jiao congratulate him immediately? At the very least, shouldn't our attention be focused on him? Unable to contain himself, he forced his still somewhat unsteady steps and walked naturally to Yun Jiao's side. Jiao, you see, I told you I wouldn't let you down, Bai Song said with a smug look on his face. Lei Han is such a weakling, he's not worth worrying about at all. Yun Jiao seemed to be awakened by his voice. She raised her eyes, glanced at him indifferently, and said calmly, well, congratulations. After she finished speaking, her gaze involuntarily fell back to her phone screen. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was studying something in depth. This almost perfunctory attitude was like a bucket of cold water poured over Bai Song's head. He won the game, and this is all he got in return? He subconsciously moved closer, wanting to see what could be more important than the duel that had just ended. With his height advantage and decent dynamic vision, he instantly caught a glimpse of the content on the screen. That was Baidu's search engine interface, and the search bar clearly displayed 2 words, Chun-Yi. Below are some related information links. Boom. In an instant, Bai Song felt his blood and qi, which had just calmed down, surge up wildly again. It was even more ferocious than when facing Lei Han's attack. Jealousy, anger, and humiliation overwhelmed him instantly. It's Chun-Yi again. That pretty boy surrounded by a bunch of pretty girls, who seems to have no redeeming qualities. Yun Jiao actually searched for that man's information right after he won the match? Could it be that she's taken a liking to that guy? The sense of arrogance that came from defeating Lei Han was now fueled by jealousy and transformed into extreme anger. He abruptly took a step back, no longer looking at Yun Jiao. Instead, he turned to the crowd around him who were still discussing the match, especially one of the reporter's cameras, and shouted, Chun-Yi, I know you're paying attention to what's happening here too. Don't hide like a coward. That's it for today's warm-up. Tomorrow evening, in the same place, I, Bai Song, formally challenge you to a duel. If you're a man, step forward and fight me. I want everyone to know who is truly worthy to stand beside Yun Jiao. This sudden declaration of war caused the dispersing crowd to erupt into chaos once again. Holy crap, is the eldest son of the Bai family challenging Chun-Yi to a duel? If you don't understand, just ask. Who is Chun-Yi? Is the Chun family among the top 100 beast tamer families in Yanjing? Just search Chun-Yi's name online, and you'll see. Looks like there's going to be some good stuff tomorrow. Is it because of Miss Yun again? The jealousy has escalated. Hurry, this is huge traffic. Make the video right away. Everyone picked up their phones, and the news of Bai Song's challenge to Chun-Yi spread like wildfire. Hearing the exclamations and discussions around him, and seeing the expressions of surprise and admiration on people's faces, Bai Song felt a temporary satisfaction of his vanity and the pleasure of revenge. The confidence gained from defeating Lei Han made him feel as if he could already see the scene of trampling Chun-Yi under his feet tomorrow. By then, will you, Yun Jiao, still be interested in this pretty boy? Bai Song. Yun Jiao finally put away her phone, her beautiful face covered with a layer of frost. What are you doing? It was obvious that she was extremely displeased with Bai Song's act of snooping on her phone and using her name to promote the final battle without permission. But Bai Song was in the middle of a great time and couldn't listen to her at all. He merely snorted coldly, gave Yun Jiao a look that said, "I'll prove it to you," and then left with an air of inexplicable victory, surrounded by his contracted spirit beast and followers. Yun Jiao watched his departing figure, her brows furrowed. Although this was announced unilaterally by Bai Song. But ultimately, this whole thing stemmed from her constant searching for information about Chen Yi, which made him an unwitting target and caused him trouble. This was not her intention. She pondered for a moment, then instructed the attendant beside her. "Go and find out where Chen Yi is staying. Send him an invitation to tonight's Glazed Palace Charity Gala in my name. Although I don't think he probably needs it. Since things have come to this point, it would be bad for both her and Chen Yi to speak out and say that Bai Song was messing around. The backlash from public opinion doesn't care who initiated it. Let's just go with the flow. After apologizing in person that evening, I'll finally get to see this mysterious man in person." Chapter 182: The Banquet at the Glass Palace. However, at that moment, another attendant in charge of intelligence gathering instantly appeared in front of her and whispered his report to her. "Miss, the background of Mr. Chen Yi that you asked us to investigate urgently. We have results, but it's very strange." "Explain." "We've used numerous channels, but the information we've been able to find is extremely scarce. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There were no records of his parents or relatives, his early education records were blank, and he only appeared in Jiangsheng about 2 years and 8 months later. His previous activity was almost non-existent. It's like someone deliberately erased everything, or maybe they weren't at all. In this information age, it is virtually impossible to completely erase a person's past, unless it involves extremely high-level forces or the person himself has serious problems." Boom. This news shook Yun Jiao to her core. The background remains a mystery. No activity tracked. Add to that the girls around him who suddenly awakened powerful bloodlines and his unimaginable saint-level speed. All the clues seem to come together at this moment, pointing to the only reasonable explanation. Chen Yi's background is definitely not simple. It could even be a family with an even more powerful status than the Luo family. However, due to certain reasons, they cannot bring it to the forefront and can only control the world's direction through covert schemes. Only a family like this could completely erase a person's activity record. She really couldn't bear to think about living in a family like that. Yun Jiao took a deep breath, trying to keep herself calm. No need to investigate any further. She looked at the servant again and ordered, "Make sure the invitation to tonight's banquet is delivered to him. I must see him tonight." "Yes." As evening approached, Chen Yi and his group prepared to depart for the Glazed Palace. As the girls changed into their gowns and walked out one by one, even though Chen Yi was used to seeing their beauty, he couldn't help but be amazed at this moment. Lin Mingxue wore an ice blue floor-length dress that accentuated her snow-white skin, making her look as ethereal and aloof as a fairy from the Moon Palace. Luo Shirin chose a turquoise gradient dress, which resembled the wings of a phoenix, exuding elegance and nobility, and highlighting her extremely alluring figure. Su Taotao, dressed in an adorable pink and white tutu, twirled excitedly, asking, "Brother Chen Yi, does it look good?" Yin Jiyue was the boldest, wearing a wine-red, deep-cut, backless fishtail dress that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her beautiful eyes were full of allure, as if she were asking Chen Yi, "Little brother Chen Yi, do I look good in this? Do you want me to wear this tonight and play with you?" The twins, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong, were dressed in matching black and white short dresses. One looked as pure as an angel, and the other as alluring as an elf. They each hugged Chen Yi's arm and asked in unison, "Husband, who looks better?" Chu Feiyu wore a strapless, shimmering gold dress, her cheeks slightly flushed, seemingly finding it too daring. Chen Yi felt surrounded by a sea of beautiful women, and his breath hitched slightly. He coughed twice, trying to sound calm, and said, "They're all beautiful, they're all beautiful. Let's go, we're almost late." He changed into a well-tailored black suit and left the hotel with the girls. The sensation caused when this group arrived at the Glass Palace in a private car was unimaginable. Luxury cars gathered in front of the Liuli Palace, a scene of elegant attire and graceful figures. But when Chen Yi stepped out of the car with 8 female companions of very different styles, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. My God, who are those girls? What makes that man in the middle so special, to have so many stunning beauties by his side? Are you stupid? That person is Chen Yi. So he's Chen Yi? My goodness. He's much more handsome in person than in photos. Exclamations of surprise, whispers of disapproval, and envious murmurs rose and fell. Just then, an even bigger commotion came from the entrance. Yun Jiao has arrived. She wore a custom-made sky blue starry dress, which seemed to be covered with stars, flowing and shimmering with her steps. Her beauty was already top tier, and now, with just a touch of makeup, she was breathtakingly beautiful. The ethereal quality brought by her mermaid bloodline complemented her beauty even more, instantly making her the absolute focus of the entire audience and drawing all the exclamations and gazes. It's Miss Yun Jiao. She's so beautiful. I'm dead. I died from beauty. Speaking of which, why didn't we see Bai Song come with her? Let's not talk about that pretty boy anymore. Isn't it better to focus on admiring Miss Yun Jiao now? Yun Jiao seemed to have long been accustomed to this scene of being the center of attention. Her expression was calm, and her gaze swept across the entire room indifferently before finally landing on Chun Yi and his group, who were equally eye-catching. Seeing the group of girls around Chun Yi, each more beautiful and less inferior than the others, her eyes flickered slightly, then she gave a faint smile and nodded slightly to Chun Yi and the others. Chun Yi nodded in response, without saying anything more. Upon entering the banquet hall, the auction had not yet begun. It was time for a social dance. Chun Yi knew nothing about social dancing and had no interest in learning it. I found a sofa in a corner, sat down, took a glass of juice, and leisurely watched the crowd on the dance floor. Some of the girls went to get snacks, while others chatted quietly in twos and threes, all seemingly very adept at this kind of scene. As for the men who try to seduce them, that's simply not true. Chun Yi is now a celebrity in Yanjing. There's no need for him to try to pick up girls and end up ruining himself or his family. That would be ridiculous. Just as the ball was reaching its climax, a somewhat disheveled but menacing figure found Chun Yi. It was Lei Han, who had just been defeated by Bai Song that afternoon and had met Chun Yi once before. His head was still wrapped in bandages, and his face was somewhat pale, but the anger in his eyes had not diminished at all. Chun Yi. Lei Han plopped down opposite Chun Yi, gritting his teeth. You saw the competition this afternoon, right? Damn it, that scoundrel Bai Song. Just because he's a little higher level. Bah, I won't accept this. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow. So? Give me a hand. Lei Han said fiercely. You're going to duel that thing tomorrow, right? I'm willing to pay any price as long as you can embarrass Bai Song. Looking at Lei Han's appearance, Chun Yi recalled the boring competition during the day and the auction that was about to begin. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he revealed a playful smile. Help you? Sure, Chun Yi said slowly. However, I don't need to do anything myself. You should be able to make him look really bad, and make him bleed a lot. Lei Han's eyes lit up. How do you do it? Tell me. Chun Yi beckoned with his finger, and Lei Han immediately moved closer. Listening to Chun Yi's whisper, Lei Han's expression went from confusion to surprise, and finally to ecstasy and suppressed laughter. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Brother Chun, you're a genius. No, you're a devil. Ha ha ha. Lei Han slapped his thigh excitedly. That's the plan. Don't worry, leave everything to me. The Lei family will cover the fees. I bet Bai Song will be lucky to escape with his life. Chapter 183 Sulking. Only you can carry out this plan, so good luck. My little beauty and I are really looking forward to seeing Bai Song's expression when he has a massive hemorrhage. Of course, I certainly hope that I can avenge myself. Chun Yi and Lei Han exchanged a knowing smile, their expressions full of calculation. If this plan succeeds, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to Bai Song. By then, Bai Song will probably have even his bones stripped away. As for the cost of failure, for the Lei family, it's just a 5 million handling fee, which is not worth mentioning at all. The main reason Chun Yi was willing to help Lei Han was because he helped Lei Han find the Water Bell Spirit Stone. Otherwise, Chun Yi wouldn't know if he would have been able to collect the array base of the 5 Elements formation before the 5 Elements secret realm collapsed. Moreover, Chun Yi originally wanted to find an opportunity to help Chu Feiyu vent her anger and teach Bai Song a good lesson. Now that a free helper has come knocking on his door, he naturally wants to make the most of this opportunity. When the girls saw Chun Yi's sinister smile, they immediately huddled together and started whispering amongst themselves. Has Brother Chun Yi come up with another prank? Judging from his expression, it definitely is. Haha, Chun Yi is such a cunning little brother. But I like Chun Yi just the way he is. What's wrong? What's going on? Is Brother Chun Yi going to do something? Chu Feiyu squeezed into the group of girls with a curious look on her face, but seemed to be a little out of touch with their train of thought. You'll find out soon enough. And I have a feeling that Chun-Yi did this all for you. The charity auction soon officially began. The previous auction items were mostly antiques, works of art, or relatively common natural treasures, and the bidding was lukewarm. The rarest items were all defective products that Chun-Yi brought back from the Five Elements secret realm. No wonder everyone loves bidding at black market. Charity auctions, in essence, are just big families bringing out trinkets they have no use for the event just to make it happen. Who would be foolish enough to take out a truly valuable item and photograph it? Unless someone is truly broke, they usually wait for someone who is destined to have the item and urgently needs it, and is willing to pay a high price to buy it. If you make your move then, you can not only get a price far higher than the market price, but you can also gain a favor. The secret realm materials and high-level spirit cores that Chun-Yi had entrusted to auction were also sold one after another, and as expected, they all sold for prices higher than the market price, making him a small profit and putting him in a good mood. Finally, the auction entered its second half, and the final few items were presented. When a crystal-clear mineral, bathed in a soft, watery glow, was brought out by the hostess, many people recognized it. It's actually water fluorite. The quality is good. It feels like it's been a long time since I've seen this kind of thing at an auction. Needless to say, this is a divine item that can directly elevate water attribute skills to a whole level. For those water attribute spirit beasts, it's practically the best cultivation treasure. Who in their right mind would sell it? In any case, now that this thing has been brought up, it'll be hard to win the bid without spending a lot of money. Yeah, this thing is also a chick magnet. Which water attribute spirit beast wouldn't fall for it? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. The host smiled and introduced. The next item, as you can all see, is a water fluorite. It contains pure water energy, which is very beneficial to the cultivation of water-type spirit beasts. Upon hearing this, even Yun Jiao, who had maintained a calm expression, sat up slightly. They seemed very interested in this item. Bai Song sat in the front and back rows. Although he had gotten angry in the afternoon because Yun Jiao had secretly investigated Chun-Yi, he was still angry. But after calming down, I realized that I had gone a bit too far. Others are just searching for information about Chun-Yi online. They're not chatting with Chun-Yi. Do you think your girlfriend is going to run off with a male celebrity just because she searches for information about them online? Obviously, it's impossible. I definitely overreacted. I really need to change this bad temper. This thing in front of Yun Jiao is a supreme divine object for water attribute spirit beasts. Bai Song recalled Yun Jiao's indifferent reaction when he gave her the gift last night, and his mind immediately became active. Although Yun Jiao's family shouldn't be short of money, if I can bid on this thing and give it to Jiao, I should be able to get another chance to apologize, right? After all, buying something for yourself at a high price and getting something from someone else at a high price and then giving it to you are two completely different concepts. Bai Song thought about it more and more and felt that this was a good idea. There were so many people who wanted to bid on the fluorite that the starting bid of 30 million quickly jumped to 80 million. It's fair to say that the price has indeed increased significantly. But Bai Song wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. However, just as he was preparing to raise his paddle for the auction, Lei Han, sitting in the back row, suddenly raised his sign and shouted, 100 million. Bai Song was taken aback, turned his head, and saw that it was Lei Han, and his anger flared up again. This guy doesn't seem to have a contracted water attribute spirit beast, so his purpose in wanting to bid on this thing is self-evident. Damn it, he clearly lost to him, yet he still thinks he can use this thing to woo Yun Jiao? He immediately raised his sign. 120 million. Lei Han retorted without backing down. 150 million. 200 million. 250 million. The price climbed steadily and soon broke through the 500 million mark. The other bidders had already stopped, watching the two young masters bickering with speechless expressions. No, is it necessary? You auctioned something worth around 50 million for 500 million? Is it because he lost so badly this afternoon that he's still sulking? This charity auction is no ordinary auction. Those who can come here are either rich or noble. Each one is either a leader in their industry or the eldest son of a certain family. If you think you can bid however you want, and then say you don't have enough money when you bid a price that's beyond your means, you're making a big mistake. Being unable to afford it is not as simple as just paying a small penalty for breach of contract. By spoiling the mood of so many important people, after the auction ends, major corporations and beast tamer families will definitely avoid you, and may even trip you up in business, making it difficult for you to move forward. This could, at best, severely damage your career, and at worst, lead to your complete breakdown. This is absolutely a major taboo. 3 years ago, there was a family of beast tamers who were ranked in the 30s in Yinjing and were very popular. However, an auction completely changed their fate. At that time, the eldest son of the family got into a dispute with the pride of other families. To prove himself, he bid against the other party's asking price without hesitation, determined not to let the treasure the other party covet fall into their hands. At first, everything went smoothly, but the prodigy seemed determined to get a certain treasure, bidding up to 10 times the market price before finally giving up with a heavy heart. The young master who had been taking random photos was now unable to afford the item because he had already spent too much money. The only option is to pay the penalty for breach of contract and have the auction restart. As a result, less than a week after the auction ended, his family business suffered a series of heavy blows, with various troubles and crises following one after another. In just 1 month, this once glorious family was completely defeated and was eventually removed from the list of beast tamer families in Yinjing. This could be described as the most serious consequence. Chapter 184. We've been set up. In this fierce bidding war, who will be the first to back down? A moment of patience brings calm, and a step back opens up a vast expanse of sky. At this moment, Bai Song felt something was wrong. This broken stone was worth at most 50 million on the market, but now it had doubled in value. But seeing Lei Han's determined look, and noticing that Yun Jiao next to him also seemed to be watching the bidding and really wanted the water fluorite, his vanity and competitiveness were fully aroused. 600 million. 650 million. 700 million. The room fell silent, save for the frantic bidding from the two men. Everyone was stunned, including the auctioneer. This price has completely exceeded the value of the item itself, becoming a pure contest of pride and wealth. Bai Song's forehead was sweating. The price was so high it hurt his wallet. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. If he backs down now, wouldn't he be outshone by Lei Han in front of Yun Jiao and everyone else? 800 million. Bai Song practically roared it out. Upon hearing this, Lei Han paused for a moment, seemingly hesitant. Seeing this, Bai Song revealed a smug sneer. That's it? The Lei family is nothing special. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, Lei Han suddenly shouted, 10 billion. Boom. This caused the entire audience to erupt in cheers. $1 billion to buy a piece of fluorite? Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Bai Song's brain buzzed and his blood rushed to his head. 1 billion. This is almost a third of the Bai family's total assets. It was all for a piece of fluorite. He looked at Lei Han, but found that Lei Han was no longer looking at him. Instead, he walked around him and focused his gaze on Yun Jiao, who was further ahead in the row. He had an expression that said he was absolutely certain of victory. That bastard. Damn it. He's trying to steal my woman. Bai Song, his blood rushing to his head, suddenly raised his sign, 11 billion. Whoosh. This caused an uproar throughout the room. That's outrageous. 1 billion can actually be added up? Is this about to break a record? However, at that moment, Lei Han suddenly withdrew his gaze from Yun Jiao and grinned. He shrugged in Bai Song's direction and spread his hands, saying, Young Master Bai is indeed wealthy and powerful. I admire you. You can have this treasure. His tone was incredibly relaxed, with a clear hint of mockery. In an instant, Bai Song was struck dumb, frozen in place. He doesn't want it anymore. 1.1 billion once. 1.1 billion twice. 1.1 billion 3 times. The auctioneer's gavel fell. Sold. Congratulations to young Master Bai Song for winning this water fluorite for 1.1 billion. Instead of applause, the entire audience erupted in barely suppressed whispers of surprise. 1.1 billion. To buy this? Does the Bai family have that much money? We've clearly been tricked by Lei Han. We've really lost out this time. Bai Song's face was deathly pale, his body was ice cold, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He suddenly realized what he had done. 1.1 billion. For a piece of fluorite? If my father finds out about this, he'll definitely skin him alive. He whirled around to look at Lei Han, only to find the other man mouthing to him silently, Idiot. Immediately afterwards, he heard the whispers of those around him. I just checked the information, and this water fluorite was provided by Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi? It seems young Master Bai Song also declared war on him this afternoon. I heard it's because of Yin Jiao. So that means young Master Bai spent a whole 1.1 billion, paying more than 20 times the original price, to buy his rival's things? And then he wants to give them to Yin Jiao? What if Yin Jiao forms a contract with Chun-Yi later? What a talent. What kind of sucker is this? These words from the crowd were like the sharpest knives, piercing deeply into Bai Song's heart. His vision went black, and he almost fainted. He suddenly felt everything go black, his body swayed violently, and he almost fainted. Utter disgrace. What a disgrace. Holy crap, that scoundrel Chun-Yi actually made so much money? Not only did they steal Chu Feiyu from him, but this time, they also stole 1.1 billion from him. However, at this moment, he could not possibly reveal the truth that he had no money. Once this is said, the Bai family will become the target of everyone's criticism. By then, the losses will likely far exceed 1.1 billion. Looks like I'll have to borrow money. Although the Bai family and the Yun family are currently experiencing some unpleasantness due to their contractual relationship. Ultimately, Bai Song bought this treasure to give to Yun Jiao. I'll go talk to the Yun family again tomorrow and request an interest-free loan of several hundred million. It shouldn't be a problem. But on second thought, this might not be entirely a bad thing. They say a man might be so angry he'd risk everything for a woman. He spared no expense and did everything he could to buy Yun Jiao the treasure she wanted. Isn't that enough to prove his sincerity? Women often appreciate such romantic and generous gestures. Perhaps this will be the perfect opportunity to win Yun Jiao's heart. No, let's wait a bit longer. It might be more effective to talk to Yun Jiao after he has thoroughly crushed that scoundrel Chun-Yi under his feet tomorrow and displayed his mighty and powerful fighting spirit. Chun-Yi, you scoundrel. Lei Han, you brat. How dare you two team up to make fun of me? I swear I will never let this go. Bai Song's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. He was determined to make Chun-Yi pay a heavy price in tomorrow's duel. You absolutely must. The charity auction ended just like that, without much fanfare. Yun Jiao stood at a distance, her eyes fixed on Chun-Yi. He was talking to Lei Han at the moment, with a calm and composed expression on his face, and the two of them seemed to be in a very good mood. Her gaze then fell upon Bai Song, who still seemed somewhat deranged. In an instant, all the mysteries were solved in her heart. Without a doubt, this was a meticulously planned scheme. It was a trap set by Chun-Yi and Lei Han. They deliberately inflated the price of the water fluorite, verbally provoking the hot-tempered Bai Song, forcing him to bid an exorbitant price for it. Even if the plan fails, it's just a matter of transferring money from one hand to the other, not worth mentioning at all. It's not like I can't afford it. At most, I'll only lose 5 million in transaction fees. Yun Jiao shook her head and sighed. She wasn't as moved to tears as Bai Song had imagined. Instead, their impression of Bai Song plummeted. So foolish, impulsive, and easily angered, falling so easily into the opponent's trap, it's unbearable to watch. The thought that if I were to enter into a contract with him, my future would be utterly bleak. On the contrary, Yun Jiao's curiosity and affection for Chun-Yi increased dramatically. Judging from the current situation, Chun-Yi is clearly the mastermind behind this plan. The success rate of this scheme is extremely low. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not fall for it. Yet Chun-Yi was able to so skillfully orchestrate this brilliant drama based on Bai Song's personality traits. This man is so interesting. Chapter 185 One Punch Kill. Brother Chun-Yi, you're so naughty. Exactly. How can they rip people off like this? Why don't they rip them off even more? We can't scam anymore. Judging from Bai Song's expression, he's probably already short of money. Let's call it a day. Thank goodness Xiaoyu didn't end up with that scumbag. Not only does he have a terrible temper, but he's also not very bright. She'll definitely suffer if she stays with him. On the way back, the girls were chattering about what had just happened. Bai Song, the young master who awakened the heaven-defying talent of single-mindedness, was now like a nobody on the roadside in their eyes. Chu Feiyu simply smiled faintly and did not interrupt. After all, her feelings for Bai Song had long surpassed ordinary unrequited love. It was a deep and abiding affection. After all, he was someone she had been secretly in love with for over a decade. Chu Feiyu was also very gentle at heart, and seeing Bai Song in such a miserable state, she couldn't bear it. However, whenever she thinks of that night, when Bai Song uttered those resolute words to reject her, an unnamed anger would rise in her heart. Chu Feiyu thought to herself, if you take a fancy to Yun Jiao, or if you want to form a contract with Yun Jiao due to family pressure, she won't blame you. In this world where strength reigns supreme, without strength, no matter how beautiful you are or how good your connections are, it's all for naught. But why did you say it so resolutely? Couldn't we have talked it out properly, said a few comforting words when she was on the verge of a breakdown, and parted ways amicably? Why did things have to escalate to this point? All of this can only be described as self-inflicted. By the way, Brother Chun-Yi, Chu Feiyu suddenly interjected, Could we please not kill Bai Song in tomorrow's duel? The challenges in this world are not to be trifled with. They are real life or death battles. Unlike the training room of the Beastmaster Association, which is protected by a barrier and allows for some minor skirmishes, this place is different. Although the rules prohibit killing opponents, you must stop when you've made a move. But who can guarantee that nothing unexpected won't happen? Moreover, with Chun Yi's strength, defeating Bai Song would be a simple matter of one-hit kill. Hearing Chu Feiyu's request, Chun Yi smiled, reached out and patted her head, comforting her. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of bloodthirsty person who likes to kill. Giving him a little lesson is enough. Really? Thank you, brother Chun Yi kiss. Xiaoyu, you're chatting, fine, but you're sneaking food again. Chu Feiyu smiled mischievously, seemingly without any remorse for her actions. Seeing this, Chun Yi picked her up and pretended to be angry, saying, You little brat, do you know that forcibly kissing me comes at a price? You'd better wash up tonight and wait for my punishment. Hearing Chun Yi's words, Chu Feiyu was not afraid at all. Instead, she smiled expectantly and said coquettishly, I'm really looking forward to brother Chun Yi's punishment. The women standing nearby shook their heads in disapproval of the scene. They wanted to kiss Chun Yi too. I didn't expect to lose the initiative again. Could it be that Chu Feiyu's innocent and naive demeanor was just an act? In reality, she understands men's minds better than anyone else. Actually, she's more of a seasoned driver than anyone else. The next day, in the evening, at the third open arena. This time, the number of spectators was several times greater than when Bai Song faced Lei Han yesterday. The entire arena was packed with people, all eagerly anticipating the final battle between Bai Song and Chun Yi. The trending topics about this matter occupied half of the top 10 spots, which is absolutely outrageous. Bai Song stared intently at the entrance, his eyes bloodshot, his face displaying a desperate madness. It gives the impression that you haven't slept all night. Chun Yi, still accompanied by his contracted female companions, yawned and strolled in slowly. His languid demeanor was completely out of place with the tense atmosphere on the scene. Chun Yi, you've finally arrived. Bai Song's voice was hoarse. Today, I will make you pay the price for what you've done. Chun Yi picked at his ear. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and finish the fight. I'm in a hurry to eat dinner. You bastard. Bai Song was so angry he gritted his teeth, never expecting Chun Yi to be so relaxed. Damn it, how much contempt is this? But that's all right. The more Chun Yi underestimates his opponent, the greater his chances of winning become. After the referee briefly announced the rules, the match began. Bai Song roared and charged directly at Chun Yi. At the same time, he suddenly pulled out a long spear covered in runes from his storage ring. Chun Yi was a little confused. Can beast tamers bring weapons in a battle? My challenge didn't include any rule against using weapons. Bai Song sneered. Chun Yi, prepare to die. This spear was a psionic weapon he had secretly taken from his family's treasury. Each attack it landed on an enemy was equivalent to the attack of a 5th-tier spirit beast. Tearing apart Chun Yi's physical body, which was only at the 4th level, was an easy task. Upon seeing this, the audience erupted in uproar. Use weapons? That's outrageous. What happened to the promised beast tamer sparring match? They're going to kill us. Yun Jiao's expression changed, clearly not expecting Bai Song to be so shameless. Lei Han cursed loudly. Damn it. How could they pull such a dirty trick? The girls weren't worried at all. Chun Yi's physical body is so strong that their attacks sometimes can't even be effective. So how could it possibly be injured by a mere novice with a weapon? Faced with the sharp spear tip thrusting towards him, Chun Yi simply yawned. Fine, what harm is there in giving you a weapon? Just as the spear was about to strike, Chun Yi moved. He didn't dodge. He simply raised his right hand and, with lightning speed, punched the tip of the spear. Clang! A piercing sound echoed throughout the entire venue. Before everyone's incredulous eyes, the extraordinary psionic spear shattered inch by inch, starting from the tip. It shattered suddenly like glass. Amidst the flying debris, Chun Yi's figure surged forward rapidly, casually grabbing the largest fragment of the spearhead. The next second, the cold metal tip was already pressed against Bai Song's throat. The whole process was extremely fast, taking less than a second. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. The sinister smile on Bai Song's face froze completely, replaced by boundless fear and horror. He didn't even see what happened. He only felt an irresistible force come over him. His weapon shattered, and the aura of death enveloped him. He could clearly feel the slight pain and coldness of his throat skin being pierced. That's it. You wanted an unexpected surprise. Bai Song's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the fear of death. How can Chun-Yi be so strong? He trembled, begging incoherently. Spare my life. Chun-Yi, no, young Master Chun. I was wrong. I was blind. Please spare me. I'm willing to compensate you for all your losses. Just please spare my life. The audience was stunned. One punch can shatter a spirit spear? Instant kill? Just what kind of monster is Chun-Yi? Chapter 186, he fainted from anger. Chun-Yi smiled slightly and asked in return, any compensation? Are you sure? Bai Song nodded vigorously. Yes. I'll compensate you with anything I can provide. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized that he might have said something wrong. Damn it, this Chun-Yi, could he be planning to? Chun-Yi's smile widened. All right then, I'm the kind of person who always repays evil with kindness and won't kill someone easily. Since you've put it that way, I'll definitely let you off the hook. He maintained the position of pressing the gun tip against Bai Song's neck and said with a wicked grin, I remember you spent a lot of money to buy a good treasure last night, right? If you bring that thing to me as a gift, I might let you off the hook. No, that thing is mine. Oh, judging from your expression, you don't want to pay? Well, sorry, I'm the kind of person who always seeks revenge. Bai Song was almost in tears. As he watched the spear tip approach his neck, he had no doubt that Chun-Yi would kill him. Besides, he was the one who first exploited a loophole in the rules to bring weapons. They deserved to be killed. What? You don't seem to want to pay. I'll pay, okay? Bai Song gritted his teeth and finally took out the water fluorite that he had spent 1.1 billion to buy from his spatial ring and handed it to Chun-Yi. That's more like it. Chun-Yi took the water glow stone without even looking at it, then turned around and handed it directly to Yun Jiao, who was standing at the very front of the spectator stands. Miss Yun Jiao, you are a water attribute spirit beast, right? I don't have any water attribute spirit beasts under my command, so this thing is useless to me. You can take it. Whoosh. This caused an absolute uproar in the entire arena. Holy crap. A rock bought for 1.1 billion was just given away. Was it sent to Yun Jiao? Bai Song's pre-contract partner. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. This is to kill someone's spirit. Look at Bai Song's face. It's turned green. Utterly green. When I look at Bai Song now, I feel like he's glowing green with malice. All eyes darted back and forth between Chun-Yi, Yun Jiao, and Bai Song, their gazes filled with shock, amusement, and sympathy. This scene is even more exciting than the most melodramatic TV series. Yun Jiao was completely stunned. She looked at the water fluorite handed to her, then at Chun-Yi, who seemed indifferent as if he had only given her an ordinary stone, and then at Bai Song, who was surrounded by people with pale eyes and trembling bodies. Her heart began to race involuntarily. How could Chun-Yi so casually give away the things he snatched from Bai Song? What's this? A strange feeling, unlike anything I'd ever experienced before, welled up inside me. She instinctively took the water fluorite, and a faint blush rose on her beautiful cheeks. They didn't refuse. Instead, she whispered, thank you. Seeing that Yun Jiao had actually accepted the gift from Chun-Yi, which was originally something he had paid for, and even showed a shy expression. Bai Song felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His mind went blank, and finally, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger, falling straight to the ground. The others, seeing this, also expressed their feelings. It looks like there's going to be a good show on the Beastmaster forum today. Yun Jiao looked at Bai Song, who was lying unconscious on the ground, shook her head, sighed, and instructed the servant beside her. Take him back to rest. As for Chun-Yi, he had already left with the girls and headed straight to the big hotel next door. It seemed to be just as he had said at the beginning. He's hungry, let's finish this quickly. That evening, Bai Song woke up in his hotel room. Recalling everything that happened during the day, especially the scene where Yun Jiao accepted Chen's gift, he was filled with shame and indignation, wishing he could disappear into the ground. That really utterly crushed his dignity. He felt that from this moment on, he would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Just then, Yun Jiao pushed open the door and walked in. She looked at Bai Song, whose face was ashen, and calmly said, Bai Song, you're awake. Let's talk. Upon hearing this, Bai Song felt a sense of foreboding. After this period of observation and consideration, I believe that we are not suitable to establish a contract. Yun Jiao said calmly. Therefore, the matter of the contract is off. I wish you can find a more suitable partner in the future. After saying that, She turned and left without a trace of regret. It was as if he had come here solely to say this one sentence, to silence Bai Song's wild thoughts. No, Jiao. No. Bai Song felt as if he had been struck by lightning and struggled to get out of bed to stop them. However, due to his anger and anxiety, he couldn't catch his breath again, and his vision went black once more. He fainted from anger. Unlike the deathly atmosphere in Bai Song's bedroom, inside a luxury suite at the Century Hotel, standing outside the door, one could faintly hear the laughter of Chu Feiyu and the other girls, clearly indicating that Chun Yi was celebrating. Chu Feiyu felt even more triumphant, and her love and dependence on Chun Yi deepened even further. Unexpectedly, Chun Yi's move was so ruthless that it could completely kill Bai Song. At the same time, it also allowed Bai Song to understand how she felt that night. Bai Song woke up again the following night. The overwhelming sense of failure, humiliation, and despair of losing the contract with Yun Jiao completely consumed him. He completely broke down, feeling like he had become a huge joke. His attendants were also absent, presumably summoned by his father to deal with matters concerning the Yun family. At that moment, Bai Song felt as if he were the only lonely person in the world, as if the whole world had abandoned him. He was distraught and left the room and the Bai family like a walking corpse. Wanting to get some fresh air in the night breeze, I unknowingly wandered into a remote area on the outskirts of the city. Just when he was in despair, a figure shrouded in a black robe, exuding a chilling aura, appeared before him. TSK, TSK, TSK. How pitiful. The dignified young master of the Bai family, driven to such a state by a mere brat. Who are you? Bai Song cautiously took a step back. I am someone who can help you. The man in black chuckled. Do you want revenge? Do you want to gain power enough to easily crush and kill Chun-Yi? Do you want to take back everything you've lost and make everyone who looked down on you regret it? Upon hearing this, Bai Song's eyes instantly turned red, and his breathing became heavy. A surge of anger welled up within him again, and completely disregarding the suspicious nature of the person before him, he roared, Yes. Of course I want to. I want to kill Chun-Yi every single moment. Very good. The man in black robes stretched out his hand. Join our demon abyss cult, and you will get everything you want. We will find you a spirit beast companion with superior bloodlines and power far beyond your imagination. As for the price, it's just a little bit of your loyalty. How about it? Chapter 187 Bai Song's fortuitous encounter. As night fades and the first rays of dawn appear, the darkness recedes. In a dilapidated thatched hut on the outskirts of Yinjing, Bai Song slowly opened his eyes, feeling the new power surging through his body, an unprecedented sense of power filling his limbs and bones. This power, though carrying a chillingly sinister quality, was also undeniably real. It far surpasses any skill he has acquired through arduous practice in the past. He clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles cracking, and a tiny wisp of blackish-red energy flashed from his fingertip, scorching the air and causing it to distort slightly. Ha ha, I have power now. Chun-Yi, you scoundrel. Lei Han, you scoundrel. And Yun Jiao, you shameless woman. You never expected this, did you? I've escaped from a desperate situation and have such a fortuitous opportunity. Ha ha. His ecstasy nearly overwhelmed his reason. He leaped out of bed, his gaze burning as he looked at the woman standing by the window, her alluring curves still barely concealed by her black robe, and embraced her from behind. This woman is named Qi Lian, a spirit beast with SS-level bloodline, currently at the 5th rank, 5th stage. Just now, they completed the contract and officially became allies. Qi Lian's bloodline seems to be extremely special. After forming a contract with a beast tamer, it can also grant the beast tamer power in reverse. In just one night, Bai Song broke through to the 3rd stage of the 5th rank and also mastered the power of the Crimson Flame. It can be said that Bai Song's current combat power is in no way inferior to that of an S-class spirit beast of the same level. I'm absolutely confident I can pin Chun-Yi to the ground and beat him to a pulp. Even Yun Jiao couldn't possibly be his match. The beast tamer achieves physical immortality and has a spirit beast with such powerful bloodlines serving him. So who else is there? As for why Bai Song formed a contract with such a powerful spirit beast, it all started last night. When Bai Song heard that the man in black in front of him was a member of the Demon Abyss cult. I was so scared I almost fainted. Damn, the Demon Abyss cult? Isn't that the world's strongest anti-beast master alliance? How did I end up here? What do you want from me? The man in black remained expressionless, simply saying, Didn't we say? As long as you join the Demon Abyss cult, we can grant you power. the power to take revenge on everyone. However, your choice has now changed. Join us, or die here. Upon hearing this, Baisong turned and ran without saying another word. Damn it, getting involved with the Demon Abyss sect is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. However, as soon as he turned around, he found that he was surrounded by dark shadows and could not leave at all. Alright, I'll give you 1 minute to think. If you remain silent. The man in black robes was speaking when his killing intent suddenly erupted. The oppressive force, no less than that of the 10th rank, terrified Baisong so much that he wet himself on the spot. Yes, literally scared to death. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to join the Demon Abyss cult. Please don't kill me. You will be glad you made this choice in the future. The man in the black robe had barely finished speaking. The surrounding shadows began to fade away and coalesced into a new figure in black robes. She was a woman wearing a wide black robe, but the robe could not completely conceal her breathtaking figure. The hood of her black robe hung down slightly, obscuring most of her face, revealing only her fiery red lips, which were stained with blood. The corners of her lips curved into a smile that was both amusing and dangerous. She was very tall, almost as tall as Baisong, and her figure was curvaceous, voluptuous, and graceful. At the slit in the hem of her black robe, a pair of long white legs with dark red patterns could be vaguely seen. It gives you the feeling of encountering a female ghost. Who are you? Baisong cautiously took a step back, subconsciously circulating the spiritual energy within his body. However, one cannot sense any pure aura that a spirit beast should possess. Instead, there is a kind of unsettling oppression and eeriness. The woman chuckled softly, slowly raised her head, and the shadow of the hood disappeared, revealing her full face. Her skin was a cool, pale white, as if it hadn't seen the sun in a long time, which contrasted sharply with her bright red lips. Her features were extremely beautiful, yet she possessed an aggressive and eerie quality. His eyebrows were sharp, his eyes were slightly upturned at the corners, and his pupils were strangely deep red vertical pupils. There were faint dark red demonic patterns around his eyes, which added to his mystery and danger. Long, red hair cascaded down from the hood like a waterfall, with a few strands falling beside the cheeks. She slowly raised her hand, extended her jade-like finger, and gently touched Baisong's lips, which were already pale with fright. I'm someone who can help you. She took a step forward. Seeing you in so much pain, so desperately craving power, it truly evokes my empathy. Help me? How can you help me? Do you want revenge? Do you want to gain the power to easily crush and kill that Chinese? Do you want to reclaim your lost dignity and make all those who looked down on you and betrayed you tremble and regret at your feet? Yes, of course I want to. I think about it all the time. Very good. The woman extended her palm, and a strange rune swirling with black and red malevolent energy slowly emerged. Join us, form a pact with me. You will get everything you want, and we will provide you with unimaginable power and support. The aura emanating from the runes made Baisong instinctively feel fear and repulsion. But the immense energy contained within, and the enchanting beauty of the woman before him, stirred countless desires within Baisong. The price, what is the price? Baisong's last remaining shred of reason made him ask in a trembling voice. The woman's red lips curved into a wider smile as she provocatively said, Didn't I tell you before? The price? Just a little bit of your loyalty. Will you continue to be a stray dog despised by everyone, or become a powerful figure who controls the lives and deaths of others? The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, Baisong's rationality nearly collapsed. His gaze lingered on the woman's stunning face and voluptuous figure before finally settling on the runes. Yun Jiao's indifference, Chun Yi's disdain, Chu Feiyu's presence. All these images ultimately coalesced into a low, beast-like roar. Okay, I promise you. Give me the power. A smart choice. The woman's smile deepened. Remember, my name is Qi Lian, and I am your next contracted spirit beast. As soon as she finished speaking, the strange black and red rune suddenly shot out. Before Baisong could react, it was pressed directly onto his forehead. Ugh hot. A sharp pain shot through me instantly. It felt as if a red-hot iron had been branded directly into the depths of his soul. Countless fragments of memories filled with violence, killing, and destructive desires, along with raging energy, rushed into his mind and meridians. His body convulsed violently, and wisps of black and red lines appeared on his skin. The whites of his eyes were quickly swallowed by darkness, and his pupils turned into burning vertical pupils, like crimson ribbons. A scorching power surged wildly within him. At this moment, Qi Lian waved her jade hand, and a black shadow appeared, instantly teleporting her and Baisong to a thatched hut on the outskirts of Yinjing. Ignoring Baisong's painful groans, he removed his black robe and pounced on him. Using his own physical body, he assisted Baisong in guiding the energy of the runes and performing the contract ritual. Finally, at dawn, the transformation of Baisong's physical body and the spirit beast contract were completed. Chapter 188 Baisong's Rise. Miss Qi Lian, let's go. Baisong snapped out of his daze and grabbed Qi Lian's cool, delicate wrist. We're going to the sequence battle right now. I'll make all those who mocked and looked down on me open their eyes and see clearly. I, Baisong, am back, and I'm 100 times stronger than any of them could imagine. Upon hearing this, Qi Lian, the woman with the bloodline of the karmic fire python, turned her back to Baisong, her red lips curving into a mocking smile in the shadows. Only a hothead like that is easy to take advantage of. She didn't say much, going with the flow, letting this fool, blinded by power and hatred, pull her away. Her task was to catalyze this pawn, to make it stir up trouble and attract attention as much as possible. This creates an opportunity for her and the organization behind her, the Demon Abyss cult, to get closer to the truly noteworthy target, Chen Yi. The battle for the order of events is currently receiving a lot of attention in China, and it should be a very good choice. Hey, isn't that young Master Bai? The one who got instantly killed by Chen Yi the day before yesterday afternoon. Bro, you're wrong. It should be the one who was instantly killed by Chen Yi, and whose pre-contracted spirit beast girl was even stolen away. Shoo, keep your voice down. If he hears you, you're finished. What's there to be afraid of? Now that the Bai family doesn't have the Yun family support, they're nothing. But what I'm concerned about is who the woman accompanying young Master Bai is. She's dressed all in black, so I can't see her face. Is it necessary for her to dress like that? I heard that young Master Bai is obsessed with looks, so he's probably not that good looking, just someone with high bloodline level. That's why he's covered up so much, right? Brother, you're wrong. That woman in black robes has a fantastic figure. In my opinion, a woman who can maintain such a good figure can't be ugly. Anyway, no matter what, our young Master Bai is completely finished, haha. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, which was practically tantamount to open mockery. Baisong suppressed his anger, ignored everyone around him, and pulled Qi Lian directly into a training room to begin the battle of sequences. He certainly wouldn't use a pseudonym. He wanted to announce to everyone that he was back. Identity successfully set up. Without the slightest hesitation, Baisong clicked the match option directly. In the following period, all the access points for the battles in Yinjing recorded an almost insane record. This prodigy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere is now climbing the rankings at an almost overwhelming speed. At this moment, he had completely abandoned all the tactics he had learned and was simply and brutally venting the violent power transmitted from Qi Lian through the contract. The opponent's defense? Shattered it with a single punch. Exquisite skills? Overpower skill with brute force. No one can stop them. 1 game, 2 games, 10 games, 50 games, 100 games. His winning percentage remained at 100%. The speed at which their ranking improved was almost exactly the same as Ichen's back then. As the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated Yinjing in the early morning, countless Beastmasters habitually opened the sequence struggle rankings to check the latest updates. Everyone was stunned by the name that suddenly burst into the top 100, Baisong. However, this is not the end. Baisong defeated his enemies all the way, and even easily defeated Zhao Yu, who was ranked 37th. They sang their way up and climbed straight to 8th place. If it weren't for the fact that fighting these virtual AIs, which are almost comparable to the first level of the 6th rank, consumes too much physical strength and concentration, he could have continued fighting. This shocked the entire capital of Yinjing. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Baisong's comeback. Zhao Yu was instantly defeated. Could it have been prearranged? Soaring into the top 10 overnight. Is it a miracle, or is there another reason? The eldest son of the Bai family, who dares to call him a good-for-nothing now? Similar topics instantly went viral and became trending topics online. Yesterday, netizens who were mocking Baisong online as a cuckold, a sucker of 1.1 billion, and if you're bad, practice more, have now fallen silent, their faces red and swollen from the slap, wishing they could just disappear on the spot. Meanwhile, the female spirit beasts who admired Baisong and were currently single-flooded into Baisong's newly opened public account, leaving all sorts of comments and private messages. It was practically a massive fan meeting. He's even more popular than Kai Kunkin, the currently trending young idol, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel suite. Looking at his dazzling new ranking on his personal terminal screen and the almost unanimous amazement and admiration online, Baisong felt his immense vanity was satisfied like never before. He also contacted several influential media outlets to hold a small online press conference. In front of the camera, he wore a white custom-made suit, his hair was neatly combed, and he had a confident smile that looked down on everything. The only thing to be aware of is that there is still a trace of exhaustion from excessive indulgence deep in his eyes, indicating that he has spent a lot of time cultivating intimacy with Chi Lian. He faced the camera, his voice passionate and impassioned. The humiliation of yesterday is the whetstone for my rebirth, Baisong. Today, I am no longer the person I used to be. Listen up, you clown who rose to power through women and luck. Wash your necks and wait. I, Baisong, have reserved the championship trophy for this beast-taming competition. I am the true chosen one of this era. His arrogant and domineering remarks have once again caused a huge uproar. Supporters see it as the confidence of the strong, while opponents accuse it of being a petty person who has gotten ahead, and the online war of words intensifies. Inside another luxury suite, looking at Baisong's smug expression through the light screen, Yun Jiao's beautiful icy blue eyes lost all trace of emotion and returned to complete calm. All that remains is a cold disappointment. She not only did not regret her decision to terminate the contract, but was even more glad that it happened after she and Baisong had completely broken up. Such a temperament, impetuous and easily angered, arrogant and conceited, even if possessing great power, is ultimately just a mirage, and may even bring greater disaster upon oneself. Her thoughts had already drifted to that mysterious man, Chen Yi. She began to ponder how to approach him naturally and how to phrase her words in a way that would express her intentions without seeming abrupt. She even began to review every glance, every word, and every action she had taken since meeting Chen Yi, to see if there was anything inappropriate about it. The charity gala that day was also disrupted by Baisong's high-priced auction. As a result, they were unable to have a proper talk with Chen Yi. After accepting the water fluoride from Chen Yi the day before yesterday afternoon, I still couldn't manage to arrange a date with him alone. In short, we missed a lot of opportunities. We need to find a good opportunity to talk about this now. Chen Yi is probably one of the many people she absolutely cannot miss. Chapter 189 Luo, Xinghe's Reminder. That night, in a luxurious private room, when it was confirmed that Baisong was completely immersed in endless vanity and had no time to care about anything else, Chi Lian transformed into a black shadow and arrived in the next room, setting up a soundproof barrier. Black runes that kept twisting appeared on her fingertips. Her face was cold, and she murmured softly to the runes, a stark contrast to her previous gentle demeanor. White has been successfully activated and has already begun to gain social attention and influence. The Demon Seed contract has been firmly established, and the reverse erosion is progressing smoothly and is highly controllable. Information about target Chen Yi has been indirectly obtained through his social circle and publicly available intelligence. It has been confirmed that he has several high-value spirit beast units around him with abnormal bloodline purity, and they are suspected of having unknown special training or awakening abilities. Requesting further instructions. Should we expedite contact with the target or prioritize obtaining samples from nearby units? A faint mental fluctuation came from the other end of the room. Maintain the status quo. Observation first. Use the pieces to create maximum chaos. Attract attention from all sides. Avoid exposure unless necessary. Assess their value more than elimination. Clear. After cutting off the communication, Chi Lian revealed a playful smile. Destruction and chaos are her sustenance, and toying with fools like Baisong brings her some pleasure. But the organization's mission always comes first. At this moment, Baisong's mentality was expanding at an astonishing rate. He even began to scrutinize the female spirit beasts with SS-level bloodlines who frequently appeared in the news headlines with a critical eye. Qi Lianmeng, Luo Yuqing, Lin Yiting. Even the SS-level bloodline girls from the Seven Dragons family seem so ordinary to him now. As for Qi Lian, although she is very beautiful and very proactive, I always feel that there is something strange about her. If possible, it would be better to replace her with someone else in the future. However, just as Baisong was immersed in the illusory pleasure brought by the power, a ringtone suddenly came from the phone. It was the person in charge of the family finances who called. Young Master Bai Song. Something terrible has happened. You previously mortgaged your family business and borrowed 800 million in cash to bid for that water fluorite. The bank has suddenly sent an urgent demand for payment. We are required to repay the huge principal and interest of the first installment within 3 days, or else all of our Bai family's mortgaged assets will be frozen immediately, and subsequent loans will be declared defaulted, with interest rates raised to the highest level. The family's cash flow has completely dried up. This is going to cost the Bai family half its life. Upon hearing this, Bai Song nearly dropped his phone. He was so engrossed in his newfound power that he almost forgot about this whole thing. It's all Chen Yi's fault. And Lei Han, that troublemaker. Those two damn bastards set him up. Puff. Overwhelmed by anger, Bai Song suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision went black, his ears rang incessantly, and boundless hatred and madness filled his eyes. Chen Yi, Lei Han, I, Bai Song, swear here and now, I will not be a human being if I do not tear you two to pieces and grind your bones to dust. On the other side, inside the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel where Chen Yi was staying, however, there was a scene of leisure. Chen Yi was enjoying a new dessert snack made by Su Taodao when news about Bai Song's overnight success was automatically playing on the screen in front of him. He raised an eyebrow with interest, muttering in surprise, "Wow, this works? Could it be that this kid has also awakened some kind of system?" "Brother Chen Yi, why do you think Bai Song suddenly became stronger?" Chu Feiyu asked with a puzzled look, feeling that Bai Song seemed to have come into contact with something extraordinary. Chen Yi smiled and ruffled Chu Feiyu's hair. "It doesn't matter. No matter how good he is, he can't possibly be better than your brother Chen Yi. In his view, even if the Joker changes his appearance, he is still the Joker at heart. Most people are watching this farce with amusement in mind." Just then, the doorbell of the suite was gently rang. Lin Mingxue got up to open the door and found that it was actually Luo Qinghe. "Grandpa Luo, why did you come in person? Please come in." Lin Mingxue was somewhat surprised and quickly welcomed him in. Luo Shirin was quite surprised to see her grandfather. "Grandpa? What's going on? Why didn't you call before you came?" Luo Qinghe entered the house with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yi and the group of girls around him. He lingered for a moment, especially on Luo Shirin, whose aura was becoming increasingly powerful, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Chen Yi, I have come here today because there is something that is bothering me, so I have come to tell you in person." "Grandpa Luo, please speak." Chen Yi abandoned his casual demeanor. "It's about that Bai family brat, Bai Song." These words immediately created a tense atmosphere throughout the room. Anyone with eyes can see that there's definitely something wrong with Bai Song, but no one can say exactly where it is. "What do you mean? You should know my power, right? That brat Bai Song has been tainted with a hint of black aura." At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Except for Chu Feiyu, everyone's expression became a little more serious. The black aura. Doesn't that mean Bai Song has been in contact with the Demon Abyss sect? No wonder he suddenly became so strong. It seems that Bai Song's extraordinary encounter is no ordinary affair. "Thank you so much, Grandpa Luo, for coming to remind me. I will pay close attention." "Hi Yao." "Yes. Honey, you wanted to see me?" A person suddenly appeared in Luo Qinghe's shadow, almost startling everyone except Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin. Shui Haiyao is at the 11th level, 10th stage, and can also lurk in the shadows, ready to act at any time. As a guard, he is definitely the most suitable candidate. You should continue to be responsible for protecting Chen Yi and the others." "I see." Shui Haiyao gave a slight curtsy. "Brother Chen Yi, please take good care of me from now on." Chen Yi scratched his head, feeling that it was unnecessary to go to such lengths. However, judging from Luo Qinghe's tone, this matter should have been decided long ago, and saying more would be of no use. "It's me, Sister Haiyao. I'm counting on you from now on." Luo Qinghe gave some more instructions on the precautions for the beast taming competition, then got up to take his leave. After understanding the situation, Chu Feiyu glanced at Bai Song's arrogant and smug face on the screen, and her feelings were complicated and hard to describe. There were sighs and moments of sudden realization, but absolutely no regrets. She was deeply grateful that she had met Chen Yi in the Five Elements secret realm and even formed a contract with him. She quietly moved closer to Chen Yi, reached out her small hand, and gently tugged at the hem of his clothes, seemingly a little nervous. Chen Yi sensed her movement, turned his head and smiled at her, then reached out and naturally ruffled her soft hair. It seems that the beast taming competition in Yanjing this time will not be peaceful. Chapter 190, Yi-chun returns to the scene. Time slips away quietly. Only 3 days remain until the highly anticipated beast taming competition officially begins. Almost all the geniuses and influential figures from all corners of the Dragon Kingdom gathered in Yanjing. Hotels were already fully booked, and powerful young beast tamers and spirit beast girls with extraordinary bloodlines could be seen everywhere on the streets. The air was filled with excitement and tension as a great battle was about to begin. This is truly a golden age that only comes around once in a century. On this day, Liang arrived at the suite carrying a stack of newly collected information about various contestants. As he put down the documents, he overheard Chun Yijing chatting with several girls around him about the matchmaking mechanism and the strength of the AI opponents in the sequence conflict, and casually mentioned the name Yi-chun. Liang was instantly struck dumb, frozen in place. His eyes widened as he looked at Chun Yi in disbelief, stammering, "Young Master Chun, what you just said, could it be? You are that Yi-chun?" Chun Yi glanced at him and nodded casually. "Yeah, what's wrong? Is it strange?" Liang gasped, then slapped his forehead, his face flushed with excitement. "I knew it. I should have realized it sooner. Besides you, who else could be so ridiculously strong? Destroying AI, crushing the rankings. So that's it. Everything makes sense now." He was completely excited. With the strength Yi-chun has demonstrated, let alone being in the top 100, it's possible that it will be in the top 10, or even the top 3. Is this the prelude to take off? I've really found myself a powerful father figure. Just then, Chen Yi's phone rang, and the caller ID showed that it was Luo Qinghe, who had just left. "Did I disturb you?" "No, what's wrong, Grandpa Luo? I just got word that Bai Song is back in the sequence strike matchmaking mode. Are you interested in checking it out? Maybe you'll get lucky and get matched with him, and test his skills yourself." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Although he was fairly confident in Bai Song's abilities, he still hoped to verify it with his own eyes. If I had the chance to fight Bai Song, that would be the best. Moreover, after 2.5 weeks of hard work, the girls' skills have improved significantly, and they have all learned some new skills that sound incredibly impressive just from the descriptions. Chun Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taotao, and Yin Jiyue have all successfully broken through to the 4th rank, 10th stage, only one step away from the 5th rank, 1st stage. With their current true combat power, they absolutely surpass ordinary 6th rank spirit beasts. The two sisters, Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong, were not to be outdone, and both broke through to the 4th tier, 1st stage. As support characters, they also possessed combat power comparable to ordinary spirit beasts at the 4th tier, 10th stage, which is quite impressive. Although Chu Feiyu has only reached the 3rd rank, 8th stage, she can still unleash combat power of about the 5th rank thanks to the effect of wholehearted enhancement. In addition, with the healing effect of the Phoenix attribute, she can be said to be a real big boss. This combination is looking for a suitable sandbag to test their current limits. Bai Song, who suddenly rose to prominence, is the perfect punching bag. "Sure, I'm just killing time anyway." Chun Yi readily agreed, then turned to the girls and said, "Let's have a good fight tonight." "Good." The girls were full of fighting spirit, and it seemed they all shared the same idea as Chun Yi. "Now that you've become stronger, how can you not find someone powerful to test your strength?" With a somewhat relaxed and playful attitude, Chun Yi, surrounded by a group of girls, headed to the Beast Tamer Association in Yanjing. "I'm going to find a good opportunity to test Bai Song's strength." However, things in this world are often just like that, full of coincidences. Just as Chun Yi and his group arrived at the Beast Tamer Association and randomly found a training room to begin matching for the Beast Tamer competition, Bai Song and Qi Lian emerged from the VIP entrance on the side and entered the waiting hall. There is no other reason. Even if Qi Lian is strong, and the enhancement effect of single-minded dedication is amazing. Facing AI Beast Masters and AI Spirit Beasts whose strength is close to the 6th rank, it is naturally impossible to clear the level as easily as clearing mobs. Furthermore, now that they have entered the top 10, AI Beast Tamers in this range not only possess AI Spirit Beasts, but also have very strong combat abilities. Even if Bai Song's current strength is comparable to that of this AI Beast Tamer who is close to the 6th level, in the eyes of him, he is just a novice who can be easily defeated. This resulted in Qi Lian having to fight 2 opponents at once, while also protecting Bai Song, which greatly increased her energy consumption. Therefore, he quit the matchmaking after playing less than 10 games. 3rd place? What a pity. If I win 2 more games, I'll be in 2nd place. If I win 10 more, first place will be mine. However, it's not a big problem. The battle for the order is just a small trick. The key is the battle for the beast taming next. In front of the lobby display screen, Bai Song helplessly shrugged and said with a pretentious expression. It was as if, for him, first place was something that could be easily obtained. Look, it's the eldest son of the Bai family. TSK, so you're already at the 5th rank? You're not even 25 years old, and you've already broken through to the 5th rank. How can I, who's only at the 3rd rank and 3rd stage, possibly compete like this? Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't compare themselves to these prodigies from powerful families, right? But recently, quite a few people have indeed broken through to the 5th rank. It feels like it was all prearranged. Yes, Lung Wuhan and Luo Yuqing, Gao Wenyu and Qi Lianming. They have all broken through to the 5th stage, 1st level. I've made up my mind. I'm going to go back and write a novel about taming beasts, where the protagonist gets dumped at the beginning, then rises to the top and reaches the pinnacle of life. I really want to have a dream. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their eyes practically overflowing with envy. Envy, jealousy, admiration, complex emotions. All sorts of gazes fell upon Bai Song, making him feel incredibly satisfied. This is the life he should have had. Instead of the scenes of being humiliated by Chun Yi, set up by Lei Han, and cruelly abandoned by Yun Jiao. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in Bai Song's eyes. His fists clenched tightly, and his killing intent surged wildly. He scared away a pretty young woman who was about to ask for his contact information. Chen Yi, you scoundrel. Lei Han, you brat. And Yun Jiao and Xu Feiyu. You two promiscuous and shameless women. One day, I will grind you all to dust to avenge this day. Just you wait. Just then, at the top of the light screen in the waiting hall, an ID that had been silent for several days but had never been ignored suddenly lit up without warning. Congratulations to Ichin for successfully defeating the invincible player and achieving a 25-game winning streak, thus entering the top 78. Chapter 191, Breaking Historical Records. Just 2 minutes later, the notification refreshed again. Congratulations to Ichin for successfully defeating Brave and Decisive 66 and advancing to 77th place. However, this is just the beginning. Congratulations to Ichin for successfully defeating a team that had suffered 45 consecutive losses and advancing to rank 76. Congratulations, Ichin. On average, every 2 minutes, you can see a notification that Ichin has defeated the AI Beastmaster. That's how the ranking system works. Any battle involving the top 100 will be made public. Even if there is no movement for 2 minutes, you can still see from the top 100 leaderboard that Ichin's points have changed. However, the increase in points was not enough for him to change his ranking. The entire venue instantly erupted in cheers. Look, at the top, it's Ichin. Holy crap, the legendary player is back. My god, what kind of speed is this? It's more than twice as fast as Bai Song's ranking yesterday. The sequence battle requires more than a minute to match with an AI Beastmaster. After the match is completed, there is still nearly 30 seconds of preparation time. After deducting other reaction time and other factors, doesn't this mean that even if Ichin faces an AI Beastmaster of this level, he can be killed in just one move? This is outrageous. This is incredible. This Ichin is probably even more incredible than Bai Song is now. Exclamations and screams instantly filled the entire hall. Everyone was drawn to the area below the light screen as if by a magnet. Head tilted back, eyes wide, staring intently at that legendary ID, watching his ranking continue to rise at a breathtaking speed. The news of Ichin's return to the scene and his attempt to climb the rankings spread like wildfire throughout the entire Yinjing beast-taming circle. More and more people flocked from all directions, eager to witness this mythical sight. The massive crowd quickly filled the first-floor lobby of the branch hall with onlookers, reporters from major media outlets, and spies sent by various powerful families to gather intelligence. Even the circular corridors on the 2nd and 3rd floors were packed with people, creating an extremely lively scene. Yun Jiao naturally received the news immediately and promptly interrupted a meeting with the family's vassal forces to rush over as quickly as possible. Moreover, the top-ranked prodigies on the sequence battle leaderboard were also alarmed by this commotion and appeared in the Beastmaster Association's VIP viewing room, wanting to see just who this Ichin was. Even Bai Song, who had already climbed to 3rd place, didn't seem to have sparked such intense discussion. After all, no one knows whether Ichin is an AI or a real person. This mystery naturally arouses the curiosity of many people. If it really is AI, can this technology be used in real combat? If it's not AI, then who exactly is this Ichen? Naturally, he instantly overshadowed Bai Song, who had just been riding high. Bai Song overheard the people around him enthusiastically discussing Ichen. He scoffed inwardly, feeling quite disdainful. He has the Crimson Serpent, and his ranking has risen just as quickly. What's there to be so surprised about? However, staying to see who this Ichen really is indeed a big deal. Is this really something a human could do? That's outrageous. I don't think I can beat newbies this fast, right? Isn't the official team going to come out and explain this? Could this be some kind of super AI they developed internally, released to stimulate our consumption? Even for AI, this is ridiculously powerful. How terrifying must this algorithm model be? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and various speculations resurfaced, with everyone vowing to uncover Ichen's true identity this time. Even if it is AI, we still need to find out which laboratory produced it. On the ranking screen, Ichen's points continued to rise at an alarming rate, without stopping at all. Congratulations to Ichen for successfully defeating the AI and receiving an extra 98 coins, securing 10th place. The moment the bulletin board refreshes, all the onlookers were instantly stunned into silence, speechless and dumbfounded. This is already 10th place. It only took an hour and a half to go from 81st to 10th place. His speed in killing enemies hasn't slowed down at all. Why do I feel like he still has plenty of time to spare? I've been very disciplined these past few days. How could I have witnessed such an outrageous scene? It's terrifying. Finally, under the watchful eyes of countless people, Chen Yi's points have changed once again, surpassing the 9th-ranked player. But do you think that's the end of it? Sorry, no. This is just the beginning. 8th place, 7th place, 6th place, 5th place, 4th place. Even Bai Song, who had just entered the top 3, was overtaken so easily. Ultimately, they achieved another 10-game winning streak. Ichen's points steadily surpassed those of the person who had been at the top of the leaderboard, Lung Wuhan. The top spot has changed hands. This caused an uproar in the audience once again. Ichen topped the list. These 4 trending topics also skyrocketed to the top of the list at an explosive speed. Immediately following this was a bright red and eye-catching explosion character. However, to everyone's shock once again, Ichen did not stop. They keep breaking their highest score by defeating AI Beastmasters. 3850 points, 3,900 points, 3,950 points, 4,000 points. Every jump in the numbers tugs at everyone's heartstrings. Finally, the dizzying string of numbers slowly settled on a number that plunged the entire hall into a deathly silence. 4,300 points. It was a full 500 points higher than Lung Wuhan's 3,900 points in second place. The entire hall was deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the heavy, incredulous breathing of countless people remaining. 4,300 points. According to the AI strength simulation conversion formula published by the association, this must be at least around the 5th stage of the 6th rank. Considering that Ichen successfully defeated him in just 3 minutes, he must have at least the combat power of the 7th or 8th stage of the 6th rank. 6th rank, 7th or 8th stage. My God, many elders and beast tamer families don't seem to have this level of strength, right? This Ichen, he's not even 25 years old, and he's already reached that? Is this a human or an AI with some kind of awareness? If it's a real person, I feel like if I were born in the same era as it, I'd just be a useless nobody, just there to make up the numbers. What the hell is going on with this guy? Does he still want to continue fighting? This moment, the entire Beast Tamer Association was dumbfounded, and all the Beast Tamers in Yanjing were speechless with astonishment. Even the onlookers who were watching Ichen climb the rankings in some streamers' live broadcast rooms were collectively shocked. They even began to wonder if they were dreaming, wondering how they could dream of such an unbelievable thing. A young man under 25 years old possesses such formidable fighting power, and this is only a conservative estimate. Even in web novels about taming beasts, you wouldn't dare write something like this, would you? Chapter 192 The Boss Arranged by Heaven. Bai Song had completely shut his mouth at this point, unable to utter a single word. Judging solely from Ichen's speed in climbing the rankings, his strength is definitely greater than Bai Song's. Bai Song inwardly groaned. He had just been showing off when someone else slapped him in the face. Could it be that Ichen is an AI specifically designed to humiliate him? Inside the training room, Chen Yi left the matchmaking with a frustrated expression. He cracked his knuckles, muttering to himself, "What kind of garbage is this? I've played so many matches. How come I've never been matched with by Song even once? Isn't he already in the top 10? How come he can't be matched? This is unbelievable. And it wasted several of my intermediate enhancement cards. I'm speechless. Chun-Yi put in a lot of effort to match with Bai Song as quickly as possible and reduce the waiting time for battle. When the girls were unable to quickly defeat the AI Beastmaster, they were given intermediate enhancement cards. This enhancement card works similarly to a regular enhancement card, boosting the combat power of the Spirit Beast girls for a short period of time, except that it only applies to Spirit Beast girls of the 4th to 10th tiers. Furthermore, since Su Taotao was able to fight first, absorb the opponent's power, and then switch to other girls to fight, Chun-Yi also used the Beast Taming Whip to further enhance their strength. With this shift in power, they were able to defeat those mid-stage 6th tier AI Beast Tamers with their 4th tier, 10th level strength. Otherwise, given their own strength, they would absolutely not be able to defeat a mid-level 6th tier Spirit Beast in a one-on-one fight. The class gap is just too huge. What's even more frustrating is that after so many matches, Bai Song still hasn't appeared. Could it be that when she learned that I-Chin was also planning to challenge the rankings, she was so frightened that she ran away in panic? Are you afraid of losing and being embarrassed? This is just too ridiculous. In stark contrast to Chun-Yi's speechless expression, the girls' reactions were completely different. They all showed excited expressions. Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Yin Juyue, the 3 main combatants, really had a blast in today's battle. Su Taotao also enjoyed the meal very much, and even thought that the energy particles released by the high-level AI Beast Tamer and AI Spirit Beast were simply a delicacy. Meanwhile, Hua Yuetong, Hua Xingtong, and Xu Feiyu, the 3 girls whose strength was slightly inferior, were unable to participate in the battle themselves due to their lack of strength, but they watched with great interest from the sidelines, and were equally excited. Seeing the overwhelming power of their sisters, they seemed to have already put themselves into their roles, and were fully enjoying the thrill of this intense battle. Perhaps they will become just as strong in the future? At this moment, they completely forgot their true purpose in coming tonight to challenge the order of the gods. Completely immersed in this magnificent battle. Seeing this, Chun-Yi sighed helplessly. Oh well, it doesn't matter if we didn't get matched with Bai Song. As long as they're happy. Ladies, thank you for your hard work tonight. I'll grill some barbecue for you when we get back, so please enjoy. Yay! We're not tired. But Chun-Yi, you shouldn't be tired either, right? Remember to reward us when we get back. Don't worry, I will. Beastmaster Association Hall. The indicator light in one of the training rooms turned from green to dark, and the door slid open slowly with a slight creak. Chun-Yi stretched and yawned as he slowly walked out. The girls followed closely behind, happily ordering food from Chun-Yi. However, as soon as everyone stepped out, before they could even see their surroundings clearly, they were stunned by the spectacular sight of a sea of people filling even the gaps in the aisles. Chun-Yi blurted out instinctively, "Holy crap! What's going on? Is the association giving away free Warcraft cores or giving away limited edition resources in a gacha lottery today?" Everyone was stunned when they saw Chun-Yi come out of the training room. How could it be him? This recently popular figure in gossip news is Yun Jiao's rumored lover and Bai Song's mortal enemy. When Bai Song saw him, his brows furrowed immediately, and an extremely bad premonition suddenly gripped his heart. He stepped forward, pushing aside the people around him, and demanded sharply, "Chun-Yi, how did you get out of here? What were you doing in there?" Chun-Yi was also stunned for a moment when he saw Bai Song. Damn, isn't this guy right here? Why can't I find a match with him? Upon hearing this, everyone cast curious glances at Chun-Yi. One of them was a Beastmaster who had previously participated in the sequence conflict and happened to see Chun-Yi walk out of the training room twice. His gaze swept back and forth between the now stagnant light screen rankings and Chun-Yi several times, as if he had suddenly thought of something extremely terrifying and unbelievable. Wait, does anyone know what Chun-Yi's online name is in ordinal scale? I suddenly have a bold guess. Do you think Chun-Yi could be I-Chun? After all, the pronunciation is the same, just reversed. Plus, after I-Chin's ranking stopped twice, he just walked out from inside. It can't be that much of a coincidence, right? These words were like pouring a ladle of ice water into a boiling pot of oil. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they gasped in shock. In fact, many people had been speculating for a long time that Chun-Yi might be I-Chun, but Chun-Yi never gave a direct response. Plus, Chun-Yi Tsai is only 21 years old. It only took 4 months to break through to the current 4th rank. This is already incredibly amazing. You're saying now that not only is his breakthrough speed fast, but the strength of his contracted spirit beast is also approaching the 7th rank. What the hell are you talking about? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Chun-Yi roughly understood what had happened. So it turns out that the mysterious expert who was rumored in the Beast Tamer Association was actually himself? I thought he was that master of water-skimming skills. So, these people are looking for me? Suddenly, Chun-Yi revealed a playful smile. He stepped forward, stood in front of Bai Song, and smiled. What? Why can't I be here? Can't my sister and I even have a few sips of tea in the training room? You bastard. Bai Song looked furious, with veins bulging on his forehead. He always felt that he was truly being restrained by Chun-Yi's bloodline, regardless of whether Chun-Yi is actually Yi-chun or not. Since this guy appeared, Chu Feiyu has been lured away. He was publicly humiliated. His family's fortunes have plummeted due to the auction incident, and even Yun Jiao, whom he had initially secured, has broken off relations with him. Could this damn thing be the first mini-boss that got arranged for me? If I can overcome this obstacle and completely eliminate him, I can soar to new heights. This is unbelievable. What kind of mini-boss cheats on me right from the start? I'm speechless. Chapter 193 Chun-Yi is Yi-chun. Chun-Yi chuckled and patted Bai Song on the shoulder, saying softly, I heard you still owe several $100 million, right? Remember to pay it off quickly otherwise. What will I do when the bank comes knocking on my door to collect the debt after I've spent all that money? Bai Song almost fainted again. This scoundrel set a trap for him, and now he actually dares to say it to his face? What do you mean, you? Last time, I let you off the hook because of Xiaoyu and Miss Yun Jiao, and instead of being grateful, you talk like that? You really are an ungrateful wretch. These words were spoken. A rustling sound came from the surrounding people. Indeed, the previous duel in the stadium did not have any specific rules against the use of weapons. But you already said it was a duel between beast tamers, and then you just pulled out a weapon? As a result, he was killed in less than a second and had to beg others to let him go. Now, having gained a little bit of opportunity, they've started barking furiously at those who once spared them. The farmer and the snake. Truly a profound truth. You son of a bitch. At this moment, Bai Song felt an overwhelming surge of anger welling up in his heart. If there weren't so many people here, and if he hadn't made a rash move that might have caused a lot of trouble, he would have already gone up and killed Chun-Yi. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly oppressive, the crowd in the waiting hall suddenly parted to create a path on both sides. A middle-aged man, dressed in a high-ranking uniform from the Beast Tamer Association headquarters, exuding a steady and powerful aura and an imposing presence, walked slowly over, surrounded by 2 senior management personnel of the association. Someone seemed to recognize him and exclaimed in surprise. That's Lord Feng Xiao, the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association headquarters. What brings him here? Holy crap! What happened? Why is the Grand Master here? Could it be that they sensed a potential conflict was about to break out here, and that's why they came to stop it? It looks like Chun-Yi and Bai Song are about to fight. Is it really necessary for the president to come in person? Wouldn't it be enough to just send a few guards? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, seemingly completely baffled as to why Feng Xiao had come here. Feng Xiao ignored the commotion around him. His gaze swept around the crowd and finally landed on Chun-Yi in the middle of the crowd. A gentle yet dignified smile appeared on his face as he walked over and said softly, Mr. Chun-Yi, congratulations. I am Feng Xiao, the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association headquarters. On behalf of the Beastmaster Association, I am honored to inform you that you have just successfully broken through 4,300 rank points in the sequence battle. This breaks our association's all-time high record of 4,288 points since the sequence battle system was launched. In recognition of this historic achievement you have made, the association headquarters has decided to award you a special commemorative medal of the pinnacle of the sequence as encouragement, hoping that you will achieve even greater glory on your future path of beast taming. Silence. A deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on Chun-Yi like spotlights, and everyone was dumbfounded. The president personally certified it. Breaking historical records. Official award. Now there's no doubt anymore. It's a done deal. Chun-Yi is Yi-chun. Ignoring the shock of those around him, Feng Xiao continued. This pinnacle of sequence medal is an officially certified medal from our Beastmaster Association. It's not just a decoration. With this item, you can unconditionally purchase the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth from the resource vault at any Beastmaster Association in the entire Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, you can also use this item to issue a level 1 bounty, calling on beast tamers to help you find the materials you need. Of course, our Beast Tamer Association can also subsidize a portion of the cost. There are many benefits. You can consult our sales staff when the time comes. In addition, we have specially prepared a rare resource package from headquarters for you, which can be regarded as recognition of your strength and talent. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was completely dumbfounded. Everyone opened their mouths wide, but no sound came out. Can I freely purchase resources from the Beastmaster Guild? This is a right that many top-tier beast tamer families don't even have. Almost every country builds a resource repository to store special natural treasures. The purpose is to ensure that one day, when a talent or bloodline of SSS-Level awakens in the country, they will be qualified to enjoy the highest level of treatment. Ordinary people have absolutely no chance of obtaining these resources. Even for a prodigy from one of the 7 Dragon Generals' families, accessing the treasures in this resource vault requires going through layers of approval and paying 10 times the previous transaction price to purchase them. After all, there are some rare and precious treasures in the world, and there may only be a handful of them in the entire world. Once you use one, there's one less left. Who knows when you'll find another one? While SS-level bloodlines and talents are powerful, they are still not as powerful as SSS-level ones. In this global situation, the number of SSS-level powerhouses in a country truly represents its strength, and naturally, it cannot be neglected. Not only because of their tactical value, but also because the existence of SSS-level can significantly improve the bloodline and talent level of future generations. To put it bluntly, these people are studs, so naturally all resources must be poured into them. Now that the Beast Tamer Association has granted Chun-Yi this privilege, doesn't that mean they've already started cultivating Chun-Yi as an SSS-level bloodline? Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this, right? Holy crap, breaking through from the 1st rank to the 10th stage of the 4th rank in just 4 months, and even giving a 4th rank spirit beast combat power of more than the 6th rank. What kind of talent is this? Could it be that above SSS level, there are SSR level talents? You've been playing too much gacha games, haven't you? SSR level talent. But it's pretty much confirmed now that Chun-Yi is Yi-Chun. What do you mean by basically certain? The chairman himself has come forward to admit it. How can you still call it basically certain? I actually breathe the same air as Bossy-chan. I can't take it, my heart can't take it. At this moment, Baisong's face also turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. He waved his arms and roared, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he beat Yi-Chun? This must be fake. Something must have gone wrong. He must have gotten incredibly lucky to show up at that exact moment. Or the association made a mistake. His body trembled slightly. He couldn't accept this fact. If Chun-Yi is that Yi-Chun, so what about his previous provocative declarations and the power he just gained? In the other person's eyes, wouldn't I always be as ridiculous as a clown? Chapter 194 Rewards from the Beastmaster Association. Qi Lian, who was standing to the side, was also stunned for a moment. They naturally had spies within the Beast Tamer Association, but the information about Yi-Chun was very special. Several important figures had specifically emphasized that Yi-Chun's identity should not be revealed for the time being. Therefore, the undercover agent never dared to make any rash moves. At first, she guessed that it might be a newly awakened SSS-level Beastmaster who needed to be secretly trained and was only participating in the sequence competition to hone their skills, which was why they did not intend to reveal their identity. However, she never expected that this person would be Chun-Yi. It seems that Chun-Yi's secrets are far more numerous than she imagined. Chun-Yi was also somewhat taken aback by the sudden official certification and public award, and awkwardly scratched his head. However, their eyes lit up when they heard about the rare resource packs and the right to purchase various rare treasures. Although the system is powerful, it cannot acquire spiritual treasures of the heaven and earth with light and dark attributes, especially the rare ones. The only frustrating thing is that, judging from Vice President Fang Zhao's words, these rewards don't seem to be free. They need to be purchased at a high price. It's just an extra way to get them. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi remained calm and said, "Such a good thing? I am so grateful for Chairman Fang and the association's kindness. When can I collect these rewards?" Seeing Chun-Yi's attitude, Fang Zhao nodded in approval, thinking that this young man had a remarkable character. He smiled and said, "The metal and resources have been prepared. Young friend Chun can go to the headquarters office with my assistant to collect them at any time." "Okay, let's go get it now. Come with me." At this moment, time stood still. The vice president personally offered his congratulations, and the prodigy calmly accepted. This scene, captured by countless cameras, instantly spread across the entire internet. Chun-Yi is Yi-chun. Has the Beast Taming Competition Championship been secured ahead of schedule? The ordinal scale history has been broken. One trending topic after another has once again landed at the top of the search rankings. Although it is already late at night, the online buzz is no less than during the day. Yun Jiao stood quietly in the crowd, her gaze fixed on Chun-Yi, who was being personally congratulated by Vice President Fang Xiao and surrounded by the admiring eyes of the crowd. Despite being in the midst of noise, he remained calm and even exuded a hint of laziness. At this moment, Yun Jiao's frozen heart was also stirred with waves. A barely perceptible blush rose on her fair and beautiful cheeks, and her heart began to beat faster involuntarily. She never imagined that Chun-Yi was so much more outstanding and powerful than she had ever thought. At this moment, she was absolutely certain that Chun-Yi was the man she had been searching for all along. All her previous hesitation and probing now seemed incredibly foolish. In any case, she had to seize this opportunity. We must make a contract with Chun-Yi. However, at that moment, a small sadness suddenly welled up in my heart. She only possesses S-level bloodline, and perhaps her only advantages are her family background and appearance. Would Chun-Yi be interested in her? That night, major forums and social media platforms were in an uproar. All previous speculations and analyses about Yi-chin were unearthed, and the comments section was filled with admiration for the expert. However, in stark contrast to the excitement of the onlookers, the atmosphere inside the VIP rooms of the Beast Tamer Association was unusually heavy. Lung Wuhan silently sipped his cigar, saying nothing, his eyes constantly scanning the news about Chun-Yi, his expression growing increasingly serious. Luo Yuqing clenched her fists tightly, her face full of disbelief. She simply couldn't imagine that Chun-Yi was so incredibly powerful. Gao Wenyu and Qi Lianming couldn't help but sigh, bitter smiles on their faces. They never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent. The prodigies from all over the country were all somewhat flustered by Chun-Yi's sudden emergence as a dark horse. First Bai Song, then Chun-Yi. This year's situation is truly unbelievable. Where on earth did so many unheard of geniuses suddenly appear from? Do you know about that matter? In fact, this year's beast taming competition, in addition to the fact that you can obtain various rare resources based on your ranking, has another more important factor. That's the list of explorers who have decided to go to Antarctica. 10 years ago, a small meteorite fell through a dimensional rift and eventually landed on the sparsely populated land of Antarctica. The environment in Antarctica is extremely harsh. Monsters devour each other on this land, and no beast tamers come to exterminate them. Their average level is almost all above the 8th rank, and they are all beast kings. There are even dozens of demon emperors lurking within, which is why this place is known as the Cave of 10,000 Demons by people from various countries. The exploration of Antarctica has always been slow and fraught with difficulties. However, according to investigations by instruments from multiple countries, the small meteorite that fell 10 years ago contained extremely special spatial energy, which is likely inextricably linked to the appearance of the monsters. It may even relate to whether dimensional rifts can be closed. This is why, despite knowing that Antarctica is full of endless dangers, various countries continue to send exploration teams to Antarctica to conduct exploration work. We hope to bring back some meteorite samples and uncover the secrets hidden within them. After more than 9 years of arduous efforts, expeditions from various countries finally joined forces and successfully opened up a safe area leading to the meteorite impact site. At the same time, it cleared out the monsters within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, ensuring the safety of the area. However, what happened next left everyone completely baffled. This meteorite left almost no debris after it fell to the ground. After 3 months of careful investigation, no remnants of meteorite fragments were found. The only trace is the entrance to the secret realm formed by the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations generated when the meteorite fell, which tore through space and gathered spiritual energy. Anyone with eyes can see that this secret realm must also hide countless unknown secrets. However, the problem is that this secret realm seems to be restricted by a special rule, allowing only beast tamers and spirit beasts below the 6th rank to enter. Once you exceed the 6th rank, you will be forcibly expelled by the power of the secret realm's rules and will be unable to enter. Of course, if someone is strong enough and reaches a level of 10 or higher, they might be able to force their way into this secret realm. However, doing so could very likely lead to the collapse of the secret realm, causing all the secrets to vanish without a trace. This is undoubtedly a very tricky problem. Chapter 195: The True Purpose of the Beast Taming Competition. For this reason, everyone had to put the exploration of the secret realm on hold for the time being and wait for a better opportunity. This delay lasted for a full 6 months. However, recently, the leaders of various countries have finally made up their minds to send their younger generation into the area to see if they can discover any secrets about the monsters. Although the interior of the secret realm has been explored by some people, it is extremely dangerous, probably far exceeding any other secret realm of the same level in the world. If a prodigy were to perish, it could cause enormous losses. But as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. If we can truly find the secret of the monsters inside the secret realm and close the dimensional space, that would be a truly permanent solution. Furthermore, the essence of spiritual energy contained in this secret realm is almost equivalent to being immersed in an ocean composed of magical beast crystal cores. Taking a single breath might be equivalent to swallowing the spiritual power of several monster crystal cores and still not feel full. As long as the beast master has enough stamina, they can channel energy without limit. The speed at which they level up is probably far greater than that of those geniuses who consume all sorts of rare and precious treasures. Even if you break through to the 7th rank in the secret realm, you will not be expelled. It is no exaggeration to describe it as a blessed land. It can be said that danger and opportunity coexist. In the Dragon Kingdom, the criteria for selecting members of the exploration team are determined by the ranking in the beast taming competition. In other words, only those who perform exceptionally well and rank highly in the beast taming competition are qualified to become members of the exploration team. Such a high level of screening difficulty and danger naturally corresponds to very generous rewards. The Dragon Kingdom has already drafted a preliminary reward plan. Anyone who successfully returns will be rewarded according to the standards of SSS-Level bloodline and talent, with unlimited resources provided. If you take a fancy to any spirit beast girl or a rare treasure, the Dragon Kingdom will do its best to get it for you. This is the highest level of treatment. This matter has not been made public yet, and only a very small number of large families know about it. It was for this reason that Luo Qinghe subtly suggested that Chun-Yi participate in the beast taming competition to see if he could also secure a spot. Of course, whether or not to go is ultimately a matter of personal choice. At least Leng Wuhan, Luo Yuqing, Gao Wenyu, Qi Lianming, Lin Xiao and other geniuses all wanted to go to the Antarctic secret realm to explore after learning about this. It's not just about acquiring cultivation resources, but also about verifying one's own growth. Unexpectedly, 2 more formidable competitors have suddenly emerged. Will I not even be able to get a spot later? After receiving his reward, Chun-Yi finally managed to squeeze out of the Beast Tamer Association under the watchful eyes of a group of girls and the still enthusiastic crowd, preparing to head home. However, as soon as he arrived at the hotel, he found Yun Jiao waiting for him at the hotel entrance. She took a deep breath, quickened her pace to Chun-Yi's side, and said in a voice much softer than usual, "Mr. Chun-Yi, could we talk in private for a moment?" Chun-Yi looked at the system interface above her head and saw that her favorability rating had actually soared to 60 points. Did the favorability rating increase so quickly? Chun-Yi stroked his chin, pondering in his mind. With the bloodline of an SSS grade Azure Sea Dragon Shark, coupled with top-notch looks and physique, and an exceptional temperament, her favorability rating has also reached the target level. It really is true that things turned out unexpectedly well. Not to mention, the rewards for capturing Yun Jiao were incredibly generous. However, team harmony is very important, so we need to ask the veterans for their opinions first. Especially Chu Feiyu, since there might still be some lingering resentment between them because of Baisong. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi didn't agree immediately. He just smiled and said in a friendly manner, "Okay, what would you like to talk about, Miss Yin? But it's already quite late. How about we talk about it tomorrow?" The other girls naturally and keenly sensed Chun-Yi's thoughts and Yun Jiao's feelings, and they all gave each other knowing looks. It seems Chun-Yi is going to find them new sisters again. But isn't this a bit too much? Is that a bit too much? However, despite this thought, the system showed that their favorability rating had not decreased. Instead of looking into their eyes, one could read a strange sense of pride that their own beast tamer is indeed loved by everyone. Good. Yun Jiao suppressed her excitement. "I will come to visit you in person tomorrow." Chun-Yi nodded slightly. "Then I'll look forward to what you want to talk about." After saying that, he put his arms around the waists of Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong on either side of him and walked into the hotel. As Yun Jiao watched Chun Yi's departing figure, her heart grew increasingly excited. Judging from this, it seems that Chun Yi really intends to form a contract with her. I'm just not sure if I can form a contract now, or if I'll be a pre-contracted spirit beast. That night, after guiding Chu Feiyu's energy individually and cultivating affinity, Chun Yi decided to get straight to the point and directly stated his thoughts. Feiyu, regarding Yin Jiao. She contacted me today, seemingly interested in a contract. What do you think? I'd like to hear your opinion. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu turned around. She looked at Chun Yi, her eyes gentle and without any gloom, and nestled softly into his arms. I have no objections. The past is the past. As long as brother Chun Yi will always have a place for me in his heart, I will support you no matter what decision you make. And I trust your judgment, and I believe you can handle everything. Chun Yi felt a warmth in his heart and hugged her tightly. Harmony within the harem is the true path to success. It seems it's time to have a good chat with that mermaid lady about the future. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Chun Yi arrived at an elegant tea house as arranged, intending to discuss the aftermath of last night's incident with Yun Jiao. This private room is by the window, with an antique feel and the aroma of incense wafting through the air. Today, Yun Jiao wore an elegant sky blue dress, which made her look less aloof than usual, but more gentle and beautiful, like a beauty from ancient times. Combined with its surroundings, it feels like stepping into an ancient tea house from a painting, creating a very immersive experience. At this moment, Yun Jiao was skillfully brewing tea, her movements fluid and pleasing to the eye. They definitely look like they've practiced. Chun Yi didn't say anything more and went straight to sit down in the seat opposite Yun Jiao. However, they had only just sat down and hadn't even had a chance to taste the fragrant tea that the beauty had personally brewed. Then they heard a slightly noisy commotion outside the door, one of which was arrogant and familiar. Boss, bring me your best tea and finest pastries. Can't you see I'm entertaining a distinguished guest today? Chun Yi and Yun Jiao exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of speechlessness in each other's eyes. That voice, isn't that Bai Song, the young master of the Bai family? Chapter 196 Assessment Period. Sure enough, a moment later, the curtain to the private room was rudely lifted. Then Bai Song walked in, arm in arm with two women who were dressed in a flamboyant manner, but whose temperament was far inferior to Yun Jiao's. Looks like he came to this tea house to pick up girls and show off. Bai Song spotted Chun Yi and Yun Jiao sitting by the window at a glance. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with intense hatred. The smug smile on his face froze instantly, then turned into twisted anger, and his fists clenched tightly. Chun Yi, that scoundrel. Yun Jiao, that despicable woman. The two of them are actually drinking tea here alone? Chun Yi merely glanced at him indifferently, as if he were looking at some insignificant fly. He casually picked up the teacup, blew on it, took a sip, and acted very leisurely, completely ignoring him. Chun Yi. Bai Song squeezed out two words through gritted teeth. That smug look infuriated him more than any mockery. However, just as he was about to lash out, he suddenly remembered that Qi Lian had stayed in the Bai family compound earlier that day under the pretext of consolidating her strength, which gave him the opportunity to come out and flirt with other women. Without Qi Lian by his side, and recalling the experience of Chun Yi shattering his spear with a single punch, a chill instantly extinguished his impulse. He swallowed the angry words that were about to come out, his face turning a deep purplish red. He glared at Chun Yi, finally managing to utter a few harmless but hurtful words. Humph. What bad luck, running into annoying flies everywhere. You guys continue. I'm not playing along. After saying that, he put his arm around his two bewildered female companions and turned to leave, looking sullen. His back view looked particularly disheveled and comical. As Yun Jiao watched Bai Song's departing figure, the disdain in her beautiful eyes almost materialized. He is incompetent and furious when faced with problems, and when he tries to back down, he makes threats to make up for it. He has no composure or sense of responsibility. In contrast, Chun Yi remained calm and composed throughout, exuding an air of self-assurance and confidence that suggested he had everything under control. The difference between the two is stark. Wrong. Or rather, comparing Chun Yi to Bai Song is simply an insult to Chun Yi. At this moment, after Bai Song left, Chun Yi frowned slightly. He gently stroked the rim of the teacup, lost in thought. It's a bit strange, really. I don't think I've ever really been able to get a good look at Bai Song's contracted spirit beast. It was the same at the association before. It seemed to be deliberately hiding behind the crowd, as if it was avoiding me. However, now is not the time to delve into this matter. He turned his head and temporarily put aside his doubts, smiled at Yun Jiao, and naturally reached out to put his arm around her slender waist. Let's go. Don't let irrelevant people spoil the fun. Let's go inside and talk. Sensing Chun Yi's sudden action, Yun Jiao was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Chun Yi to be so bold. But she quickly relaxed and even moved closer to Chun Yi, her cheeks slightly flushed, showing no sign of resistance. This scene was witnessed by other customers in the tea house, immediately attracting countless envious and jealous glances and whispers. Isn't that Yun Jiao, the daughter of the Yun family? She's so intimate with that Chun Yi. It seems that in the end, Chun Yi won between Bai Song and Chun Yi. Oh no, it seems my goddess is really taken. But then again, if it's Chun Yi, he seems quite a good match, doesn't he? After all, he's Yi Chun. Chun Yi and Yun Jiao ignored the crowd's discussions and went directly into the reserved private room. Yun Jiao took a deep breath and decided to get straight to the point. She refilled Chun Yi's teacup, looking at him with clear eyes. Chun Yi, the reason I asked you out today is actually to formally make a request. I hope we can establish a contract. The resources and support that our Yun family can provide for you will be no less than those of any other family. What do you think? Chun Yi sipped his tea and listened quietly to Yun Jiao's request. Unexpectedly, he still managed to win over Yun Jiao in the end. The saying, planting willows unintentionally yields a shady harvest, is truly a universal truth. However, Chun Yi did not immediately agree to Yun Jiao's request. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and after a long pause, he replied, Miss Yun, I have seen your sincerity and your terms, and they are very attractive. However, a contract is not a simple transaction. It requires a deep level of trust between the two parties. Not long ago, you were Bai Song's pre-contracted spirit beast, a fact that is common knowledge. I don't doubt your sincerity, but for the sake of team harmony and future stability, I think we need a probationary period. Of course, in the system interface, Yun Jiao's favorability rating has reached 60 points. This already speaks volumes about her sincerity. No one can escape the system's detection. Chun Yi had actually thought about this deeply last night. Yun Jiao has a distinctly strong personality and comes from a noble family. To this day, she is still served comfortably by her attendants. Now that I need his help, I'll naturally tone down my personality a lot. However, once the contract is officially signed, there's no guarantee that minor frictions won't arise with other girls due to differences in background, habits, or upbringing. Among the currently contracted spirit beasts are a school beauty, a down-on-her-luck young lady, an internet celebrity lowly, a seductive mature woman, twin fairies, a phoenix childhood sweetheart, each with a different identity. We can get along harmoniously now because we've been through a lot together and have a deep bond. Now that a top-tier heiress has suddenly been added, we still need to work on her personality first before she can truly integrate into the group. After all, if you're going to recruit new girls, you have to consider the feelings of the girls you already have, right? When Yun Jiao heard that there would be a trial period before she could sign a contract with Chun Yi, she was slightly taken aback. Given her status and lineage, this was the first time she had ever heard of a probationary period being required. But then I thought about it again. Chun Yi is no ordinary person, and his team is indeed extraordinary, so it's normal to have some requirements. Moreover, her pre-contractual status, in a sense, also achieved her initial goal. At least they gained the right to stay by Chun Yi's side. To show her sincerity, Yun Jiao suppressed a slight disappointment and nodded readily. Okay, I accept the test. I will prove to you that my choice is serious and that I am worthy of your trust. Chun Yi nodded slightly, picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp. It's still early. Why don't we talk about our business? For example, what kind of dowry will you give me after the contract is signed? Upon hearing this, Yun Jiao burst out laughing. Sometimes, I really can't figure out which family Chun Yi comes from. In this situation, why are they talking about the dowry first? Shouldn't it be like a blind date, where you start by talking about your hobbies and interests? Besides, under normal circumstances, shouldn't a man who wants to enter into a marriage with a woman first discuss the bride price? But you, on the other hand, are talking about dowry first. All I can say is, he truly deserves to be called a peerless genius. That's quite a wild way of thinking. But that's precisely why she took a liking to Chun Yi, isn't it? Chapter 197, The Battle of Beast Taming begins. In the afternoon, something even more sensational happened across the entire internet. Yun Jiao has thus made the Yun family's attitude and her determination clear. A fleet of over a dozen limited edition luxury sports cars bearing the Yun family crest formed an impressive convoy and drove into the hotel where Chun-Yi was staying. The trunks of every sports car were open, filled with all sorts of magical beast cores, rare treasures, rare metals, and cultivation resources that were special to the Yun family. The quantity and quality of these resources far exceed the level originally intended for Bai Song by several times. The Yun family steward respectfully presented the resource list to Chun-Yi, indicating that this was Miss Yun Jiao's pre-contract investment, and also the Yun family's investment in Mr. Chun-Yi. If the two parties successfully reach an agreement in the future, Yun Jiao will be able to secure the position of family head and will receive subsequent resource subsidies. They are truly wealthy and powerful. If Luo Shireen hadn't been neglected by her family because of her bloodline, the scene might have been even more spectacular. This scene was captured on video by onlookers and uploaded online, instantly going viral. The Yun family makes an astronomical investment in Chun-Yi. Dozens of luxury cars delivered resources. Is this the kind of prestige Chin has? Bai Song is a thing of the past. Netizens were green with envy, but also felt it was only natural. Holy crap, so many resources. Enough for me to cultivate for 10 lifetimes. Nonsense. Don't you even know who Chun-Yi is? The greatest player in the history of the sequence struggle. A record breaker. The Yun family made a killing on this investment. Bai Song was crying his eyes out in the bathroom. The difference between his ex and his current girlfriend. Chun-Yi, my idol, look at me. I want to have your babies. Because of the controversy surrounding the luxury car gift, Yun Jiao officially joined Chun-Yi's team and was also called Rich Sister by all the girls. Luo Shireen was unwilling to accept this. He vowed that once she regained her position as head of the Luo family, he would give her more than 10 times the resources that Yun Jiao had. As evening approached, Chun-Yi began to channel energy into the girls. Yun Jiao was no exception. Although it was a pre-contract, guiding one more person's energy wouldn't cost much, so they joined in as well. When Yun Jiao first witnessed how Chun-Yi trained the girls, she was utterly shocked. There were no complicated rituals, no lengthy guidance. Chun-Yi simply took out a few high-level magical beast cores and distributed them to Lin Mingxue, Luo Shireen, and others. They swallowed them without hesitation, just like eating candy. Chun-Yi then pressed his hands down, and an indescribable, gentle force enveloped them all at once. After the violent flow of spiritual energy entered their bodies, it instantly became extremely docile, almost entirely absorbed and transformed, without a single bit wasted. The whole process was so smooth and effortless, it was as easy as eating and drinking. Yun Jiao's worldview has been completely shattered. If she hadn't seen the other girls swallow the confiscated crystal cores as well, she would have thought Chun-Yi was playing a prank on her. Direct ingestion, multiple people simultaneously guiding. Zero waste. How is this possible? She finally understood why Chun-Yi and the girls around him could improve their strength so quickly. Damn, with this kind of energy guidance ability, how could the improvement speed not be fast? The stronger the bloodline, the more resources are needed to upgrade, and the harder it is to upgrade. However, Chun-Yi's actions not only made up for the surge in spiritual energy demand caused by his powerful bloodline, but also made him cultivate an F-level bloodline spirit beast faster. This is the cultivation path of an unparalleled prodigy? This completely violates the common sense of the beast-taming world. However, this is just the beginning. That evening, an even more incredible scene unfolded. After everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, the next step is naturally to cultivate a friendly relationship. Chun-Yi fought 7 people single-handedly and was not at a disadvantage at all. Light and shadow intertwine, energy roars. Frost, green wind, devouring, foxfire, light and darkness intertwined with healing power. Yun Jiao could almost see the essence of energy flowing and pulsating on Chun-Yi and his group. This is absolutely outrageous. I thought that after joining Chun-Yi's team, I would definitely have to take turns, but I didn't expect that we could all do it together. Yun Jiao was deeply moved and made up her mind. No matter how difficult this assessment period is, she must pass. This man's potential far exceeds imagination. Wow, so many people at once. This is so embarrassing. On the other side, while Bai Song was out chasing girls, Qi Lian secretly relayed Bai Song's recent situation and the fact that Chun-Yi was Yi Chun, and that there were likely high-ranking guards lurking in the shadows, back to the higher-ups of the Demon Abyss sect. After a brief period of deliberation and risk assessment, the sect's leadership finally issued an order to temporarily abandon direct contact with Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi's current strength and the attention he has received are too great. Taking forceful action could easily expose the existence of the sect. The Demon Abyss cult needs more time to settle down before it can be fully brought into the open. Now is not the time. As for the new plan, it is to fully support and utilize Bai Song as a pawn, allowing him to create chaos in the battle of beast taming and attract fire from all sides. We'll discuss the specifics once the match begins. 3 days passed peacefully. Under Chun-Yi's almost cheating training method, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin successfully broke through and entered the threshold of the 5th level, first stage. Their strength increased dramatically again, drawing envious congratulations from other girls and inspiring them to catch up. Finally, the highly anticipated battle of beast tamers has officially begun. The opening ceremony was grand and unprecedented, and was broadcast live almost nationwide, even attracting the attention of many beast tamer organizations abroad. The first stage of the preliminary rounds is similar to the sequence battle, with random matchmaking battles taking place in a special training room provided by the Beastmaster Association. The only difference is that here, it's no longer a virtual avatar, but a real appearance and identity information that are completely public. Furthermore, every battle is broadcast live, completely satisfying the curiosity of the onlookers. Early in the morning, Chun-Yi brought the girls to the Beast Tamer Association, planning to get a stable score as soon as possible so that he could have a proper vacation. The first match started quickly. Chun-Yi's opponent was a genius from the Lu family, the 22nd Beast Tamer family in Yanjing, named Lu Feng. 4th tier, 10th stage, S-level talent. Possesses for contracted spirit beasts of a level or higher, solid strength, and handsome appearance. He is well known locally, and is expected to consistently rank in the top 100. However, when Lu Feng was teleported to the battlefield, when he saw the handsome young man opposite him, who looked languid and was surrounded by several stunningly beautiful women, his face turned pale instantly. Chun-Yi, Yi-Chun, no way, my luck is that bad. His legs felt a little weak. Recalling the fear of being dominated by those monstrous AIs in the sequence wars, and the fact that Chun-Yi swiftly annihilated the AIs. The system's announcement had barely finished when it uttered the word start. Without hesitation, Lu Feng raised his hands and shouted, "I surrender." They exited at lightning speed, without any hesitation or fuss. Chapter 198 Match with Bai Song. The livestream chat exploded the moment this moment was seen. They've already voted? Brother, where's your backbone? A matchup of equal skill levels, a direct surrender? Is this staged? You've completely disgraced the Lu family. However, what happened next silenced all the trolls. The second match, the third match, the fourth match, the 30th match. All the players matched with Chun-Yi, regardless of their clan or rank, reacted remarkably uniformly. The moment he saw that his opponent was Chun-Yi, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately surrendered without hesitation. The movements were clean and crisp, as if they had been rehearsed countless times. The comments section went from initial mockery to confusion, and then to understanding. Something seems off? Another one admitting defeat. Wait, is Chun-Yi carrying the plague? Why are they all just throwing themselves at him? Brothers, I think I get it now. If I were matched with Yi-Chen, I probably would have surrendered even faster than them. +1 to the comment above. Wouldn't it be better to conserve your stamina for the next match? Why waste it by getting instantly killed? It wasn't until Chun-Yi won his 30th match that he was matched with Yi Qianfan, the young master of the Yi family from Shiqing. This person is relatively humble and pragmatic. He believes he is quite capable and couldn't suppress his curiosity. He wanted to see for himself just how strong Chun-Yi was, so he didn't choose to admit defeat. Mr. Chun-Yi, please enlighten me. Yi Qianfan sent out his strongest contracted spirit beast, a female, and prepared for battle. Chun-Yi nodded without even moving. Lin Mingxue stepped forward beside him, her red lips parted slightly, and a chilling breath swept across half the arena in an instant. Yi Qianfan and his spirit beast didn't even have time to react before they were instantly frozen into a giant ice sculpture. Then, the system judge determined that he had lost his combat ability and teleported him out. Sold out instantly. It still sold out instantly. The chat went completely silent, then exploded again. I understand now. I completely understand. It's not that we lack backbone. It's that we genuinely can't fight. The difference is truly enormous. Conserving your energy is definitely a wise choice. After all, the battles in the beast taming competition are not like those in the sequence competition, where the battles are fought using virtual bodies. Instead, after suffering a fatal injury, they are directly teleported to the outside world, which consumes a real amount of physical strength. With such a huge gap in strength, it's better to admit defeat and fight someone else. At this point, no one questioned those who had admitted defeat. Chun Yi's winning streak was a foregone conclusion. 2.5 hours later, his record stood at 99 consecutive wins. With a score of 99, it ranks first on the leaderboard, far surpassing Lung Wuhan's 37 points in second place. Yun Jiao, watching the live broadcast through a light screen in the hotel, was filled with excitement and exhilaration. After all, she hadn't yet formed a contract with Chun Yi, and according to the association's rules, she couldn't participate in the competition. Even so, she still fantasized about making a pact with Chun Yi and then galloping across the battlefield. He's so cool. The overwhelming sense of dominance that came from Chun Yi's absolute strength deeply impressed her. She grew increasingly anxious and began to secretly consider whether she should use unconventional methods, such as sneaking into Chun Yi's room at night, to force the issue and speed up the assessment process. Shui Haiyao, who had been sent by Luo Qinghe to protect Chun Yi during the competition, shook her head repeatedly and clicked her tongue in amazement when she saw the eldest daughter of the Yun family looking so eager. As a woman of exceptional talent, beauty, and ability, Shui Haiyao naturally had a high opinion of herself. However, she felt somewhat inferior to Yun Jiao in terms of family background and appearance. Unexpectedly, Yun Jiao, despite her exceptional qualities, could only actively request a contract with Chun Yi and even had to resort to seducing him. This Chun Yi, he's really outrageous. He's outrageous to the extreme. Looking at the record of 99 consecutive wins, Chun Yi, a man with a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, always felt that it was not quite perfect. 99 and 100, they sound completely different. Let's play another match to round it up, and then we'll see how things go. He muttered to himself and clicked the Continue Matching button. Then, the system interface flashed, and the matching results were displayed. The moment the opponent's information was seen, the chat in the official live stream exploded. Traffic surged instantly. Chun Yi's opponent in his 100th battle was none other than Bai Song. Holy crap! Is this a destined showdown? My opponent in the 100th battle is actually Bai Song. What a small world. A real men's battle. All sorts of bullet comments flooded the screen instantly. Everyone was excited. The feud between these two has made headlines several times. Bai Song just surged to second place in the sequence battle yesterday, breaking through 4,000 ladder points, and is in the limelight. And Chun Yi broke the historical record. They are all unparalleled geniuses who can quickly climb the rankings. The anticipation for this match is absolutely off the charts. Bai Song can't just admit defeat, can he? A flash of white light, and both sides were teleported to opposite ends of the battlefield. Bai Song was stunned for a moment when he saw Chun Yi opposite him, and then his face revealed extreme excitement and ferocious fighting spirit. Ha! Chun Yi, this is truly a stroke of luck. I never expected to run into you so soon. Perfect timing. Right here, in front of the entire nation, I will utterly crush you under my feet and wipe away this humiliation. He was extremely confident. So what if I'm ranked lower than Chun Yi in the sequence battle? That rating only applies to AI combat. In a real one-on-one fight, he is now completely confident of defeating Chun Yi. As long as Qi Lian can restrain Chun Yi's contracted spirit beasts with his current powerful strength, I could absolutely tear Chun Yi apart with my own hands. He still stubbornly believes that the reason he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Chun Yi in the arena last time, even though he used a weapon, must be because Chun Yi used some kind of well-hidden treasure, which caused him to suffer a setback. However, without evidence, he couldn't say much. Now, the battlefield for the beast taming competition is absolutely fair, and all external factors are prohibited. With his current physical body, how could he possibly be no match for a mere Chun Yi? However, Chun Yi's attention was not on Bai Song at all, despite Bai Song's aggressive approach. His gaze immediately fell on the alluring woman in black robes standing next to Bai Song. High energy reaction detected. Host, please carefully assess your combat capabilities. Warcraft, the Fiery Serpent. Difficulty, 15 stars, Demon Emperor. Level, Tier 5, Stage 5. Attributes, Fire, Dark, Earth, Wood, Poison Sound. Skills, Death Mist, Flame Fong, Shatter, Entanglement, Death Spiral, Dark Aura, Explosive Bullet. Synopsis, a demonic serpent wielding endless karmic fire, Its terrifying flames can even incinerate space itself. Demon Seed Contract Partner by Song. Important note. Demonic seed contracts are a special ability possessed by some demon emperor-level magical beasts. They can form reverse contracts with human beast tamers, seizing their life force, eroding their will, and turning them into their own puppets. Chapter 199 Demon Emperor. The information that popped up on the system interface made Chun-Yi's pupils shrink sharply. Warcraft? Demon Emperor level? By Song. That kid actually formed a contract with a Demon King level magical beast? No, those are magical beasts, not spirit beasts. What the hell is this? Can you make contracts in Warcraft? And how did Warcraft appear in human society in human form? It appears to possess extremely high intelligence. Without a system, it's impossible to tell whether this thing is human or a magical beast. Chun-Yi's mind was about to shut down, based on his understanding of the world. Demon Emperor-level monsters are basically the kind of enormous creatures you only see in tokusatsu shows. They don't represent a change in race. But the system interface right in front of me was truly happening right before my eyes. What the hell is this? System, can I ask what exactly is going on? This matter concerns the origin of the monsters and involves a vast amount of information. The host can consume 5,000 enhancement points to obtain all the information. Holy crap, are you kidding me? 5,000 enhancement points? Where am I supposed to get that? Chun-Yi was speechless. Isn't this ridiculous? If you had 500 enhancement points, you might still have a chance to get it. 5,000 enhancement points? How are you going to get them? The system seemed to sense Chun-Yi's emotions and continued to explain. If the host can obtain the magical treasure, they can spend 500 enhancement points to gain access to all information. Please strive to contract more spirit beast girls and conquer their hearts. Chun-Yi rolled his eyes. Magical treasures. Just the name suggests they're not easy to obtain. But never mind. Even a demon emperor at the 5th rank and 5th stage shouldn't be that much stronger. Qi Lian, who was on the opposite side, frowned and felt uneasy the moment Chun-Yi's gaze swept over her. She felt that Chun-Yi's eyes could see through all illusions, making her feel that all her secrets were exposed. A strange sense of crisis lingered in my mind. Red Serpent, prepare for battle. Bai Song excitedly gave the order. Shut up. Qi Lian suddenly interrupted him sharply, her tone extremely irritated, but her eyes were fixed on Chun-Yi. Bai Song was stunned by the shout, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. This contracted spirit beast seems even more domineering than the beast tamer. Just then, inside the battle preparation barrier behind Chun-Yi, Chu Feiyu looked at the arrogant Bai Song and the strange woman in black robes, bit her lip, and stepped forward. Brother Yi, can I participate in this match? I want to. She wanted to sever her last connection to Bai Song's past with her own hands. But before she could finish speaking, a small hand grabbed her. Su Taotao stepped forward, her little face showing unprecedented seriousness and determination. Sister Feiyu, please let me handle this round. Chun-Yi knows about my situation. I want to make a real break with my past self. Brother Chun-Yi, please let me fight in this battle. This is the perfect stage. Su Taotao was once a well-known female live streamer, primarily known for her food-related content, with commentary as a side job. However, due to an unexpected demonization incident, the show had to be taken off the air, and countless speculations appeared in Su Taotao's comment section and private messages. Now, she will stand before everyone again as Chun-Yi's contracted spirit beast. She wants to tell everyone who cares about her and who doubts her that she, Su Taotao, is doing great. Not only did it become better, it also became stronger, becoming the partner of the strongest genius. This battle is her battle to vindicate herself. Say goodbye to the past, embrace a new life. Chun-Yi looked at the burning flame in Su Taotao's eyes and instantly understood her feelings. He turned to look at Chu Feiyu and gently patted her head. Your strength isn't quite there yet. After some time, when you've grown stronger, I'll let you have a thorough understanding with Bai Song. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu nodded obediently without the slightest displeasure. Yes, I'll listen to Brother Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi nodded and pulled Su Taotao out. Taotao, this round is in your hands. Go for it with confidence. Tell everyone that you are now incredibly powerful. Su Taotao nodded vigorously, her small nose trembling slightly with excitement. She took a deep breath and stepped out of the energy barrier of the battle preparation area. A burst of light, and the armed form manifests. In an instant, a soft, dark purple light burst forth from her body. A stunningly designed dress, resembling a marshmallow and perfectly fitting her petite figure, instantly covered her entire body. The cyan skirt displayed a constantly flowing energy pattern, like countless tiny black holes devouring the surrounding energy particles, causing the surrounding light to slightly distort and dim. The iconic twin tails automatically bind together, transforming into lifelike energy tentacles, which is quite peculiar. The most eye-catching thing was the weapon that materialized in her hand, a large, silver-white spoon. Rather than a weapon, it is more like a personification of some kind of rule-based power, representing the primordial concept of devouring. The ultimate cuteness and the ultimate ferocity are perfectly blended in this moment. Beneath its adorable, cuddly appearance lies an undisguised, soul-chilling power of devouring. Meanwhile, the official live stream screen, which was originally flooded with comments such as "E-chun," by Song, and "Destined Showdown," was now filled with messages. The rhythm was suddenly disrupted by a few abrupt comments. Wait, this young girl who just came out. Where are my glasses? She looks like one of the food vloggers I follow. A food vlogger? Dude, you've got the wrong channel. This is a battle of beast tamers. Holy crap. Wait. Zoom in. Close the camera. That face. That height. Those twin tails. It's Tao Tao. It's Su Tao Tao. Su Tao Tao? That top mukbang streamer? I remember she could eat a lot, but she still had a petite figure. She must have induced vomiting. Hasn't she been off air for a long time? Oh my god. I've been watching her every day as she gnaws on a leg that's bigger than her little head. How did this streamer, who's so entertaining to watch while eating, suddenly appear in the beast-taming battle? Regardless of whether she is Su Tao Tao or not, her armed form is so cute. After a brief pause, the live stream chat exploded into unprecedented frenzy. I doubt anyone would have imagined that Su Tao Tao, who had been off the air for 4 months, would actually appear here. To appear on this competitive stage that represents the highest level of the new generation in the Dragon Kingdom? Many fans believe that Su Tao Tao's long-term purging has damaged her health, which is why she has to stop broadcasting. How did he suddenly appear in the beast-taming competition? And it was Chun Yi's contracted spirit beast. The art style changed way too fast. Chapter 200 Su Tao Tao vs. Qi Lian. Famous food vlogger Su Tao Tao appears in a battle of beast tamers. My food vlogger is actually a hidden master. Su Tao Tao versus Bai Song? Can she win? These kinds of topics have spread like wildfire across live streaming platforms and social media. Countless casual viewers who were originally uninterested in the beast-taming competition, as well as Su Tao Tao's massive fan base, flooded into the official live stream at this moment. Ah, it really is Tao Tao? Mommy, I'm crying. Her new battle suit is so cute. So adorable yet fierce. Wow, this contrast is so cute. Armed form wielding a giant spoon. It's almost unfairly adorable, but it also looks incredibly powerful. Who said our peach only knows how to eat? Step forward. This is clearly a powerhouse. Can someone tell me this isn't real? I was rewatching the video of her eating a whole wild boar leg in 10 minutes yesterday, and today she's standing on the national championship stage? Peach, you're the best. Go for it. The live stream chat was completely flooded with the words Tao Tao, along with various exclamation marks and emojis. Its popularity instantly overshadowed the topic of the fated showdown between Bai Song and Chun Yi. Everyone is talking about this adorable, legally born little girl who fell from the sky. On the battlefield, Qi Lian's fiery red vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Chun Yi did not immediately confront or question her as she had expected. He merely glanced at her thoughtfully before turning his attention away, which slightly eased the unease she felt about being seen through. Perhaps it's just my imagination. How could a human possibly see through the Demon Emperor's disguise? Qi Lian suppressed her doubts, snorted coldly, and stepped forward. The wide black robe fluttered without wind, and a magical energy carrying a scorching and destructive aura spread out, rivaling Su Tao Tao's devouring power and making the air in the venue heavy and oppressive. As the two faced off, an invisible clash of their auras awaited the announcement of the start of the match. Although Bai Song was embarrassed by being publicly reprimanded by Qi Lian, he still felt ashamed. But when he saw that it was Su Tao Tao, who looked the most harmless, who stepped out of the barrier, instead of the more powerful spirit beasts like Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, his confidence swelled up again. Although I don't know what bloodline Su Tao Tao has. But looking at this cute little girl who's not even up to his shoulder, how strong could she be? It's just a pretty face, all looks and no substance. The scales of victory have tipped in his favor. He could almost see himself standing on the corpses of Chun Yi and Su Tao Tao, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. Battle begins. The broadcast sounded like a starting gun, instantly igniting the flames of war. Su Taotao strikes first. She stomped her small feet on the ground and shouted, "Shadow bind." In an instant, several tentacles made of shadow suddenly emerged from the ground beneath Qi Lian's feet, nimbly wrapping around her ankles and calves, attempting to restrict her movements. At the same time, she gripped the huge spoon handle with both hands and swung it forward with all her might. Life devoured. A dark beam of energy, seemingly capable of absorbing all colors, shot straight toward Qi Lian's face. But Qi Lian's reaction was faster than anyone could have imagined. Her body seemed to have no spine, and she made a bizarre twisting motion that no ordinary person could do, easily breaking free from the restraints of the shadow tentacles. Faced with the terrifying, devouring aura, she parted her red lips slightly and cried out, "Shield of karmic fire." A diamond-shaped shield burning with eerie black and red flames instantly materialized in front of her. The dark energy beam slammed into the shield, producing a sickening corrosive sound. Life was being devoured, yet it was stopped. However, the shield's own light dimmed at a visible rate. Oh, this kind of power is interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Qi Lian's eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen a spirit beast of a lower level than her melt away her demonic flames. She held back, her figure swaying, leaving a faint afterimage in her place. Its true form transformed into a crimson spirit snake, rapidly approaching Su Taotao. The speed is unbelievable. White fangs wreathed in crimson flames pointed directly at Su Taotao's throat, at an extremely tricky angle. Seeing this, Su Taotao hurriedly held the huge spoon horizontally in front of her to block. Clang! A piercing metallic clang rang out. The terrifying force emanating from the red tongue's upper jaw made Su Taotao's arm go numb, and her petite body uncontrollably slid back half a step. Damn it! How can I lose my debut battle? Su Taotao immediately gritted her teeth and retaliated. Life-devouring domain. Instantly, a black energy field that was constantly rotating counterclockwise rapidly spread out from her center. The light within the force field dimmed instantly, and the air became thin, attempting to plunder the spiritual power and even life force within Qi Lian's body. The instant she was enveloped by the devouring domain, Qi Lian immediately felt her power flow stagnate slightly, and even her mind became momentarily disoriented. The power of devouring? How can this little girl possess such power? Could it be that I was seen through after all? Otherwise, why would Chun Yi send someone like this to fight me? Damn it! This is so troublesome. Qi Lian snorted coldly, and the karmic fire energy within her body suddenly erupted. Demonic flames raging to the heavens. Boom! An even more ferocious and violent black and red flame exploded from her center, forcibly dispersing the force field influence of the devouring domain. As if it had a life of its own, the flames automatically split into 7 or 8 ferocious, roaring fire snakes, which attacked Su Taotao from extremely tricky angles. Despite the danger, Su Taotao remained calm and used her spoon to block the attack. Soil and rock barrier. Shadow devour. Instantly, several earthen walls rose from the ground in front of Su Taotao, like shields, to block the impact of the fire snakes. Shadow energy erupted from behind, beginning to devour the remaining energy left by the dissipating fire serpents. Boom! Bang bang bang! Hiss! The sounds of violent energy explosions were deafening. The entire area was filled with flying sand and stones, flames and shadows intertwined wildly, and the shockwaves from the explosions blasted one charred crater after another into the specially made ground. This exchange ended in a draw. The viewers in the live stream were stunned by this scene, and even forgot to send comments. A moment later, a tsunami-like roar erupted. This is the preliminary round of the beast taming competition? I'd believe it if you told me it was the grand finale. 6th tier. It definitely has the destructive power of a 6th tier. Or even stronger. Isn't Su Taotao a mukbang streamer? How come she can fight by Song's contracted spirit beast, who's ranked 2nd in the sequence competition, to such an extent? I'm stunned. Taotao is awesome. Voice cracks. By Song's contracted spirit beast is incredibly powerful. Those black and red flames look eerie.